Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Swordsmen who conquered half the world, Rankindel. A family of renowned swordsmen, each with exceptional talent and strength, its members became unrivaled rulers of the world. Fight. Conquer. Enslave. That was the motto of the swordsman family, the family to which the main character belongs. Jean Rankindel, the youngest in the family. At the selection ceremony that determined his future, the boy chose the sword of the head of the family. He was the one who was to lead the clan. Rubbing his chin, his father said then that his choice lived up to expectations, and found it interesting. The young man had no doubt that success and, of course, glory awaited him in the future. But this turned out to be wrong. He had no talent for fencing. The boy rested his wooden sword on the ground while he listened to how there was no point in his training. He himself came from the Rankindel family, so why didn't he know how to handle a sword? They told him he was a disgrace to Rankindel, a disgrace to the family, clearly not up to the standards of his family, the worst swordsman in the family's history. During training, someone called the hero by name. The brothers approached the young man, and one of them asked why he was waving his stupid sword again, to which the other suggested leaving it, because a loser only needs a special sword. With a mocking face, the light twin noted where the special sword was, and the other echoed that he meant the same thing. The younger one was not worthy of Barasada. That's why he swung the stick. Jean looked down. Hayton came closer to the younger one and asked why he was silent. Swinging his leg, the scoundrel demanded an answer. He hit the young man in the ribs with his knee, and called himself and his twin his great brothers. Pressing his palm to his stomach, the boy lay down, and they called him a runt. The hero looked back at the sword. And when he reached for it, the second twin asked why he was bothering so much. Stepping on his brother's hand, the scoundrel added that there was no point in his training. The young man clenched his teeth. At that moment, Daytona showed him some papers and asked what they were, and he himself read that they were the basics of fencing. Waving the book, the tormentor mockingly clarified that the little one really thought that he would read an abstruse book and immediately learn how to fence. The blonde bent the wooden sword in half, and declared that such nonentities were not worthy of a chance, while the other begged him to stop and give up his things. The sword creaked under the pressure, while the elder continued that he should give such a chance, ignoring the hero's pleas. The brunette finished, tearing up the book, that such people forgot their place. The young man looked in horror at the remains of his things, when the brothers added that he was clinging to hope in vain. While the twins were trampling the scraps, the younger one asked why they were doing this to him. But the next moment he was grabbed by the hair. Throwing the boy to the floor, the tormentor replied that it was all for his own good, and he did nothing but argue. The second clarified, did the nanny teach him this? And the poor boy shouted that it had nothing to do with Gilly. The hero's eyes reflected the faces of the villains, until they, noting that he still dared to contradict them, decided that it seemed that he would have to teach him manners. Bullying brothers. Complete lack of talent. Rising to his feet, Jean decided that he should not care about this. It was necessary to continue training. Breathing heavily, the young man thought that only through diligent training would he achieve recognition from the family and be recognized as Rankindel. That was what he believed in. But soon the doors to his home closed, and he was told that from that moment on he was no longer part of the family. A gust of wind caught the hem of the young man's cloak. He looked at the gate, uncomprehending. He clenched his fist, repeating that they took his efforts into account. Smiling sadly, the boy finished that this is why he was left alive. And so, at the age of 25, he was banished from his family and doomed to a miserable, aimless existence. It was then that he met the master, and he realized that he had talent. Not just talent, but a talent for magic, forbidden in his family. 3 years later, the protagonist was studying in the library, reading that one must combine natural mana with one's own in order to replenish it. Standing near the table, the young man added that one must then strengthen the manifested mana. Suddenly, a shadow covered the frightened mage. He found himself alone in the darkness. The boy's eyes widened when he saw something. Turning around, Jean asked who it was. The huge figure that towered over him called itself Sodaret, the Lord of Shadows. Holding the hero in the palm of his hand, the giant called his full name. The young man looked at his interlocutor in shock as he told him that he had offered to make a contract with him on behalf of the God of Shadows. Raising his hand, the Lord added that if he agreed, he would not only gain power over the shadows, but would also be able to remove any curse. But then the giant noticed the chains that led to the boy's heart, and was surprised. Just think about it. The shadows stirred when the Lord noticed that, apparently, someone hated him greatly in childhood. Shrinking to the size of the interlocutor, the giant noticed that, apparently, his talent was sealed with a curse, he clarified, and received confirmation. Examining the seal, the Lord called it an illusion of a blade. It suppressed the ability to fence. Such a terrible curse could not fall on one of the Rankindelas. Having plunged his fingers into the seal, the Lord of Shadows understood everything. That's what attracted him. To the hero's surprise, the chains shattered into pieces, and the messenger of the deity of shadows declared that from that moment on, no curse would affect him anymore. Towering over the young man again, the giant declared that all he had to do now was become an outstanding swordsman mage. The boy looked at the ruler with gratitude, and he added that he would be happy to watch him. The shadows dissipated, and the mage found himself standing in the same room. He exhaled slowly. Then he grabbed the sword lying on the table. Jean rushed outside. He abruptly pulled the blade out of its sheath, and made the first swing. Raising the weapon up, the hero realized that everything was exactly as Sodaret said. Each time he took up the sword, he reached new heights. The young man's face reflected delight when he realized how light the blade was. Continuing to make lunges, the mage felt that it was weightless, like a feather, the feeling that there was nothing in his hands. He lunged again and again. And then he raised his hand up, deciding to add a little magic. The blade in his hands glowed, and the protagonist realized that the worst swordsman in history with his name no longer existed. Breathing heavily, the young man thought that finally his efforts paid off. Continuing to enjoy his long-lost abilities, the magician did not notice something. Namely, a group of unknown knights who were watching him. Blood was flowing from the guy's eyes. Stretching out a trembling hand, he did not believe that he did not hear screams. Lying under a pile of stones, the hero could not understand why his body was so heavy. His vision became clouded. Hearing footsteps, the dying young man called for the master, then Sodaret. His eyes were closing, and he could not realize if there was anyone here. Looking at the book lying among the rubble, he did not believe that he died in his sleep. Is this all because he really is an nonentity? There were also pieces of the sword lying under the stones, and the dying magician managed to think that he had only just had a chance to combine magic with the power of Sodaret. His eyes were closing, and the hero's last thought was, if everything had to end like this, why was he given a chance at all? The next moment, he saw green grass and children's palms. Looking around, Jean saw members of his family. Then his gaze rested on the sword stuck in the ground, and he could not understand what was happening, because he was definitely dead. A girl leaned over the boy, asking him not to hang his head, and he recognized his nanny Gilly. Where was she from? But then, among 100 blades, he recognized one special one. Barasada, the sword of the head of the family. The surprised baby raised his eyebrows. Crawling towards the sword, it dawned on him that this was a selection ceremony. Continuing to crawl forward, the hero realized that he had returned to the past. Tearing his palm from the grass, he remembered that now he was only a year old. The boy reached forward with his hand. In his past life he had chosen this sword by pure chance. The little boy's palm touched the blade of the sword. The faces in the crowd were very different, from delight to anger, but still the young master chose the sword of the head of the family. Resolutely looking at the hilt of the sword, the protagonist decided that in this life he would decide everything himself. The eyes of his relatives widened, they did not believe them. Continuing to look at the little boy, they did not believe that Master Jean had chosen the sword of the head of the family. Despite the others, the father announced that the youngest had chosen Barisat. The blade remained in place when the end of the selection ceremony was announced. The little boy continued to sit next to him when the head of the family ordered him to be assigned to the Bure castle. 6 years later, in the Bure castle during a thunderstorm, the boy's palm reached for the top shelf. Looking up, the hero realized that he could not reach. Dragging the chair, Jean remembered that 6 years had passed since he was sent here. Climbing onto the chair, the hero mentally added that according to the family rules, he would remain in the castle until he turned 10, which meant there were still 3 years left. Looking at the book, the magician thought that he was bored. The boy turned around when he heard a noise outside. The young master found the nanny frightened, and asked what had happened. There was a dead bird lying on the floor of his room. The boy's expression darkened as he realized that only 2 people in the castle were capable of such a thing. The girl turned around abruptly when she heard voices. The twins entered the room with mocking faces, talking about the poor bird. Looking mockingly at his younger brother, Daytona regretted that the servants had found it. With the same look, Haytona echoed his twin, saying that they had prepared it for Jean. The hero silently looked at the bird while the elders asked if he liked the gift, and was sure that he was moved to tears. The boy remembered that the twins would grow up to be ruthless killers. Wrapping the corpse in a kerchief, the magician added to himself that they were only 9 now, and they had already killed a defenseless bird just to torture him. Continuing to grin, the blonde asked the younger one not to cry, because it was annoying. But the little one did not even turn around, and they thought that he did not hear them at all. Continuing to look at the hero with mocking glances, the twins came to the conclusion that the future head of the family did not value them at all, and somewhere so Bari sat. The hero said something quietly. The blonde put his hand to his ear and asked him to repeat. He grabbed the younger one by the shoulder and swung his fist, shouting that if he wanted to be heard, he should speak louder. But then the boy caught his older brother's fist. He stared at the little one in surprise. Calmly looking at Hayton, the boy repeated that he should shut the hell up. The next moment, the hero hit the tormentor in the jaw. He immediately got angry and roared, "How dare he!" In response, the boy hit his brother again. And again. Swinging for a third blow, the magician said that he had tolerated them for a long time. Knocking over the blonde, the hero added that his patience had snapped. The sounds of blows were heard in the room for several more minutes. Letting go of the shadows, the boy announced what he wanted from that moment on. Raising his eyebrows, he advised not to be seen again. At that moment, a knight burst into the room and asked what was going on. The young master turned around and called his name. Looking at the twins lying on the floor, Khan asked what he had done. The man frowned when the youth answered that they had fought with each other. Looking at the knight with displeasure, the boy repeated that they had fought and then suddenly fell. Lifting one of the twins, the man thought that no one expected another from Rankindel, even children are merciless, and said out loud that it was good. Picking up the blonde in his arms, the warrior said that he understood and would take them to the doctor, but the hero objected that now they did not need to see a doctor. Turning around, the boy ordered to follow him. It continued to rain outside. The youth collected a pile of wet earth. Then he rose to his feet. The twins were lying under a tree, with a grave image at their feet. Looking at the boys, the knight asked the young master if he wanted to abandon them right there. Frowning, the man reminded him that the rain was getting heavier. Throwing a cold glance at Han, the boy replied that they needed to think about their behavior. Pressing his fist to his chest, the warrior stated as the master ordered. The hero headed back to the castle. The knight followed behind, looking tensely at his back. A crease appeared between his eyebrows as the man realized that the youth's power was not like an aura. Remembering the dark mark on the child's fingers, he couldn't believe it, but it looked like magic. Watching the young master open the gate, the knight thought that if he was right, there were more serious problems than the brothers' quarrel. Frowning, the warrior decided that he should report to the leader. Turning to the servant he had caught his eye, the man called out to him, and he turned around. Looking gloomily at the boy, the knight ordered his horse to be saddled. Jean saw through the window how the warrior was about to leave. Raising an eyebrow, the hero realized that he had known it, and he decided to report it to his father. Watching the warrior leave, the boy reminded himself that Khan was not just guarding them, but also watching them. Summoning shadows onto his finger, the magician thought that since the knight had decided that he possessed magic, he would not back down so easily. Going over the energy of the shadows, the boy called it proof of his contract with Sodaret. Sitting down in a chair, the hero mentally added that thanks to this power, he realized that even death did not break their contract. Remembering his early childhood, the boy realized that thanks to his immunity to curses, the illusion of the blades did not touch him. Clenching his fist, the young master decided that Jean Rankindel, the shame of the family, no longer existed. Many things would be different from his previous life. Smiling slightly, the boy thought that now it was time to meet his father. The kneeling Han finished his report. The head of the family said that the younger one had beaten the twins. Without looking at the servant, the man ordered the standard bearers to be gathered. The knight frowned. Two warriors turned around, hearing from their father that he was going to the younger one. He took a few steps forward. One of the subordinates bowed and reported that 7 Rankindel standard bearers and 200 knights were at his service. Without changing his expression, the man noted that this was good. The blonde girl calmly looked forward. The red-eyed man frowned. The girl with black hair smiled cheerfully. And one of the snake bearers yawned. The mantle of the head of the family fluttered. The detachment led by Chiron moved to the castle of Bure. Putting her hands behind her head, Marie noticed that everyone had been gathered so suddenly. She asked her brother, maybe he knew why, because she had already asked Luna, but it seemed that she didn't know either. While the guy was rubbing his chin, the girl said that she had no time for this, she needed to beat the mages. And he drawled that the twins only had a year left. It was unlikely that the problem was with them. Turning to his sister, Diff remembered that their father had gone to see the younger one. Didn't she know? The knight grabbed her head when, in response to her question why they were going to see the younger one, her brother reminded her that he had chosen the sword of the head of the family at the selection ceremony, and admitted that she had completely forgotten. Looking at her father's back, the girl wondered if this was really the only reason, but she couldn't understand what was on his mind. Luna made a gesture of silence with her finger, and called the boys by name, and her sister apologized. Raising her eyebrows, the knight thought that their father had decided to personally visit the little one. As she continued walking, she wondered if the boy was really special. Jilly adjusted her charge's tie and told him that they had heard that the leader was coming to see them. She decided that he wanted to see the children, and he replied, "Who knows?" Adjusting his cuffs, the hero thought that Khan had probably told him everything. Turning to the nanny so that she could comb his hair, the boy continued to think that he was stupid and would never have said it directly. He probably just described everything he saw. The boy's face acquired a bored expression while his hair was being combed, and he thought that the younger one's power did not resemble either an aura or magic. The leader wanted to figure out what it was. Continuing to look ahead, the magician came to the conclusion that his father would want to see if this power, or he himself, could be useful. When the gates to the castle opened, the young master finished that his father would like to check if the youngest son would contribute to the greatness and prosperity of the family. A detachment of knights went inside. They moved with swords in their hands. When the head of the family appeared, he was greeted with great ceremony. Raising the handle of the barisad, the man ordered the twins to be brought. Soon the hooligans appeared before their father's eyes, and he called out their names. They looked at the head of the family in fear when he said that he had heard that they had quarreled with Jean, and demanded to know what they were guilty of. The boys looked at each other, and said that they had quarreled for nothing, and the youngest had attacked them first. Remembering the face of the little one, the sons added that he had struck them with his unknown power, not like an aura. The man narrowed his eyes when he heard that it looked like magic. Grinning, the children reminded him that magic was forbidden in their family. Marie sighed heavily when the boys said that this was true. If Jean had magic, he needed to be interrogated, but their father ordered them to be silent. Towering over his sons, the man ordered them to remember once and for all. The leader's gaze turned dark as he declared that they would not survive in the Rankindel family like this. The twins looked at their father in fear, and his father ordered Jean to be brought. Looking back at his brothers as they left, the protagonist reminded himself that his father, Chiron, was the strongest and most indifferent man in the world. The greatest hero of their time, a demigod, the quintessence of a knight. After he ceased to be a simple man, he lost most of his emotions. Now the man was obsessed only with the clan and its development. To him, someone without talent for fencing was just an empty space. Closing his eyes, the boy reminded himself that everything was different now. Resolutely looking forward, he decided that in this life, he would make everyone respect him. The young master opened the doors. Everyone present looked at him. The boy entered the hall. Kneeling down, the hero greeted the master. The man frowned and asked why he called him master and not father. The hero looked at him with honest eyes and reminded him that there were brothers, sisters and knights here. Luna's eyebrows rose when the youth added that there were several hundred people here, so he decided that the visit was official, so he chose the appropriate, in his opinion, address, to which his father found the answer exhaustive. Closing his eyes, the head of the family responded to the younger's thanks that he was in the castle for another reason today, so he could call him father. Pointing a finger at the boy, he said that he would ask him the same question as the twins. Looking at his son seriously, the knight clarified what prompted him to such actions. Clenching his fist, Jean gathered his thoughts. Pressing his fist to his chest, the hero replied that it was about revenge. Marie admired when the younger reminded that every Rankindel must repay what he deserved. The girl smirked when the boy continued that it did not matter whether they did good or evil to him. The head did not answer right away. Bure looked at his father in surprise when he ordered everyone except him to leave the hall. The knights looked at each other, wondering if the younger had passed the head's test. One of the standard bearers ordered not to stand still, but to carry out the order, and the knights obeyed. Soon everyone headed for the exit. Marie glanced at her younger brother, noting his one-on-one conversation with his father. The leader was closing the door, and the girl thought that it was not bad for the little brat. Turning to his son, the man said that he would like to ask him a few questions personally. The twins said that he had some kind of special power. The boy lowered his head, while his father reminded him that Rankindel was forbidden to use magic, because then it was impossible to fully concentrate on fencing and reach the pinnacle of mastery. Towering over the kid, the leader demanded to know what kind of power it was. Looking up at his father, the hero heard that if it was magic, then he would not leave it alone. But the boy smiled. As long as his father did not know about his powers, he would not leave him alone. Because it was the power of Sodaret. Releasing shadows, the younger lied that he himself did not know what it could be, magic, or maybe an aura. The energy began to concentrate in the palm of the youth, and he added that he himself was interested in what it was called. The darkness gathered in the hands of the young master into a ball. With a barely noticeable smile, he asked his father to help him figure it out, if he did not mind. Shock was reflected in the gaze of the head of the family. Looking at the shadow clot in the hands of his youngest son, Chiron recognized in this the power of the founder of their family. Chiron, frowning, looked at his son, saying to himself that he possessed the energy of shadows. In the hands of the protagonist was a powerful clot of energy. The man remembered how Jean, when he was still little, chose a massive ball. He saw Barisad behind him and said to himself that his energy was the same as his, after which he asked himself if he was really destined to lead the family. The protagonist raised his head and turned to his father. Chiron kept his hand on the hilt of the sword and quietly answered, like this. Without taking his eyes off his son, he explained that the power of Sodaret, the god of shadows, flows through him. Hearing this, the boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "The god of shadows?" Then Chiron imagined a man in black robes, shrouded in shadow, and said that Sodaret had made a contract with Lord Timar, the founder of the Rankindel family, and had become their patron since then. He also imagined a comet flying across the sky, and added that no one had seen the shadow god since Timar's death, so he could not say why he decided so, but it seemed that Sodaret was trying to contact the ranks through him. The protagonist received the powerful power of the shadow god in his outstretched hand. Hearing this story, the boy said that he wanted to ask his father something, to which his father continued to look at him with surprise in his eyes. Jean, not taking his eyes off his father, asked if he was stronger than the god Sodaret. The night moonlight fell into the hall, and Chiron, having received such a question, thought about it. After a short pause, he, imagining a cloak fluttering in the wind, answered that he did not know, because he had never fought a god before. The man imagined a powerful creature hovering in the sky above him, with magical seals around it. Having received such an answer, the protagonist smiled in confusion and asked himself, did he not have to then? He saw his father, who was rubbing his chin with burning eyes, and said to himself that he could not come up with a better answer. When suddenly Chiron extended his hand, turning to his son. The guy raised his head in surprise. The man put his hand on Jin's head and said that it was good that he asked, because his innocent question gave him an excellent topic for conversation. Looking at his son, he continued to say that it was still the right decision to see him, after which he asked how he would use his power. In the hall, dust particles were visible from the moonlight. A few seconds later, the protagonist put his hand to his chest and replied that he would use it for the good of the family. Hearing this, Chiron frowned and quietly said, for the good of the family, then. When suddenly a smile appeared on his face. He put his hands on his hips and shouted loudly that he made him laugh. Then the man reminded his son how he beat up his brothers and threw them outside in a thunderstorm, and then asked if he dared to say that his strength was for the good of the family. Jin lowered his hands, and his father told him not to lie. The protagonist's hands began to shake, and he said to himself that of course, he would not forget everything so easily. His expression changed, and he showed his aura, saying that he would use it to achieve his goals. As soon as Chiron heard this, the smile disappeared from his face, and he said that he liked this answer. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Passing by his son, Chiron said that he would keep an eye on him. The door slammed behind Jean. The protagonist exhaled heavily, putting his hands on his knees. Smiling, he said that he got out of the water unscathed. Looking at the energy of the shadows in his palm, he was glad that there was an explanation for it. But who would have thought that his father would be interested in him, because it was unexpected. Lost in his memories, the guy remembered himself as a teenager with a sword in his hands. His upset gaze was riveted to the ground. Clenching his hand into a fist, Jean said that this life was the complete opposite of the past. It was raining heavily outside. Marie smiled and handed Jean a small box. Giving it to the nanny, the girl said that it was a special gift from her older sister. A sly smile appeared on her face when she said that it needed to be boiled well, chewed thoroughly. Winking, Marie said that her brother should grow big and strong. The main character looked at the girl in surprise. Frowning, he wondered why him. A bright beam burst upward. Jilly covered her mouth with her hands in horror. Something began to pulsate strongly in front of the guy and the nanny. Smiling, Jean realized that it was a phoenix heart, when suddenly Jilly put her hands on his shoulders, thinking that Marie was crazy for giving something like that to a child. Marie was a 6th rank knight, the 7th serpent bearer of the Rankindel, nicknamed the Furious Wind. And also, although few people know it, the Fury of the Southern Lands. Putting his cane on the ground, the protagonist thought that it was obvious why his battle-crazed sister gave him such a gift. Looking up, he realized that he had to grow big and strong to fight her. Reaching for his fork, Jean thought that if he ate it at such a young age, not only would he gain resistance to fire, but he would also grow faster. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy thought that a phoenix heart was needed by a 6th rank mage for safe summoning. Imagining himself with a phoenix, he thought that in this life, maybe he would even be able to summon it. Gilly approached with a smile, apologizing for the wait. Putting the plate on the table, the nanny said that Lady Marie had given the boy such a wonderful gift, so he should eat before it got cold. The brothers appeared behind Jean, and he, closing his eyes, said that if they had something to say, they should not drag it out. Turning away, Daytona said that they noticed that they had cooked too much, when suddenly Haytona scratched his face, adding that one main character could not handle it. Looking at the brothers, the younger one asked if they really wanted this, when suddenly the boys began to actively nod their heads. Pointing his finger forward, Jean asked them to listen. Putting a shovel into the ground, one of the boys asked in bewilderment why they were doing this at all. Swinging it, Haytona asked if someone would find out that they were digging here, to which Daytona, without turning around, replied that the younger one would get into trouble. Having left many footprints on the ground, the brothers said that they simply had to try this soup. Mana was coming out of small holes in the ceiling. A small stone suddenly hit the iron from above. There was a large silhouette inside the flask. The guy spread his arms out to the side. He continued to keep his eyes closed. After a while, the guys with the shovels returned. Seeing them, the maid raised her hand to her face in shock. The main character greeted the brothers and said that they had finished quickly, to which they, covered in dirt, shouted for him to shut up and ordered that he bring him soup. Then Jean came up to them and, pointing his finger at the table, said that he was already waiting for them on the table. When the twins came closer, they saw 2 spoons full of soup. Veins stood out on their faces from anger, and they said that it was only a teaspoon, and asked if he thought it was not enough, to which he calmly replied that he said he would give them soup, but did not say how much, so he kept his promise, and then wished them a pleasant appetite. His brothers looked at the 2 teaspoons of soup and thanked the guy for it through their anger. It was pouring heavily outside. The protagonist took off his hood. Jean stood in the cave, saying that he thought that they did everything in a hurry, but they tried hard enough. Knocking his hand on the wall, he added that a first-tier spell would be enough for such a wall. Magic energy appeared from his hand, and the guy said to himself that he was already upset that there was no way to splash out the accumulated mana. Jean smiled widely, and a powerful aura enveloped his body. Then he rested his hands on the wall. A magical seal appeared in front of him, and an insanely strong magical energy began to be released from it. The guy looked at the stones flying in all directions with a smile on his face. Less than a minute later, he looked forward and said with satisfaction that he was finally there. The protagonist looked at the massive doors not far from him, saying that this was his family's secret storage. Raising his head to the ceiling, he added that in his past life he never got here, and now it was even somehow awkward. Jean put his hand on his hip and said that his older brother said that a code phrase was needed. A sly smile suddenly appeared on his face. Lowering his head, the guy put his hand to his chest and said, "The child of Rankindel wants to console Muraken." As soon as he said this, the massive doors trembled. They slowly opened in front of the protagonist. The Rankindila's secret vault holds the secrets of the families that the Rankindilas have destroyed over the past millennium, and only Rankindila's standard bearers can enter it. Jean walked slowly down the wide corridor, telling himself that it was huge. He remembered how in his past life his brother, folding his arms across his chest, said that he shouldn't even know about this place, because he wouldn't become a standard bearer anyway. Jean looked at his interlocutor with a saddened face. Leaving his memories, the protagonist, with his eyes lowered to the floor, said that even so he had helped him, and now he would find a use for his knowledge. Not far ahead, there was a bright glow. The guy suddenly raised his head in surprise. In front of him, he saw a capsule. Inside it was a man. There were scales on his face, and he was asleep. The protagonist came closer and asked if he was really not a man. Then he reached out to the glass. Without taking his eyes off the unknown, Jean asked himself where he came from. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes, and he shouted loudly that this could not be. The guy remembered how he said the words before entering the storage room. The child of Rankindel wants to console Muraken. Leaving the memories, the protagonist, looking at the man, asked himself if he was the Black Dragon Muraken, adding that they say the first standard bearer defeated the Black Dragon, sending it into a deep sleep. The guy took out the Kungan family book with a smile, because they are also swordsmen. Starting to flip through the pages, Jean said that this is too complicated a theory for third-tier magic. He reached for his backpack, saying that he would take everything with him, but then he might be caught. The protagonist took out a notebook and a pen, putting them on the floor. Opening the pen, Jean said that he would come and rewrite. Jilly, with a smile on her face, brought the guy dessert. A cross made of sticks was stuck into the ground, next to which lay 2 roses. The guy was thoughtfully copying down all the information. Suddenly, his eyes widened, hearing a strange rustling sound. Turning around in fear, he wondered who was there. Coming closer to the door, the guy thought that no one from the castle would come here at such an hour. It suddenly swung open, as suddenly a menacing silhouette looked inside, asking who Jean was. The guy opened his mouth, thinking why Muraken was here. Looking closely into his eyes, the protagonist thought that he did not remember anyone talking about his awakening in his past life. Looking down, he thought that he needed to calm down, because Muraken was the guardian dragon of their family, and he needed to show respect, and then he might spare the child, after which he extended his hand, saying that the child of the Rankindelavs greeted the guardian of the family. A smile appeared on the dragon's face. Changing his face, he screamed loudly, asking what the guy called him. Approaching Jean, who had covered his ears, Muraken asked how he dared to treat him like a pathetic servant. Releasing his claws, the dragon shouted for the boy to be cursed, and although he would not lose his temper over a small matter, he was furious. Muraken squatted down, saying that he had been locked up for a long time. Looking up, he added with surprise that he had just woken up and saw a child in front of him. He began to sniff, asking why Jean smelled of shadow energy. Pointing his finger forward, the dragon said that he might have slept for 1,000 years, but he had not forgotten the smell, and that only those who made a contract with Sodaret like Timar once did could smell like that. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist wondered if Muraken had awakened because of his power. Starting to run around the room, the awakened one menacingly asked where the smell was coming from. Grinning, the guy thought it was time to try something. Turning back, Muraken asked if Jean knew something. Activating the energy in his hands, the protagonist asked if this was what the dragon was talking about. Extending his palms forward, he added that his father told him that the god of shadows had gifted the boy with his power. Muraken began to tremble, asking if he was serious. Falling to his knees, he asked if the one he had waited for 1,000 years was really just a child. Sadness appeared on the boy's face. They looked at each other without saying a word. Muraken placed his hands on the floor, calling out to the boy. Raising his head, he said that he had once made a promise to Sodaret, and it seemed that in order to fulfill it, he would have to unite with the protagonist. Without taking his eyes off the dragon, Jean thought about the promise. Without getting to his feet, Murakan said that he would explain everything later since he had just woken up and was not yet conscious, and it was unlikely that the protagonist would be able to understand. He began to tense his fingers, saying that he would introduce himself to the follower of Sodaret properly. An unknown energy enveloped Jin's body as the dragon said that he was Sodaret's representative. His hand turned black. His face turned the same color when he said that he was his friend. Dark energy enveloped his entire body, saying that he was the last descendant of the first creature created from the shadows. His gaze began to glow very brightly. Wind began to rise around his huge wings. Taking the form of a dragon, he said, according to a 1,000-year contract, from now on, Murakan would serve the boy. Jin's face showed great surprise. Without moving, he continued to look at the dragon in fear. Approaching, Murakan asked him to state his name. The protagonist smiled. Extending his fist forward, he introduced himself as Jin, the 13th and youngest child in the family. Without words, they continued to look into each other's eyes. The Black Dragon Murakan. Mount Murakan, a place with violent winds, is named after this dragon. Long ago the Black Dragon Murakan ruled their lands. However, 1,000 years ago, Timar Rankindel defeated Murakan, and it is said that as a result, the Storm Castle was destroyed and Murakan fell into a deep sleep. The protagonist looked ahead, saying to himself that he was not sure if the founder's guardian dragon was telling the truth, because anyone who makes a contract with a god must do so in tandem with a guardian dragon. The truth is that nothing was known about Sodaret's guardian dragon. The guy in the white cloak stroked the dragon. Jin remembered how Murakan was still imprisoned in a capsule, and said to himself that he would not be surprised that it was all because of his hibernation. Slowly walking out of the corner, he said to himself that since he was awakened, it means that he will now become his guardian, and then said that it was him. The man, seeing the boy, exclaimed, asking if he had really come, to which he handed him the food and said to himself that since they would be walking together in the coming days, it was worth asking him about everything that interested him. So he hid Murakan in the secret library for a long time. The dragon, turning around, asked why he had fought Timar. Turning back to the book, he asked in response if he should really remember this, since it was 1,000 years ago, after which he asked if the strawberry pie had really run out. The protagonist shook his head sadly and quietly said, "Stupid pie," while saying in his head that he was sure of one thing for sure, that he was crazy about strawberry pie. After a while, when the black dragon asked him what he was doing, Jin closed the book and replied that he was writing, bringing empty books and writing down everything he had told him in secret. Murakan approached the boy and asked him in surprise if this was true, if he understood anything at all, to which he closed his eyes and replied that he understood only about 30% and that was all. Then the black dragon waved his hand and with a smile on his face told him not to lose heart, because this was quite good for his age, since other children were not capable of this, and they were also lazy. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and quietly said that this only applies to ordinary children. He looked at the floor, explaining that he was Rankindel, so he could not afford such a thing. He had 12 older brothers and sisters, as well as a mother, father, and grandparents. The man listened to the boy with a stony expression. Jin, without raising his head, continued to say that if he wanted to crush them, he would have to try hard. He kept his hand on the book, when he suddenly asked how much of this book the founder himself would understand. Imagining a man with long hair, he also asked how he would look against the strongest man in history, how he could prove himself. Hearing this, Murakan looked up in surprise and asked if he was talking about Timar, adding that at his age, he would not have understood even a line. Hearing this, the protagonist looked up in surprise. Then the black dragon put his hands on his knees and explained that theory is not always necessary. For example, he had not read books, but he fought excellently, adding that he had potential, like Timar, but he was no match for him. Shock appeared in the guy's eyes after hearing this. He lowered his head in disappointment and asked if he would never lead the family. When Murakan answered no, the guy raised his head questioningly at his interlocutor. The man pointed to the book on the table and explained that he had made a contract with Sodaret, just like Timar, and that he was reading something very complicated. Then he placed his hand on the protagonist's head and added that he was still young, so he should be patient and train more, and in time he would become as strong as Timar, and maybe even surpass him. Hearing this, Jin raised his head to the black dragon and asked if he really thought about it. Then Murakan smiled widely and exclaimed, "Of course," and then asked if he knew what Sodaret was nicknamed, to which he replied that he did not know. The entire galaxy was circling above the black hand. The man introduced the powerful god of shadows and replied, "Infinity." Then he poked his finger at the boy's chest and added that Sodaret's power was limitless, which meant that he, as a follower, had no limits either. Hitting the boy on the back, Murakan asked him to believe in himself, so he would teach him a secret technique to cheer him up a little. Folding his arms over his chest, he added that it was the release of shadow energy. Surprise appeared on the boy's face, as the dragon suddenly said that everyone who is involved with shadow magic should be able to do this, the beginning and end of his training in subjugating shadow energy. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, He said that if Jean has not mastered everything yet, then this could be dangerous, so they will be careful and gradual, as the boy suddenly clenched his hands into fists, wondering where to start. Putting his hands on his hips, Murakin replied that he first needed to learn how to open his mana. Looking up, the protagonist asked why, thinking that he had often done this in his past life. Raising 2 fingers up, the dragon replied that releasing shadow energy was opening and moving mana flows, which meant that Jean had to be able to use mana perfectly, and that was what they would do for the next 2 years. The protagonist frowned, thinking that 2 or 3 years was a long time. Murakin smiled, saying that one could not learn something advanced without knowing the basics. Extending his hand with mana forward, the guy asked what was next. Frowning, the dragon asked in bewilderment how he had managed to do this, to which Jean replied without hesitation that he had been able to do this for a long time. Continuing to look at the protagonist, Murakin asked if the guy wanted to learn how to move mana, when suddenly Jean extended his other hand forward and moved the mana into it. Exhaling heavily, the man said that only the greatest geniuses were capable of such a thing, and the guy was a capable guy, so he would show what releasing shadow energy looked like. The protagonist smiled widely out of interest. Starting to release mana, Murakin said that shadow energy was drawn from shadows. Enveloping the candles in mana, he said that Sodaret created all the shadows in their world. Everything around continued to be covered with energy. Looking to the side, the dragon said, therefore Sodaret is the lord of all the shadows in the world. The energy approached the protagonist, and the dragon added that Jean was his follower. Mana quickly rushed across the floor. A black shadow appeared on the floor under the chandelier. Dark clots of energy quickly rose upward. There was a huge shadow under Murakin's feet. Straightening his cloak, he said that the guy could also become a lord of shadows. Jean began to look around in surprise. The dragon had a sly smile on his face, and said that it was the release of shadow energy. The surprised boy turned his head back with a smile. The sky was red, illuminating everything around. The knight approached Luna, saying that their territory was clear and there were 5 areas left to clear, so they would deal with them, and the task was completed. Turning her head, the girl said that 4 months would be enough, so she asked to tell the knights that they could rest. She looked ahead upset. Luna was holding a bloody weapon in her hand. Turning around, she asked what 9-year-olds like. Half a year after the protagonist met Murakin, the twins left the Storm Castle. Standing by the carriage, they said goodbye to their brother, saying that they would see each other again. Jean was called out, and he turned around in surprise. He turned 9, the maid with a wide smile on her face was holding a cake in her hands. The guy smiled warmly and thanked Jilly for her congratulations, then asked if she would give everyone a piece, to which she replied of course. But at that very second, a man entered the hall and loudly called out to the protagonist. Bowing, he apologized for disturbing him, to which the protagonist, turning to him, asked what happened. Luna entered the palace. A powerful aura emanated from her. There was cold calm on her face. As soon as Jean and Jilly heard that the girl had arrived at the castle, they raised their eyebrows in shock. The first standard bearer of the Rankindels, a knight of the 9th rank, the firstborn of the head of the White Whale family, Luna Rankindel. Although she is stronger than her brothers and sisters, the struggle for power is not interesting to her. She does not participate in the dirty war for the throne. A whale swam next to the white-haired girl. She looked into the blue distance, and was like a lonely white whale. That's why Luna never cared about other children, and always avoided them. The protagonist remembered how in a past life they stood with their backs to each other, and said to himself that they were strangers, not a family. They were so far from each other. And it was she who decided to come to the Castle of the Storm without any warning. Luna's snow-white hair smoothly lay on her back. The guy saw his sister walking towards him, and asked himself if something terrible had happened, and if not, maybe she found out that he was in the secret library. With excitement in his eyes, he looked at his sister. Luna stopped a few steps away from her brother. Looking at him, she said that he had grown up, to which he replied that if he knew that she was coming, he would have dressed appropriately. When suddenly the girl put her hand on her brother's head and said that he was very cute, after which she asked if it was really necessary to notify everyone in order to see her brother. When suddenly she grabbed him by the shoulders and said that he looked a bit out of sorts, was he sick? To which he replied in confusion that it was nothing, he was just a bit nervous. Hearing this, Luna raised her eyebrows in surprise. Then Jean, raising his hand, explained that it was the first time he had seen her so close, so he was nervous. Hearing this, Luna let go of her brother and said to herself that it was normal in the Rankindel family to spy on relatives, steal from them, trample dirt, after which she wondered if Jean really thought that she wanted to follow him or something like that. With such thoughts, she clenched her hands tightly into fists. Upset, the girl lowered her head and quietly replied that she had behaved disrespectfully. From what she heard, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in shock and asked what. Jilly stood behind him with her arms folded, and Luna said that he might be small, but she shouldn't forget that he was Rankindel after all. Without raising her head, the girl apologized. Then she knelt down and addressed her brother. Luna took the boy's hands and said that she wanted to talk to him alone, and then asked if she could ask the nanny and the knights to leave them for a while. The protagonist looked at his sister with his mouth open in surprise and wondered if she really wanted to talk alone. After a few seconds, a warm smile appeared on his face and he answered of course, while saying to himself that he still didn't understand what she wanted, but apparently nothing bad. Massive drops of rain were knocking on the window. Luna sat down in a chair and said that she wanted to tell her brother something, which is why she came without an invitation. Jean sat down nearby and asked what it was. Then the girl raised her head and said that when his father visited him, he had attracted all his brothers and sisters with his behavior, which meant that as soon as he left the storm castle, they would start watching him closely. Having said this, she took her brother by the hand. Lowering her eyes to the floor, she asked the boy to listen to her. Looking at Jean, Luna confessed that she hoped that he could live happily without getting involved in the family conflict. The protagonist listened with his mouth open as his sister continued to say that she really didn't want him to suffer from their family's customs. As soon as he heard this, his eyes widened in shock and he wondered if this was the only reason his sister withdrew from the throne war. He looked at his sister's hand that was on his arm and wondered why she didn't talk about it in her previous life if she didn't want him to get involved. Looking at his sister's eyes, Jean wondered if it was because he wasn't worthy of talking to her. After asking himself this, the protagonist looked at their hands again. Luna knitted her brows in disappointment as she looked at her brother, who continued to ask himself if it was because no one even saw him as a rival. After a short pause, the guy put his hand on the girl's hand and said that he was truly grateful to her. Without taking his eyes off his sister, he added that he was not going to drop out of the game. Hearing this, Luna put her hand to her chest and said that she was not joking about this, she was not talking to him because she thought that he would become her competitor, to which he replied that he knew all this, but there had already been an attempt on his life. As soon as the girl heard this, anger appeared in her eyes. The protagonist, looking down, continued to say that this was precisely why there was no turning back, and a powerful aura began to emanate from his sister. The cups of tea on the table began to crack, and the girl screamed, asking who dared to attack him in the storm castle. Jean tensely raised his head. He saw his sister above him with burning eyes, who angrily asked which of their brothers and sisters tried to kill him. Grabbing her brother by the hands, she screamed for him to tell who wanted to kill him, to which he answered fearfully that it was classified information, but to tell the truth, he did not even understand who it was. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, and the main character, lowering his sister's hands, added that, although he was attacked, he was completely fine, after which he said that it meant that not all relatives hated him, so he was very grateful to Luna for letting him understand this. He was very happy. Hearing this, the girl calmed down. She suddenly hugged her brother and said sadly, it turns out that he had already been drawn into this vile conflict. Pressing the guy tightly to herself, she added that this made her very sad. The main character hugged his sister back and told her not to be upset, simultaneously saying in his head that he could not even imagine that Luna was so kind and sensitive. After a short pause, the girl moved back, saying that today was a holiday, so there was no point in talking about sad things. A warm smile appeared on her face, and she added that today was his birthday. Then she took a gift out of her inside pocket and said that she came here to congratulate him. Luna opened a small box, which contained a pendant. After taking it out, she asked if her brother could turn his back to her for a second, to which he answered of course. When she put the pendant on the guy's neck, she explained that when he was in a hopeless situation, he should break the blue stone, and then she would come to the rescue, wherever she was, so he should never take it off. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at the gifted artifact in surprise. Luna, leaning towards her brother, congratulated him on his birthday, to which he happily thanked her with a smile on his face. After a while, they were sitting at the table, and Jilly was bringing a cake. Luna fed it to her confused brother. Jilly watched from the side with a warm smile on her face. A few hours later, Luna waved her hand and said that it was time for her to go. Jean said goodbye to her and asked her to take care of herself. After that, the protagonist returned to the library, and the black dragon, turning around at him, shouted in shock, asking what was that around his neck. The guy froze in surprise and replied that it was a birthday present. Murakan pointed to the pendant with a shaking hand and said that the one who gave it to him seemed to love it very much, because to give something like that, something amazing, to which the guy asked what it was. Then the black dragon presented a mountain of corpses and said that it was an artifact of the demon king Orgel. 1,000 years ago, people risked their lives just to get one of his artifacts. Hearing this, Jean asked if he was really that amazing, to which the man folded his fingers and said of course, then explained that the pendant gave the wearer resistance to attack magic no higher than rank 5, and also increased his magic power, so he was sure that it also had the ability to summon. When the guy said that he knew a lot about him, the black dragon turned away, smiled widely and said that he had lived during that period, and he was very famous. The protagonist gave his comrade a small box, and Murakan asked if there was really a person with very strong energy here, and this gift was from him, to which he answered yes, from his older sister, after which he asked in surprise if he could even feel her energy from here. As soon as the black dragon answered that it was so, and he was sure that she noticed his energy too, Jin's eyes widened in shock and screamed, asking if this was true, after which he wondered if it was true that she would not tell anyone about this. There were 2 pieces of cake in the box, and the man replied that there was no need to worry since she had given him something so precious. After saying this, he pointed to the amulet around the boy's neck and asked if he thought she would give up her brother and leave him to die, adding that he could trust her. As Luna left the building, she stopped and said that there was definitely a strong energy coming from here that had not been there before, but if her brother was planning something, she would pretend that she did not know anything. The black dragon ate the divinely delicious cake with tears in his eyes. Jean looked at this reaction with a very embarrassed expression. A warm smile appeared on Luna's face, and she told her brother to always remember. Closing her eyes, she added that no matter how he grew up, she would always be by his side. The protagonist thought that life in the Storm Castle would be incredibly boring, but it brought him a lot of things: recognition and hope from his father, the heart of a phoenix from his sister Mari, friendship with the moon, and even meeting the guardian dragon Mirakan. He could not even dream of this in his past life. Thinking about this, Jean remembered everything that happened. Now the protagonist is 10 years old. A bright light was shining into the hall. Jean hit his sparring partner with force. Preparations for moving to the central castle began. Khan prepared for the blow. His hand created a powerful shock wave. The protagonist made a quick lunge. He struck his opponent in the palm with his fist. The man looked at the guy with burning eyes, saying to himself that it was as expected. He saw how he was breathing heavily, and added that it was not surprising that the master himself was interested in him, because when he trained others, he assessed their abilities, but judging by his look, he was the one here assessing whether he was suitable as a teacher. Jean stared at Han. After a short pause, the man lowered his hand and said that was enough for today, to which Han, wiping the sweat from his face, replied, "Okay." When addressed, the boy looked up and asked if there was something that didn't satisfy him during the training. Then Han bowed and replied that it was an honor to train him. Straightening up, he put his hand to his chest and explained that there was very little time left before he left the castle, so he promised that he would do his best to prepare him in the best possible way. Hearing this, the boy put his hands on his hips and replied that he would rely on him. After a while, the protagonist extended his finger to the burning candle. The flame quickly swallowed the tip of his finger. A smile suddenly appeared on Jin's face and he exclaimed, "Finally." Jilly, seeing this, fearfully raised her hand to her face and asked if he had burned himself. The protagonist turned around and replied that fire was now like water, to which she laughed and replied that she was very glad that Lady Marie's gift worked. She then leaned towards him and said that she had only heard of the phoenix heart, but had never seen one in real life, to which he replied that he hadn't either. With a smile on his face, the guy continued to look at the candle, saying to himself that he had eaten about half of it, and would probably finish it in a couple of years. Opening the closet, Gilly said that they were leaving the castle at dawn, so he should tell her in advance what he needed. Suddenly, she saw books on the table. Looking at them intently, she asked if she should take them on the road, to which he replied yes, he would read them along the way. Picking them up, the girl said okay, after which she asked if he needed anything else, to which the protagonist replied no, nothing more. Folding the shirts, the maid said that she understood everything, adding that she would make him a strawberry pie. As soon as Jean heard about this, he jumped up from his seat, exclaiming, "Exactly," and adding that he would take a little walk. Hearing this, Jilly turned around in surprise at the gentleman and asked if it was really now, to which he apologized and said that it would only be for a short while. Entering the library, he called out to Mirakan with his eyes wide open. Approaching the black dragon, the protagonist asked if he had forgotten that he was leaving tomorrow, to which he exclaimed of course, because he had no idea how much he had been waiting for this day. Jean did not take his eyes off the man, asking how he could take him with him. Then Mirakan stretched out his hand and with a smile on his face exclaimed that there was no need to panic, because he was the legendary Black Dragon. Then he hit himself in the chest and added that although he was weak, it was all nonsense, and he would go after him, and no one would even notice him, to which he asked in surprise if he was weak, but why didn't he say so earlier? The Black Dragon looked at his hand and replied that he had slept for 1,000 years, how could he not become weak? The protagonist did not take his eyes off his interlocutor, asking if he would be able to regain his strength, to which he calmly replied of course, because together they would become stronger. Leaning his hand on his hip, he added that he was his guardian dragon, so he should rather become a strong swordsman mage like Timar. Jean continued to look at the Black Dragon, asking him if it was true what he said, that originally the Rankandilas owned both a sword and magic. His eyes were full of surprise, and he said to himself that in his past life he heard from Sodaret that their family were swordsman mages. He imagined the insanely enormous strength of Timar and added that he, as their family founder, was the strongest swordsman mage in history. The guy looked away sadly, saying to himself that now everyone has forgotten about it. Murakin folded his arms and explained that his family had abandoned magic and was only pursuing swordsmanship due to a humiliating pact made 1,000 years ago. Raising his head to the ceiling, he added that although he was revered as the head of the family, his return would hardly be welcomed, but if it were 1,000 years ago. The black dragon then pointed at himself and added that he was sure that he would be revered for bringing back a noble creature to the world. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked if he really thought the Rankandelas would do such a thing. Murakin leaned towards the boy with a smile on his face and replied that yes, it sounded like nonsense, but anyway, he would hide well, so there was no need to worry. Jean pointed at the empty capsule and asked what about it, since someone might come to the vault and find that it was gone, to which he replied that there was no need to worry, since he would simply cast an illusion using dragon magic. When the guy asked what if his illusion was seen through, Murakin placed his hand on the man's head and asked him in a displeased tone if he had forgotten that he was a shadow dragon, adding that casting an illusion was a piece of cake for him, so there was no need to panic. Hearing this, the protagonist removed his hand from his head. The black dragon looked at the empty capsule and said that as he had said, he was weak, so it would not last long. Then he suddenly smiled and added that he would support it as long as he could until they regained their strength. Jean turned to the man with a smile on his face and thanked him for this, to which the man replied that since he was grateful, he could have shown more respect. Then the boy reached into his bag and said that he had something for him. A few seconds later, he pulled out a pie made from the first strawberries of the year, as well as the wine that he had stolen. Handing the bottle to the black dragon, the protagonist told him not to get drunk, otherwise he would cast some strange illusion, to which the latter, with a blush on his cheeks, joyfully shouted, asking who he took him for. Putting everything on the table, he joyfully shouted that he had not raised him in vain, after which he asked if perhaps he could introduce him to the nanny. After some time, Gilly buttoned the gentleman's fur coat and told him not to expect that his life would be as calm as within the walls of the storm castle. She held his hands, adding that he had trained hard, but now everything would be much more difficult, and besides, she would no longer be able to cook him a pie all the time, to which he replied that she should not worry, because he himself understood everything, so he would give it his all. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl said that she would do the same and devote herself completely to him. After that, people approached them from the side and called out to the master. The guard knights Jerome and Holtz bowed, greeting the protagonist, after which they said that they would make sure that he arrived at the sword garden safe and sound. Jean looked at them, answering that he trusted them. After that, he began to leave. October 30th, 1790, the guy, accompanied by knights and a maid, walked to the carriage. Stepping on it, he said that he was finally leaving the castle of the storm. 2 harnessed horses neighed loudly. Sitting inside, Jean looked out the window, saying that he was now heading to the Rankendel estate in the sword garden. The wheels of the carriage clattered on the ground. Jilly looked out the window and saw heavy snowfall. The protagonist put down his book. The girl assumed that the entire road would soon be covered in snow, and decided that they needed to wait out the blizzard in the nearest village. Sitting opposite her ward, the woman reminded him that if there was too much snow, it would not be possible to teleport. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, and the heroes almost fell. Jerome shouted that they were ambushed, and asked them to stay in the carriage. The nanny hugged the child and asked him not to worry, because they were guarded by knights of the 7th rank. Snow fell around the birches, sounds of a struggle were heard. The maid frowned and reported that there were about 20 enemies, among whom were magicians, warriors, and perhaps even archers. The genie's eyes widened in fear when Gilly said that there was hardly anyone higher than the 7th rank in there. The boy opened his mouth wide and said that they needed to get out of the carriage right away, and the girl asked what that meant. The boy gave her a stern look and explained that the guards were not to leave the Rankendel child unattended under any circumstances, and that one of them had to stay behind. The woman looked at her charge in surprise. The nanny remembered how the knights had bowed to them, and realized that at least one of them was a traitor or an impostor. The heir narrowed his eyes and assumed that something had probably been planted in the carriage, and said that they needed to get out of here right away. The maid gritted her teeth and replied that she understood everything. With a wave of her retractable claws, Gilly promised to protect the young master and apologized for not being able to control herself. The girl immediately cut a path for them to get out. There were snowdrifts around the birch trees. The protagonist narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Running deeper into the forest, the woman said that she would accept the deserved punishment as soon as they arrived at the estate. Jean asked her not to think about it. Sitting in her arms, the boy asked her to come back because he wanted to make sure of something. The nanny asked what they were talking about. She raised her eyebrows in surprise when the boy suggested that their allies could have set up an ambush. Looking away, the child explained that the attackers would have immediately attacked the carriage if they needed him, and added that it was suspicious that it had become too quiet. A group of people was visible behind the hill. The man raised his hand and ordered his subordinates to find the heir of Rankendel and block the path on the left. The heir frowned and said that his guess was confirmed. The people in robes and with staffs were members of the Yuta family, which is part of the Mattel family of magicians. The mercenary from the Black King's squad gritted his teeth. The wizard pointed at the heroes and said that they had disappeared into the forest. Standing on a hill, the stranger shouted that their main goal was to protect the heir of Rankindel. Murica stood in front of the maid and explained that they had come to save them on the orders of the Rankindel family. The knights clenched their teeth in anger. The man asked how they dared to attack the young master. Standing behind him, the protagonists realized that they were imposters, because they would have dealt with everyone without any problems if they were really knights of the Seventh Circle. Jerome and Holt stood with their backs to each other. Frowning furiously, Gilly asked how they dared to attack them and challenged them to answer who was behind them and what they wanted. The guard smirked and said that was too obvious a question. The villain opened his mouth wide and asked if she really thought he would answer as servant of Rankindel. The girl pursed her lips and asked what they should do now. Jean asked her to kill one of them. The boy narrowed his eyes and added that the second one should have his hand cut off and brought to him. Hearing the order, the woman made a sharp jerk forward. Her menacing eyes sparkled. The nanny cut the traitor's body with her claws. Having dealt with him, the maid turned to the second imposter. The villain did not have time to swing his sword, as he immediately received a blow. Blood gushed from the fresh wound. Something flashed in the air. Gilly got close to her opponent and struck again. She had an enraged look. The girl struck the enemy's other arm. She kicked the ground hard. Holtz fell to the ground. The woman looked down. The nanny grabbed the traitor by the hair. The boy assumed that his patron had greatly underestimated his opponents. The imposter fell face down in the snow. The maid adjusted the retractable claws. The heir explained that to serve in the Rankindel family, one must be a warrior of at least the 7th rank. The child crossed his arms over his chest and said that if they wanted to kill him, they should have sent 3 or 4 knights of the 8th rank. Opening his mouth wide, the villain explained that this was only a warning and shouted that the reign of the Rankindel would soon come to an end. The protagonist frowned and said that he wanted the same. Jean smiled slyly and said that the reign of the Rankindel would come to an end and his personal reign would begin. The villain's eyes turned bloodshot. Holtz raised his head and praised the great Zipple family. The boy looked up and asked who they were talking about. The man in the robe stood in front of the dragons. Zipple was a famous family of wizards that ruled the other half of the world. Energy swirled around the member of this family. Unlike the Rankindel, who pursued the mastery of the sword, they honed the mastery of magic. After the death of the founder of the family, representatives of the two families met at the negotiating table and concluded a humiliating treaty that forbade the members of the Rankindel to use magic, and all their magical abilities were sealed. The traitor angrily clenched his teeth. The protagonist realized that these were the followers of Zipple. Jean winked and asked his friend to leave him somewhere nearby, because there was no point in talking to him. Gilly grabbed the imposter by the hair. Their families were sworn enemies, and Zipple still instilled fear in the Rankindel. The boy frowned, thinking that they had nothing to do with what had happened today, and assumed that their followers were doing whatever they wanted. There were traces of blood on the snow, and the boy realized that something was wrong, because it was not that easy to fool a warrior of the 7th rank, even with a good disguise. The girl looked down sadly. The child put his hand to his chin and decided that there was only one person who could help them. The woman bowed and reported that she had done everything as she was asked, and the heir thanked her. The protagonist approached his savior and asked his name. Raising his eyebrows, Jean explained that he had survived only because his squad had distracted attention, and promised to report this as soon as they arrived at the castle, so that they would be generously rewarded. The boy asked him to take care of the teleportation gate, and Eureka put his hand to his chest and promised to do everything in his power. The boy returned to his girlfriend. The captain wondered if it wasn't too early for him to be roaming around so freely outside the castle, since he was only 10 years old, and asked where he got such self-confidence from. The man frowned menacingly and remembered his words. Some time ago, the child grinned and declared that he would establish his own government. The commander realized that this was not a childish fantasy, and that he was completely serious. The mercenary approached his comrades and asked them to watch their behavior while the gate was being prepared for teleportation. The guys frowned in displeasure and asked what kind of stupid order this was and why they were even doing this. The nanny looked back and said that they were ready to go. Murica smiled broadly and said that it was time for them to go. The heroes walked along the snowy mountain. The captain asked if it was really okay that they left those imposters unattended. The dead traitor lay in the snow. The protagonist explained that when they were found, they would serve as a good example for their comrades. The maid leaned over to him and informed him that they would reach the village in 2 hours. Jean suggested that they wait out the snowfall there. Gilly raised her eyebrows when the boy called out to her. He frowned and asked her not to blame herself for what happened today, because even a knight of the 9th rank did not suspect anything. The girl frowned sadly. The boy said that it was even harder for her to notice anything and that there was nothing wrong with his request. Looking forward, the woman asked him for forgiveness. The child looked back and thought that she had not changed at all. In the memory, the nanny held the baby in her arms. The fate of each maid of the Rankindel family was tied to the fate of the child entrusted to her. The young man clenched his teeth angrily. Jilly was his nanny in her past life. The girl fell to her knees in front of the other servants. She was also disliked because the heir had no talent. The protagonist lowered his head. The woman was expelled from the castle along with him. Then she only bowed and asked for forgiveness for not being able to serve him properly. Looking down, Jean decided not to be so harsh with her and thought that it would not hurt her to temper her character, because her new life was radically different from her past. The nanny folded her hands in front of her and said that she would gladly accept any punishment for what happened. The boy opened his mouth wide and ordered her to stop blaming herself. The boy looked back and called her his only guardian. The maid looked at him in surprise when the child explained that if she worried about such trifles, it would only create more problems in the future. The heir frowned and asked her not to make him repeat it twice. Jilly closed her eyes and promised to improve. The sign pointed ahead. The girl was surprised that the young master was so worried about her. The woman frowned sternly, deciding that he was doing all this only for her own good, and she realized that she had to pull herself together for his safety. Her eyes sparkled. The protagonist noticed this and was glad that his girlfriend had perked up. The tavern door opened. Someone greeted the heroes. Murika approached the employee and asked her for 2 rooms. Jean frowned and wondered who was behind this attack. Red thread surrounded the transformation mage. The cat cast a monstrous shadow. Dragons were also good at transformation, but even they could not do it perfectly. Many fake images appeared behind Bure. Only he was capable of such things in the whole world. With the help of his magic, this man committed more than one crime in order to sow chaos throughout the world. The boy closed his eyes and thought that if this was his doing, then things would be much more complicated. Standing in the doorway, the man asked to say if they needed anything. The boy concluded that nothing special had happened yet. Sitting on the bed, the child remembered that in his past life, a special unit of the Beamant Empire had arrested him and decided to lure him over to his side, because his abilities could be very useful. The heir frowned and wondered why he would lure someone who had already pointed a sword at him once. The protagonist yawned and realized that he had to make sure that nothing had changed from his past life before the reincarnation mage did more damage. Gilly looked back and said that she would guard him outside. The girl looked at the gentleman, who was lying on the bed. Jean had fallen fast asleep without saying a word. The woman closed her eyes and smiled. The black cat wagged its tail. The boy was lying under the covers when the animal began to make loud sounds. The boy got out of bed and realized that he had fallen asleep. Stretching, the child remembered that he had trained a lot in the Storm Castle, but still, such loads were not suitable for a 10-year-old body, and wondered what those sounds were. The cat was sitting outside the window. The heir greeted him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock and realized what was going on. In the memory, Murakan smiled widely and promised to hide well so that the young master would not worry about anything. Putting his hands on the windowsill, the protagonist reminded that his friend wanted to follow him unnoticed, and asked if this really meant turning into a cat. The beast opened its mouth wide and hissed. Jean asked him for forgiveness. The boy led it into the room and explained that he did not expect his comrade to take on this form. Dark energy appeared around the cat. The boy assumed that he should have become one of his servants, for example, a groom. The man opened his mouth in displeasure and said that then he would definitely be exposed. The werewolf said that he had a very hard time and accidentally stumbled. The black dragon fell and hit his head on the windowsill. Jilly ran into the room and asked what happened. Murakan grabbed his head and trembled. The girl bared her claws and asked how the scoundrel dared to pursue her master. Having pinned him to the floor, the woman ordered him to tell everything right now and asked who he was. Tears appeared in the man's eyes. The child asked his friend to stop. Hearing that the nanny was in front of him, the werewolf extended his hand to her and said that they had finally met. The maid narrowed her eyes in disdain. The black dragon smiled and said that he had been waiting for their meeting for a long time. The maid asked what they were talking about. The heir pointed at his comrade and introduced him as the guard of Rankindel. The protagonist pointed at his friend and wanted to introduce her, but Murakan replied that he knew who she was. Bowing, the maid apologized for her behavior. The man asked her not to worry about it and said that he could not be offended by his favorite cake. Gilly raised her hand and asked why he called her that. The werewolf explained that she was wonderful and beautiful and that her cakes were the most delicious. The girl looked at the young master and understood why her ward asked her to bake them every day. There was a mark from a blow on the windowsill. Jean asked his friends to sit down and said that he needed to explain everything to them. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and was surprised at how much the young master hid from her. The boy apologized for having to lie. The black dragon smiled slyly. The woman explained that she always knew that her ward had an exceptional talent, but magic, a contract with Sodaret and a dragon were too much. The nanny clenched her fists and declared that she was very happy for him. The maid looked away. The boy said that for now no one except them should know about the awakening of Murakan and his connection with him. The man spread his arms and asked his comrade not to worry. Jilly thanked him for his kindness. The girl snapped her fingers and realized that the noise was from his transformation. There was a large crack on the windowsill. The werewolf explained that he simply fell awkwardly. The black dragon opened his mouth wide and laughed. The woman asked the master if he could be trusted. The child confirmed it. The heroes met at the middle teleportation gate. The nanny thanked the Black King's squad for their work and promised that the Rankindel family would generously reward them. Standing in front of her, Murika thanked his ally and said that they had learned a lot on this mission. The cat sat on the shoulder of the heir. The man said that he would look forward to the moment when the young master grows up. The maid raised her eyebrows in surprise when the captain wanted to ask her a personal question. Raising his hand, the mercenary noted her amazing talent and asked why she left her family and became a nanny in the Rankindel household. Jilly turned away and said that it was not that important. Bowing his head, the commander decided that it was impolite of him and apologized. Next to him stood the other members of the Black King's squad. The heroes entered the middle teleportation gate. An employee asked them to introduce themselves. The girls showed him the family crest and asked to take them to Kalon, to Huffister to the Allied forces. The gate worker realized that they were from the Rankindel family. Waving his hand, the man said that it was a great honor for him and promised to give them the best seats. The heir clenched his fists and looked ahead. The employee asked them to wait 2 hours and explained that then they would be home in an instant. The heroes sat down on the sofa, and the woman wanted to ask the young master something. The cat immediately jumped on her lap. The nanny admitted that she was worried and explained that even if Murakan was exposed, they would be able to get out of it. The protagonist interrupted her and realized that she was talking about magic. The maid reminded him that none of the Rankindela were able to use it. Smiling, Jean asked her not to worry and said that he would hide it so that no one would notice anything. The guys looked around. The boy frowned tensely. There was a golden dragon depicted on the man's robe. He had white hair and purple eyes. A member of the Zipple family entered the room with 2 bodyguards. He sat down on the sofa opposite the heroes. The guy squinted and thought that this man looked familiar. The stranger leaned on his hand and said that he had not expected to see these losers here and that he had lost his desire to go to Huffister. The cat jumped off Gilly's lap. The scoundrel looked at him and called him cute. The magician extended his hand and asked who the good boy was. Murakan immediately scratched him. The guards immediately ran to the young master, but the magician said that he had provoked him himself and that he was an ordinary animal, and concluded that it was better to keep swords and sheaths around Rankindel. The young man frowned sternly and thought about the fact that these people did not react to his provocation. The child continued reading a book, and the girl stroked the cat. The stranger got up from the sofa and cleared his throat. Extending his hand, the member of the Zipple family introduced himself and apologized for his rudeness. The heir looked at him carefully. The protagonist imagined his adult version in the cherry orchard and remembered that this was the next head of the family, who the young magicians looked up to both in terms of skills and character, considering his abilities an unattainable ideal. Verdun smiled. Jean was surprised that he met him at such a young age, and decided that it was quite funny. After stroking the cat, the boy said that he was also interested in what he was like, and was glad that his peer was not a fool. The young man smiled awkwardly and asked where such conclusions came from. The guy explained that if his guards had actually pulled out swords, he would have had to go to Huffister without guards and without a couple of fingers. The wizard closed his eyes and realized that even Rankindel's jokes were cruel. The child frowned sternly and asked if his words sounded like a joke. The magician put his hand to his chin and asked permission to give him advice. A Zipple raised his hand and asked him not to cut off someone's fingers so quickly, as it would only cause problems for both families. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when the heir stated that it was very funny. The protagonist smirked and explained that their fathers would not start a war over some childish quarrel. Verdun's eyes widened in surprise. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and agreed with him, promising to repay him for such a valuable lesson later. Jean asked him to do it right now. The wizard leaned towards him and asked what he needed. The wizard smiled awkwardly when the boy asked him to remain silent until the gate was activated and not to disturb him while he rested. The Zipple shook his head and thought that this man would become someone amazing in a few years. He hid behind the table and realized that he would have become friends with him if it weren't for their origins. The boy squinted, surprised that his peer would act like this even after threatening to cut off his fingers, and wondered if he was really all right in the head. A voice from a speaker hanging on the wall announced that the teleportation would begin soon. A huge accumulation of energy appeared under the ceiling. The voice warned that the teleportation could cause headaches and nausea. Light energy filled the room. Verdun called out to his comrade. The young man smiled widely and shouted that he would look forward to their next meeting. The child turned away and hoped that it would never come. White clouds floated above the castle. The carriage sped down the street. The heir stepped out. Pedro bowed and introduced himself as the second steward of the house. Many swords were stuck in the ground. The butler guessed that it was not so easy to get here. Green leaves were falling in front of the main castle of Rankindel. The place where the blades were sticking out of the ground was called the Sword Garden. They were left by those who contributed to the prosperity of the family. Thus this garden was a symbol of hope and honor. The heroes walked along the path. The protagonist also once hoped that after death, his sword would be placed in this garden. In the memory, Jean was kneeling, He had no strength or potential. He wondered why hard training should have changed anything at all. The boy looked up. Walking forward, the boy realized that his life in this worthless place would gain meaning. The sun's rays illuminated the corridors of the castle. The child stopped in front of his father. Rose smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The heir looked at her and agreed with her. The cat's eyes widened. Chiron narrowed his eyes in displeasure and asked if his son really took in a stray cat. The protagonist stroked Murakan and explained that he had taken him in. The man scratched his chin and noticed that he had a knack for choosing the right words. The family members cast a bloodthirsty glance at Jean. The woman sat down next to the cat and asked what his name was. The Black Panther picked up the cat. The boy named him Rankindel Moth. Raising his hand, Div said that they could not allow him to do such a thing and asked how a stray animal could bear their family name. The knight closed his eyes and asked him to stop. The warrior frowned sternly and asked why his son gave the cat their family name. The boy put his hand to his chest and replied that he wanted to be responsible for him. Murakan smiled. The child explained that it was the first time he had taken in someone, so his name should be meaningful. Chiron narrowed his eyes and called it very funny and asked if his son understood the significance of their family name. The heir confirmed this with a stern frown and declared that whoever hurt the cat would pay for it. The man placed his hand on the hilt of the sword and noted his talent for making enemies. The head of the family noticed how his other sons looked down in displeasure. Smiling, the protagonist agreed with him and added that he also had a talent for getting rid of enemies. The knight smiled widely and said that the others should be careful if they tried to deal with his son. After that, the warrior left with his wife. 4 years later, Jean was holding a wooden sword in his hand. Approaching him, the trainer decided to end the training for the day and praised the student for his work. The boy asked if he was really only going to have morning training. Garen smiled and asked if young Luna hadn't planned to train him. Putting the sword on the rack, the young man said that he completely forgot about it and wanted to have a snack first. The man looked after him and asked if he would really be eating with the other students again and said that Rose was very upset about it. The heir replied that he did not want to play staring games with his siblings while eating. The cadets went to the table to get their food. The swordsman was sitting on the steps. Someone came up to him and said that they'd brought him food. Bellup smiled happily and said that this was not all. The boy sat down next to him and began to eat. The protagonist remembered that in his past life, due to lagging behind in training, he was deprived of knowledge and expelled. Jean silently narrowed his eyes and thought. The guard stuffed his cheeks full of food. The boy asked if it was really that delicious. With his mouth wide open, the knight expressed gratitude to the Rankindle family for having the opportunity to eat such wonderful meat. The young man asked him not to say that. The warrior scratched his head in embarrassment when the heir remembered that he had said the same thing yesterday. The cadet's mouth dropped open in surprise when the swordsman asked him to learn to be careful, because those who speak their minds will always be looked down upon. Frowning, the protagonist suggested that he straighten his shoulders, raise his head, and be at least a little more confident, and explained that he should not forget his status in this family. Bellup pouted and reminded him that his grades were terrible and that he had not even been given a rank. Jean closed his eyes and stated that becoming a cadet was not an easy task. There were scraps on the tray. The boy explained that it did not matter how bad his grades were, because he was still better than his peers who did not get in. The boy continued to eat silently. The youth thought that his comrade was so pure and sincere that it was no wonder his relatives mocked him. The heir imagined a man standing in a pool of blood and thought about how his friend would become a loyal servant of the Beeman Empire and turn into a ruthless killer in the future. Taking the bread in his hands, the swordsman remembered how upset he was when he learned that his peer had committed suicide and concluded that he should not abandon him under any circumstances. The protagonist put a piece of meat on his tray and allowed him to finish his meal. The boy smiled happily. Jean looked at him and decided to personally make sure that he was not kicked out of here. Continuing their meal together, the boy realized that he would not make all his past mistakes again. Walking along the corridor, the young man thought about the fact that he had a 2nd rank of shadow energy release, a 4th rank of mana, and a 2nd rank of fencing. The heir looked at his hand and realized that everything was going well so far and that at this rate he would be able to reach the 3rd rank in fencing in a couple of years. Luna leaned on her sword and said that today they would continue yesterday's training. Standing in front of her brother, the girl warned him that this time it would be a little different. The woman smiled and said that the heart is his eyes, so he should look through them. Closing his eyes, the swordsman thought about how he had never even heard of such training and realized that he had no other choice. The protagonist frowned. His sister said that for those who lived by fencing, it was extremely important to open their inner vision. The knight also closed her eyes and asked her brother not to open them. Lowering his head, Jean remembered that only those who had reached the 7th rank could comprehend the inner vision, and wondered how she wanted to teach someone who had only recently reached the 2nd rank. The warrior held the sword of aura in his hands. Inner vision was achieved by dispersing it, and the boy still could not use it. The young man folded his hands on his sword, thinking that his sister had probably come up with something, and decided to trust her and focus on training. Approaching him, Luna praised her brother and asked him to come back. The heir thanked her. The swordsman leaned on his weapon. The girl realized that he exceeded her expectations every time, and decided that this was to be expected from him. The protagonist scratched the back of his head. The woman thought that her brother was demonstrating a concentration that was not typical of people of the second rank, and he would understand everything in a couple of years. The knight smiled and wished him a quick growth. The guys gathered on the training ground. They looked quite nervous. Smiling, Garen announced that today would be a decisive sparring match, and explained that a good grade would help them become knights faster. Jean crossed his arms over his chest. The man said that today was a very important day for him. The heroes looked at each other. The mentor relayed Rose's words that if the student defeats 10 opponents with a higher rank, he will be able to start training in the advanced group starting next year. The guy looked away. Bellup grabbed his shoulders and trembled. The boy opened his mouth in fear. The young man realized that he had to do something so that he would not be expelled, but he still lacked confidence. Standing in front of the students, the coach explained that today they would fight 3 opponents in turn. The heir crossed his arms over his chest. The knight added that the 10 best would fight him one-on-one. The cadets entered into a fight with each other. One of them fell to the ground. The swordsman concluded that the training was not in vain. Garen put his hands on his belt and asked those who were not chosen to sit back down. The protagonist took the sword in his hands. The man asked him to get ready. With one movement, Jean knocked the weapon out of the enemy's hands. The wooden sword fell to the ground. The boy remembered that he had defeated 8 people in his past life, and realized that this time he needed to defeat 2 more people. The girl stepped forward when the mentor asked her to prepare for battle. Mesa smiled and said that she relied on her master. The boy thought that she was one of the few who would complete their training and become a guard. The woman furrowed her brows decisively, and said that she would beat him at all costs. Grinning, the heir replied that he would look forward to it with impatience, and realized that fighting her was the most important moment in the test. The cadet bounced off the ground. The swordsman blocked her blow with some difficulty. The protagonist looked at the crossed swords and decided that his acquaintance had become stronger than before, but it was still not enough to defeat him. Jean parried the blow and remembered that after her, he would have 8 more opponents. The student continued to attack, but the boy parried all her attacks. Gritting her teeth, the girl wondered why the master only used normal strikes, and remembered that he had demonstrated a wide variety of techniques before. Holding the weapon with trembling hands, Mesa was sure that there was a reason for this. She opened her eyes wide and decided that this could not be. The young man smirked. The woman wondered if he underestimated her, and thought that she had no chance of winning. The cadet gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. The student swung it, and offered to see who was stronger. The guys opened their mouths in surprise. The heir determinedly knitted his eyebrows and parried each blow of his opponent. Her hair fluttered in the wind. The warrior realized that she could not allow her opponent to push her aside and simply had to surpass him. The girl raised the sword above her head. The wooden swords hit each other. A piece of the blade flew into the air. Mesa looked at the broken sword in fear and asked how that was possible. The tip of the blade was at her throat. The swordsman smiled and thanked her for a great fight. The protagonist looked at his weapon and called it useless. There were cracks on the wooden blade. The woman realized that her opponent had been hitting the same place throughout the fight. Holding the broken hilt in her hand, the cadet thought that she would not be able to outpace him in accuracy and tenacity, even though their endurance and strength were at the same level. Jean looked back when the student called out to him. With her mouth wide open, the warrior promised to devote herself to training and declared that she would definitely win next time. Clouds floated above the castle. The guy realized that everything was going according to plan. The boy clenched his teeth in fear. The young man decided that it was difficult to fight with the others in such a state. He struck and realized that because of Mesa's crushing defeat, everyone was confident that they would not be able to defeat him. The wooden sword fell to the ground. Lowering the weapon, the heir realized that he had completed the task and was glad that everything went as expected. The swordsman looked away when someone praised him. Garen smiled and congratulated him on the fact that from next year he would be trained by Rio Rankindel. The protagonist thanked him and said that he was counting on his support. The man offered to summarize the results of the morning training. Jean looked ahead and asked how much they had left. Many of the boys had bandages. The coach answered that they had 10 more minutes left. The boy said that he wanted to fight someone else. The young man took the sword from the rack. The coach asked who they were talking about. The heir opened his mouth wide and called out to his friend. Bella pointed his finger at himself in fear. The swordsman asked him to come forward and fight him. The boy trembled in horror and tried to object. The protagonist pointed the sword at him and said that he would not be able to survive in the Rankindel family like that. He frowned sternly and challenged his comrade to battle, promising to destroy him. The cadet slowly stepped forward. The heroes stood opposite each other on the training ground. Raising his weapon in front of him, the student wondered why the master had chosen him, and suggested that he wanted to teach him martial discipline. Jean looked down and called out to him. The guard smiled broadly. The boy explained that he was tired of all these battles, while he, on the contrary, had plenty of strength. The young man put his hand on his belt and stated that his level was still higher, and that was why he wanted to fight him. The warrior asked what that meant. Suddenly, the heir rushed forward. Bellup gritted his teeth and missed one blow. The boy staggered and asked why the master was doing this to him. The swordsman delivered a crushing blow. Their swords clashed against each other. The protagonist smiled and noticed that his opponent was blocking blows well. The cadet thanked him. Jean jumped back. The tip of the wooden sword touched the ground. The student clenched his teeth and held back another blow. The distance between the opponents was created again. The boy fell to his knees. He found himself on the ground and tried to knock his opponent down. The guard couldn't hold on and fell down. The warrior closed his eyes and got to his feet. The shadow of his opponent loomed over him. The young man asked if he really thought this was an ordinary fight. The heir pointed the weapon at his opponent and said that he could have killed him. Bellup grabbed the blade. The swordsman asked him to get up and said that he would no longer spare him. The boy got to his feet. The other guys watched their duel carefully. A light aura appeared around the wooden sword. Mesa's mouth opened in shock when she saw it. The cadet clenched his teeth angrily. A bright haze appeared around him. The girl turned to the coach and asked him to stop the fight, because the young master could get hurt. The protagonist frowned and asked his mentor to take the grave with him what they were about to see. The woman's eyes widened in shock. Garen obeyed the order. The student narrowed his eyes and asked if this was really what his friend wanted. Jean sternly frowned and said that someone who could use aura did not have to hold back. The guardian angrily clenched his teeth and said that he had made a terrible mistake if he wanted to fight him. The warrior rushed into battle and shouted that he should have acted earlier. The boy raised his weapon in front of him and parried his blow. The wooden sword broke under the pressure of the aura blade. The powerful blow made the young man jump back. The heir narrowed his eyes and thought that he knew that his comrade was strong, but he did not even guess how strong. In memory, the swordsman crossed his arms over his chest and looked at his peer. A wooden sword hit him on the head. During training sparring, Bellup always managed to understand the opponent's strategy and assess his skills. The guys gave each other 5. The boy deliberately lost all his fights. With tears in his eyes, the cadet swung his blade. The swordsman could not even imagine that he had an aura. The blade fragment fell to the ground. The student approached his opponent. The protagonist counterattacked at the moment of his strike. The guard's hands trembled. The warrior opened his mouth in shock. His weapon slipped out of his hands and fell to the ground. Jean grabbed his friend and knocked him to the ground. Bellup closed his eyes and tried to free himself from his hand on his neck. The guy let him go. He rose to his feet, and his opponent fell on all fours. Clutching his throat, the boy asked why his opponent stopped, and said that if he wanted a worthy fight, he should have gone to the end. The young man looked down. The cadet asked if he really enjoyed playing with people so much. The student opened his mouth wide and asked why he did it. The heir replied that he himself was not pleased to provoke him. The guard clenched his fist and asked what was the reason for his excessive stubbornness. The swordsman crouched down to pick up his weapon and replied that he knew nothing about it. The protagonist looked at his comrade and stated that he knew only one thing. Jean sternly knitted his brows and explained that in order to be kind and caring, one must be strong. The guy put his hand on his friend's shoulder and called him weak, but very kind. Bellup's mouth fell open in confusion when the young man said that good people could not survive in this hell. The heir narrowed his eyes and asked him to become stronger in order to protect good. Mesa's mouth fell open in amazement. The swordsman smiled and apologized for his rudeness. The servants who were carrying the pot widened their eyes in surprise. They stopped and asked if they should come back later. The protagonist replied that everything was fine and that they could bring food. The boy looked down and asked the master to go and have lunch. Jean put his wooden sword on his shoulder and promised to grab a portion for him too. A scary monster was visible, and it was audible whether the younger one had said so. Khan, leaning forward, answered positively. Suddenly, Chiron, smiling, laughed and exclaimed that these were his beliefs. Introducing the joyful protagonist, his father clarified whether he wanted to rule by force and help the weak. The knight explained that in this case, it was necessary to understand whether such an approach was beneficial to their family, and let him return and tell him, to which Khan, nodding his head, obeyed the order. Chiron lowered his eyebrows and said that it was time for him to go on his first mission. It seemed like the guys were waving to each other, and Jean said that he was 15 years old and had been promoted to a third-rank knight, and that the first vacation had begun, and the cadets had either gone to their hometowns and villages or stayed to continue their individual training. The girl dealt a powerful blow to her opponent. A sharp sword was visible, and the protagonist explained that when they moved to the advanced group, they could forget about wooden swords, because they would be given a custom-made sword. The blacksmith was making weapons, and the guy added that some cadets had already given instructions regarding their swords, and he wanted to find a suitable sword in their armory. Sweat ran down the young man's face when he heard how he was addressed. Luna, putting her palm on her chest, said that she had been looking for a sword that would suit him for a long time, and the cadet said that his sister would choose his sword for him, because she herself wanted it. A month ago, the girl, holding the master tightly, asked to let her choose a sword for him. Jean looked ahead thoughtfully. Closing his eyes, the protagonist muttered that since she understood swords better, he should trust her. Suddenly, it seemed like Luna was holding a huge weapon. The protagonist's pupils narrowed sharply. His sister, putting her hand on her side, exclaimed that he was also called the Killer of Vale, and at his age she often used one, and then she wanted to use something like an axe sword of a similar shape. The girl, lowering her head, added that she thought that the form of Krantel, which she fought with, came from him, and also asked her brother if he liked it. The guy, clenching his fists, was confused. Luna narrowed her eyes, hearing that he was grateful that she helped him choose a sword, but it was unlikely that such a sword would suit him. The master's sister, looking down sadly, replied that it was okay, because she was just joking, to which he thought that it didn't look like a joke. The girl said that the Veil Assassin was indeed a good sword, but a bit heavy, which made the young man thoughtfully bite his lips. Suddenly, the student turned her gaze to the side. Looking at the weapon, Luna said that she understood it, so he would have another one. The girl, opening the door, added that she really tried choosing it. Raising her hand, the protagonist's sister said that she thought about which one would suit him best, and which sword would suit only him. Holding out the dagger, the cadet exclaimed that she thought about it then. Jin's eyes bulged, hearing that he chose Barisad at the selection ceremony. Smiling slightly, Luna explained that this is what would suit him best. Two sharp weapons appeared, and the protagonist thought that this sword was the brother of Barisad, which belonged to the founder, Bradamanti. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, to which the girl said that it seemed like he liked it. The young man, holding the dagger, said that it was unique, and even the other swords in the family collection could not compare to it. Smiling, the master muttered that he would do anything to get it, and was also stunned that his sister chose Bradamanti for him. Introducing his family, Jean thought that Bradamanti and Barisada were the most compatible with the energy of the shadows, and if he chose it himself, his siblings would object. Opening his mouth, the protagonist exclaimed that others also wanted Bradamanti, so he did not know how to thank her, and the student replied that something did not add up. Putting her palm on her chest, Luna said that she felt that he was still uncomfortable with her. The girl, narrowing her eyes, explained that this was starting to upset her, to which the protagonist objected that she was wrong, because he was not lying. His sister, holding out her finger, said that she was already upset, and therefore he would have to console her, which surprised the guy. A moment later, Luna, lowering her hands, asked her brother to close his eyes, and added that they would begin training. The daytime sky appeared, and the cadet clarified whether he understood what she was talking about, after which the master answered positively, and heard that now she wanted him to remember one more thing. Jean asked what exactly, and his sister, placing her hand on his shoulder, said that among all the brothers and sisters trying to trample each other, there are also those who selflessly love him. The girl, opening her mouth, asked him to remember this well. Grabbing the protagonist, Luna exclaimed that he should not upset her anymore, to which he apologized and said that he would not do it again. The protagonist's eyes widened as he heard that she had spent enough time alone, long before he was born, and that he should understand that she did not want him to be alone like she once was, after which he responded positively. Holding her hands behind her back, the student said that it was time to return to training and asked her brother to watch with his heart. After some time, the high walls of the room appeared. The protagonist, smiling slightly, asked Mirakan what he would say. The assistant, lying on the floor, said that he should put it away, because it was still too early for him, since he had not mastered the energy of shadows enough, and in order to use Bradamanti correctly, it must be at least rank 3, but he was still a brat with rank 2. The guy frowned angrily when he heard that he would not even be able to awaken the sword, after which he objected that he would soon reach rank 3 and would be able to use it. Suddenly Mirakan closed the book and called the young man an upstart, and added that he should clean it already and listen carefully. The representative of Sadaret, baring his teeth, explained that Barisad and Bradamanti cannot be used haphazardly, but the energy of shadows of the 3rd rank is needed, and this is the bare minimum. The assistant of the master, stroking his head, exclaimed that he should use an ordinary sword until his strength reaches the 5th rank. Jean, lowering his eyebrows, said that he does not like to wait for a long time, and all he needs is to reach the 5th rank in a year. Suddenly the guy frowned angrily. Mirakan, grabbing the main character by the hair, explained that this is impossible, even if he wins the competition of shadow energy, or absorbs it, and also added that he should worry about him. Suddenly the protagonist's hand began to shake, and the representative of Sadaret said that this was such nonsense that even dogs would laugh at him, and if he understood him, then he should not say such nonsense anymore. The young man, taking the book, exclaimed that he should repeat what he said again, to which the assistant asked to put it back where he got it. A moment later, Jilly entered the room, and the master asked what happened, and if something was wrong. The girl, raising her eyebrows, answered that Coach Garen was calling him to him, and he was supposed to come in person, but he said that he had to explain the strategy of the task to him, show him on the map, so he would have to go. Jean, turning his head, asked again about the strategy. The nanny explained that the coach would help him in the first task, and he would set off as soon as he had rested, and the protagonist, scratching the back of his head, clarified whether this was serious. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and said that they had recently been promoted to 3rd rank, so it was a good time, but it was strange that they were moving out after a rest. Jilly crossed her palms and said that it was probably due to the difficulty of the mission, since usually those assigned to advanced groups or higher, and the boy said that he had probably already proven himself worthy. Turning around, the young man exclaimed to the nanny that he would find out everything, and that she should wait here with Mirakan, to which he received a positive answer. Suddenly, the door creaked open. The master, entering the room, told Garen that he had been told that he had been assigned to the mission, to which he said that he could pass, and only 10 cadets from the regular group had received it. A dark map was visible, and it was said that they would be divided into 2 groups, and that it was a search mission, so they would be heading to the southern border of the Gene Kingdom. And then a question was heard asking if the kingdom was close to the monster lands and also what was designated as the White Wolf tribe's base. Gene, flipping through the pages, muttered that low-ranking cadets should not be sent here. Turning his head, the protagonist thought that this was quite difficult for a first mission, and it was given out earlier than expected. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, and the protagonist thought that the squad included cadets with average scores, and Bellup, whose scores were constantly fluctuating. Leaning forward, the boy muttered that it was as if someone had deliberately set this up. Tapping his finger on the map, the young man wondered if his father had been informed of his battle with Bellup, and he decided to test him like this. With his brows lowered, the master decided that he would show him what he could do, since his convictions were unwavering. 3 days later, the southern border came into view, and the guarantor said that they were to find Sember, the heir of the Vil family of the Gene Kingdom, and once they arrived, they would set up camp in the central part of the border, and after that, each squad would go out to search. Mesa ran quickly past the trees, and the leader continued that every day at a designated time, a chosen person from each squad would come to the camp to share information with the others, and that he should no longer be called master, but commander. The knights walked forward, and the commander said that the injured and wounded should remain in the camp until they fully recovered. Gene, with his brows lowered, heard that this was all for now, and they hoped that their target was still alive. Bellup told the protagonist that Eddington had spotted a monster from the Watertail tribe, to which he waved his hand and asked again about the Watertail tribe. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that they were rather peaceful creatures that avoided predators, and therefore it meant that he would not run into the White Wolf tribe now. The guy clenched his fist, hearing that since he could not walk quickly because of the snowfall, he should go to camp 2 hours earlier and then return to Sector 13, after which he obeyed the order. The master, looking at the guys, asked the rest to start searching in Sector 13. Putting his palm on the snow, Gene thought that he had a bad feeling, because his father personally appointed him for this task, but everything was going too smoothly. The protagonist muttered that perhaps he had misunderstood everything, and this was a simple task, not a test, and at that moment the little monsters, approaching the cadets, called them poor. The mythical creature, holding out a fish on a stick, said that he felt sorry for them, and therefore let them eat, and also that it was a gift, to which the protagonist thanked him and said that next time he would definitely repay his kindness. The tree trunk was visible, and the master thought that beyond Sector 13 the land of beastmen began, and the cadets from the ordinary group were not their equal. Taking out the map, Gene thought that there was no need to strain himself too much for the sake of results, because the next 3 days would only confirm the results of the search in each of the sectors. Suddenly, the guy quickly moved his legs, after which he turned to the main character. The protagonist, turning around, asked what happened. The master's eyes bulged, hearing that the second squad was ambushed. The young gentleman held out his hand and asked to prepare to move out and for Bellup to report the situation, and was told that the second squad had dispersed to get away from the enemy, but only one had managed to reach the camp and report what had happened. Gene, squinting, asked if the beastmen had set up an ambush, to which the knight replied that they were just people, and there were only 3 of them, and also asked why they were attacking the Rankindels with such a small squad, after which the protagonist said that there really was no need, and he was sure that there were many more of them. Lowering his hands, the protagonist ordered Eddington and David to return to the camp, because they would be guarding it and the surrounding area, and that contact with the enemy upon detection was prohibited, and if something happened, they should report first. White birches were visible, and the master muttered that many people could have set up an ambush. Rushing from the spot, the young gentleman wondered what their goal was and why they attacked the second squad and not the first, which he was in. Gene, waving his hand, said that they attacked them and thought that he did not know who they were, but he would personally make them pay for daring to touch the Rankindels. Blood appeared on the snow. Bellup, wide-eyed, asked if Mesa and the entire second squad were really dead, after which he was asked to calm down, saying that the blood was still fresh. Bending down to the ground, the protagonist explained that there were no traces of a fall, no pieces of flesh. Imagining how the guys were running away, the protagonist said that they fought here, but the second squad escaped, and judging by the tracks, only one person attacked them. There were footprints in the snow, and suddenly the commander was informed that they had found someone's bandages, and it looked like they were made in Huffaster. The cadet had a piece of cloth in his hand, and the master called her a good girl and asked where she had found them, to which she replied that it was on the western side. Jean narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, listening to how while they were bandaging the wounded man, someone else had attacked, and they had to run to the west. Slightly bending down, the protagonist asked Sierra to go to Eddington and David and explain everything to them, and for Bellop to follow him. A moment later, the protagonist was running quickly through the forest. The guy, peeking out from behind a tree, whispered that there was a second squad there. The tied-up guys were visible, and the master explained that Mesa was not with them, and all three were guarding them. The commander, holding a dagger, said that Bellop should close his eyes for a moment and attack the one on the left in 2 seconds, to which he replied that he understood. Jean, lowering his eyebrows, muttered that Murakan had taught him how to use the energy of shadows in such a way as to increase the sharpness and destructive power of an object. A second later, the protagonist abruptly threw the knife. The enemy bared his teeth menacingly, and the protagonist thought that he was now even more difficult to notice. It was visible how the dagger hit the enemy's body. The opponent, holding a sword, asked what was going on. The man suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seemed as if Bellop angrily lowered his eyebrows. Someone began to take a knife out of his pocket. A moment later, the protagonist abruptly rushed from his place. Suddenly, the enemy fell to the ground. The master, raising his head, asked if everyone was safe. The guy, opening his mouth wide, replied that they were fine, but Mesa was captured and there was no forgiveness for them, to which the commander said that it was okay and that they should take care of themselves first. The man bared his teeth menacingly. The young gentleman, opening his mouth slightly, heard the enemy beg for mercy, after which he clarified whether he was asking to spare him, because for a follower of Zipples, he valued his life too much. Drawing out his sword, Jean exclaimed that he would give him a choice. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist explained that he would tell who they were, what their goal was and where the base was, and then only he would die, or if he remained silent, then he would kill not only him, but also his loved ones. The protagonist added that he would keep his promise and also swear by the honor of his family, which made sweat run down the man's face. The enemy, closing his eyes, answered positively and asked to spare his loved ones. Lying on the snow, the swordsman explained that they were a group of Canzello revolutionaries. The protagonist, looking ahead, thought that they were a terrorist organization that was active shortly before his death. Imagining a bright flame, the master mused that the world was engulfed in panic when they killed a lot of people and the king of Jean, and they also called themselves revolutionaries. A mysterious ruler appeared, and the young master muttered that the revolution for them is to overthrow the kings and put their own in charge of the whole world. The man, turning his gaze to the side, heard the question if they wanted to cause unrest in the Jean kingdom by killing the Rancandela cadets, and answered that he does not know anything because he is just a flunky, and does not even know where the base is, but his group is located right near the lands of the Beastmen, and there are about 20 warriors of the 4th rank and also magicians. Jean, with his mouth slightly open, asked the last question about why they kidnapped Mez, to which he was told that it was simply for propaganda, to promote the revolution, and they were ordered to take all the girls alive. The guy, clenching his jaw, exclaimed that they were just scum. The protagonist, raising his sword, said that he would keep his promise. A second later, there was a splash of blood. The protagonist, lowering his weapon, asked how long it had been since Mez had disappeared, to which he received the answer that it had been about an hour. The master said that this meant that they were already close to their camp, and that they should provide first aid to everyone and request reinforcements, and the cadet, frowning, asked that he really was going alone. The commander put down his sword, and they explained to him that there were 4th rank warriors there, so it was too dangerous to go alone. Scott, with his mouth wide open, shouted that they were only cadets, and they often died during missions, to which Jean said that everything was so. The protagonist, squinting, exclaimed that since one of them was captured, Rancandel could not abandon him. Turning his head, the protagonist said that he was stronger than they all thought, and let them just follow the order, because any objections would be considered insubordination. Looking to the side, the master informed Bellop that everyone from the 2nd squad was wounded, so he was the strongest among them, so he should be on guard, and also clarified whether he understood him, and received a positive answer. A moment later, the young master abruptly rushed from the spot. Frowning menacingly, Jean thought that as long as he was in time. The night sky was visible, and the protagonist thought that there were about 20 warriors of the 4th rank in the enemy squad. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist muttered that her fencing and shadow energy were of the 3rd rank, and her magic was of the 4th. Walking through the forest, the master said to himself that he was growing up quite quickly, but now he couldn't handle everyone at once, and most importantly, he had to save Mesa. Suddenly, a magical glow appeared in his hand, and he whispered that he would therefore try to avoid battles and focus on searching. A second later, magical threads appeared on the ground, and the commander used the terrain reconnaissance skill. With a wave of his hand, the young gentleman used the ability Tracking Wind. Suddenly, a magical beam rushed past the trees. The grass glowed brightly, and Jean realized that it was pointing towards the meadow. Quickly rushing, the protagonist muttered that they couldn't have gone far. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards the guy. The protagonist, moving sharply, was able to dodge the attack. The opponents raised their swords and shouted that this was Cadet Rankendelov, and they needed to grab him. A moment later, the young man released a green beam. It was seen how an unusual force knocked down the enemies, and the mysterious entity clarified whether the Rankendelas used magic. The man, his eyes bulging, exclaimed that he should be killed already. A bright light reflected from the dagger. Suddenly, the master struck his opponent hard. Opening his mouth wide, the wizard ordered the warriors to step back. A magic arrow quickly rushed towards the young master. Fiery chains surrounded Jean's hand. Suddenly, the enemy bared his teeth menacingly. The protagonist abruptly pierced his body with a sword. The flames strongly fetid the protagonist's palm. A second later, the guy bent down. The magician, stretching out his staff, was perplexed. The young man quickly rushed forward, and the wizard was very surprised that fire did not affect him. Suddenly, a blue seal appeared, and the enemy shouted that he would break through with the help of ice. A small stone on the master's clothes shone brightly. Suddenly, it seemed like the young gentleman was furiously cutting through the ice. The old man, clenching his jaw, said that he did not believe his eyes. A moment later, a splash of blood was heard. Lowering his sword, Jean muttered that they were bastards from Kinzello. Looking at the tracks, the protagonist whispered that it seemed like they were not trying to hide, but were counting on the fact that their opponents did not have combat experience. Reaching for the ground, the protagonist realized that here they joined the others and left on a cart. Lowering his gaze, the guy thought that Kinzello had its own hierarchy, and they probably divided the spoils according to the position in the group. Turning around, the young man muttered that it meant that they would not dare touch the share of the one who was more important, and for now there was a chance to save Mesa. Taking the map, the young gentleman whispered that he was already near the lands of the beast men, and the Kinzello base was somewhere nearby. Having released the fire, the master decided that he needed to distract them, wait for the right moment, and save Mez. A second later, Jean threw a fiery stream forward. Suddenly, it seemed like the entire forest quickly caught fire. Raising his head, the protagonist realized that first they would have to deal with the fire. Small houses were visible, and it was heard that they were burning, and they also did not understand how this happened. The men, clenching their fists, asked where the fire was coming from, after which they shouted that they needed to put it out and bring water. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side, hearing that they were worthless idiots. The big guy opened his mouth wide and clarified whether they did not know how to put out a fire, and ordered the mages to use water or ice magic, and the guy wondered if he was the one in charge here. A moment later, the young man ran behind the house, and an appeal to the boss was heard that they were not succeeding. The man, frowning furiously, asked if they thought a fire could even start in such weather, and explained that it was definitely started by someone. The big man looked back in confusion. An unusual glow was visible in the distance, and the villagers were shouting that they needed to quickly bring the mages. Taking the keys, the young gentleman muttered that this was great, because now he could get inside. After some time, the door creaked open. Light illuminated the walls of the room, and the master said that it was cool in here, and wondered where they were keeping this. Noticing a hatch, Jean wondered if this was a basement. Suddenly, long hair appeared. The girl sharply turned her head, hearing the master call her. The cadet exclaimed that it was dangerous here, to which the protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, replied that she did not need to worry about him, and clarified whether she could go. Suddenly the protagonist cut the ropes on Mez's hands, and she explained that she could walk, but she would hardly run, and the guy said that it was okay, because he would help her. Suddenly the guys raised their heads and asked what that sound was. The girl asked if the commander could promise her something, to which he, lowering his eyebrows, asked not to waste energy on talking. The cadet, squinting, explained that if he was in danger then he should just leave her, because she could not allow him to suffer here. Jean, taking her, said that they needed to leave, because it was dangerous here. It was visible how the guys came out of the ruins. Noticing the wounds from the claws, the protagonist thought that the beast men had tried. The girl looked to the side in bewilderment. Suddenly the shadow of an animal appeared. The beast tightly gripped the handle of the weapon. The formidable dog clenched his jaw, and it was said that this was the tribe of the White Wolf. Mesa shouted to the master that she would distract him, so he should run, after which someone attacked her from behind. The enemy moved his ears and said that they were useless trash, and there was no use for them, because they couldn't even put out a fire. The protagonist bit his lips, hearing the question of whether it was all his fault. The guy stood up abruptly, answered that it was all his fault, and also explained that he was the son of Chiron. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man asked the beast to state his name. Baring his teeth, the wolf said that the young master was the offspring of the Rankendels. A few days before the start of the search mission, the Rankendel's house appeared. The protagonist's sword was surrounded by a dark force. Murakan, kicking him in the back, called him an idiot. Opening his mouth wide, the guy asked if he wanted to die, because he warned him that he was not ready yet, and if he tried to awaken the sword, the energy of the shadows would poison him. The assistant explained that if he did not want to die from an excess of shadow energy, he should not even think about awakening the sword, and clarified whether it was clear to him, to which Jean, looking away, answered positively. The protagonist clenched his fists, and the opponent said that today was his best hunt. Opening his mouth, the beast said his name and added that he was a warrior of the Truca family from the White Wolf tribe. Quajito, lowering his head, said that their tribe was created for battles and slaughter, and an adult white wolf is at least a warrior of the 6th rank. It seemed as if the warrior stuck his sword into the beast, and the young master explained that everyone knew that the White Wolf tribe could not stand the Rancandelas, and all because a long time ago the founder of the Rancandela family called their god, the Great White Wolf, to him and killed him. Narrowing his eyes, the master muttered that he would not escape with Meza. With his mouth wide open, Quajito shouted that Javier would sacrifice him and his soul would rest in peace. Jean held the hilt of the weapon tightly and heard him choose whether to fight in a fair fight or tear him to pieces while he ran away. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, replied that he chose a fair fight. The wolf, his eyes bulging furiously, exclaimed that this was excellent, and it meant that the Rancandelas were not without nobility. Suddenly, the opponent swung his sledgehammer and said that then the strongest would win. A moment later, many stones flew apart from the blow. Quajito grabbed his hammer tightly. The protagonist's sword appeared. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened. Having stretched out the dagger in front of him, the young man was able to defend himself from the attack. Baring his teeth, the master thought that this was a real white wolf, and he also no longer had the strength to block his attacks. A second later, the rivals jumped away from each other. Clenching his jaw, the young gentleman thought about what else he could win, because he had a secret advantage that the enemy didn't even know about, and that was the pendant given to him by his sister and the energy of the shadows. Remembering the blue medallion, Jean muttered that he wasn't sure it was worth wasting it on such a threat, and if he couldn't cope with such an opponent, it meant that he didn't have a chance to become stronger. A magic seal was visible in front of the protagonist, and he thought that magic couldn't be used, because 4th-tier magic wouldn't leave a scratch on him. Ruins appeared, and the protagonist thought that if the guard knight was sent to find out about Canzello, he would immediately see traces of mana, and then he would be exposed and expelled from the family. The blow of the weapon hit the ground, and the boy understood that it meant that there was no other choice. The young man, stretching out his sword, tried to hold back the enemy's onslaught. Quajito swung his hammer furiously, and the master asked the energy of the shadows to awaken his sword. A second later, the white wolf knocked out the young master's defense. Jean jumped back sharply, and the beast said that he had a good dagger, and also called him a bastard. Quajito, baring his teeth, said that for some reason it was not black, like the famous Rancandela swords. Suddenly, a huge sledgehammer appeared. The weapon quickly approached the protagonist's head, and the white wolf exclaimed that he was stronger than he seemed. Suddenly, the beast menacingly opened its jaw. The guy, through the sweat on his face, tried to remember what he felt when he tried to awaken the sword, and heard that it was the end. The young man's sword began to shine brightly. The enemy, frowning angrily, shouted that both him and the white weapon would be sacrificed by Javier. The master, his eyes bulging, realized that he needed to remember right now. It was visible how the rivals quickly approached each other. Quajito's pupils narrowed sharply. The young master found himself in complete darkness. Magic chains surrounded the white wolf, and he said that he could not see anything. Opponents appeared on both sides of the unusual glow. Dark power came out of the protagonist's sword, and he said that he had been wondering why the Rancandelas were famous for their black swords. But now everything became clear to him. Suddenly, the beast fell to the ground. Quajito, raising his head, was perplexed. Squinting, Jean said that it was a good fight. Thick bushes were visible, and screams were heard. Suddenly, the protagonist bent down from fatigue. The guy bared his teeth furiously. Suddenly, the young man raised his head and screamed. Having fallen, the master seemed to hear words that he was worthless, weak, stupid, a disgrace to the family, and also just a disgrace. A moment later, someone approached the young master and asked what he had just said. Murakan, with his mouth slightly open, explained that he had already said what would happen if he decided to awaken the sword while it lacked energy, and therefore would have to pay. Clenching his jaw, the representative of Soderette clarified whether he would be lying in the mud, poisoned by the energy of the shadows. Jean, hearing that he needed to get up, because if he lost, then everything would be over, began to rise. The protagonist bit his lips, and Murakan asked if he still understood what he needed to do. A magical shell appeared around the protagonist, and he thought that he needed to release the energy of the shadows. Through the sweat on his face, the guy muttered that the energy of the shadows surrounding him was destroying everything, and he could not use the release, but he could not give up. With his mouth wide open, the young man realized that he needed to relax. It seemed like the master was sighing heavily. Putting his palm on his chest, the young gentleman wondered if he had really managed it, because the pain had suddenly gone away, and it couldn't help but worry him, so it was too strange, and his body hadn't changed at all, but he was filled with the energy of the shadows. Trying to get up, Jean whispered that he could move, and therefore he needed to take Meza and leave. Looking at the wreckage, the protagonist asked who was there. Suddenly, the blonde, closing his eyes, begged not to kill him. The protagonist, looking away, asked if he was from Kinzello, to which the young man replied that he was not one of them. The guy, raising his hands, said his name and added that he was from the kingdom of Jean. The master, raising the corners of his lips, recognized him and introduced himself, and also said that he was sent to find him. Sember, through his tears, was happy about Rankindel, and the young gentleman thought that because of Kinzello he had completely forgotten about him, and he felt somehow awkward, because he was beside himself with happiness. The blonde exclaimed that he would never forget his kindness, to which Jean, closing his eyes, replied that it was nothing, because he was paid, and suggested that they return. The protagonist, holding Mez, asked the young man how it happened that he was kidnapped by Kinzello, because they thought that he was simply lost, and he said that he was going to find his beloved. Hearing the question of whether they had decided to run away together, the guy, scratching his cheek, answered in the negative. Sember explained that the thing is that she died 2 years ago, which made the protagonist bite his lips in bewilderment. Introducing the girl, the blonde said that the face, voice, and even 2 birthmarks on her hand were exactly as when she was alive, and it may look like he's gone crazy, but everything was like that, and he couldn't be mistaken. The master, lowering his gaze, wondered if it was an exact copy, and thought that it looked like Bure's work. There was an unusual emblem on the ground, and the young gentleman thought that they probably wanted to kidnap him for money, and he wondered to himself if there was some connection between Bure and Kinzello, because the last time he encountered him was when he was 10, and here he was again, after which he added that something was fishy here, and therefore it was necessary to meet him, to understand what kind of person he was. Looking to the side, Jean muttered that fortunately his atelier was in the capital of the Kurano Principality, and when he transferred to the advanced group, he would definitely drop by to see him, and Sember thanked him for listening to him carefully. The protagonist said that reinforcements would soon arrive, and therefore it was time to return, to which the guy, crossing his fingers, asked if he called the guard knights for him, and he whispered that he did it for Mez. The protagonist turned his head, hearing that the young man would never forget their meeting. A bright glow was visible in the sky, and the blonde shouted that if he ever needed his help, then he should just let him know. After some time, Jilly, crossing her fingers, congratulated the master on successfully completing the task, and added that it was simply amazing, to which he thanked her. The nanny said that he was probably tired, so she prepared a bath for him, and the young gentleman, closing his eyes, said that he did not doubt her. A second later, Jean, reaching out to the cat, asked if he had behaved well. Unexpectedly, Murakan grabbed the protagonist's hand. The protagonist abruptly threw him against the wall, and also explained that you can't throw animals, except for his assistant, because he can. The guy, opening his mouth wide, asked why he was biting, to which he received a counter question: was he in his right mind, and had he completely gone crazy? The cat, waving his paws, exclaimed that he said not to wake up his sword, because it would ruin everything, and added that he was worried about him, and the young man asked to listen to him. Murakan, lifting the master above himself, shouted that there was no excuse for him, and asked what could be more important than the life of Soderet's only follower, and at that very moment, Jilly said that the master had just returned. The young master's assistant, narrowing his eyes, objected to the nanny that she had not brought strawberry cake, and it seemed that they were in trouble, to which she replied that she understood him. The girl, confused, wide-eyed, listened as Jean explained that his comrade had been kidnapped right from under his nose, and he asked if he should have abandoned him, and Murakan clarified whether the pendant was for beauty, since it was not some kind of jewelry for him. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist exclaimed that he did not want to waste it in vain, because he could meet much more powerful enemies. The representative of Soderet bared his teeth menacingly and asked him again. The protagonist, clenching his fists, asked why he was so surprised, and his assistant called him an asshole. The guy, crossing his elbows, asked how he knew that he was trying to awaken the sword, to which he received the answer that the rank of his shadow energy suddenly jumped from 3rd to 4th. The young man, widening his eyes, explained that he felt that the energy was overflowing him, but he could not imagine that he had jumped a whole rank, and Murakan asked to thank him for his mercy. The representative of Soderet, stretching out his finger, said that only 10 people experienced poisoning by shadow energy, and 9 died, after which the master said that he was one of the survivors and asked who the second one was, and whether he was the founder. The assistant, bulging his eyes, answered that it was him, and Timar would have died. The young gentleman, waving his palm, said that it meant that they were similar to him, so he should not worry, because he was not ready to experience such pain again, and also go wash himself. Turning to Jilly, Murakan shouted that he needed to be starved to get a grip on himself, and Jilly said that she would cook dinner for the master after all. The representative of Soderette said with his mouth slightly open that he was very jealous of the main character. After a while, a huge chandelier could be seen, and it was heard that Jean could not defeat a warrior from the White Wolf tribe, unless he was a bandit wearing a wolf skin. A member of the Rankindel family, sitting on a chair, asked how he managed it, since he had only reached the 3rd rank, to which he received the answer that perhaps he could. Anna, smiling slightly, explained that he could, if he met the weakest white wolf. Mew, turning her gaze to the side, exclaimed that even in this case it was impossible, since it made even less sense that her mother immediately believed him. The 9th standard bearer, squinting, clarified whether she thought so. Suddenly the boys, with their hands behind their backs, heard someone speaking to them and answered that they were listening. Daytona, looking at his brother, whispered if Jean had really killed him, and he said that no matter what kind of monster he was, it was impossible. Haytona, with his mouth wide open, muttered that the problem was not whether he had killed the white wolf, but that he was moving to an advanced group. The boys, with their eyebrows lowered, said that if he studied with them, it would be the end for them. The boys, with their mouths sadly open, said that it was terrible. Mew smiled slightly and asked what they were whispering about, and if they were afraid of what would happen when the youngest moved to them, to which the brothers answered in the negative, and Anna asked them not to lie to their older sister. The girl, turning her gaze to the side, explained that she hated it most when they lied to her, so much so that she was ready to rip out their tongues. The boys, with their eyes bulging, exclaimed that they were afraid, and the 9th standard bearer clarified whether they wanted their sister to help them, to which they asked how. The young men joyfully opened their mouths, hearing that they could use them, and that they should not miss the chance and take their slaves. An advanced group appeared, and it was said that everything was subject to the laws of the jungle, because both 3rd and 5th rank knights were training here. The warriors looked menacingly ahead, and Jean said that the newcomers were mixed with those who had been here for 10 years. It was visible how the older sisters of the protagonist chained the cadets, and he explained that they choose several cadets and turn them into their slaves. The girls said that they should take them and show the younger one where his place is, because they don't like him either, which made the brothers smile happily. Anna, grinning maliciously, said that if they can handle it, then they should hold on. The protagonist, wiping his neck with a towel, thought that he had completed the first task, so it was finally decided to transfer him to the advanced group, and the energy of the shadows reached the 4th rank. Touching the chair, the master muttered that if he wanted to use it properly, then he should reach the 6th rank in fencing in 5 years. Squeezing his thumb, the young gentleman thought that knights of the 6th rank are excellent swordsmen, and 7th masters, but those who have reached the 8th rank and above are considered an exception to the rule, because out of 2 million inhabitants of the continent, there are hardly 100 who have reached the 9th or 10th rank. Introducing his father, Jean explained that only one could go further, namely the Star Knight. A moment later, the protagonist clenched his fist. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist decided that in this life, he too could become a Star Knight, and even surpass him. After some time, the walls of the room were visible. The girl, holding a pen in her hand, allowed him to enter. The guy, opening his mouth, asked if his mother had called him. Rose, sitting on a chair, answered positively. The master's mother, raising the corners of her lips, said that she had heard that he had successfully completed his mission, and she was very pleased with his results. The lady of the Rankindel house opened a book, and the young man thanked her. Frowning, the girl said that she understood that he had refused her advice to move to another room. Rose, crossing her fingers, explained that he knew that only the child who would become the next ruler could use the room, and that it had been empty since Joshua had lived there when he was younger, but it was time for him to take it. The young master, narrowing his eyes, thanked her and added that he could not accept it. His mother asked why not, to which her son, keeping his hands behind his back, replied that no matter how nice the room was, it was still just 4 walls, because it was too big and luxurious for him. The lady of the house clarified whether he really did not want to live there, whereupon Jean, closing his eyes, said that he had already decided. A moment later, Rose tapped her finger on the table and said that he could go. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, obeyed her. Resting her head on her hand, the girl asked whether there was not a drop of greed in the youngest, or whether there was too much of it. Imagining the protagonist being held up with many swords, the lady of the house thought that what she had offered him was the quarters for those of the children who would become the head of the Rankindel family in the future, and so she was sure that he knew about the support he would receive from the moment he entered this room, but he would become a target for those who did not receive this opportunity. Rose, closing her eyes, said that he probably realized that she was testing him, and then she would eagerly await his results in the intermediate class. After a while, Jean, putting his hands on his hips, exclaimed that from tomorrow they would be transferred to the intermediate training class, which consisted of several factions. The cadets, biting their lips, listened attentively that they had found a place in his, and they would get into territorial battles and face aggression. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that they shouldn't be afraid, because he wasn't going to just watch if something happened, and that all of this would disappear as soon as he completely contained the intermediate class. The protagonist explained that until that moment they needed to move in groups of 3, and even if they weren't training, and that they shouldn't act alone, after which the guys, opening their jaws, answered positively. The daytime sky was visible. Zed, holding his hands behind his back, asked to pay attention. A crowd of warriors appeared, and the 8th rank knight said that 10 recruits had been accepted this year, and 27 had dropped out. The guys, through sweat on their faces, listened to him say that the newcomers should gain experience from their mentors in the intermediate class, because he only taught them how to wield the sword and assess their skills. The eldest member of the Rankindel family added that they should deal with all troubles on their own, except for murder, and the master thoughtfully bit his lips. Zed, with his mouth wide open, shouted to the instructors that he had a question for them, then clarified that he always repeats himself. Many cadets were visible, shouting that Rankindel does not need weaklings. The knight, with his jaw open, repeated that Rankindel does not need weaklings. The boy's jaw appeared, and he exclaimed the same thing. Meza and Bellup lowered their eyebrows menacingly. Again the young men, with their mouths open, repeated the previous phrases. Jean, with a heavy sigh, thought that it was very loud, and realized that they were trying to scare them. The protagonist, looking at the brothers, muttered that the twins were here too. An evil warrior was visible, and the protagonist thought that this ugly guy behind them had been training for quite a long time, and the twins would never defeat him alone, and they probably enlisted the support of the sisters Miu and Anna. The master turned his head and thought that they were trying to intimidate the recruits, but he had to make them understand that they had misunderstood. Suddenly, the young master lifted his foot off the ground. The brothers, with their eyes bulging, wondered why he was going there and added that there was no need to be afraid because their sisters would support them. The protagonist's sword was shining brightly. Suddenly, Jean waved the weapon in front of the warrior. The twins opened their mouths in bewilderment. Zed lowered his eyebrows in surprise. A deep wound appeared on the guy's arm. A moment later, the young man's arm was torn off and he screamed loudly. The protagonist, squinting, asked for a doctor and muttered that it was not he who should be terrified, but they. Daytona, with his mouth wide open, asked if he had gone crazy, after which the master asked the cadet his name. Through the sweat on his face, the student said his name, and the young master asked if he knew why he had cut off his hand. The boy, drawing his sword, asked if he was ignoring them, and ordered him to draw his sword again. Jean, turning his head, asked the brothers if they could see that he was talking to Kajin, and explained that he would accept the duel later, so they should sit quietly. Haydn, his jaw open in anger, asked how he dared to act like that after crippling his student. A second later, the boy covered his mouth with his hand. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist asked again about his student. Smiling, the protagonist asked if this cadet was part of his faction, after which he explained that he had looked at him bloodthirstily, which was why he had crippled him. The warriors, their eyes bulging, were perplexed. The master lifted the corners of his lips in satisfaction, and the students thought that this was a battle for hegemony. Zed clenched his jaw and said that they had received a worthy response after trying to suppress the younger brother. Kajin bared his teeth in pain, and the eldest member of the Rankindel family continued that thanks to the twins, the cadet's position as part of their faction was stable. The young master turned his gaze to the side, and the younger brother Shiren explained that because of this, Jin's actions were not unpredictable, but the battle for hegemony was an established tradition of the Rankindel, and it was also a very daring act. The protagonist, menacingly lowering his eyebrows, ordered all the recruits to listen to him. Standing in front of a crowd of warriors, the protagonist said that they could point their swords at him or attack him suddenly, as he did. The master added that they should understand that if he saw even a hint of hostility, he would respond in kind without hesitation, which made the boys sweat. Suddenly, the young master turned around, hearing that he was the 13th and youngest son. The eye of the eldest member of the Rankindel family was glowing red, and he asked if Jean thought he dared to do such a thing in front of him. The protagonist, opening his mouth, answered that he thought so, to which the man asked why all of a sudden. The protagonist explained that he was sure that he would not be fighting the twins, but him, after which the boys widened their eyes in surprise. The younger brother Shirak thoughtfully bit his lips. A magical flash appeared in Zed's hand, and he asked again if the master was saying that he would fight him, and also added that it was very interesting. A second later, a powerful force swirled around the eldest member of the Rankindel family. Pulling out an unusual sword, the man ordered the young master to explain himself, because depending on his answer, he could behead him right there. The boy lowered his eyebrows angrily. Closing his eyes, Jean said that the elder decided to use a unique technique to intimidate the students, despite the fact that he was in the classroom. Magic streams enveloped the armor on his hand, and the protagonist said that he was thinking about it when Zed attacked him. Suddenly, the eldest Slen of the Rankindel family made a circular strike. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips. A bruise appeared on the boy's cheek, and he remained silent. The younger brother Chiron gritted his teeth and asked the boy if he did not like that the students were being intimidated, and therefore decided to create a commotion, to which he replied that except for the part that he did not like, everything was as it was said. The students widened their eyes in alarm, and the knight noted that in that case they should have challenged him, and clarified why they needed to wound another cadet, to which the protagonist replied that it was because he could not defeat him now. Grinning, the protagonist explained that if he thought he would emerge victorious, he would have attacked him instead of Kajin or the brothers. The man wrapped his fingers around the magic weapon and suggested that the boy did not value life too much, or was relying too much on his status as the patriarch's son, to which he replied that this was not the case. The young man explained that he thought that sitting idly by simply because his opponent was stronger than him was not how a member of the Rankindel family would act, to which Zed lowered the corners of his lips. The 8th rank knight noted that his life would be but a moment, and his honor would be a legacy, while the protagonist's brothers opened their mouths in confusion. Gritting his teeth, the eldest member of the Rankindel family exclaimed that this was very stupid. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that Jean's bravado was so absurd that it made his uncle happy. Placing his hand on his side, Zed exclaimed that he would allow his nephew to do this, since he was truly worthy of his family name. The cadet bowed his body, and the younger brother Shiren exclaimed that the cadets should remember this day, since today they got to see what it was like to be in the Rankindel family, and then added that this brat decided to show that they were crazy fanatics. Clenching his fist, the man told the students to fight and not to forget who they are. The uncle informed the boys that they were free to go, and their training would begin tomorrow, to which they gritted their teeth and agreed. Hayden exclaimed indignantly, and the protagonist turned away and said that as a younger brother, he would give them advice. Turning his head, the protagonist explained that they were now more afraid of their older sisters and brothers, and then asked if it would be the same in the future. The boys lowered their heads, and the magician advised them not to dwell too much on what was happening now, because it was better to think about the future. The nanny exclaimed that the young master had returned earlier, while he put his sword on the sofa and answered in the affirmative. Putting his hand on his side, the boy called for the maid, to which she responded. The young man said that he had declared a battle for hegemony to the twins, when suddenly Jilly's eyes widened in bewilderment. Raising his head, Jean assumed that the older sisters Miu and Anna were probably covering them, and the nanny asked if it was true that he had declared a battle to both at once, and received a positive answer. An enraged cadet appeared, and the protagonist explained that he had wounded one of his brother's students, and after some questioning, it turned out that this student was a member of his sister's faction. Hayden covered his mouth with his hand, and the protagonist noted that this was because his brother was incapable of keeping secrets, and now belonged to their faction, and if the sisters found out about everything, they would probably be furious. Grinning, the young master explained that his brothers would never be able to accept a 5th-rank knight into their faction, since they usually recruit those who are weaker than them into their factions. Jilly lowered her head and noted that both ladies had already reached the rank of standard bearer, and then added that there was an unspoken rule according to which standard bearers can only fight other standard bearers. The nanny placed the tray of tea on the table, and Jean noted that it was true, and that he was glad that his sisters had begun to restrain him, because it was a huge blow to them, and since they were both standard bearers, they had no way to retreat from it yet. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist said that the only thing they could do was disrupt the distribution of his team and increase the difficulty of the missions thanks to their authority, after which he added that then there was a chance that he would be injured or killed. Jilly put her fingers to her cheek, and the protagonist said that they would not forget about the solo missions among those that were high difficulty, and that no one would follow him, and then added that this meant that he would be able to use all his strength. Smiling widely, the maid exclaimed that then this was indeed a great opportunity, and the boy noted that it was true. Lowering his eyebrows, the mage decided that he should thank his sisters and strive for more. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the cat with his hands. The young master closed his eyes and said that he was sure that no one would object to him taking his pet alone. The protagonist said that he would not take Mirakin on missions and would instead have him do something else, to which Mirakin turned around and asked what he would be doing. The protagonist said that he would tell him later, but until then they should lie low, when suddenly Jilly closed her eyes and called out to the young master. Clouds appeared and an announcement was heard that they would be moving out after the three finished their days training at a secret training ground for members of the Rankindel family only. Folding his arms, Zed explained that these were special privileges for purebloods, but they should not think that it would be easy. The brothers lowered the corners of their lips, and their uncle explained that their family's swordsmanship was based on destructive power, and then added that they fight, win, wield, and the character traits of their family are reflected in this art. The man stated that they do not have a specific definition, but there are secret techniques that can only be learned by being a standard bearer, to which Jean closed his lips and suggested that the sisters were causing a fuss here. Closing his eyes, the younger brother Chiron explained that there is no fixed form in fencing, be it the position of the feet or the stance, and this is the main difference between the Rankindel and other families. The uncle asked if the cadets knew the reason for this, to which the boy raised his hand and said that it was because of the unique physical abilities and talents that the Rankindel family members possess, and received a positive answer. A girl with a sword appeared, and Zed explained that being a member of their family meant having a great lineage, and then added that their physical attributes and sword skills were beyond the dreams of an ordinary person. The brothers stood in a row, and their uncle said that even if they had some shortcomings, their level was still much higher than average. Smiling, the 8th rank knight noted that this was why it was easy and simple for them to learn. Picking up a large object, the uncle said that he would now give each of them a steel ball. The protagonist, wide-eyed, wondered what it was, and noticed that there were some kind of steel parts inside. The iron ball was lying on the table, and Zed explained that it was a pure stone that made a ringing sound when struck. Opening his mouth wide, the man said that they would now hear 3 types of sounds, and advised his nephews to be careful. The 8th rank knight struck the steel ball with his sword. The boys closed their eyes and cried out in displeasure, to which their uncle asked if they were not very pleased. The eldest member of the Rankindel family swung his blade and said that the next sound would come. Haytona opened his mouth wide and cried out loudly. Zed put his hand on his side and noted that as they understood, the sound of the stone depends on the force with which it is struck. The steel balls were lying on the floor, and the man explained that if they struck weakly, the sound would be very quiet, but when they calculated the force well, the ringing would be truly beautiful. Lowering his hands, Jean thought that everything was clear to him, and the essence of the training was to make the sound perfect with each strike, and this was done to train fortitude, will, endurance, and concentration. Closing his lips, the protagonist thought that if we take into account the physical abilities of the Rankindel family, then this exercise was ideal, although its essence was simple. The brothers stood next to each other, and the protagonist thought that they were just hitting a piece of steel, and that it was too boring for their family's special training. Zed wrapped his fingers around the hilt of the sword and said that the last sound was coming. Taking the iron ball in his hands, the boy did not understand what the third sound was then, and realized that he definitely heard the rattling inside the pure stone. The 8th rank knight swung his sword, and the young man thought that there were steel fragments there. The young master's eyes widened, deciding that this could not be. Reaching forward, the protagonist shouted for his brothers to fall down. The steel ball began to crack. A moment later, a bright flash appeared behind the brothers. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred. A white shroud enveloped the entire space around. Lying on the ground, the boy sighed heavily. Putting his hand to his head, Haytona did not understand what happened, when Zed suddenly clarified whether the youngest member of the Rankindel family had a good reaction. Lowering his sword to the ground, the 8th rank knight explained that if they struck too hard, it would end like this. Smiling, the man said that they had learned everything they needed to know, and suggested that they begin training. His uncle noted that they were the first since Luna to not be hurt by the stone, as the cadets stood up. Putting his fingers to his chin, the younger brother Chiron stated that most of their siblings had been trained by him, so this cruel performance was part of the initiation, and then added that he didn't think they would have another unharmed child. Raising his hand, Jean asked if he could find out how Luna had managed to avoid being hurt. Closing his eyes, his uncle suggested that he would be disappointed when he found out, but at least his brothers were annoyed, to which he replied that it was fine. A magical glow appeared, and the 8th rank knight explained that unlike the protagonist, Luna did not dodge, but like the others, took the blow on herself. The girl covered her face from the fire. Uncle held a sword in his hand. His sister's eyes widened, and Zed noted that she was so strong that there was not a scratch left on her. The boy's eyes widened in fear, and the man paused and exclaimed that in any case, the 3 of them needed to start training. Pointing his finger down, the 8th rank knight told the students to hit until they could produce a clear sound at any time and in any situation, after which he clarified whether they understood, and everyone agreed. High windows appeared in the room. The maid smiled and called out to the young lady, to which she thanked her. Nanny placed a cup of tea on the table and recalled something about what the girl had said earlier, to which the girl asked if Nanny was saying that someone in the family wanted to kill Jean. The old man sat down on a chair and said that she suspected the young ladies Mio and Anna, because considering how they tried to keep an eye on the main character, she was almost sure that the sisters had a hand in this, to which Luna noted that it looked like it, but she did not understand if this was really the case, and whether they were really so crazy as to try to kill in Bure Castle. Lowering her head, the girl said that it was forbidden to compete for the inheritance with someone who was in the castle. Closing her eyes, the student explained that, besides, if her father found out about something like this, the family would be turned upside down, and their own lives would be in danger. Nanny turned her head and asked how big the chance was that the young gentleman was lying or misunderstanding something. Little Jean showed up and his sister explained that he was only 10 at the time, so both options were possible, and then added that they had been investigating for 5 years since then, but had not achieved any results, so there was some doubt that the protagonist would lie. Pointing to the side, the little protagonist said he was a little nervous about something, and Luna said he was being careful around her at the time. The mug reflected the girl's silhouette, who explained that it wasn't because he was feeling awkward, but because her little brother felt like his life was in danger, and added that it was in the air. The nanny asked if they should take a closer look at the young ladies Miu and Anna, to which the student reached for the cup and decided that she was more worried about the fact that they hadn't found anything yet, and that it was kind of creepy. The maid admitted that she was also worried that her siblings might harm her, to which Luna looked away and noted that she had managed to survive her 30th birthday, and asked if Nanny was being overly worried. The girl put her head in her hand and said that she hoped her little brother was doing well, to which the nanny asked if she meant Master Jed's training, and the other girl said that he needed to feel the effects of her training of the eyes and mind. Closing her eyes, the older sister muttered that the pure stone really hit hard and she was sure that he was fine, and the maid exclaimed that it was great to watch them grow. The next day, the buildings appeared and it was said that 4 hours had passed since the training began. Frowning, Jean thought about how this training was the longest of all. Lowering his head, the protagonist realized that this was unbearable. Sitting on a chair, Zed announced a 5-minute break. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about how he thought this was an exercise to control his strength and develop his mind, but he was wrong, and then decided that he needed to increase the destructiveness of his strength. The boy recalled how his uncle swung his sword and thought that he had managed to hit the stone without using it, but he himself did not have enough physical strength. Grasping the blade with both hands, the cadet realized that it therefore needed to be strengthened by controlling his aura. Closing his eyes, the young man thought about how he first needed to concentrate his aura and achieve a clear sound, and only then would he be able to break the stone. Sitting on the ground, the student mentally said that he could not rush, and needed to do everything slowly, because even his stupid brothers could do it in his past life, which meant he could do it himself. The 8th rank knight looked away. Haitona gritted his teeth and exclaimed that they were taking a break, and his uncle thought that they were all holding up well. Daytona closed his eyes and did not understand why it was called a break. A magical aura wrapped around Jean's body, and the eldest member of the Rankindel family realized that this child was special. Putting his fingers to his chin, the man guessed that no one knew, but he might be able to beat his older sister's record. A tall staircase appeared, and someone said that this was very pathetic. Putting his hand on his hip, Zed asked the protagonist to tell his brothers that if they plan to be stupid tomorrow, they don't have to come, to which he replied that he understood. Lowering his hands, the protagonist walked forward, and his uncle thought about how the twins had run out of steam much later than he thought, and yet they were true Rankindelas. The cadet clenched his fists, and Zed thought about the youngest member of their family. With his mouth wide open, the man did not understand why this guy was the youngest. Gritting his teeth, the 8th rank knight shouted that if Jean had been born 10 years ago, all the Rankindela powers would have been concentrated in his hands. Crouching closer to the ground, Zed muttered that this was a great shame. A month later, the cadets gathered in the square, waiting for the middle class to train. The informant opened his mouth wide and announced that the middle class had received their first mission, and the students whose name was about to be called were to come forward, and then added that the first mission was a security mission, and they were tasked with guarding the new recruits of the Blacksmith Association, and the guards would be Houston and Waiting. Standing on the stage, the guy announced that the third mission was the extermination of demonic beasts, and their target would be orcs. Holding the documents in his hand, the warrior noted that the location was the unprotected lands of the Kurano Principality, and wondered who would be sent there. The man leafed through the papers. The informant listed the 10 days of cadets, to which Mesa and Bellup opened their mouths in alarm. Crumpling the documents, the man said that there were 24 orcs on them that were to be exterminated. The girl pressed her lips together as they were told that since the monsters moved in pairs or groups, they should gather their resolve and give it their all. The informant declared that that was all and wished all the cadets good luck, while the boy's eyes widened. Daytona turned his head and exclaimed that they were all new recruits, and his partner noted that they were poor guys and would return half dead. The young man gritted his teeth and suggested that they prepare incense and graves, while the other said that they had a minute before leaving on a mission and suggested that they write a will. The boy closed his eyes and asked if the student would like to make a request of young Master Jean, when he suddenly began to parody him by saying that he wanted help, to which he was very indignant. Mesa took her partner by the hand and asked him to calm down, because they were not strong enough to compete with them yet, and there was a mission ahead in which they could still manage to injure themselves, to which Tommen exclaimed that they had insulted the young master. With her mouth wide open, the girl shouted that he should shut up and stand still, and asked if he had lost his memory, because this was Rankindel. The cadets stood in the crowd and said that they should focus on the mission they had been given and return in one piece after its successful completion. Looking away, Mesa exclaimed that this was how they would put them in their place, and this was the only way. Hayton swung his sword over the clean stone. The steel ball began to split into 2 parts. The guy's eyes widened in delight. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred. A bright magical beam rushed past Dayton's face. Jean lowered his head. The brothers called the protagonist, to which he turned his gaze in their direction. Suddenly, a stream of energy hit his hand. One of the twins raised his hand and asked if his younger brother was okay, to which he said that he was still alive and asked him to do it somewhere far away from him. The brothers stood near the iron balls, and the protagonist thought about how it had been a month since they had started training with pure stones, and his older brothers had started to explode them, and he himself thought that it would take more time. Looking at his palm, the cadet did not understand what kind of feeling it was. The eyes of the young master noticeably decreased, and the guy realized that then it was as if a path of iron beads appeared in front of his eyes. A sharp spear was flying towards the student, and the young man thought about how it was imprinted so clearly, like the trajectory of an arrow. Putting his palm to the pure stone, the protagonist decided that if the fragments of the pure stone flew at him again, he would definitely be able to dodge. The protagonist pursed his lips and assumed that this perception might have something to do with his older sister's training. In his memories, Luna walked with her hands behind her back. Jean grabbed the hilt of his sword with both hands and thought that before he forgot the feeling, he should try again. Zed lowered the corners of his mouth and declared that they had been given a mission. Gritting his teeth, the twins muttered something about a celebration. Clutching his head, Haytona shouted that he was already sick of just thinking about the Beeman Empire, and Daytona said that he hated all these banquets, and that they were boring, and his uncle expressed his condolences to his nephews. The knight of the 8th rank said that thanks to the boys, the rest of the brothers would not have to dance at the imperial reception, and the protagonist at the same time looked away. The man closed his eyes and asked if they were ashamed to sigh about their mission, even if it was such a trifle, and then added that if he saw it again, he would make them dream of death. The twins apologized to their uncle, and the protagonist opened his mouth and thought that the sisters Miu and Anna were also mean, because they punished their ignorant brothers by sending them to a social event in the Beemant Empire. Throwing his hand on his shoulder, Zed said that this was a big event, and it would be difficult to refuse, even if you were Rankindel, because many important people would gather there, and then told the brothers to go there and learn something useful from them. Turning over the sheet, the man said that there was a certain task for the younger one, to which he responded. Uncle said that he had to eliminate an enemy, and his target was the toy of the Ice Palace Master Talaris, to which Jean lowered the corners of his lips, and Uncle continued that in other words, it was one of her many lovers. Frowning, the eldest member of the Rankindel family asked if it was true that the protagonist was aware of the Ice Palace and its master, to which he answered in the affirmative. A tall building appeared, and it was said that it was a huge tower in the middle of the western sea of the continent, and that it was owned by the master of the Ice Palace, the 51st Master Talaris. The girl leaned on her arm, and it became clear that she was also known as the Spider of the Abyss, and was famous for being merciless to anyone who attempted to kill her lovers. The young master looked down, and his uncle explained that the Ice Palace was an independent force that was outside the influence of Rankindel and Zipple, and then asked if his nephew understood how strong the Ice Palace and its master were. A dossier on the man appeared, and the knight of the 8th circle reported that his target was named Alcaro, and that the man was accompanied by people from the Ice Palace. Zed noted that the man lived in the criminal district of Mummet, to which the twins gaped in surprise. The brothers began to whisper that if it was in this area, they would know that the knights had ordered it, and wasn't it too much even if the younger one was so good, while Jean raised his hand and said that he had a question. The protagonist, holding his chin with his fingers, noted that the customer was the Chandra family, and then asked if it was true that they had ordered the murder of their own member. Folding his arms, Zed replied that it was, and suggested that they had done everything they could to bring him back, but apparently they had failed, and then added that they had decided that it was better for Alcaro to die than to reveal the family's secrets. Uncle asked what his thoughts were and whether he could carry it out, to which the protagonist closed his eyes and declared that he would do it. The 8th rank knight frowned. Looking at his nephew, the man thought that the boy probably knew about the master of the Ice Palace and Mummet, but he simply agreed, and if he said that it was unreasonable, he would have to talk to the knights. Putting his hand on his hip, the eldest member of the Rankindel family said that it was good, and he liked the cadet's straightforwardness. Crossing his elbows, the man said that the three of them would leave in 2 days, when suddenly the twins asked if their younger brother was really going to Mummet. Zed explained that Jean said he was ready, so there was no need to stop him, and training was cancelled during missions, and asked the boys to make sure that their personal training would not interfere with the missions, to which they opened their mouths and agreed. Hayton called out to the protagonist, to which he looked away and asked what he needed. Raising his fist, the boy shouted that if he was cornered, he should just reveal himself and say that he was a member of the Rankindel family, and the other shouted that no one would dare touch him, to which the protagonist admitted that he did not expect them to worry about him. The twins' eyes widened and exclaimed that they said this so that their brother would not die before they defeated him. Having struck the steel ball, the cadet asked the older brothers to decide who they liked more before he returned. The boys' mouths opened in alarm. Grinning, the young master said that they should decide whether they liked the sisters or the younger brother more. The 8th rank knight called out to the twins, to which they simultaneously turned around. Jean was walking away, and the uncle explained that the younger one wanted to tell them not to go against him. Lowering his eyebrows, Zed noted that they should listen if they wanted to live happily ever after. 2 days later, Mesa stepped forward and asked if the young gentleman was heading to Mummet, to which he replied in the affirmative. The girl noticed that the cadet's hair had changed, to which he looked up. A sword appeared in its sheath, and the student explained that it was a disguise, since he could not arrive there as Rankindel. The boy smirked and said that his mission was different from theirs, so he needed a different teleportation gate, and then asked if it was true that they had an extermination mission, to which he responded in the affirmative. The young man noted that they looked gloomy and asked if something had happened, to which Mesa closed her eyes and replied that everything was fine, and that they had come to say goodbye before he left. The cadets lowered their heads, and the protagonist did not understand what it meant to say goodbye, since this was not the last time they would see each other, after which he added that if everything did not go so well, then one of them could die. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that their worry would not change anything, then added that they should focus on the task at hand. A bright light covered the young master's silhouette, and the boy noted that they should not waste their energy on unnecessary worries until he returned. Bellup raised his eyebrows and asked the young master to be careful, to which he said that they would see each other again. Gilly noted that they were very cute, to which he placed his hand on his sword and asked the nanny to keep an eye on them. The cat closed his eyes and said that the boy should not worry, because this body was magnificently black, to which its owner said that it should not be caught or noticed. Gritting his teeth, Murakan shouted that Jean was an intolerable brat, and should be careful not to be discovered and not be careless because of his wonderful disguise, to which he told the cat to leave already. The maid said that Murakan had not arrived yet, so it would be quiet for a while, to which the protagonist, grabbing the reins of the horse, asked her to take it as a vacation and said that he would bring her some souvenir. Folding her palms, Gilly admitted that she was worried, because the protagonist had to kill the lover of the mistress of the Ice Palace, after which she added that she knew that the guy was not just an ordinary cadet, but Mummet was a very dangerous place. The nanny asked him to take care of himself, to which he climbed onto the horse and replied that he would do so. Smiling, the young man said goodbye to his interlocutor. An arch at the entrance to the criminal district of Mummet appeared, a place where the most hardened criminal elements gathered. Bursting into the room, the big guy shouted for everyone to accept the new guy, when suddenly the others cried out that it was Tonk, who had been caught again. In the criminal's hideout, men were raising their mugs of alcohol, and a large bandit shouted that he was back. The big guy grabbed a marginal half his size with his arm. Pressing his lips together, Jean thought about what they say, that even grass doesn't grow because of the energy that comes from these creepy guys. The hooligan frowned with displeasure, and his partner assumed that they really did have a new guy. Throwing a coin forward, the protagonist asked for a glass of water and a light snack. Everyone shouted that they needed to see this guy, and the bartender grabbed the money with his hand. Tonk opened his mouth wide and noted that the young man was new, but was acting like one of them, and why did he specify which organization some knight of the 9th rank came from? Gritting his teeth, the marginal called out to the new guy and said that since he had managed to get into Mummet, he needed to learn its rules, after which he ordered him to kneel. The big guy ordered to lick him, when suddenly a small blade appeared near his neck. Drops of blood flew onto the table. Frowning, the protagonist asked how long he had to wait. The hooligan's eyes bulged in fear. The men smiled broadly and shouted that Tonk had died, and that they knew that one day the big guy would end up like that. Turning his head, the protagonist paused and thought that, as the master had said, all the madmen were gathering here. Grasping the blade with his fingers, the guy mentally repeated the words of the mentor that if he wanted to impress the local marginals, he needed to show them strength and fearlessness. Closing his eyes, the cadet said that even in his past life he had managed to receive great support, and he hoped that the day would come when he would be able to repay his teacher. The bartender held out a glass and a plate. The man asked him not to be afraid, since he hadn't poisoned the food, to which Jean, leaning his head on his hand, noted that poisons were not favored here, and he knew it. Frowning, the owner of the establishment said that the young man was well informed, and then asked if any of his relatives were from here, to which he replied that it was none of his business. Holding a gold coin in his hand, the bartender asked if he wanted drugs, since the recent batch was quite good, or if he was looking for someone, to which he replied that the latter suited him. A girl with long red hair appeared, and the protagonist clarified whether someone had passed by, introducing herself as Easter. Closing his eyes, the man answered negatively and stated that he was sure of it, to which the protagonist said that he understood everything, and in that case he would be grateful if he knew where he could spend the night. Closing his eyes, the cadet noted that he wanted there to be no bedbugs and all that. The owner of the establishment folded his arms and said that there was only one place, then added that it was an inn in the west of the city called the Moonwell, and even kings stayed there, so you could rest easy. A bright moon hung in the sky above the inn building in the west of Mummet. Taking a step forward, the cadet thought that Alcaro was a stupid offspring of a count who grew up without knowing what poverty was, and now he was going crazy from entertainment and pleasure, and all he had was a noble family name and a pretty face, so he was a typical scumbag who trembled in front of the strong and mocked the weak. Raising his head, the boy thought that the reason why his target was idly waiting in such a dangerous city was because he wanted to attract the attention of the mistress of the Ice Palace, so the only place he could be was the inn. Remembering the conversation with the man at the bar, the young man realized that there was a high chance that Alcaro was cooking that new drug in his room. The student walked to the stairs and decided that since his target was the lover of the master of the Ice Palace, he probably had security. Removing his hood, the youngest Rankindel thought that he should first check out the hall, when suddenly loud screams were heard. Aokero opened his mouth wide and asked why they were telling him that he couldn't, then stated that they had saved him yesterday. Putting his hand on the railing, Jean thought that he was lucky, because he didn't know that he would meet him so soon, while the guard said that the man couldn't do this anymore, and the man screamed that he was fed up and began to beg them, because if he didn't, he couldn't be sure that he would be able to stay another hour. Squeezing his eyes shut, the protector said that he couldn't do this, because they had to protect him, then added that they couldn't spoil him. Suddenly, Aokero pointed his finger forward and shouted at the other man to shut up, because he didn't want to hear it. The Count's son raised his hand and shouted that if he didn't get it, he would do everything without them, and they were good-for-nothing bastards, which he remembered, after which he declared that when his darling returned, she would cut off their heads. The boy looked away and remained silent, while the young master asked how they dared to sigh in front of him. Aokero, his eyes wide, called the defenders peasant brats, and declared that he was a member of the Chandra family, when suddenly he was hit in the stomach. The boys did not understand how much longer they would have to guard this idiot, to which the man turned his head and remarked that it would be nice if this man died from an overdose, and did not understand why such a bastard should be left alive, when suddenly he was asked to be quiet, and do what he had to do, without any reasoning. The guard carried Aokero on his shoulder, and Jean thought about how his escort was about rank 6 or so killing him would be much easier than expected, and the problems would come later, so he needed to eliminate him while avoiding the guards and remaining unharmed. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips, thinking about how not using poison was an unspoken rule of Mummet, so everyone would be offended if he decided to poison him, and the guards could interfere. Putting his fingers to his chin, the cadet decided that he should sew up Aokero quietly in the secret room of the Moonwell Inn. Suddenly, the guy put his palm to the surface. Raising his head, the student said that he had decided everything. An archway appeared in front of the entrance to the criminal district, and someone was heard asking how many bodyguards he had. The guy walked behind the girl and answered that there were 6 of them. The lady folded the paper in her hands and declared that all the difficulties arose because of a puppy who did not know his place. The guard closed his eyes and asked if it was true that everything would be finished today, and then noted that the lady was there to personally get rid of him. Extending her hand to the side, the girl said that she could kill his kind at any time, and then suggested that they hurry and go to the Moonwell. The lady ran ahead and said that she could not wait to tell them the good news, and her protector agreed. Bright lightning appeared in the sky. A stream of blue energy pierced the building in which the people were located. Frowning, the guy exclaimed that it was coming from the direction of the Moonwell. An elegant hairpin appeared in the girl's hair, and she said that these people were crazy. The lady's eyes widened and noted that they definitely chose the wrong day. Raising his head, Jean decided to make a ruckus in the inn using magic right from his room, and as soon as he added 4th tier shadow energy, he would gain the destructive power of the 6th. Taking off his robe, the protagonist thought that this would make them think that he was at least a 6th tier mage, because no one would think of a brat who had barely turned 15. Bloodstains appeared, and the protagonist realized that no one would think so, because even Veridin had barely reached that level. Throwing his clothes on the bed, the guy thought about the fact that, in addition, thanks to the properties of shadow energy, there would be no traces of magic used after him, so there would be no reason for suspicion. Lowering his chin, Jean said that if he wanted it to look like it came from outside, then a lightning discharge would be enough. A dark aura appeared under the protagonist's feet. Raising his hands, the protagonist exclaimed that he was using shadow energy release. Suddenly, all that was visible around him was darkness. The cadet spread his fingers and began to speak. Smiling, the boy admitted that no matter how much he thought about it, this plan was a little crazy. Suddenly, a bright bolt of lightning flashed. The young master lowered his eyebrows and called for lightning. A powerful energy discharge struck the room where the people were. Ceres widened her eyes and assumed that she had chosen the wrong day. A moment later, a bright flash of magic appeared. The protector said that some high-ranking mage had a grudge against the Moonwell, to which the lady opened her mouth in alarm and said that this seemed to be true. The guard frowned, and the commander of the 7 swords noted that this wizard could be after their souls. With wide eyes, the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace reported that there were 6 people from their tower in the inn, and her mother's lover was definitely there. Ceres pulled her hand back and asked everyone to hurry, saying that she didn't care about Aokero, because the lives of their people were a priority. A powerful clap of thunder appeared in the sky. The lightning strike sent people flying back. Having crawled out from under the stone rubble, no one understood who did it, because the Zip mages were killed, but they could take revenge on them. The man exclaimed that he lied, when suddenly the guard rushed forward, and the lady tried to stop him. The guy raised his head, and the commander of the 7 swords asked Hetan to stop. A powerful energy flow hit the people again. Having fallen to the ground, the defender did not understand why this happened. Clenching her fist, the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace assumed that judging by the force of the blow, this was the last attack, and the assistant supported her words. Jumping on one leg, the girl exclaimed that she hoped that their people were okay. The guy began to rake away the stone rubble and sighed heavily. Closing one eye, Jean wondered if it was because he had used all his shadow energy on the last lightning, but it was damn close to rank 7, and thanks to the pendant, he had managed to avoid serious injuries. Looking at the wounded youths, the protagonist decided that the Ice Palace guards were apparently alive, but he did not understand where Alcaro was. Crouching on the ground, the protagonist realized that if his target had survived, then now was a great chance. Ceres leaned over and noted that there were people her age in Mummet. The cadet's eyes widened, and the girl asked if everything was okay, because he had also been hit pretty hard by the lightning. The commander of the 7 swords turned her head and said that getting out of here would be a great solution, and asked to hurry up and get up, to which her assistant exclaimed that their people were on the other side, and they were injured, but everyone was safe. The girl grinned and noted that it was a relief for her and asked to tell everyone to gather outside, and if Alcaro was with them, then they needed to kill him, to which the guard replied that he understood everything. Ceres explained that magic was homogeneous, and it was definitely one person, and if they found him, they should capture him, to which Hedon closed his eyes and accepted the young lady's order. The girl opened her mouth slightly, and the protagonist did not understand whether she was the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace, because from her words one could conclude that she came to deal with Alcaro. The protagonist wiped his face with his fist and thought that this man would die anyway, so there was no need to stick his head out, but the problem was different. Clutching his head with his hand, the cadet realized that it would be bad if this girl remembered him, so he needed to hide his face as best as possible and pretend that he was hurt in this mess in order to leave quickly. The guard lowered his head and remarked that it was a shame, because Alcaro had died from a magical attack, and they had failed the mission of escorting him, to which she asked if it was true, and immediately exclaimed that it was excellent. Ceres, widening her eyes, said that she had come to relieve the assistants of this burden, because it was time for them to stop listening to the whims of an idiot. The girl pushed off the ground with her foot. Raising her sword high in the air, the commander of the 7 swords shouted that from now on, the inn was under the control of the Ice Palace. Opening her mouth wide, the lady loudly called her name and declared that she was the daughter of Talaris, the master of the Ice Palace and the commander of the 7 swords. Lowering her weapon, the girl exclaimed that anyone who resisted would be declared an enemy of their tower. Pointing his finger forward, the man shouted that it was time for her to stop joking, because they didn't care whose daughter it was, and it was Mummet, while another supported that the kings of this city ruled here, not them. The marginal added that it was the Ice Palace that could be to blame for the attack, to which Ceres closed her lips and remained silent. At that very moment, the lady dealt a crushing blow. The girl gripped the hilt of her blade tightly and pointed out that, as she had said, the protesters would become enemies of the Ice Palace, and then asked if playing ruler of this cesspool was really a way to look down on their tower. Turning away, the daughter of Talaris stated that if it turned out that the attack was their own fault, they would receive compensation, and then clarified what would happen if the mage had targeted them and the Ice Palace had been an accidental victim. The man bared his teeth and let out an indignant cry. Ceres dropped her jaw and asked if it was not clear to them why they should take control of this place. The residents of the criminal district said that they could do whatever they wanted and gave their consent to find and kill this mage, when suddenly the lady put her sword in its sheath and said that of course, and they would start searching for him among the survivors, because it could not be any of them, because there was not a single mage here. The girl noted that no one knew whose wrath such bastards like them could incur, to which the bandit would grit his teeth, and Ceres asked him to keep his objections to himself. Grasping the stone with her fingers, the daughter of Talaris clarified why a child like this guy was still here when he was told to leave. Jean closed his eyes and muttered that he was a little scared and also hurt his leg, after which he asked for forgiveness. Taking the kin in her hand, the commander of the 7 swords suggested that the stranger was too cowardly for a man and too cute for a swordsman, and then asked him to roll up his pant leg. Running her fingers over the abrasion, the girl remarked that the protagonist was lucky to have survived the attack, and added that she was sharing the medicine with him, so she could take it as the greatest honor. The protagonist asked how he could repay her for her kindness, to which she smiled broadly and told him to forget about it, it was nothing. Leaning down, Ceres asked how someone like him could repay someone like her, and then asked him to just think of it as a pleasant memory, and thank the Ice Palace now and then. Waving her hand, the lady bid farewell to the stranger. The cadet smiled and said goodbye in return. A moment later, the youth frowned and realized that his mission was accomplished. A mark from the blow was visible in the air. A huge goblin attacked the cadet. The monstrous monster opened its mouth wide. The troll fell to the ground, and the student exclaimed that this was the 18th. The boy stepped on the enemy's back and assumed that they would be able to return without losses. Scott gritted his teeth and suggested that they all survive and wipe the noses of the freaks who laughed at them, when suddenly they were called. Mesa frowned and asked her partners not to relax, because there were still 7 monsters roaming around. The girl folded her arms and thought about how orcs usually did not move in groups, but these ones went alone, so they were easier to kill, and then assumed that the gods were still watching over them. Mesa smirked and thought that Master Jean was blessed, and this blessing touched them too. Reaching out her hand forward, the cadet shouted that they needed to get back to searching and not relax until the end of the mission, and also to remain vigilant. A green bush appeared. Suddenly, a cat jumped out of the leaves. The pet lowered its head and muttered that they thought they had 7 more to go, but if they caught the last ones, it could go home. A few days ago, when Jean's squad had set out on a mission, a crowd of goblins had appeared in the forest, and their leader had asked if everyone was there. Murakan stood on a rock and asked the orc spawn to listen to him, then declared that from now on they should walk alone. The black dragon, turning down the corners of his mouth, explained that if they disobeyed his order or wandered around in pairs, he would destroy them all. The man said that if the monsters understood everything, they should disappear from his sight, when suddenly the crowd of monsters began to scatter in all directions. Raising his paw, the cat said that this kid made him do such unworthy things. Walking through the forest, the pet clarified that it was because Jean was a 1,000-year-old contractor, and then fell silent. The tree branches swayed in the wind, and Murakan shouted that everything was on him. Wagging his tail, the cat thought about how he would make the little one buy him new manhwas when he returned. Looking down, the pet decided that in this body he needed to do everything possible so that the squad returned from the mission in full force. Suddenly, a huge foot stepped onto the ground. The animal's eyes lit up brightly. With bulging pupils, the cat did not understand what kind of nonsense this was. Looking at the powerful knight, Murakan said that it was coming from the other side. Taking human form on the tree, the man thought about where they could have come from, after which he said that he did not think that they would be able to return just like that. A magical spot formed on his palm, and the black dragon noted that it was good that these children were about rank 3. Putting his hand in front of him, Murakan said that if it were Jean, he would have immediately noticed his barrier. Streams of black energy scattered in the air. Dark magic began to envelop the space. A huge protective dome appeared in the sky. Belop closed his lips in bewilderment. Raising his head, the guy noticed that it suddenly became dark around him, and asked if it was going to rain. A giant knight was visible in the distance. His eyes were shining brightly. The dragon opened his mouth and did not understand how someone dared to do this. The black dragon spread its wings full of magic. Waving its tail, Murakan asked how an unknown person dared to send his warriors without his permission. Raising a wing, the mythical beast said that this was not a living creature, but a relic of ancient times. The knight held a spear in his hand, and the main character's assistant exclaimed that this was a grave giant. Closing his eyes, the black dragon said that he was sure that the dragon clan got rid of them a couple of 1,000 years ago. The huge warrior knelt down, and Murakan did not understand whether the monster that guards the graves of the dead gods could be here. A magic sphere flew out of the monster's mouth, and he said that wherever the grave giant came from, this was not the most pleasant meeting. Flying high into the sky, the black dragon declared that he would finish him off in one fell swoop. The mythical beast released a stream of magical breath from his mouth. Blue energy surrounded the head of the huge warrior, who began to scream loudly. A magical glow appeared. Bright rays appeared in the air. Blue flames burned on the head of the black dragon. The mythical beast stepped on the ground with his paw. A moment later, Murakan took on human form. Stretching his shoulder, the man exhaled with relief and said that he had not used his powers for a long time, and from this his bones were cracking. Murakan paused, folding his hands in front of him, and stated that there was no way the grave giant could have appeared here by chance, and then added that no matter how much he thought about it, the Zipple family was definitely involved. There were broken weapons on the ground, and the black dragon was confused about what was going on in this world. Frowning, the man decided that it would be best not to tell Jean anything for now, since if something happened, he would be able to protect him. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the assistant thought about how much the protagonist had grown in 10 years. The protagonist's robe fluttered in the wind, and Murakan stated that he was sure that he had enough strength to go against the Zipple family. A large man appeared in the room. Suddenly, the door to the room opened slightly. Raising his hands, Bure shouted that there was a problem with his creation, the grave giant. Bishkal lowered his eyebrows and said that he had already heard the news, then added that as far as he knew, they were attacked by a grave giant at night, to which the other man exclaimed that it was all true. Clutching his head, the transformation mage muttered that he never thought that anyone would dare to destroy his precious creation, to which the head of the terrorist group was indignant that it was not so important now. The black dragon appeared, and the man said that the one who defeated the giant was a dragon, and moreover, a shadow dragon, then added that he had to personally go there to check everything. Bure put his fingers together and asked if the other man wanted to tell them that the dragon had noticed their work, to which the other man replied that he was not sure but thought it was a warning, and then asked them to look around and that they would send people to help him. Bishkal closed his eyes and said that he urgently needed to meet with the Zipple family. Zed smiled triumphantly and informed his nephew that he had successfully completed the mission and returned from Mummet safe and sound. The protagonist put his hands behind his back and, when his uncle continued that the standard bearers who had given him this task would obviously be surprised, and indeed, furious, when they found out how everything had gone, he thanked him for the assessment. Folding his arms over his chest, the knight announced that everything was fine, all fighters should disperse, and the crowd responded yes. The young man went to his teammates and praised them for their excellent work, and they in turn were glad that the young gentleman remained safe. Mile put his hand on his hip and asked his comrades if they heard what they were talking about. Watching the cadets leave, Kajin remembered that somehow that same day, a magician had miraculously carried out a terrorist attack on the hotel where the mission target was staying. Lima waved his hand and noted that young Master Jean was indeed a lucky man, to which his brother informed him that they lived in some kind of unfair world, not only Rankindel, but also kissed by fate. No matter how hard some tried, they would never rise above the average cadet. Turning his gaze to his senior comrade, the guy noted that who knew if they were skilled enough, but young Master Jean was only 4th rank, and his cadets were 3rd, and asked if he would just leave everything as it was. The youth placed his elbows on his knees and clarified that the interlocutor was proposing, even if he was arrogant and the youngest gentleman, pure Rankindel blood still flowed in his veins. Gloomily, he added that until the young Lady Mu gave the order, they themselves could not do anything. But at that moment, the subject of the discussion approached the cadets, and they were surprised. Did he really hear everything? The hero hid his eyes behind his hair, but when the fighters assumed that they were too far away, he said that, unfortunately, he had excellent hearing. The guys immediately tensed up. A shadow fell on Kajin's eyes when the youth asked if his hand was okay. He answered that yes, the doctor said that thanks to the smooth way he chopped it off, it was easy to restore. Clenching his fists, the heir said that he understood and noted that it seemed like they were having an interesting discussion, and the fighter agreed, explaining that most of them, ordinary people, when faced with someone like him, whispered behind his back, and asked him to ignore it. Jean looked at the boy and said that it did not matter what he did or did not do until he became a standard bearer. Looking around at everyone, the swordsman added that, roughly speaking, it did not concern them, and the opponent replied that someone like him would be whipped in an instant if he wanted to, and smirked when he heard the question of why he would do such a thing, answering that it was because he was acting extremely impudent. The hero admitted that he really was an eyesore. The boy rose to his feet, and his comrade clarified what he was doing, while he clarified with the young master if he really thought so. With a serious face, the cadet stated that in his opinion, it was unpleasant for anyone to see the young master gaining universal recognition after completing the mission through pure luck. The hero, without changing his expression, calmly explained that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding, and he did not say that because the other man was mocking him or being rude. Placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, the youth added that as a 5th rank knight with outstanding abilities compared to the intermediate class cadets, Kajin should be stronger than him. Snatching the blade, the hero asked why he was secretly gossiping. Pointing the weapon at his opponent, the youth reminded him that he had already said that he had the opportunity to challenge him at any time, and the other was even surprised. The knight scowled at the young master, and when he demanded that he draw his sword and not give in to him, they could handle everything properly, he stated that it sounded like he wanted them to not put restrictions on the auras, and he confirmed that he had understood correctly. Drawing his blade, the boy threatened that the boy would regret it. The boy blocked the enemy's first blow with his sword. Watching the boy, the hero admitted that he really had heavy attacks. Blocking the blow again, he mentally added that Kajin was no match for those he was about to fight. At some point, the young master stumbled, and the knight asked if he saw it now. Swinging his weapon, the boy shouted that the enemy was still too weak to fight him. Miraculously, the boy managed to block this blow. Glancing down, Jean managed to notice the hidden blow. Not surprisingly, it almost hit the target. The aura left a trace of the sword in the air. But then the swordsman's eyes widened. Leaning back, he dodged the blow, and he himself realized what had gotten through to him. Looking closely at his opponent, the young man thought that just like that day when a steel ball hit him because of Heighten, he was beginning to understand what trajectory the next blow would take. Kajin continued to swing the blade, and the boy tried to calculate the infinite number of options for where he could strike. Reflecting each one, the hero figured that there were not so many of them for a knight of the 5th rank. Looking at the knight's distorted face, the young man mentally added that this was especially important when the enemy was invisible behind a blinding veil of anger. The blades crossed again when the swordsman decided to finish the boy off in 3 blows. Calmly looking at his opponent, the young master warned that he was reading all of his actions, and he would not defeat him. But the latter, blazing with anger, said that the young man continued to say such meaningless things. The protagonist continued to dodge each attack, mentally pronouncing each of them. The enemy's eyes widened as the young man ducked under his blow, after which he sent an aura along the blade, deciding that it was time for the final attack. As he struck, the knight was sure that his aura was so strong that a 4th rank could not even dream of successfully blocking it. The weapon flew out of his hands and stuck into the stone of the floor. Confusedly looking straight ahead, the guy wondered how the enemy had just parried the blow. Pointing the tip of the blade at his opponent, the young gentleman said that he knew how many years it took him. Seriously looking at the knight, the young man added in order to get the 5th rank. Lowering his gaze, the guy clarified whether he had been deceived. He did not know that the opponent had the fifth, but the latter replied that he had not lied. Putting the sword back in its sheath, the hero explained that he simply knew nothing about it. He never got involved in a fight if he knew he would lose. At that moment, the twins ran up, asking what had happened. And then they froze, opening their mouths. The younger one turned to his brothers, and they could not believe that he had defeated Kajin. Passing by Hayton, the hero said that it was as easy as pie. The brothers watched him in shock. In the chambers, Mew was indignant. How could the younger one defeat her knight? Did he want them to believe it? Folding his hands behind his back, the guy admitted that he himself was very ashamed, to which Anna asked if he had been bribed or if he had given in himself because he was Rankindel, but he objected that it was none of that. The young lady frowned and asked what was the matter then. The young man seriously claimed that a 15-year-old boy defeated a 5th-rank knight so quickly. He replied that not only he, but also everyone who was on the training ground could confirm this. Jin's strength exceeded the 5th rank. The warrior lowered his head when the girl demanded to forget. It was her own fault for expecting something from someone like him, and ordered him to just get lost. The door closed behind the guy. Anna looked at her sister and assumed that it seemed that the younger one was showing them his teeth, and she replied that not only them, he was baring his teeth to the whole family. Looking ahead with a cold gaze, the young lady said that on the younger one's next mission they would experiment with their children. Smiling slyly, she added that this must be the place from where he would return with a load of 200. The young master stood by the window with his arms crossed, and Jilly told him that there was a commotion in the sword garden. Everyone was amazed by his abilities, and he said this. Looking out the window, the young man said, the first head, Luna's father and sister, in the entire history of Rankindel, only 3 people became 5th-rank knights at the age of 15. So what he had, 5th-rank swordsmanship, 4th magic and shadow energy, such a level of swordsmanship even he himself did not expect. Just normally trained with a pure stone, and reached the 5th rank. While the nanny poured tea, the swordsman thought that it seemed that if any of his 3 powers, shadow energy, magic or aura, became stronger, it affected the others. When previously he was overloaded with shadow energy, opened the flow of aura and mana. Turning to the woman, the boy realized that no one in history had such powers, so it was useless to search for records, but he was sure that these 3 powers were definitely connected. He noticed that flowers had appeared in the room and asked if the nanny had put them there, but she replied that they had been brought into the room while he was away, so she did not clean them up, asking if they needed to be gotten rid of. He shook his head and replied that there was no need, there was no curse on them, so everything was fine, and when the guard replied that she understood, he returned to the topic of conversation. Sinking into a chair, the hero explained that since they had discovered that he had become a 5th-rank knight at 15, his brothers would begin to get a little nervous. Resting his cheek on his fist, the boy added that this was especially true for Joshua's brother, since he was a contender for the place of the next head. Joshua Rankindel, when Luna renounced her place as the first standard-bearer, the second became a strong candidate. With the support of Rose's mother, he secured this position. As Mirakan began to eat the cake, the young knight concluded that it would be a good idea to hide his abilities until the time came when he decided that revealing his achievements would be more useful. Licking his paw, the cat listened to the boy's words about how, since it was known that he had reached the 5th rank, the news about it would spread beyond the family, probably even in the press, and then noticed that their little one was so open in complimenting himself, and he was also sure that if he was the center of attention, his brothers would become more obedient. The faces of those present lengthened when the hero agreed with this, and more importantly, his father would personally come to the sword garden. He needed someone else to act as the heir besides his sister Luna. His father had never been satisfied with any of his elders. She was the only one who had caught his attention. She was not interested in the throne, so the head decided that she was not suitable for the role of the heir. Then Joshua consolidated his position. Brother Diff, Sister Runtia and Sister Mary became the temporary successors. This line was carved in stone. But ever since Jean appeared, everything had changed. Looking at the people close to him, the young man thought that his father did not care about age, this man who gave everyone a chance, so he would drive him just like when he was a common rank. The protagonist was sure that all his orders would include 2 things. First, it was a test to see if he could overcome the age difference between him and his older brothers. Second, it was protection. His father did not want him to die at the hands of his relatives before he passed the test, because he was a special case. Jilly frowned, and pointed out that if the young master's story was published in the newspapers, he would be inundated with invitations from families and groups from all over the world, and he admitted that she was right, and offered to handle all the meetings at once. The knight clasped his fingers together, and explained that this meant holding a banquet when his father arrived, so he asked the nanny to be prepared. The dragon's cat face twisted in shock when the young man said that the woman would be responsible for keeping a special eye on Mirakan. If he turned into a human and snuck into the party, it would be the end of them. Jumping up on his hind legs, the cat was indignant. Did he look like a child? And he had never even thought of such a thing, but the guard promised to take the young master's words into account. A few days later, the nanny was changing the flowers in the hero's room, and said that it seemed like the butler was very busy answering an endless stream of letters. When she asked him, it turned out that even the ruling family of the Beamant Empire did not remain on the sidelines. The young man looked up from his book and clarified whether he was talking about the Emperor and Empress, and found it funny. It seemed like the higher-ups were also very curious about what was happening. The guard folded her hands on her apron and added that the chief had sent a schedule of visits home through Khan. The knight was turning the pages when the nanny said that the chief planned to come in a month, and the arrival dates of other families were also listed. And by the way, the young masters had become quite quiet lately. The boy slammed the book shut and warned that if they tried to take control of him when everyone was watching, it would look like a demonstration of either their fear or hatred, depending on their reputation. At that moment, Pedro burst into the room, calling for the young master. Breathing heavily, the old man said that he had been assigned a mission and was being sent straight to the ruins of Colin. The glass flew out of the frame from the screen. How could those who called themselves standard-bearers do such a thing? The 7 elders winced, and scraps of books flew around the room, when the mother asked how they could do their job so disgustingly. Rose, leaning her hands on the table, screamed how they could send the youngest to Zipple territory. The door opened slightly when she demanded to know what they were motivating. The protagonist entered, and the woman calmed down, realizing that the youngest was here. Runtia looked ahead indifferently. Ran and Vigo glanced sideways at their brother. The young man put his hands behind his back, and when his mother asked if he had already heard that his next mission was in the Colin ruins, he answered that he had. Looking tiredly at Jean, the warrior said that this mission was cancelled. There was no chance that he would go to Colin. Anna and Mew immediately called their mother indignantly. The woman turned around and barked at them to shut up. These mongrels only thought about killing the youngest. The blonde pressed her palm to her chest and clarified, "Isn't that strange?" The second sister frowned and added that she hadn't really understood why her mother was defending the little one, to be honest. Throwing an angry look at her daughters, the warrior declared that they were crazy for continuing to talk nonsense, and she was reminded that their father had always silently encouraged their quarrels. Looking around at the others, the girl reminded that competition was needed in their family, and she was sure that everyone here grew up fighting. The mother pursed her lips, which the second sister reminded that she had been sent on ruthless missions many times when she was only a middle rank. Rose, sinking into a chair, agreed with this argument. Competition was needed, no matter what the methods and techniques. The girls stared at their mother with wide eyes when she clarified, but did they reach the 5th rank at 15? The young man looked at the warrior when she added that the youngest was different from all his brothers and sisters. Runtia yawned as the woman explained that if they had jumped to the level of the youngest at his age, she would have protected them too. Mew clenched her fists as her mother added that they did not deserve her protection. Now that she saw the state they were in after becoming bannermen, she did not regret it one bit. The lady called out the names of the other children, and stated that since the 3 of them were also bannermen, they were responsible for the ruckus caused by the sisters. Clenching her fists, the warrior ordered that Runtia would practice self-discipline for a while, and that Ran and Vigo should return one of the family swords from their storage, to which the latter even clarified what she meant. The blonde gritted his teeth as his mother stated that if she had her way, she would collect all the prestigious swords they had, and advised him to thank her for getting off easy. Looking straight at her youngest son, the woman waited to see what his actions would be, especially when she dragged his siblings, who were not related to this, into the situation. As the hero's gaze slid over his relatives, Rose wondered if he would pretend and persuade her to soften, or if he would enjoy the favoritism. As she began to put the documents in place, the lady wanted the younger one to show her how he would solve this situation. She looked back at her son when he addressed her and let him speak. With an easy smile, the boy stated that he really liked the mission assigned to him by the sisters. The mother leaned forward and clarified that he really agreed, knowing what a godforsaken place the Colin ruins were. The girls' faces lengthened when the younger one replied that yes, it was part of Zipple territory that the Rankindel had wanted to get in the past and failed. He understood the risks. Continuing to smile, the hero added that he was not going to retreat in this battle. Jean stood in front of his family members and said that he thought the mission assigned to him was wonderful. Anna narrowed her gaze when the younger brother stated that the place was indeed dangerous, but he did not believe that it was an irrational decision. They probably decided that he had high enough abilities. While the others were scratching their heads in confusion, the young man clarified if that was why they entrusted him with this mission, to which his mother said that it was reckless. He was clearly trying to irritate her. The boy's gaze was completely honest. He noted that if they decided to suddenly replace a person on a mission, it would be tantamount to admitting their incompetence. The warrior frowned at her son, and objected that their partners would not suspect them of such a thing, and his sisters simply sought to harm him, since they could not break him in battle, using their authority. The young man nodded, and informed his mother that everything was so. Looking at his mistress with determination, the young knight said that if he were to face the sisters head-on, victory would be theirs, but if he succeeded in his mission, he would deal them a heavy blow. Raising his eyebrows slightly, the hero added that, in other words, he had a vanity to win this battle. Placing his palms on the table, his mother reminded him that the Colonian ruins were a place where he could die if he made a wrong move, and asked if the boy really wanted to go there, and he confirmed it, but asked for one more thing. The brothers gaped when the younger one asked if he could have the swords that had been taken from them once he had successfully completed the mission. The woman's face disappeared behind her hair when her son explained that the upcoming mission was marked dangerous, which was why he asked to be allowed to receive at least this reward. Rand scratched his head and told his brother that they were just swords. What was the point if he wanted them so badly? He offered to give him one of the ones he still had, but it would be better to forget about the mission. Extending his palm, the boy asked if he didn't think it would be enough to at least stay alive until his father arrived, but the younger one found this funny. Still with the same calm expression on his face, the young knight said that if it was so important, he would stop the sisters before they assigned him this task. Rose interrupted this dialogue. Despite the indignation, the woman said that if the younger one successfully completed the mission, she would give him his brother's swords, and added that everyone was free to go. Watching the children leave, the lady thought that she was afraid that the younger one would act like Luna, so she trampled the pride of the others. The woman smiled when she realized that it seemed unnecessary, and was sure that her husband would be happy to see that the younger one was growing well. On the way out, the young man stopped when he realized that he was not alone. Anna asked gloomily, did the little one really think that luck was on his side? Squeezing the door handle, the hero objected that they probably did not know, but he was not very lucky. Folding her arms over her chest, the girl reminded that his calmness would soon disappear. The mission was a team one, he would not be alone. Turning to the sisters, the young knight thanked them for their concern. Heading away, he added that they would see each other again. Soon the protagonist met his new squad, and they were all familiar faces. The first to introduce himself was Mile, who was also going on this mission. The second introduced himself as Lima. The latter said that it was an honor for him to be with him, and asked for forgiveness for the past mistake. His brother also promised not to fail on the mission. Kajin pressed his fist to his heart, and said that it concerned him too. Calmly looking over the guys, the young knight agreed to leave the past in the past, where it belonged, and offered to work, to which he heard the group's consent. While one of the escorts took out documents, intending to introduce the young master to the essence of the matter, he thought about what honor was being discussed if all three were members of his sister's faction. Rather, they planned to stab him in the back and blame everything on the danger of the task. Squinting, the young man listened to the fact that the mission was a search. The place was designated the ruins of Colin. It was necessary to find 4 pistols. Initially, a settlement of natives was founded on the site of these ruins, but at present the territory belonged to Zipple and is connected with the kingdom of Phelan. Although Colin was discovered several hundred years ago, Zipple, who came across the ruins and the locals, killed and enslaved almost the entire population. Of course, now they said that they respected the locals, but this is only at first glance. Although they seemed content with the conditions, in reality they were nothing more than slaves. The lives and rights of these natives were not important to most people, so they were ignored. Moving towards his goal, the hero remembered that the reason the Zipple had spared their lives was to rule the land of Colin. It was a hypocritical act of false atonement for the past. Usually the Zipple family strove for rational governance, and their people were sincerely loyal to them. Looking ahead, the young man mentally added that, however, they had gone too far in the past. Peeking out from behind a tree, the young knight continued to remember that they had not simply tarnished their reputation, all for the sake of an artifact in the form of a mirror, which the natives had hidden most carefully. Its existence was the main secret of the Zipple family, but thanks to the brave journalists from his past life, the whole truth was revealed. The published report contained evidence of the atrocities committed by the Zipple in an attempt to find the artifact. According to the locals, it was called the Fountain of Mana. An object, just looking at which could increase the level of mana to 7. With its help the Zipple family would create an army of mages. Continuing to observe, the hero reminded himself that this would begin in 10 years. So far they have not found the source. Clutching the hilt of the sword, the young man decided not to let the Zipple creatures take it this time. Seeing several people near the walls of the warehouse, one of the escorts whispered to the young master that the mages were returning. Remembering the layout of the territory, Mile reported that there were mages patrolling at these 2 points, and the artifact they were looking for was in the 3rd warehouse. Kajin drew his eyebrows together when the hero noted that a surprise attack in itself was not difficult, but there was detection magic, and asked him not to worry. No matter what happened, they would all protect him with their lives. The boy glanced at the knight and thanked him. Putting his hand in the inside pocket of his robe, the hero reminded him that safety depended directly on endurance. Handing the food to his companions, the young gentleman suggested that they rest a little and start in an hour, and the eldest of them replied that he understood. The offered package turned out to contain dried meat, and the boys thanked the young man. And all 3 really ate the food calmly. The young knight glanced at those chewing. Then he pulled on his mask and said that he would go, and wished them sweet dreams. Mile tried to stop him, but suddenly staggered. All 3 felt sick, and the eldest suspected poison in the food, but the boy objected that it was just a sleeping pill. When one of the traders extended his hand to the hero, he asked if he was really going to admit that they were there to kill him. When everyone fell asleep, the young man muttered that he would be less suspicious of Kajin if he acted as arrogantly as usual. Pulling up his hood, the young knight grinned. Moving away, Jean wondered out loud. Interestingly, only dogs were prone to follow their master's orders with blind devotion. Soon he reached the third warehouse. In front of the doors stood 2 guards who were chatting with each other. But only one of them began an interesting story about how he was interrupted. The protagonist ran into him. The second grabbed a spear and asked who it was. The young man glanced at him. Then he leaned back from the attack and quickly pounced on the enemy. The next moment a strong blow landed on the neck. Having knocked out the guard, the young knight took off his hood. Looking at the defeated enemy, the guy figured that there were only 2 of them. It did not look like there were other guards outside. Approaching the door, the hero discovered another oddity. Taking the lock in his hands, he realized that he did not feel any traces of signal magic. Opening the lock, the young man decided that sometimes they allowed ordinary people to hang around the third warehouse, so Zipple did not consider it particularly important. The young knight opened the doors and looked inside, and immediately found a magic circle of blood and detection at the entrance. Squatting down, the guy remembered that the public knew such a circle as a protective magic that allowed you to find out your family tree, but in fact, the circle distinguished between people and demonic beasts, as well as victims of an epidemic. Glancing sideways at the lying guard, the hero figured out that it did not matter whose blood it was, as long as it belonged to an ordinary person. The young man cut the enemy's palm with a dagger. Scooping someone else's blood into his palm, he mentally added that therefore there was no point in leaving evidence. The young knight sprinkled this blood on the magic circle. It lit up with a scarlet light. The guy looked inside, thinking out loud that the first alarm was not difficult. Now it was necessary to get the artifact. But to his surprise, magical clots began to rise in a circle. Jean's eyes widened. He used the man's blood, and yet the circle was activated. Turning back, the young man at first decided that the guard was sick. But seeing 2 monstrous figures, he realized that he was not a man at all. Jumping back from new opponents, the hero could not understand what was going on. The young knight launched a wind of silence around the monsters, after which he bared the claws on his gloves. Any magicians in the area could detect spells, so he wanted to minimize their use, but the situation changed. When the monster rushed into battle, the guy concluded that the battle could not be avoided. The hero bent down, dodging the enemy's crossbow. Then he grabbed his dagger tighter and tried to hit the monster. He screamed. He attacked the young man again, and he had to jump back. Landing on his feet, the young knight grabbed his sword. Unsheathing the blade, the guy cursed. Swinging the weapon, the young man sent aura along the blade. The enemies looked at him angrily. Looking at their indecision, the young knight realized that they probably knew that the aura was dangerous. But then one of the monsters pulled out his dagger. The guy looked at it, puzzled. The monster's wound was healing, and the hero realized that the enemy was able to recover. Frowning, the young man remembered that such a speed of regeneration was inherent only to the highest class of demonic monsters, but these 2 were people just a minute ago. The young knight began to think he was on the territory of Zipple. Many magicians passed through it, and the locals were enslaved, and judging by everything, these strange monsters were living golems. The monster swung his hand, and the guy mentally added that their creation was a grave crime. Having parried the enemy's blow, the hero tried to understand whether the Zipples could use the Colin ruins as a laboratory for experiments with forbidden magic. Dodging the second blow, the young man thought that the living golems had the strength and speed of smaller 4th-rank monsters. Their movements were clumsy, worse than those of 4th-rank swordsmen who had undergone proper training. It was not difficult to fight them. Usually, a golem, being a magic weapon, did not stop even with serious injuries. In order to neutralize it, it was necessary to destroy its core. It could be the head, heart, or stomach, one of these places. Illegal living golems were no different from ordinary ones. Swinging his sword, the young knight decided to take action. The blade pierced the monster's head. But even with such a wound, he was able to continue the attack. The guy dodged the golem's paw, clicking his tongue. The enemy began his attack again, and Jean realized that his strength and speed had not decreased at all. Moreover, he had become more aggressive. Sliding between the enemy's attacks, the young man concluded that the core was not in the head. The blade pierced the golem's stomach. Glancing sideways at the second, the young knight realized that there was one place left. With a jerk of the sword, the boy tore the core out of the monster's body. The ball fell onto the floor slabs. It immediately began to crack and release magic. Looking at this gloomily, the hero said that they were ready to mock even their brothers. But then he glanced back. The blade cut off the claws of the second golem. The monster's eyes widened. The sword sank into the enemy's stomach. The second core was broken right inside his body. The golem roared. Turning his gaze inside the warehouse, the young man exhaled in relief. The magic was almost released. It was close. The hero's eyes widened when he heard please. The dying monster stretched out his hand to him and begged him to kill him. The young knight exhaled. Then he pressed his lips together. As he thrust his sword into the poor guy's throat, he said that he was at his service. He didn't know what had happened to these people. But no one would become a living golem of their own free will. Especially since after the transformation, they became expendable material with no future. Squeezing the hilt of the sword, the guy decided that it was not the time to be angry. He didn't expect that this would happen and that he would witness this terrible side of Zipple. He thought that the sisters were aware of the situation when they gave him the task. The hero resolutely looked ahead, remembering that no one had cancelled the mission. Picking up the golem's heart from the tile, the young man thought that even if he told the truth to the world, this family would find a way to hush it all up. Looking at the artifact, the young knight remembered that creating living golems was a serious enough crime for the Empire's investigative committee to put pressure on them. Continuing to hold the organ in his fingers, the guy decided that for now he would collect evidence and continue the mission, of course, and in this case the family would be able to completely deny their involvement. Heading into the warehouse, the hero mentally added that, however, this was solvable. Looking around, the young man continued to think that while the mages had not made any big moves, which meant that most of them did not guess the real state of affairs, if they had known that the guards were living golems, they would not have been so careless with guarding the warehouses. Investigator, not everyone in the Colin ruins was involved in the crime. Looking at the stone slab, the young knight realized that the protective magic on the stone slab was simple. He turned his gaze to the dish, and added that it was already strong enough here. Putting the blade back into the sheath, the guy muttered that usually the protective magic was removed with effort, but he had another plan. Summoning magic into his palm, the hero added that 2 living golems were dead, so Zipple would have to bury all the mess that he would make. The mana in his palm turned into flames. In his other hand, the young man summoned a cloud of shadows, after which he simply connected them. Dark fire pulsed in the hands of the young knight, and he decided to just burn everything to hell. An explosion was heard when the mage activated the explosive flame. The curtains in the chambers shook from the scream. The voice accused the sick idiots who came up with the idea of sending Jean to Zipple territory. They were even in their right minds. The beaten conspirators sat on the floor while they were scolded for being 10 years younger than them. Luna looked angrily at the sisters, and asked why they did this, to which one of them asked if the eldest was asking because she really didn't know. Towering over the girls, the warrior said that this was not an answer, if the bannermen had started a battle for hierarchy with the junior middle rank. The girls hung their heads as their sister scolded them, bannermen against bannermen, non-bannermen against each other, or they hadn't learned that unspoken rule of war. Turning away, number 1 told them to be ashamed of themselves. Even she felt sorry for them being their family's bannermen. Anna leaned forward, shouting that her sister had never interfered in their squabbles. With such power she shouldn't have. Glancing back, the girl explained that if they had won after the youngest test, she wouldn't have said a word, and they didn't immediately understand the meaning. Luna explained that Jean had succeeded in the mission at the Colin ruins, and must have been reporting to Mother right now. The sisters clenched their fists and teeth in frustration as their eldest explained why she had brought up shame. After all, they had given him the wings he needed to fly. Turning away from the girls, the warrior asked if there had ever been situations in their family where sabotage had failed with such shame as this one and ordered them to leave, and they had no choice but to obey. But near the door, the eldest stopped the sisters. Putting her palm on the bed, number 1 noted that, judging by her observations, Jean was not one to show mercy. Asked to be more careful, she said this only out of concern for them. Sitting down on the sofa, the warrior added that although, if something goes wrong. Looking at the girls, Luna added that they were still her younger sisters. Nanny approached the ward with a tray, and noticed that she raised her hand to her younger ones immediately upon returning, and she had already thought that she had started puberty again. The girl closed her eyes and asked what age she was in, and the nanny noticed that her puberty had passed unnoticed. While pouring tea, the woman said that she was worried about the lady. Considering the young master's character, he would never forget something like this, and the warrior asked if she also thought that they were not fit to hold a candle to Jean. Number 1 folded her hands on her knees when she heard the woman say that she was sure that in 5 years they would not be able to meet him in a real fight, so they had very little time left to live. Asked not to say something so terrible, they were still blood relatives. Taking the cup in her hands, the girl asked if the nanny had found what she asked for, the one who tried to kill Master Jean. The woman replied that it was not 2 ladies, they were of middle rank at that time, so there was no use looking. Looking down at her tea, the warrior had also dismissed Mary and Yona and the Tun twins, leaving only a few suspects. The woman listed the remaining siblings. Number 1 took a sip from her cup as Nanny continued to explain that aside from Masters Ran and Vigo, she couldn't scrutinize the others recklessly, and Nanny agreed, as the other 2 were known for their deception skills. Setting the tea down on a saucer, the warrior added that she would likely get a headache trying to examine them, and decided that she should just watch them, otherwise Nanny would definitely get into an awkward situation caring about her suspicions. Nanny smiled and noted that Miss had thought well, even after the assassination attempt, the young master was growing up well. When the protagonist returned to his quarters, the woman noted that there was no need to worry too much, and announced to her people that he had returned. Jilly pressed her palms to her chest, and thanked God that the young master had returned safe and sound. The girl grabbed the ward by the hand, and when he said that everything was fine, there was no need to worry about him, and soon even she herself would not be able to defeat him, she objected. That he was sent to such a dangerous place. If something went wrong, she would take revenge with her life, to which Mirakan asked why his sweet strawberry pie said such terrible things. Running closer, the cat asked the little one if he reported, and in response he heard yes, people would probably gossip that he completed this mission with outside help. But now he did not care about gossip. Rummaging through his pockets, the young man offered them to look at something. He put a jar on the table and said that it was the heart of a living golem. The dragon looked at the contents and noted that the young knight was a favorite of fate since he himself returned intact. The golem was probably the result of a failed experiment. Did he really find it in the ruins of Colin? The cat's face reflected horror when the boy told him that 2 guards turned into monsters and attacked him. They adjusted with each hit, and this appeared when he pierced their cores. Putting a paw to his mouth, the dragon thought, last time it was a grave giant, now living golems. What to expect next? What is the plan of the Zipple bastards? Putting a paw on the can, the cat stated that, in any case, if his words are true, then this is the work of Zipple, considering that the ruins were their territory. The young man looked questioningly at the interlocutor when he thought, and raised an eyebrow when the dragon suggested that they visit Colin again later. Frowning at the boy, the cat explained that he would like to ask them a few questions about what was happening. Watching the expression on the cat's face, the young knight thought that he had no particular desire to return to the living golems, but it would be much safer with Mirakan. Jilly pressed her hand to her chest, listening to this conversation, while the boy thought that if he was lucky, he could even find the source of the mana. No matter what kind of mess they made there, the Zipple family would do everything possible to hide the situation. Looking at the mustachioed interlocutor, the hero agreed to allocate time. Soon after the completion of the mission, Kajin and the Haas brothers returned on their own, but Mew and Anna stripped them of their cadet qualifications and expelled them from Rankadel. Expulsion of cadets who officially completed the mission was a cruel punishment, but no one felt sympathy for them. Meanwhile, June 1795 arrived, and Zed stopped the training of the younger members of the family. Folding his arms across his chest, the man told his nephews that from today on, the youngest training with the pure stone was over. Tomorrow he was expecting only the twins, and they answered yes without much enthusiasm. Here the knight rubbed his chin, and noticed that Jean might as well not come to the morning training with the rest of the cadets anymore. The older brothers lost their jaws when their uncle added that the head would tell them something next week. The boys looked at each other, and Daytona whispered to his brother that it couldn't be that their father promoted the younger one to the standard bearer. He couldn't, and the second one was only confused that already. The blonde reminded that the standard bearer trainee must leave Rankandel to earn honor, and Daytona confirmed this, like he should act independently without any support from the family. Clenching his fists, the protagonist thought that finally, he no longer had to endure the dissecting attention of everyone around him. Smiling happily, the young man realized that now he could develop his powers the way he wanted. The detachment of the head of the family moved forward. The leader chuckled when Han said that they would reach the sword garden in 2 hours, and noted that the last son kept interfering with his training. He had planned to stay in the Black Sea for 10 years, but it happened again and again. The knight frowned and admitted that back in the Storm Castle, he had sensed that young Master Jean was unusual, but he could not have imagined to what extent. What he did in the sword garden had truly shocked him. The male leader froze, not answering right away. He was impressed by the fighting spirit of his youngest son. Remembering Jean as a small child, the man found him extraordinary, and when he was a child, his eyes betrayed deep regret at their first meeting. Closing his eyes, the knight added that he was clearly trying to hide it. Visualizing scenes from the past, the leader continued that he could not forget how he provoked his brothers and sisters as soon as he arrived at the sword garden. He was sure that no one taught him this, but the younger one instinctively knew the rule of eliminating opponents. The other brats knew this and tried to hold him back, but it was enough to just look. Junior had successfully completed the mission in the Colin ruins. He had survived and returned every time his siblings had thrown him into the clutches of death, and now he was a rank 5. Besides Mummet and the Colin ruins, the leader was more interested in his first mission. He had fought a warrior of the White Wolf tribe one-on-one and won. He had expected Junior to use his subordinates as a shield, but who would have thought that he would be able to handle a wolf on his own? With a satisfied smile, the man concluded that his son had proven the weight of his own promises. Looking up at the sky, Han asked the leader if the boy really believed that the boy had killed one of the white wolves on his own, and the boy had confirmed it. Remembering the power of the shadows, Chiron admitted that, in truth, it was not quite like that. Regardless, he was a funny guy, and his father wanted to know all the details of the first mission from him. The head of the family's cloak fluttered in the wind. He was met by a neat line of knights. His wife and eldest daughter came out to greet the knight, the former saying that they were waiting for the head of the family, and he praised his wife for her good work. Glancing at her eldest son, Rose countered that Joshua had prepared everything himself. She hadn't had to do anything. The standard bearer bowed when his father stated that since the adult children were doing well without him, there was no need to leave the Black Sea. Jean glanced sideways at his brother while the man continued that the guests they would be receiving today would be overly attentive to him. Passing by the eldest, Chiron clarified whether this would complicate the lives of their children. The woman walked her husband to the door, agreed with him, and suggested that they go inside. She prepared his favorite dishes, and he agreed that it would be nice to eat. But then his gaze fell on something interesting. Namely, the precious hilts of the blades on his youngest son's belt. Tensed, Rand turned when his father said his name and Vigo's name. The second looked down when the leader asked if he had really given them the swords he had given them. The blonde, closing his eyes, had answered earlier that the younger had stolen them from them, and they had agreed to give them back if he successfully completed the mission in the ruins of Colin. At these words, the knight burst into laughter. Patting his son on the shoulder, the man said that this was excellent, ordered him to make sure that they would be returned, and noted that the young man was wonderfully perceptive. Throwing a displeased glance at the younger, the leader joked that he sometimes wondered if he really was his son. In the evening, Chiron and his son were standing by the window, and he remarked that it seemed to be his first banquet, and the latter confirmed this. Thoughtfully looking out into the courtyard, the young man thought that in his past life, thanks to his teacher, he had attended some receptions of other families. But this was his first time at the head of the family. Involuntarily recalling his past life, the hero remembered that on those rare occasions when banquets were held, he hid like a criminal. But now he was an honored guest next to his father. Looking at his own reflection in the window glass, the young knight reminded himself that for this he even had to die once. The boy looked at his father when the latter expressed confidence that he knew this. But their family rarely held such events, because they only celebrated those occasions that deserved to be celebrated. Jean smiled and, when the head of the family added that, in other words, his achievements were slightly high, thanked him. Placing his palm on the young man's back, the knight asked him to guess how many they invited, and he guessed about 1,000. Frowning, the man answered that he was right, and added that since the last time 7 years ago, the number had increased by about 200. Looking at his son, the head of the family asked if he knew what this meant, and he replied that it meant that their family's prestige had grown in the past 7 years. Watching the guests arrive, the man recalled that other families would occasionally hold huge banquets, but all of the 1,000 guests gathered here today were outstanding people. For 7 years, he had done nothing but continue his training, exterminating demonic beasts in the Black Sea. Raising his head, the knight continued that, however, their family's prestige had continued to grow, because in the current era, he alone had become the quintessential knight, but if he were to disappear. Looking down, the man added that it was very likely that most of those present would turn their backs on Rankindel. Glancing at his father, the hero mentally acknowledged this. If it weren't for him, the family would not have so much power. The Rankindel and Zipple families were the two main families, but the moment his father passed away, the gap in military power between them would widen significantly. Clenching his fists, the young man added that in that case, the Zipple family would have absolute superiority over everyone, and then called out to his father. When the head of the family turned around, the young knight said that if he were not there, and these people decided to turn their backs on them, Zipple would start to oppress them and drive them into a corner. The boy's gaze became gloomy when he admitted that in that case, he would abandon the family. Chiron opened his mouth. Looking straight at his father, the hero explained that if the Rankindel family collapsed without a head, it would indicate the incompetence of the next head. He did not intend to die a miserable death with such a patriarch, but there was another reason. Squinting, the young man clarified how many other people's vulnerabilities they had at their disposal, and his father did not immediately understand what he was talking about. Recalling the recent events, the young knight explained that in exchange for returning Brother Vigo's sword, he asked him to show him the family's custom contracts, which only the standard bearers had access to. Looking down again, the boy continued that the head of the Vernal family had deceived the emperor and pocketed the empire's treasures, but thanks to their efforts, his relatives could attend this banquet without a twinge of conscience. The Clover family had recently asked them to remove the mages from the Zipple family. Gerald's daughter had sold the family heirlooms to support her gambling addiction and had approached them without even paying the commission fee. Looking at his father, the hero admitted that he had obtained a bloodless weapon at his disposal with just one glance. The secret contracts that only he and his mother were allowed to view should have had many more weaknesses, and he clarified whether he meant to say that even without him, he could have protected the family. Raising his eyebrows, the young man replied that if someone who was not the quintessential knight were to lead the family, it would all depend on his diplomatic skills, and the leader could not help but agree with him. As he continued to watch the commotion in the courtyard, Chiron noticed that they were not the only ones who knew of other people's wormholes. The Zipple family had just as many in reserve, and the young knight was also sure of this. The man looked seriously at his son, who retorted that the Zipples could never justify owning such things, and asked why he thought so. The boy chuckled and replied that it was because the role of the villains belonged to Rankindel. Still standing, the hero repeated that regardless of whether the next leader could use the weapon or not, he would abandon the family without a second thought. The father rubbed his chin, and when the boy added that he would prepare for revenge on Zipple later, no matter how long it took, he laughed and noted that everything was clear to him. But the boy explained that he had to be alive to take revenge. It was not so bad. The knight cast an interested look at his son. The other children did not have the courage to talk about the possibility of the Rankendel's downfall in front of him. They only bragged or whined. But the youngest was not like that. A satisfied smile appeared on the face of the head of the family. Jean directly expounded his conclusions to him, remaining absolutely unperturbed. The man looked at his reflection in the window glass, regretting that Malov appeared in his declining years. It seemed as if he had all the talents of Luna, the wild nature of Mari, and the fighting spirit of Dith. Sadness touched the father's face. 10 years for sure, but not more than 15. That's how long he could remain at the head. As the young knight looked out the window, the man decided that he would enjoy watching the younger knight turn the line of succession upside down. Taking a step to the side, Chiron decided that it looked like most of the guests had already arrived. It was time for us to go, and his son agreed with him. After taking a few steps away, the head of the family suddenly remembered something. Turning around, the knight warned that there was something he wanted to discuss with him after the banquet, and that the young man would be called. The hero clenched his fist. He realized that it was about being promoted to a trainee standard-bearer, which meant that he would soon be able to leave the family. Smiling, following his father, the young man thought that the 4 days of reception would be really long. Suddenly, one of the servants rushed to the head of the family. The servant looked at the boy in surprise and asked what was the matter, and the servant informed him that guests had arrived without an invitation. The knight frowned and asked what that meant. Watching the servant calm down and take a respectful pose, the man began to guess who the uninvited persons were who had come to the banquet. Indeed, cloaked figures appeared in the courtyard, and they were members of the Zipple family. The young man opened his mouth wide and called out to the leader. Chiron frowned and asked what was the matter, to which he received the answer that guests had arrived without an invitation. With his mouth slightly open, the protagonist's father did not understand whether it was the Zipple family. People in robes appeared, and the informant said that there were 5 of them, and that it was the leader's assistant Andre with his family, to which the leader noted that this was very impudent. Folding his hands behind his back, the man asked Heinz to tell the guests to get out, and that he could invite the rest inside, and then added that the assistant should not do this himself, but with the help of his servants, to which he replied that he understood everything. Putting a fist to his mouth, Jean thought that Andre had really intruded brazenly, but he did not think that his father would reject the deputy magicians like that. Turning his head, Chiron asked his son if he thought he was being too rude to them, to which he replied that in his opinion it was quite appropriate. Heinz extended his hand forward, and the protagonist said that the moment Andre expressed his displeasure and left with his family, he would ignore the order of the head of the Rankendel family for the other 4 to enter. The boy stood next to the arriving guests, and the protagonist explained that this was forbidden in the Sword Garden, to which his father said that this was true. The robed mage gritted his teeth, and the head of the Rankendel family said that he would have to obey, and if not, he would return home with his legs cut off. Taking a step forward, the cadet's father announced that it was time to begin the banquet. Standing on the balcony, the man thanked everyone for coming and introduced himself, then added that having such a wonderful son in his declining years, it seemed that he could finally get rid of his burden. The young master bowed, and his father admitted that he wanted everyone to express their gratitude to his youngest son. Chiron lowered the corners of his mouth and pointed out that as everyone knew, there were only 2 rules at the Rankendel family banquet, and then added that if someone got into a fight while intoxicated, they were to follow the guards to the arena. The guests raised their heads, and the host of the banquet explained that the loser was obliged to submit, and the winner was obliged to show mercy, since they were at a banquet after all. Closing his eyes, the protagonist wondered if this was inevitable. There were people in the hall, and the protagonist explained that hundreds of influential people were gathered in one place, all entangled in a web of favor and malice, and if it were a peaceful party, they would simply stare at each other and disperse. The young man looked sideways at the girl, and the cadet noted that this was a banquet in the Garden of Swords. The fighters were visible in the arena, and the boy explained that if you follow the rules that his father had set, you can beat the living daylights out of your enemy, even if you don't kill him. But in any case, the guests have the opportunity to show the others who is really the best. Standing on the balcony, Chiron admitted that he hoped that everyone would have a good time, and his son thought that at least this was his undoubtedly crazy family. Turning his head, the head of the Rankendel family noted that his heir did too, to which the latter was perplexed. The man, turning down the corners of his mouth, said that if he managed to find someone he liked, he should drag them into the ring, and then added that it was not worth choosing those who looked weaker, unless they insulted his family. Jean smirked and said that he was sure that he was also forbidden to lose. Chiron closed his eyes and said that it was obvious, because if his son lost, then everything would have to be taken back from him, starting with Bradamanti and ending with his nanny, to which he replied that he would know. Looking at the man's back, the protagonist thought about how it was the first time he and his father talked like this. Remembering how a close relative patted him on the back, The protagonist thought about how he could not even dream of such a thing in his past life. Jean imagined how he bowed in front of the guests, and realized that they had been talking like father and son all this time. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about how his goal in this life was not to receive his father's recognition or to become a favorite son, and then realized that his only goal was to surpass his father himself. At the banquet, the cadet talked to the guests with his hand behind his back. The guy looked around, when suddenly the twins appeared next to him, who congratulated their younger brother on his 5th rank. Daytona placed his hand on the young gentleman's shoulder and asked if he minded if they stood together for a while, to which he replied that he certainly did. Turning his head, the protagonist asked how their training with the pure stone was going, to which Daytona exclaimed that it was better and that they had succeeded after using the weapon that their uncle had recommended, and the younger brother asked if this was true and admitted that he was glad to hear it. Grinning, the protagonist whispered that it was enough to look natural and then asked them to leave, to which the interlocutor agreed and exclaimed that he understood everything. The man raised his hand and said that he was pleased to meet them, to which the cadet noted that this was the first standard bearer of the Ken family, and his brothers said that they were glad to meet. Daytona closed his eyes and told the younger brother that they would go, to which the latter wished him luck with the training and received words of gratitude in return. Jean said that he had heard many impressive stories about the heroic deeds of the interlocutor since childhood, to which he smiled widely and said that it embarrassed him very much. Suddenly, the protagonist was grabbed by the hair and told that he was very curious about the child who received the 5th rank at 15. Bure, smiling widely, said that he was a small guy and looked 10 years younger than him, and also added that it was nice to meet him, and gave his name. A moment later, the protagonist raised the corners of his lips. Turning his head, Jean greeted the guest. The guy, letting go of the master, said that he really was an amazing kid, and clarified that he was really going to shame him for speaking to him a little informally, after which he exclaimed that although he was Rankindel, but in the world of martial artists, he was still his senior. There was a huge chandelier hanging on the ceiling, and the elder explained that he was a little excited about having such an exceptional junior, and at the same time the young master asked to listen to him carefully. Jean, looking to the side, said that his actions just now insulted him and all the guests who treated him with respect. Bure's eyes widened, hearing that if he was going to make a noise because of the one who was the elder, then he should do it more carefully. The men looked forward attentively, and the guest was asked if he was younger than the 1st and 2nd standard bearer of the Ken family, the Knightly Order of the Dragon King and the Order of the Black King, because he was sure that he saw how his elders addressed him. The protagonist added that he should admit his mistake and apologize, which caused sweat to suddenly run down the guy's face, and at the same second the protagonist said that he said everything, so he will pretend that nothing happened. The 1st standard bearer of the Ken family, placing his palm on Bure's back, explained that the young master had just saved his life, so he should do as he said. The man opened his mouth wide and said that he knew that sooner or later he would get into trouble for saying too much, and suggested that this time he settle things in a good way, and also not to act thoughtlessly. The guest, leaning forward, asked to forgive him for his mistake, as his elders did, since he would be grateful if he forgave him, to which the young master responded positively. A moment later, the boy walked away. Luna, opening her mouth slightly, said that he definitely had a talent for finding enemies, and it would be nice if he could act like a normal child too. The guys clinked their glasses, and the main character explained that now he was actually a representative of the Rankindel family, after which the girl said that it was for sure. The protagonist's sister, turning her gaze to the side, asked what he would do if Bure challenged him to a duel, since he thought he was about rank 6. It was seen as the man patted the guest's back and exclaimed that he had told him to watch his words, and the young master replied that in that case, the head of the Ken family and the other elders who were watching them would have stopped the fight, and at the same time, Luna clarified whether he wanted to say that he had even foreseen this in his calculations, and when he had only learned how the elite concealed all quarrels and agreements. Jean swirled his glass in different directions and said that if there was a person who could teach him such things, it would be good to keep him close, to which his sister said that learning how to handle a sword was enough, and also asked what else he needed. The girl lifted the corners of her lips, listening to the main character, who was sure that it would be difficult for her to understand, but there was still a lot that was needed to survive in a family where he was hated so much. The protagonist bit his lips, and Luna thought that he was talented and had a good head on his shoulders, and then wondered if that was why they tried to kill him at Bure Castle, and she wondered which of their siblings noticed the boy's talents so early. The master's sister, with her jaw hanging open, exclaimed that in any case, she only came because it was a banquet in his honor, but it was somehow boring here, so she would go to a more fun place, to which the young master asked if she was leaving already. It was seen how the lady was dancing with the young man, and the girl answered positively and clarified if he was too short to dance with her now, and also added that he should give his older sister a dance when he grew up, because she would take him somewhere nice, and Jean said that he would be looking forward to it. The protagonist turned his head, hearing that before she left, she should try to send a message in the elite way. A moment later, Luna hugged the protagonist. Winking, the master's sister explained that it would be clear to everyone how much she valued him, and then asked if it was true that few would dare to be rude to him in fear of her. The lady remarked that they would see each other later, and her younger brother said that they would meet again, when suddenly one of the guests remarked that this girl must care very much about her brother, and another widened his eyes and wondered if this was not the white whale. The man clenched the cloth in his teeth and muttered that he would die of envy, because he dreamed of laying his head on the head of Mrs. Luna. Bure exclaimed that he would write a poem for her and perform it all night, to which Bishkal folded his hands and asked him to be silent. The magician of transformation clenched his jaw, when suddenly he was called. Marcella turned her head and asked her brother not to be so cruel to his comrade, then asked if it was true that it was very important to Mr. Bure, and then said that she could calmly attend the banquet only because this man believed in her and took her along, so she should be a little patient. The leader of the terrorist group put his hand to his face, and his partner shouted that he knew it, and the younger sister Bishkal understood him very well, and then said that he would gladly become her feet. Looking around, Jean thought. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about how tiring it was to play the role of the host. The protagonist, turning his gaze to the side, wondered where Zipple's people were, and whether he should go look for them. Suddenly, someone slammed a glass on the table. A hairpin appeared on the girl's hair. Ceres bared her teeth and asked if he would mind if such a young lady dared to ask the rising star of the Rankindel family for a drink, to which the protagonist asked who she was. The commander of the Seven Swords leaned over and introduced herself as a member of the Ice Palace. The girl grinned evilly and stated that it was an honor to meet the young master. The young man smiled, and the woman called him the young master of the Rankindel family. The protagonist looked at the table and wondered if he should go look for Zipple's people. His eyes widened in surprise when someone slammed a glass on the table. The girl with a blue hair clip asked the young man if he would mind if she dared to ask the rising star of the Rankindel family for a drink. She looked at him with a sly grin. Frowning her white eyebrows, she smirked and introduced herself as Ceres and Dorma of the Ice Palace. While the mage was pouring alcohol into her glass, the commander of the Seven Swords asked how someone her age could achieve so much so quickly. He replied with a calm expression that the girl herself was quite talented. They were standing in the middle of a luxurious palace. Jean said that the head of the Ice Palace treasured Ceres incredibly, to which she replied that this was true, since she was her only daughter. The commander laughed, apologizing for her bust, and the young man replied that he envied her. He looked away and said that it was quite tiring to have so many brothers and sisters, and he thought that the girl definitely recognized him, but for some reason she still did not bring up Mamita. Ceres with a sly smile said that she wanted to ask the protagonist something. Her eyes shone brightly, and she asked if his leg was okay. Jean smiled silently. Tapping his finger on the table, he replied that it was fine, although he could not return the favor of someone who used the medicine for his own good, and Ceres called him impudent. She remembered her meeting with the boy and said that he owed her an explanation for what he did in the Moonwell. Standing in front of the interlocutor, the girl explained that her people could not find the terrorist mage, and this dealt a strong blow to her pride, and then she wondered if the boy she let go was guilty. The protagonist raised his hand and with a smile reminded him of what kind of family he had, so he could not be a criminal. The commander put her hand on her waist and replied that she did not think so, but the Rankindel family entrusted him with the task. She introduced the two knights and added that of the possible targets of the Rankindels, only the members of the Ice Palace were there, and she simply could not ignore what had happened. The boy looked down and thought that his interlocutor had misunderstood everything and thought that he was hunting her people, but there was truth in her words, because he had inadvertently harmed the members of the Ice Palace. The commander smiled, asking if Jean was going to feign innocence until the end, and decided to reprimand her. He frowned when Ceres shouted that she would drag him into the arena, and after that, she would beat him half to death and spit right in his self-confident face. Pointing her finger at the mage, she challenged him to a duel. The girl's mouth fell open in shock when he said that his father had strictly warned her against fighting those who were weaker. While she looked at the boy indignantly, he smirked and said that he would make a concession for her sake. The protagonist walked past the guard, saying that he was going to fight, and asked everyone except the medical team to leave. He looked to the side and asked the man for 2 swords in good condition. While Ceres was inspecting her weapons, Jean thought about how the spectators and everyone else would be arriving by midnight, and breaking the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace in front of everyone would be too much. The commander slammed her sword on the floor and said that she wanted to get a promise from her opponent before they started. The boy looked at the girl calmly and agreed when she said that if she won, he would tell her everything that happened that day, without leaving out a single detail. Her white hair was blowing in the wind, while the protagonist asked that if he won, she would pretend that she never saw him in the moon well. The mage rushed towards Ceres when she announced the start of the duel. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. A powerful explosion with ice shards was visible. The commander's face was focused, and Jean recognized the ability passed down in the Endorma family, 10,000 ice swords. A sharp blade of ice was visible. The protagonist said with a smirk that he did not expect his opponent to use a secret technique from the start. They crossed swords, and the boy continued that he was a little sad because he had not yet learned his family's secret technique. Ceres pushed him away, rudely shouting that she did not care at all. She created a frost whirlwind, which her enemy dodged. Then, she swung the weapon right in front of the boy's face. As the mage deftly dodged the attacks, the girl thought that he was definitely a 5th ranker, and although he was in a hurry to block her ability, his true skills would be revealed as he developed. The commander's sword was covered in an icy crust as she decided that the difference of 1 rank was more than compensated by her secret family skill. Frowning, she thought that her opponent was superior to her in both strength and endurance, so she could not let this battle drag on. As Jean fought off the girl's attacks, he thought that even if she was able to use her signature skill, there was no chance that she could defeat him in a fair one-on-one fight. A white flash of light appeared in the middle of the arena, and the protagonist was sure that Ceres had realized the gap between them and was preparing to end everything with one blow, and she would definitely use a secret technique, to which he was ready to respond with his own secret technique. The boy imagined himself as a child, when he memorized dozens of forbidden books in the storm castle. The wind blew through his hair and clothes, and he thought of the strongest secret technique he knew. The girl smiled mysteriously. The mage stumbled as she screamed that this was the end for him. An avalanche of ice filled the entire battle arena. Jean clenched his teeth tightly, shielding himself with his sword from the ice crystals that were imbued with aura. In the middle of the snowstorm, the silhouette of Ceres was visible. Her bright eyes were shining brightly. Suddenly the main character grinned. Seeing such emotion, the girl opened her mouth in shock. There was a dark silhouette behind the avalanche. She thought that her opponent might be a gifted prodigy, but he was not able to withstand her secret technique. She furrowed her brows furiously, not understanding what kind of unpleasant feelings she was experiencing now. Suddenly, a sword blade appeared right in front of her face. The commander managed to dodge. She frowned tensely, looking at how her enemy's weapon began to be covered with deep cracks. The guy looked at it with confusion and cursed in his mind. An icy explosion was visible, and Jean loudly shouted the name of his opponent. Standing in the middle of the smoke, the protagonist thought that he should have used something else, and that this destructive power was not something that a rank 4 could handle. He raised his hand and thought that if Ceres did not dodge, she was probably already dead or unconscious. The girl was kneeling, stabbing her sword into the floor. Her eyes widened, shocked to realize that she had chosen her life out of fear of death. Her mouth was open in extreme shock. The boy placed a hand on her shoulder and asked if she was okay, since he had almost killed her. Looking at the commander, he thought that she had heard his warnings, but she had not tried to escape the storm of blades. Ceres clenched her teeth tightly, while the mage thought that no matter how much she valued her honor and pride, she was still just a 15-year-old child, in whom the desire to live was difficult to suppress. The antagonist gently touched her shoulder and said that he would have dodged too if he were in her place. He knelt before her, asking that they not discuss the matter further. The girl silently took something out of her pocket. She opened a jar of cream and said that Jean had a cut on his face. She applied the medicine to his cheek and explained that it was the price for saving her life, and the protagonist replied that she valued her life too low, being the most successful in the Ice Palace. Ceres stood up and replied that she would start valuing herself again, so there was no need to worry about it. Then she turned around and added that it was nice to meet you, and they would see each other tomorrow. The guy watched her go silently. The next day, there were few guests at the ball. The mage drank champagne and thought about the fact that now he could watch the duels, so the real banquet would begin now. He frowned and assumed that he would be able to meet those guys from Zipple. Looking at the group of boys, he thought that they were all between 15 and 20 years old, which was great because he would be able to compare their skills with his own. The protagonist put his glass on the table and thought that it would be nice to ask a few questions about Colin when he became a serpent bearer. He imagined a round silver symbol and thought that with Mirakan's help, finding the mana fountain would be easy, so the Zipple bastards wouldn't be able to continue churning out mages. He turned around and thought that this time he could prevent the terrible event, when he suddenly saw a cat. His eyes widened in surprise, not understanding why such an animal was at the Rankendel family's banquet. Ceres laughed as she stroked the black cat, asking where its owner was. The moth looked at the girl in fear, who read his name on the collar. Smiling, she asked if the cat was named by the young master, and he confirmed it with an angry expression. They both turned around when they heard someone's voice. Veridin spread his arms wide, shouting that he had been looking for Jean for a long time, but the protagonist did not recognize him. Ceres watched their conversation in shock, and the genius mage was offended that he was forgotten. He raised his hand and suggested that his name began with the letter V. The commander of the 7 swords closed her eyes and suggested that Moth leave these weirdos. Veridin winked, asking if the guy recognized him, but he answered negatively. They stood opposite each other, and the protagonist said that he did not remember how they met. The genius mage put his hands on his shoulders, asking him to carefully remember the name that he was about to say. Jean threw his hands off his shoulders and said his name and asked when he would stop pestering him. Veridin smiled, realizing that the protagonist still remembered him, and the guy mentally wondered that this fool really wanted to become a 9th rank mage by the age of 30 and take the place of the head. Standing in the middle of the hall, Veridin said that he had been looking for his interlocutor in this room for 2 hours, and the protagonist asked if he had been walking around this closed space for so long. The annoying mage closed his eyes and said that he could find him faster with his abilities, but he couldn't use them in the Rankindel territory. Jean closed his eyes as the boy was surprised by his rank 5. He said with a smile that he hadn't wasted any time either, and his magic skills were now at rank 6. He raised one finger, and the boy looked at him in bewilderment. Veridin explained with a wide smile that he was a whole rank higher, and the protagonist couldn't believe it. He touched his chin and thought that for some reason this guy was lying about his rank. The genius mage placed his hands on his waist and said with a proud smile that he really wanted to fight the youngest son of the Randankel family. The boy imagined a man with long white hair and thought that if Veridin really could only reach rank 6 at the age of 18, then after the head of the Zipple family, Jean was closest to the pinnacle of magic. They stood opposite each other, and the protagonist advised the other to learn to close his mouth and take care of his breathing. A man in a black suit was hiding behind a pillar. Veridin pointed his hand at Uncle Andre, who he kept pestering with words about wanting to see the protagonist. The mage raised his hand, shouting that they were on vacation in the Huffister area when he heard about the banquet, and he knew it was fate. The young man looked dumbfounded at the youngest son of the Rankindel family, who asked him to leave. Veridin then leaned his elbow on his shoulder and said that he should also come to the Zipple banquet without warning, to which Jean replied that he could commit an act of terrorism. The genius mage said with a smile that he always keeps his word. The holder of the 5th rank looked at him intently when he said that in that case he would not even kill him, but would take part in it. The protagonist looked at his comrade, calling him a fool, and said that a certain unpleasant guy had been looking at him for some time. He addressed a bearded man in the distance. Bure turned around holding a pink book and asked when Luna would arrive. The young man frowned in surprise. The suspicious man showed a pink notebook and explained that he wanted to give this to her. Veridin turned around, listening to Bure say that he had been writing this collection of poems filled with his love all night. The magician drank red wine and the man added that Luna would understand what a good author he was after reading these poems. He blushed and sweated, saying that the protagonist would become his brother-in-law in the future. Veridin choked on his drink, coughing loudly. Jean chuckled, and a vein in his neck bulged with rage. He knocked the collection out of the impudent man's hands. The man opened his mouth in fear when the boy tore up his poems. He stepped on the torn pages, outraged by the guest's behavior. Frowning, the protagonist assumed that the Rankindel family looked pathetic in his eyes. A guard standing at a distance took the order to take Bure to the arena. 2 knights grabbed the guest, who was shouting that any man has the right to express his love as he wishes. While his subordinates restrained him, he screamed that this was no way to treat guests. He was led into the room, and he continued to shout that he emphasized Luna's beauty. The guest fell to the floor. Jean threw off his excess clothing and said that they would continue hand-to-hand combat. The man imagined someone grabbing a prisoner and guessed that the magician learned of his transformation into Zipple 5 years ago. The youth spread his legs wide. Throwing off his cloak, he announced the beginning of the battle. The man pinned the guest to the floor with his hand. Bishka frowned in shock, and his sister clapped her hands joyfully, happy that the duel had begun. The head of Kinzella looked away, shouting that they must come closer. Ceres and Moth watched the situation in shock. Bure was getting up from the ground, and the leader of the 7 swords did not understand why Jean was fighting him. Veridin approached the girl in an attempt to get acquainted, but she rudely rejected him. The man in the black suit extended his arms to the sides, pointing at the 2 opponents. The master of disguise gritted his teeth in anger when the spectators said that they had never seen him before. He clenched his hands into fists while they discussed how he might be an ordinary fighter. He spat saliva, asking if he deserved to introduce himself before the duel. Jean punched him in the face and told him to shut up. The veins on his arms stood out, and he added that he did not even want to know his name. The guest wrinkled his nose and swung his fist, emitting a green aura. The protagonist looked at this stream of light and guessed that his opponent was somewhere around the 6th rank. Ceres, holding a cat, said that the boy had picked a stronger enemy, and it seemed that the fat man was focused on the fight. Bure punched the mage in the face. He laughed loudly at the fact that the boy dared to raise a hand against him with such abilities. Suddenly, Jean took a step back. He dealt the enemy a powerful blow to the face. Then he began to attack him without stopping. The fat man screamed in pain. Veridin raised his hand up, loudly supporting his idol. He and Ceres turned around, hearing Marcella screaming that she was disgusted by the mage's actions. She raised her hand and said that she could not believe that he could beat a man like that after he had already lost the duel, and that it was unfair for the protagonist to pick on a weak opponent. Her brother approached her, saying that Bure was not weak, but the girl replied that she was disappointed in him. She looked at Bishkal and asked him to teach Jean a lesson using a much more noble method. 2 young men in the crowd raised their hands, shouting for him to listen to his sister. The man touched the bridge of his nose and reluctantly agreed. The mage turned around, hearing someone call him loudly. Bishkal was walking towards him, offering to take over for the master of disguise. They stood opposite each other, and Jean thought that he would come out of this fight with dignity, regardless of the outcome. The opponent held the sword in his hands, while the protagonist thought that this fight would be a good experience. He looked ahead. Marcella was sitting on the throne, and the boy thought that she was funny, to want to watch her brother fight. They stood motionless. The mage said that the head of Conzello treasured his sister very much, and he replied that it should be obvious. The man frowned and said that Bure was not their servant, but a companion. The mage's eyes widened in shock when his enemy asked if the master of disguise had made a mistake. The youth raised his sword when Bishkal said that their comrade was only there to help Mangel and had no ill intentions. He furrowed his brows and thought about the fat man. Jean imagined him in different forms, trying to figure out what kind of relationship he had with the leader. He remembered Bishkal's displeased expression. Then he remembered Bure screaming and thought, he found this scoundrel, but now he had even more questions. He gripped the hilt of his sword and decided that he couldn't afford to be distracted when his opponent was a 7th ranker. The eldest son of the Aviliano family raised his weapon and said that they needed to try hard. The protagonist also readied his sword and decided that he should focus on the duel. Bishkal rushed towards his opponent, attacking him. They crossed swords, and the mage was surprised by his strength, which felt like it was even higher than the 7th rank. A red flash appeared, and the boy thought that this was a weapon mastery on par with Zet. Blood gushed out from under the white clothes. White marks from the lightning-fast swings of the weapon were visible in the air, and Jean realized that he was currently unable to comprehend the trajectory of the enemy's sword. The spectators stood at a distance, discussing how after the battle with Aviliano, no one would ever want to do it again. Verenin thought with a smirk that in situations like this, Rancandilas only shine brighter. He imagined a white snake, which was like the sword of the Bishkala family. Then he imagined an indestructible rhinoceros, which was like the strength of the protagonist's family, because this animal would not stop moving forward even if its horn broke. The battle continued. The mage gritted his teeth, looking at the wound on his chest. His enemy dodged the attack, and he thought that the head of Conzello was not fighting with all his strength. Placing his hand on his chest, the young man thought that he was still able to put up a good fight against an opponent who was higher than rank 7, while he himself was only rank 5. His enemy stood firm, and Jean felt that he had almost reached his limit. He remembered one of his previous battles. Frowning, he thought that this was the same as he felt that day. The young man's sword began to emit blue flames. The man looked at him intently and said that it was a good fight. He then rushed towards the protagonist. The mage's eyes were tightly closed. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on his sword. The blade cracked into 2 halves. Bishkal's sword was at his neck. The 2 opponents froze in place. Then, the holder of rank 5 began to fall backwards. The Aviliano family member brought his hand to his neck. There was a fresh cut on it. He frowned in confusion, not paying attention to the fact that he was declared the winner. Bishkal rubbed his neck and looked at his opponent. The guy frowned mentally, saying that at the moment the sword broke, he felt something sharp touch his throat. Looking at the guy lying on the floor, he said that he most likely understood the state of the heart sword during their fight, if Jean had reacted a split second earlier, and Bishkal a split second later. Blood would have definitely gushed from his throat. The guy looked at the enemy being carried away by the medics. Looking closely at Jin's face, Bishkal said that he was quite scary. The cat wagged its tail lying on the guy's face. The protagonist raised his hands telling Murak to leave. He abruptly picked him up by the scruff of the neck. Getting up, Jean realized that he was in his room. Squinting, he assumed that he passed out right after the fight. When Julie approached, the guy asked her how many days he had been gone. The maid answered by saying that he had been unconscious for 2 days. Jean closed his eyes and said that the banquet had ended. It seemed that he had not even been able to greet the guests who had come to meet him. Julie smiled and said that for the past 2 days, everyone had been hotly discussing his duel with Bishkal, and this was an indicator of recognition, and he had also shown the heart sword. Indeed, the people at the banquet were amazed to hear that a guy with only a 5th rank had mastered the heart sword. The fact that the guy was able to do this at the end of a duel with an 8th rank knight was truly impressive. The protagonist, imagining his sister's appearance, said that it was not an ideal heart sword, but he got what he wanted. Now the days when his sister instructed him had finally paid off, and at first he did not understand the essence of training at all. Luna, sitting opposite him, demanded that he not open his eyes. The protagonist, standing with his eyes closed, meditated. The guy was at least at the level where he only activates in extreme situations, like when his sword broke. The protagonist closed his eyes and mentally said that he needed to remain patient. It was surprising that he was able to resist an 8 ranker at all, even if clumsily. Opening his eyes, he said that besides that, he had received enough goodies. Jean confirmed the status of the ever-smiling Veridin. He also found something like friendship with the heiress of the Ice Palace. Although if you remember the moment when she put her fingers to his face, then perhaps it was not friendship at all. The guy also learned that Bure and Bishkal were acquainted. The protagonist rubbed his chin mentally, saying that there were many ways to commit a crime using transformation. This did not suit him, so he first needed to find more information. Jilly, smiling, said that these flowers were left by the heiress of the Ice Palace. Looking at the flowers, the girl asked if she really liked the young master. The protagonist refuted her, saying that in the language of the Ice Palace these flowers mean an endless duel. Closing his eyes, he said that the girl clearly wanted to fight him. Muraka, barely opening his eyes, asked if this was not the first time he received flowers from a girl. Raising his head, the cat asked Jilly if she agreed, that although it was a challenge, it was still a memorable moment. The maid turned to Jean, saying that the head ordered to come to him as soon as he came to his senses. She thought that the time had come to prove his worth. Muraka, seeing that his question was ignored, could not hold back his tears. The guy smiled and said that he would probably live away from his family for a while. The protagonist walked through the dark hall. He approached his father from behind. The demigod turned around. Looking at his son's appearance, he said that children had not visited him in such comfortable clothes for a long time. Looking at his son, Chiron asked him if he knew that he was sending him away. Jean responded by saying that he knew everything, so he was planning today. When his father frowned, the protagonist mentally said that his father seemed pleased, although he was unsure, but after reincarnating, he became able to read his father easily. Chiron asked if he knew what this place was. The protagonist parted his lips, saying that it was a mausoleum, a place where only those who have done worthy deeds for the family are allowed to enter through the sword garden, where great heroes are buried. Looking at the walls, Chiron said that it was good that he was informed. Turning away from his son, the father said that this was the land of those who protected the family for thousands of years. Pointing to the empty room, Chiron said that unfortunately, Timar, the first head of their family, is not here. The protagonist, hearing his words, said that he also knows that his grave is not in the sword garden either. Chiron thoughtfully told his son that his shadow powers were the reason they couldn't honor the first patriarch. The man said that after Timar's death, they made a humiliating pact with Zipple. They could no longer use magic and honor their ancestors. The Zipple gods united and cursed their lineage. Now, every child born on the Rankadel family altar after the first chapter was born with a body that was unable to withstand magic. Turning to his son, the man said that when he defeated his brothers with his aura, he did not ask him how he gained this power. The protagonist agreed and said that he even lied then when he said that he would use this power for the good of the family. Chiron heard him and said that fortunately he was small then, but if everything happened now, he would not leave it like that. The protagonist did not change his expression, silently looking at the faces. After thinking, the head of the family asked the boy if he heard the voice of the Lord of Shadows. Jean, imagining Sadaret, answered by saying that the Lord calls him a contractor. The man's cloak fluttered as the man asked his son if he thought it was unfair to his siblings. The demigod frowned at his son and asked if he could have the power to surpass them and take over the care of his family. The protagonist parted his lips and said that he would leave and see the world, if there was nothing more valuable than Rankadel than he was in. The man's lips stretched into a grin. He raised his hand, saying that others left the sword garden for the recognition of others, but he was leaving to see if his family was worthy of his recognition. He didn't know if he should say he was proud of them or that he was arrogant. Spreading his fingers, the man said that he had 5 years, in which time he needed to gain recognition or acknowledge the family and return with an answer. Jean grabbed the hilt of the sword. He held the sword out in front of him. Bringing the sword closer to his face, the boy said that he would greet him in 5 years. When the guy came out, Jilly asked the guy if the conversation went well. The guy answered, saying that everything went well. Suddenly, he froze with his mouth open in surprise. Jean looked at Jilly with a bag in her hands and asked what she was doing. The guy noticed a small metal thing on the girl's hand. The girl closed the artifact under her sleeve and said that it should block the aura. She heard this from her elders. Jilly closed her eyes and said that she was a little embarrassed that he could not use his powers, and when she was a nanny, she did not earn a reputation herself, but it was based on the achievements of her master, so she could not make such a face. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that he would continue to protect her for the next 5 years. Putting her hand to her chest, the nanny asked him to please not say that. Looking at the gentleman in front of her, she said that it was enough that she could become his backup option and would return her powers when he completed his test. Jean involuntarily looked behind him. He stared at the gates and walls of the family estate. The sun rays were shining through the leaves to his face. The boy stepped into the tall grass, saying that this was just the beginning. The protagonist and Jilly turned around and walked away. The boy's cloak fluttered in the wind as he walked towards his goal. He chuckled. Jean was about to look at this world. The events take us to Chiron. Putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, he mentally said that he had reached the level of a demigod only with the help of his sword. However, he could not break the oath that his ancestors made to the Zipple family. However, his son made a contract with Sadaret and received the power of darkness. It is very likely that the youngest is their last hope. Chiron smiled, saying that this child may have enough power to free the Rankadel family. He can't wait to see him in the future. At this time, the protagonist made his way through the forest. He glanced at the nanny when she asked him if it was okay that they left without saying goodbye. Taking the broken piece of wood in her hand, the girl said that the cadets who were under his command and the young lady Luna would be disappointed. The protagonist continued walking and said not to worry, because Luna herself was quite a freedom-loving person, and the cadets had no need to say goodbye to him, because he was not going to die. After thinking, he said that if he had warned them, they would have probably arranged a farewell with raised swords. Lowering her hand, Jilly asked where he was going to go. From what she had heard, most of the bannermen first went to St. Mummet, because destroying evil was the most effective way to earn glory. Jean parted his lips and thought. The reserve bannermen of Rankadel, before becoming full-fledged bannermen, must go to the outside world and create a reputation for themselves from scratch. In addition, one of the mandatory conditions is independence. Only a few, like Marie, left with smiles on their faces. Marie, for example, defeated all the strongest people in the southern regions of the continent. Because of her terrifying appearance in battle, she became known as the Fury of the Southern Lands, the Violent Wind, even before being initiated as a bannerman. The guy looked at his hand and said that the other brothers and sisters were absent from half a year to 2 years. But his father gave him all 5. And there is only one reason for such a decision: he must learn everything about the energy of shadows. All about the energy that he concentrated in his hand. Jilly opened her mouth in surprise when her master said that they were heading to the Arkan Kingdom. She asked if he meant a nation associated with the Lutheran Federation of Mages. But isn't that the territory of the Zipple family? The guy clenched his fist and said that when he was on a mission in the ruins of the pillar, he heard that a large number of unregistered magicians were rampant in this area. The magicians united with martial artists and caused a lot of trouble for the locals of Arkan. Jilly clenched her fist and said that it was a great idea, and he couldn't imagine how much fun it was for her to get rid of the bad guys when she was on duty. The protagonist turned away and mentally said that he had never actually heard of it. He got all the information from his past life. Every unregistered mage and warrior in these lands was a puppet of the Dark Tessing family. What Jean really needed were the underground auctions that were held by interesting people. The auction was full of items whose true value was unknown. Jean had a couple of grimoires and a ring on her. Taking a bag in her hand, the girl said that they would not be able to use the teleportation gate to get to the Arkan Kingdom. Taking a coin in her hand, she said that according to the family's rules, she could only take 10 gold with her. As a reserve standard bearer, he was forbidden to reveal his involvement with Rankadel, so the choice of transport was poor. Jean turned to the girl and said that he would sort everything out when they got to the Jean Kingdom. Muraken's eyes widened when the guy said that they would fly. Smiling, the cat asked the guy if he was sure about it. Jilly objected, saying that it would be bad if someone found out about it. The protagonist turned his whole body to the nanny and said that they should try at least once. Muraken jumped down. Mana burst out of his body. Steam and a gust of wind tilted the trees around. Soon a huge black dragon appeared in front of the couple. Opening its mouth, the dragon said that they should hold on tight, because they would have to fly at full speed to get to the place by tomorrow. Jilly sighed, and the guy dispelled the fire in his hand. At this time, Luna was walking along the corridor of the estate. She froze and widened her eyes, feeling a terrifying aura. The girl turned her head and looked into the distance. In the sky, she saw a dragon. Luna opened her mouth in surprise, realizing that it was her brother. Looking at the dragon's back, she wondered if her brother had really saddled the dragon when he became a reserve standard bearer. Touching the window, the girl said that he was very special. Smiling, she said that the guy had rushed off without even saying goodbye to his sister. Let her cold younger brother have good luck. At this time, the protagonist and Gilly were holding on to the dragon's scales, trying to hold on. Soon they found themselves in the forest of the Jean Kingdom's territory. Muraken stood restlessly near Gilly. The dragon looked angrily at the guy and said that his strawberry pie was not feeling well because of him. The guy immediately denied this, saying that it was not his fault, because he was the one who did not know how to drive. The dragon simultaneously scolded the protagonist and worried about Gilly, saying that she should take her time and just take a deep breath. The protagonist watched everything from the side, puzzled. Looking at the dragon taking the girl in his arms, he asked himself if Muraken had behaved badly to match people's ideas about black dragons. Jean put on his hood and told the dragon to be quiet and stay here while he got some money. The events take us to the center of the capital of the Jean Kingdom, the Ville family mansion. Sember was sitting by the lake. He closed his eyes and said that despite the grandeur of the banquet in honor of Jean, he found out about everything only after it was over. The guy remembered how he looked when he was saved. He was kneeling and crying. Now the guy wanted to meet Jean once and thank her for saving him. Then he shouted in the forest, saying that if he ever needed his help, he just needed to let him know. A man in a cloak walked out of the forest. In the reflection of the water, you could see a figure approaching Sember. The boy turned his head sharply when he was called. The protagonist abruptly closed the boy's mouth. The boy's eyes widened in fear and shock. Jean put his finger to his lips and introduced himself, and said that it was he who saved him from the Canzello boys. When the boy removed his hand, Sember asked how he got here. The boy replied saying that he told him to call if he needed help. Jean parted his lips when Sember said that he would do everything in his power. The guy put 2 fingers together and said that he needed some gold and cash. The boy froze with his mouth and eyes wide open. The boys froze in that position. Banner bearers were required to hide their identities. Such were the rules, and the protagonist, accompanied by a dragon and a nanny, was no exception. The bannermen had to earn their reputation on their own without the help of a family. So many people looked at them with disdain. In the restaurant, the worker waved his hand and refused. It was expected that the young Rankadal masters, who only learned to fight, lived a poor life for the first months until they could save enough by completing missions to catch criminals or providing mercenary services. The protagonist held out the bag in his hand. The bag in the guy's hand was full of gold coins. The protagonist's group was different from the others. They could enjoy delicious food in restaurants. Gilly said with a smile that the food in the Jean Kingdom was not bad. Ida on the street near the master, she said that she was prepared for frequent stops, like other bannermen do, but thanks to him, they got there in the blink of an eye. Murakan laughed and reminded her that yesterday she said that it was complete extortion. The girl froze, a shadow covered her eyes. Smiling, Jean said that by giving money, Sember was able to repay the debt. Turning his head to the dragon, the guy asked him who was in his stomach, a boy or a girl. Did he not remember that they had to go through the teleportation gate? What would he do if he threw up? The dragon remembered how he had teleported with the guy as a child. Pointing at himself, he said that he was a glutton. Eating until he was full was a sacred thing, even if he started to throw up. The protagonist, turning away, said that if it weren't for him, he would have to starve for the next few days. The dragon frowned and said that if he didn't want to watch him empty his stomach, they could fly, but he insisted on teleporting. Looking away, Jilly said that if she was seasick, then they would just put up with it. The protagonist, looking at the girl, said that seasickness was not really the main problem, because they were heading to the Arkan Kingdom. This place was connected to the Lutheran Mage Federation, which is controlled by the Zipple family. Currently 80% of the active dragons cooperate with them, so if they carelessly flew in there, it would be a clear declaration of war. Murakan's pupil narrowed. He screamed saying that more than half of these oafs would shit their pants if they heard his name alone. Then he took his cat form and said that the scoundrels hold their heads high. Dragons, gods who are indebted to dragons, and dozens of contractors related to these gods, they supported the Zipple family. On one hand, the protagonist is the only one of the Rankadels who made a contract with a god. If it weren't for his father, the Zipple would have destroyed them long ago. The guy's eye widened. He wondered how the Zipple family managed to gather so many contractors, and in one generation. Someone extended his hand. The guard extended his hand and asked to show the documents. The protagonist and Murakan froze after his question. The guy handed over the documents and introduced himself, saying that they wanted to visit the Arkan Kingdom to see the sights. The guard carefully looked through the documents. Soon the protagonist sat in the compartment. Jean and Jilly next to each other. Soon the teleporter should have transferred them. Jilly smiled and said that this was expected from the identification cards made by the family. They passed without problems. The guy raised his head when the teleportation began. Murakan barely held back tears, climbing on the girl. The protagonist squinted. He closed his eyes trying to remember the events of 15 years ago. Soon the protagonist opened his eyes. He found himself in a completely different room. Jean looked around. The capital, where the guy spent the last year before reincarnation. The guy had not been here for 15 years, but the landscape was still the same. Street vendors roamed the streets. Homeless people lie around. People walk with gloomy faces. Jilly, looking around, said that this is a rather strange place, despite the good weather. Looking at the sky, Jean said that they should first settle in, and then find a victim. Soon the group found themselves in front of a 2-story building. Murakan frowned and asked if he seriously wanted to stay in this godforsaken barn. Jean looked at the dragon and said that the young master probably had a plan. The dragon closed his eyes and said that the guy was rich, so what was the point of them staying here? The protagonist approached the door and said that it was a good idea for a bunch of unregistered magicians to come to such a great place and show that they had a lot of money. The evil dragon asked if that was really the only reason they would stop where even orcs would not go. Murakan clicked his teeth and clenched his teeth. The group went inside. Inside the room, a man was lying behind the counter. The sleepy man raised his head. He froze when he saw the guests. Looking at the dragon, he assumed that he was a gigolo. Then he looked at the protagonist and immediately noticed that he was a novice swordmaster. Looking at the smiling Jilly, the man noticed that she was probably a maid. The man's lips stretched into a wide grin. He put 3 glasses of juice on the counter. The man stood up and greeted the guests at Jet's Inn. Pointing to the orange juice, he said that this was their special juice. They could help themselves to it and choose any room they liked. Murakan raised the glass. Seeing this, Jet was happy. The juice was poisoned, and if they drank it, then tomorrow the guests would end up as slaves in the auction house. The dragon looked closely at the juice in the glass. His eye flashed, he frowned sharply. The dragon threw the glass at the man, asking if this insignificant freak was crazy. Jet froze with spilled juice on his face. Murakan climbed onto the counter. He forcefully kicked the man in the face, asking how dare he try to poison him. The protagonist simply poured out the juice, while Jilly looked at the glass in surprise. Murakan stood in front of Jet. He released his aura and said that he would definitely die today. Jet held his wounded cheek and begged the black dragon to stop and talk. Murakan quickly raised his leg. He hit the man with all his strength and screamed for him to talk to his butt. Jet flew back from such a blow, splattering blood. He is a self-proclaimed high-class informant, someone to whom the protagonist was indebted in his past life. Thanks to his help, an exiled family and having no foundation, Jean was able to settle here in Arkan. In his past life, Jet approached the protagonist with a smile on his face. But this did not lead to anything good. Under the pretext of introducing him to the underground auction houses of Tessing, he had deceived him countless times and taken everything except his clothes. The boy was forcibly taken away by two muscular men. Leaving the memories, Jean rubbed the bridge of his nose and said to himself that just thinking about it was driving him crazy. However, this time he was going to use him to the fullest. With these thoughts, he looked at the black dragon beating Jet in anger. The man covered his head with his hands and shouted that he was going to give it to them now. His eyes filled with rage, and he shouted with all his might that despite his appearance, he was a 5th rank. Hearing this, Murakan grabbed him by the chest and, hitting him hard in the face, asked who cared. Gritting his teeth, he continued to beat Jet, who now shouted that he was wrong. It was not poison, but a sedative. But the black dragon continued to beat the man, saying that he did not care. Jilly looked at this in shock with his hand to his mouth, and the protagonist said to himself that it was probably enough, after which he asked Murakan to stop and listen to what he had to say. Hearing this, the black dragon turned around and screamed, asking why they should listen to an idiot who tried to poison them. Then Jet extended his shaking hand and asked the Lord to save him, because he would atone for all sins, to which Murakan, becoming even more furious, screamed at him to shut up and do this until he died. At this time, the protagonist crouched down and said that he would ask a few simple questions. If he lied, he would die, and if he told the truth, he would live. Looking at the floor, he added that he would judge his answers subjectively, based on his feelings and instincts, after which he asked if the man understood, to which he screamed in fear, yes. Then Murakan pushed Jet away with all his might and shouted, "Great," after which Jean asked what he was doing. The man knitted his brows in fear and replied that he was an innkeeper and an informant, and that he was also a swindler and a human trafficker. Listening to this, the black dragon continued to grind his teeth. Suddenly, Jet fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy, because he would be very useful because he knew everything about Arkan. The protagonist looked at the man banging his forehead on the floor and said that it looked like he was trying to get them drunk so that he could sell them somewhere later, to which he shouted that he was very sorry, after which Jean asked where. Hearing this, the man raised his head in surprise and asked what. But as soon as he asked, Jean stepped on his hand with all his might. Screaming in pain, Jet grabbed the guy's cloak and shouted loudly, "Underground auction house Tessing." The protagonist pressed harder on the interlocutor's hand and ordered him to speak in more detail, which made him continue to shout, telling that Tessing is a dark organization that controls auction houses, slaves, illicit drugs, stolen treasures and even artifacts, in other words, a place where there is everything. Hearing this, Jean said to himself, "So auctions are Tessing's house," after which he asked if he knew what to do next, adding that he would be cured by the evening, which made Jet, with tears streaming down his face, shout words of gratitude. The black dragon, hearing the protagonist's words, asked if he was really going to spend money on medical bills for such scum, and the maid added that if they spared him, he would try to deceive them again, which made the guy turn around and answer that a dark organization and underground auction houses, is there anything better than destroying them, adding that it is never too late to get rid of him. The boys looked at the master with confusion. Jet, gritting his teeth, held his wounded hand. Jean began to leave, saying that they needed to trust him, because they still needed a guide through Arkan. Opening the door, he added that first they would find someone to take care of him. Murakan, frowning, looked at the master's back. Going outside, the main character sighed with relief. Leaning his hand on his hip, he added that it was tiring to play the ignorant when he knew everything, but he did not plan to tell anyone about the reincarnation, so nothing could be done. Night fell, the moonlight illuminated everything around. The doctor left the inn and told Jet not to disturb his hand until the bones healed, adding that he could call him anytime if he was needed, and Jilly said that she never thought that the person they would meet on the street would be such a talented doctor and magician from the Literal Federation. At this time, Jet looked in the mirror at his restored teeth and said to himself that these crazy bastards first beat him up and then cured him, after which he asked himself who they were, the heir of a family involved in martial arts, or the Beeman Special Affairs Department. He frowned with displeasure, adding that no matter what, there would be nothing left of him if he decided to stab him in the back. While he was thinking about this, the protagonist approached him and said that it was time to move, which made him turn around in fear and ask what again. Jean looked at him with disdain in his eyes and repeated that they needed to go to the underground auction house. Under the black night sky was a huge house that looked like a palace. The guards standing at the gate frowned when they heard footsteps. Jet and the others approached them, causing them to ask him why he brought such a crowd. Were they really goods? Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth and ordered him to stop talking nonsense and open the door for him, since they were his guests. After that, Jet and the others continued towards the front door. The guard at the entrance took hold of the handle. As they approached, he swung the doors open for them. A bright, warm light immediately fell on the protagonist's face. It emanated from a massive golden chandelier on the ceiling. Inside, everyone was wearing masks. People were playing violins. The guys stopped, and the Black Dragon said that these guys were funny. They brought a whole orchestra here, to which Jet replied that for a whole run by bandits, this is not much. Then he handed Mirakan a mask and added that although everyone knows that the boss of Tessing is called Salka, the real puppeteer is someone else. With a smile on his face, he held the masks in his hands and asked to take them, because if they want to go to the auction house, they better hide their faces. The protagonist put on the mask and asked who the real boss is, to which the man replied, someone called a look spider-armed. The hall was filled with people, and Jet continued to say that everything here is decorated to his taste, because he wants to hide his crudeness and ignorance with all his might. The huge man held a cigar in his mouth as Jet continued to say that for a small fry like him, everything was different. Not only did he have the ability to pacify these dirty streets, he was also a 7-year-old martial artist in the lands of Arabelle. Leaning closer to Jean, he added that there were rumors that he had connections with the pure-blooded Rankindel family across the sea. Hearing this, the Black Dragon exhaled heavily and asked his master to ignore it, then asked if he really thought that such guys would hang out with the scum from the lowest levels of the neighboring country. Jilly came closer to the master and said that she supported Mirakan's words, adding that she did not see anyone who fit the description, but the protagonist said to himself that there was one. He imagined chains around himself and added, the bastard put a curse on him that prevented him from wielding a sword, and if there was a connection to the Magic Federation, then it was most likely him. Jean drew an image of a seal in his head and said, a 9th-tier curse that prevented him from wielding a sword, an illusion of a blade. But he didn't think there was a mage in Tessing who could cast such a complex spell. But 10 years in Storm Castle and 5 in Sword Garden, he couldn't find a single damn clue for 15 years, so he had to at least try to grasp at straws. Ginny and the Black Dragon looked at the master when he said that they came to raise this place into the air, and so as a pleasant bonus they would learn the identity of this Aluk. The protagonist said this with glowing eyes. After a while, the boys were going down the spiral staircase, and the Black Dragon asked if their plan was to wipe out all the gangsters on the first day of arriving in Arkan, and Jilly leaned over to the gentleman and said that the guards they saw along the way looked pretty strong, and there were also many unregistered mages nearby, so a sudden fight in the middle of enemy territory was a bit dangerous. The protagonist walked ahead and replied that there was no need to worry about it, since he had already thought of everything, and then he was asked what exactly. Then he turned around and asked the boys to come to him. The light in the corridor was dim. After hearing the plan, Mirakan put his hand to his head and said that sometimes he had no idea what was going on in his head, and then asked how he came up with such things, and Jilly put her hand to her mouth and said that this was definitely unusual, and then asked if the gentleman was sure that it would work out. Jean looked at them out of the corner of his eye and replied that there was no need to worry, because they could always just run away. At this point, Jet stopped and said that it was here, adding that he had deliberately taken a place that was not too conspicuous. After saying this, he opened the curtain and with a smile on his face said, "Welcome to Tessenga Flower, an underground auction house." The protagonist went out to the top floor. As soon as they sat down on the chairs, the auction began. A chain was chained to a dirty leg, and the auctioneer said that it did not matter at all where the people present were from or what their history was, after which he said that their first lot for the day was something they could use as they liked, a slave. The unfortunate man's hands were chained. The slaves came out on the stage in a row, and those present immediately noticed that they were all in good condition, and they also liked the guy at the very end, who seemed very useful to them. Jean looked at all this and said, "So Jet tried to sell them as well?" To which he replied with a confused laugh that he was an idiot. The protagonist looked at the slaves and said to himself that he was glad that he did not see children among them. The Black Dragon folded his arms and asked the master what they would do, to which he replied that they should wait, because he had heard that sometimes interesting things slipped through at these auctions, and if something like that happened, he would buy it first, and then make a move. Hearing this, Mirakan frowned. Jean remembered the ring and said to himself that if his memory served him right, it was rotting somewhere in storage, so he could only get it after their plan was implemented. While he was thinking about this, the host waved his hands and shouted loudly that they were starting the auction. Jean and his comrades looked at the stage and said that they could only wait patiently. A week later, the host, raising his hands, shouted out the price that the people present were raising. Suddenly, Jet leaned over to the main character and said that he had been simply watching for a week, and if he did not buy anything today, the people from Tessing could cause him trouble. The people on the ground floors, raising signs, placed their bets. The main character did not take his eyes off the stage, asking if it was not his job to prevent them, to which he, bowing, exclaimed, "Of course," adding that he should do as he wished. Having said this, he clenched his teeth and said to himself that he and his job were in danger, adding that whoever he was, at this rate he would be thrown out, so he should hurry and buy something before he got into his mess. Suddenly, the next lot was brought into the room, the first grimoire of the evening. The host waved his hand and said that this grimoire belonged to Matthew Wannick, a mage who once ruled the world. They failed to neutralize it, but powerful magic was probably sealed within the pages, after which the bids immediately began to rise. Jean raised his hand to his temple and said to himself that this was Matthew Mornick, and they were just scammers. Besides, most of Mornick's grimoires were under the control of the Zipple family, which meant that the chance of this lot being authentic was 0. As he said this, he presented collections of powerful books and added that he had been at the Tessing auction for a whole week, and every day was the same. The host smiled broadly. With a smile on his face, he continued to talk nonsense, which the mages willingly fell for. The man held onto the table with his hands, on which stood another grimoire, when suddenly he said that he was the author of this grimoire. Raising his hand high, he exclaimed the name Chenny, and the starting bid was 50 gold. As the stakes were rising, the protagonist was thinking that sometimes little-known grimoires like this were put up for sale, like lottery tickets, when suddenly a hand fell on his shoulder. The black dragon frowned and told the guy to buy it, because if this grimoire really belonged to the Chenny, he knew they would need it. Immediately after that, surprise appeared in the host's eyes. Jean placed a bet of 150 gold, causing everyone in the hall to ask in surprise if there was really a certain young master from a noble family in the hall. As soon as the host said that the grimoire was sold to the protagonist, he looked at Mirakin, who, gritting his teeth, asked why he was in such a place, and said to himself that there was no reason to ask unnecessary questions. Immediately after that, the next grimoire was brought into the hall, Shujiel Easters, causing the protagonist to turn around in shock upon hearing this name. There was a black book under the glass, and those present were asking in surprise who the sister was. Just like Chenny, they had never heard of him. Suddenly, the host saw Jean raise a sign and place a bet of 200 gold. As soon as those present heard this, they turned to him in shock. Then they began to look at each other, asking who he was, if he continued to buy strange things. At this time, the black dragon, folding his arms on his chest, asked why the guy had placed 200, did he really know this book, to which he calmly answered, just like that, adding that he simply thought it would be nice to buy something else, while saying to himself that he never even thought that he would find this here his master's thing from his past life. He remembered a man with a staff in his hand and long red hair named Ister, and said to himself that this family was destroyed hundreds of years ago, and he found their trace here. When the host said that the grimoire had been sold to Jean, he stood up and, taking off his mask, said that it was enough for today, it was time to make a move. After a while, 2 purchased grimoires were lying on the table. Mirakin leafed through one of them and said that it was amazing, the very Chenny he was thinking about. Then he looked at the book that the protagonist was interested in and asked what it was, because it had such a bizarre and strange code. Jean looked at the man and said to himself, of course, because only the master and he could read it, and Jet behind them with a smile on his face said that he was very glad that he had finally bought something, because otherwise they would have had problems. Then the protagonist turned to him, after which he, raising his eyebrows, asked what the master needed. Jean turned to Jet and said that he needed to meet a look. Hearing this, the man exclaimed in fear that this was impossible, because even if he was his guest, but before he could finish speaking, the guy put his hand on his shoulder and ordered him to go to him and tell him. His eyes suddenly lit up, and a malicious smile appeared on his face, with which he finished saying that Vered and Zipple wanted to see him. As soon as Jet heard this name, shock appeared in his eyes. In that same second, he rushed at full speed down the corridor, saying to himself that this crazy bastard was not from the Beeman Special Affairs Department, but a purebred Zipple. There was a wide smile on his face. Grabbing the door handle, he added that he would become an informant for the Zipples and leave this hole. Throwing the door open, he shouted with all his might that Vered and Zipple was here, so it was time for a look to come out. Aluka's enraged subordinates immediately turned to him. A few minutes later, they were walking down the corridor. Coming out to the main character, the man asked if he was really Veredin. He looked down at the guy and ordered him to go forward, because the boss wanted it. But before he could finish speaking, Jean hit him in the face with all his might. The man recoiled back, and the main character furiously asked if they were mocking him. A large fireball appeared in his hand, and he asked if he was a look. Seeing this, the man stretched out his hand with horror in his eyes and screamed that it was not so. The boss simply ordered him to be taken to him. The heat from the fireball heated the air. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The man looked at the smoke rising to the ceiling and heard Jin's voice, who said that he had revealed his name, and he dared to send his pawns to him, so he would repeat it again. The main character looked at those present with burning eyes and ordered Aluk to come here himself, crawl on all fours right to his feet. A massive hand rested on the floor. Aluk and his subordinates were kneeling in front of the protagonist. He was banging his head on the floor, saying that he was the one who cared about Tessing, and he also made a mistake by not acknowledging him as the Lord of the Skies, so he was asking for forgiveness. Jean looked at the huge man with disdain in his eyes. Jet was standing behind him and saying to himself that if someone else claimed to be Veridin Zipple, he would laugh in their face, but he was different, his aura was different. He was smiling madly, adding that before that he used a fireball, and this is at least rank 5 mana, freely wielding it at such a young age would be difficult for others, but not for Zipple. Jet was watching the protagonist intently. A week ago, when the guys were going down the spiral staircase, Jean said that he would pretend to be Veridin, because even if this Aluk knew someone who knew the Zipples, it was unlikely that this someone was higher than the status of the old servant, which made the black dragon frown with displeasure, and Jilly did not know what to say. The guy looked at his comrades, adding that he would not be able to prove that he was not Veridin. The servant looked at the master with excitement in her eyes and said to herself that it was not a matter of whether he would be exposed or not, because if in the future the family or the patriarch found out about this, he would not be able to avoid problems. In the present, the protagonist ordered Aluk to get up, and he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same second, he straightened up, shouting, "Yes, exactly." Jean showed 2 grimoires and asked what he thought they were. The man then lowered his head in disappointment and replied, "Magical manuscripts," after which he apologized, because he had requested ancient magical manuscripts without Zipple's permission. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the interlocutor, explaining that these manuscripts were highly valued by his family. He then showed his powerful aura and asked how much money Aluk had earned this way, to which the man, spreading his arms, trembled, that this was a pathetic excuse. But he was a martial artist, he was stupid enough to be unable to determine the value of these texts and cause them inconvenience. So he did everything possible to return them, so he asked for another chance. Then Jean lightly hit the man's chest with the grimoires and asked if he thought it was easier for him to return them himself than to rely on someone like him. His eyes lit up with a blue light, and he ordered him to shut up and bring the list of shareholders and the account book, because his family would begin an investigation tomorrow. Hearing this, Aluk's eyes widened in shock. At that very moment, he lowered his head in desolation, saying to himself that this was the end, because no matter how hard Tessing tried, unlike the Zipples, they were just a small local gang. He imagined himself as if he were on a huge palm, adding that if something came up during the investigation that the mages didn't like, Tessing was finished. After some time, the guys were already sitting in his office, and Aluk himself, holding his hands behind his back, said that this was almost all that was at the auction. When the main character asked if there was more, the man slightly lowered his head and quietly answered, "Yes, in a strictly guarded storage facility, but it was located in the residence for workers, and if the guy would allow him to leave temporarily, he would deliver them right away." Jean looked at Aluk with displeasure, who continued to say that it would take a couple of hours, therefore. But before he could finish speaking, the main character angrily asked what kind of nonsense he was trying to pull off, which made Aluk frown. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist, while Jean asked if he was really going to run away and destroy important documents, and then check if he was real, and why he had come by questioning the guys he had bribed. Aluk shook in fear as the protagonist told him to do whatever he wanted and twist as he pleased, but not to forget that he still had her on the hook. The man bit his lip in rage as he listened. After a short pause, he turned away and apologized, saying that he would be back soon, and ordered his subordinate to show him the vault in his absence. He then placed his hand on the man's shoulder and ordered him to keep her in the mansion until he returned, to which he replied that he would do so. As Aluk left the office, he gritted his teeth and said to himself that the protagonist was an arrogant piece of shit, and then asked himself if he really thought everyone obeyed him. His eyes were burning with excess rage as he screamed to himself that he had spent so much money on the Zipples, so he would find a way to buy them back. At this time, all the most expensive things were flying to the floor in the storage room, and the black dragon was telling Jilly not to deny herself anything. Carefully searching the boxes, the girl asked if everything was really alright, to which he, throwing papers and artifacts around, answered of course, because there was only stolen goods here. One of the books he threw out hit the head of Aluk's subordinate. Murakin turned to the main character and asked in a whisper what he would do when he found out that he was simply lying, to which he asked in response what he was talking about. Shifting his gaze to the side, he explained that they simply bought everything at a 100% discount, and ran away before he returned. His gaze fell on the half-open box. Without thinking twice, the guy opened it. Inside was the ring he had been thinking about just recently. Seeing it, the main character said with a slight smile on his face that he had found it. Jilly, holding the jewels in her hands, glanced at the gentleman out of the corner of her eye and asked if they were really going to rush headlong into it, adding that she was still in shock, to which he grinned and replied that he would consider it a compliment. Suddenly, Jet burst into the vault and shouted that he was back. In his hand, he was holding the papers on the slaves that Jean had requested. Handing them to the protagonist, Jet said that he had written down all the regions of birth and age, to which he replied that it was good work. As he was leaving, he said that they were done here, when suddenly Aluka's subordinate blocked his way. Standing in front of him, the man said that the boss would soon bring the account books, and until then they should stay in the mansion. But as soon as he said this, the protagonist abruptly raised his hands. In less than a second, he dealt several quick and strong blows. From this, Aluka's subordinate lost a tooth and consciousness. He fell to the floor with a crash. Jet folded his arms at the sight and exclaimed that the guy was simply magnificent. Not only was he a powerful mage but also an excellent fighter, while wondering why he had punched that man in the face. Jean then turned to Jet and asked if he had a family, to which he replied that he had a son. When the protagonist told him to take him and run away to the Beeman Empire, he frowned in shock. The protagonist and his comrades looked at him, adding that he should give them the bills and introduce himself to the informants, because only then can he survive, to which he raised his hands and exclaimed that he would stay with him until the end, while saying to himself that he had tried so hard for this opportunity. Clenching his hand into a fist, he screamed with all his might, begging to be allowed to serve Jean in great deeds for the rest of his life, while saying to himself that he wanted to succeed in something at least once. The protagonist looked at Jet with an emotionless face, when he suddenly said that he was not Vered in Zipple. As soon as Jet heard this, his expression completely changed. 2 hours later, Aluk returned to the vault and said that he heard that Vered in Zipple had long silver hair. He saw his beaten subordinate on the floor. Another subordinate approached him from behind and said that they took information about the slaves and other clients, and then ran away, dropping that testing was finished. Veins appeared on Aluka's neck and face from rage, after which he ordered to catch up with him. Hearing this, the man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what again. At the same second, Aluk grabbed his head with a huge hand. With burning eyes, he turned around abruptly. Aluk threw his subordinate with all his strength into the wall. Those that their comrade had passed by were shaking in fear, and their boss was shouting, ordering them to take everyone who was left and bring back these swindlers. Aluk, opening his mouth wide, continued to shout that he would skin them with his own hands. At this time, the black dragon threw a branch into the fire and said that he still could not understand why they were idle, because he did not think that they would gain anything by fussing over Aluk. The protagonist sat opposite him, answering that they needed to find out if he was related to the Rencandilas, to which he said, okay, he would just take this as a farewell before leaving. After all, he gave him the Chenmi grimoire and even gave him the masterpiece, and he went crazy when he saw this thing in his hands at the exit from the auction. Jean silently looked at the ring on his finger. Murakan looked at the master, continuing to ask how he even knew about something so old, and was able to. There was a bright moon in the sky, and before the black dragon could finish speaking, he heard footsteps and shouts that they were hiding here, and that he needed to call the boss. Turning around, he said with displeasure that they were being too noisy, and the protagonist stood up and said that it was time to talk. After these words, he released his magical aura. A few minutes later, Aluk emerged from the bushes with a sword on his back. Breathing heavily, he said that they were just scammers, and then asked how they dared. Did they really dream that they could cheat him and escape? His eyes were filled with rage, with which he shouted that he would hang them up in the market as a warning to others and show them what happens when someone messes with the head of Tessing. Aluk the spider-handed himself. But as soon as the protagonist began talking about the register in which the names of the kidnapped slaves from Beemont were recorded, shock appeared in the man's angry eyes. Jean kept his hand on the hilt of his sword as he continued to speak, the ledger of transactions with the ancient grimoire that the Zipple family was looking for, as well as the client register listing all the nobles who had turned a blind eye to them. When suddenly, with one movement of his hand, all the stolen papers flew everywhere, and the guy said that he would spread this all over the world, and tomorrow the world would be watching him, then asked if it was true that magic mail was incredibly convenient. He smiled maliciously, adding that he was finished. Hearing this, Aluka's eyes lit up, and he screamed in rage that he was just a damn brat, adding that he would not let him die easily, he would skin him alive, and every time he lost consciousness, he would bring him back by burning him with flames. Hearing this, Jean turned to Murakan, who glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and asked what was going on, after which he replied that he wanted to punch him in the face one-on-one. Hearing this, the black dragon exhaled heavily. Then he took a few steps forward, saying how painful it was. Seeing this, Aluk, covered in veins, screamed in rage, asking if he really thought he could handle it alone, and then ordered his subordinates to attack. The magicians immediately put out their staffs. Those who knew close combat prepared to rush, and their boss continued to shout, ordering them to leave the guy alive and bring him to him, and kill the rest. After receiving the order, all of his subordinates rushed to attack the black dragon. One of them made a quick strike. Murakan raised his hand in response. With one sharp blow, he broke his opponent's sword. Having missed an insanely strong blow, the man flew tens of meters away. His comrades, gritting their teeth, rushed to attack. Suddenly, shock appeared in the eyes of one of them. He saw how the black dragon dealt with everyone who attacked him with his bare hands. Aluka's subordinates flew in all directions. Murakan, with brightly burning eyes, frowned at his opponents. Suddenly, the ground split under his feet. He made a dash, sweeping away everyone in his path. Having reached one of the opponents, the black dragon hit him hard in the side. Having reached another, he hit him in the face. Both of them flew back 10 meters screaming. Immediately after that, Murakan, gritting his teeth, swung. Dust and smoke rose into the sky from his blow. Those who were still intact retreated back in fear. Seeing this, Aluk raised his hand and shouted furiously, asking why they froze, to which they, turning around, replied that if they opened fire, they would hit their comrades. Then the boss pointed at the protagonist and Jilly, shouting for them to aim at them, and Jean, hearing this, glanced out of the corner of his eye at the maid and asked her to stand there. A fireball flared in the air. The subordinate magicians, raising their staffs, created attacks of all elements. The next second, waving their hands, they attacked. Fire, ice and water flew at the protagonist, who said that they were all below the 5th rank. As soon as he said this, the amulet on his neck began to shine. It put up a defense that absorbed all the magic damage. Seeing this, the magicians were horrified. Smiling, Jean thanked his sister for the training, because after it was much easier to repel blows, and Jilly, exhaling heavily, said that he did not even say goodbye to her before he left. At this time, the black dragon, having shown his strength, loudly shouted that these weaklings have nothing but numbers, and this irritates him. Blue flames, mixed with the power of shadows, flared up in the air. Murakan punched the ground with all his might, releasing his power, and shouted for them to just freeze and fall. In front of Aluk, the earth was splitting into small pieces. He and his people looked at this with open mouths. The boss, frightened, knitting his eyebrows, could not look away. Then suddenly, after a short pause, a smile appeared on his face. He grabbed the hilt of his sword and laughed. But suddenly Aluk killed a dozen of his subordinates with a quick sword strike. The protagonist looked at this emotionlessly and asked if he had gone crazy, adding that it would save him some trouble. While Aluk was furiously killing his subordinates, the black dragon returned to his master and said that he had taken care of these flies as he asked, and now he could do whatever he wanted. As soon as he said this, Aluk, lowering his sword, asked discontentedly who sent them. He glared at the guys, continuing to ask who it was, to which Jean asked in response that what difference did it make to him, since he was going to die anyway. At that very second, a slashing magic attack whistled through the air. It crashed into a stone 10 centimeters from the protagonist. Jean, without moving from his place, said to himself that his opponent was fast enough, and Aluk continued to say that he could not even know if he was telling him the truth. Then he pulled out a sword covered in a powerful aura towards him, and added that he was not going to tolerate a one-sided defeat. The magic of the shadow god began to emanate from under the protagonist's cloak, and the black dragon, laughing, said that it seemed that he had found someone worth fighting, adding that he thought the rumors that he was a 7th-rank martial artist were true. Raising his hand to his chest, Murakan shouted after the master that his opponent was different from Vishkal, with whom he had fought earlier, because this man dreamed of killing him, so he should give it his all and try not to die. Jean silently walked towards his opponent. Raising his sword, Aluk declared that his opponent was an upstart. Making an angry face, the man asked how dare an insignificant magician come here. Grabbing his sword, Jean listened to the warrior's words about him looking down on him. The guy pulled the blade from its sheath. A moment later, the rivals' weapons crossed. The owner of the auction houses bared his teeth. Looking at the young man, Aluk was surprised that he was holding a sword. The man shook the ground with his blow. Looking forward, the protagonist heard the words about him being a bastard. Crouching, the warrior shouted that his enemy was not a mage. The protagonist blocked the blow with his weapon. The owner of the auction houses made an angry expression. The brute delivered a series of blows. Jean looked at his opponent from under his brows. The guy struck with his sword. Aluk stood behind the young man. The young man turned his head. The warrior tried to hit the enemy. The man frowned. Looking forward, the boy listened to the words about it being a weak blow. Jumping back, the boy thought about how his opponent was fast and didn't fight with all his strength. With his mouth wide open, the auction house owner guessed that the fireball the protagonist used at the auction was an artifact. Looking back, the big guy thought about how his current opponent wasn't a problem. Sweating, the man couldn't understand why the guy who single-handedly dealt with his subordinates was just standing in the distance. Smiling, Murakan said that the damned brat had taken several serious hits, to which Jilly asked if the man was going to save his comrade. Looking at the battle, the black dragon explained that he would not interfere, because that was the master's wish. Making a sad face, the girl listened to the words about how the brat should realize the value of life. Looking at the surprised face of the lady, Murakan guessed that she doubted the protagonist's strength. Aluk struck. Jean blocked the enemy's blow. The young man opened his mouth. The comrades looked at the protagonist. The owner of the auction houses bared his teeth. Grabbing the sword with both hands, the man shouted that this was the end. The black dragon smiled. Looking at the enemy's face, the guy began to tell that long ago, the Rankindel swordsman fought. Looking at the protagonist creating a fireball, the assistant said that the difference of 2 ranks was nothing to them. Jean directed a spell towards the opponent. A look made a surprised face. A moment later, fire covered the warrior's body. The man jumped back. Raising an eyebrow, the swordsman was surprised that this was not the effect of the artifact. Looking at the young man, a look could not believe that his opponent was a swordsman. The guy looked forward. The protagonist's weapon began to be covered in lightning. The young man raised the sword in front of his face. The boy looked at his enemy. Holding the weapon in his hands, the young man used lightning summoning. Many discharges struck the ground. A large bolt of lightning was visible in the sky. A look deflected the magic projectile with his sword. The auction house owner, his mouth wide open, shouted that this was stupid. Looking at his opponent, the swordsman said that if he stood there unprotected, he would definitely die. Jean lowered his head. Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist used an ability called Helmet Release. A blow was dealt to the right of the villain. The man made a surprised expression. Looking at the dark figure, he could not understand what it was. The creature drew its blade. The protagonist grabbed his sword. A look, his eyes widened. A moment later, a fighter in dark armor struck. The creature appeared behind the opponent. He opened his mouth. The masked swordsman looked forward. Cuts were visible on the auction house owner's body. The knight looked at the floor. The helmet on the protagonist's head began to disappear. The guy frowned. The hero put the sword in its sheath. Murakan, frowning, explained that as he had previously thought, it was a rune of multiple, but the girl did not immediately understand what he was talking about. A certain knight in white armor appeared, and the guy said that multiple was an object created for Behemoth, the first emperor, who was a demon's lover, and that at that time there was a war, and it was that very masterpiece that blocked all attacks below the 7th rank, but it was still unclear how such a thing ended up in the hands of these bandits. On the finger of the young man glittered a ring, which was the rune of multiple, the very object that would be offered to the Emperor of Behemoth in 60 years. And during this time the Academy and the press were in hysterics from the discovery, so he managed to remember the location and date of the discovery of this thing very well. Blood splashed on the walls of the cave. The guy walked away from the defeated enemy. Opening his eyes, the man listened to the hero's words about wanting one question before the death of the enemy. Bowing his head, Jean asked about whether his enemy was related to the Rankindel family, and his comrade noted that he should have asked about it earlier, because what kind of answer would he want to hear from a man on his deathbed? The guy opened his mouth, listening to the heavy sighs of his opponent. Grinning his teeth, the man called the name of the protagonist. Squinting, the young man listened to the words of the defeated man that apparently the hero really failed and nothing should be expected from the younger one. Opening his mouth, he also said that he would not be able to stop that man. Frowning, Murakan asked what the man was talking about. The comrade looked from under his brows, listening to the words of the young man that most likely the name Aluk was not real and they should figure everything out. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jean explained that this man was a 7-rank Swordmaster and a gang boss who had connections to the Rankindelas, and his comrade noted that this was not at all strange, since one of the protagonist's ancestors ran a bar, having a 9th rank. But the hero explained that he wanted to know what kind of person his enemy was talking about, since he needed to be sure before becoming the boss. Putting his hand to his chin, he recalled the man's words about the hero failing and not being able to stop a certain person. The man lay with his mouth open. The protagonist realized that the opponent knew him, and then the fact that he failed probably had something to do with the shadowed illusion, and the reason why he pointed out his age and inability to stop a certain person. Remembering his entire family, he remembered that his sister Luna had left the family, and she needed to be crossed out. Remembering the 2 brothers, the guy also realized that it was definitely not Mew, not Anne, and not the twins, because they were all too young and inexperienced, and the rest were not smart enough and diligent to get involved in these intrigues. A certain eye was visible, and the young man realized that someone who was sensitive to rank, who pulled the strings when he learned of his talent. An image of Joshua appeared in his head, because no one else had such influence, and now it did not matter whether the conclusions were hasty. The man had a smile on his face. Birds were flying high into the sky. Children were holding newspapers and shouting that Tessing had been eliminated thanks to Zipple and Behemoth's joint investigation. The newspaper said that an informant for Tessing, Arkan's criminal organization, had surrendered to the authorities. The hero, holding the newspaper, noted that Jet had done a good job. Recalling how he had been intimidated, he also said that he would have been persecuted by the Zipple and Behemoth families, so it was a small price to pay for his life. Grinning, his comrade said that, no matter what, these families had already received all the laurels, but the hero had not been left empty-handed, and the boy agreed, recalling the ring, the mages, the 7-rank knight, and even the victory in their duel. Jilly, coming closer, called out to the master. She explained with wide eyes that the opponent's rank did not mean that he was like the others, and therefore the hero should not be careless just because he managed to defeat Aluk, and therefore he should be more careful next time. The young man agreed with her. Standing on the bridge, the protagonist also said that because of Jet, no one would even think of looking for them and therefore they should relax and go to the next point. The partner asked about where they were going now. He opened his mouth after the guy said that now they needed to get to the independent city of Taiken. The girl clarified if this was the place with the 7 flowers. The protagonist answered affirmatively to this. But Mirakan still did not understand anything. Jean handed the money to the captain, while the girl explained that this was the name of a large information house in Taiken, and after the info offices of Rankendel, Zipple and Beemit, this was the most reliable place, and his comrade asked if the hero was really going to find all the bad guys, like he had with Jet. Closing his eyes, the guy explained that this was one of the ways. The ship's sails were spread and the captain's cry was heard that it was time for everyone to board. The ship was furrowing the endless expanses of the sea, and the protagonist realized that from this moment on, as he managed to move on, memories from his past life would still be a priority, so he should come up with a goal. But he knew that this was not all, because he also needed to study everything related to Vishkal, Badar and Kinzello. He sat down on the bed, realizing that Aluka's past and his affairs with the Rankandilas, the columnar ruins and forbidden magic, and that he needed to check all of this, and the most suitable place was the 7 flowers in Taiken. Crossing his arms over his chest, his comrade said that he had managed to find out what kind of trace Chenny had left behind. Raising his head, the guy listened to Mirakan's words that most likely it was light magic, but the protagonist did not believe him, because it seemed to him that such magic had disappeared in ancient times. Squinting, his partner explained that most likely it was so, because it was from then on that Chenny became an enemy of the Zipple family. Introducing 2 members of this family, he said that they erased from history everyone who got on their nerves, because this is a trait of their family, and that is why there are no records. A certain piece of cloth was visible while Mirakan was talking about how the hero couldn't overcome the boundaries of energy, and that's why Rankandilas would become the same in the near future. Raising his hand, he also explained that it was incredibly important to learn this, and the boy asked if he was really going to show him this right now. A certain sphere appeared in his partner's hand while he was talking about how the protagonist just needed to watch and remember, because it was quite possible that this was what he needed the most right now. Opening his mouth, the hero didn't understand why light magic was actually dark. Suddenly, light flooded his face. The whole room was illuminated by a bright light. Opening his mouth wide, his comrade laughed, asking if his eyes had burst. Covering his face with his hand, the boy noted that he could definitely use this both defensively and in battle. While Mirakan was talking about how it was called a light flash, Chenny's most valuable magic. Frowning, he began to talk about a certain elder human mage, but the protagonist interrupted him and asked why he was taking out his beloved booklet again. Holding it in his hands, Mirakan explained that it was a coded system that even he was annoyed with, so he was unsure of the contents, but he wondered if it would be useful. Looking at him, the young man asked him to leave the booklet, as it should be given to a good decipherer one day. A pier was visible. The girl exclaimed with a wide smile. This was the independent city of Taiken, which was located on a small island in the south of the central continent, which was not related to either the Rankendel family or the Zipple family. The pier of this city was visible, the population of which was small, but it was still a popular place for tourists, as the ocean could be seen from anywhere in the city. Even the pier was bustling with life, and the girl noted that it looked as if even the streets were alive. Smiling, she also suggested finding a place to stay, and the boy agreed. Suddenly, their gaze fell on the ground. Mirakan had changed into a human, saying that they were really going to pick some bug-infested place again, but they reminded him that they had told him 1,000,000 times not to transform in front of everyone. Standing in front of them, he said that no one cared. A little girl, standing not far from them, exclaimed that the cat had really turned into a man. Pointing her finger, she said that the black cat had turned into a black-haired man. Mirakan and Julie's eyes widened. Smiling widely, Julia asked him to teach her how to do the same. Eating ice cream, Julia listened to the words that she had simply imagined it, because a cat could not turn into a man. Raising her head, the girl said that she had seen how the black cat turned into an uncle and said that her companion was lying. Closing his eyes, the boy said that he was not lying. As they walked along the road, the young man asked the little girl to pretend that he had bought her an ice cream. Julie lowered her eyebrows, worried that they would be caught by the Zipple family. Mouth opening, Mirakan suggested that no one would believe the child, to which the girl replied that if they had listened to the young master, none of this would have happened at all. Julia looked up. Pointing her finger, the girl stated that this was an information house. Hugging a toy, the little girl said that she did not like the garrison. Lowering her head, the young lady explained that they were constantly bothering her mother. Looking at the protagonist, Julie suggested that the garrison fighters were using cruel methods and exploiting people, to which Jean replied that her mother might be a criminal. The guard, making a surprised face, heard the words of the travelers about going inside and checking. Looking at Julia, the guard recognized her. Turning his head, the man shouted that the leader must be brought, because little Miss Julia was here. Looking at the guard, the protagonist asked if he knew the child, to which he replied that she was the daughter of their leader. With an indifferent expression, the young man repeated the guard's words. Looking at the shoes, the girl shouted that this was her mother. The women came out of the main entrance. Looking ahead, Jean thought that she was the leader of the center. Looking at the stranger's face, the guy thought that this was not the only thing she did here. The lady smiled. Spreading her arms, the head of the center shouted her daughter's name. Hugging the baby, the lady said that she should not have gone far. Taking her daughter in her arms, the mother apologized for not being able to play with her for a long time before finishing work. The travelers looked at the family. Looking ahead, the protagonist listened to the words that most of the townspeople knew Julia. Extending her hand, Alika introduced herself by name. Shaking the hand of his new acquaintance, the protagonist introduced himself to her. Smiling, the boy asked for a recommendation for a good place to stay. The child, his eyes wide open, called for his mother. The girl whispered something to the head of the center. The lady took hold of her pen. Turning her head, the woman asked for a piece of paper. She wrote something on the sheet. Holding out the paper, Alika explained that it was a letter of recommendation with a seal. The garrison commander. Taking the document, the guy thanked the commander for it. The lady clenched her hand into a fist. Looking at her daughter, the lady turned to her. Alika, holding her daughter in her arms, asked if it was true that the cat had turned into a man. The girl answered affirmatively and added that those people did not want to tell her about it. The mother smiled, praising her daughter for her good work. Looking at her, she thought about the transformation. Imagining a dragon, she realized that this is exactly what only dragons can do. A tavern was visible. The girl stroked her belly. Smiling, she said that the service here was excellent, and she received such service only when she was on Hephaestra. And Mirakan noted that the beds here are also soft, like the filling of a strawberry pie, and that is exactly how a bed should be. The hero smiled as he listened to his partner say that things were going really well in Shikan. Who would have thought that they would have such luck right after arriving? With her hands in front of her, she also asked if she could have the ice cream that Julia was eating, since it was a popular food in Shikan. But the boy did not understand why she was even asking and said that she could order as much as she wanted. As she left, she said that she would be back soon, and the boy said that it had been a long time since they lived like this, and so he felt like they were on vacation. Lying on the bed, Murakan asked how the hero was going to get into the 7 colors, since it would still be difficult. With his mouth slightly open, the protagonist explained that he first needed to find one person. As he imagined a certain person, he understood that in the center of the information house was someone called the Noble Kashmir Sword, who was a famous swordsman that everyone knew. Introducing his blade, he also knew that he was recommended for the role of the Rankindel Basic Swordmaster, and this was the only information known to the house. Thinking back to that person again, the protagonist remembered that he would reveal himself to be the Emperor of Beemont in 10 years, using the information gathered by the 7 flowers and thus be able to obtain sovereignty from Beemont, the Zipple and Rankindel families. Remembering the celebration, he realized that after that, that person would gain support as the first king of the independent city of Tychon. Squinting, the youth knew that this person was meticulous, but not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also had enough skill to hide for so long, and he could help. Someone ran up the stairs while the hero thought that the only problem was that he needed to somehow get close to such a person. The girl rushed into the room. With wide eyes, she explained that something was wrong. The guy's eyes widened after his partner told him that there was no one in the lodgia and all the staff and guests had simply disappeared. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared. A man appeared behind the girl. She turned around, listening to the question of whether everything was okay. It was the swordsman, who asked if they minded him intruding for a while. His hand was still on the girl's shoulder. Suddenly, Murakan's eyes widened in anger. Frowning, the hero could not understand how this man had ended up here. Suddenly, his partner hit the doorway above the man. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist ordered him to stop. Murakan grabbed the girl. A shadow hung over the fencing master, while the young man shouted at him that he could not kill this man. With his mouth open in surprise, the man listened to the words of the shadow. She bared her teeth, holding the girl in her arms. Approaching the swordsman's face, he asked him what he thought. The protagonist looked at the gloomy Kashmir and did not understand how he ended up here, because he should not have had a job at Arkan. Looking at Murakan engulfed in darkness, the guy said that they did not create trouble, because they had just arrived in Tychon. Besides, Kashmir was not alone, there were many guards and servants of Kashmir. The gloomy protagonist shouted, telling the dragon to calm down. The space was too small. If he fought here, Gilly could get hurt. The dragon's claws dug into the wall. The dragon and the guy froze. Kashmir opened his mouth in amazement. Dispelling the darkness, Murakan asked the man if he knew who he was. Pressing Gilly to himself, he asked what kind of disrespectful tone that was. Was he really looking down on him because he had a sword on his belt and had flunkies following him? The protagonist sighed, realizing that the dragon had barely held back this time. Jean, seeing that the veins on Muraken's hand were bulging, told him to stop scolding the man. Didn't he think that he had said enough? After which the guy turned to Kashmir, telling him that if he came without malicious intent, he should relax and put away his sword. The guy looked at the protagonist in surprise. Jean, smiling, said that he had heard a lot about him, so one could say that he knew him well. The man lowered his sword and asked Jean who he was. The protagonist, realizing that he had not yet introduced himself, told the man opposite that he lived as Jean Rankindel. Jilly and Muraken opened their mouths in shock from the guy giving his last name. Kashmir frowned when the guy offered to go with him to another place. Soon the group found themselves in the dining room. The protagonist thanked the man for his trust and decision to communicate privately. Kashmir looked at the guy with a frown. He realized that bringing soldiers after reporting the dragon's appearance was a mistake, which angered the dragon even more. Looking at the angry Muraken, Kashmir mentally said that most likely he was the dragon, because such a feeling of incredible pressure cannot be created by a person. Looking at the smiling protagonist, the man mentally said that if he had not stopped the dragon, they would all have ended up in the afterlife. After Kashmir looked at the woman and remembered her, he met her before he was kicked out of Beeman's palace. He still remembers what outstanding skills she demonstrated then in the training hall. Looking at the artifact on the girl's wrist, he asked himself how she was connected to these two. Putting his hand on the table, the man told the protagonist that he had a question about his identity. Pointing at Muraken, who had his arms crossed over his chest, he asked why he was with a dragon. Since ancient times, dragons only deal with mages who have contracts with a god or someone who has special powers. Jean became serious when the man asked him if his family knew about the dragon. Receiving the answer he expected, Kashmir smiled, saying that if it was discovered, chaos would break out in the family. But they were sharing a secret that could easily cost him his life. The protagonist frowned and asked that something else was important. Muraken's eyes lit up when Jean asked Kashmir why he came to the dragon in the first place. Introducing his daughter, Kashmir said that they had probably already met his daughter, Julia. The reason he was here was because she told him about the cat that turned into a man. Jean asked in confusion if he believed the words of a child. Kashmir thoughtfully said that his daughter was not just a child, but a contractor of Az-Milla, the god of sight. Then the protagonist realized that this girl simply could not see anything wrong. Everything she pointed to was reality. Muraken opened his mouth, saying that there was something wrong here. He leaned towards the man, asking where her dragon was. If she was a contractor, he did not feel the energy of the dragon near her at all. Besides, the dragon of Az-Milla is known for his excessive care for the contractor. He could not leave the child alone. The guy's eyes widened in shock. At the same moment he said that they had a problem. Muraken puzzledly turned his head in his direction. Kashmir bowed his head, saying that the guardian dragon Julia suddenly disappeared a year ago. Most likely, the Zipple family or the Beeman Empire had a hand in this, but there is no evidence. Muraken frowned and shouted, saying that there was no dragon born yet that would be stupid enough to be kidnapped, especially within a year. Suddenly the dragon hit the table, asking Kashmir, asking if his daughter was about 5 years old. The man raised his head, saying that she really was 5 years old. Frowning even more, the dragon said that if this child was actually an Az-Milla contractor, then without a dragon at that age, his daughter would soon go crazy and become disabled. Kashmir's eyes widened in shock. His pupil flashed as he asked why that was so. Muraken thoughtfully said that Az-Milla contractors are able to see the future. People do not know, but this vision causes great damage to the dragon's psyche. Now she is too young to distinguish between sleep and reality, so for her she is just watching a movie through a film strip. However, without protection, in a year or two, her eyes will become uncontrollable. The protagonist sitting behind the dragon asked him to tell him everything in more detail. Could it be that if he sees the future, then soon she will be incapacitated? Muraken thought and answered, saying that it was a matter of causality. Whoever knows the future must follow what he sees. If he does not, Az-Milla's punishment will begin. The girl's word is walking on a thin road in the darkness. Turning his head to Kashmir, the dragon told him that his daughter had lived in a world different from theirs from the very beginning. Father Julia froze. He was horrified. The man clenched his teeth. He fell to his knees. Bowing his head, he said that he had not mentioned it yet, but in fact, he runs the Seven Flowers Information Center. But for a whole year he was still unable to find the guardian dragon. Closing his eyes, Muraken said that it was natural, because even meeting his daughter upon arriving in Taika was not just a coincidence. Remembering the image of the little girl, the dragon said that Az-Milla was asking for their help for his young contractor. Kashmir immediately wanted to ask the dragon to help him. Muraken, realizing this, waved his hand that he should not address him, because he could not do anything, even if he begged. Kashmir froze with his mouth open. Smiling, the dragon pointed at the guy behind him, saying that he should ask their leader. The protagonist stood up when Muraken asked him what he was going to do. Crouching in front of the man, the guy said that he had better stand up. Although they were not strong enough, the matter concerned the life of a child. Bowing his head, Jean said that he should not lose hope, because they would look for the guardian of Julia together. The man's eyes trembled as he looked at the guy with gratitude. Bowing his head, he said that he would never forget his kindness. The protagonist's pupils sparkled. He understood that even if the 7 colors could not find the location of the dragon, then they needed information from the Rankadel or Zipple family. The guy turned his head to Mirakan when he asked him if Taiken was with the Zipple family. The protagonist replied by saying that Taiken was just a city and it was not attached to anyone. Kashmir raised his head when Mirakan asked him if he had information about other dragons. The man replied by saying that they knew which dragon was on which continent. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock, realizing what the dragon was going to do. Smiling widely, Mirakan said that this method was something of a last chance, because there is nothing that dragons do not know. The events take us to a house in the forest. Quicantle turned her head when Enya entered the room asking to look at something. The girl holding a newspaper said that news came again about Sir Jean. They are the same age, but he is already a 5th rank. The dragon replied by saying that she is also a good contractor, and the same as him. The girl stopped in front of Quicantle, hopefully asked if this was true. Taking the cup in her hand, the girl said that unlike the child from the family whose guardian is the black-haired guy, she is a contractor of Altak, the god of time. Quicantle froze, feeling a familiar aura. She immediately ordered Enya to lock herself in the house and not go out. The girl opened her mouth in shock, asking if something was really wrong. The girl's hand involuntarily transformed when Quicantle said that one insignificance had come to them. Mirakan flew over the sea. He told the protagonist, who was on his back, that they were almost there. Frowning, the dragon said that he was going to fly closer and release energy. Then the dragons of the Empire will come out themselves. He should hide well so that he is not noticed. The protagonist, wrapping himself in a cloak, said that he understood him. Soon Mirakan froze over the sea. A whirlpool began to form under his claws. A wave of water spread out from under him, due to the release of energy. Jean squinted, watching this. Just recently, Kashmir brought a sheet with a list of active dragons in the territory of the Beemant Empire. Taking the list in his hand, the dragon said that now he understood where everyone was hiding. Among all the dragons, he noticed the names of the dragons of the land of Vertima and the silver dragon Quicantle. The protagonist, seeing the dragon's face, asked if they had any problem. Closing his eyes, the man said that this undertaking had become dangerous, but there was something between them, dragons, so they still had to go on this long journey. Raising his hand, Kashmir asked the great dragon to wait. Merkin, embarrassed, said to just call him by name. The man bowed and thanked the couple, saying that he was leaving the salvation of his daughter to them. Merkin frowned at the man and said that before leaving, he would advise him 2 things. Kashmir's mouth fell open in surprise. The gloomy Merkin said that until the girl's dragon returns, they should make Julia tired every day. If she gets tired, then Az Milla's power will weaken. He should play with her when she wakes up, do everything possible to make the girl fall off her feet from fatigue. Kashmir smiled and asked what about the second thing. Jilly covered her mouth in surprise when the dragon said to bring him 1 ice cream since someone couldn't eat it because of him. Smiling at the girl, the man said that he still remembers how she said that she wanted a local dessert. Jilly responded by saying that she was amazed by his kindness and also that he managed to calm Kashmir down so quickly. Merkin froze. He stopped smiling. A moment later he screamed, saying that he did not care about the feelings of some microbe. The protagonist closed his eyes. He knew that the dragon pretended to not care about strangers, but in fact he was very attentive. Merkin opened his mouth. He saw 2 dragons approaching him from afar. Realizing that these 2 earth dragons were Labas and Untel, Mirakan chuckled, saying that he beat them the most. The protagonist put the mask on his face when the dragon told him to do so. The guy put the mask on more comfortably and asked if he really beat them so hard that they only came after feeling his energy. Labas opened his mouth and screamed, asking Mirakan what he was doing here. The dark flame on the dragon's head increased when Mirakan called the name of the earth dragons and said that he woke up from his sleep because the time had come, they should help him. The dragons looked at each other, realizing that this guy did not know anything. Raising their limbs, the dragons screamed, saying that they did not know what kind of request he had, but he should take care of himself now. He should leave quickly, because they have young contractors in this area. They do not want to cause problems in the seas of Beemant. The dragon bared his teeth and asked how they dared to order him around, since there was no place under this sky where he couldn't fly. Untel screamed hysterically, saying that he should just run away, since the energy he had just spread was causing chaos. Mirakan bared his teeth and asked what he meant by that. Untel replied that Quicantle was hanging around somewhere to kill him. Mirakan froze, his entire world plunging into darkness. The protagonist looked at the dragon's face and asked him what kind of relationship he had with the silver dragon. Mirakan closed his eyes and said that she was his ex. The protagonist froze upon hearing his answer. Untel and Labas in front of Mirakan screamed, begging him to leave, since their contractors were very young. If they were dragged into this, they could die. Labas turned his head sharply. Mirakan also opened his eyes and told the protagonist to hold on tight. The guy raised his head, not understanding what was happening. A bright beam of light flew towards them. The dragons had to quickly fly to the side to dodge the beam. The dragon's breath pierced the mountain in the distance, and divided the waters. Untel and Labus cursed and flew away. The protagonist turned his head, feeling that they were being attacked again. The girl stretched out her hand, concentrating mana near her. Beams of energy flew out of her palm. Muraken flew up, dodging the enemy's attacks. The mana beam hit the sea. A huge amount of steam and water was raised due to the explosion. Large waves formed on the surface of the sea. The protagonist looked at the whirlpool below and realized that this power was at least equal to the power of an ultimate skill of the 8th rank, or higher. Turning his head, he tried to understand how many enemies were approaching them. Suddenly, the girl appeared in the sky and screamed loudly. The angry Quikanto released her aura, telling Muraken that he was a bastard who couldn't even be corrected. How dare he show up here shamelessly? Jean climbed onto the dragon's neck and asked if they really had to fight that monster now. The dragon replied, saying that it was inevitable. The protagonist heard him and asked how long their relationship had been going on. Muraken opened his mouth, saying that their relationship had been going on for 500 years. In human years that was about 5 years. Although it didn't matter now, he should cut her Bradamanti when he had the chance. The protagonist looked at his sword and asked if she was going too far, since they were done. The dragon replied, saying that he shouldn't forget that he doesn't socialize with those below him in class. So when the situation gets bad, he gathers his strength and wreaks havoc in one fell swoop. Suddenly the wings on Quikanto's back grew larger. Soon the head turned into a dragon's head. A huge horn grew on her head. The girl, having completely transformed, said that it was too late to run now. A terrifying pressure spread from her as Quikanto's pupils narrowed. She was going to kill Muraken right in the sea. The black dragon raised his head, asking his ex to stop, saying that he knew that she hated him, but that was not important now. Frowning, the dragon said that they should first deal with the pressing matter and then talk. Quikanto opened her mouth, not listening to the bastard. Muraken had to quickly dodge the dragon's breath. Quikanto's wing fluttered. She rushed after the black dragon. Muraken narrowed his eyes. The silver dragon crashed into him at full speed. The protagonist barely held on to the dragon's body. Quikanto opened her mouth. Muraken barely managed to remove his neck from the girl's jaws. The dragon flew back and asked why she was so angry. The girl's tail rushed towards the enemy. She hit Muraken with her tail and threw him back. The dragon gritted his teeth. Looking at Quikanto, who began to concentrate mana in her mouth, he called her crazy. The dragon's breath made the waters of the sea move. Golden scales flew into the air. Muraken covered his head with his hands. His eyes sparkled brightly. Quikanto opened his mouth in surprise. A huge sphere of darkness formed behind the black dragon. The darkness rushed towards the dragon. It wrapped him in the sphere. Muraken exhaled and said that he bought some time. The protagonist climbed onto his shoulder and said that it was good that he followed him, otherwise he would have died if the silver dragon had hit him. The dragon replied, saying that he would not die, and no matter how strong Quikanto was, she could not penetrate them. The silver dragon's claws dug into the sphere. She tore the darkness apart with a sharp movement. Quikanto's eyes flashed as she asked the black dragon if he thought he could use dark energy release. Looking at Muraken in front of her, she called him a fool. Pointing a finger at him, she said that he had no idea how weak he had become. He was sorely mistaken if he thought he was the same as before. Quikanto narrowed her eyes as Muraken told her to stop, to leave things as they were for the good old days, since he only came because he wanted to ask for something. The black dragon froze, feeling the thirst for blood. Quikanto bared her teeth and said that thinking about the past, she realized that simply tearing him to pieces would not be enough. Muraken rushed forward. In an instant, he was at the silver dragon's side. The black dragon grabbed his opponent's shoulder. Breaking through the scales, he asked Quikanto why she was going so far when they had simply parted ways. The girl clenched her fingers into a fist. She hit Muraken in the face, saying that this was exactly what she would beat him for. The dragon's head snapped back. Muraken suddenly opened his eyes and screamed, saying that it was time. The protagonist immediately ran along his body. He bent his foot. The guy jumped, rushing towards the enemy. Quikanto raised her head, frowning. The masked protagonist fell on her, mentally saying that the outer shell was too strong, he needed to hit the gap. The masked protagonist narrowed his eyes. He looked at the enemy's shoulder. He was going to attack the place that Muraken attacked. The energy of darkness rushed towards Jean. The energy behind Quikanto also rushed towards the guy. All the darkness concentrated in the sword. Jean raised the sword above his head. A moment later, he had already struck the enemy's shoulder. The silver dragon opened its mouth and roared loudly. The guy's sword pierced her scales. A second later, he completely cut through the armor. As a result, the guy cut off the dragon's arm and wing. When the arm and wing separated from Quikanto, Jean began to fall down. Muraken rushed down to catch the guy. He made it in time and caught Jean. At that moment, Quikanto fell into the sea. The mask on the guy's face dissipated. Bringing the guy closer to the head, the dragon said that he tried well, although he spent all his strength. Now they just need to hope that the girl calmed down a little. The protagonist jumped up, asking if that was not enough. Looking at the sea, Murakan said that an ordinary dragon might have died, but Quicantle was different. She, who controlled time, would not die so easily. After his words, huge gears appeared in the sea. The clock hand went back. The protagonist, looking down, said that in the end they could go missing even before they inflated the disappeared dragon. The dragon's eye under the water was filled with mana. The clock hand moved. It began to spin at an insane speed. Soon, Quicantle and her severed body part appeared in the air. Mana began to connect the lost limb. After a few seconds, there was no trace left of the cut. The protagonist stood up and asked if she was rewinding time. Murakan answered by saying that this was the reason why power and magic were separate. But he should not worry, even though it was a scam, it consumed a lot of energy. But just in case, he should not move. Jean frowned at his opponent. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. She took on her half-dragon form. Soon, her eyes widened. Murakan grinned and said that he did not know that she still had feelings to the point of becoming enraged. Did not they part on a good note? The girl angrily asked if it was a good note. Her pupil narrowed as she screamed, saying that he suddenly left her without any explanation, and he called this a good breakup? Murakan opened his mouth and said angrily that she was always angry when he started talking about breaking up. He did not cheat on her, they just did not get along. The protagonist lowered his sword and closed his eyes, listening to the dialogue of dragons living for thousands of years. Squinting, Quicantle asked if it was possible that the man next to him was a contractor of Soulret. The guy looked at her in surprise, then the black dragon said that it was not important now, because one of them was in danger. Quicantle frowned, telling Murakan that he was disgusting, because he himself killed many dragons. Was he really worried about someone now? Did he really decide to mock her? The girl, looking at the dragon in front of her, suggested counting all the dragons he killed. She froze abruptly. Her eyes widened when Murakan interrupted her and said that among all the dragons there was also her brother's enemy. For her revenge, for the one with whom he had no connection, he killed him. Turning around, Murakan said that anyway, he was wrong to decide to ask her. It was necessary to ask the others. Quicantle extended her hand and asked to wait a second. The dragon turned his head. Scratching the back of her head, the girl said that when she sees him, she always becomes emotional. He should just ask her. The protagonist sighed, realizing that they will finally talk about business. The guy narrowed his eyes when the girl said that the child was recently taken by Valletta. The guy immediately realized that it was a wind dragon, one of the dependencies of Melts, the god of wind, and the guardian dragon of the vice-head of the Zipple family, Andre. Scratching her chin, Quicantle said that she was sure that they said that they would teach Lart the language of dragon magic. The black dragon frowned, seeing this. The silver dragon suggested returning to the Empire, bypassing all the traps. Turning around, she said that she would take them. The events take us to the forest on the outskirts of the capital of Beemit. The protagonist, sitting at the table, introduced himself as a contractor of Sodaret. Quicantle, hearing him, said that she knew his identity very well, and that he was the youngest son, Jean Rankadel. Murakan, frowning, asked how she knew about everything. Remembering the old days in Timar, the girl said that she simply could not help but recognize the energy of her friend, because the three of them often walked thousands of years ago. Besides, his reaction spoke for him. The protagonist involuntarily looked at the man frozen in a stupor. Drinking a cup of tea, the girl said that they should return to the topic of conversation. If we talk about later, then Valletta took him a year ago. When she put down the cup, the black dragon said that if Lart was persuaded by tales of being taught the language of dragon magic, then it was very bad, because the current contractor AZ Milla was too young to control the abilities. Quicantle frowned, asking if it was dangerous than not having a guardian dragon near her. Tapping her finger on the table, she said that Valletta did have a motive. The protagonist asked her what exactly she knew. Remembering that night in the forest, the girl said that when Valletta took later, he stopped here, said that he wanted to introduce her to later, but continued to fixate on her contractor. He asked her to meet him just once for no reason, but she, with her character, could not agree to this. Stroking the bridge of her nose, Quicantle said that she had no choice since her contractor's identity had been exposed, since there were many people in the upper class of Beemit who were connected to Zipple. If she had acted on her character, they would not have invited her contractor to stay here. Murakan frowned at the protagonist when he said that the identity of her contractor may have been revealed, but no one recognized the contractor AZ Milla. After all, it was suspicious how they found out, and turned to Latra. Putting his hand on the table, the black dragon said that it was indeed strange. Perhaps the magic of detecting contractors was created while he was sleeping. Quicantle denied this, saying that no one is able to find out about the contract until the contractor personally reveals himself, and even if this magic exists, it does not bring any benefit. The protagonist, raising a mug of tea, said that the Zipple would benefit from this in two ways. Firstly, they had a way to minimize the dangers and eliminate enemies outside the territory. Quicantle looked closely at the guy. Jean, opening his eyes, said that if the contractor was killed, the Zipple family would also get the opportunity to make a contract with God. In fact, this is not just a chance to make a contract. Zipple had a certain method. In the boy's past life, the god of time, the contract of Ulta, officially appeared at the stone statue. 10 years later, the contractor was a purebred Zipple. Little Julia's dragon was stolen in order to make a contract with her god in the future. Frowning, Quickcantle said that there seemed to be many assumptions about the contractor Soderette. She can't accept them. He has many contractors, so why isn't he acting ridiculously suspicious? Suddenly, the entire room was enveloped by the protagonist's aura. Then he said that she was telling a lie that even she didn't believe. Murakan looked at the boy in shock when he said that he was unsure how the other dragons were doing. But human greed has no limit. Even after reaching the top, they will not be satisfied, but will want more than that. Jean narrowed his eyes and said that the leaders were planning something, but he didn't quite understand why she was pretending not to know anything. Maybe she was just afraid of the Zipple family? Quickcantle froze when he heard his words. The black dragon jumped up, telling the silver dragon to calm down, because they all knew about the Zipple's greed, in addition to everything he didn't like to admit. But they were capable people, but he would not ask anyone to leave Beemit. The girl chuckled. She put her hands on her eyes and laughed loudly, telling Murakan that he had changed. The man and the boy froze when he heard her words. Standing up, the silver dragon said that she first needed to hide her contractor and help them. Murakan frowned and froze in shock. He gritted his teeth when the girl said that she needed to see Vullet and find out the truth. If the two of them weren't lying, they must be looking for an opportunity right now. Placing her hand on Jean's shoulder, she said that in addition to that, she had an obligation to Timar. One of his descendants was here, awakening memories of old times. The protagonist raised his head and looked at the girl. Quickcantle smiled and said that his provocations, even his impudence, reminded her of him. Removing her hand from the guy's shoulder, she said that she would call Violet. Suddenly, Enya entered the house and announced her arrival. Everyone in the room stared at her. Quickcantle looked at her and said that she had told her not to come out, but it was even better this way, she could introduce her. The girl clutched the hem of her dress when the silver dragon introduced her. The protagonist nodded to Enya in greeting when Quickcantle introduced him. The girl's lens cracked. A loud scream was heard from the house in the forest. Putting her hands to her chest, an excited Enya asked the guy if he really was that Jean, if the young Master Jean was really right in front of her. Quickcantle covered her face with her hands, saying that she forgot to tell him about it. Blushing slightly and almost crying, Enya asked the guy to give her his autograph. The girl froze with her mouth open when Quickcantle asked her if she really didn't want to maintain her dignity as a contractor. She immediately bowed, asking for forgiveness for her behavior. She said that she completely lost her head from meeting Master Jean, after the girl introduced herself saying that she was from the common people, but was attending the academy as a scholarship student. The protagonist, closing his eyes, mentally said that it was surprising that Ulta chose a commoner. Perhaps her talent was simply incredible. The guy stood up and told the girl that she had no need to apologize. She did not need to be ashamed of the enthusiastic reception. Enya raised her head when Quickcantle asked her if she really didn't remember how she told her not to leave the house. Quickcantle froze when the girl said that it was sad at home, so she thought that she would feel better if she saw her. But suddenly a young master appeared in front of her. She definitely made the right choice by coming here. Jean saw how tightly Quickcantle squeezed her hand and realized that the girl's fate was complicated. A rootless student of the academy, she was the perfect person for the nobles to mock. They laughed and mocked her, so the protagonist never interacted with them, since his past life. The protagonist stepped forward and said that the purpose of their arrival was her. Standing in front of Enya, he said that there was a possibility that someone was hunting her, Ulta's contractor. Extending his hand and smiling, the guy asked if she would go with them. In return, he would protect her. The girl blushed with embarrassment and covered her mouth. She abruptly raised her hands, saying that Jean himself was taking her. Apparently Ulta heard her prayers. Murakan closed his eyes and said that he had gone deaf because of her. The girl clenched her fists and screamed, saying that she would definitely go with him. Quickcantle appeared behind the girl and hit her on the neck. Catching the girl in her arms, the dragon said that she was afraid that she would not want to go, but it all turned out to be in vain. Quickcantle laid the girl down and told the guy that she would follow him even to the underground prison of Rankadel. The guy thoughtfully said that his family did not have a prison. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement when the silver dragon told him not to pretend, because there was a dragon there too. Suddenly, Murakan opened his mouth and snored loudly. Both interlocutors sharply turned their heads when they heard his snore. Looking at the lying man, Quickcantle said that he could not even wait normally. The protagonist glanced at the girl when she turned to him and said that she agreed to help because, besides maintaining her loyalty to Timar and Enya's safety, this sleeping fool did not realize how weak he had become. Saliva flowed out of Murakan's mouth. Quickcantle stood up and turned her head to the guy and said that she would not say Murakan, but he would not be able to stand up to Valletta. She narrowed her eyes and said that if she had to fight, she would fight. Jean asked in surprise if Valletta was really that strong. The girl answered by saying that he was strong, but Murakan was also incredibly weakened. Imagining the old image of the black dragon, she said that her attack in the sea would have been a joke for him 1,000 years ago. Now they both needed a place to wait for Valletta to arrive, so they could stay at her place. Jean looked around the room and asked if they would displace her. Quickentle raised her head and said that everything was fine, he just needed to convince the sleeping Mirakan, otherwise he would definitely start to rage, because this was his ex's house. The protagonist chuckled. Contrary to his first impression of the silver dragon, she was quite thoughtful. Having received the guy's consent, the girl leaned on her knee. Standing up, she said that Enya would wake up in 10 seconds, and he should carefully choose his words to explain the situation to her. Jean was surprised and asked if she hadn't just hit her. Even martial artists could not wake up so quickly. Then the guy looked at the sleeping girl's face. Suddenly, her eye opened wide. The protagonist sharply turned his head when Quickentle said that in this world there are things that go beyond common sense and reasoning. Enya extended her hand to the protagonist, pronouncing his name. Enya sat down on a chair and asked if it turns out that she had become a target for some hunters. Clenching her fists, the girl, delighted by the protagonist, said that she trusted him completely. It was him after all. The intrigues and adventures associated with a child, a girl, dragons and a young master sounded incredibly romantic. Jean, who was sitting opposite her, said that only she could look at it that way. Enya, smiling, said that she should prepare to leave the Seven and Tychon. Looking at the candle, the guy said that they would set sail as soon as they could. Scratching the back of her head, the girl said that she was ready to leave even tomorrow, because her entire family was a 7-year-old younger brother and an old dog. When Enya stood up, Quickentle told her to go back and start preparing. A few seconds later, the door of the house closed. Looking after the girl, the silver dragon asked if she could tell the academy that Enya was sick. The protagonist replied saying that she could do it, but if she reported that she was hiding, they would start an investigation. The couple looked sharply at the door as they heard a knock, and a moment later someone said that he had come to ask for some firewood. Standing up, Quickentle said that the man was strange, because there were many trees outside. Jean interrupted her words and said that she needed to wait. Did she really think that the guest came for firewood? The girl turned her head towards the guy. The protagonist put a mask on his face and said that there was most likely a man from the Beeman Special Affairs Department outside. Most likely they would be watching this place from now on. They probably wanted to confirm the presence of strangers that she brought with her. The man outside smiled, waiting for Quickentle. The girl's eye flashed. The presence of surveillance on her greatly angered her. She abruptly opened the door. Her hand instantly grabbed the man's throat. She lifted him by the throat. When foam came out of the man's mouth, she asked him if he was from the Beeman Special Affairs Department. Someone took a step towards the silver dragon. The man who appeared inside the house said that it was he who ordered to follow her. The protagonist turned his head. Quickentle towards the person who came. The red-haired man in the mask told the girl that if she killed him, another officer from the Special Affairs Department would come. Quickentle let go of the man, saying that if she had to kill someone, it would be him. She stepped towards him. A moment later, she was already in front of him. Clenching her fist, she said that she would start with him. Energy along with a stream of wind burst out of the doorway. A huge amount of smoke was raised. The man who took the blow to the face stood motionless. Quickentle gritted her teeth in anger seeing this. The man's eye flashed when he asked her if she had calmed down now. The protagonist standing behind froze. He could not think that the man would stand up after being hit in the face. The guy looked closely at the man's red mask. Such could only be worn by the leader of the department's groups. Then Jean noticed the curved sword. He knew only one person who fit all the characteristics. The right hand of the Emperor, the leader of the third group, the one whose mastery of the blade was recognized even by Rankadel. Lowering his hand, Quickentle told Raz that he was strong for a human. Frowning, Raz said that he apologized if he had offended her. They simply had no other option to check the identity of her guests. The girl's eyes lit up as she asked if an apology was enough for invading her space. Was there really no limit to human arrogance? Bowing his head, Raz said that Miss Enya had just left the house. Did she not think that walking late at night was dangerous for her? The dragon's pupils narrowed. She released her aura from her body. Raz, sensing this, said that if they fought now, she would win, but she would not be able to help Miss Enya, who was constantly followed by one of his people. Passing by, Raz said goodbye to the dragon. He froze from the terrifying pressure. The silver dragon turned towards him and said that next time he would have to bet the treasure. The girl's eye glowed unusually as she said that she would take away every little thing he had protected with his life. He had to be prepared to lose everything because of what he had done. Raz turned his gaze to her and then said goodbye. Walking through the forest, the man ordered his subordinate to return and find out their identities, and also to stop all surveillance of the dragon for a while. The man walking behind frowned, saying that they needed to continue monitoring Quickantle's movements. Raz stuck his hand under his mask, saying that if they provoked the dragon even more, it would only get worse, and he would take responsibility for it. Looking at his hand, Raz said that they were definitely up to something. The man frowned as his commander gave the order. Quickantle slammed the table. She bowed her head angrily and said that she was a complete fool for leaving Enya in this ill-fated city. If they hadn't come, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. The protagonist, who had removed his mask, said that they had managed to avoid the worst, Now they would just make looking after Enya their top priority. Raising her head, Quicantle said that they would be heading out tomorrow. The next morning, the group was already at the sea. Looking down at the sea, the protagonist said that they had luckily caught a ship heading to Chikan, and she shouldn't worry, because he had paid the captain well, he wouldn't neglect Miss Enya. The gloomy dragon looked at him. Now, Enya was sailing with her brother, her dog, and Mirakan, who was being tormented by the dog. Turning around, Quicantle said that it was time for her to contact Valletta. The events take us to a wooden house a week later. Mirakan was frowning at the house. The protagonist, who was standing behind him, said that he had done a good job. Mirakan, hearing his words, said that Quicantle was more cruel than he expected. The guy, opening his mouth, asked what he was talking about. The dragon put his hands in his pockets and said that they had made this house together when they were together in the past. He knew why she was leaving them here. Jean heard him and asked if his cold heart was melting. Mirakan turned around saying that he shouldn't say something so ridiculous. Old feelings were resurfacing, something that was hard to deal with. For the black dragon, these were dear memories. 1,000 years ago in a house that looked like this, the three of them were sitting at the table. Mirakan winked at Temur. Suddenly, the face in the dragon's memories distorted. Mirakan grabbed his head in pain. Gritting his teeth, he said that his head suddenly hurt. Quicantle appeared next to him and asked if he was already tired from a short flight. Mirakan shouted saying that no matter how weak he became, he would not be exhausted from something like this. Quicantle became serious and said that an answer came from Violet. The meeting place was chosen to be an uninhabited island off the southern coast of Beemit. Quicantle stood alone, silently looking out to sea. She crossed her arms over her chest and waited for the guest to arrive. The protagonist and Mirakan hid nearby. Yesterday, the girl stood in front of the men and said that she would tell Valletta that the reason she called him here was to find out the location of Milla's guardian, Latri. She narrowed her eyes and said that if Valletta feigned innocence, she would beat him up. Mirakan smiled widely, saying that in her place, his boy would simply avoid such a situation, since Enya was not with her, so she could do whatever she wanted. Hearing his words, Quicantle told Emma that he would not do anything, since she would be the one to fight the enemy. Mirakan, furious, approached the girl, saying that even if he was weakened, he did not need compassion from his ex. Putting her hand on the dragon's shoulder, the girl said that it was related to Enya, and the other party took the dragon's honor seriously. Smiling, she said that he should not worry. Jean frowned, he doubted the honesty of his opponent. Looking at the girl, he understood that the enemies would come fully armed. Quicantle's eyes suddenly opened. A storm of wind rushed towards the island. Soon, flying out of the storm, a huge dragon landed on the island. Andre, smiling widely, said that he never thought that he would meet the silver dragon of time. Bowing, the old man greeted the girl. Then he raised his head and smiling widely, introduced himself. Quicantle, angry, screamed. Her eye lit up when she asked if she just imagined that he said he would come alone. Valletta opened his mouth, saying that when he received her letter, Andre was with him. He was interested in the story of the contractor Altak. Andre seemed so excited that he decided to come. Releasing his aura from his body, the dragon asked Quicantle to understand him. The girl raised her head and told Valletta that he had recently done something stupid. The dragon chuckled and said that since he had made a strong impression, then we could talk about the problem. The dragon's eye widened when Quicantle asked him where later was now. The dragon raised his head and laughed, saying that now he understood what she had been thinking about all the time. The angry silver dragon screamed, demanding an answer to her question. The dragon's eye flashed when he said that he did not know what answer would satisfy her. Later was just fine. Quicantle released her pressure and anger, and asked if he dared to joke about her. Mirakan gritted his teeth watching the two dragons quarrel. Valletta moved his claw. At that moment, two tornadoes formed near the girl. As her hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, the green dragon said that he had two proposals. The first was to give him the contract. In exchange he would let her live, and the second was to kill her. Quicantle frowned at the green dragon and said that this was complete nonsense, where he was just an old lizard. Valletta froze upon hearing her words. Two tornadoes immediately attacked Quicantle. An explosion occurred in the middle of the two tornadoes. The silver dragon took on her true form. Valletta clenched her jaw when Quicantle said that she also had one proposal. The silver dragon bared her teeth and demanded that later be returned right now. Andre laughed madly, saying that Valletta's attack was easily stopped. The old man raised his staff, saying that for the first time in a long time, he could give it his all. A huge beam of mana shot into the sky. The protagonist, watching this, realized that their opponent was a 9th-rank mage. He remembered seeing Andre in his past life. The old man gritted his teeth in anger, because Rankindel rejected him. A sphere of mana formed right on the island. Pointing his staff at the dragon, the crazy old man said that he would see how strong she was. Quicantle flapped her wing, realizing that she needed to dodge. She looked behind her. As the beam of energy approached her, the silver dragon noticed that she could not move. She clenched her jaw and looked at her wing. She realized that it was not the wind that resisted her. Valletta flapped his wings, saying that all the air currents on this island belonged to him. Flying up, he shouted saying that he was the king of Malar, the god of wind. No one would fly without his permission. Wind elements began to accumulate in the dragon's mouth. Grinning, Quickhantle said that this was probably the best they could do. Electricity flowed down Andre's hand. He was about to show how much power was actually stored in him. A huge amount of lightning began to strike around him. Then Andre asked Quickhantle if she thought that he could only control the wind. A beam of energy rushed towards the silver dragon. Andre, grinning, released a cluster of thunder energy. The two energies combined and rushed towards the silver dragon. Jean excitedly turned his head and shouted for Murakan to act. He refused, saying that it was not time yet. The beam of energy approached Quickhantle. A circle of mana flashed on her head. A moment later, it increased. The entire space froze when the circle of mana reached the sky. The protagonist froze with his mouth open. He saw that time had stopped. The enemy beam froze right in the air, as did the green dragon. Quickhantle opened her mouth and exhaled lightly. The enemy beam disintegrated from her breath. Andre smiled widely and said that it was amazing. Too many years had passed since he had seen such a sight. The old man trembled when the silver dragon said that today he and Valletta would die. Raising his hand, the angry Andre ordered Valletta to begin the next attack. But the green dragon did not move. He froze. His body did not obey him. Quickhantle bent his feet. She rushed at full speed towards the dragon. Quickhantle grabbed Valletta by the tail. Andre flew back, being knocked down by the body of his partner. Valletta could not move while his body was dragged somewhere. The silver dragon lifted Valletta and launched him down. A huge amount of dust and smoke rose from the fallen violet. The angry Quickhantle fell right on him. The green dragon opened its mouth in agony. Quickhantle also opened its mouth, but with the desire to tear the bastard's head off. Her jaw grabbed Violet's neck. The dragon roared in pain and began to writhe. Andre, landing on the ground, screamed. The silver dragon dug her claws into the enemy's chest. Sitting right on him, Quickhantle asked Violet how he, a non-entity, dared to talk to her like that. Andre screamed, demanding Quickhantle to stop. The dragon pointed her finger at him and ordered him to be silent, because he was next. In fact, the dragoness was breathing heavily from fatigue. She understood that she needed the help of Jean and Murakan to deal with the magician. The magician put his hand under his robe. He took the artifact in his hand, telling the silver dragon that her arrogance was allowed only to the best. Murakan screamed and jumped up when he saw the artifact. Looking closely at the dark energy on the stone, he said that it was the origin stone. A snake-like monster burst out of the stone. The sweating black dragon said that this artifact had to be destroyed. The monster bared its teeth, as if mocking everyone. Its mouth opened. A moment later, it let out a terrifying roar, creating a gust of wind from the power of the scream. Quickhantle froze in shock. Then Andre said that people, dragons, and even gods would eventually just fall into the hands of the Zipple family. The monster rushed towards the dragon. It rushed past Quickhantle, striking. The origin stone stored the power of all the gods. When danger came to the world, the gods created it as a security measure to prevent the end of the world. In the end, the gods themselves destroyed the stone, because it was so strong that instead of protecting, it could erase the world. Transforming, Murakan jumped out of hiding. Quickhantle covered the wound with his hand and asked what it was. Andre suddenly froze and frowned. Someone was approaching him at great speed. The black dragon took on his true form and told Andre that he should stay away from Quickhantle. The old man put on his hood and said that there were only 2 black dragons left in the world, and apparently he was Murakan, had he woken up from a nap, which meant the guy next to him was his contractor. Looking at the guy who took off his hood, Andre recognized his identity and said that he had come here to get his hands on the contractor Altak, but now his appetite had grown. The old man smiled widely after saying his words. The monster rushed towards Valletta's body. He opened his mouth and cast a spell. The green dragon's eye suddenly opened. His body was immediately enveloped in dark energy. Hitting the ground, he said that he should not have saved energy. Valletta stood up holding his head. The dragon's eyes lit up as he told Andre that he had already thought that he was dead. Murakan, who was standing in front of the pair, said that they were 2 crazy bastards. Suddenly, the green dragon disappeared from his place. The 2 dragons clashed in a confrontation. Murakan looked at Valletta and ordered the corpse to get away, then he only smirked, saying that although he had become weaker, his words were still as harsh. Concentrating the wind in his mouth, the dragon ordered Murakan to return to sleep. The dragon's body plunged into darkness. Valletta's breath pierced only a clot of dark energy. Disintegrating, the darkness began to gather behind the dragon. Murakan's fist formed the fastest. He struck with his fist. Valletta, holding his fist with his hand, said that he would be upset if the legend lost to him so quickly. The 2 dragons began to concentrate the elements in their mouths. Andre, approaching Quickhantle, said that they should continue the fight. The old man grinned and said that he was going to be gentle, but now that she saw that face, he would have to kill her. Suddenly, he frowned. Jean was just a few meters away from his opponent. He concentrated darkness in his palm. A bright light illuminated the old man's body as he screamed, saying that a child could not change anything. Valletta turned his head, hearing his comrade's painful cry. The protagonist struck with his sword. Valletta turned and rushed towards the boy. Jean turned around, hearing Mirakan's cry warning him. The green dragon attacked the boy with its tail. The boy gritted his teeth, blocking the blow. His body flew back and crashed into the rocks. The boy, with his sword outstretched in front of him, was breathing heavily. He raised his head and looked at his opponent. 2 attacks rushed towards him. The protagonist put his hand on his neck. He abruptly tore off the necklace. The boy gritted his teeth, about to punch. The necklace shattered in another part of the world. A bright light broke through the darkness of the night. A pillar of mana rose up due to the protagonist's strike. A sword of an unusual shape appeared in the air. Luna, standing in front of her brother, said that during all this time he had never contacted her, but now the circumstances had changed. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind, while she looked at her opponents. A little earlier, the protagonist ran across the battlefield. Running past the green dragon, he realized that it would be suicide to get into a fight between dragons. He ran forward, realizing that the only place where he could be useful, with his level of strength, was a fight with Andre. As a result, 2 stripes from the sword flashed in the air. Luna cut the breath of the dragon and the monster. A bright light illuminated the entire battlefield. Andre frowned. He froze when he saw the girl who came. Luna, smiling, said that the deputy head of the Zipple family and the wind dragon were enough to call his sister. Looking at her brother from behind, she said that he did a good job, then asked if he was injured. Jean chuckled and said that he barely lasted, so he was grateful that she came. Luna turned her head and stared at her brother. She tightly gripped the hilt of her sword, causing the metal to creak. Pressure fell on the gloomy old man's body. The girl, unleashing her pressure on the dragon and the old man, said that she would like to be explained how they are even related to her younger brother. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. He felt this incredible pressure. Earlier he thought that even his sister would have a hard time defeating these opponents. But now, seeing Luna's aura, he realized that the end had come for the opponents. The guy nodded when Mirakan told him that they should retreat. Lifting the guy, the black dragon apologized for not being able to block the enemy. Looking at the girl's back, Mirakan said that he had a good sister. If she had appeared a little later, there would not have been even clothes left of him. The protagonist silently looked at his sister. Andre's wound was healing while he was saying that the moon itself had come to them, and he also had proof that the Rankadel family had broken the Zipple family's oath. Having created the monster again, the old man said that her brother had used magic and the Zipple family would not be able to turn a blind eye to it. The girl chuckled and said that he should not worry about it. Raising her hand with the sword, she said that he would not be able to tell the news to his family. Andre gritted his teeth in anger. The monster rushed towards her. The bright light of the blade passed through the monster. A moment later, its body was scattered by a swing of the sword. While Andre looked at the torn parts of the monster, the girl said that all the Zipples she had met were unbearable windbags. Smiling, she said that even the deputy head was no different from the rest. The girl disappeared from the field of vision, turning into a bright glare. Soon her foot stepped on the ground. At the same moment, many wounds appeared on Violet's body. Turning around, the girl said that if the dragon preferred to remain in this form, then her blade had room to roam. The wind dragon clenched its jaws in anger. He quickly took his human form. Andre screamed behind him. Hearing his scream, Valletta said that he himself knew everything. The wind began to spin in the dragon's hand. A few seconds later, a spear appeared in the man's hand. Andre poured mana into the source stone. Valletta's dark hand rushed to the spear. The spear in the man's hand absorbed the darkness and grew larger. Luna, looking into the glowing eyes, understood that this was not magic. It was similar to both the energy of dragons and the energy of demons. Smiling, she said that it seemed that they needed time to use the artifact. Andre frowned even more when the girl mockingly said that he, the deputy of the Zipple family and the wind dragon, had to rely on a pathetic object. The spear of darkness and wind rushed forward. Luna hastily dodged the enemy's attack. Valletta shouted, ordering the girl to shut up, because she knew nothing. Luna swung her sword. With one blow, she deflected the dragon's spear. Valletta, not giving up, lunged forward. Luna spun around. In a few moments, the pair collided dozens of times in the air. The girl's sword cut through the wind. With a blow of her sword, she forced Valletta to raise his spear and open himself for an attack. In that same moment, the girl was in front of him. She began to spin and struck him in the body. Valletta slammed the spear onto the ground. Being wounded, he bent over, clutching his wound. The dragon raised his head and looked angrily at his rival. The girl lowered her sword and asked if he wanted to show her something new. Raising her sword, she said that she would finish it quickly. Luna's sword glowed brightly. A beam of energy rushed into the sky. Now the third final move of Rankadel was used. Luna's eyes glowed in the darkness. A beam of energy pierced the clouds and shot upward. The dragon's eyes widened in shock and fear. A bright light illuminated Andre's face. Luna lowered her sword. At that moment, the entire area was plunged into darkness again. Zed looked at the students and said that if he had to describe the family's sword technique in one word, it would be dominance. Looking at the protagonist in front of him, he said that the Rankendel's thinking was contained in the sword, so there was no method, not for the Rankendel's sword. The only thing they had to kill opponents was a secret technique and a finishing move. Now the protagonist's eyes widened and he could watch one of the techniques. Something pierced the clouds in the sky and shot downward. The boy's eyes did not stop watching this spectacle. Meteorites fell, trying to hit their enemy. Soon, one of them appeared above Andre and Valletta. The bright light of the meteorite illuminated the old man's face. Many meteorites crashed into the ground with an explosion. The old man flinched when he heard the dragon scream. Valletta, who covered the old man with his body, shouted at him to come to his senses. Andre sat down on the ground. He did not believe that this was possible. It did not seem like Luna was using the power of a god with whom she had a contract. The old man's eyes were shining with fear and horror. He realized that the enemy did not even use an artifact. With one human strength, she simply swung her sword. The old man's eyes widened when Valletta told him that he just needed to survive. As long as he was alive, they could still win, because as long as they had this stone, they would win. Meteors continued to fall on the dragon's body. The dragon closed its eyes and said that if it died protecting it, then it should resurrect it. Looking at the stone in its hand, the old man said that as long as he had the devil stone, he would not die. A beam of energy struck the dragon. Light steam rose from Luna's sword. The girl looked at the results of the battle and was a little sad. Only part of the wing remained from the dragon. Looking around the battlefield, the girl said that she was still far from her father's sword. Then she glanced at her brother and his comrades. The protagonist was smiling. He was clearly provoked. Luna looked sharply at the space in front of her. A giant with a source stone in his chest came straight to her. The monster stopped in front of the girl and made an incomprehensible sound. Luna looked at him and said that her pride was a little hurt. She would be irritated if the clowning dragged on in front of her younger brother. The monster clenched his jaws. He raised his head and roared. The protagonist frowned and asked what it was. Murakan answered, saying that now it became clear to him. Zipple most likely used contractors to create this stone. And this roaring monster was a weapon against the gods, although now it was a very low quality. Darkness dispersed from the body of the black dragon. Transforming, he said that it was time for them to leave. Jean looked at him in shock and said that they couldn't leave someone so dangerous to his sister. Murakan didn't agree, saying that his sister was able to handle such a pile of manure. They would just be in the way. The guy froze after hearing his words. He clenched his teeth until they gnashed. He made a contract with Sadaret and was reborn. After the guy met Murakan, the dragon of darkness, he could start with more luck and strength than anyone else. Jean bowed his head and said that he would have to retreat again without being able to respond properly. Just like that time when the collapse happened and blood was everywhere. Jean clenched his fist tightly. He never wanted to feel such helplessness again. The black dragon silently looked at the guy. Studying the guy's aura, he mentally said that he already knew that the guy was not scared, but to burn after such a sight was amazing. Watching the darkness being enveloped in the flames of determination, the dragon decided not to stop this fighting spirit, because if he continued at this pace, he would become the best, and he, Murakan, the dragon of darkness, would support him. A bright flame of determination burned in the boy's chest. Luna looked at the monster and asked him if he thought he could kill her, just because his form had changed a little. The origin stone began to glow. The monster extended his hand towards the girl. A moment later, he shot a beam of mana. The beam rushed to the rocks across the sea. Luna's leg trembled. She defended herself with her sword from the beam. Andre shouted, saying that there were 12 gods inside him, but she had nothing but a sword that was too big for her, and even if her father were here, he would not be his opponent. The girl's lips parted. Pouring energy into the sword, she said that for a Swordmaster, one blade would be enough. Andre froze upon hearing her words. Putting the sword horizontally, the girl said that if he used the magic he had used all his life, he would be able to see half of her combat technique. Luna stepped forward. Her sword blazed with fire. She was going to show how strong the sword was, against such a pathetic creature like him. Andre opened his mouth in amazement. He had fought countless swordsmen, but he had never seen a red aura. Separating a part of his body from himself, he said that this was impossible. Darkness formed near his body. Creating a sphere of darkness above himself, he shouted, saying that he would gladly welcome her. Andre opened his mouth wide and said that he would show her how weak she was. Luna rushed forward. She struck the enemy's head. Luna froze in a stance after swinging her sword. Her pupil flashed. She had just used the sword of the heart, a red moon. The entire space around was painted red. The earth and sky were red. The monster's sphere of darkness was cut. A moment later, the origin stone cracked as well. Luna watched in surprise. Suddenly, a beam of darkness shot out from Andre's body. A dark flame burned in the man's chest. Suddenly, the darkness began to expand in all directions. Smoke and wind rushed towards the darkness, being absorbed by it. Luna stabbed her sword into the ground. She gritted her teeth, barely holding herself together. The girl's eye widened when she heard her brother scream. Murakan was flying straight towards the girl. The protagonist climbed onto the dragon's palm. He extended his hand, telling his sister to grab his hand. The girl froze with her mouth open in shock. Her lips stretched into a smile. Today the younger one saved her. Luna extended her hand to her brother's hand. Raz, standing behind the Emperor, said that a strange vortex had engulfed nearby matter and the island itself, and a large amount of mana had been detected around the area, though humans certainly played a role. Raz closed his eyes and said that the department suspected that Valletta of the Zipple family was involved, as there had been a report of him crossing the border before the incident. The man put his hand in his inner pocket. The Emperor turned his head. Raz held out a dragon scale and said that it seemed that the wind dragon had died. Amir put his hands behind his back and said that the contractors with the guardian dragons and the ominous energy, all of this was somehow connected, which they were creating. The man remembered the vortex he had seen and asked what had happened to Andre. Raz hid his eyes behind his mask, saying that they were still investigating him. Amir slammed the table. Frowning at his subordinate, he said that many details had been removed from the reports recently. Hadn't they determined who was visiting Quicantle yet? The Emperor saw that his subordinate only closed his eyes, then he said that there was nothing to be done. If he can't do it, then no one can. Raz opened his eyes when Amir ordered him to make sure that nothing would be spilled during the process. If they couldn't find Enya by evening, they should file a missing person report. Raz turned around when the Emperor told him to send more people from the Special Affairs Department to the Zipple territory and check on their condition. Although they were on friendly terms, it was better to be on the safe side. The man looked at his subordinate and asked him if he understood the reason for his concern. Raz closed his eyes and said that he would live up to his expectations. Amir left the room and walked away. The events take us to the Night City. Bishkul, sitting in front of Babur, said that a battle between a silver dragon and a wind dragon took place on the Beeman coast. As a result, the island disappeared, and a whirlwind formed in its place. Babur, who was eating, asked how they dared to destroy his creation. He had told them not to use it so carelessly until it was finished. Bishkul could barely contain his anger from the scraps falling on him. He knew that the brainless bastards of Zipple had ruined everything because of them. He would have to postpone killing this pig for a while. Babur, who continued to eat, said that he felt his bloodthirsty emanations right on his skin. Most likely he was angry with Zipple too. Bishkul, turning away, said that now the leader was furious. Wiping his face, he said that their leader wanted to reconsider the alliance with the Zipple family. A bright fire burned in the darkness. A huge piece of meat was being roasted on the fire. Flames burst out of the nostril of the red dragon. Kellark parted his lips and said that Andre was dead. The dragon bit off a piece of meat. Looking at the guy from below, he said that Andre should have left Valletta. Did not even the primordial stone help him? The dragon's pupil narrowed when Keller said that either the silver dragon's power exceeded their expectations or someone else interfered. The red dragon suddenly remembered that the shadow dragon that killed the grave giant in Kinzello had appeared. The boy narrowed his eyes when he heard his words. He imagined the girl and said that if it was Misha, then everything became clear. She would definitely not be afraid of the Source Stone. At this time, Murakan turned away from Quicantle, who was looking at him angrily. Stroking his chin, the boy listened as his dragon said that Misha was Murakan's sister. Besides, Quicantle was her ex-brother, not exactly a stranger to Misha. Cadden grinned when Keller told him that he should already know what to do. The dragon thoughtfully asked if he wanted him to find her. But this is impossible. If the black dragons want to hide, no one can find them. Kellark, who was sitting below, laughed, saying that they shouldn't be a child. Besides, they had disgraced themselves by losing the origin stone. The dragon's eye was near the boy when he asked it if he wasn't worried about his brother's death. After thinking about it, the boy answered, saying that of course he was sad. But he knew that it would happen. He couldn't even imagine his shock when he found out that Andre had attended Chiron's banquet and hadn't even told him. Imagining the formidable Chiron, Cadden said that they should tell the creator of the origin stone to make another one. Otherwise, without it they wouldn't be able to rule the Rankadel family while the head was alive, as well as the kings of the Black Sea. Kellark leaned his head back on the chair and said that none of him was irritated by what was happening. Exhaling steam, the dragon told the boy not to be a child, because if he planned to take over the world, the stone was necessary, and of course, if he wanted to become a god. Kellark clasped his fingers. He smiled and looked at the dragon. The protagonist knocked on the door. Jilly opened the door. Right outside the door she saw two dragons and the spirit of the Rankandel family members. The girl froze with her mouth open in shock. The protagonist smiled, saying that they couldn't eat while flying back. Could she cook something? Luna smiled. Jilly suddenly fainted when she saw Luna. Murakan's shocked cry was heard throughout the city. The black dragon waved something like a fan. Jilly, lying on the couch, said that now the young master will be kicked out. Luna, looking at her, told the guy that his nanny got something wrong. It seems she is too worried about him. Jean, smiling, said that Jilly is too good for him. The guy looked behind him. Kashmir came inside and froze, asking who all these people were. Luna smiled when her brother introduced her, after which she said that she had heard a lot about the noble swordsman. The man frowned and said that he was flattered by such a high assessment. It was an honor for him to serve them. Then the guy looked at the second girl. Quicantle only looked up, then the protagonist introduced her. The man immediately stood at attention like a soldier. He bowed and said that he welcomed her here, aka Kashmir, the head of the information Oma and an acquaintance of Master Jean. When the man straightened up, Jean asked him for forgiveness for not warning him. Kashmir smiled and said that everything was fine. The silver dragon's eyes sparkled. She asked where her Enya was. Kashmir heard her question and surprised the protagonist by saying that later returned 3 hours ago. Now he was with his daughter and Miss Enya. The man became serious and said that one thing was strange, namely, later did not remember anything about his disappearance. The protagonist froze with wide eyes. Alika opened her mouth in bewilderment when later said that his abduction was impossible. The boy hugging Julia said that Valletta said that they wanted to teach him the magic of the dragon language, but he did not know what happened after that. Kashmir, standing in front of Quicantle, said that later was feeling too well for them to say that he was threatened by the Zipple family. Perhaps he really wasn't kidnapped. Quicantle denied this, saying that she personally received a confession from the creatures. Frowning, Murakan said that the Zipple family was erasing evidence. They were removing everything related to the Devil Stone, including later's memories. Kashmir looked at Jean and asked what kind of Devil Stone it was. He answered saying that it was an artifact they created. When Jilly opened her eyes, Kashmir had already listened to the protagonist's story in full. She stood up when Jean said that there was only one reason why the Zipple decided to imitate the origin stone. Murakan frowned and said that someone wanted to become a god. They were trying to gather all the power of the existing gods and destroy the obstacles on the way to this goal. Kellark walked through the hall. His subordinates followed him, following the guy who wanted to become the only deity controlling their world. Kellark smiled, looking into the distance. Kashmir looked at Quicantle and said that they needed to rest. He would use all the resources of the organization. If she wanted, he could take Enya to her. The protagonist and Murakan turned to Jilly when she called them. The girl froze again with wide eyes. With her own eyes, she saw only Luna. A moment later, she fainted again. Holding a bottle of wine in her hand, Luna told her brother that after he destroyed the organization, Tychon became a safe city, and the deputy head Zipple and Vullet were dead, and he turned all this in 2 months. Smiling, the girl said that even having received magic, without receiving official confirmation, if he was caught, he would already be sleeping in the grave. Jilly, playing with Murakan, said that when she found them, she thought that everything was over, but it turns out that she already knew everything. Luna laughed and said that she could look through her fingers once. Jilly froze and grabbed the cat tightly when Luna said that. Besides, her father already knew. Continuing to smile, the girl said that soon her father would find out about her involvement in everything. The protagonist, entering the room, told Jilly not to worry, because he had an idea. Smiling, he said that he wanted to meet his father with his sister. The 2 girls jumped up from their seats upon hearing his words, saying that this was complete suicide. Jean, smiling, said that he would only warn that the Zipple family was in the middle of executing a plan to attack their family. Luna frowned and said that he should understand what it means for a reserve standard bearer to return home without permission. Jean responded by saying that his father would know that everything happened because of him, and since it had come to this, it would be better if he spoke to him personally, perhaps even make a deal with his father. Jilly covered her mouth with her hand. Standing up, Luna said that if he continued like this, his father would kill him. After saying this, she released her aura. Jilly closed his eyes and said that he believed that when the time came, she would stop him. Luna frowned even more after hearing her brother's words. She walked towards the guy. Then she stood right in front of him. She looked at her brother tensely and frowned. The protagonist was calm, his eyes only slightly sparkling in the darkness. Luna clicked her tongue, gritting her teeth, and said that he scared the family, and she clearly saw how hard it was for Jilly. Jilly lowered her hand and looked at Luin in surprise. The sister stopped frowning and told her brother that she would go with him. She turned around when the boy said that he planned to use the first teleportation gate tomorrow. Approaching Jilly, the girl said that since their family was made up of those who were so eager to kill each other, at least she should give the younger one warmth. Smiling, she said that it was the older sister who would become his shield. The protagonist smiled upon hearing her words. Soon the pair stood in front of the Rankadel Knights. The warriors of the family stood straight and did not even move, while their commander asked Luin if she really brought him along instead of trying to convince them. Runtia, emitting a terrifying aura, asked if they really thought she would believe that. The protagonist stood behind his sister, so he did not feel the pressure. Luna narrowed her eyes and asked if she was sure she should treat him well. The boy replied saying that it was natural. The boy behind Runtia stepped forward saying that they should take a look at these crazy people. Pointing at the boy, he asked him if he was really that stupid. Why didn't he come back? The other 2 standard bearers standing to the side said that it was the result of the elder sister's favor. Luna herself frowned. She saw that the opponents were prepared. At this time, Diff and Marie were watching everything from the window. Marie humiliatingly said that puberty most likely made the boy wonder if there is life after death. Clutching the windowsill with her fingers, she said that the younger one would not dare to do such a thing, they should fight when he grows up. Runtia stood in front of her sister and asked why she brought him here. Luna answered saying that the boy came here himself. Runtia got angry saying that her task then was to stop him. Luna bit her lip hearing her words. Turning her head, she said that she didn't know anything and it would be better for her to just tell him where father was. Many looked at the calm protagonist and asked him if he really wanted to meet his father. Runtia opened her mouth in shock when the guy said he wanted to meet his father. The guy standing behind her shouted saying that he only survived thanks to luck. Was he really that arrogant because he overtook the twins? Runtia sighed. Closing her eyes, she said that father was in his room. A moment later, she drew her sword. Blocking Luna's path, she said that from now on, the first standard bearer must lower his sword. The girl's aura enveloped her body when she said this. Luna turned her head when Runtia said that father ordered the reserve standard bearer to return without a support team. The girl gritted her teeth, getting the hint. She released her aura asking what would happen if she objected. 3 people immediately rushed from their seats. 3 standard bearers surrounded the girl. The guy put a shield in front of him and said that it was the leader's order. The girl with long black hair was tense. The silver-haired guy frowned. Luna gritted her teeth in anger. She suddenly calmed down when the protagonist told her not to worry. The guy looked at her and said that as a member of the Rancandio family, as his father's son, he was obliged to report everything. The standard bearers looked after the guy and called him crazy. Jean, walking through the corridors, said that all the brothers and sisters did not know their father well. Although the return of the reserve standard bearer home was against the rules, the leader was not one of those who cared about these rules. Soon the guy found himself in front of the doors of his father's office. Jean remembered how his father patted him on the head. Passing by him, he said that from now on he would closely watch him. The protagonist sighed. He raised his hand. The guy knocked on the door. He slightly squinted when he heard a strange sound. The door in front of him shattered into pieces. The protagonist froze in shock as his father said that his expectations were in vain, because he was sure that he gave him 5 years. Jean looked at his father on the second floor. He glanced at the doorway that his father destroyed with the energy of the sword. Looking at his father's hand, the boy realized that this must have been a demonstration. Standing with his back to his son, the man said that he would not repeat his question twice. Jean smiled and asked if there must be a reason for a son to visit his father. He came because he missed him. The man's eyes widened in surprise. He bowed his head and mentally chuckled, wondering if he had ever heard such a thing from his children. Straightening up, he asked the boy if he had become so soft after contact with the outside world. The protagonist answered by saying that the outside world had nothing to do with it, because he had always liked his father. Chiron closed his eyes. The boy froze in horror, feeling the man's aura. He could barely stay in his place because of his father's aura. Chiron released his bloody intent from his body. The protagonist gritted his teeth, not understanding what he said wrong. Was it because he laughed a little? The man frowned like never before. Putting away his bloodlust, he told the guy that he did not expect this from him. Closing the book, he told the guy to stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Jean understood him and said that the deputy head of Zipple who insulted him was dead. The man turned his head, asking if he killed him. Bowing his head, the guy said that his older sister killed him, but he put him in this position. Smiling slightly, the guy said that he also had a few details, and if he was allowed, he would report on what happened. Chiron slammed the book and gave his permission. The protagonist raised his head nervously. Taking off his glasses, Chiron told the guy to sit down. Sitting next to his son, Chiron said that the reason for his return was the news he wanted to tell him. The protagonist turned his head and said that Andre was not a full-fledged deputy, although the older sister was strong, but for the deputy head of the only family that could resist them, he was too weak. Chiron crossed his arms over his chest and thought. Closing his eyes, he said that he was right and Andre was just a figure. Jean looked at his father when he said that there was clearly someone behind Keller. Although he could not share this information now, the guy heard his words and said that he should still tell about the strange artifact that they used. The man opened his eye. The protagonist, remembering the appearance of the stone, said that everyone called it the Devil's Stone, and having collected information, he discovered that it was an imitation of the origin stone that the gods created a long time ago. The man rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then asked his son if Mirakan had dedicated everything to him. The guy opened his mouth in amazement upon hearing his father's question. He grinned and asked if he knew everything. Chiron replied saying that it wasn't the only thing he knew, he also knew that he could use mana. Did he really think that he could hide mana all the time? The boy replied saying that he understood that it was impossible to hide mana. But Mirakan. The demigod's lips stretched into a smile. He laughed loudly saying that he had only suspected Mirakan before. And now he himself confirmed everything. He had never thought that he had belittled the great dragon to a stray cat. Jean closed his eyes seeing that his father was having fun. Becoming serious, the man said that he needed to talk to Luna. he understood that this power was dangerous. Imagining the Black Sea, the man said mentally that he should visit the kings of the sea. Looking at his smiling son, the father asked what he wished for. The boy's smile grew wider when he said that he wished that he would not allow other family members to visit the independent city of Chikan for a while. The demigod grinned and said that it was the place where he hid himself. He involuntarily recalled the appearance of the city. Chiron thoughtfully said that he would fulfill his wish, but he needed to find the hidden master of Taiken, the noble sword Kashmir, and make him one of his people. The protagonist froze upon hearing his demand. His lips themselves stretched into a smile. The father mockingly said that he was giving him a year to see if he was able to get this arrogant bastard. A couple of days later, Kashmir appeared before Chiron. The man's eyes were wide open in horror. Chiron frowned as he looked at him. Kashmir himself involuntarily frowned. He understood that the gray-haired man in front of him was the strongest sword. He could be called the most worthy person. The man clenched his fist and took control of himself. He was the young master's guest, so he couldn't be afraid. Her gaze became firm. The guy looked at Chiron without fear. He bowed to the man and introduced himself. The protagonist approached his father and asked for permission to speak. Having received permission, the guy put his hand to his chest and said that his relationship with Kashmir was like a common fate. Kashmir sweated heavily upon hearing the words about a common fate. This old man could smile and say that Taiken now belongs to his family. Or with a smile on his face, say that in this case, Rankindel and Taiken can unite. Chiron closed his eyes and said that he fooled his father. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was just lucky. Bowing his head, the old man said that he passed the test and from now on, no Rankindel will set foot on Taiken lands without his permission. Kashmir's eye widened in shock. The guy smiled, bowed to his father and thanked him. Then his father said that he could leave, but he still needed to talk to Kashmir. The guys froze when he heard his words. Jean turned around and left Kashmir alone. The man was shaking all over. Chiron, emitting a terrifying aura, said that they needed to talk. The protagonist walked along the corridors. Two brothers ran towards him and asked him if he was okay. The guys ran and asked their brother if his father would really spare him. The guys froze when Jean asked them to help him, if they could take care of the cadets until he returned. Dayton interrupted him and asked how he was doing. The protagonist turned around asking since when they were worried about him. Then he said that he was leaving the youngsters with them. The guys looked at each other saying that their brother was acting too relaxed even after meeting his father. The standard bearer looked behind him. The protagonist went outside and told his sister that her father was waiting for her. The guy pointed at the girl and asked if they noticed anything strange. What kind of ignoring was that? The guy tensed up, veins stood out on his body from anger. Kashmir came out and said that he finally found him. The guy looked at him and asked how the conversation went. The man smiled, saying that to his relief the conversation went well. Runtia raised her hand and stopped the guy. Putting the sword in its sheath, she said that the leader seemed to have finished his business, which meant they were free. The guy clenched his teeth in anger. Luna smiled when her brother thanked her and said that he was in her debt. Approaching his sister, Jean said that he wanted to devote himself entirely to training for some time. Luna looked after her brother as he left. The protagonist looked at her and said that they would see each other again. The events take us to the underground training ground in the Kashmir mansion. In the 13th sparring match between Jean and Alika, Jean suffered his 13th defeat. The girl looked at the guy with a grin. He smirked and said that they would fight again. In early August, the Zipple family officially announced the death of Andre and Violet. When he was buried, the cause of death was not announced, which is why many rumors began to spread. The most reliable rumor was that the couple died in a fight with the Rankidel family, and this was true, but no one knew this. Many were trying to figure out whether a war would begin between the two families and if it did, who would win. The events take us to Chiron's office. A servant entered and said that the prince of the Shukran kingdom, along with 5 secondary mercenary groups, asked for support and sent gifts. Putting on his bracers, the man said to send the gifts back and accept the request, then he should send a worthy sword to the Shuran kingdom, and make sure that he would take the throne later. The servant closed his eyes and bowed, saying that he understood the order. Chiron closed his eyes, saying that all this was the result of the commotion that the younger one had caused on one of the Beeman Islands. He already controls the family. What an impudent man. The man turned to Khan, who was standing to the side. Taking his cloak in his hand, he said that he wanted to visit the Black Sea, and if Kashmir sent him a letter, he needed to deliver it to him. The man threw his cloak over himself in one motion. Khan closed his eyes, saying that he understood the order. The events take us to the protagonist in the dungeon. He swung his sword over and over again. The guy's pupil disappeared from exhaustion. His sword cut through the air. Jean was breathing heavily. He was sweating heavily. He was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth. Remembering how his sister came, he mentally said that if his sister had not come, he would have definitely died. Squeezing the hilt of the sword until it bled, he said that he needed to become stronger. He had to surpass all his brothers and sisters. The protagonist stepped forward. Kashmir appeared behind the guy and told him to take a break. Enya stood next to Kashmir when he said that if he exhausted himself every day, even with a gifted physique, he would be left with nothing. The protagonist put the sword in its sheath. Enya grabbed the guy's hands and said that all his palms were worn out. The man stepped forward and said that he understood his impatience. Standing in front of the guy, he said that although none of his peers could compare to him, future enemies would not be ordinary people either, but Spica was the most dangerous poison. Enya used healing magic on the guy's hands. The protagonist smiled, saying that he realized everything, so he was ashamed. Kashmir, standing in front of him, said that he had nothing to be ashamed of, because he endured so much training that no one could do in a day. Blood splashed onto the floor. Smiling, the man suggested giving priority to calming exercises, namely sparring with someone who was much stronger than him. The protagonist froze with his mouth open in surprise. The man was surprised and froze when the guy asked him if he was talking about himself. Taking the blade out of the sheath, Kashmir said that he understood that until now he had only shown his weak side. The man swung the sword a couple of times. The floor behind the protagonist collapsed from his attacks. Jean looked behind him in shock. Putting the sword back in the sheath, Kashmir said that they would fight when he learned to deflect such an attack. Instead, he would fight the strongest guard of Taiken. Alika carried her daughter in her arms. Smiling, she said that she had not seen her husband's sword for a long time. Kashmir stood next to his wife and told the guy that he needed to defeat his wife in 6 months. He could use everything he had. Julia grabbed her mother's clothes tightly and asked angrily if she really wanted to fight her little brother. Alika laughed and said that they were not fighting, but strengthening their friendship. Closing her eyes, the mother asked her daughter who she would root for if she fought Jean. Julia answered by saying that she would root for her little brother. This broke her mother's heart. The protagonist bowed his head and mentally said that if you remove the prominent muscles, Alika would not look strong. Julia closed her eyes and said that her little brother Jean was weak, and her mother told her to always side with the weak. Jean smiled nervously when Kashmir apologized for being rude and said that his daughter simply could not lie. The woman looked at the guy and said that they would fight after the end of her workday and after lunch. Kashmir smiled when the protagonist said that it would be inconvenient for him to take up so much of her time. Alika said with a grin on her face that they would finish very quickly. 2 days later, Alika and the protagonist stood opposite each other. While rewinding her hands, the woman said that she needed to warn him about something. Closing her eyes, she said that she used to work in the Beeman Special Affairs Department. After such an experience, people stop holding back. Her pupils sparkled when she said that if he lost, then there was no need to be upset. The protagonist stood up. Now he understood why he was given 6 months. Alika's fist was right in front of him in an instant. The guy opened his mouth in amazement. The woman delivered her blow. Jean used the power of darkness to hold back the blow. Alika quickly stepped back, surprised that her attack was blocked. The guy's sword glowed. The woman frowned at this. The bright light made her close her eyes. A second later, she lowered her hand. The protagonist had already taken a stance. His leg jerked from its place. Alika dodged his lunge. Every muscle in her arm tensed from the effort. The protagonist smiled and asked if they would call a doctor. Alika grinned and said that he would have one. A moment later, she struck the guy's body. At night in the Kashmir mansion, Alika said that she did not think that he would be able to attack her twice on the first day. The protagonist raised his head. The woman standing in front of him asked why he did not put all his strength into the first attack, whether he tried to weaken his position before sparring, and what that flash was during the fight. Jean answered by saying that it was an ancient spell, the Veil of Flashes. He covered his sword with it before the start, but even that did not work. Raising a mug of tea, the girl said that his strategies were quite interesting. Recalling the entire fight, the girl mentally said that the guy could defeat opponents much stronger than himself, only through analysis and calculation. Jean bowed his head. His world was plunged into darkness, while he mentally said that the first time he was defeated, after using all possible tactics, could it be because she was from the special department of Beeman? The guy's lips stretched into a grin. He was going to defeat Alec. The girl also grinned, seeing the guy's mood. Kashmir, who was secretly watching everything, grinned. He wrote down what was on the sheet. The events take us a month ahead, to the territory of the Black Sea. Chiron cut the monster. The huge body of the worm fell near him. Khan stuck his sword into the ground. He was breathing tiredly after fighting numerous monsters. The demigod extended his hand towards him. The guard immediately handed over a letter, saying that this letter arrived 10 days ago. Chiron did not say anything when opening the envelope. From the letter, it was clear that Kashmir wrote it in a comfortable environment, and with a smile on his face, because there were a lot of pleasantries in it. Chiron clutched the paper in his hand as he read this nonsense. His eyes sparkled as he said that Kashmir seemed to be a deeply sensitive person. The man frowned at the letter. Han also frowned upon seeing it. The old man holding the paper in his hand said that he had been trying to figure out what the younger man was doing, but it turned out that Kashmir's wife had been beating him the entire time. Kashmir accurately recounted the process and outcome of the first, second, and third battle. He also reported that the 20th battle ended in 25 hits. On the 30th sparring match, the boy fell to his knees only after the 40th hit. Han released his aura and said that the younger man had lost too many times. The guard's eye widened as Chiron told him that Kashmir's wife worked in the 2nd Special Affairs Division of Beemit, and that she was not an opponent he could deal with just relying on luck. Chiron squeezed the paper a little and said that his baby had withstood more than 120 blows on the 40th training. If Jean were the firstborn, he would have given him a family without a doubt. The boy was sweating heavily and breathing heavily. He had exceeded his limit. The guard's eyes widened in shock. The demigod nodded, confirming the thought of the guard who had not even asked the question. Han understood that the leader had mentioned the identity of the heir for the first time. He had previously observed but had never mentioned anyone in particular. Since Luna had given up her claims to the place of the leader, Joshua had been in limbo. The demigod looked at the guard when he said that it was still too difficult. Closing his eyes, he said that the boy's height was amazing, and he was suitable now. But this did not mean that it would be like this in the future. The boy was not cold-blooded, he was good-natured and had a soft character. The old man turned away from the guard and said that this was truly what made him different from Joshua. Han heard him and said that when necessary, one must be able to renounce one's family. The demigod bowed his head saying that this was Rankandel's fate, now he should return. Han raised his sword accepting the order. The guard narrowed his eyes when the leader asked him why the letter arrived so late. Han answered saying that he hurried as hard as he could, but was delayed by the numerous monsters. Chiron concentrated his aura in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed everything in his path. When the fragments began to fall, he said that this should help. Han looked at the path made for him by the leader. The protagonist fell to the floor of the arena. The girl smiled and said that today was the 93rd day. He was amazing since he was already able to push her aside. Jean wiped his sweat and said that he would have to work hard to achieve his goal. When the guy got up, the girl offered him dessert. He refused, saying that he needed to do something. Alika looked at the guy and asked if he would train today too. The guy grabbed the sword more tightly and said that it was natural. He swung the sword. Alika watched the guy from the side. Seeing how he used magic, she felt how abnormal Jean's growth was. Smiling weakly, she assumed that it was because his aura and magical power were growing at the same time. His black aura connected the aura and magical flows. It was the power received through a contract with a god. The guy swung the sword. Leaving, Alika said that at this rate, he could forget about 6 months. Closing her eyes, she said that perhaps she would be defeated tomorrow. The next day, Alika deflected the sword with her fist. The protagonist attacked furiously. The girl had to dodge all the time to get closer to the enemy. The guy struck with the sword again. Suddenly, he was behind Alika. The girl only managed to turn her head. The guy's eyes lit up. Blood spurted from the wound on Alec's neck. She grabbed the wound. The protagonist hastily put the sword back in its sheath and said that he would call Enya right away. Enya soon arrived and began to heal Alec. Jean, watching everything, mentally said that he was just lucky, because the enemy could dodge. The girl bowed her head, realizing that she had acted carelessly. When the energy of the shadows blocked her view, she thought that he would move as usual, so she did not calculate her next step. Because of this, the guy was able to move behind her back. Clenching her fist, Alex said that she had completely lost her grip after retiring. Looking at the guy in front of her, she said that she could not even think that she had lost before the end of the 6 months that she promised him. Jean refuted her, saying that it was more likely a draw. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she assumed that he would say that. Opening her eyes, she said that she was sorry, but such carelessness showed disrespect to him. However, they also cannot ignore the obvious. The guy froze after hearing her words. When the wound almost disappeared, the girl said that if this happened 3 months ago, even if she was not careful, it would not have turned out like this. Smiling, she told the guy that he became stronger. Jean scratched his cheek. The events take us to the city. People were cleaning the snow on the streets. Murakan followed the guy. The protagonist looked at him and asked why he bought so many fruit ices in such frost. The dragon answered that cold dishes taste better on cold days, and Jilly said that she wanted ice cream. Looking at the boxes of ice cream, the guy asked if he was really going to turn Julia's stomach into ice. The guy froze. Kashmir appeared right in front of him with Julia. The protagonist became serious when the man asked him to find a minute to talk to him about work. Introducing Bishkel, Kashmir asked the guy if he asked for information about him. While Julia was being capricious on Murakan's neck, saying that she wanted to walk next to her brother, Kashmir said that before the start he would like to clarify if he knew about Kinzel. The guy answered by saying that he came across them while doing a task. Hearing him, Kashmir said that Bishkel was part of them. At this time, the creature barely held back tears, it was terrified. Kashmir, imagining Bure, said that Bishkel visits the Principality of Kurana once a week and each time looks for a workshop with a strange name. Explosion is an art, its owner is Bure. Bowing his head, the man said that at the moment there is a possibility. But since they know that Bishkel brings food there, it turns out that Bure occupies a higher position. Bishkel is like a servant bringing food to his master. Julia pulled Murakan's hair in anger. Jean was thinking that given what this organization had done in his past life, they couldn't foolishly go after Rankindel, Zipple and Beemit. Murakan said that Jean was busy, angrily. A moment later, the dragon hit his head on an icicle. Veins appeared on his face from anger. He tore out a piece of ice. A moment later, he threw it at Kashmir. Julia immediately began calling Murakan a bad cat. Kashmir, holding onto the bruise, turned around in shock. The man turned to the guy again. When he asked him about information about the spider-armed look, Kashmir replied by saying that he had more secrets than he expected. Imagining the figure of a formidable man, he said that they had no trace of how he became the head of the testing department, as if someone had deliberately erased information about him. Jean, rubbing his chin, thought. Smiling, he thanked the man for his work, who looked at him and said that he continued searching for information. The guy, continuing to smile, said that he was now in his debt. The man chuckled, saying that if he was truly grateful, he should play with Julia. Afterwards, the pair of men looked at the cute child, which tormented even the black dragon. Kashmir turned to Jean. When he offered to spar with him, Kashmir agreed. Looking at his hand, the guy said that he should visit them more often. Alika froze in shock and asked her husband why he was here. Kashmir, who was standing next to the guy, asked if he really couldn't be here. Alika answered by saying that she just didn't want him to see her failure. The man's eyes widened at her words. The protagonist gripped his sword tighter. Alika, looking at the guy at the edge of the arena, said that it would be great if he remembered her as a good training partner. Smiling, Jean said he would remember her as a great teacher and friend. Kashmir froze with his mouth open. He did not understand how after only 3 months the guy could defeat his wife. The girl stood up. The protagonist closed his eyes, concentrating on the fight. His lips parted. At that moment, a summoning circle formed above him. The wing of the bird of darkness opened. Kashmir's eyes widened in shock. A phoenix of darkness was hovering right above the guy. The phoenix's eyes glowed as it looked at its opponent. At the 6th rank, mages were given the opportunity to make contracts with assistants. But no one knew who exactly they would meet. Maybe it would be a dragon, a phoenix, a snake, or a jellyfish. Since mages can only open spatial gates to the world of fire, the choice fell on this bird. Many mages desperately wanted a special phoenix to choose. And the rarest of them, the one that summons blue flames, was now in the arena, which shocked and frightened Kashmir. This dark phoenix was named Tess. Those who managed to summon Tess became the greatest magicians of their time. The protagonist raised his sword and said that he was starting. The girl enveloped her fists in aura, saying that she was ready. The girl rushed forward. The phoenix flapped its wings. The blue flame made the girl step back. She gritted her teeth, realizing that she was attacked by 5th-tier fire magic. Looking closely at the phoenix's body, she said that its flame had a strange feature. If you touch it, the body becomes heavier. Alika bent her knees. She jumped back. The girl frowned mentally, saying that because of this pressure, the amount of stamina she was losing would increase. She needed to finish quickly. The guy with a sword in his hand appeared in front of her. The muscles on the protagonist's body tensed. Alika managed to dodge the guy's blow. She grabbed her shoulder, the sword touched her. Gritting her teeth, the girl raised her head. The protagonist jumped and sent a gust of wind at her. The girl managed to dodge and opened her mouth in surprise. The protagonist jumped back and mentally said that Miss Alika uses different variations of movements, and they all have one thing in common. The girl used dominance. She needed to dominate her opponent no matter what. Jean began to accumulate darkness in the sword. He rushed forward, deciding to take advantage. Alika barely managed to dodge his attack. The protagonist turned around. The girl hastily put her hand in front of her. Jean dealt dozens of blows. Alika became nervous and began to retreat. The flame concentrated in the guy's hand. His opponent barely managed to dodge the stream of flame. The young mother froze, sensing a threat. She quickly looked behind her. Then she turned her head. The protagonist was already rushing towards her. The girl did not understand what to do, dodge or take the blow. Looking at the guy's mask, she decided that if she kept dodging, she would have to run away all the time. A grin appeared on the girl's face. She released her aura from her body, saying that she already knew that he was a mage and a swordmaster in one bottle. Jean swung his sword. Alika stopped his sword with her hand. A moment later, her body was covered in flames. Soon the fire dissipated and revealed the figure of the girl. She concentrated the aura in her fist. With a wide smile on her face, she said that she had caught the enemy. Suddenly, Jean disappeared. The girl stopped smiling, saying that just a second ago she was sure that he was here. Blue flames raged on the hilt of the sword. Alika froze. At that moment she understood everything. Her enemy was behind her. Turning her head, she cursed with a smile on her face. The guy's hand was enveloped in wind mana. He struck the enemy. Alika coughed up blood and admitted her defeat. Jean froze in shock and dispelled the mask. Alika fell to the floor of the arena. The protagonist frowned and shouted for Enya. Kashmir froze with his mouth open. Alika smiled as the guys started to fuss, calling for Enya. The events take us to Kashmir's mansion. Murakan pointed at the guy in amazement, while Kashmir said that Jean was still able to defeat Alika. The dragon grabbed the man by the shoulders, asking who the kid summoned. Quikantle fell to her knees when Kashmir said that the guy summoned Tess. Quikantle opened her mouth in disbelief, muttering something. The protagonist, who was in the dungeon, raised his head, hearing the cry of the silver dragon. Alika, who was sitting in front of the guy, said that she overdid it and used an aura shield to win, but it gave the opposite effect. The guy, adjusting his hair, said that he thought about it a long time ago, although it sounds a little arrogant. The girl closed her eyes and said that if it was him, she would believe him. Opening her eyes, the girl said that she had an incredibly fun time. He couldn't even imagine how proud she was of him. Then she asked him to share his feelings about what it was like to knock down a Beeman Special Department employee. Suddenly, Murakan burst into the basement. The guy turned to him. 2 dragons stood at the railing and shouted, demanding to call Tess. The Dark Phoenix was soon summoned. Quikantle bowed, greeting the Master of Flame. Murakan looked away, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Tess got angry, his eyes sparkled from such behavior. The Phoenix began to peck the dragon on the forehead. Kashmir pressed his hand to his chest, not understanding what kind of refreshing feeling he felt. Quikantle trembled all over while Tess scolded Murakan, saying something. The black dragon defensively told the protagonist to quickly call this elder. The Phoenix's flame dissipated. The black dragon scratched his head and said that he did not understand why he was pecked. Closing his eyes, he told the guy that he probably wanted to know why the great Murakan was sucking up to the bird. This was not Tess's true form. The real one can only be seen in the Kingdom of Fire. The protagonist parted his lips and asked if this was the world of phoenixes. Murakna thoughtfully said that this was the world of phoenixes. It was full of fire, and only gods and dragons called it that way. They themselves came up with the name for this world for convenience. The protagonist, looking at the dragon, asked if it turns out that this world is beyond the power of the gods. Murakan answered, saying that it was so. Even the god of flame, Shainu himself, is not able to use the flame of the Kingdom of Fire. Extending his finger, the dragon said that in the past, several bugs drooped the Kingdom of Fire, including dragons like Quikantle and him. Remembering Tessa's appearance, the dragon said that some gods began to get on Tessa's nerves, and then they saw his power. Furious, he burned 5 gods and a couple of dragons on the spot. Quikantle stood up in horror, remembering that day. Jean rubbed his chin and asked how strong he needed to be to manifest this power. Murakan answered by saying that no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to summon all of his energy. The protagonist raised his head when Murakan said that no one is able to fully use someone else's magic from another world. Remembering how Lim is burned in flames, the dragon said that this is something like a penalty. That's why the gods who came to this world were powerless, and Tess herself cannot use all of her power here. The man began to scream, raising his hands, and said that he would simply burn alive. This old man began to fight immediately after his summoning. And what if he gets angry and burns him? Clutching his head, Merkin said that of course this was unlikely to happen, because he would not have chosen him if he wanted to kill. Crossing his arms over his chest, the dragon said that the old man told him to tell him that he liked him very much. Shainu was the god of fire. He controlled all the fire in the world. Kadan was his dragon. Kellark was his contractor. An ordinary flame would not work against him. The guy smiled. He had Tess. Now his blue flame would be very useful. Events transfer us to the Black Sea. Shiren took the letter in his hand and said that he was not interested in phoenixes. Looking closely at the letter, he realized that there were only 2 lines written about fencing skills. The man closed his eyes, saying that he allowed him to use magic and shadow energy, but he was still Rankindel. Khan, standing behind, frowned when Shiren said that he knew that Ron had a grandson. The guard, looking away, said that the grandson of the Heron family a couple of days ago, she really received some information about him. The guard standing behind the demigod said that he received a letter regarding the request for the Cosmos competition to remove a pirate participating in it. On the list of participants was Dante, registered under a pseudonym. Chiron, imagining the guy, said that he was in the Cosmos competition, and he remembered that it was organized by pirates. 10 years ago, at the Pirate with Gold Teeth competition, Mari took 2nd place. The guard frowned when the head ordered to send the younger one to the Cosmos tournament. Chiron understood that now his son would have to rely on the sword to win. Frowning, he said that in a match with a genius polishing his swordsmanship, Jean will understand something. Meanwhile, the protagonist was training with the sword. When he wiped his sweat, someone called him. Kashmir brought a letter and asked to look at it. Approaching the guy, he smiled and said that he had been working hard lately, so he prepared entertainment for him. Judging by the 7 colors, Dante will participate in the arena. Imagining the family crest, the man told the boy that he had probably heard of his grandfather, the current head of the Ron family. He was on equal terms with Chiron before becoming the head, and Dante was his favorite grandson. Jean closed his eyes and said that everything was clear to him. Kashmir sweated and became agitated when the boy asked him if he had to participate. Waving his arms, the man tried to convince the boy to take part in the competition. Jean smiled and nodded, saying that since he insisted, he would take part. Now it became clear to the boy why his father wanted to talk to Kashmir in the past. Remembering the old man's face, he realized that he wanted to tell him that swordplay was their priority. The protagonist, looking at the smiling Kashmir, realized that he was now tied hand and foot. The man surprised the boy by saying that they would have to leave tomorrow, and their deadlines were tight. Turning around, the man wished the boy a good trip. The events take us to the Beladu Empire, which occupied an island in the south. The protagonist walked among the pirates, saying that he had not been alone for a long time, and here it was even more disgusting than in the city of criminals. The Cosmos competition, just a rivalry, but there are no restrictions on weapons. In addition, before and during sparring, you can finish off or poison your opponent, typical gladiator fights in the arena. The killers could come at night and cut your throat. Jean walked among the men. Dante and the magician passed each other. Veridin took off his hood and said that the stench here hurts his eyes. Smiling widely, he said that now it was time to have fun. Cosmos was sitting at the table. The protagonist approached him. Standing in front of the table, he said that he wanted to take part in the competition. The man waved his hand, saying that the recruitment was closed. Picking his ear, the man said that he was not in the mood to accept applications. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket. He stood next to Cosmos. The guy clenched his hand into a fist. A moment later, he punched the man in the face. Space fell to the floor. When he started to get up, Jean said to write his name. The man bared his teeth. He straightened up and started laughing loudly. Taking a pen in his hand, he said that he would write his name on the list. Handing over a piece of paper, he said that the guy was in group 13. Putting his hat on his head, the pirate said that he welcomed him to the competition with love and passion. The pirate took the guy's sheet of paper in his hands and led him along. Jean looked at him when he said that this year was full of young people. Looking at the guy, he said that there was another freak who beat up the captain. It's a pity that they were not in the same group. The people in the cells listened attentively to the pirate's words. The man behind the protagonist was cleaning his sword. Soon the pirate led the guy to Zone 13. Turning around, the pirate said that they would see each other if he did not die, and he also had to find a room himself. Jean watched him and realized that there had been no room from the start. Watching a couple of guys beat up a third, he realized that the organizers wanted the participants to squabble among themselves in cramped rooms. One of the people in the cell looked at Jean. When Jean entered the cell, he asked him who he was. Frowning, the man ordered him to go to another cell. Jean put his sword aside. Taking off his cloak, he said that he would begin the hunt after counting to 3. The man froze when he saw the guy's aura. The protagonist put gloves on his hands. The man raised an eyebrow. A moment later, an explosion occurred in that cell. Everyone came out of their cells to figure out what had happened. The guy fell to the floor. Jean, having beaten up 2 guys, was leaving the cell. He took the sword in his hand. Coming outside, he asked if anyone wanted to share the cell with him. The participants bared their teeth. Everyone attacked the protagonist in an instant. Jean swung his sword. Blood gushed out of the big guy's wound. The guy rushed through the crowd at high speed, striking them. The killer's eyes opened wide as his blood splattered. His body fell to the ground. Shaking off the blood, the guy said that even with the lawlessness that reigned, this place did not compare to Mummet. The guy looked at the burning eyes of the people. Jean grinned and said that he could do without sleep. The pirate walked along the corridor. Jean calmly turned the pages of the book. Approaching his cell, the pirate said that this was a little annoying. Stopping looking at the bodies throughout the hall, he asked the guy what he planned to kill everyone before the competition began. Jean smiled, saying that he would call it an aperitif before the main fight. The pirate smiled widely, saying that he thought that he was just an arrogant kid. Looking at the guy who put the book down, he said that his captain had a reason for ordering him to take him to decent guys. Pointing behind himself, the man said that he would most likely be fighting someone from the other groups, so he might as well take a look at their fights. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the arena. As he left, the man told the guy that waving a sword in the stands was prohibited. Jean looked at the stands and mentally said that it was unlikely that anyone would recognize his face here, but he should take the time to disguise himself. The protagonist looked down after hearing one of the spectators say that half of the guys from the 13th group had dropped out, and he had bet on one of them. Covering his mouth with his hand, the man said that he had also heard that a reserve standard bearer for the Rankendel family had appeared among the participants. Jean froze with his eyes wide open after hearing his words. Smiling, the man said that he had simply heard Cosmos when they were drinking with him yesterday, and a strong guy from the Rankendel family had sneaked in among the participants. When Jean sat down next to them, the men assumed that it was Dayton or Hayton or even Jean himself who had come. If the latter, then he was a class, because he was so young but already a 5th rank. The protagonist frowned. It was strange that his name and the twins' names had spread so quickly. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said that it was time for him to find out the nicknames of his relatives, if they were participating at all. Meanwhile, Cosmos was grinning. Bright lights of fireworks exploded in the sky. All the spectators turned their heads upon hearing Cosmos's voice. The Pirate King, spreading his arms out to the sides, asked if they had died from waiting yet. Standing in the middle of the arena, the man said that such a crowd had come to fill his pockets, which made him happy. Pointing to one of the exits, the man said that they had 14 participants in a group and 13 groups with 182 Swordmasters. Now the main characters of the first sword would clash, one wielding a sickle. Mentis, sickles in hand, entered the arena. Cosmos pointed in the other direction, saying that his opponent was a newbie. Dante adjusted the glove on his hand. The man looked at the arena with a stupid expression. The protagonist's eyes widened. He recognized Dante. Jean looked at the arena and understood that forcing children to participate was madness. Dante stood with his eyes closed. The protagonist remembered how Pyrrha told him that there was another man who beat the captain. Mentis grinned, looking at his opponent. He licked the blade of the sickle. Dante grabbed the hilt of the sword. In a second, the guy chopped off the opponent's head. The spectators froze with their mouths wide open in shock. Mentis's head fell down. Soon the head fell to the ground. A moment later, the man's body fell. Cosmos grabbed his head and said that he was irritated by show-offs. Jean narrowed his eyes. He realized that the guy decapitated his opponent with the energy of the sword. Dante opened his eyes. The boy returned the sword to his back. Veridin jumped up from his seat. He raised his hands and shouted furiously, fanaticizing Dante. He raised his hands and shouted, saying that he would bet all his savings on him. The protagonist turned his head and froze. He did not understand what this smiling fanatic wanted. Many people near Veridin stood up and said that they would also bet their money on this boy. Jean narrowed his eyes, trying to understand whether Veridin was on his back or just enjoying himself. The guy stopped shouting and looked away. Veridin looked at the protagonist and asked him what he was doing here. Dante involuntarily turned his head. Seeing Veridin smiling, he thought about it. This member of the Zipple family greeted Veridin too openly in such a place, and he was also too cheerful. Dante waved his hand and greeted Veridin. The magician smiled widely and laughed. The protagonist grabbed his head from the situation. Dante, not understanding anything, laughed and waved his hand. Cosmos stood next to the boy and asked him how he felt. The boy closed his eyes and calmed down. When the Pirate King crossed his arms over his chest, he said that he was glad to get rid of the villains of this world. The bangs covered the boy's eyes as he told Cosmos that he hoped that he would not become a pirate again in his next life. The Pirate King laughed and put his hands on the boy's shoulders. Smiling widely, he asked Dante if he had offended everyone present here. Without waiting for an answer, he said that he should do everything in his power. The boy looked away. The man threw his hat in the air, saying that the next match was about to begin. The events return us to the cell. Jean had been watching the rest of the sparring all this time, but besides Dante, there was no one who would attract his attention. New in his cell, the boy said that Dante looked too young, but his skill with the sword was at its best. Jean released his aura and asked himself if he could defeat him. If he had used the shadow magic in his hand, he would have won, but fencing alone would not be enough. Clenching his fist, the guy decided that it was too early to give up. People were sneaking up on the protagonist's cell. Many participants came to the guy's cell. Dante walked through the hall. His lips were dry. His whole body was battered, and his eyes were tired. Veridin caught the amulet. The old man sitting at the table told the guy that it was not a toy for him, because even the deputy had resorted to it only when it was really necessary. Veridin smiled and asked for forgiveness, but he felt more confident with it. The old man massaged his forehead and said that on the southern island, every year, a martial arts event was held. Perhaps he knew the Cosmos. The magician shuddered with his whole body and froze. He waved his hand, saying that it was the first time he heard his name, and this was a competition organized by a pirate. The old man clenched his fist and said that Dante would be participating in this competition. The mage straightened up and looked at his mentor in surprise. The old man frowned and told Veridin to go there to see how strong his future opponent was. Closing his eyes, the mage said that was exactly why he was here. The mages behind the guy looked at each other when he said that they hadn't had a single normal match in the last 2 days. Everyone was weak and he couldn't have fun. Looking at the battle table, he asked where all the cool guys were. Among all the names, the guy noticed the name Jean. Now Veridin realized that Jean and Dante would be fighting in this competition. Veridin smiled widely, saying that he couldn't wait for the fight. The sword pierced the floor. The protagonist sat down on the floor tiredly. He closed his eyes and inhaled. Opening his eyes, he mentally said that soon the participants from the other group would attack. He would not be able to weaken the defense. Someone stepped along the corridor. The protagonist immediately jumped up and frowned. He could barely stand on his feet, but his opponent did not even hide his presence. Jean grabbed the sword. The figure of a man approached his cell. The protagonist frowned when he saw him. Tired Dante apologized for such a first meeting. The guy went inside and asked the guy to let him sleep. If he helped him, he would repay him in kind. Jean frowned, asking what he was talking about. Dante answered, saying that he had been watching him since yesterday and realized that he was a real master of the sword. The guy lost consciousness. He fell to the floor in front of the protagonist. Jean looked at the boy and asked if he had not been trained to function without sleep. The guy narrowed his eyes. He felt a strong smell of blood from the guy. It seemed like they were trying to suppress him with numbers. The guy thrust the sword into the floor. Meanwhile, people approached his cell. Jean released his aura and came out to them. The old man froze in horror when he saw him. The protagonist swung his sword and killed him. Turning his head, he asked them if they hadn't listened to the warning. The guys froze when they heard his question. They all tensed up. One of them extended his hand, saying that they knew he had killed the entire group. Stepping forward, he said that they weren't here to attack him. One of the men took aim with a crossbow. The arrow shot towards the guy. Jean parried the attack. He grabbed the arrow and said that the arrow was even poisoned. Had they really gone that far to kill a child? The man trembled. They felt horror. The protagonist's eyes flashed when he said that they would only pass over his corpse. Dante opened his eyes. The boy jumped up in fear. Standing up, he noticed the guy standing at the bars. He opened his mouth in confusion and froze when the boy told him that the people chasing him were under the command of a pirate named Cyclops Joe. Frowning, the protagonist said that he learned everything from the mutt before she died. They were planning to catch the boy from Rankindel and collect the reward. Dante smiled and thanked the protagonist. Covering his smile with his hand, he said that it was funny that he was mistaken for Rankindel. Opening his eyes, the boy asked Jean if he was interested in what he was doing here. Looking at the ceiling, he said that they were following him because he was from a noble family, not Rankindel, but a noble from Beemit. Jean closed his eyes and nodded. Raising his hand, the boy told the protagonist that he was now in his debt. Jean looked up when the boy said that he would definitely repay him. Smiling widely, the boy said that whenever his life was in danger, he would also put his own on the line to protect him. He swears on his honor. The boy lowered his hands, silently looking at Dante. He nodded to Dante. Throwing the boy a sword, he said that now he could do whatever he wanted, but for now he needed to sleep. Lying down on the floor, the protagonist asked Dante to wake him up before the match of the 13th group. The boy, looking at the boy's back, said that he gave his word to protect him, so he could be sure. Looking closely at the boy's face, Dante said that Jean was cold inside, but he fought for him, whom he saw for the first time. The boy smiled. It seemed he had found a true friend. The pirate rushed into battle with a loud cry. Dante grabbed the hilt of the sword. The man flew past the swordsman, and blood spurted from his side. The fighter collapsed, and at that moment the young man was declared the winner. While the blonde put the sword in its sheath, the host admired that he again defeated his opponent with one blow, and the crowd chanted his nickname. The tip of the blade left a streak of blood on the sand. The main character sheathed his weapon and the announcer declared another capable young man the winner. Jean turned around as the crowd chanted his nickname. The swordsman folded his arms and watched him as the crowd shouted that the boy in the arena was amazing. Two pirates waved their arms and discussed how the newcomer might even be stronger than Paul, but the one-eyed man countered that Jean was still no match for the Rankindel Reserve standard-bearer, who thought with displeasure that he was not of that family. At the same time, two more fighters were watching the battle near the entrance to the arena. The long-haired one folded his arms and muttered that there were 2 children in the finalists this year, and the other one with iron hands confirmed that the boys were really boring. Then both of them turned around as a voice behind them asked how long they were going to sit around in their pants. The scarred man, raising his hands, declared that they were capable, but they were still ordinary guys. They could gather the guys and pin down the upstarts before the final battle. Another pirate came out of the corridor and interrupted the bearded one to make him stop. They would not cope with them. Looking at his comrades from under his bandana, the guy reminded them that Jin's nickname was the God of Death, and he did not get it for his pretty eyes. Putting his hands in his pockets, the pirate continued that, besides, they shared the same room, or did they think that they would not lose a couple of limbs in the process? Heading upstairs, the guy in the bandana added that he warned them because they were popular enough. It would be a shame if they died before the match began. The big guy's eyes widened when the iron-armed one admitted that it was unpleasant to admit that he was right, but it was better for them to retreat. While he was looking ahead at the arena, the long-haired one suggested that they just leave. That would be the best solution, and fortunately, they would not run into them, and the iron-armed one agreed with this. He had no desire to die in this hole, and everything would remain between them. The guy in the bandana looked gloomily at the arena, while the pirates below agreed that Cosmos would never know about this. The mug hit the table, and a cry about assholes sounded. Squeezing the handle of the cup, the captain repeated the words from the report, to manipulate the winner, and they also decided to do it behind his back, and the guy in the bandana clarified that the boss would do it, otherwise the competition would be boring and the spectators would notice too. Shrugging his shoulder, the man said that it was for the best. Veins bulged on the captain's forehead as he sent the program to hell, and came to the conclusion that since Jean Grey and Polmick made it to the finals, the cheaters and the rest would become victims of the kids. Pouring himself more wine, the captain ordered the dividend bet to be increased on everyone except the pair, to a level where the spectators would not be able to sleep, eat, or shit if they did not bet. Raising his mug, the pirate added that this was good, a lightning-fast transition from the winner's match to the final. Time to make some money. Someone in the arena shouted. Looking around the arena curiously, Kellark commented, one had become a shocking supernova from the first match, and the other was a death god who reeked of blood even before the start. Turning to his companions, the mage asked who they thought would win, and one said Polmick, while the other supported him. It seemed to him that his swordsmanship was more refined. The young master smiled confusedly when his subordinate asked if he was betting on Polmick. As the protagonists prepared to leave, the young man announced that he had bet 100,000 gold on Jean, and his companions were surprised. The mage folded his arms across his chest when one of them reminded that the dividends of the participant he chose were multiplied by 3, even if he won. Would the pirates really pay 300,000? And replied that Cosmos was quite popular, he had a couple of islands, so he could sell them. At that moment, the captain himself entered the arena and, raising his hands, announced that he had made everyone wait, and introduced himself to the ladies and gentlemen. A mug immediately flew at him, and someone from the spectators shouted that they didn't care anymore, let them start and bring Polmick. While mugs and other garbage flew into the arena, others demanded the Grim Reaper of the 13th group, and the Pirate King thought with resentment that next time he would double the entry fee next year for these rich bastards. Pressing his fist to his mouth, the captain coughed. Raising his fist, he suggested ending the chatter and calling the heroes, the first to announce Polmick. The spectators also began to raise their fists and call out to the blonde. He entered the arena, adjusting his gloves. Someone followed him onto the sand, and the old man announced his opponent, the Reaper of Death of the 13th group, an unknown young swordsman. Under the sound of his own nickname, the young man stepped forward. Someone even shouted that he believed in him so much that he had bet everything he had. When Kellark raised his hands up somewhere at the top of the stands and shouted forward, the young man thought, where is he going forward? Is he at a fun start or something? The opponents stood in front of each other, and the Pirate King announced that there was no longer any need to wait. Instantly disappearing from the stage, the man announced the start of the match, and the opponents grabbed their blades. Jean shifted his leg. Unsheathing his sword, he looked at the blonde. While the opponent took a fighting stance, the guy also pulled the weapon from its sheath. Dante narrowed his eyes. Before the main character had time to react, the enemy literally disappeared. The knight's eyes widened, and the next moment he parried the blonde's blow. The blade trembled. With a wide lunge, the hero threw the enemy away from himself. The young man's face reflected delight, and he declared that he knew that this trick would not work against him. The swordsman raised his sword up, the tip lit up with a golden glow, and he declared that he would use all his strength. The guy grabbed the sword with both hands, and he also sent an aura along the blade, shouting that the enemy could do whatever he wanted. The opponents' gazes met. A column of dust rose into the air, and only silhouettes could be made out. The spectators opened their mouths, and Cosmos grinned contentedly. The two auras crossed on the swords. Blows continued to rain down furiously from both guys. The blonde grabbed the sword more comfortably, and he suddenly accelerated, while his face expressed complete delight. Watching his opponent closely, Jean realized that he was sure of one thing. Dante's first attack was the fastest, and now he was maintaining his stamina and increasing his speed only when necessary. Going around the blonde, the young man came up with a plan. The swordsman grinned. Continuing to parry the blows, the hero decided to keep up his pace. As the opponents circled around the arena, the spectators encouraged them with shouts. One of the spectators scratched the top of his head and noted that this was just crazy. It was incredible that he had the good fortune to watch a professional fight in such a hole. Kellark folded his arms over his chest, watching the fight, hearing comments that this was no longer a child's fight. His fingers nervously clutched the sleeve of his shirt. At this time, Dante, continuing the fight, shouted at the young man that he held up well, but if he was hiding something, it was better to show it now. The knight's mouth fell open in surprise. His eyes became completely round when his opponent said that he was going to speed up. The sand rose up under his feet as the swordsman's blows became even faster. The hero's gaze became even more attentive. The enemy's blade drew golden stripes right in the air. It seemed that Jean managed to dodge the blow. But the next moment, he screamed and a cut appeared on his face. Dante turned around. The sand rose into the air again. The hero jumped out of the cloud, trying to deliver a precise blow. The spectators in the stands jumped up. Their cries calling for sending this bastard into the abyss shook the walls. They were sure that there was very little left. Watching the enemy, the blonde concluded that this was his strength. Continuing to circle around, the swordsman reflected on the destructive skill of the sword and the excellent physique, as well as excellent endurance, which is the main physical training, deliberately delayed the process. As expected, he also used a pseudonym. The young man, clenching his teeth, fought off another blow, when his opponent guessed his real name. Crouching before the blow, the blonde concluded that if this was all he had. The hero began to straighten up when the guy finished to himself that in this case he had made a mistake. The sword went to attack. But then the cold gaze of the opponent made Dante widen his eyes in fear. Then he jumped away from the enemy. Even the magician gaped, while his subordinates wondered what the hell happened and why he jumped away. Breathing heavily, the blonde looked at the enemy, not understanding what it was. Sweat ran down the young man's face when he realized that attacking now would be a mistake. Shadows surrounded the main character, and the swordsman thought that it would flatten him. Grabbing the fabric of his own cloak with his fingers, the brunette cursed, and to himself realized that he almost called on the energy of the shadows. He was pretty battered. Exhaling, the young man threw off the cloak under the tense gaze of the enemy. The blonde frowned when he heard the question whether it was his turn. The knight raised the blade with both hands, after which he brought down such a blow on the enemy that even his knees buckled. Dante clenched his teeth, trying to hold on to the enemy's sword. Feeling the brunette's aura rage, the swordsman realized that these were not just blows. All his attacks had the same power as the first swing. Blood splashed from the young man's mouth when it dawned on him that he had not missed even once. Continuing to hold the enemy's attack with the sword, the guy wondered if he really should have given it his all from the very beginning. Jean raised his sword, preparing for the final blow, but the blonde was sure that he would kill him. The air was filled with sand again. The blonde looked in horror at the end of the enemy's sword, resting on the floor. Without changing his position, the hero asked who the swordsman was shaking in front of and told him his real name. Throwing a glance at the young man from under his eyebrows, the knight asked him not to disgrace this fight. Dante's face expressed shock when he called him by his full name, and then he smiled. He pointed his weapon at the gloomy guy. Straightening his sleeve, the blonde agreed with this. The young man apologized with a sly smile for not showing his best side and asked if the knight would fight him again. The brunette smiled back. He raised his sword and touched the blade of his opponent's blade. The swordsman's foot rested on the sand. The faces of the opponents became serious again. They both took fighting stances. They rushed towards each other. The blades crossed again. The guys' gazes crossed again in the heat of battle. The fighters continued to shower each other with blows. Again there was a cut on Jean's cheek. Again the blonde let out a furious cry. The knight had to jump back from the perfect stance of his opponent, and his gaze became cold. Gritting his teeth, the hero again closed the distance. His blow almost knocked the weapon out of the guy's hands. The brown-haired man's fingers intercepted the hilt. The swordsman watched this in surprise. The hero let out a battle cry. Dante barely managed to avoid the powerful attack. After dodging, the blonde looked over his shoulder. But his opponent managed to slip right under his attack. Then the guy grabbed the hilt with both hands again and swung. Gritting his teeth, Jean thought that his opponent should have reached his limit by now and was still holding on. Dante Aaron, a genius that appeared once in several centuries, a talent blessed by the gods. However, he was born with a fragile and weak body, which turned out to be an unsuitable vessel for such power. The protagonist went through hell because of the damn curse, so he understood it well, and that's why he saw this. Tearing his foot off the sand, the knight thought about the lonely suffering and the endless darkness of his opponent. Rushing forward again, the brown-haired man mentally added that he realized all the despair when he looked at the bony body of the swordsman. While he was gritting his teeth, he remembered that he brought himself to the threshold of death. Dante turned to avoid a new portion of blows, and his opponent thought that he had done a lot to become who he was now. Swiftly tearing forward, the young man remembered that before him was the 13th child of Rankindel. He came to everything ready, a powerful body, talent, everything. But why did he feel despair from him? The blades crossed again. Why was he so unhappy? Maybe it was rage, or because he was the youngest, because he did not inherit? No, these stupidities had nothing to do with it. Dante saw only one thing, just the desire to become the strongest, just for this. How long did the main character endure to end up where he was now? He could not even remember how many times he plunged into hopelessness, how many times into despondency. The blows again and again collided with a ringing sound. How many times did he pull himself together? I can't count. Suddenly Dante's eyes widened. To the knight's surprise, he spat out blood. The pupils in the hero's eyes trembled. He saw that something was wrong with his opponent's body. It seemed to be cracking, breaking. Gritting his teeth, the young man realized that to pull the sword away because of this would be an insult to him. With a lunge of his sword, the knight threw the boy away from himself, cursing under his breath. The swordsman began to fall. Clutching the hilt in his hands, the boy continued to curse. Without looking at his opponent, the hero swung the weapon again, regretting it. The blonde could not even look up while the boy begged him to understand. The blade of the knight's sword stopped near the opponent's neck. Breathing heavily, the brunette held his hand to slow the blow. The boy suddenly let out a laugh and said that it was funny. The boy's eyebrows went up. After these words, the genius collapsed on the sand. The hero turned sharply and, while Kellark hurried to the lying man, barked for a healer to be called. But he immediately turned back when he heard the comment that everything was worse than he expected. Activating the seal, the magician asked Jean not to worry. Launching magic into the fragile body, the young man promised to make sure he survived. The magician pressed his palm into the boy. He was clenching his teeth excitedly, and when the main character called him, he answered that he should calm down and just watch, and he himself noticed that he had rushed to give a promise. Continuing to pour magic, the young man realized that it was already too late. The line when it was possible to heal with magic had been crossed, not only the bones, but also the organs. There was no living place. Watching the patient wince, the wizard noticed that his aura was simply raging. The magic of restoration in such a state only increased the pain. There was only one way to save his life. The knight opened his mouth when the boy asked him to listen carefully, and, showing something from his neck, asked to leave everything between them. At that moment, his escorts ran up to the young master, shouting that he could not. It was impossible to use it like that. Raising his hand, the magician told him to slam it shut, or rather to come and cover them. The subordinate tore off the cloak, and he covered the gentleman with it, showing the Zipple family crest. When Cosmos saw this emblem, his eyes widened. He recognized it. Folding his arms over his chest, the man wondered out loud what they were doing here, and mentally decided that they came to kill Palmic, knowing that he was Rankindel, and if they got into this, they would definitely die. Pulling his hat down over his eyes, the captain barked at everyone to close their eyes and ears, and the spectators obeyed. Keller chuckled, noticing that the pirate king was accurately capturing the atmosphere, while the hero tried to figure out what this object was. Looking at the vessel, the mage explained that he had recently received something as a gift from the clan. Jean's eyebrows crept up when he was asked if he had heard of the blood of Numerous. Just before the founding of the sacred state of Wenkel, the god of hope Numerous, who was famously destroyed in an event, left behind 8 tears and 100 drops of blood. Tears revived the dead, and blood healed any illness or injury in an instant. Of course, back then, everyone wanted to get a piece of Numerous, the value of which no one even dared to estimate. Large factions like Zipple desperately searched for them everywhere. But now the legacy of the god remained only in legends. The young man looked at the wizard, and was surprised that he was going to use it on Dante, and he replied that yes, that's why he wanted him to keep it a secret. A small precious stone rolled in the boy's fingers, and the knight could not understand why. Didn't the Zipple and Heron families have a tense relationship? He flinched when his attempts to understand why the mage would sacrifice such a relic were interrupted by the question of whether he understood him. Dropping a drop into the boy's mouth, the white-haired man explained that losing an equal was like losing a friend. A bright light lit up the hero's face. The novice of the mages pulled his head into his shoulders. A bright light illuminated the body of the frail youth, and he took a breath. The wizard smiled happily. The boy helped the blonde to rise, and he asked what was going on, to which the wizard stated that fortunately it seemed like there were no side effects. Still looking at the wizard in shock, the knight asked what he was even doing here, and in his mind he realized that Numerous blood had revived the almost dead Dante in an instant. The white-haired man began to rise, and while the boy was trying to comprehend that he had resorted to such a thing for such a reason, he called them by name. Covering his face, the wizard reminded him that the price for Numerous blood was enormous, to which the boy immediately sat up, and clarified whether he had really used such a thing on him. The knight tensed when the savior raised a finger. He thought that this was more like the truth, and being Zipple, he could demand a lot, and the boy turned to him, making demands. After which he winked at his dumbfounded interlocutor, and asked to buy him a drink when they were done here. The young man's eyes widened when the magician asked if he would be staying, and he would not take no for an answer. The hero sat down, letting out a hoarse laugh, until the white-haired man's second condition was not to act as if he was seeing him for the first time when he saw him somewhere. Hitting the magician on the arm, the young man replied that he would think about it, and he thought that this guy was just an idiot, but it turned out that he was a cool idiot. Soon night fell on the arena. A lantern was burning above the entrance to the tavern. Looking at the treasures, the magician declared that he really was incredible. As the knight held his beer mug imperturbably, the white-haired man noted that he had been told to choose one of the prizes for winning. But how mean would he have to be to take both? He had no shortage of nerve. While he thought he was about to die in this dump, they wanted him to choose one. Taking a sip from his mug, the hero stated that there was a limit to all patience, and Kellark laughed, but admitted that it was fair, considering they had both almost died. Pushing the bag of gold towards the blonde, the youth admitted that it wasn't like he needed it all, so since they were talking about it, it was his, although he admitted that his family had enough money. The wizard looked at his drinking companion indignantly, while Dante agreed to take the gold as a keepsake and keep it in a frame, and asked what kind of salvation he was getting. The knight opened the chest. When he took out the map, the boy was surprised. It was the same treasure map that he had only heard about in legends. Was he really being given something so valuable? The wizard's face distorted when the boy threw the chest at him, and said no. The white-haired man caught the throne thing. When he heard that it was for him, he expressed gratitude for the empty chest. The swordsman looked questioningly when his former opponent said that he had a question for him. Pointing at the boy with a mug, the brown-haired man asked why he didn't use the secret technique, and reminded him that he had asked him not to give in, and frowned when he said that the same thing applied to him. Jean took a sip from the mug, and when the boy said that he didn't know what he was hiding, but he definitely had aces up his sleeve, he realized that he noticed. As expected, he had good intuition, and said out loud that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Folding his hands on the table, the blonde said that if anything happened, he was always ready to fight again, but without giving in. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise when he heard his neighbor support him. Smiling slightly, the wizard suggested that one day they would fight each other, leading their clans, and he was looking forward to it. The knight grinned, and the white-haired man began to laugh, adding that he, of course, said so, but to be honest, it would be better for them to cool down and remain friends. The mage's face flushed when the brown-haired man noticed that the future head of Zipple was saying something so sweet, and he was indignant that these were just words, one wrong step, and everything would be over, after which he suggested that they continue drinking. Dante started laughing when the white-haired man started saying that there was no need to do anything, let him raise his mug instead, and thought that even if they were sitting at the same table and making toasts, their destiny was to point their swords at each other when the time came. The guys bumped their mugs, and the swordsman continued to think, enemy but friend but enemy. The end of this contradictory relationship was unknown, but it was interesting what it would really be like. Suddenly, the wizard opened his eyes and said that he remembered something. Jean did not bring the mug to his mouth when the interlocutor asked if his drinking buddies had heard about the pseudo-Kellark. Hearing this, Dante raised his eyebrows in shock and asked what an impersonator meant. Was he really pretending to be him on the territory of the Zipple family? Adding that he did not know who had the nerve to do such a thing, but he was even amazed. Veridon let out a heavy sigh, spread his arms wide, and replied that part of their family had suffered greatly because of what had happened to Uncle Andre, and he was not trying to shame the protagonist, since the rumor that the culprit was from the Rankindel clan had not been confirmed. Jean drank his beer in silence. He placed the massive mug on the table and asked the guy what he would do with the imposter, to which the guy, stretching out his hand, replied that he needed to catch him, so he was thinking of hiring a high-ranking mage to find the fake. Hearing this, the protagonist said that this was not the best idea, which made Veridon immediately look at him. Jean raised his hand and explained that if he were the imposter, he would start a rumor to confuse people, and since he said that they would have to look on Zippo's land, he should expect sidelong glances, since he would make a fool of himself, so it would be better to deal with the impersonator later. After listening to the proposal, the guy put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that if you think about it, he was right, so he would come back to him upon his return. Immediately after these words, the protagonist stood up and asked if it was time for them to wrap up, which made Dante ask in surprise if it was already time. Jean went to the exit, saying that he felt like he would get attached to them in a little while, but unlike them, he had a lot of things to do, after which Veridon asked him if it was because of the rank of reserve standard bearer. Closing his eyes, the guy answered yes, something like that, after which he said goodbye to the guys. Before he could leave, Veridon called out to him, and he stopped. The protagonist glanced at his comrade out of the corner of his eye. Veridon looked back at him with a smile on his face. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Jin's face, and he chuckled and said, only in his dreams? At this time, the protagonist's father held a letter in his hand, which stated that his son Jean had defeated Dante, and also won the Cosmos competition, and then reached rank 6. Clutching the letter in his hands, Chiron wondered if he was really mocking him like that, and his subordinate, standing behind him, asked if something had happened to the young master, to which he replied, nothing, it was just that Jean had defeated Aaron's grandson and reached rank 6. Han listened to this information with no emotion on his face. Chiron suddenly smiled contentedly, and said that it seemed like his son was not wasting his time. A powerful aura suddenly enveloped his fist, and he added, ordering Han to tell Kashmir that he wanted to have a drink with him. A powerful aura emanated from him, while the protagonist's father said that it was time to remind his friend about himself. Kashmir immediately began to shake with fear. He grabbed both hands and said that he had a chill for no apparent reason, and the main character, sitting opposite, asked him if he was really cold a meter from the fireplace, if he was sick by now, to which he replied that perhaps he should take some medicine. Suddenly, looking at the guy, he asked if he would show the map he had spoken of, to which he, putting his hand in his pocket, replied that of course it was a little worn, after which he asked if he knew what was depicted on it. Having asked this, Jean put the map on the table, and Kashmir replied that he was seeing it for the first time. Taking the map, he brought it closer to his face and thoughtfully said that it would be unlikely to recognize the place. But before he could finish speaking, his daughter, her eyes shining with interest, screamed, asking if it was really a treasure map, adding that she also wanted to look at it and find the treasure. When suddenly her pupils narrowed to a point, Kashmir turned to Julia in surprise. At that very second, the girl pointed her finger at the center of the map and exclaimed that there was something important and something very dangerous there. There was no longer a smile on her face, and she continued to say that what people were guarding was very, very valuable. Suddenly, tears began to flow from her eyes, and she lowered her hand, adding something sad. Kashmir, seeing his daughter crying, was horrified. Suddenly, Julia fell to her knees, screaming that she did not like it and begging her to take it away. Immediately after that, the magic of the God of Shadows appeared in the room. The black dragon grabbed the girl and screamed that her gift was going crazy, so it was necessary to urgently call the dragon contractor and calm her down, after which he ordered her father to call later as soon as possible. Frightened, Kashmir ran away. A few minutes later, a terrified boy ran into the room. He ran up to the girl, whom Murakan was holding in his arms, and said that she had seen something and then started screaming, so he should try to bring her to her senses. The dragon's magic immediately enveloped the entire room, and later began telling Julia to take a deep breath, because everything was fine, he was nearby, and there was no need to be afraid. Julia's mother ran into the room and screamed at her husband, asking why their daughter was crying. But as soon as the glow died down, she looked out of the door. The dragon was hugging the girl, saying that everything was fine, because she had fallen asleep. Alika took her daughter in her arms, saying with relief that she had calmed down. The black dragon approached the boy and said that he was doing well, to which he, raising his hand, said in confusion that he had not even had time to greet him because of his business. Stretching out his hand, Murakan replied that there was nothing to worry about, then asked what the girl saw. Was it the future? To which he replied, the past. Hearing this, the black dragon folded his arms across his chest and asked, was it the past? Was it some kind of curse? To which later turned to the map and replied, yes. When a person who has made a contract with AZ Mill looks into the past, he sees images related to something. He stared at the map, from which powerful energy emanated, and added that this time she saw something related to the map, and if he had come a minute later, something irreparable would have happened. It made his blood run cold. When Murakan asked to tell him everything, the boy closed one eye and said that this was an image of primeval lands. The population of this place worshipped their gods and was completely cut off from civilization. He saw how many people gathered at the temples they built with their own hands and prayed. Without knowing worries, the natives protected the world in existence. Until one day they appeared people in white cloaks with masks on their faces. They were aliens who turned out to be magicians. They came to supposedly study the culture of the locals, but immediately began excavations in search of an unknown object underground, and asked the residents to provide strange services. One of the unknown, putting his hand to his chest, met a resident of those lands. As a result, they killed the child and, deciding not to trifle, immediately got rid of everyone who posed a threat, trying to get something. Blood was dripping from the child's hand. The main character, hearing the conversation, approached them and heard later add, some sacred relic that the locals worshipped. Hearing this, Jean slightly raised his eyebrows and wondered if the savages really worshipped a sacred relic. With these thoughts, he put paper and a pen on the table and asked the dragon to draw an image of this thing. Having finished, the boy frowned and said that it looked like an ordinary silver mirror, but light emanated from it. Hearing this, the protagonist's eyes grew even more surprised. On the piece of paper was a drawing of an incomprehensible artifact, which Jean immediately recognized, because it was the Fountain of Mana. An abundant source of magic, the Fountain of Mana. Before reincarnation, he learned about it from the materials of a brave reporter who publicized the atrocities of the Zipple family. A strange magical object was enveloped in powerful energy. Long ago, they discovered the ruins and subjected people to suffering. The Zipple family exploited the locals, forcing them to work for them, and during one of the missions, the protagonist himself saw everything that the freaks did there. Those who lived there, from lack of water and food, dried up dead. Leaving his memories, Jean looked at the map and said to himself that these are wild lands, the ruins of Colin, magicians, the Zipple family. It turns out that this map shows the location of the mirror. At this time, the guy with white hair was drinking wine and laughing, saying that they were assholes, but a little more and he would become attached to them. There were endless corpses lying on the ground, and the guy continued to say that they had finally fallen silent. He sat on a high wall and, spreading his arms, shouted that such a drink was worth dying for. At the same time, a girl was kneeling in front of the altar. A tear was running down her cheek, and she was saying that the time had finally come. Her eyes were blindfolded, and she added that it was time to meet the guest. The protagonist again imagined the Fountain of Mana and said to himself that he could not even imagine that the key to the most ancient artifact was on the map received from some pirate. Leaving his memories, he silently looked at the drawing made by the dragon. Suddenly, Murakan approached him and asked what he was thinking about. Then Jean, closing his eyes, answered that he just had a bad feeling, while saying to himself that he couldn't show that he knew anything. After these thoughts, he turned to Kashmir, who immediately turned to him. The guy looked at Julia, who still had tears in her eyes, and apologized, because it was because of him that she had experienced such horror, to which her father said that he was not offended by him, because having made contact with a god, there is no easy path in life. Everyone knew what she was going to. Then later came up to them and, raising his hands, told Kashmir not to worry, because he was always there, and no matter what happened to Julia, he would help. Hearing this, the man thanked the dragon and raising his hand said that first he would find someone who could decipher the symbols on the map, and since they had found out that the map was not simple, he believed that it was time to go. You need to rely on the 7 colors and wait. Then the protagonist smiled broadly and said that he was counting on him, simultaneously saying to himself that he had said so, but in fact, everything was not so simple, because several hundred years ago the Zipple family exterminated the people of Colin, and an unenviable fate awaited the survivors. The inhabitants of that island were chained and found themselves imprisoned under their hometown for the rest of their days. Jean left his memories and, looking at Kashmir, said to himself that if he had known that he could find the mirror before the Zipples. 2 weeks later, on February 17, 1796, a staggering man was walking through the night city. The man was holding a bottle in his hand and singing a song with a blush on his cheek. When suddenly his leg gave way. The man hit his head hard when he fell. Looking at the sky, he picked up the bottle and said that the blue ball was spinning strongly. When suddenly a man approached him and said that he looked tired, from which he looked up in surprise. The main character stood in front of him and asked him with a smile on his face if he would share the company of a fellow wandering man. When the man asked him who he was, Jean took out a bottle of alcohol and asked if it really mattered since he had plenty of booze, to which he happily shouted why he hadn't said that before, after which he asked if he was an angel. The protagonist picked up the drunk man and replied that he simply loved helping people, to which he replied that he would need to introduce him to his sister, because she would be delighted. The guy looked at his drunk interlocutor and said that he had an interesting skin tone, to which he replied that he always heard it, because his entire tribe had it. Hearing this, Jean asked what tribe, to which he, having drunk a little alcohol, replied that his homeland was very far from here, but he did not want to talk about it, otherwise he would cry. While he was saying this, the protagonist put his hand in his inside pocket and said that he had something from this place, only he could not make out what was written. Maybe he could help him then. Having asked this, he brought the card to the drunk stranger's face. As soon as the man saw the card, shock appeared in his eyes. At the same second, a bottle of alcohol smashed on the ground. The man jumped away from the protagonist. When suddenly out of the corner of his eye he saw something that made him horrified. Murakan and later came out of the alley to them. Then the man asked them fearfully who they were and how they knew that he was a columnist, where they came from. Jean smiled sarcastically and answered that he was a parasite of Aliak, the captain of the Tycan Guard, and this sweet couple were dragons. Saying this, he pointed his finger at his comrades, which made the black dragon, clenching his hands into fists, shouted in displeasure, asking why he said that. Then the guy stretched out his hand and asked, he himself asked, which made Murakan frown angrily, shouting that he was not talking about this, because he needed to be careful with. But before he could finish, the unknown man, quickly sobering up, answered that everything was fine, because they were not Zipples. He looked at the protagonist and asked how they found him, to which he, putting his hands in his pockets, replied that a couple of days ago he accidentally came across this map, and then this green-haired dragon boy Az-Milla. The boy, with raised eyebrows, looked at the ground in embarrassment, and Jean continued to say that with his help they saw the bitter history of his people, how his people were enslaved and used. Saying this, he imagined the blood pouring from the hand of the first killed child, and continued to say that they had long tried to find someone who could tell about the map, but all in vain, until they suddenly met him here, in Tycan, so he assures that it was a pure coincidence. After listening to the story, the man, lowering the corners of his lips, told him not to hang noodles on his ears. From what he heard, a slight surprise appeared in the eyes of the protagonist. Slightly turning, the stranger told them to follow him, because it was better for them to get to know his sister. After some time, the guys came to the house, where they were met by a girl. Her eyes were blindfolded, and she said with a smile on her face that she was waiting for them, the valiant men of Tycan. The guy bowed and said that he brought guests without her permission, to which she, raising her hand, said that everything was fine and he was a good boy. At this time, the black dragon frowned suspiciously and asked, she was waiting, so this is something new, and his master, standing nearby, answered that he also found it suspicious. He saw the powerful energy that emanated from Lausa, and said to himself that it was something extraterrestrial, and he did not even expect to meet something like this in such a hut. But this girl is definitely unusual. He believes that she is from some noble family or chosen by the god that her people worshipped. When suddenly the smile disappeared from the girl's face, and she said that Jean, born in the homeland of swords and chosen by the shadow. Hearing this, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Then Lausa turned her gaze to Murakan and later and said that they were the last shadow dragon, as well as the junior dragon, the guardian of Az-Milla's treasures. After saying this, the girl raised her hand and asked the guys not to be surprised, because this was just her gift, and Jean said to himself that he was sure that he had already met something similar, like her otherworldly aura. When suddenly he frowned and asked if she was a goddess by any chance. Lausa had a kind smile on her face. Having received such a question, she put her hand to her chest and answered, no, she was just a receptacle, because if she were a goddess, she would not have been forced to hide far from her native lands. Hearing this, the black dragon frowned with displeasure and said, "So she was the astral body of an ancient god." The girl's silhouette was reflected in his eyes, and he continued to say that she had an outstanding skill of insight, but it would not last long, because soon she would lose it too. After saying this, the smile disappeared from Lausa's face, and she sadly said that there was no need to rub salt into her wounds, to which Mirakan added that he really did not expect to meet the ancient god Colin here, after which he asked what she was the god of. The girl replied that even if she told him, he still would not understand, but it did not matter, after which she asked if she could look at the map, and the protagonist continued to glare at Lausa. A few seconds later, he handed her the map and asked what was written on it. The boys listened attentively to the girl who was reading that the one who had found the heart of Colin, who was reading these lines, should not abandon them, should come to their aid and shout that they were only humble people, they wanted to live, even though God had placed difficult trials on them, he had not given them the strength to cope with them, and that was unfortunate. Lausa was clutching a map in her hands, saying that these were the works of her long-dead grandfather. The map had two destinies: to become fate or to bring hope. Gina Rankindela, and daily prayers were answered. Gina listened to the girl without any emotion on his face. Lausa suddenly extended her hand and asked if she could make them an offer, to which the black dragon, discontentedly folding his arms across his chest, asked what other offer, because she was about to lose her remaining strength. In such a position it was appropriate to ask for help. The girl opened her mouth in surprise at what she heard, and Mirakan continued to say that they were going to Colin anyway, so it was they who should ask them for help. Hearing this, Lausa put her hand to her mouth, laughed, and said how kind-heartedly. A smile suddenly appeared on her face, and she added that she did not really believe in helping from a pure heart or compassion. Then turning to the protagonist, she said that he had not heard Soderet's voice for a long time. As soon as Jean heard this, shock appeared in his eyes. Then the girl put her hand to her chest and said that she could offer one thing as a reward. She presented a small vessel that contained all her remaining power, and with full confidence in her voice, she said that she would use it to call upon his deity Soderet. The candle slowly melted from the fire burning above it, and the black dragon spoke, the astral body of an ancient god and contractor Az Milla, who could not be found in their days. He glanced at the gentleman out of the corner of his eye and asked what he would do, to which he closed his eyes and replied that they had no choice but to go to Colin, after which he asked the girl if she understood that they could not guarantee her safety. Lausa smiled and replied, naturally adding that she would tell them everything she knew about the internal situation in Colin, because it would not be superfluous. Jean smiled in response and replied that he would be very grateful. Evening came. A sign was driven into the ground stating that there was no passage here. This was a closed area of the historical heritage of Colin. Kashmir scratched the back of his head in confusion and asked if perhaps it was not worth sending 7 flowers on reconnaissance, and the black dragon next to him asked that if he had sent his subordinates, would the situation have been less dangerous. The protagonist stood not far from them and said to himself that before the reincarnation these lands were open, and it seemed that his training in the cadetship had already had an effect. The reporter told about the horrors 11 years later. He burned the ground with his eyes, adding that in such a scenario it might not happen at all, but there was nothing to be done. While he was thinking about this, Kashmir looked at him and asked what they would do. Closing his eyes, he added that if there was an ordinary magic training ground here, they would have no trouble entering, but Jean silently moved forward. Opening his eyes, Kashmir saw that his comrades were leaving, and exclaimed that they should wait for him. Walking ahead, the protagonist asked if he was confused by the fact that there was only one warning sign in the entire area: no guards, no magic restrictions, nothing at all. The warm evening sunbeams fell on the fused tree branches, and Jean continued to say that Zipples could not be so careless in such an important place. Hearing this, Kashmir's eyes widened in shock and asked if they had really found an artifact. The guy turned to his interlocutor and answered that maybe, after hundreds of years of excavations, they still hadn't found anything, so they just decided to end it there, and the black dragon raised his hand and said discontentedly that he was sure that they came here as if they were going to a resort. When suddenly the pupils of his eyes narrowed to a point. At the same second, he stood up and ordered everyone to stand still. Frowning angrily, Mirakan approached the bushes. He suddenly saw the locals working to exhaustion, then looked into the distance, and asked who this bastard was. Then the protagonist approached him. In the distance, they saw a man with gray hair. Taking a closer look, Jean recognized him as Murin Zipple, also known as the Psycho of the 7th Tower. The guy frowned with displeasure, saying to himself that instead of becoming famous as the 6th son of Kelark, he was famous among the people for his eccentric spells, for which he received his nickname. Standing on one knee, he said that this was a purebred Zipple and without guards, and Kashmir turned to him and said of course, because he is the master of the 7th Tower of Magicians in Zipple, the 8th rank, probably with a lot of artifacts. In his place he would not care about the guard either. Hearing this, the black dragon showed a powerful force and asked if it was true that they would tear off his head and take the people out, since that was what the microbe had brought them here for. But when the protagonist said that it was not so, Mirakan calmed down, and the gentleman continued to say that their enemy was not a fake, and after killing Andre, another gray-haired man, they would not get away with it. Jean frowned, adding that they needed a good reason so that Muren's murder would not lead to problems with the Zipples. When suddenly he heard rustling in the bushes. The leaves were shaking nervously. Unexpectedly for all of them, a man in glasses and a cap came out of them. Holding onto his bag, he slowly walked forward. When suddenly the protagonist put a knife to the man's throat from behind and asked who else he was. Blood appeared on the blade, and he added that he would not repeat it. Raising his hands, the man exclaimed that he was Dino Jaglin, an ordinary reporter. Hearing this name, Jean raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked himself if he was the same journalist who told the world about Colin, adding that his materials were not supposed to be published until 10 years later. But how did he then? Lowering his weapon, he ordered him to turn around. The protagonist looked at the frightened man, who held his hand to his cut neck and said to himself that he was in his early 20s, his body was fragile, after which he asked himself if this dandy would really start a war with the Zipples, adding that this was commendable. After these thoughts, he frowned and asked if he really came looking for another sensation. Then Jean put away the blade and asked another question about what he was sniffing around here. Dino, looking at the attacker, asked in a trembling voice if he could find out where they were from, to which he replied that he should not strain himself so much. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he added that they were just passing by. Closing his eyes, he added that a friend of his from these parts asked for a favor, but since he was a reporter, their goals could coincide. Hearing this, Dino clenched his fist and exclaimed, asking if he really knew about the situation of the people of Colin. Then the black dragon, stretching out his hand, asked in displeasure if he really should spill everything, to which Kashmir, blocking Mirakan's path, said that it was for the good of the mission. He did not let him pass, adding that he probably came to write an article about the Zipples, and the young master wanted to agree on cooperation in order to create a strong precedent for attacking a member of their family. Besides, the reporter should already have some information about the situation. Dino lowered his head in excitement. Then he slowly opened the bag. A second later, he handed the book to the protagonist, asking him to look at it. It was a diary about the hardships of the natives. Opening it, Jean saw a lot of entries and said that it was very thorough, after which he asked if the man understood what would happen if this journal became public knowledge, to which he replied, of course. He frowned with displeasure and remembered how he spoke with Muren Zipple himself, after which he told the protagonist that he had not been sober for the last few days, and after a couple of his questions he was sure that he did not expect trouble, so why should he torture or interrogate him, because he had already told everything he knew. The black dragon glared at the reporter with displeasure. Hearing this, the protagonist handed the journal back to Dino. After that, he smiled and asked if he could ask him for one favor. Night fell. Muren, sitting by the fire, continued to drink, displeasedly asking if he had really been exiled to this distance for one prank. Next to him sat a man with bottles full of alcohol. Suddenly the guy hit the man in the face with all his might and screamed, "Why is he silent, the poor cockroach?" Suddenly a man came out of the forest and asked him if he could join him for a change. Dino came out of the bushes with a bottle of alcohol, which made Muren very happy. The guy happily waved his hand and said that he thought that he died somewhere along the way, adding that there was nothing to talk about with these idiots. But suddenly the smile disappeared from his face, and he asked who these guests were. The main character and his comrades came out of the bushes behind the reporter, and Dino answered that they were wanderers and bards, adding that he thought that he would be glad to see new faces. Coming closer, he raised his hand behind his head and apologized for bringing strangers like this, to which Muren, waving his hand, replied that everything was fine, after which he asked where he found them, to which the reporter replied, in the kingdom of Phelan, when he was buying medicinal herbs. After these words, Jean took off his hood and said that it was an honor for him to meet Sir Muren Zipple himself. Seeing the guy, Muren smiled widely. Some time ago, Veridin exhaled heavily and said that his brother Muren was a disgusting person, adding that the late Uncle Andre was no gift, but even he was far from Muren, and when he remembers what he did, he wakes up in a cold sweat, and he has no idea what the elders of the Tower of Magicians were guided by, making him a master. After listening to the story, Dante looked at the boy and asked what kind of person he was that he would talk about him in such a way about his own brother, to which he replied that he was a real monster from a place so dark that his innocent mind would never imagine it, then turned to the protagonist. Jean looked at Veridin, who said that the Rankandilas and Zipples would definitely clash in battle in the future, so in case he ran into Muren. Veridin looked back at him with empty eyes and added with complete seriousness in his voice that he should never engage in a fight with him, otherwise he would face indescribable horror. In the present, Muren pointed his finger at Jean and asked him to tell tales from his travels. The protagonist smiled widely and asked if Mr. Dino had told him that they were travelers, to which he replied yes, adding that he saw that they had seen a lot. Then Jean said that they hadn't really seen much, just a high-ranking member of the Zipple family on an important mission, which made the drunk guy smile contentedly. When he turned to the reporter, the man smiled and asked what was going on. They were sitting under a very tall and old tree, and Mure leaned towards Dino and said that they had met 2 weeks ago, and he was actually very interested in him, because some reporter had come to the most dangerous wilderness on his family's closed territory, so he wondered who he was. Having said this, Mure threw his arm around the reporter's neck and explained that he wasn't picking on him, it was just his thoughts out loud. When suddenly, with madness in his eyes, he leaned towards him and asked why the hell he was hanging out with the locals. Hearing this, the black dragon frowned in displeasure, but the protagonist didn't show it. With a crazy smile on his face, Mure continued to say that every time he left, the reporter was poking his nose into other people's business, and then asked if he even realized how annoying it was for him to clean up those he came into contact with. And when Dino fearfully asked what he meant by clean up, he patted him on the head and mockingly asked if he still hadn't realized that all his interlocutors had disappeared at his instigation. Having said this, the Zipple family member chuckled. When suddenly he put his hand to his face and screamed loudly, asking if they, ordinary insects, really thought they were worthy of communicating with him as an equal. At that very second, he threw a bottle of alcohol into the fire. The flames immediately changed color, and the guy continued to laugh and scream that he could not understand where they got so much confidence from. The reporter, fearfully raising his hand, asked what Mure meant. But before he could finish speaking, the guy with the glowing eyes lowered his hand and said that he knew who these travelers really were. Realizing that they had been exposed, Mure began to stand up. At the same second, he grabbed the reporter by the shoulder. Then the black dragon abruptly pulled him towards himself. At the same second, the protagonist pulled his sword out of its sheath. The flames of the fire raged in front of him. But suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard right after the blow. Jean jumped back to a safe distance. He frowned at his opponent, saying to himself that he did not sense magic capable of erecting such a large barrier. Then he remembered how Mure threw a bottle of alcohol into the fire, and it immediately changed its color, after which he said to himself that it seemed to be hidden in the fire, but he still did not understand why he did not feel anything. How could he? While he was thinking about this, Mure, with an angry frown, shouted at him not to yawn, adding that it was possible to hide the presence of magic, but not its effect. He looked at the Zipple family member standing behind the barrier and continued to shout that he still had aces up his sleeve. At this time, Mure looked at the protagonist with disdain in his eyes and asked if it was true that he was Jean Rankindel, adding that he was sure that he came at the request of the girl with the bandage. The protagonist, with the corners of his lips down, said that he thought that where he knew him from, and it was not good to say. Taking a stance, he added that it was time to start the bad way right away. When Mure asked how he got to that girl, since he was just a reserve standard bearer if you think about it, Jean frowned in displeasure and replied that he talked too much and that his feigned hysteria was really annoying, so he was already boring. Hearing this, Mure created a magic sphere above himself and replied that in that case it was time to get down to business. Immediately after these words, several more magic spheres appeared. They immediately rushed towards the protagonist at high speed. Jean easily dodged each one. They hit the ground next to him, but he jumped back. At this time, the black dragon, holding a reporter in his hand, was also dodging. Then suddenly he saw something that made him tense up. Several released magic attacks were flying straight at the inhabitants of these lands. In rage, Mure lunged with his fist. He hit the ground with all his might, protecting the inhabitants. Immediately after that, he rushed forward, shouting for Dino to get out of the way and lead the locals away. The reporter immediately rushed towards the survivors, shouting for them to follow him, to which they, clutching their throats, could not say anything. Realizing everything, the man pitifully drew his eyebrows together, after which he shouted in rage that Mure was a freak and a shameless creature. Hearing this, the protagonist turned around in surprise. With tears in his eyes, Dino continued to shout, asking how it was possible. How dare he? Each villager had a massive red scar on their entire neck, and the reporter did not stop shouting, asking why. What did these people do to him? Hearing such a reaction, Mure laughed with burning eyes, shouting that he had waited so long to see his face. When he notices this, it is simply amazing. Jean turned around to face his opponent. The Zipple family member continued to shout, his arms outstretched, that Dino, who doesn't know his place, should have had everything torn off long ago. Did he really think that if he behaved more pathetic than he already was, he would deserve mercy? Adding that it was because of him that they were like this, because of upstarts like him. Gritting his teeth, the reporter lowered his head. Suddenly, the protagonist's fist appeared in front of Muren's face. Shock appeared in the guy's eyes. In that same second, he missed the blow and flew far back. Mure held a magic seal in front of him, and Jean, with contempt in his voice, said that this was enough of a reason, so now he could shut up. He tore the cloak on his body, adding that he didn't have long to live anyway. Kashmir reasoned that there was too much destruction around. Although they attacked when Mure was relaxed, the warrior admired the power of the shadow. Murin looked at his palm with annoyance, displaying a magic dome, thinking about an unknown thing that was neither magic nor aura, but sucked out magic like a shadow. Suddenly, his eyes widened, realizing that the shadow could only be one bastard, and that was Jean Rankindel. He laughed loudly, accusing Soderette of hanging out with the Rankindel family and accusing him of breaking his vow, while the black dragon pulled Jean, who was using magic, to the side. The protagonists looked up in confusion. Murakan and Kashmir heard a warning of danger from above. Sharp ice flows were flying at them from there. Murakan complained that he could not sense the danger in advance. Jean explained that Murin was hiding the mana flows and that they needed to fight with the expectation that the enemy was constantly casting something. Murin hit his knee, annoyed that Jean had attacked too quickly, and it had taken him too long to prepare his spells. But suddenly he straightened up and enthusiastically declared that the enemy would not be able to save all the cockroaches. The black dragon supported Kashmir's leg with his hand. Then, with all his strength, he pushed him forward. Murin did not expect such an attack. He raised his hand up. Then he hit the ground with all his might. Sharp ice flows began to rain down from somewhere above again, but Jean stood with his sword at the ready. Murakan easily and quickly avoided obstacles. Murin put his palm forward, releasing a red beam of light. In his hand was a staff emitting red waves of light. They turned into green attack arrows while the hero prepared for the attack, squeezing the sword harder. A mask appeared on Jin's face. Murin victoriously opened his arms, watching the blast wave. He informed the enemies that he would spare nothing for them, when Jean assumed a fighting stance. Suddenly his joy was interrupted by bewilderment. A blue spark passed through Jin's helmet. Murin admired his opponent's new skill, jokingly calling him a scoundrel. The blue stream of energy descended very close to him. The enemy rushed to attack. The air was cut. Jean lowered the sword very close to the enemy. Murin desperately resisted. Only one thought was spinning in his head, that the enemy was absorbing all his magic, despite all his efforts. He asked himself if this was the power of the energy of the shadow of Soderette. Murin, in despair and slight madness, threw his head up, shouting that it was close. The enemy was taken aback. A pentagram appeared under Murin's feet. He threw his hands up and red magic chains flew into the air after them. Their owner triumphantly informed the enemy that he was caught. The air was rapidly cut. It was Jean waving his sword furiously. The enemy mocked him, telling the warrior that his throwing was amusing. He was already dreaming about how great it would be to kick the enemy to the other world. Murin was already imagining how, thanks to this, the dull place would sparkle with new colors, which is what Jean was saying, while his magic was growing in new circles on the ground. Jean mentally called the enemy a Manan, arguing that these very circles were trap spells, which meant that they couldn't go into a frontal attack, they had to dodge. Murakan and Kashmir rushed forward, they were called out, but the first of them interrupted the phrase, shouting that he knew what they wanted to warn him about. He irritably pounced on Dino for his inaction. He had to lead everyone out of the magic circle. Murin solemnly announced that it was useless to run, because his circles would reach everywhere his gaze could fall. Dino pointed out where to run, and Murin continued to threaten that he would get everyone without exception and without mercy. Murakan tried to save two people. Murin looked mad. He told Jean with delight that now they would have fun. Explosions were heard. Two magics merged in a fight, on one side Murin with a layer of fire, on the other Jean in the glow of blue energy. The hero was taken aback. The blast wave threw him aside. He fell to the ground, assessing the strength of the enemy's magic with his gaze. Power filled the space. Jean realized that this was the spell, Torn Earth, which cuts the earth in two upon contact. This meant that they should go only forward. The hero prepared for a new attack. He decisively raised his sword above his head. Red rays of light mixed with blue. Jean cut the enemy's magic with his sword. He began to realize that something was wrong, because the 8th rank is not subject to such spells, which means there is a possibility that the enemy is using an artifact. The magical energy dissipated, the opponents stood opposite each other. Murin looked at the enemy appraisingly, realizing that he understood magic. He recalled the moments of past attacks, in which Jean dodged the pillar of fire and did not hit the torn earth, after which he dispersed the pillar of fire. Murin came to the conclusion that someone ignorant of magic would not have done this. He finally addressed the enemy out loud, timidly assuming that he was a swordsman mage. Jin's face did not reflect any emotions. But Murin expected this. He continued to mock the enemy in delight, surprised that he did not even hide his reaction to his assumption, then victoriously confirmed his guesses to himself, claiming that Jean acted this way because he himself cast the spell, calling the enemy a slippery bad person. He was glad that he did not screw up because of this. Murin took a step forward, and his magic circle turned green. He said that since Jean was a mage, he would defeat the enemy with a stronger spell and released a magic ball from his palm right into the enemy's face. This was a mana backflow, the most dangerous and lethal symptom for mana users. It manifests itself as multiple explosions in the mage's body with accompanying damage to organs and body. In a battle of mages, the one with less mana loses, and therefore, who will sooner collide with the opponent. This is a fairly simple but effective way to rank among mages. Murin thought that Jean had not used mana yet, so a countercurrent was impossible, which cannot be said about his comrades. He said, going on the attack, that since Jean has no mana, there is no point in wasting time, to which Jean replied that this was predictable. The opponent's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist showed the enemy a weapon, calling it a gift. He invited the opponent to take a good look at it. In his hands the ball shone with blue light, and this light dissipated in a dome high above the trees in the area. Murin realized that he could not see anything. He assumed that this darkness could be a layer of shadow, then rejected this assumption, realizing that he did not feel anything, and eventually saw light ahead. He asked himself again and was convinced by a blinding flash of light right before his eyes and concluded that this was the next attack. The darkness was coming from Jean's sword. Murin looked with unseeing eyes and tried to repel the attack. He raised his hand with the staff. Jean was taken aback. Green streams of magic rose around him. Murin kicked the ground with force. He coped with the attack and admitted to Jean that it was unexpected for him to use ancient light magic, and continued, simultaneously asserting and asking that the opponent was mixing light and dark magic. Did he really imagine himself the main character of a novel? Jean, without answering his words, analyzed the state of the opponent. He saw that the dark energy had almost left the wound, and his reaction was more like the reaction of a beast, not a magician. He pursed his lips in annoyance. Although the opponent's mana is not as good as Andre's, he is still an unpleasant opponent for a duel. Murin asked with a grin what they were going to do and suggested that they fight again. Jean did not answer this, continuing to reason that the enemy had an abundance of combat experience, and it was not only about knowing the countercurrent. He was probably hiding something else. Murin looked closely at the enemy. From a distance, it seemed as if his blonde hair was glowing in the dark. He grinned, causing a silent question from Jean. Finally, he spoke again, addressing his opponent by name, assuming that he thought he was crazy and did not see anything in common between them, then assured him that this was not true and finished his speech with the phrase that they were birds of a feather. The protagonist sighed, reproaching the enemy for wasting time with cliched phrases, said that it was not cool, to be honest. Murin's eyes bulged and he began to shout enthusiastically, asking if Jean was thinking of killing him, then reminded him that the local scum were protecting him. He ordered to look and began to straighten the fingers on the hand that held the staff, counting out loud and calling out the numbers in order to 2, then to 3. Jean exhaled, closing his eyes. Then he told Murin to stop clowning around and explain what he was getting at. He mockingly noted that he had finally managed to interest Jean. The end of his staff began to glow blue, and he continued that people like him and Jean wish everything to achieve their goal. He asked if the opponent noticed that his magic was far beyond the 8th rank, and asked sarcastically how it was possible. Then he raised the staff up and ordered to look. Murin suggested to take a good look at the writhing cockroaches that the journalist so desperately treasured. Before the hero's eyes were the remains of those he sought to save. Murin tried to assure that thanks to them he uses high-level magic. Clouds of smoke rose from the side of the rocks. Murin continued to insist that his victims were weapons of mana incarnation, while Jin gripped his sword tighter. Murin continued to convince his opponent, asking if he noticed that even his most cooked victims were still moving, while Jin remained silent, frowning. Murin, reveling in his own magnificence, raised his staff in front of himself, assuring that he was the one who did not allow them to die, because they were his source of mana. Then he asked why his opponent was standing when he should get rid of the cockroaches in order to kill him. A female figure rose from among the victims. Murin, as if in a mad fit, continued to assure his opponent that they were both the same, because nothing would hinder them from achieving their goal, and urged him to get rid of the rabble quickly, so that later they could light the last fireworks together. Suddenly, a female figure spoke up behind him, claiming that he was lying. The girl with the eye patch convinced Jean that his opponent was lying and that they were not the source of his mana. She said that when Murin tortured her brothers, he learned about the divine relic. The one in question turned around in rage at the girl's voice. The protagonist mentally assumed that she was talking about the fountain, and Murin asked what she was doing, turning to the speaker. The girl cried out in tears that these people, standing on the brink of death, were her dearest compatriots. Murin, in a panic, asked her to shut up. The girl exclaimed that they were all dead. Murin, in rage, screamed for her to shut up. But the girl continued to speak, despite Murin, who was squeezing his staff tighter in rage, about how a heartless parody of a man, indulging in sadistic inclinations, turned her entire people into lab rats, that he was trying to deceive Jean in order to subjugate them to his will. The girl, barely able to stand on her feet, asked to kill him, calling him a monster. Murin was furious, his skin turned green, his teeth clenched in rage. His eyes emitted bright purple waves. He screamed that the girl forgot her place, and wished her death. She stood bravely, clasping her hands to her chest, although the purple lights were very close. Her eyes widened. In a moment, she was completely engulfed in purple flames. Murin continued to insult her, calling her a vile creature and wondering how she dared to spoil his fun, regretting that now Jean will not scream and shout from the realization that the blood of the girl's fellow tribesmen, on his hands, was spilled in vain. Lamenting that the highlight of today's performance will not take place, he continued that before the girl was useful, but now he just wants her to die. Someone's foot made a barely audible sound. Not far away in the bushes, someone called out to Jean. He turned around. It was Dino. He was begging him in a panic to save the girl, calling her Taika and saying that she was the head of the tribe and the only leader of the locals. Dino begged him not to let her die. Jean seemed to lose face. Taika screamed in pain, burning in the fire. While the hero frantically tried to remember what kind of spell was tormenting her, he assumed that it was Zipple's secret magic, the Hex of the Azure Flame, which he had heard about before. Jean mentally found himself in the library, where the interlocutor said that the Hex of the Azure Flame is a secret technique of the Zipple family, and that only such rabble would dare to use something so disgusting. A red-haired girl was sitting in a rocking chair with a cup of tea in her hands. She continued to say that the spell summons a pillar of fire. From just one look, it is impossible to extinguish it. If you try to extinguish it, you will catch fire yourself. Jean stood at a distance and listened attentively, and then asked how to resist it. The girl answered that in response it must be burned, because a wedge is driven out with a wedge. Jean immediately returned to reality, and raised a huge blue flame. Murin was amazed. He stood motionless watching what was happening. Jean thought that if a wedge is driven out with a wedge, then this should be enough. He came up and picked up the girl in his arms. And blue flames raged around them. Murin looked at them dumbfounded and stutteredly said the name Tess. The man, as if recognizing something, repeated Tess's name again. He looked at Jean, who was engulfed in mana, and then muttered about the chosen person who would become the strongest in many generations, all of you on the fact that such a gift was acquired by some hot sword. His face distorted with anger when he shouted that the protagonist was also Rankadel. The protagonist grinned slyly when he heard the question of how he dared to have something that his opponent could not even dream of. At this time, the girl in the guy's arms opened her eyes with difficulty. She limply lowered her hand and was surprised that she did not feel hot. Taika squeezed her fingers with difficulty and thought about how she was sure that her whole body was engulfed in fire, but there was not a single spot on her skin. She thought about how the fire protected her, after which she heard words of gratitude that surprised her. Jean looked at her and said that if it were not for the girl, he would have fallen for his trick. Now she could not worry. Then she desperately waved her hands and asked how not to worry, since Murin used the mana source, although he did not fully master it. She immediately jumped off his hand and began to say that it is possible to use keywords, which is appropriate, and the artifact itself was still hidden, after which she asked if the protagonist came at the request of the Princess of Laos. Taika wrung her hands and with tears in her eyes said that if the protagonist holds the upper hand, she will tell where the relic is kept, so she asked him to stop their pain. Jean looked at the girl with pity. At this time, Murin clenched his teeth when he heard that his true form of Zipple had finally come out, and it seemed that his opponent was surprised that Tess had chosen him. The protagonist created beasts from mana and said that the magic of eye traps were all the aces in the sleeves of his opponent, so he should have taken into account that the games were over. Jean raised her sword in concentration, saying that it was time to go to hell. Murin exhaled heavily and asked again about hell. He slammed his staff on the ground and cursed. Purple mana began to concentrate around him when he began to say that he was the lover of the witch Halurim. His face distorted with anger. The mana around him began to swirl in a whirlwind when the man said that he drank from the same cup with the roots of the Black Sea. The hole formed by the mana became unimaginably huge when Murin spread his arms. He grinned madly and asked again about hell. Jean concentrated watching the changes of his opponent. The whirlwind became stronger and stronger, and lightning cut through them, when Murin said that he would show his opponent from. At that moment, the bird from the mana rushed into battle. Murin put his hand forward in a defensive gesture. A huge column of flame exploded. Veins bulged on Murin's face when he realized that compressed flame was being used against him. The magical bird exhaled another stop of mana. He watched her carefully. I do not understand whether she was angry because of the spell behind the guy's back. There was a deafening explosion. At that moment, he landed on the ground, and the main character immediately clarified with him what was wrong with the locals. The guy turned around and angrily began to shout that everything was safe, so there was no need to be distracted, because Murin had just read the spell of possession of Orgel, the king of demons. A pentagram appeared on Murin's hand as Mirakan continued to talk about his friend not to snap his beak and stop the enemy as soon as possible. Mirakan stood up, shielding the protagonist with him, saying that he must gather all the shadow energy and throw as much as he can into the sword. The guy gathered all his aura, getting ready. He attacked, sending a black stream of magic. The dragon's mother extended a bridge. As soon as Mirakan suggested that the protagonist defend on the topic, he immediately stepped onto this bridge. What so they heard that he must cut the spatial portal. His eyes widened from tension. Suddenly, something struck the protagonist's body, as he went a little overboard. Jean is full, that he caught a countercurrent to his mother, when blood ran down his chin. The protagonist realized that he could no longer support Tess. Suddenly, something caught Murin's attention. He smiled, baring his teeth, then that it was very timely. At that moment, something began to happen to the body of the protagonist. A huge pentagram formed in space when Murin thought that he would become the chosen one of the dagger Halurim, after which he would end his life at the peak of glory. His hair flew up from the streams of magic when he decided that he would gain the blessing of descent into hell. Jean clenched his teeth, overcoming the pain. His fingers gripped the hilt of the sword tighter. At that moment, his opponent's thoughts went astray, forcing him to think. Jean raised his sword with difficulty to attack, so that the black color fell into space when he thought that it did not matter how many times he swung, since the outcome would always be the same. His sword traveled a long way, throwing off alien magic, when the protagonist thought that he would cast aside doubts and put all his will into the blade. His eyes blazed when he raised the sword to strike. His opponent's eyes widened in horror. Jean attacked. It was too early for Murin, thinking that he would finish the enemy. After the attack, Jean landed on the ground. The two clashed in space, exploding into spots of light. Murin stood with a shocked face, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the ground exploded with lightning. Lightning beams cut through the entire space. Many fragments flew into the air when Murin dropped his staff. He stretched out his hand, not paying attention to the wound, continuing to realize what was happening. A sudden thought pierced him stronger than any sword. A stream of mana from the enemy rushed towards his body. A moment later, only a charred body remained from Murin. It seemed as if the man was still alive. Despite the severe damage, he continued to make sounds. The last thing Murin saw in his life was his burnt staff. Jean breathed heavily and looked at what was happening. His sword seemed to be stained with foreign mana when he thought that when he released the shadow. It was the first time he felt something like this. He remembered the flow of mana when he decided to strike with his sword. Then he thought about how black his weapon had become in the end. He thought about how the mana and weapon merged. The last memory was the dumbfounded face of his opponent, when he wondered if this was the response of the heart of the ball. Jean watched as Murin's trembling body fell to her knees. A glow suddenly came from the staffs. This greatly impressed the protagonist. It seemed impossible, but Murin grabbed his staff. The next moment, his body fell, and his limbs broke. In the bath, he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that this was the end, and his eyes rolled back from fatigue. They watched the protagonist in surprise. Then he fainted. The protagonist was unconscious. He thought about the staff and that the magic staffs of the Zipple family of mages have an interesting feature, consisting of a rune inscribed in the knob, and when activated by the owner, the rune sends a distress signal to the Tower of Mages. He thought about the activated rune. Someone seemed to move their fingers above his head when he thought that it was too early to relax, so he needed to wake up. Murakin was sitting over the body of her friend and was holding a piece of paper in her hands. He heard the guy turn to him and asked if he was awake. He abruptly poured the contents of the bag into the protagonist's mouth, forcing him to swallow it. The eyes in the bathtub decided in surprise, and he asked what it was. The guy sat up abruptly, covering his mouth with his hand. Spitting out the contents into his hand, he was surprised to find a viscous consistency. Murakin explained that the protagonist did not die from the backflow, so it was necessary to swallow the unicorn horn, which was a good medicine in such cases. The protagonist scanned his body and said that he felt much better, since his mana flow had calmed down. What can they say about the energy of the stronger an aura? Kashmir, who was sitting next to him, was happy to see that his master had come to his senses, when Jean thanked him. The guy looked away and explained that it was not his merit. He nodded at Dino and Taika and said that it was they who gave them fate. Dina explained that he learned about the horn during one of their drunken parties with Murani, who once deceived himself that he stole the unicorn arms from the family home. Taika sighed with difficulty and said that she wanted to introduce herself properly, after which she said that her name was Ludicama Mutica, and she was the princess of Lausa. Her lips curled and she trembled, trying to hold back her tears. The girl bowed and said that the boy's deeds will never be forgotten. Still bowing, the princess asked who asked to save them. Murakin and Jean were surprised to hear that they were probably asked to help restore their sacred religion. The protagonist frowned and thought about the relic being broken when Murakin asked to wait. He scratched his head and said that he was a dragon who had seen 3,000 years in his lifetime, but in his life he had never heard of any relic in these parts, so he thought it was just a bluff. He remembered the events recently, and decided that the blonde bad man's magical power was incredible. He thought about the pentagram and asked if their relic was to blame for everything. Remembering this, he couldn't help but think about Murin, as well as the number of pentagrams he was able to use. Murakin frowned and asked what god the tribe worshipped. Tyken nervously squeezed her hand and said that his name was Klom. Well, the dragon immediately replied that he was hearing about it for the first time, so he asked what generation he was from. Kashmir watched this scene with interest, after which he said that if this was true, then they should not linger, since this territory is Zipple territory, and it is unknown how quickly they react to what happened. The girl shrank and said that they have a small problem, since in order to take possession of the relic, it needs to be restored, and for this it is necessary to break the seal with the help of the sun's rays. He got angry and shouted that this is impossible, since now at midnight in the yard, to which the girl replied that they are forced to wait until noon. Then she raised her hands in embarrassment, and explained that it was necessary to perform a ritual with the members of the tribe later, so they needed to be returned to the city, to which the dragon nervously created cartridges and asked why everything was always so complicated, so they needed to hurry before the blonde's kind relatives arrived. There were some strange cries as Jean exhaled with difficulty and muttered about Zipple, the relic and the midday sun. He froze, thinking that something was wrong here, as something was missing, and this was extremely important. He looked at the ashes of his opponent, and thought that Murin was no longer a tenant, and moreover, this was a wilderness that even Zipple had abandoned. Suddenly he listened to something, remembering the signal. Even Murakin turned around sharply when the protagonist said about the tower. He clenched his fist, and reminded about the Tower of Magicians, and that Zipple was the master of the Tower of Magicians, and their family. Murakin turned around and the group asked if there would be any more obvious facts today, to which Kashmir perked up and asked the protagonist not to say the next phrase. The protagonist snatched Murin's staff and said that they had no time. He turned back and activated the staff, saying that someone would arrive here soon. The staff vibrated green. Suddenly, the scarlet silhouettes of dragons could be seen in the darkness of the night. Sitting on one of these dragons, Mitter Elner, the deputy head of the Tower of the Mage family, was approaching the battle site. Kashmir narrowed his eyes and said that because of the rune on the staff, it was safe to assume that their former opponent was the master of the Tower of Mages, to which the dragon said with pity that there was no need to panic because of the master. However, Kashmir disagreed with him, as he thought about Murin and the fact that masters with such staffs say that they can summon all lower-ranking mages. Murakin frowned and asked how this guy knew this, to which he received the answer that Zipple is rapidly developing, and there is no certainty that this is exactly so. Jean turned to them and said that he had heard it from the sharp moon, and thought to himself that thanks to the teacher's words, said during a coma, he would not be caught off guard. Kashmir closed his eyes from the tension and said that there were at least 100 members in the Tower of Magicians, and most of them were of the 7th and 8th rank, so it was necessary to protect the civilians, since they would have a hard time with 50 magicians. Then she looked at the sky, tensely silent. The protagonist turned to Kashmir and asked how long it would take them to get here, to which he replied that the 7th tower was in the far north of the continent, and even with the help of teleportation they would get there in 2 hours at best. The protagonist thoughtfully scratched his chin, muttering about 2 hours. He again turned to Kashmir, who had perked up. Jean looked at the guy seriously and asked if he could ask for a favor. Kashmir was only concerned about whether it would work out. Suddenly he shouted that every second of delay could kill everyone here, including the protagonist, especially when it came to them, so they would probably be refused. Jean looked at the guy seriously and asked him not to worry about it, since the agreement had already been made, so there was little time. Kashmir clenched his teeth in anger when he heard that all hope was on him. He put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and promised to cope no matter what. He looked at Jean seriously, begging him to hold out until then. The impact sent stone chips flying into the air and Taika and Murakin looked at the box in front of them, and asked if that should be enough. Then she turned around. She looked at the garden of stones and at her fellow tribesmen, saying that they needed to start the ceremony to restore the relic. The dragon folded his arms across his chest and muttered that he wasn't sure that was a good idea. He turned around to look at the protagonist. Jean looked at her hand and angrily said that he had overdone it. He came up. They say that it looks more like feeble-mindedness and courage, since he barely defeated one blonde, and also coveted his 6s, so you need to learn to accept defeat, to which Jean replied that their sister will help us, and Kashmir went to the language. The dragon leaned on the protagonist's head, saying that this is understandable, since they are still trying to save the world, but will he have time for the microbes? To which the protagonist assured that with the teleport he will definitely have time. The red wings of a huge dragon cut through the air. Several individuals with riders on their backs flew across the sky at once. Someone turned to the deputy master with information that they had arrived at the excavation site. The assistant immediately activated his device as soon as he heard the order to report what was visible. Mitter, standing on the platform of the carriage, listened to the locals performing some kind of ritual, and next to them 2 unknown, but it was impossible to see more. Veins swelled on his face from anger. The man who had been standing with him all this time asked the master to calm down, since he might be held hostage, and if something happened to the elder brother, everyone involved would beg for a quick death. Mitter was very angry. He looked at the sky and announced that 6 dragons and about 37 mages were approaching. He continued to look at the sky, saying there that if things go really badly, he will remove the transfiguration. But then you need to wait for a horde of Zipple, so he asked the protagonist to fight to the last. The dragon sighed heavily and explained that in his best years there would be no enemies left. He angrily clenched his teeth and mentally cursed Timar, since his heart was still aching from the injury. The dragons landed on the ground. Their powerful bodies were amazing. The protagonist asked Murakin if he recognized these dragons, since they were apparently fire dragons, but what he indifferently answered that they were still young, so he had no idea. Murakan folded his arms on his chest and said that these were not fire dragons, but red ones, and also had a slightly higher rank type of fire dragon, subordinates of Kaden. At that moment, Mitter stepped forward and said that he was the deputy master of the 7th tower of the Zipple family. The protagonist, with his mask already on, said that he did not know such a thing, and thought to himself that he had not heard this name in his past life. The man trembled and said that he did not know why they came for his older brother, but with his character it was easy to make enemies, after which he asked if they themselves were the Rankadel family. The protagonist asked indifferently what difference it made to him, to which Mitter replied that he was not asking them to take off their masks or throw down their weapons, but was asking for an answer. His face expressed concern when he asked if his brother was alive. He raised his hands poetically and shouted that Murin was his blood relative, so if they told him the truth, he would not lay a finger on his enemy's loved ones. It was impossible to understand the protagonist's emotions from the mask, but there was irony in the phrase that the man was funny. He remembered the huge number of graves, and said that it was strange to hear such words from the heart of the lips, especially something about family ties. His eyes flashed from under the mask and Jean asked to stop with this nonsense. Mitter immediately jumped up and began to shout loudly, "How dare the protagonist say such things, especially equating some insects in the Zipple family." Suddenly, something caught his attention. He saw the ashes of a person behind the protagonist. Looking closer, he realized that it was the burned corpse of Murin. Mitter suddenly calmed down, realizing that he was too late, saying that it was not enough to wound his brother, so they led him around by the finger. On his forehead appeared in veins. Without turning to his subordinates, he ordered to prepare for an attack, but demanded not to kill, but to take the opponents alive. Subordinates immediately activated their staffs. Did not dedicate several pentagrams at once when the order sounded that the enemies did not deserve a quick death, only painful fire, and more pentagrams immediately beat above Mitter's head when he shouted that it was necessary to make the opponents beg for mercy and avenge the soul of his brother with their torment. Jean got into a fighting stance and then, that his opponents were magicians of the 8th level. He narrowed his eyes, decided that things smelled fried. Suddenly the guy remembered the smiling girl. A blizzard started to blow over Mitter's head when it was said that she didn't like the heat. An ice block rose in the air. Mitter turned around when ice shards surrounded him. The space between the two opponents was cut by an ice ring. A voice asked what they had here. A graceful foot in a high-heeled shoe stepped onto the ground. White hair flew up in the air when she said that she came to see who her daughter gave the flower to. Two incredibly beautiful girls came out of the portal, and the first girl asked if she was late for the banquet. Mitter's eyes widened in shock and he remembered that this person was able to instantly freeze 8th level magic and make the air itself crystallize with just his appearance. Her hair fluttered in the icy wind. Andre opened his mouth in fear and called out to the master. Talaris opened her fan and grinned. The protagonist concluded that Kashmir had succeeded. Murakan smiled and said that he had thought for a long time about who would now take the place of the master of the Ice Palace. The ice toad narrowed its eyes. The man explained that this creature only yields to the chosen ones, and was very surprised that there are people who are capable of this. The girl closed her fan and asked her pet to rest. Moat immediately turned into water and dissipated into the air. The woman smiled slyly. Water vapor began to flow from under her shoes. A high ice wall appeared on the battlefield. It turned into a solid dome. The abyss spider realized that her daughter had already presented her gift. Jean bowed to her and introduced himself. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise when the master said that she had already heard about him. Talaris asked how he managed to still stand on his feet with such injuries. The young man smiled and replied that it was not a problem. The girl pointed her fan at him and asked if he had really killed her toy. When she said Alcaro's name, the heir frowned and remembered that this was an old assignment from his student days. Ceres turned away. The swordsman concluded that his girlfriend could not help but let it slip. Putting her hand on his shoulder, the woman explained that she did not blame him for anything and asked him to introduce her to everyone when it was over. The abyssal spider wanted to know who this completely unsuspicious brute was. The guard smirked and noted that she had a sharp eye. The master looked away and offered to have tea with him sometime. Talaris asked her daughter to look after her boy while she did business. The girl opened her mouth in fear and declared that there was nothing between them. The girl turned away and asked why she gave him flowers then. The commander explained that she did not want anyone to kill him before the fight with her. The sorceress frowned in displeasure when her mother called her charming. The protagonist looked up when the woman asked him to be grateful to her daughter. The abyssal spider looked back and said that she would not be here if not for Ceres. Standing in front of Jean, the girl was still trying to prove that this was not her boy. The boy frowned in confusion but said nothing. His legs buckled. The girl immediately caught him to keep him from falling. She raised her eyebrows and said that she thought that the next time they met, they would fight again. The commander noted that he had not wasted time. The heir smiled and confirmed this. Putting his head on her lap, the commander asked if it was true that the one who brought the flowers was called Kashmir, and remembered that he looked as if his own life depended on it. The man handed the bouquet to the lady and told her that the young man to whom her daughter had given this bouquet could die at any moment. The warrior frowned sternly and asked the master of the Ice Palace for help. Talaris smiled with interest. The sorceress was surprised that this man managed to wake her from sleep, and called him a faithful comrade. Closing one eye, the swordsman agreed with her and said that he did not deserve such kindness from them. Ceres closed her eyes and said she didn't need any thanks and explained that she didn't like seeing someone else fight him. Blood stains appeared on the ground. The protagonist raised his hand to his mouth and coughed. The girl asked what it was and wondered if her friend had fought in such a state. She immediately took out and uncorked a bottle. Jean closed his eyes and drank its contents. The girl looked down and was upset by his condition. The ice dome dissipated. Talaris approached the enemies and realized that they were not pure bloods, as they did not have light hair. Midder's mouth opened tensely, realizing that this would not be easy, and was glad that he had managed to notify his family before leaving, and now he needed to stall for time for the main forces to arrive. The man's mouth opened wide and he introduced himself and asked why an intruder was interfering with the affairs of the Zipple family on their own territory. Looking at him, the girl said that she had not warmed up for a long time and advised him to think twice before saying anything. The deputy said that he was ready to turn a blind eye to it if she left right now, but Andre pointed his finger at her and shouted that the master of the Ice Palace had no right to threaten the rightful owners of this land. The old man's eyes widened in fear when the woman asked if that was an excuse to talk to her in such a tone. A giant snake appeared behind her. The sorceress narrowed her eyes and wished the scoundrel to choke on his own rudeness. At that moment, foam came out of the vice-chief's mouth. His body fell to the ground. The magicians raised a protective barrier to prevent the ice from penetrating inside. Fire ignited in the monster's mouth. The monsters released fireballs forward. The master waved her fan. The fiery projectiles immediately turned into blocks of ice. Cracks appeared on them. Talaris grinned and asked if that was all. Midder gritted his teeth in anger. A staff appeared in his hand. The man picked it up and declared that even if they all died here, the world would forget about the Ice Palace, but it would not forget about the Zipple family. A flash of fire appeared above the girl's shoulder. She looked at it tensely. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. Spreading his arms, the deputy urged the enemy to feel the power over the flames that the patriarch gave him, and said that even she would not be able to dodge it. Suddenly, the mage's eyes widened when he heard her voice. The girl, shrouded in black smoke, called it very cute that the mentor taught him the explosion of space. Her fan was covered in ice. It turned into a sword. The woman expressed regret since the teacher did not properly tell his student about the Ice Palace. Midder opened his mouth in fear. The sorceress narrowed her eyes and decided to correct this and teach him his first lesson. The master of the Ice Palace waved her fan. Waves of energy rushed towards her enemy. The man put his hands in front of him and felt a cold wind. The deputy looked ahead tensely. Then he looked away. The bodies of his comrades were encased in ice. The mage's eyes widened in shock. Talaris asked what surprised him so much. The villain looked at her in horror. The girl smirked and asked what surprised him more, that his incredible trap had disappeared in an instant, or that his hand was gone. In place of the sorcerer's right hand was an ice block. The severed limb lay on the ground. Midder realized that he did not even feel pain. Putting a sword to his neck, the woman asked where he was looking when the enemy was standing right in front of him, and said that a real warrior would never do such a stupid thing. Falling to the ground, the man wondered how their strength could be so different and realized that there was no point in wasting time because the main forces would die anyway when they got here. The formidable sorceress loomed over him. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle appeared on the ground. The deputy frowned in confusion. The master of the Ice Palace looked at the source of the light in surprise. A giant pillar of energy appeared in front of her. At the same moment, the magician disappeared. Talaris asked what it was. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated her face. The girl looked up. The wounded fighters teleported into the building. A group of people approached them and praised them for their excellent work. The masked man stepped forward and declared that from now on, the White Knight would deal with the intruders. Ceres looked ahead in surprise. The woman pursed her lips in displeasure. The daughter reported that she had finished her business. The girl widened her eyes in amazement. Powerful spotlights illuminated the ground. A giant ship was floating in the sky. Murakan explained with a stern frown that it was a vessel that the Zipple used in wars and asked if their opponent was someone important. The protagonist assumed that they decided to use it because of the recent death of the deputy head of the family. Jean narrowed his eyes and realized that this ship was a big problem for them. The boy imagined people in robes and masks and remembered that Kozak was controlled by members of the White Knight, carefully selected magicians who formed the strongest squad of the Zipple family. The sorceress took a step forward. The boy realized that he would be a burden in this fight. The master of the Ice Palace closed her fan and said that she was leaving because she did not want to fight them in this place. Raising her eyebrows, Talaris added that she would take the locals to a safe place and asked her comrade to prepare. The heir frowned and explained that he could not leave until the ceremony was over. The girl looked at him in amazement. Raising her fan in front of her, the woman asked sternly if her words sounded like a simple request, and stated that she did not care about his whining. The swordsman leaned on one knee and said that if they did not finish the ceremony now, they would not be able to stop Zipple in the future. Clutching his chest, the protagonist added that the number of victims would continue to increase daily, and asked for help so that the tragedy of this place would not be repeated somewhere else. The sorceress raised her eyebrows in surprise. Jean gave her a stern look. The master of the Ice Palace turned around. She closed her eyes and said that she would only give him 1 hour. Talaris looked back and said that she would definitely talk to his parents. The locals put their palms together and began to pray. Taika looked away when someone called out to her. With his mouth wide open, the boy asked if they could speed up the ceremony and reported that the Zipples had gone on a full-scale attack. The boy stared at her in confusion when the girl asked him to leave, explaining that they knew what the thing in the sky was and couldn't expose him to such danger. Placing a hand on her chest, the girl asked her comrade not to worry, promising that they would not let the enemy know about the relic and would never surrender. The head of the tribe called her friend the first person who had dared to help them in a long time, and the heir placed a hand on her shoulder. With a stern frown, the swordsman explained that he had not helped them in order to abandon them later, and asked if there was any way to speed up the ceremony. Taika looked down and replied that it was impossible without Laos. Ceres approached her and asked if the princess was really dead. The sorceress smiled when she heard that she was now in Taiken. Moat appeared behind her, and the girl asked her friend to climb on him. The girl smiled broadly and said that they would go straight to Laos. Looking at the giant ship, Talaris was surprised that her daughter had used the ice toad without asking, and realized that she would have to keep her promise and hold out against the strongest troops of Zipple for an hour. Murakan stretched his hands and declared that it would be too easy. The man punched his palm and said that his friend would definitely cope. The woman asked why the dragon himself decided to help her. The guard grinned and explained that his status would not help them in battle anyway. Frost covered the fan. The warrior swung his fist. The sorceress asked if she could borrow his paws. The Kozak searchlights lit up. The white knights announced that they were not going to waste time. The stranger raised 2 fingers to his face and asked the master of the Ice Palace to leave here. The heroes silently looked at the sky. The villain declared that they would turn a blind eye to the invasion if they handed over Murin's killer. The sword was covered in ice. Talaris raised it and called on the opponents to bring Kellark if they wanted to negotiate. The mage summoned a fireball and concluded that they would not be able to negotiate. Fiery magic circles appeared above his head. The seal on his glove lit up. The villain looked ahead and used split. Powerful waves of energy headed straight for the ground. Murakan swung his hand. Streams of fire approached him. The ship's sails fluttered in the wind. A blue aura appeared around the sword. The girl cut the air in front of her. A wave of icy energy headed towards the ship. The stranger raised his hands. The seal on his glove lit up again. The villain put his hands on the deck and summoned a magic circle. A cluster of light energy appeared under the ship. The ice attack crashed into the protective barrier. The squad began to prepare for the blast wave. Someone ordered to raise the shields. The magician raised his head and wondered who was fighting alongside the master of the Ice Palace. The man frowned in displeasure. The villain noticed that he managed to reflect his magic with his bare hands and without using aura, and concluded that he should not underestimate such enemies. Waving his hand, the stranger ordered his comrade to contact the main house and reported that they were forced to use the cannon of war. The protagonist slammed his fist on the door. Pen opened the door and asked who was there. Jin's eyes widened and asked where Lausa was now. The servant stepped forward and said that she had been waiting for him to come. The guy said that he did not have time to explain and that they had to go. The princess put her hand to her chest and said that she was ready. Talaris swung an ice blade. The girl spun around herself, summoning a whirlwind. Her attacks continued to crash into the protective magic circles. Murakan continued to fight off the fire waves with his fists. The man struck again and dispersed the flames. The dragon smirked and declared that his enemy was quite strong. Suddenly, the guard looked away. His hands turned to ice. The warrior asked what it was. Smiling, the woman replied that it was a gift from the queen and suggested that it was much better than waving her bare hands. Murakan slammed his fists together. He spread his arms and shouted that he could not feel them at all, but he even liked it. The man dug his claws into the ground. The dragon raised a huge boulder above his head. His eyes turned white with anger. The guard threw the boulder straight at the ship. Squinting, the sorceress realized that the white knights were playing with them, and thought that Zipple needed these lands, so they were unlikely to resort to the cannon of war. The Ice Palace master smiled and decided that otherwise, casualties on both sides would be inevitable, and concluded that time was on their side. The stranger lowered his head, assuming that was what she thought, and realized that he would have used the weapon long ago if he had not had to wait for permission to fire. An image of the locals praying appeared in his mind. The scoundrel imagined the protagonist in Ceres, and thought that they could not wait too long with this when the enemy was plotting something. His comrade approached him and reported that a message had arrived from the main house. The mage turned his head when he heard that the leadership had given the go-ahead for complete destruction. Looking at the ship, the warrior noticed that everyone had suddenly become silent, and asked what this meant. Talaris's eyes widened in fear. A bright flash appeared in front of the ship's bow. The light illuminated the girl's face. The bright energy turned into a giant ball. Looking ahead, the villain announced that he had just been given permission to use the war cannon and, as a final warning, asked for the killer to be handed over to him. The woman gritted her teeth in anger as the White Knight said that no one would be left alive and began the countdown. A wave of icy energy appeared behind her. The sorceress looked back in surprise. Ceres frowned sternly and shouted something. The master of the ice sword turned around and swung her sword. The heroes looked up at the sky in horror. The stranger lowered his head in order to open fire. Talaris frowned angrily. A powerful stream of energy rushed towards the ground. At the same time, a blast wave spread for kilometers around. The girl looked forward furiously as a bright light illuminated her. The fan in her hand was covered in ice. The woman forcefully cut the air in front of her with her sword. She looked up tensely. A wave of ice rushed forward. At that very moment, a stream of light energy fell from the ship. Its rays touched the ice attack. Two opposing forces crashed into each other. Standing on the ground, the sorceress watched as her ice turned into steam. The fiery projectile crystallized and broke into pieces. Its fragments fell to the ground and exploded. Ceres held the sword in front of her and explained that this was the peculiarity of her mother's skills. Because everything that her blade touched inevitably freezes, the protagonist asked his ally to bend down and not move. Fragments of the enemy attack continued to fall from the sky. The master of the ice palace, shrouded in steam, narrowed her eyes. Jean grabbed the sword in his hands. The guy ran forward and began to swing it. Waves of dark energy reflected the enemy projectiles. The light dissipated into the air above the heads of the heroes. The black sword pierced the ground. Someone said that the comrade had become noticeably stronger. The girl approached him and was surprised that he was able to keep up with her movements in such a deplorable state. The young man replied that he had no choice but to wait for the ritual to end. Black smoke rose from the ground. The commander could not believe that this ship was not inferior in strength to her mother. The stranger placed his hands on the railing and declared that the power of the death cannon could not be stopped by a mere man. The villain raised his head and shouted that they would destroy all of her guests if the master of the ice palace did not agree to cooperate. Talaris smirked. Looking at the sky, the girl called it funny and asked if they were talking about her own murder. The mage stood silently at the edge of the ship. Raising her sword in front of her, the woman introduced herself and shouted that the enemies would not be able to kill her even if they brought the entire Zipple family with them. The White Knight standing on the deck froze as the villain confirmed that they could not kill her and asked if she thought she could protect everyone around her from the bombardment of the death cannon. The sorceress raised one eyebrow in confusion. The stranger looked ahead and explained that they would survive the shame, but she would have to accept the loss of a client. Standing at the front of the group, the master of the ice palace assumed that the woman they had brought was the man missing to complete the ceremony and asked if they needed to take her to the others. Bure looked up and replied that if they could do that, they would win. Talaris clutched her fan in her hand. Waving it, she declared that she would repel the enemy's attacks and asked the others to take Laos to the altar. The woman opened her mouth wide and shouted that today one of them would say goodbye to their pride. The villain waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to load the cannon. An ominous aura enveloped him. The mage shouted that today they would call one off the face of the earth. The swordsman bandaged his hands and asked his friend to protect the princess. Ceres asked what that meant. The protagonist turned his head and said that he would clear the way for them. The girl frowned menacingly and asked if he was really going to do this alone, reminding him of how many fragments the explosion had created. Jean looked down and explained that he had lived to this day thanks to the efforts of many people and could not deprive anyone of the same opportunity. The heroines looked at him in bewilderment. The servant opened her mouth in amazement. In the memory, the bloody old man asked her to leave right now. The frightened saint began to cry. The man explained that Zipple would definitely do something to her if they found out the location of the ruins, and if she died, their mission would fail. Her fellow tribesmen smiled and asked her not to worry about anything, because they would definitely cope with everything. Pen took the girl away with him. The old man asked her to find the savior of their clan and not forget about them. The villain flashed his burning eyes and ordered the locals to tell him where Laos was. The purple fire enveloped the clan members. The princess began to cry and realized that it was her decision to run away and leave everyone behind. There were candles burning on the table. She had to hide on the island and slowly lose her divine power. The priestess prayed in front of the altar, waiting for a savior. The saint opened her mouth in surprise and realized that it was only her decision. The guy looked up at her and explained that they had to reach the altar, because otherwise everyone would die. The priestess burst into tears. The young man asked her to do everything possible. The girl tensely pursed her lips. She brushed away a tear and replied that she understood everything. A giant fireball appeared in front of the ship's bow. Looking ahead, the White Knight ordered to open fire. A bright light illuminated the heir's helmet. Ceres looked at the sky. Talaris sent a wave of icy energy forward. A stream of fire burst out to meet her. A powerful explosion was heard in the sky. The swordsman slammed his foot into the ground and realized that he needed to clear his head of thoughts. The protagonist swung his blade and decided to focus on making each swing of the sword no worse than the previous one. Jean frowned menacingly. The guy delivered several blows to reflect the fragments. The young man looked back and asked his comrades not to stop. Several fiery crystals approached him. Something flashed in the air. Murakan crushed the fragments with his sharp claws. The man looked back and warned his comrade that several more projectiles were approaching. A bright light illuminated the face of the White Knight, who ordered to open fire. The girl angrily clenched her teeth. A blinding flash appeared in the sky. The dragon opened his mouth wide and asked why they were standing still. Fiery crystals fell to the ground. The heroes rushed forward and reflected them. One of the fragments approached Ceres. The heir jumped out in front of her and protected her from the blow. The guard grinned and said that they were doing well. The warrior jumped up to dodge the enemy's attack. Suddenly, he looked to the side tensely. A sharp crystal pierced the swordsman's body. The girl looked back and saw it. She opened her mouth wide and called out to her comrade. The helmet on the protagonist's head dissipated. In the memory, Jean lowered his head and said that he could not let his friends die. Lausa fell to the ground and screamed. The sorceress grabbed her in her arms. The commander threw the saint over her shoulder and ran. Swinging her sword, Ceres asked why her comrade had overdone it. The girl frowned furiously and screamed. A shard of the fireball cut off her arm. Another fragment hit her in the leg. The girl let go of the servant and collapsed to the ground. The princess fell a few meters away from her. The priestess turned around and called out to her ally. The sorceress leaned on her sword and asked her not to look back. The commander opened her mouth wide and asked her to move on so that their efforts would not be in vain. Lausa opened her mouth in surprise. She pressed her lips together tensely. The saint ran forward and thought that she would no longer wait for Klam's answer. Murakan lifted his friend from the ground. Ceres frowned angrily. Looking at the falling fragments, the acolyte realized that it took her too long to understand that prayers could not change anything and made a decision. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. The protagonist found himself in darkness, a voice asking him to wake up. Jean was still unconscious. He opened his eyes when the voice called his name. A view of scorched land opened before him. The bloody girl had her head bowed. Talaris picked her up and stroked her head. The White Knights surrounded her from all sides. The boy opened his eyes wide and asked what it was. Another explosion sounded behind him. The young man turned around. A huge dragon grabbed Murakan by the throat. The guardian silently opened his mouth. Strong paws squeezed his throat. Catan belched flame. The heir realized that Zipple had gone for broke. The swordsman looked down. The warrior looked at his dead body and realized that he was wrong. The protagonist lay motionless on the ground. The voice suggested that he was wondering what went wrong. Murin's eyes widened in fear. The stranger asked if Jean should have stopped after his death. The people from the tribe gathered in the forest. The stranger asked if he should have fled with them or not gotten involved with the locals at all. The boy lowered his head. The voice asked if these doubts gnawed at him. Clenching his fist, the young man denied it and explained that he did not regret his choice, but was only angry. The heir opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was angry at his own weakness, because of which his death did not give anything. The swordsman trembled and concluded that his own stupidity and weakness were to blame for everything. The warrior's eyes widened in amazement when the stranger asked him to remember these feelings. Someone snapped his fingers. A bright flash lit up the darkness. The protagonist found himself in the mountains with flying islands. Jin's eyes widened. Klam herself, who had been imprisoned in the mirror with the help of Sadaret, appeared before him. The goddess lowered the corners of her lips and declared that she had been waiting for his chosen toy for a very long time. The boy looked up and asked what all this meant. Looking at him, the giantess called him a contractor of 1,000 years. Her kerchief fluttered in the wind. The girl explained that they did not have much time, and said that his path was thorny and full of difficult trials and the pain of those he failed to protect. The young man clenched his fist and declared that all this was nonsense. The heir opened his mouth furiously and asked if it was that important since it was already over. The woman denied it, and said that he always had a choice of where to go. The stone in her forehead lit up. Klam suggested that they discuss this elsewhere. The swordsman's eyes widened in shock. The warrior woke up on the ground. He immediately stood up and sighed heavily. The protagonist put his hand to his head and asked how many times he had woken up like this today. Jean looked away and realized that something was wrong. Ceres noticed that her friend had woken up and approached him. The girl smiled and assumed that her comrade hadn't expected to come back to life either. Murakan swung his hand. The man hit his comrade hard on the back. Grinning viciously, the dragon asked why he had been unconscious for so long and explained that he thought that his friend would never wake up. The guy looked back and asked if Catan had killed him, The guard asked what that scoundrel had to do with it. Talaris approached them. The warrior said that Catelyn would be scared by his mere appearance. Covering her mouth with her fan, the girl admitted that she did not understand why he needed all this, and added that she did not expect to witness the descent of the god. The heir asked what they were talking about. His comrades surrounded him. Murakin asked if he had lost consciousness and did not see anything, and told him that the goddess had descended into the body of the saint. The man pointed at the smoking kozak. Dead white knights lay on the deck. The dragon explained that it was the goddess who had tried so hard. Blue veins appeared on the mage's face. They could not oppose her. The locals fell before the priestess. The guard said that he had never seen a god with such incredible magical power in his life. The saint shuddered when they addressed her. The priestess pursed her lips. The warrior asked if she wanted to explain everything to them and dedicate them to her plans. Clom in Lausa's body smiled. The swordsman frowned sadly and noticed that there was nothing left of the princess in her. The goddess put her hand to her chest and introduced herself. The spirit of the servant appeared next to her. The girl explained that she was able to step on earth thanks to the sacrifice of this child. Standing in front of the heroes, the woman asked the protagonist to remember the feeling of death and pain as the main instruction for the work that lies ahead. Jean frowned and realized that it was a hallucination. Murakin realized that she had gotten into his brain, and suggested not to hesitate and get straight to the point. The man furrowed his brows angrily and asked what she wanted from them. Blue energy appeared in the deity's hand. The guy's eyes widened in amazement. Holding the mirror, Clom called herself an infinite source and creator of magical power, and told how she almost destroyed this world in the past because she could not cope with her own power. Talaris' mouth dropped open in surprise when she heard that Sodaret himself helped her. The goddess added that her powers and personality were sealed in this mirror. The dragon frowned sternly and said that this was the first time he heard of such a thing. Dark energy appeared in the mirror. A black aura enveloped Sodaret's seal. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guardian noticed that she had become very weak and suggested that she needed someone to maintain the seal. Appearing in the reflection of the mirror, the girl said that it contained infinite magical power, and that if someone were to free her, the world would be erased by the endlessly expanding magic. Taika placed her hand on her chest. The woman said that she had asked Sodaret to seal her away and for the children of Colin to protect the mirror from prying eyes. The warrior, his mouth hanging open, asked if she understood how many people had given their lives to protect her, and asked if it was possible to leave someone stronger than the peasants to guard it. Clom looked down, and told him that in those days Colin was different, and no one would dare to match his strength, but after her imprisonment, the blessing of her children had disappeared. The youth's eyes widened. The goddess said that she could finally put an end to this thanks to them, albeit temporarily. The heir looked up when the girl called him the contractor of 1,000 years that Sodaret had spoken of. Ciri's eyes widened in surprise. Talaris smiled slyly and wondered if he had actually made a contract with him. The mirror flew into the air. The swordsman's reflection appeared in it. The woman asked her comrade to take it for himself. The warrior took the artifact in his hands. The deity declared that from now on he possessed the primordial power of the world and the power of Sodaret. His hand was enveloped in mana. The protagonist felt a furious flow of energy enter his body from just one touch, and wondered if in a past life Zipple thoughtlessly used this mirror. Jean looked at Clom and asked if now he would have to protect the seal instead of the inhabitants of Colin. She confirmed this and explained that only he had enough strength to contain its power. The guy shuddered when the goddess said that this was not a simple request to monitor the state of the seal. The young man's eyes widened in shock when he learned that this was a gift to him from Sodaret. The mirror was filled with dark energy. The Lord of Shadows held it in his hands. It was a real work of art that he created at the peak of his powers, and not a simple focus of aura. The heir lowered his gaze and reminded that Lausa wanted to summon him to this world. The girl stared at him in amazement. She lowered the corners of her lips and assumed that the child had made a false promise. Looking at the swordsman, the woman asked for forgiveness and explained that Sodaret would not appear even if the dark dragon called to him. The wind ruffled the warrior's hair. He replied that everything was fine and said that the princess's intentions were good, so it did not matter. The deity lowered his gaze and remained silent. Placing her hand on her chest, Clom asked him to forgive her daughter and stated that she did not know that he was living a second life and how he managed to get it. The protagonist held up a mirror in front of him. The goddess looked at her hand and said that its time was running out. Jean raised his eyebrows in surprise. The girl began to dissolve into thin air and said goodbye to the heroes. The tribesmen began to cry. The woman explained that their decisions interrupted the cursed fate of her children. The deity smiled and thanked them for everything. Her energy returned to the mirror. Clom blessed the warrior's path. Light particles rose into the sky. The boy looked back when he heard someone's voice. Talaris looked away and was surprised that the goddess blessed the mortal, because such a thing happened very rarely. A fire started on Kozek. The master of the Ice Palace asked if everyone was ready and reminded that Zipple would not keep them waiting and that reinforcements could arrive any minute. Murakin crossed his arms over his chest. The boy said that he would escort his ally back. Dark smoke rose from the ship hovering above the forest. Lausa found herself in the mountains with flying islands. Raising her eyebrows, the servant realized why the deity did not answer her and asked if it would really continue to exist inside the mirror. Clom lowered her head and explained that she was only able to save everyone by borrowing her body, and stated that the sacrifice was not in vain, as the people of Colin would have died otherwise. A blue aura enveloped the princess, and the girl said that she had placed an unbearable burden on her shoulders. The priestess bowed and thanked her. She lowered her head and was glad that the goddess had heard their prayers, responded, and saved them. The woman's mouth fell open in surprise. Lausa began to cry and asked her not to apologize for this, as it was no one's fault. The moon shone above the mountains. Looking up at the sky, the deity felt relieved and expressed her gratitude, as without her child, none of this would have happened. The girl looked up in surprise. The priestess looked at Clom and stated that she wanted their people's lives to not be filled with sorrow. The goddess raised her head and said that within Jean there was unwavering determination. The setting sun illuminated the sails. The deity wished for him to create a world that would be free from the pain of the innocent. The heroes stood by the ship. Taika closed her eyes and explained that over the past 10,000 years, her people had lost the race for supremacy, and that after a long time of stagnation, they had degenerated into a weak nation and became slaves to the Zipple. The White Knight mocked the inhabitants of Colin. Then the protagonist saved the girl, and she realized that their sacrifices would have been in vain if the Zipple had taken possession of the mirror. The girl wiped away her tears and was glad that in the end it was her comrade who took possession of the artifact. Smiling, Jean reminded them that he could not have gotten here without their help, and realized that in case of failure, a war of magicians would have begun, which would have led to the destruction of the world. The head of the tribe widened her eyes in surprise when the guide promised to find them a place in the Hyupster Union. The boy turned away. Dino asked if the Rankindel reservation was not sponsored by the base. The heir handed him a letter for Luna and asked him to hand it to her personally as soon as they arrived. The man thanked him. The swordsman turned away and asked him to write about Zipple in the newspaper as thanks. Looking after him, the reporter asked if they would stay on the sidelines and suggested that censorship would probably be tightened. The warrior asked if he thought they were the only ones who hated Zipple. The protagonist frowned and asked his comrade to be the trigger that would unite all the ill-wishers in a single shot. The journalist's mouth fell open in surprise. Jean encouraged him to believe in himself and become the best in his field. The boy opened the door. Bowing, he asked permission to greet the master of the Ice Palace properly and thanked her for her help. Talaris replied that it was not that difficult. The young man explained that he was worried that the Ice Palace would be considered an enemy of Zipple because of this incident. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that Kellark would now think twice before interfering with them, since no one expected the descent of an ancient god. The heir smiled and said that he was glad to hear it. Sitting at the table, the woman reminded him that she had helped him for a reason. The swordsman asked how he could repay her for her efforts. The sorceress smirked and wondered what she could ask of the contractor Soderette. The warrior narrowed his eyes tensely and remained silent. The master of the Ice Palace brought her fan to her chin and realized that she had been waiting for this to ask for something. Opening the fan, Talaris said that she did not need anything and reminded him that she now had good information. The girl asked if her daughter would mind. Ceres blushed and was indignant that her mother was even asking her about this. The protagonist thanked his ally. The woman waved her fan and said that it was time for them to go. Jean looked up when his friend called out to him. Raising her eyebrows, the girl suggested that they determine the winner at their next meeting and stated that they no longer owed each other any debts. Closing her eyes, the sorceress noticed that some of them had not yet gone through puberty, and said that her daughter had never learned how to communicate with boys. The guy narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The master of the Ice Palace said goodbye to him. Soup was boiling on the fire. A monster's corpse lay nearby. Chiron was sitting by the fire when someone approached him. The man looked back when the guest said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The head of the family asked what brought her here. The girl stopped and suggested doing without unnecessary words. Talaris waved her fan and asked if her friend wanted to marry his youngest son to her daughter. Holding the letter in her hands, Luna read that Kozek, the White Knights, and the master of the 7th Magic Tower were involved in this matter. Sitting on the couch, the woman concluded that her younger brother had caused trouble again and asked how he was doing. Dino took off his hat and told them that the battle had been very intense, but after arriving in Taiken and resting, they parted ways. Having folded the letter, the girl suggested moving on to urgent matters and asked what her guest could do. Taika's mouth dropped open in surprise and she asked what exactly she was talking about. The knight explained that she could not allow them to eat and spend the night here just like that, even though they were refugees. Luna looked around and asked the nanny to find them work and ask what the citizens needed. The maid promised to do so. The girl smiled and thanked them for the opportunity. The man shuddered when the woman addressed him. Smiling, the girl promised to help the guest if he suddenly needed something and asked him to achieve what Jean asked him. The reporter tensely pursed his lips and remained silent. The journalist clenched his fists and asked her not to worry about anything and promised to live up to the young master's expectations. The locals were standing outside and discussing something. A month after the incident in Colin, the whole world was talking about the genocide of the Colin population and how unknown travelers punished the Zipple family for their inhumane treatment. Law enforcement officers gathered at the scene where the remains of Kozak were found, which proved Murin's involvement, but the head of the family, the Hupastu Union, was furious, while the Lutheran Federation of Mages tried to hush up the incident. Amir frowned menacingly and declared the Zipple family's innocence. His words greatly cooled the ardor of the enraged people. But the Rankendel family, who exposed the family, earned a good reputation. The mages walked through the city. The Zipple family enlisted the support of the emperor and lay low, although they lost their honor and dignity. With a pen in hand, Dino wrote that the loss of one of their commanders and the foundation of their military force had dealt a pretty heavy blow to their ability to act. Sitting at the table, the man realized that he had been wrong when he thought that the Rankendel family only had battles on their minds. Someone had placed a pile of letters on his table. Taika smiled and explained that they were all letters of support, and that some of them even contained financial aid. Raising her eyebrows, the girl added that they were written by caring people who wanted to support the people who had suffered for hundreds of years, and decided that from now on their prayers would be directed to Jean, not Clom. The dragon's eyes sparkled. The girl wished for the world to know that her friend was among the unknown travelers, and that he would one day stand at the forefront and raise the Rankendel family above the rest. The protagonist stood in the Garden of Swords. The head of the tribe wanted the Zipple family to be buried by his hands. The man in the robe walked along the mountain path. Looking ahead, the man hoped that Kashmir's writing skills had improved. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. A giant block of ice appeared in front of him. The knight's mouth opened in shock. Standing on the cliff, Talaris said that her hand accidentally trembled and asked why her companion was making a face. Frowning, Chiron asked her to stop talking nonsense and asked if she had interrupted his meditation for the sake of marriage. The girl smirked and said that she had come for a reason this time. The woman looked to the side. A wave of icy energy rushed forward. The warrior missed a powerful blow. The sorceress raised her eyebrows in surprise and recognized him. The Khan raised his sword in front of him and blocked her attack. Raising his hand, the head of the family asked him to ignore her and asked what he brought. The subordinate handed him a sealed envelope. The man opened the letter from Kashmir and asked if his son had really beheaded Murin. Standing behind him, the soldier explained that the locals had someone who had been helping before the young master arrived, adding that the news had said that Zipple had been punished by unknown travelers. The knight frowned sternly when he heard that the Kozak and White Knights had been attacked, and stated that his son was not yet that strong. The warrior suggested that the master of the Ice Palace was involved. Talaris smiled and explained that she had been asked for help in a convincing manner. Turning to her, Chiron said that the letter did not say anything about what she had told him, and concluded that Kashmir was hiding something from him. The girl suggested praising him. The man narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked what he should be praised for. His eyes lit up. The woman explained that it was a sign of loyalty to Jean. The head of the family pursed his lips and thought. The letter dissolved in his hand. The knight decided that because of it the boy was in a dangerous situation, and declared that now the sorceress could consider him her debtor. The master of the Ice Palace smiled and asked him not to forget that his son was now her debtor too. A bright light illuminated the warrior's face. Talaris announced that it was time for her to go. The girl put her hand on her belt and asked her comrade to think about her offer. The woman narrowed her eyes slyly and declared that their children were wonderfully suited to each other. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. Jean looked around and asked what it was. Gilly asked what was wrong. The guy said that a chill suddenly ran down his back. Holding a cup of tea in his hand, Kashmir said that this began to happen to him more and more often. Putting her hand to his cheek, the girl noticed that her ward had become more anxious since returning from Colin, and asked if it really had traumatized him so much. The woman suggested that his body was not yet accustomed to the magical powers of the mirror. The young man closed his eyes and agreed with her. A bright flash appeared in the darkness. In its place, a cloud of dark energy appeared. The heir realized that he had extracted many useful things from Colin, such as the 6th level sword skill, the 5th level shadow energy skill, and the 7th level of magical power. Streams of aura swirled around the magic sphere. Looking at his hand, the swordsman realized that this mirror gave him a sharp increase in height, and decided that he should not underestimate this power, so as not to accidentally break the seal. The butler entered the room and called out to his master. The man smiled when he heard that a scout had come to see him, and asked his subordinate to come up with an excuse. The knight tensely pursed his lips when the servant reported that this man knew the exact location of one of the secret bases of the 7 colors. The sun's rays were shining through the window. The butler added that the guest had arrived in Tycon for the first time. The knight asked where he was now. The servant replied that a scout was waiting at the entrance. The protagonist approached the window and wondered who it could be. Suddenly, Jin's eyes widened in amazement. The warrior looked out the window and was surprised that they almost let an impostor in. Jet's mouth opened wide when the guards grabbed him. The guy remembered how the man put his hand on his shoulder and mentally called him a lying scoundrel who had set him up more than once. The informant took the money when two thugs grabbed his comrade. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and thought that he had left him alive only because he had a son. The informant was kneeling. The heir realized that something serious had happened. Standing in front of him, Kashmir said that he did not know who it was and asked how he knew about the headquarters. Jet frowned sternly and introduced himself as a member of Arkan. The man crossed his arms and asked if he was related to Tessing. The scoundrel reminded him that he had given up information about them and destroyed them from the inside. The knight looked up and wondered if it wasn't his comrade who did it. The swordsman smiled and nodded. The warrior crossed his arms and stated that his fate would depend on his answer. The informant explained that he couldn't share anything until they accepted him as one of their own. Frowning furiously, Kashmir asked who gave him the right to make conditions and said that he was ready to kill him right then and there. The informant opened his mouth wide and shouted that there was more. He introduced Aluk smoking a cigar and claimed to know something about him. The man looked up in surprise when the protagonist called it interesting. His companion said he could not argue with the young master. Jet looked back and wondered who Lord Tychon was then. The scoundrel looked at Jean and wondered who the knight was talking to. Smiling, the boy said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked where his gift was. The informant's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth in anger and called the young man a liar. With tears in his eyes, the informant called him a fraud and told him how the heir had impersonated Veradin. The warrior grabbed his sword when Jet urged him not to trust this man, because otherwise Tychon would suffer the same fate as Tessing. Kashmir frowned menacingly and asked how he dared to speak like that. At that moment, Murakan burst into the room. The black dragon glared at his ally and asked when his ice cream would be brought to him. The man said that they were interrogating him. The guard approached the scoundrel and asked if he was not the one who wanted to poison him. The warrior frowned in displeasure. The informant wondered what this thug was doing here. The informant widened his eyes and assumed that this man also obeyed the young man by the wall. The heir gave him a menacing look. Jet realized that he was the one with the highest rank here. The scoundrel hit his forehead on the ground and turned to the master. Continuing to hit his head on the floor, the informant apologized for not recognizing him. The swordsman crossed his arms over his chest and asked him to get to the point. The informant said the real name Aluk and said that he was a former cadet Rankindel. The protagonist scratched his chin and said that the name was familiar to him. Gilly frowned and reminded him that Marius was the last name of the young lady's first nanny. Jin's eyes widened in shock. The owner of the underground auction turned around. He was from the kingdom of Delki in the Union of Hyupster. The villain stood on the training grounds, a cadet in the Rankindel family. Jet opened his mouth wide and declared that his real name had been erased from the annals of history. Standing behind her ward, the girl declared that his guess was correct. The boy lowered his head when the woman informed him that the nanny Timon was also from Delka. The young man asked when Aluk had taken the exam. The informant frowned and replied that it was exactly 20 years ago. Putting his sword to his neck, Kashmir reminded him that there had been a civil war in Delka at the time and that he was supposed to be sent to the front lines, and asked how a commoner could have passed the exam back then. The knight looked at the heir and assumed that someone from the Rankindel family had helped him. The swordsman narrowed his eyes and thought about how the only people who had the authority to do that were the pure-blooded members of the family, and the nannies who helped them. The maids folded their hands in front of them. The protagonists remembered that their authority and powers could expand depending on the status of the person assigned to them. Luna walked along the corridor of the castle. Then, 20 years ago, she was considered the temporary head. Timon raised her eyebrows. At that moment she had almost unlimited power. Aluk stood behind her. Jean realized that if they were really relatives, then the one who cursed him in his past life could be the nanny. The girl walked forward in the darkness. Looking down, the guy decided that the maid could not act on her own, and asked if the source of this information was reliable. The informant swore on his life and said that he personally verified this. Jet opened his mouth in surprise when the young man asked him to lead them. The heir crossed his arms over his chest and said that they were going to Delki. The swordsman frowned menacingly and wanted to personally find out what was really going on. A full moon shone over the kingdom of Delki. Someone kicked the man in the face. Holding a bag of coins, the criminal reminded him of what he had warned him about for late payment. The debtor explained that he had nothing to feed his daughter with and threatened to complain to the authorities. The man opened his mouth wide and asked if he had forgotten that the great Rankindel were watching over him. The girl sitting behind him asked him to take his time. The stranger smirked and said that they could get into trouble because of his actions. Garber looked back and asked what brought her here. Suddenly blood began to flow from his eyes. The villain spat out blood and coughed. The local resident covered his face with his hand in fear and screamed. The masked man approached him and asked if he was really going to live off the bandits and his mother. The stranger lowered his eyes. The debtor fell at his feet and begged for mercy, promising to give him all the money. The mercenary knelt down and said they didn't need the money. The peasant asked what they wanted then. At that moment, a wave of green energy cut off his head. The woman raised her hand in front of her and said he was just unlucky. A pool of blood appeared on the ground. The moon was shining in the sky. The girl put her hand on her belt and explained that she should have everything. Kashmir looked down and explained that Marius was a fairly common surname that could be found in any part of the continent. But in Delki, only special organizations were allowed to take this surname, one of which was the orphanage of the moon victim. The girl smiled happily. From the outside it seemed like an ordinary orphanage. The child cast an ominous shadow. In fact, it was a school for assassins and spies loyal to Delki. The boys ran forward, holding hands. According to rumors, the students were allowed to make friends, but then they were forced to kill each other. The entire room was covered in blood. The protagonist waved his cloak. The man explained that those who survived this horror became murderers. Jean put on his gloves. The knight reported that the orphanage was later closed because the prince won the civil war. Holding the documents in his hands, the warrior added that those who were in the orphanage were released into the people, and everyone except Taluk was still alive. Kashmir handed his comrade the papers in which their addresses were written. The guy said that they needed to go to Delki right now. The young man frowned and thought that this could be the path to the illusion of the blade and the villain who cursed him. The heir looked menacingly ahead and promised to find him. The heroes exited the teleportation gate in the kingdom of Delki. Looking at the papers, Jet reported that Garber lived closest to them, and assumed that this man was a member of a local gang. The man smiled and said that it would take a long time to find him and suggested that they first find a place to stay. The swordsman narrowed his eyes and said that they should first visit the western region where 3 more people lived and decided that they would find a place to spend the night there. The informant knocked on the door. He opened his mouth wide and asked if anyone was home. The warrior looked around when he heard some noise. The informant wondered where everyone had gone. People were standing on the sidewalk and looking at something. The protagonist approached the crowd. Jean looked down in shock. Law enforcement officers had gathered at the crime scene. A severed head lay on the ground. Garber's corpse lay nearby. Raising his eyebrows, the guy noticed traces of poison and wind magic and was surprised that someone had the courage to commit magical crimes in Hupister. The local resident opened his mouth wide and was outraged that his neighbor had constantly pretended to be a bandit, for which he paid. The boy asked if this was Garber. The man looked back and asked if they knew each other. The heir denied it and explained that he was just curious. The stranger raised his hand and said that this man often wandered around the area while drunk, and this happened. The swordsman scratched his chin and assumed that the orphan was the target of the killers, and the second man was eliminated as a witness. The mercenaries' eyes lit up. The warrior wondered why they did not wait until the target was alone and hurried. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in amazement and realized everything. Jet shuddered in fear when Jean sharply called out to him. The guy asked who the next person on the list was. The man took out some papers and said that Weatherway lived 2 hours' walk from here. Frowning, the boy suggested speeding up and getting there in an hour. A bad feeling came over him. A dead man was sitting on a chair. The informant's mouth opened in shock. The heir approached the corpse and noticed that poison had been used for the murder again. The game was sticking out of Weatherway's shoulder. The swordsman thought that his skin color and build had not changed, which meant that the poison was homemade and the killer was the same. The informant frowned and asked what was going on here. The warrior looked around and explained that someone was killing the survivors of the moon's sacrifice right now. There was a box on the cabinet. The protagonist said that they needed to hurry. The heroes found another corpse. In the next house, there was a pool of blood on the floor. The guys ran forward. Suddenly, Jean stopped. In the room in front of him, there were traces of a struggle, and corpses were lying on the floor. The guy narrowed his eyes suspiciously. There were marks from blows on the floor left by high-level air magic. The young man felt that the concentration of magic in the air was simply incredible. Jet, sternly knitting his brows, stated that soon there would be no one left, adding that they could be considered prime suspects. The man suggested reporting this to the authorities, gritting his teeth. The heir rejected this idea and said that they did not have time for this. The swordsman looked away and sighed heavily. Grinning, the warrior wondered how they dared to commit such chaos in the land of Rankendel, and promised to find them at all costs. Night fell on the city. Holding a list in her hands, the stranger said that they had only one target left. The girl smiled and said that she was just starting to like it. The woman kneaded her comrade's shoulders and asked how it was that they were all trained the same way, but they turned out to be so worthless. The man explained that training alone was not enough for this. Walking down the street, the assassin added that they were chosen precisely because the others were too weak. Suddenly, the assassin stopped. The moonlight illuminated the door in front of them. The mercenary grinned slyly and suggested ending it. There were cut marks on the door. A powerful blow broke it into small pieces. The villain entered and squinted. There was no one in the apartment. The man said that he did not expect this. The heroes ran along the street together with the orphan. Following the protagonist, the survivor asked if all his former comrades were dead. Jean confirmed this and explained that someone was one step ahead of them. Dan frowned in fear. The guy remembered how they left the building and said that they killed everyone in order of distance from the spatial gate, so they did not have time. The child pressed himself against his father's shoulder. The young man said that they were able to save them only because they lived further than everyone else. The man suggested that their efforts could be in vain. The heir turned around and asked why. The moon was full. The orphan told them that they had survived in humane conditions, but only 2 could easily shake them off. Varys and Kyujin narrowed their eyes slyly. The swordsman opened his mouth wide and asked if there weren't 10 survivors. Frowning furiously, Den said that a dozen had come out of the moon's victim, and added that the 2 were now pursuing them. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard behind him. The warrior looked around in fear. The man fell on his back. Someone shouted his name. The girl came forward and said that she had time to fear that they had lost him. The orphan clenched his teeth angrily. The woman asked who told him about their visit. She raised her hand in front of her and asked why he decided to run. The survivor asked what they wanted from him. The killer narrowed his eyes and explained that they did not have time to explain it. Suddenly, lightning flashed in front of his face. A powerful wave of energy crashed into the ground. The mercenary jumped back and asked what just happened. The protagonist stepped forward and stated that he was just wondering who was stopping him. Jean frowned sternly and concluded that it would take some time to find out whose orders they were killing Rankindel on the ground. Looking at the enemies, the boy was surprised that they were not even trying to hide, and noticed that they did not even look 30 years old. Varys gritted her teeth. The boy assumed that she was an 8th level mage, but was not part of the Zipple family. Raising her hand, the girl was surprised that their brother had a bodyguard and asked how he knew that they were coming. Kyujin stated that he was too stupid to think of it, unlike his protector. The heir tensely pursed his lips. The woman summoned magic in her hand and offered to make a cutlet out of Den and interrogate his assistant. The man narrowed his eyes and asked her not to hurry, because this man did not look like a weakling. The mercenary took a step forward and was indignant that her friend was so careful. A green aura concentrated in her hand. The magician released a wave of energy forward. The swordsman raised his hand in front of him. A protective magic circle appeared in front of him, which took the entire blow. Spreading her arms, Varys was surprised that he managed to block this attack and asked if fatigue was really affecting her so much. The warrior frowned and assumed that the enemy was trying to save mana by using less powerful spells. The assassin grabbed the sword. The protagonist realized that he was using poisons and decided that this was what was bothering him the most. A green aura enveloped the blade. The assassin pulled the weapon out of its sheath. Jet opened his mouth wide when his comrade called out to him. Without turning around, Jean asked him to take Den and leave. The informant said that he could not do that. The villain jumped off his seat. The boy took out his sword. He managed to parry the enemy's blow. Their swords crossed. The boy realized that his opponent was at least on the 8th level. Kyujin frowned and supposed that his life was probably more valuable than the life of the man under his protection. The man asked him to give them Den and leave peacefully. The boy narrowed his eyes and replied that perhaps his life was more valuable, but his affection was much stronger. The heir blocked several attacks from the enemy and ordered his comrade to leave. The informant opened his eyes wide and shouted that he could not do that. The swordsman insisted, and Jet grabbed Den by the shirt. The heroes ran away, and the informant promised to see his master later if he managed to survive. Varys smiled slyly and asked if anyone had let them go. The girl raised her hand and threatened to kill them. At that moment, the black cloak flew into the air. The warrior summoned a cloud of energy in his hand and swung his sword. The protagonist smiled widely and asked where she was going without a parting gift. A bright flash lit up the woman's face. Kyujin's eyes widened in fear. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. Jean took advantage of the confusion and struck the man. His hand trembled. The guy looked up. The assassin cut the air with his sword. Covering her face with her hand, the mercenary screamed that she could not see anything and asked what was happening. Her eyes turned bloodshot. Varys called out to her comrade. The assassin grabbed the wound on his chest. The girl opened her mouth in amazement. A huge amount of wind energy appeared around her. The young man looked away. The woman asked how he dared to wound her comrade. The mercenary opened her mouth in fury and promised to destroy him. She looked at the villain in surprise when he called out to her. Kyujin frowned sadly and told her to calm down, and said that he could heal his wounds. Varys gaped in surprise when the man said that she would get a mana overflow if she overdid it. The heir frowned and thought that it was no wonder that such cheap tricks did not work on them. The assassin took something out of his inside pocket. A potion appeared in his hand. The assassin uncorked it. The swordsman covered his mouth with his hand and wondered what it was. The villain drank the contents of the bottle. The warrior wondered if it was poison. At that moment, the wound on his chest healed. The protagonist thought that he had never heard of this and realized that his body was so accustomed to poisons that they healed him. The empty bottle fell to the ground. Kyujin decided that it was much more useful, although the poison was not very good for his health. The heroes stood opposite each other. The man called his enemy an unpleasant opponent and asked if he really used light magic. Holding a sword in his hands, the assassin said that he would be happy to chat with him, but their mission came first. The assassin narrowed his eyes slyly and said that he did not have much time left. He pressed his foot hard into the ground. The villain made a sharp dash forward. Jin's eyes widened in shock. The enemy approached him from behind. The boy immediately turned around. Kyujin's eyes flashed with fire and swung his sword. The young man was able to block his attack at the last moment. Suddenly, the heir opened his eyes wide. He had to jump back to dodge the wave of energy. The stone on Vari's glove shone. Streams of wind rushed towards the swordsman. The warrior ran forward, dodging all the projectiles. Suddenly, he looked to the side. The protagonist swung his blade to deflect the enemy's attack. Frowning, the man wondered who his enemy really was and noticed that his movements were completely different from those of a 6th-level mage. Jin smiled slyly. The boy held his sword in front of him and decided to deal with the one standing in the rear first. The girl opened her mouth in fear and screamed that this could not be. A wave of blue flame approached her. A stream of energy fell on the woman, causing her to scream in pain. The assassin turned around and called out to his friend. The assassin's eyebrows furrowed in tension when the boy asked if they were so close that he turned his back on his enemy. Dark energy enveloped them. The villain was immersed in darkness. Kyujin's eyes widened in horror and wondered what was happening here. Suddenly, a sword blade flashed next to him. The heir appeared behind the enemy, having struck him several times before. The man fell to his knees. Blood was oozing from the wound on his chest. The assassin realized that this was not a magical aura, but something completely different. The assassin looked down and asked where his enemy got such powers from. The swordsman looked back when the enemy said that he was interested in something. Sitting on the ground, the villain asked if his poison had worked on him. There was a cut on the warrior's side. Suddenly, blood flowed from his mouth. The protagonist immediately fell to the ground. Smoke was coming from Varys' body. Jin got up on all fours and began to breathe heavily. The guy clenched his teeth and thought that he needed to pull himself together so as not to die. The young man grabbed his sword. He leaned on it and stood up. Kyujin squeezed the hilt of the blade. The man looked tensely to the side. The heroes carefully watched each other. The heir looked around when he heard someone's voice. The man in armor stamped loudly on the ground. There was a whole squad of archers on the battlefield. The commander ordered them to take aim. The stranger opened his mouth wide and prepared to give the command. Frowning menacingly, the third prince of Delka introduced himself and ordered the heroes to drop their weapons. Looking at him, the swordsman wondered if it was Jet who called them. The warrior clenched his teeth angrily. The killer picked up his girlfriend in his arms and said that they would meet again. The assassin narrowed his eyes angrily and asked his opponent not to relax. After that, the villain jumped up from his seat. Laika ordered his subordinates not to let them get away. The soldiers rushed in pursuit of the mercenaries. The man pointed at the main character and asked who he was. The commander put his hand on his shoulder and asked if they were in cahoots. Suddenly, the knight frowned tensely. The commander grabbed his cloak. The warrior covered Jin with it and called for a healer. The guy frowned with displeasure and thought that he should not lose consciousness under any circumstances. The next moment, the young man woke up on the bed. Sitting next to him, the third prince asked how he was feeling. The heir turned to him. Laika explained that this was his villa and that they could not determine his identity, so they brought him here. The swordsman frowned and asked how much time had passed. It turned out that 3 hours had passed. The man frowned sternly, surprised that he managed to survive, and told him that the poison in his veins was so toxic that it would have sent any 8th-level fighter to the next world. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in anger when the knight concluded that the Rankendel family members did not care about anything. Looking at his reaction, the warrior realized that he guessed correctly, and was glad that he noticed him at the banquet. The sun was shining outside. Jin asked what happened to the assassins. The commander replied that they escaped from the soldiers despite being wounded, and asked how the young master managed to suffer so much. The third prince frowned, doubting his actual level, and assumed that he probably had an assistant. The boy looked at him and expressed his gratitude. Laika explained that it was their duty to save Rankendel, even if he was not the strongest member of the family. The boy frowned sternly and asked if the main house knew about what had happened. The man replied that if that were the case, he would have been killed by now. The heir's eyes widened in surprise when he learned that after their battle, some powerful people had started a real robbery in Delki, and wondered if it was their allies from Tychon. The swordsman decided that it was his fault that there was trouble here. The knight closed his eyes and denied it. The warrior smiled and asked if his comrade could do him a favor. Placing his hands on his knees, the commander asked him to allocate more soldiers to Delki when he became the standard-bearer of the family, and stated that he wanted to take some of the gold that was in Rankendel's possession. The protagonist pursed his lips tightly and said that his friend was somehow cheapening his life. The third prince frowned sternly. Laika's mouth dropped open in shock when Jin promised to double their ranks and return all the shares in the gold mines, and asked if that was possible. Sitting on the bed, the boy asked him not to worry about it and said that in the future, there would be nothing in Hyupster that he could not cope with. The man wondered if he had enough power for such a thing. The young man grinned. The knight realized that he wanted to become a patriarch. Clouds floated above the tower. Jilly began to cry and said that she still had not come to terms with her ward's past misadventures. Murakan clenched his fist and was indignant that his friend was fighting a mage and an 8th-level assassin at the same time. Raising his hand, the heir promised that such a thing would not happen again, and thought that it was no wonder that the prince did not inform the main house about this. Kashmir raised his hands and asked his comrades to calm down. Quickentel said that it was good that he was alive at all. The swordsman was glad that everything ended well. Beaten Jet was incredibly happy that his friend survived. The protagonist asked what happened to him. The man pointed at the dragon and explained that he wanted to tell him what happened, but he did not listen and immediately beat him up. The knight approached his comrade. Jean asked what happened to Den. The guy frowned when he learned that the orphan refused to talk to anyone except him. The survivor sat at the table, looking down. The young man sat opposite him and said that he would get straight to the point, since he risked his life for him and his daughter. The heir placed his hand on the table and asked who taught him, Kyujin, Varys and the others. The man tensely pursed his lips and answered that it was the nanny of the first standard-bearer of the Rankindel family. The swordsman's eyes widened in shock. Den closed his eyes and shouted her name, calling her his mother. The assassins fell to their knees before her, the woman indignant that they had failed to complete the task and revealed their own identities to the enemy. The mercenaries bowed their heads. The maid raised her eyebrows and suggested that they were eager to die. The caretaker folded her hands in front of her and asked them to leave. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when she declared that their relationship was over from now on. The girl asked what that meant. The nanny looked down at them and said that they had made too big a mistake. Timon flinched when the mercenary asked her not to do it. Grabbing her leg, the mage apologized and shouted that it would never happen again. The woman slapped her and ordered her charge to let her go. Kyujin hugged his friend. The maid asked them not to look for her anymore. She looked back when the man called out to her. The killer lowered his head and hoped that everything would be fine with her. The caregiver pursed her lips and said nothing. The door of the hut opened. The nanny went out into the forest and assumed that their opponent was probably Jean, because the black energy they talked about was only with him. Looking ahead, Timon realized that the boy had already started looking for information about her, and would soon come for her with the young lady. The main character was enveloped in a blue haze. The woman thought that her ward would not kill her even when she learned the whole truth, and decided to find some information about Jean. The maid grinned and realized that it was better for him not to know that the boy possessed magic and shadow energy. Kyujin tried to calm the trembling Varys. The caregiver realized that her hunting dogs were useless. Sitting at the table, Den asked if his savior had met Tagan. The young man realized that he was talking about a look, and replied that he was finished. The man opened his mouth in surprise and asked what that meant. Frowning, the heir explained that this man was the head of a crime syndicate, and before his death, he confessed that the order to kill him was given by the same one. Then the swordsman assumed that he was talking about Timon. The orphan clasped his hands and explained that 15 years ago, a look told him something before leaving Delki. The warrior raised his eyebrows in surprise when he learned that the nanny made a deal with someone high up in the Rankindel family. The protagonist frowned sternly and asked what the essence of that deal was. The survivor replied that he did not know. Jean narrowed his eyes and wondered who they were talking about. The guy headed for the exit and said that he needed to go. Kashmir asked where he was going. The young man looked back and said that he wanted to talk to his older sister. Holding a mug in her hands, Luna asked how her guest was doing. Sitting opposite her, Taika thanked her for her help and informed her that all of her tribesmen had already found jobs and began to live like normal people. The girl closed her eyes and assumed that her brother would be happy when he heard this. The woman turned her head when she noticed something. The heir was standing behind the gate. He had a very sad look. After a while, the heroes were already sitting in the office, and the standard-bearer laughed. Wiping away a tear, the knight asked if her nanny had really raised an entire orphanage of killers and even ordered them to curse him, and ironically noted that no one except her was capable of this. The swordsman lowered his head. Luna asked why she would do something like that to him. The girl smiled and suggested that someone had given him the wrong information and asked him to come back later because her maid was on vacation. The warrior looked down and apologized to her. The woman slammed her fist on the table. Opening her mouth in anger, she asked her brother not to apologize and not to act like it was true. Suddenly, the standard-bearer's eyes widened in fear. The protagonist looked at her with disappointment. The knight gritted her teeth in displeasure and decided that someone had set her up. Jin's brows furrowed. Luna leaned on her hand and suggested that the survivor they were interrogating was probably a setup. The girl looked at her brother and stated that if Timon was really involved in this, there must be a reason for it. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise when the woman said that she would not sit idly by and find out everything herself. The standard-bearer looked back and suggested going to the nanny. The maid sat in a chair in her office. She closed her eyes and thought that the same one would deal with Varys and Kyujin because they had revealed their identities. Looking up, the matron decided that it didn't matter because they were just hunting dogs, and wondered how much the young master had managed to learn about him. Timon pictured the man in armor, and wondered if the mage could have made a mistake. The woman raised an eyebrow when there was a knock at the door. She quickly looked back. The door to her office opened slightly. Behind it stood the siblings of the Rankindel family. Frowning, the knight decided to get straight to the point and asked if she knew the names Varys and Kujin. The nursemaid looked at her carefully. The maid approached her charge and said that she knew them. Luna raised an eyebrow and asked why she was secretly raising assassins and harassing her brother. The matron asked to hear her out. Timon closed her eyes and stated that it was not her order, and explained that she had only recently learned of her hound's altercation with the young master, and that it had upset her greatly. The girl clenched her fist and realized that she had been making up these excuses in the hopes of her forgiveness. With tears in her eyes, the standard bearer could not believe that her nanny had been raising assassins without her knowledge. The knight's eyes widened in fear when the woman suggested convening a family trial and promised to give detailed testimony. The maid frowned when Luna asked her not to evade the question. The guardian raised her eyebrows in shock when the girl called her someone other than the one she had known since childhood and asked her to answer directly. Timon folded her trembling hands together and apologized for her secrecy. The woman looked down and explained that she raised mercenaries in order to survive, and the standard bearer asked what she was talking about. The nanny imagined the other Rankindel children looking at her charge and explained that her family had many enemies, because of whom they faced countless dangers daily. The knight frowned sadly and asked if anyone would dare touch her people. With her mouth wide open, the maid reminded them that the staff did not stay in the residence longer than a year, and asked why that was so. Luna's eyes widened in shock. The guardian asked if she had never wondered why everyone served for a year at best, while some did not last even a month. Timon opened her mouth in fury and shouted that they were all killed by her own relatives. The girl's shadow turned into a giant pool of blood. The woman pursed her lips. The standard bearer spread her arms and asked if that was true, why she had not told her about it before. The nanny lowered her head and said that she understood perfectly well what kind of person her subordinate was. The knight raised her eyebrows in surprise when the maid asked if she could kill or even punish her own brothers and sisters. The guardian frowned sternly and asked if her ward had not renounced the race for the throne because she did not want to harm her family. With tears in her eyes, Luna thought that she could not listen to this any longer. Timon lowered the corners of her lips and said that she could not say this earlier. The woman clutched the hem of her dress and added that otherwise, they would all have become victims in an instant. 30 years ago, holding a baby in her arms, the nanny truly felt what power was when she was made a hound for the nobility, recognizing her skills and giving her the opportunity to live as a human. The maid looked at the child and explained that this was her destiny. The caretaker poked her cheek and called her the first child of the Rankindel line. Timon looked down and thought how grateful she was that the one who had given her power was a small and gentle miracle. The baby closed his eyes and grabbed her finger. The children sat in the sword garden, each successive Rankindel a rival to her, but it was no problem because the patriarch said that his daughter had inherited all the talents. Luna grabbed a sword and told her story of how she had fought everyone in elementary school, even though Joshua and Runtia had teamed up against her. The woman leaned over and told her to keep up the good work. The nurse raised her eyebrows when the girl said she didn't like fighting. The child folded her hands behind her back and said that it just happened. The caretaker was worried about her naivety, but soon realized that her fears were unfounded. Joshua clenched his fist angrily. The girl asked him to stay out of her sight. She turned the plate over her sister's head and ordered her to leave. Standing in front of the defeated siblings, the standard bearer declared that they were destined to lick the dirt from her boots. Timon realized that there was no trace of childish naivety left in her heart. Authority took its place. The knight looked sternly forward. The woman frowned sadly when she heard that her ward was very tired. Luna stepped forward and explained that she wanted to calm down all her blood relatives. The girl burst into tears and said that she did not want to be the head of the family. The nanny reminded her that she had no choice, since this was her path. The maid widened her eyes in shock when the standard bearer refused him. The moonlight broke through the clouds. The knight explained that killing siblings for the sake of the family was wrong, and added that she wanted to achieve something greater and better for her loved ones. He looked back and declared that she wanted to become a sword that protects the family. By the age of 19, the wildness of youth had faded in her. The guardian's mouth opened in surprise, and with him, her revenge ended. The child sat surrounded by corpses. The sacrifice of the moon was created in the name of Luna becoming a matriarch and revenge on Timon. The woman fell to her knees and realized that she was an anglerfish that accompanied the white whale of myth. The nanny bowed her head and said that she would follow her mistress. The girl smiled and thanked her. That day her dream was born. The maid lowered her eyes. Her dream crumbled to dust. The corpses lay in the corridor of the castle. Just a few days later, the Rankindel family began to hunt when they realized that their relative had changed. The caretaker hid around the corner and watched them. What they had achieved with their madness and obsession was unbearable for her. That's when she decided to gather useful orphans and raise them as killers. Her hands were tied. The man sitting in the shadows in front of her called her the best killer from the Moon Victim Orphanage and promised to do everything if she could cope with the task. Timon lowered her head and asked him to just kill her. The stranger rose to his feet and said that he had not finished yet. The Rankindel family member approached the woman and said that he knew perfectly well what was hidden behind her fake smile. The nanny bit her lower lip. The scoundrel asked if she did not want to gain freedom and did not despise the princess who knew nothing. The maid opened her mouth in surprise when the villain promised to grant her true freedom. Her lips trembled. That day the guardian heard the voice of her savior. A sincere smile appeared on her face. Timon wondered what expression would take on her face if the young mistress knew about this. Turning away from her, the woman asked for forgiveness and explained that she hoped that this secret would die with her. Luna lowered her head. The nanny said that the reason did not matter, since the fact was that she trained the soldiers and allowed them to point their swords at the young master. The door of the office opened. The maid declared that this was the most terrible of all mortal sins, and that she must pay for what she had done. The knight took a step forward. Guards entered the room. The guardian said that she had already reported her deeds to the main house. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise and he thought that his enemy was one step ahead. Timon came down the stairs and promised to see him in court. Standing at the railing, Jean concluded that she had a confidant and said that there weren't many people with the power to save her from the family court. The nanny looked back and asked him not to talk nonsense because she only had Luna. The maid narrowed her eyes and added that she would humbly accept her fate, even if they wanted to execute her. Frowning, the guy noticed that she was talking too much for someone who was ready to die, and asked if she really thought they would understand the situation just because the guardian carried out their every order. Timon raised her eyebrows in amazement, and said that it was time for her to go if he had nothing else to say. The young man watched her go in silence. As she passed the executioners, the woman decided that he had been lucky enough to get this far and assumed that he had actually abandoned her. The nanny smirked and thought that she could make a deal and use the information about him to save herself. Suddenly, the maid stopped when the knight announced that he had given her a message. The soldier grabbed his sword and thanked her for her excellent work. The tip of the blade appeared in front of the guardian. At that moment, the warrior's head flew off his shoulders. The executioners turned around, puzzled. Luna took a step forward and asked how a mere knight, who was obliged to escort the accused, dared to try to kill her subordinate. The girl raised the sword in front of her and assumed that they forgot who was standing in front of them. The villains trembled from the strong pressure. The heir narrowed his eyes and concluded that these were not family soldiers, but merely subordinates of the same one. The man put his hand under his cloak. The impostor took the sword out of its sheath. The protagonist realized that these people would pursue Timon to the very end, even if they had to die. The executioners pounced on the woman. Jean jumped up from his place. He managed to chop off the hand of one of the attackers. The guy looked back. The blade of the sword appeared in front of the knight's face. His severed head immediately flew into the air. The mercenaries ran forward. The sword spun in the air. The standard bearer threw it forward. The villains were buried under the rubble of the walls. The nanny opened her mouth in shock. Her pupils narrowed. The enemy appeared right in front of her and swung a dagger. Someone grabbed him by the helmet. Luna delivered a powerful chopping blow. The soldier tried to stab her with a knife, but only a light scratch appeared on her pauldron. The girl grabbed the enemy by the wrist. With her bare hands, the standard bearer tore off the enemy's arm. The maid trembled in horror. She fell to the floor and lowered her head. The young man glanced at her and declared that he was right and that her master was not going to save her. The guardian frowned tensely. The knight grabbed the impostor by the throat and ordered him to answer her question. Suddenly, Luna's eyes widened in fear. The girl removed his helmet and saw a disfigured face. Bloody foam flowed from the executioner's mouth. The standard bearer threw him to the ground. The heir concluded that the enemy took poison so that they could not interrogate him. The swordsman approached Timon and decided that she was unlikely to ignore the current circumstances. The woman was covered in beads of sweat. The protagonist asked her to tell him everything. The knight approached her and asked if her subordinate had lied when she was asked to find out which of their relatives was targeting Jean. With tears in her eyes, Luna asked how she could do such a thing. The nanny smiled and said that she knew this would happen. The girl frowned in confusion. The maid grabbed her shoulder and realized that she was too old to be attacked by such a simple attack. Some time ago, the executioner managed to wound her in the shoulder. The standard bearer's eyes widened in shock. The knight immediately rushed to her subordinate. The guardian spat out a clot of blood when she tried to say something. Luna asked her to remain silent so that the poison would not spread too quickly. Timon looked at her and told her that this poison was given to her by Kyujin. The woman smiled and said that it was too late to try to save her, and thought about how this was called karma. The girl began to cry and shouted that this was not what she wanted at all. The standard bearer picked her up and asked her not to die. The nanny realized that she only wanted to beg for her forgiveness. The maid narrowed her eyes and realized that she just wanted to stay with her as long as possible to survive. The caregiver remembered how she knelt before the villain and wondered at what point everything went wrong. Then she had to bow her head before him. Timon decided that it began when her priority became revenge and not the young lady. Blood trickled down her chin. The woman asked the heroes to listen to her carefully. The knight opened her mouth wide and asked her to stop, so as not to lose more blood. The nanny raised her eyebrows and said that she would not pay for all her sins even if she told them everything. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock when he heard that the mage who cursed him 15 years ago was Keydart. The maid looked up and wanted to tell him who made the deal with that one, but Luna stopped her. The caretaker lowered her head and said that the one she ordered to kill the young master was Joshua. Jean looked down at her tensely. Timon informed him that he knew about his power and the contract. The woman pursed her lips. The nanny spat out a clot of blood, and the girl called out to her in fear. With tears in her eyes, the maid apologized for not telling her sooner and explained that she wanted to do what was best. The caretaker raised a trembling hand. In memory, she knelt before her mistress. Timon frowned in disappointment and ran to the standard bearer. When the knight was a child, the woman leaned toward her with a smile on her face. Earlier, she had held a baby in her arms. The nanny looked at the child sadly. The girl opened her mouth wide and began to cry. The child grabbed the maid's finger and immediately calmed down. The guardian placed her hand on her charge's cheek and asked her not to carry the memory of the fallen man for too long. Timon ran her finger along her cheek. Luna grabbed her hand. The girl hugged the nanny to her chest and called her mother. Dark clouds gathered over the estate. Someone stubbed out a cigarette on an ashtray. Joshua looked out the window and declared that the maid should have died an honorable death. The man looked back when someone announced that the guardian's subordinates had come to meet him. Varys and Kyujin lowered their heads. They knelt. The standard bearer remembered that Timon had abandoned them and asked what brought them here. The girl's fist trembled. The villain raised his eyebrows. The woman said that they would do anything. The mercenary opened her mouth wide and shouted that they could not work without her. The assassin asked her to stop. The mage frowned in frustration and asked a member of the Rankindel family to help them. The knight rose from his seat. He left the table. The warrior fixed Varys' hair and said that he could not fulfill their request. The girl's eyes widened in fear. Joshua realized that they had not yet heard about what happened, because the nanny sent them away rather suddenly. The assassin raised his eyebrows in surprise when the man reported that the maid was killed by a magical swordsman whose identity was unknown to him. His silhouette was reflected in the woman's eyes. The standard bearer narrowed his eyes and said that he sent 5 executioners when the guardian said that she was in danger and asked for help. The mercenaries bowed their heads when they heard that they were all killed. The mage trembled and declared that she would kill the man. The protagonist summoned a blue flame in his hand. The villain reported that Timon had been killed by the contractor Sodaret, but there was no other information about him yet. Kyujin's eyes widened and he shouted that he would find him and avenge their mother. The knight rose to his feet and explained that he understood their feelings, but now was not the time for that. Varys looked at him in confusion. The warrior said that the villain would come for him one day and that they would have to wait a little, and asked them to trust him and be patient. The assassin's eyes turned bloodshot. Joshua grinned. The assassins thanked him and promised to deal with it. The man narrowed his eyes and thought that avenging his adoptive mother was stupid. The soldier ran forward. The standard bearer decided that Timon had raised excellent hunting dogs, and was glad that his younger brother got rid of her early. The scoundrel looked at the door as someone asked for permission to enter. A guard approached him and whispered something in his ear. Kyujin looked up and asked what was wrong. Looking away, the knight explained that they needed to return today and promised to prepare a place for them and contact them later. A loud explosion was heard outside. The fighter covered his chest with his hand and asked what the first captain was trying to achieve. A silhouette appeared in a cloud of smoke. Luna ordered the subordinate to be silent and stated that she was the one asking the questions. The girl frowned menacingly and asked where Joshua was. Looking ahead, the soldier asked her to stop and not to break the family rules. The woman grabbed him by the throat. Armed guards surrounded her. The standard bearer ordered them not to even dare mention the rules in her presence. The knight opened her mouth wide and urged them to do their duties and not to disturb her. The guards flinched tensely. The fighter took a step forward. The soldiers pounced on the commander. A bright aura appeared around the swordswoman. Her eyes lit up. Luna turned her head. A bright light illuminated the enemy's face. A powerful wave of energy threw the guards back. They fell to the ground and dropped their weapons. The girl took a step forward and asked if that was all. She swung her sword and ordered the fighters to leave before her patience ran out. The woman looked back when someone called out to her. Joshua stepped forward and asked the reason for her sudden visit. The man narrowed his eyes slyly and asked why his sister did not even warn him. He was surrounded by people in black armor. The villain noticed that his relative did not look very well. With wide eyes, the standard bearer called him worthless and cowardly and asked if he really thought she came here to kill him. The villain closed his eyes and asked her not to talk about such terrible things. The swordswoman lowered her weapon. The knight assumed that something very unpleasant had happened and asked her to tell him what had happened. Luna's pupils narrowed when the warrior called her his family. The girl clutched her sword in her hand. Joshua mentally urged her not to hold back and use the sword, since one of her younger brothers, whom she wanted to kill, was standing right in front of her. The man smiled slyly and thought about how his family would still be on his side. The woman lowered her head and sighed heavily. Putting her weapon behind her back, the standard bearer stated that she was not going to kill him today and explained that she came to warn him because she was still worried about him. The villain raised his fist to his mouth and smirked. The swordswoman said that when that child returned, he would not be able to handle him, so he should think about running away. The knight looked back and said that otherwise, her brother would regret not dying today. The villain turned away and called it sad that his older sister, who was once the pride of the family, was talking such nonsense. Luna looked forward and said that her brother had not changed at all since he was a child. The warrior shuddered tensely. Joshua looked after his sister and hoped that she would continue to stand aside. The girl walked forward in the rain. The man realized that he would have to leave her because of the Zipple family. The villain smirked and decided that he would get rid of her first when everything was over and the Rankendel family belonged to him. The protagonist approached his sister and asked if everything was okay. The woman looked down and replied that everything was fine. The standard bearer narrowed her eyes and thanked her brother for his advice to bring emotions to their senses. Jean assumed that Joshua was trying to provoke her after what happened. Clenching her fist, the knight confirmed this and added that he was hiding behind the Black Knights. The guy frowned tensely and remembered that these were the 10 best fighters of the Rankendel family. The armored men surrounded the villain. The young man wondered why they were on his side if they were supposed to obey only the head of the family and his wife. The heir turned away and asked himself how he managed to persuade his father. A cross was stuck in the ground. Looking at it, the warrior asked what kind of terrible poison it was that could dissolve even the human body. Wiping away her tears, the swordwoman was upset that she could not bury Timon, and said that she could not accept the fact that this poison was also used on her subordinates. Luna covered her face with her hand and suggested that she would understand her if the nanny found people who valued her, and then betrayed them. The protagonist looked at her sadly. The girl said that she was to blame for everything that happened, and that this would not have happened if she knew how to help the maid. In memory, the guardian grabbed her shoulder and smiled. Joshua smirked. Jean realized that his beloved nanny had betrayed his sister, and their brother had become her sworn enemy, and he wondered who could help her heal her wounded heart. The woman lowered her head and explained that she had hated this feud since childhood, because the hatred and hostility between brothers and sisters had been born a long time ago. The family banner was covered in blood. The standard bearer said that she was afraid that they would repeat the history of the past. The boy said that only thanks to her none of them had died yet. The knight covered her eyes with her hand and replied that she had achieved what she wanted, but was too stupid. The swordswoman lowered her head and said that she was paying for the fact that she had run in fear all her life, afraid to fight. The young man's eyes widened in fear when Luna concluded that the sword that would protect the family would no longer exist. The girl swung the blade. She plunged it into the ground. Clutching the hilt in her hand, the woman promised to deal with anyone who dared to threaten her little brother. The standard bearer fell to the ground and declared that from now on, her sword belonged to him. The knight knelt before him. The swordswoman looked down and thought about how all of this happened only because of her. The heir sat down next to her. Luna decided that she would help him even if she had to turn her back on the rest of her siblings, because that was the price of her cowardice. The warrior plunged his blade into the ground and promised to follow her and stop those who would become a threat to her. The girl narrowed her eyes sadly. The protagonist smiled and said that he would support her no matter what. The woman's mouth fell open in shock. A smile appeared on her face. In the memory, the standard bearer closed her eyes and said the same words. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Jean hugged his sister and declared that he would be able to protect her when he became a captain. The knight frowned in disappointment. The boy explained that they were family. The swordswoman closed her eyes. The heroes sat on the ground in the pouring rain. Luna decided to give it all and make her younger brother the head of the family. Angrily clenching his fist, Virakan asked if they had used a mage and cast a curse, and stated that something like this would not have happened in Timar's time. Geely widened her eyes and said that she was still not completely over the shock. The man asked her not to keep it to herself. The boy closed his eyes and smiled when his comrades began to insult Joshua. The girl brought her fist to her mouth and asked why his older brother wanted to harm him. The heir replied that there were many reasons, and added that the more important thing was that the enemy did nothing despite knowing that he had made a contract with Sodaret. The woman frowned and explained that the villain had broken the rule of the Thunder Castle and tried to harm him, but did not try to do anything in the main house. The swordsman raised his eyebrows and said that they needed to understand his motivation and thought about his brother wanting to get his contract. The black dragon frowned menacingly. The protagonist remembered that Zipple could steal a contract with a god. The huge dragon narrowed his eyes. Jean came to the conclusion that Joshua was unlikely to be close to the Zipple family, and wondered if there was another way to steal the contract. Holding the documents in his hands, Kashmir said that he had found the place they were looking for. The guy took the papers and asked why so quickly. In the documents was a photo of Kedart. The man said that he was a fairly famous mage who founded a high-level magic academy in Zipple and used the pseudonym Amal. The young man narrowed his eyes tensely. The knight added that this man is currently studying a certain type of magic. The guys looked closely at their comrade. The heir said that he had a favor to ask them. The swordsman burned the documents and asked them not to look for him for the next 3 months. There were many people in the tavern. The old man took a sip from his mug. Someone entered the establishment, opening the door with a staff. The locals immediately looked around. The man in the robe stopped at the threshold. He took a step forward. The stranger approached the man and asked if he was really the same Momo. The wizard looked at him and asked his name. Huvel introduced himself and explained that he was heading to the prestigious magic academy Meltador. The visitors looked at them tensely. The boy said that he had heard that there was a noble elder here. The magician slammed his fist on the table. Without turning around, Kidart asked what they were staring at. The man summoned a cloud of energy in his hand and ordered everyone to leave immediately, while they were alive. The doors of the tavern slammed shut. The old man looked at the guest and asked who he was. The young man said that he had already introduced himself. The wizard flinched when the elder asked him not to try to hide the fact that he had trained with weapons his entire life. A cloud of mana appeared between them. The sorcerer declared that the stranger was not a novice mage at all, and asked him not to look down on him. Frowning menacingly, Kiart called for him to identify himself, and threatened to make it so that he would no longer be able to use magic. Huvel turned down the corners of his lips and decided to introduce himself again. The boy removed his hood and said that he was the last survivor of the Hister family. Jumping up from the table, the man shouted that this could not be true, and reminded him that the Zipple family had exterminated them all to the last one. The youth took a book from under his robe and asked him to look at it. The mage held out the book and said that the mercenary commander who raised him passed on this grimoire, and told him about the Hister family before he died. The old man tried to snatch the book from his hands, but Huvel asked him not to touch the grimoire. The boy narrowed his eyes and explained that he had sworn that no one would do this without his permission, and said that they would have to kill him to get the book. The wizard opened his mouth wide and asked the stranger to open the grimoire. The boy placed it on the table and began to leaf through the pages. Trembling, the sorcerer thought that the protection system was actually similar to the Hister grimoire and decided to study it carefully. The wizard looked up when the scoundrel asked if he had decided where he would stay for the night. Holding his staff in his hands, Kidart asked him to follow him and promised to give him a decent reception. The heroes sat at the table. The man explained that this was his secret place of research and that it was quite heavily guarded, and asked how a representative of the Hister family managed to survive. Huvel lowered his head and said that as a child he was taken under the wing of the mercenary group Grey Owl. The boy remembered sitting in front of the family heirloom, and added that he had learned magic so quickly, as if he had known what he was doing from the start. The old man gritted his teeth and thought about how Hister's recording magic threatened the Zipple family, who were used to rewriting history. The boy lowered his head and explained that he wanted to hide his identity because the Zipple family had begun to hunt him down, and the sorcerer figured that they could not leave even the slightest threat, even though it had all happened 300 years ago. The wizard grabbed his wrist when the villain suggested that there was already a huge reward for his head. The wizard looked up when Kidart offered him a choice. The man raised his hand and asked him to become his apprentice, and write his name into history instead of living on the run. A bright flash of light flashed in the air. The old man summoned a cloud of energy in his hand and said his true name. Huvel jumped up from the table and asked if this was true. The sorcerer was surprised that he knew this name. The boy smiled and replied that he could not help but know, because the story of how he became a 9th-rank mage without the help of the Zipple family had become a legend. The scoundrel clenched his fist and decided that this would be enough. Waves of energy swirled around the ball. Kidart promised to teach the guest countercurrent magic so that his name would remain in the history of this magic next to his own. The man narrowed his eyes slyly and asked if he was ready to become his student. In the past, the old man made an entry in the book when he accidentally stumbled upon the remains of the Hester family's legacy, and decided to devote his entire life to this research. The young man held the book in his hands. The sorcerer thought that he could develop his countercurrent magic with the help of this grimoire. Waves of energy enveloped the magic ball. A flash appeared in the wizard's hand. The villain smiled broadly and expressed surprise that he had mastered the intensive countercurrent system, and the wizard thanked him for his help. Huvel looked up when Kidart asked to see the grimoire. The boy clenched his fist and refused, and the man asked why. The youth replied that it went against his beliefs, and the old man slammed his staff on the floor. The sorcerer raised his hand and shouted that stealing this grimoire was easier than taking candy from a child, and stated that he still respected his choice. The wizard frowned menacingly. The villain put his hand behind his back, realizing that he should not have said that, and asked his apprentice not to take it personally. The wizard offered to exchange beliefs, and Kidart's eyes widened in surprise and he asked what that meant. The man's mouth dropped open in shock when Huvel asked to see the countercurrent book. Turning away, the old man agreed and asked him to wait, because this book was kept in the endless vault of the Holy Kingdom of Vankel. The boy sternly knitted his eyebrows and agreed. The sorcerer said that he needed to go there personally to pick it up, and asked his comrade to continue studying the intensive countercurrent system. The door opened. The scoundrel thought that this grimoire contained the entire essence of his magic, and remembered that he was going to give it to him before he died, but then there would be no point in reading the grimoire of Hister. Keydart ran out into the street and promised to return soon. The doors closed in front of the young man. A grin appeared on his face. After a while, the wizard shuddered when he heard the teacher's voice. The man entered the room and asked if the student practiced the intensive countercurrent system. Summoning a cloud of energy in his hand, the magician confirmed this and said that this power seemed to belong to him from the very beginning. Holding the book in his hands, the old man mentally called him a genius and said that this was the grimoire he asked for. Huvel took it and promised to return it soon. There was a book on the table. The sorcerer concluded that it would take some time to decipher it, and said that the student could read the book of counterflow as much as he wanted. Standing behind him, the boy explained that he had not yet reached the level to understand the deep meaning of his works, and was glad that the teacher entrusted him with his work. The scoundrel suggested that he try this magic on beetles. The young man looked away and asked if counterflow magic really worked on more than just people. Keydart, slyly knitting his eyebrows, replied that he meant something completely different, and explained that he was talking about those beetles that look like them and live in a neighboring village. The bright light reflected in the glasses. The man frowned angrily and said that these creatures would be perfect for practice, as consumables with a small amount of magic. The old man looked away as the wizard stated that he had a request. Placing his hand on his chest, the mage asked the teacher to use the countercurrent on him and asked if it would be more useful to try it out for himself so that the practice would be more effective. The sorcerer, opening his mouth wide, praised him and reminded him that the capital guards could figure him out if he killed everyone indiscriminately. Energy concentrated in his hand, the scoundrel decided to show the student the countercurrent bomb, which could cause the depletion of the opponent's mana. A powerful energy fell on Huvel. Keydart asked him to concentrate and feel the mana leaving his body. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened and wondered why the countercurrent did not work. Holding the magic ball in his hand, the old man could not believe that this man possessed magic higher than the 7th tier. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The sorcerer fell to his knees and asked what all this meant. The boy took something out of his pocket and asked the teacher to look at it. In his hands was a mirror that contained an infinite amount of mana. The boy explained that the countercurrent failed because of it, and told him that the people from the Zipple family wanted to use it, which would have led to terrible consequences. The wizard put his hand in his pocket. The magician poured the liquid on his head and said that he had to suffer all his life because of the teacher's deeds. The glasses fell to the ground. The impostor took off the red lenses and asked if the villain remembered how he cast a curse on a newborn child in the Thunder Castle. The protagonist adjusted his hair and said that he came back from hell to kill him. Keydart trembled in fear and said that this could not be. Jean confirmed that this was the story of a real survivor from Hister, which happened 44 years ago. The boy kicked the man in the face. He pressed the enemy to the ground with force. The young man clenched his fist and explained that he had risen from the dead after all the suffering and humiliation he had endured. The heir opened his eyes wide and promised to use the book that had become the work of his life. The swordsman reminded him that the countercurrent magic actually belonged to the Hister family. The old man looked at him with fear and asked how he knew about it. The warrior's eyes flashed with fire and promised to tell the whole world that this was Hister magic, and then everything that his sworn enemy had achieved would disappear. The sorcerer shouted that he would not allow this. His eyes rolled back. The protagonist crushed his head, and blood flew into the air. The villain lay in a pool of blood. Jean assumed that it all began at the very moment when Keydart cast a curse on him, and declared that he should be grateful for such a peaceful death. The boy drew his sword from its sheath. The young man swung it several times. An inscription appeared on the wall, which said that the others could not expect such a peaceful death. Fire appeared under the heir's feet. The swordsman left the burning house and mentally asked Joshua to wait for him. The warrior sternly knitted his eyebrows and thought that this was only the beginning. The events take us to the mansion. Jilly was hanging out a sheet in the yard. Murakan opened one eye. The girl looked up at the sky and said that 3 months had passed since they left to look for Keydart. The dragon sighed and said that their boy was completely heartless. Closing his eyes, he said that as soon as the boy became his student, he immediately said that he would wait for a chance to defeat him, but sometimes it seemed to him that he was too cunning. Suddenly, a girl's hand passed under his head. Jilly picked Murakan up and cried, saying that Jean was constantly making her worry and in general, he should understand that she couldn't find a place for herself every time he disappeared like that. Murakan responded by saying that he wasn't worried that much, because the 7 flowers found out that Keydart adored Jean, so there were no problems. Jean kept this old man on a short leash. The protagonist, hiding behind the trees, said that they spoke as if he had seduced Keydart, or something like that. Jilly and the dragon turned around abruptly. Jean smiled looking at his friends. The protagonist smiled listening to the exclamations of the couple. Jilly threw out the cat and ran to the guy. Murakan fell painfully to the ground. The protagonist took the grimoire in his hand and told the dragon that he barely got it, he would decipher it for him. The events take us to the Garden of Swords. Almost all the Chiron children were sitting and having dinner at the table. Joshua closed his eyes, cutting off a piece of meat. Near him lay documents in which it was written that Jean Grey was the main suspect in the murder of Kedart. Hayton frowned and said that this was definitely the identity of the junior reserve standard bearer. Daytona interrupted his brother, saying that there were elders here. Daytona covered his mouth in fear when Hayton said that Jean Grey was certainly a popular name. The black-haired man interrupted his brother, saying that this is an awesome kid, but Kedart was a 9th rank mage, and this cannot be. Suddenly Mew hit the table. Frowning, she angrily said that the two of them had never even seen a 9th rank mage and were talking nonsense. She couldn't even imagine that in a couple of months they would become reserve standard bearers. Anna, wiping her mouth, said that it was cute that the little ones were saying such nonsense, and she shouldn't be so angry. Marie, who was sitting next to her sister, told them to shut up and stop ruining their appetite. Seeing how no one was going to shut up, Marie's eyes sparkled and she said that she ordered everyone to shut up. Div closed his eyes and told his sister to stop. Suddenly, Joshua clapped his hands. Smiling, the guy said that they hadn't sat at the same table together for so long, they shouldn't quarrel. Besides, he also thought that the younger one could have finished off Kedart. Mew turned her head to him in shock. The guy clasped his fingers and said that Jean didn't do it alone. Raising his head, he said that if that brat Yona had helped him, then perhaps they would have killed the mage. Mari frowned deeply and looked at his brother. Runtia opened one of her eyes. Div slammed the table sharply. Standing up, he asked his brother if he was wary of the small reserve standard bearer, and now he was dragging Yona into it. The guy angrily shouted, saying that he was already tired of their intrigues. Mari frowned and asked her older brother if he would answer for his words that Yona had somehow helped him. Joshua raised his hand and smiled and said that these were just thoughts out loud, and it was not for the point that the 9th rank mage had died, but the cause of death was not made public. It would not have been easy to pull off, unless he had been finished off by nameless ones. A long time had passed since Yona had joined the Best Assassins Guild, since Yona had joined there on Chiron's orders. Opening his eyes, the boy said that he thought to attract attention, the younger made a deal with the nameless, and Yona, feeling abandoned by her family, helped Jean. Grinning, Mari said that since time immemorial he wanted something to happen to Yona, and now he speaks openly about it. Mew, grinning, said that she also agreed with her brother. Yona's help explains the younger success in the cadet missions. Something rushed towards Mew while she was saying that now with the nameless she is curious what Yona now thinks about family. The girl threw Mew back with a blow. Anna turned around in shock. Mew crashed into the wall. Mari grabbed her sister by the head. The girl clenched her fist. Div stopped his sister. Looking at the girl, he said that she should not go too far, because the more she reacts, the more everything goes the way Joshua wants. Mari clenched her teeth until they gnashed. Runtia closed her eyes. Tearing her hand from Div's grip, she said that she was the 7th standard bearer. There was no way she could stand up to the 2nd standard bearer, but they had better not forget one thing. The girl turned around with anger on her face and said that if they offended John, their father would not stand aside. Joshua released his aura with a smile. Anna approached Mew. Joshua opened his eyes when Div told him that sometimes he should be more straightforward. Looking away, Div said that if he was afraid of John, he could simply defeat her in a duel and force her to submit. He should stop inciting the others with these threats, because that was not how Rankindel acted. Joshua smiled and said that he should also draw his sword then. Runtia opened her eyes when she heard her brother's chuckle. Div looked at her and asked what all this was for. An invisible pressure appeared in the room. Hayton and Daytona trembled, squeezing out a tear. They said that they missed Jean. Events take us to the mansion. Dante, standing on the balcony, told Veridin that the 9th rank mage was killed at the crime scene. The name Jean Grey remained, and it was him. Veridin thoughtfully asked if he would give him a minute of his time. Dante turned to the guy and asked if he really could right now. The mage smiled widely and said that he could also give him time tomorrow or later, after which he suggested meeting Jean. A waiter passing by heard everything. Soon he was already standing in front of Raz, saying that during the banquet Dante and Veridin communicated closely. The report indicated that the relations between the Zipple and Hayran families were not the best, but this was not confirmed. Frowning, the man said that the Zipple had something to do with the death of Kedart, and Veridin passed on the information. Dante, probably the Zipple began to keep an eye on their allies and cut ties with families not involved in them. The man bowed when Raz said that it didn't matter if it was true. It would be a great reason to limit the actions of the 7 Zipples. He should give the latest information to the press. Leaning back in his chair, mentally saying that the bastards were acting hastily, that it was not like them, as if someone was manipulating them. The man closed his eyes, saying that whoever it was hard to keep up with them. Julia hugged her little brother and asked him to stay. Kashmir leaned over to his daughter and said that young Master Jean was very busy. Jilly, wiping away a tear, said that his nanny was extremely upset because he hadn't even rested, but was already leaving right away and was heading to Samel, the city of the Nameless. Did he really need to go to such a dangerous place? Jean smiled and said that he needed something there. he also wanted to see one person. Jilly, standing opposite the guy, asked if he really knew someone who lived in Samel. Suddenly she froze with her mouth and eyes wide open. At this time, a girl was sitting on the edge of the cliff. Her scarf fluttered in the wind as she said that she heard that the youngest left the family when he became the reserve standard bearer, and still the youngest roamed around and did amazing things. I wonder if he will come here. The girl extended her hand to the moon. Smiling widely, she said that she can't wait to play with him. Kashmir hugged his daughter and said that the young master, while he is gone, he will also go away. Raising his hand, the guy asked if something happened. Looking away, the guy said that he forgot something in Beemont. He could not say that his father called him. Suddenly, Murakan kicked open the door saying that he did everything. Picking up the book, he said that he should go with him. He will draw everything. A bright light filled the dungeon. Jean with runes imposed on his back said that it seemed that he instantly acquired a powerful weapon. Murakan grinned and said that while he was deciphering this thing, he came across several useful magical things. Even if a pack of 7th rank mages attacked him, he would defeat them all at once. The protagonist, putting on his shirt, said that they would try now. The protagonist used shadow release. Darkness mana filled the room. The darkness raged. Murakan, looking at the manifestation of darkness, said that it manifested as it should. Suddenly, Enya entered the room and screamed in fear. The protagonist immediately dispelled the darkness. The girl's hand was shaking. Wiping the blood on her face, the girl said that she was fine, and it was very cool. A shadow covered the guy's face. Quickentle hit the girl on the neck. Murakan laughed to the side, while the protagonist, smiling, greeted the girl. Quickentle lifted Enya onto her shoulder and said that apparently she was now harassing him. Things were getting worse and worse for everyone. The protagonist responded by saying that it was his fault too. He would ask her for forgiveness when she woke up. The boy shuddered when the silver dragon said that she heard that he was planning to go to Samel. The boy responded by saying that it was all true. No wonder he knew. Climbing the stairs, Quickentle said that the Samel territory was training nameless. Random visitors were not allowed there and those who passed were killed. At the moment he could withstand an attack by nameless cadets. Imagining the blade of the Kusarigama on the boy's neck, the dragoness said that the more time he spent there, the stronger his enemies would be. In the end, the best assassins would come for him. The girl put her hand behind her back saying that she could not guarantee that he and even his older sister would be able to survive an attack by a true nameless assassin. Handing the bag to the boy, she told him to take it. Jean froze taking the bag. It was the treasure of the nameless assassins. The silver dragon stood in front of the guy saying that he should show it if an assassin he couldn't handle showed up. Then he would survive. Jean smiled and thanked her saying that he didn't even know how to thank her. Quickentle smiled widely and said that if he handled it well, her contractor would be happy. When he returned he would help Enya with her training. The protagonist grinned. The events take us to a city in the desert. The coachman sat calmly in his seat. The protagonist sat inside the cart. The cart was calmly approaching the city of assassins. The protagonist jumped into the carts. The guard raised his hand and said that without a pass, there was no nameless passage. Jean took out a badge. Taking the badge in his hand, the man asked what the purpose of the visit was. Jean replied saying that he just wanted to gain experience. The man replied saying that the city would definitely not disappoint him, and he could pick up the pass at the exit. Jean nodded his head and said that he wanted to ask something. The guard raised his head asking what he wanted. The coachman approached the horse when Jean asked the guard if the rules of the nameless applied to visitors from the moment they entered. Suddenly, the coachman disappeared from his place. A dagger appeared in his hand. Jean ducked his head and dodged the blow. Then his fist rushed towards the man. With one blow, he threw the enemy back. The man fell to his knees. When his head fell on the sand, the guy said that these rules seemed to have started working even before he entered. Throwing a coin to the man, he said that all the way he felt like he wanted to kill him. He definitely did not have the talent to kill, so he should find another job. Turning his head to the guard, the protagonist asked him if he would attack. He denied it, saying that they study killing techniques, not martial arts. They do not attack head-on. The protagonist grinned and took off his hood. The gates in front of him opened. A beautiful city appeared before him. Walking through the streets, Jean mentally said that the white color characterizes the nameless, because they are firmly convinced that they will not leave traces of blood on their clothes. Straightening up, the guy mentally said that he sees people in front of him, but almost does not feel their presence. It was beautiful, but at the same time creepy. In this city, no one was imprisoned, and the cadets lived in the house of the nameless towering above everyone. For them, visitors are just special opponents, and every day they hunt each other. Looking at the sign of the inn, the guy decided that he did not want to be as zealous as in the Cosmos competition. A menacing man stood in front of the guy. Frowning, he said not to make him laugh. Did he really want to rent a room? Jean nodded. Then the man asked if this was really a place where killing was allowed. He was going to live with a nameless cadet. The guy answered saying that it was exactly like that. The man hearing the answer asked why he didn't go to the inn then. Taking off his hood, the guy said that he wasn't very happy with the night guests. The protagonist, looking at the man who closed his eyes, mentally said that his words were rather regarded as a provocation, as if he was saying that he couldn't be killed so easily. Turning around, the killer gave permission to enter. Turning around, he said that he wouldn't take money since he was paying with his life. Entering the room, the killer said that he would sleep upstairs, and while he was in his room, he wouldn't attack him. Sitting on the bed, Jean tried to figure out if there were any traps here. Looking at the sword in his hand, he said that he could at least get a normal rest. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He felt an oppressive aura. The guy abruptly jumped up holding the sword. Holding the sword handle, the protagonist could not understand what was happening. He opened his mouth in fear. All his senses told him that there was no one here. But it was a deception. A figure of a man hung on the ceiling behind him. The killer's eyes glowed brightly as she looked at the victim. Yona dispersed her aura and mentally said that she almost got caught. She saw a boy who looked like Jean, who was wandering around the city. Just in case, she followed him. The girl closed her eyes. She was glad to see Bradamanti. Jean sat on the bed. He was trying to understand if he was mistaken. His sister, hanging on the ceiling, noted that he was too careful, although in this city you should be on your guard. Yona's eyes widened. She moved to her brother in an instant. The protagonist immediately turned his head. But when he turned around completely, Yona disappeared. The girl stood right in front of him. She realized that the younger one had just sensed her presence. His mind's eye was only half open, but he had achieved this at a young age. Rejoicing and moving behind her brother, Yona told herself that she was training the boy well. She covered her mouth with her hand. She was looking forward to playing with the younger one and making him the strongest. 4 days later, the man frowned and told the protagonist that he wanted the boy to leave. Jean, who was sitting opposite him, asked if he needed to be paid. The man reminded him that he did not accept money. Closing his eyes, that the reason for his exile was simple. He realized that he could not kill him, so he admitted his defeat. The protagonist did not move, looking at the man who said that when he saw him with a nameless past, he immediately thought that he was the heir of some famous martial arts school who had reached great heights. The assassin frowned and said that he never imagined that he was that good. He hadn't found a single weak point, so he admitted that he wasn't at the level to kill him. Jean just narrowed his eyes at his words. He had been gathering information for the past 4 days and was on guard because of the strange feeling, so the assassin hadn't found a weakness. Putting his hand on the table, the assassin said that the fact that he hadn't been able to kill his visitor was an incredible blunder, and he still had to be certified for a promotion, so he was asking him to get lost since he had given up. Crossing his arms over his shoulders, he said that he hadn't been able to advance for a while, but thanks to him, he had thought of one thing. Touching the door, he said that he would give him advice, namely, when he started fighting assassins, he should consider them mages or swindlers. The protagonist stood up, and the man said that as soon as he left the house, he would meet the same kind of people. When the guy approached him, he wished him luck. Jean grabbed the door handles. He did not quite understand why he was given advice. When the guy came out, he saw many traps in front of him. Looking at them, he realized that someone had set them for him. The protagonist frowned, and then he understood why he was given advice. One of the assassins appeared above the protagonist. He fired a dart. Jean turned around sharply and repelled the attack. The assassin's figure disappeared. The protagonist chased after him. His foot bent again. 3 assassins were already waiting for him on the roof. One of them pulled the lines. The traps immediately jumped into the air. They rushed towards the guy at great speed. Jean pulled his sword out of its sheath. He struck the steel threads. The protagonist looked at his sword in surprise. The traps had bound his sword. The assassin pulled out a dagger, saying that nothing could be done with this sword now. 2 assassins jumped right at the guy. Jean swung his sword and struck their faces. Their bodies flew past their comrade. The assassin was sweating profusely from fear. When Jean was right in front of him, the assassin screamed, saying that he surrendered. A powerful blow broke through the man's roof. Traps fell to the floor. The protagonist stood in the middle of the rubble. The man caught the bag. Jean threw him gold coins and said that he was not used to being in debt to someone. Looking at the bodies of the advanced cadets, the man said that he had smeared them so much, it turned out that he could forget about the status of an average cadet. Jean returned the sword to its sheath. Turning around, he said goodbye to the man. Soon the guy went outside. An arrow rushed towards him. The sheath of the sword was immediately raised. The protagonist deflected the arrow with his sword. Looking at the poison on the tip of the arrow, he said that whoever it was, this was too much. The guy frowned. A huge number of arrows fell right on him. Jean jumped up dodging the arrows. While in the air, he said that he had no idea how many people came to kill him. It was so easy to guess. Suddenly, assassins rushed towards him from all 4 sides. Jean gritted his teeth. His cloak spun. With a sharp turn, the protagonist was able to hit each cadet. Soon he landed along with the bodies of the men. The sand under his foot sank. The protagonist quickly ran forward dodging the arrows. The arrows followed the guy like rain. Jean involuntarily looked behind him. Yona, sitting on the roof of the tallest building, laughed, watching everything. Smiling, she said that her brother lived up to her expectations. He would adapt faster than she thought. It was not for nothing that she had been running around him for 4 days. Looking at her brother running below, she told him to be patient, because in a week his mind's eye would open completely. Letting go of the scarf, she said that if suddenly he turned out to be weaker than he thought and died in the process, it would be sad. Smiling widely again, she said that she would be upset, but such would be fate, because death during training is a common thing. Arrows continuously flew at the evil protagonist. The arrows were powerful enough to penetrate the walls. The assassin's body lay on the sand. The protagonist stood alone, on the battlefield that had already passed. He clenched his fist. Suddenly, he waved his cloak, dispersing the smoke. The guy spat out bloody saliva and said that it was all planned. Wiping the blood from his lip, he said that the cadets were definitely acting on someone's orders. Whoever this creature was, he would kill it as soon as he found it. Yona, standing behind the palm tree, smiled. The protagonist's eyes widened. He saw a leaf flying past him. The guy grabbed the leaf with one jerk. His lips stretched into a smile, then he said that things were going better than he thought. Looking at the letter in his hand with an offer to play again, he said that judging by the fact that the one who was throwing the cadets around on such a scale must be one of the best nameless, it was definitely Yona's sister. Clenching his fist, he mentally said that if he could manage it, he could learn everything he needed from her. One of the items he was interested in was the elixir of 10,000 poisons. In this world, Rankadel's gifted physique allowed him to withstand the effects of many poisons, a prime example of which was Kyujin, whose poison was extremely toxic. The elixir of 10,000 poisons was a secret miracle potion given only to the best of the nameless assassins, who drank it gained bodies that were virtually invulnerable to poisons. Yona, who was called the youngest perfect assassin, received this elixir, but she was naturally resistant to toxins, so she did not need to take it. The girl was fooled by Anna, to whom she eventually gave the elixir. In Jean's past life, Anna was definitely on Joshu's side, so it was time for him to start getting rid of enemies before they became too powerful. The wind ruffled the boy's hair. A weak wind dispersed from his leg. He ran forward sharply using arcing movements. Frowning, he said that he needed to deal with his sister's plans. A beam of light rushed towards the guy. The blade of the Kuzurigama was right in front of the guy's face. He barely managed to put the sheath out. The protagonist jumped down and plunged the sword into the sand. He grabbed the chain. The guy's face blurred from his sudden movement. With one jerk, the guy pulled the owner of the weapon towards him. The cadet looked at the guy with wide eyes from fear. He mercilessly pulled the chain. The cadet crashed into the ground in front of the protagonist. The assassin crashed into the house and destroyed it. The protagonist grabbed the sword tighter. The cadet sweated from fear. The protagonist broke through the wall with a blow. The assassin crashed into a pole. His head dropped. The genie nodded, satisfied with the result. The guy looked at one of the doors. He involuntarily narrowed his eyes. The genie put his hand in his pocket. The people behind the door were scared when the protagonist approached the shop and told them to come out. The door opened slightly when the guy said that the last two were chasing him, so he was on edge. It would be better for them to show themselves while he was offering kindly. Veridin and Dante greeted the protagonist with smiles on their faces. The veins on the guy's face bulged at the sight of these two. Pointing at the guys, he shouted asking what they were doing here. Veridin pointed at him and said that he should be kinder. It was already very difficult to find him. They spent their last money on passing the nameless ones. The two guys raised their hands and cursed, saying that Jean Grey's heart was too cold. The protagonist calmed down and said that he understood them. Now they should tell him what they were doing here. The guys answered saying that they just missed him. The protagonist squeezed his face tightly. He was furious, then asked that he admits that this could be the reason. But what were they doing here? Dante looked away and said that they spent all their finances on the tunnel. They had no choice. Jean put his hand in his pocket, mentally saying that two sons of noble families are homeless without a penny in their pockets. But out loud he said that since this happened, while they were looking for him, he will pay for the food. In exchange they will have to work. Veridin smiled widely with joy. Suddenly, the wall near them exploded. The assassin emerged from the smoke. Dante grabbed the hilt of his sword. A bright beam of aura rose into the sky. The protagonist covered himself with a scabbard from a stone. The aura emitted by Dante was amazing. Smiling, the guy asked if they just need to win. Yona froze with her hand raised. Her pupils dilated. She wanted to kill the two who came to her brother. The girl turned around when someone called her. She was surprised when she saw Owl behind her. The masked man who was the 85th nameless king told Yona that even she was not allowed to cause more chaos. Her actions had already led to the death of several cadet units. Pointing to her brother below, the girl said that it did not matter now. She was playing with the younger one, and here some guys were bothering them. The man turned his head in anger that someone had interfered with the girl. His eye widened in shock. He realized that the guy in front was Yona's younger brother. Looking closely at the guys behind him, he said in shock that these were the entire future heads of the Zipple and Aaron families. Yona jumped down saying that she would deal with them personally. Al caught her saying that if she went down, they would be finished. The girl's pupil sparkled when she said that was the point. Starting to wave her hands, she said that her little brother was here. He was the first of her relatives who came to visit her, and these guys were just pestering her. She hadn't even talked to the little one yet. The girl turned her head sharply when the king offered to play a game. Extending 3 fingers, he said that they would play a survival game, starting from tonight, and for 3 rounds, they would send real killers to them, not cadets. Letting go of the girl, he said that if they died, then she won, and if they survived, then she lost. Yona was surprised, saying that then the chances of her little one dying would increase significantly. Connecting her fingers, she said that she hoped that the little one would survive. He had been playing with her for 2 days already, and he was so good. Philin, hearing her words, said that she would then have to look after the 3 of them. Yona closed her eyes and said that she agreed to the game. Turning around and starting to leave, she said that he was not allowed to interfere and that she would choose the killers herself. The king agreed and asked her if she knew how many cadets were destroyed in Samel. The girl went to the door and said that she did not know. She abruptly closed the door and disappeared when Philin told her that 37 units were destroyed, and this was the result of her sending them to play with her brother. The king sighed. He was glad that he did not let Yona get involved in this personally. The future of his organization had just hung on the brink. Looking at the rising sun, he said that he needed to act quickly. Veridin and Dante were sleeping on the floor. The protagonist, who was sitting next to them, said that the 2 fell asleep as soon as he said that they would attack him during the day. Looking closely at Dante's face, the guy said that he was still weak in body, but his fencing skills had become even more accurate. He probably brought himself to this level by learning the secret technique of Aaron. Looking at the mage's face, he said that this one was generally a brute. It was unclear what was on his mind. The guy clutched his head and said that the one who in his past life seemed to be in another world due to his genius, came for him without a second thought, and even began to help in order to earn money for food. Frowning, Jean tried to understand how he could protect these guys from what would happen tonight, because his sister would definitely send more capable assassins. Suddenly, an assassin appeared in front of the protagonist. The protagonist shuddered, raising his head. This man in front of him radiated overwhelming pressure. He did not feel it at all. The protagonist immediately understood the man's identity. The guy calmed down and said that Rankindel of the lower rank welcomes the 85th nameless king. Squinting, Philin said that he had no shortage of strength, since he was not afraid. Chiron had found a real treasure in the person of the youngest heir. But he was not well-mannered, since he did not change his position when he realized who he was. The protagonist also said without changing his position that he dared to act bravely, although he could not know whether the White Master would spare him. This is all because Rankindel are not afraid of death. The guy grinned. He did not understand why the king personally came to him. The elf frowned looking at the guy. Jean could not stand it, asking the man opposite if the reason for his arrival was related to Yona. Suddenly, Jin's eye widened in fear. The king told him that here in Esamil even Chiron watches his language. Releasing his aura, the man asked how dare this pathetic run pronounce Yona's name. The protagonist grabbed his throat. He could not breathe. The king's aura was choking him. The jaw of the mask opened when the owl asked him if he really acted so arrogantly after causing so much noise. Did he really think that Yona would stand up for him? Jean doubled over. He could not breathe. Suddenly, the man dispersed his aura. Frowning, he said that he would tear him to pieces. But even that would not be enough. Just for the sake of Chiron, this time he would spare him. Jean grinned, realizing that this king did not just talk about his father for no reason, to spare him once for a mistake. The guy got down on one knee and asked for forgiveness for daring to speak out of place. Owl was silent for a few seconds and said that from today on, the true killers in white masks will hunt them. Looking at the 2 trembling guys, the king told Jean that he did not care about his fate, but these 2 should not die, so he must listen carefully and follow him. The protagonist stood up and asked if he was punishing him by sending the real killers, and not the cadets. Owl answered by saying that this was just a game that Yona started, with the lives of those 2 at stake. The protagonist frowned and realized that the king wanted him to interfere with the game of Jan's sister. Imagining his smiling sister, the guy assumed that the king was most likely unable to control her. Perhaps she meant too much to them. Looking at the city outside the window, the man said that the assassins would come 3 times. They should go together to the central part of the city. If they cope, they will be able to survive the first day. The next day he should send these 2 outside the city. The protagonist standing in front of the man asked if his life was at stake. Narrowing his eyes, Owl asked what reward he wanted. Jean, looking at the king, said that he wanted the elixir of 10,000 poisons. Veins appeared on the king's face from anger. Then he said that even if Chiron himself asked about it, he could not allow this. Looking at the ceiling, Owl said that it should be equivalent to the price of his life, but he must save the 2 future patriarchs. Jean grinned and said that he would definitely keep his promise. The boy narrowed his eyes when the king said that he would warn him about something. The man explained that when a person is determined enough, they can kill anyone, But he must understand why they do not use this power recklessly, because when they wield a powerful weapon, they become even more dangerous. But by carelessly waving a knife, the terrible wrath of people can fall upon him. Frowning, the man asked, as someone who understands this perfectly well, why he spoke about Yona. Looking at the smiling boy, Al mentally wondered if the boy did not know about the nature of his relationship with the girl, so he wanted to understand if he came to him because of her, and he did not think about it. Shame. Coughing into his fist, he said that this was a good answer. Suddenly, he disappeared from his place. The protagonist looked at the boys behind him. Looking at these sleeping princes, he said that he needed to somehow send them away. Jean smiled. He realized that he had no reason to obey the king's words. The protagonist's group ran at sunset. Jean looked at the guys behind them and told them that from today on they would be pursued by real killers, not cadets, so they should gather. Dante, who was running after him, said that their enemies might be stronger, but they couldn't see anyone yet. Why were they running? Looking at the sun in the distance, Veridin said that when he fought with the cadets, he felt them appear at sunset, and as soon as it got dark, daggers were flying at him. The protagonist looked at the street in front of him and realized that he didn't feel anything at all. Running ahead of everyone, he clearly felt someone approaching, but not their presence. The guy felt like a hunter was chasing a target, as if a huge predator's eye was looking at him. Frowning, the guy said that of course he knew that there was a difference between cadets and killers, but not that much. Yona, who was sitting on the king's shoulder, said that her little brother was already running away. The girl looked at Philin when he asked her if she really wanted to kill her brother by sending high-ranking assassins first. The king himself, frowning, told the girl that her brother was quick on the uptake, so he ran now, but when they started the attack, he would die without the ability to resist. Yona, looking into the distance, said that this would not happen, because the younger one's mind's eye was already half open. The man was surprised. He did not expect that the guy had a mind's eye at such a young age. Squinting, the girl said that it looked like he was moving instinctively, but he could not be fooled. She was sure that he felt, albeit vaguely. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, ran. Yona saw how his mind's eye glowed. Joining her palms, she said that she was very proud of the younger one. The king froze. He saw such a reaction in Yona for the first time. The man looked at the boy running below. Jean ran without stopping. His eyes widened sharply. He stopped abruptly. Something fell right in front of him. The group stopped, smoke rising right in front of them. A strange sound was heard from the smoke. Jean frowned at the sound. He turned around abruptly and grabbed the boys. A shuriken appeared in front of Veridin's face. Jean knocked down the princes, barely managing to save them from a hail of kunai and shuriken. The kunai missed their target and crashed into the walls. Some of the kunai hit the windows and roofs of the houses. The assassin came out of the smoke. The assassin swung his dagger. The protagonist turned around abruptly. The assassin's eyes widened in surprise. His dagger was blocked by the boy's sword. The assassin's eye flashed. He could not believe that his presence was noticed. Veridin created a magic circle behind the boy. Ice bound the assassin's body. Dante smiled and praised the magician, who grinned and said that now they would kill this enemy. The protagonist jumped up and shouted, saying that they did not have time for this. Cracks appeared on the ice. The assassin abruptly broke all the ice. Senbons appeared between his fingers. The protagonist quickly had to deflect all the projectiles. Looking at the princes behind him, he shouted, saying that if they dragged on here, the assassins sitting in ambush would come. Dante, carrying Veridin on himself, said that he understood everything. Veridin laughed, saying that the nameless were not that strong. Raising his hand and laughing, he shouted, telling the assassins that they call themselves assassins, but they cannot catch anyone. The protagonist frowned. He did not understand why the assassins kept their distance instead of catching up with them. Suddenly, the earthen slab swelled. The enemy's dagger was right next to the protagonist's face. He barely managed to throw his head back to dodge the blade. Jean changed his grip on the sword. He swung the sword and forced the assassin to retreat. The assassin's figure dissolved. 5 assassins abruptly moved from their place. The assassins surrounded the protagonist's group. Jean looked angrily at the mage, who, seeing this, said that he did not know that this would happen at all. The guy froze when the protagonist told him to use the strongest magic he was capable of. The mage stepped on the ground. He raised his staff, saying that he needed 10 minutes. The whole area was illuminated by a bright light of mana. Flames formed between 2 magic circles. Veridin bared his teeth while his mana raged around. The assassin froze, raising his head. He could not even imagine such a powerful magical force. It was an extreme degree of danger. Jean opened his mouth in amazement. He did not expect to see the magic of the Thousand Light Extermination. The guy knew that several hundred years ago the previous patriarch of the Zipple family, the demon emperor, used this spell only once in his life. Jean frowned. The assassin rushed towards the magician. The assassin's blade drew an arc. The protagonist managed to block it in time. Jean looked at the enemy and realized that only one attacked him. He clenched his teeth and looked to the side. A crowd of assassins rushed towards Dante. He slightly bent his knees. His blade behind his back began to shine. An aura began to boil around the guy's body. A bright light illuminated the assassin's face. The armor shape of the blade of the Emperor of the Aaron family formed a barrier around Dante. This barrier also attacked all opponents. Blood splashed from the assassin's leg. The assassin in front of Jean looked to the side in disbelief. Slightly trembling, he glanced at the guy in front of him. Jean instantly broke the enemy's sickle and struck. Stepping back, he said that he had never seen such a technique from Dante. Looking at the barrier, he said that this technique of the Aaron family is amazing, because it allows both defense and counterattack. Dante smiled. All his training had not been in vain. The protagonist looked at Veridon's flame and realized that he had also grown to an incredible level. Looking at how the boy's hair began to rise, Jean could not believe that this mage was able to control such a volume of mana at such a young age. A wide smile did not leave Veridon's face. Jean flinched when the mage turned to him. Nervously and looking at the swordsman, the mage said that he was slightly mistaken. A second later, the flame dissipated. Jean froze with his eyes wide open. Even the assassin standing to the side froze. Dante's eyebrows rose when he saw this. The boy glanced at the protagonist when he told him that they should run. Dante immediately grabbed Veridon and ran away. Jean frowned at the mage. He, coughing up blood, said that he simply had not used this spell for a long time and forgot the technique. The blonde shouted, saying that he would wait at the prearranged place. The assassin raised his hand in order to catch the princes. They must catch them at the cost of their own lives. If they fail today, then Miss Yona will train them personally. The assassins trembled upon hearing him, as if the pressure of the entire world had fallen upon them. Only the moon shone in the sky, illuminating the group's path. Yona slightly tilted her head. The owl looked at her and asked what was wrong. The man frowned. Releasing her aura, the girl asked if he himself had helped the guys. Yona's pupil narrowed. She did not understand how they knew about the forbidden zone for killing. Jean's group barely crossed the gate of the central district of Samuel. Dante smiled. They finally arrived at the place where the relatives and patrons of the nameless assassins lived. Except for a state of emergency or enemy invasion, the nameless assassin was to keep all weapons in their sheaths inside this zone. Returning the sword to its sheath, he looked at the assassins in the distance. The assassins frowned and clenched their fists in anger. Veridon asked the protagonist how he knew about it. Meanwhile, Yona asked Philin how they knew everything. The man turned to her and said that it definitely did not concern him. The girl smiled and said that she saw how he was lying. It turns out that he was the first to break his promise. Philin said nothing, silently looking at Yona. The girl put on a mask. Releasing her aura, she said that the next night she would play personally. Philin was a nameless king, the leader of the best organization of assassins. Yona meant more to him than a daughter. She contained incredible talent, which no assassin could compare with. The girl had many nicknames. Some said that she was born an assassin or that this was the second coming of the god of murder. For Jan there were always corpses. What was inside her was darkness, a monster of darkness. A whirlwind appeared inside the girl's pupil. She was going to deal with everything herself. Philin only looked after her. He could do nothing more. Now his daughter could not be stopped. He could only hope that Jean managed to remove the future patriarchs of the Zipple and Heron families from here. The events take us to the next day, when the sun was almost set. Yona, standing next to the king, asked if he would go with her. He answered by saying that he would. Looking at the night city, he mentally said that Yona might be merciful, because he was her youngest. Soon the couple found themselves at one of the houses. The man looked closely at the window bars. His eyes widened in shock. Inside, he saw two sleeping princes. In the hand of one of them, he saw a flask of sleeping pills. Philin immediately looked at Yona and tried to stop her. The girl's eyes turned red when she said that these nasty creatures dared to chat and laugh with her youngest in front of her, while she did not even exchange a few words with him. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket. John's eyes returned to normal from what he saw. She took off her mask and shouted at Philin, telling him to stop interfering. She pointed to the window and told him not to pretend. A shiny object was visible in the window. Jean raised his hand. In his hand was a claw of the creature. The protagonist frowned, not understanding why no one reacted to his actions. If everything went according to plan, the killers should have made contact as soon as they noticed the shine. The guy did not notice that two killers had already appeared behind him. He turned his head sharply. Looking at these two, he mentally said that they were in the same room with him, but he did not feel anything. Jonah turned away from her brother when he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The king narrowed his eyes when the protagonist said that he was pleased to finally meet the 85th nameless king. Seeing the smile on the boy's face, the owl said that he was smart, since he could recognize him right away. Looking at the princes, he said that he must have known about their arrival, since he gave them a sleeping pill. Frowning, the king asked where he got the silver dragon's claw. Jean, smiling, said that he received it as a gift from someone he met on one of his travels. Looking at the claw, the assassin said that if he showed it to the nameless assassins, no matter what the situation, he would survive. Yona, looking away, said that it was true, because according to their credo, there is no one they could not kill. The man, massaging his forehead, said that it was all true. If he gave it to them, they could guarantee his survival. Jean lowered his hand and said that he wanted to ask something, namely why he was being chased by real killers and not cadets. John's eye widened at his brother's question. She turned to him sharply, wanting to say something, but Al waved his hand. The man frowned and told the boy that, to be honest, he and John had made a bet. He bet that his friends would survive, and the girl on the contrary. The man did not move, saying that no more killers would come after them. Pointing a finger at the boy, he said that all the nameless, including him and John, would not harm the three of them, and this promise would be valid for the next 10 years, as long as his family did not attack them. Jean was struck by his words. His lips stretched into a smile. Now the unknown threat evaporated. He no longer had to worry about the nameless coming for his soul. The protagonist bowed and thanked the king when he said that he would give him a reward since he owned the claw of a silver dragon. Afterwards, the man placed his hand on Jin's shoulder, saying that he was sure that the family had a lot to talk about. So Jean and Yona were left alone. The king's departure could only be determined by the dust that had risen. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. His sister was rubbing her palms together out of nerves. Very nervous, she looked at her brother and greeted him. The group, looking at the night city, said that the reserve standard-bearer Rankendel was walking with the future patriarchs of the Zipple and Aaron families. The man approached his leader and said that Joshua certainly did not expect this. Knight Rankendel, who was sitting on a bench, said that something was going on between the reserve standard-bearer and Yona, and since they knew this, they would soon learn much more. Looking at the man in the shadows, he said that the rank of the assassins chasing Jean had increased. The reason was unknown, but it could be assumed that this was special-level training. The owl stood outside the house. He heard everything perfectly. The broken cigarette fell to the ground. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, listening to his sister say that she didn't want to fight him. In fact, she wanted to help him become stronger. The girl nervously stood in front of the guy, saying that he did everything on purpose. She turned her head sharply and asked who these guys were. The protagonist looked at the sleeping princes and introduced them. Yona, hearing their names, said that she couldn't even think that Rankendel was walking with Zipple and Hayran. Jean thoughtfully asked if she was sorry that she couldn't finish them off. The girl put her finger to her mouth and said that it was true, but the claw of the silver dragon was much more important. The guy said that she might report him here with them to their family. Yona shuddered and said that she wouldn't do it, otherwise they might kill him. The girl froze with her hands up, while her brother said that she definitely wanted to report, otherwise she wouldn't have methodically sent those killers after him. Yona lowered her hands and said that she just wanted to play with him. The guy frowned and said that she considered him a toy. The girl's eyes widened because of his words. She clenched her fists and screamed, saying that it wasn't so. The guy froze with his mouth open in amazement. Yona started crying, saying that this wasn't what she wanted. Jean, looking at his crying sister, couldn't believe it. She really just wanted to play with him. Verdun picked at his ear. The protagonist said that she should have been taught to restrain her emotions, because she was an assassin. Wiping away her tears, the girl said that she was not taught that, because when she got to the nameless, her mother said that she could kill people without it. Jean froze, standing in front of his sister. A drop of sweat rolled down the guy's face. He asked his sister if she had really killed someone before she came here. Wiping away her last tears, Yona said that she was 8 then she lived in the Castle of the Storm. One of her cousins enraged her, and she killed him. After that incident, her nanny disappeared. Now in the Storm Castle, at home, even when the brothers and sisters were there, little Yona was alone in the room. The top of her head was barely visible from the window. Jean frowned. He understood that this girl was born with the talent to kill. The reason why Chiron restricted people from Yona was so that his other children would not die so young at the hands of a girl. Jean raised his head. Smiling widely, Yona said that she was so happy that she could chat with the youngest like this. Again, he began to wipe away tears and said that she did not care where she was sent. It was just a pity that she could no longer see her relatives. The protagonist at that moment realized that his sister did not feel guilty when she killed. Chiron was forced to restrict his daughter from others when she was so young. Yona noticed the clenched fist of the protagonist. She misunderstood it. Jean's eyes widened when his sister asked him if he hated her. Looking out the window, the guy said that it was not so. Then he asked if she thought it was unfair. The girl raised her head and asked what exactly. She put her hands behind her back when her brother said that she was considered a murderer since she was young. The girl did not understand the problem and asked if that was bad. Her crustaceans widened when the guy said that it was really bad. Patting the guy on the head, she said that he apparently has not killed anyone yet, and while he was fighting, he did not finish anyone off on purpose, and she was just born that way. Jean froze when he heard her words. Yona opened her mouth in surprise when her brother asked her if she could be a contractor. The girl denied it. Then the guy asked what was so special about her then. Moving away from her brother, she said that he also has secrets, but she would give a hint. She is wary of the power he carries. The protagonist immediately looked at the power of the shadows. Putting her hand to her chest, Yona said that to be more precise, something inside her was scared of him. Exactly from the moment she saw him, the creature was telling her to kill him. At that moment, numerous mouths became visible in the girl's shadow. The girl's pupil blurred when she said that the more he spoke to her, the fewer words she had left. He could assume that she liked him so much that she was going against her instincts. Jean looked at the floor and said that they had not had any pleasant memories yet. Looking at the house from the outside, the girl said that in that case she would threaten him, then he would distance himself from her. Smiling, she asked if she should give him the elixir of 10,000 poisons. After all, her relatives were looking for her only for this reason. Leaning forward, she said that she did not need it, he could take it for himself. Yona froze abruptly when the guy refused the elixir. A shadow covered his eyes, then he said that even if she gave him the elixir, he would not change his mind. Yona clenched her fists and screamed, asking what he wanted from her then, what else she could do to please her. She suddenly calmed down when the guy said that the moon was shining very brightly here. Smiling, the protagonist suggested that they take a walk, because connections are formed through conversations. Afterwards, the guy extended his hand to his amazed sister. She touched her brother's hand and agreed. Green roses bloomed in the garden. Rose leaves flew through the air, while Jean thought about how to communicate with his stupid older sister. The moon shone brightly in the sky. The houses of the city were badly damaged after the night skirmishes. Yona, walking next to her brother, said that since they were supposed to play together now, everyone was driven away from the streets. Pointing into the distance, she said that there was a place there that she liked, although guests were not allowed there. Standing in front of a small fence, Yona said that they were almost there. Jean said, smiling, that the scenery made his head spin. His sister smiled and asked if he thought she would throw him off the cliff. When the boy stepped forward, she said that he would not die even if he fell from such a height. The palm leaves were spread wide. Jean and Yola came to a place where green roses were blooming. Rose petals flew past the boy's face. Yona looked at the roses and said that these roses were usually mistaken for weeds, but when they got some moonlight, they looked very pretty. The girl leaned over and said that these flowers were her favorites, because they would not die so easily, even if you trampled them or did not water them for a long time, and even if they died, new flowers would bloom in the same place. Yona handed the flowers to the boy. She smiled widely and said that these were for him. Jean froze looking at the roses in his sister's hand. It was not the first time he had received green roses as a gift. There were times when these roses did not stop in vases. Green roses were always blooming. In the boy's past life, someone always left green roses in his room, a stem with 2 buds, even on the days when his brothers bullied him. Bowing her head, Yona said that she hoped that he would not be so angry now, because he did not die, and also opened his mind's eye. The boy's lips parted. He realized that even when he was banished from the sword garden, a green rose was always in the inside pocket of his coat. Jean grabbed the roses. Smiling, he told his sister that when he looked like that, roses looked redder, charmingly. Then the boy suddenly asked his sister how she was doing. The girl froze with her mouth open in surprise. Smiling, the boy said that all the conversations that they could not have, she will now share with him. Yona froze. She was amazed, happy and surprised. Rose petals flew past the brother and sister. Sitting on the edge of the cliff, Yona told how she tried to kill the nameless king, and how he made her write an explanatory note twice in revenge. Jean laughed, and said that only she could manage to attack the king. The guy looked at his sister when she asked who the silver dragon was that gave him his claw, whether they were close. The guy answered saying that they were close. Smiling widely, the girl said that she would finish off this dragon, rip out his claws and use them herself. Jean heard her words and asked to be kind to his friends, because they could become her friends. Jean was a little surprised when his sister said that he really wasn't afraid of her. Bowing her head, she said that for the first time she felt so comfortable communicating with someone, except for Owl and Dad. Jean grinned, saying that selling flowers would suit her much better than killing. She could just start studying flowers, and then set up a shop on his territory, so he could drop by often. The protagonist stood up and said that customers cannot be killed because flowers are not for sale. Smiling widely, the guy said that it was time for him to go and talk to the king. His sister, waving her legs, said that if he left, she would kill him. Suddenly, the girl clapped her hands, saying that she also had a task today. A gust of wind lifted the leaves up. Yona jumped off the cliff and said that it was time for her to go. Smiling, she said that they would see each other again. A moment later, her figure fell down. Jean sighed, looking after her. In his hand, he continued to squeeze the roses. At this time, the owl was smoking. Putting away the cigarette, he said that he seemed to have come to an agreement with Yona, and also realized that he was waiting for him. Putting out the cigarette, the man said that he had already prepared what he had asked for before the start of the game. Putting on a mask, he said that although he had disobeyed him, both future patriarchs were alive, and he had received the claw of the silver dragon. Since everything ended like this, he would obey his wish. Jean, who was standing behind Owl, said that he did not expect that he liked to brag. The king responded by saying that he periodically crosses the line, Is it really possible that having become friends with Sona, he is now becoming impudent? Jean, smiling, said that he got a little carried away, since he wanted to be friends with him too, since they wanted the same thing. Owl's eyes trembled when the guy said that he could delay Yan's return to the family for 5 years, and he would come up with the reason himself. Turning to the guy, the king asked him if this was possible for a simple reserve standard bearer like him. The protagonist, opening his mouth, said that all this was possible. The man frowned and asked why he did this. Jin's lips parted when he said that his sister liked to sell flowers. The man froze hearing his words. The guy continued saying how could he know, someone who has so many emotions, the destiny of an assassin is not suitable for her, she is just more talented than the rest. Imagining a happy Yona, he said that he wanted her to be with people who understand her, and after retirement, owning a flower shop would suit her, so that she would be happy. Philin's pupil appeared in his eye for the first time. Squinting, he said that he had already deceived him twice, so he would believe him, he probably had a plan. The protagonist, putting his hand to his chest, said that he wanted to get his help and he asked on behalf of Jean Grey, not Rankindel. Bowing, he said that he would leave Samuel and take Dante and Veridin with him. Looking at the top of the tower, the king said that it was high time for him to disappear. A week later, Kashmir followed Khan. The man frowned, realizing that he had come to the Black Sea. Khan stopped and said that they were there. Kashmir soon saw the group at the fire. Talaris grinned and asked what the married man was doing there. Kashmir closed his eyes, barely holding back his anger. The woman frowned, realizing that while the nameless king and Kashmir were here, they could forget about the matchmaking talk for the children. Philin also frowned, realizing that since Talaris and Kashmir were here, it would be difficult to bring the conversation to what happened with Jean and Yona. The noble swordsman himself, at this time, opened his eye and thought that Talaris had definitely come to talk about marriage. Shiren parted his lips. Extending his hand to Kashmir, he said that he had called here, so he apologized. Talaris and Philin were uninvited guests here. The noble sword sat down on the ground and was surprised to hear the name of the nameless king. The assassin, narrowing his eyes, said that it turned out that he already had an appointment. Shiren, frowning, told Kashmir that he had called him to have a drink together, but they would start the conversation when the two left. At this time, Talaris, listening to what happened to Jean and Samuel, squinted, not understanding why he was always asking for trouble, and what would happen to her daughter if he died. Kashmir glanced at Philin when he said that he came just to discuss the guy. Turning his head to Shiren, he said that he did not want to spread in front of the master of the Ice Palace and the noble sword. Jean's father replied by saying that Talaris was his friend, and the noble swordsman knew how to keep his mouth shut, there would be no problems with him. Kashmir straightened up and became serious. Shiren looked at the sky and laughed, telling Philin that even he probably could not imagine such a thing. He suddenly became serious and gloomy, asking what request the kid agreed to. The man answered by saying that the guy asked to erase the information about his stay in Samuel. Releasing his aura, he said that his son asked to erase the memories of Jean Grey and Jean Rankindel from everyone, including ordinary citizens, nameless cadets, and assassins. At this time, someone attacked the knight of the Rankindel family. The corpses of the knights were left lying on the sand. The commander barely held the sword in front of him. He raised his sword and asked if the nameless were not afraid of the wrath of the Rankindel family. Suddenly, an assassin appeared behind him. In one move, he cut off his head. Blood spilled onto the sand. The group of assassins stood silently looking at the corpses below. Chiron closed his eyes after Owl's story about killing his people, asked if he was worried that he would make him answer for this. Owl replied saying that he was ashamed to admit it, but it was true. The man chuckled. Stroking his chin, he said that the kid was cruel in covering his tracks. This child was evil. Then he told the king of the nameless not to worry, because there would be no problems even if he killed hundreds. The man bowed saying that he was extremely grateful for understanding his students' feelings. Then he said that he had something he wanted to add. Chiron frowned and asked what the matter was. Holding out a note, the nameless king asked to read it. Chiron took the note in his hand. He frowned even more after reading the contents. At this time, Dante and Veridin were sleeping like babies. The protagonist, looking at them, said that he came to pick up his sword before he met the nameless king. Did he really overdo it with the sleeping pills? Closing his eyes, the guy said that they guys went through fire when they came here, so they were clearly exhausted. Jean looked at the note in his hand. The guy abruptly opened the letter that had just appeared to him. The protagonist imagined his smiling sister. While he was reading the letter, she was handing him the elixir of 10,000 poisons, saying that now even she would have a hard time dealing with him. In the end, she congratulated him on his birthday. The guy's eyes widened. Looking at the last lines, he said that he had completely forgotten about this day. The guy took a pen in his hand. He began to write something on the sheet of paper. The guy obviously had some kind of gift for his sister. Now Chiron was frowning, looking at the guy's note. His lips parted and then he asked if it was true. Owl answered saying that even he had a hard time finding Yan when she seriously wanted to disappear, and he had already escaped. Frowning, the nameless king said that he had already been betrayed several times. The demigod raised his head and laughed loudly, saying that they all fell for his boy's tricks, although they were tens of times stronger than him. The killer closed his eyes, listening to the old man's words. Looking at Al with a grin, the demigod said that he was not the only one who fell for this, he had fallen for it too. Now he had officially issued him an invitation, so he should not delay visiting the Sword Garden. Afterwards, Shiren told Kashmir that he was interested in what he had come for. Kashmir opened his mouth and said that the reason was the death of the Archmage Kedart. He had come to say that the young Master Jean was behind it. Al turned sharply to the man. Tolaris's eyes widened from what he had heard. Shiren took the jug in his hand. Hitting it on the ground, he asked if it was time for the uninvited guests to leave. Getting up, Al said that he would probably leave, but Tolaris objected, saying that she could stay, because she already knew everything. Looking at her sullenly, the demigod said that she should also get lost. The woman got angry and said that she would tell all her men about his son's abilities. Shiren's eyes flashed. He ordered her to stop fooling around and leave. The same words were spoken by the protagonist to the two princes. They simultaneously screamed, saying that they would not go anywhere. The guys raised their hands and said that they were already exhausted, and when they found him, they were doubly exhausted. Jean was forced to agree and leave, and a moment later a joyful cry was heard from the wooden house. Putting a mug of beer on the table, the guy told the princes that they were both future patriarchs. Looking sadly at them, he asked what they were doing here, when they were not allowed to waste time here at all. Veridin screamed, saying that they just wanted and were wasting their time. Raising his hands and waving them, he said that he would not have a free minute when he became a patriarch, which meant that he could not see him. Besides, their families were fighting. Jean, hearing this, said that he would first take care of becoming a patriarch. Hugging Dante, the mage said that there was no need to worry about it. No matter what happened, his status was secured, and Dante's grandfather, the current patriarch Aaron, personally supported him. Closing his eyes, the guy said that, unlike them, he had a lot to do. Veridin stopped hugging Dante and told Jean that he was avoiding them again. Suddenly, the two guys looked at Dante when he said that they would not be able to spend time with him when he became a standard bearer. Smiling, the guy said that if they really became patriarchs, they would no longer be able to see each other. Throwing his arm over his friend's shoulder, the mage said that this meant that they needed to hang out until that time came. After all, he needed to become famous to become a standard bearer. It was a pity that he was not the one who killed Kedart. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed. The guys raised their fists and said that they would help him with glory. Jean saw how the guys exchanged glances and said that they would also help the people by catching the most notorious criminals. Jean closed his eyes listening to the guy's nonsense. Raising his mug, he said that all this was impossible, especially going on an adventure together. Veridin slammed the table and offered the guy to go on an adventure together. The protagonist froze. The mage handed him the mug and said that they were friends. Jean looked at the beer in his hand. He grinned, saying that this was complete nonsense. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, finding himself in bed. He looked at the ceiling, not understanding what had happened. The guy remembered how he left the drunk guys at the teleportation station, asking to send them to beam it, and he himself returned to Tychon. Jean grabbed his head. His health was surprisingly not so bad. Enya woke up, greeted the guy and asked him if he had digested the elixir of 10,000 poisons normally. The guy's eyes widened when he heard her words. Enya remembered how the guy drank the elixir yesterday while standing in front of Quicantle. Turning his head to the girl, the guy asked if he lost consciousness after drinking the elixir. The girl answered by saying that she thought then that he would die. Enya blushed, saying that he fainted. After a few minutes his body turned blue, turned pale, then the process repeated. Suddenly, Quicantle entered the room. The protagonist looked at the dragon who entered and asked how long he slept. Smiling, the silver dragon said that 5 days had already passed. Usually those who drank this elixir process it in a month. But thanks to his physique, he quickly coped. Jean smiled and said that it was good that he did not lie around for a long time. The guy looked at the roses in the vase. Enya stretched out her finger and said that Jilly left them for a short time. She told them that her family urgently called her. The girl stood up and said that Jilly told her that she would return soon, so it was unlikely that it was something serious. As he was leaving, contractor Olaha said that since he had woken up, she would tell everyone about it. The purple liquid was placed on the table. The protagonist, looking at the liquid, asked Murakan if they wanted him to drink it. Grinning, the black dragon said that he shouldn't bother, they were just celebrating his early awakening. Jean, without arguing, began to drink the poison. Murakan, smiling broadly, asked how he liked it. The guy stroked his stomach and said that it was a bit tight, but livable. Then he asked what it was. The black dragon put his hands on his hips and said that it was poison that he got from the black market through Jet, and one sip was lethal. The protagonist got angry when he heard his words. Quicantle, who was standing to the side, said that the black dragon had retarded jokes. But now everything was clear for sure. Now there were no more poisons in this world that could kill him. The protagonist turned around and looked at her. The girl came up to him and said that now he should keep his promise. Jean responded by saying that he would of course help Enya with her training. Jean sat motionless looking at Quicantle, who said that Enya's lessons were going well, but she was only good at theory and never practiced. Bowing his head, the Silver Dragon said that if one day her student had to fight, she would have a hard time without experience. Jean parted his lips asking her if he really wanted Enya to go through this. Quicantle raised her hand and said that everyone here was his comrades, meaning that when he entered into battle with his kin, they would stand by him. Did he really think that Enya would not need to fight at that moment? The protagonist smiled. He understood that they were not scolding him. All the complaints were addressed to the girl standing behind the door. Contractor Olaha widened her eyes when the protagonist said that he had already decided where they were going. She suddenly burst into the office saying that she would be alone with the master. Smiling widely and blushing, she said that it turned out that they would be on a date. The events take us to the Garden of Swords. The knight stood in front of the head of the clan's door. Chiron took off his glove, telling Joshua that something interesting happened in Samel. Gilly and Philin stood to the side and watched everything. Taking off his bracers, the man told his son that John's arrival was delayed because of him. What can he say to that? Joshua closed his eyes and said that he did everything for the family. Chiron placed his glove on the table. He suddenly slapped his son in the face. While shaking his wrist, he asked his son how he was acting. The old man's eyes flashed as he ordered his son to stand up straight. Joshua touched his fingers to the table. Then he straightened up. The boy put his hands behind his back and did not move. The demigod hit his son again. He began to beat him mercilessly. Blood flew out of the boy's mouth. Gilly covered her eyes and mouth, seeing such a sight. Joshua fell to his knees as his father told him to take off the black metal armor, for he was not worthy of it. The boy began to take off his shirt. Soon, the breastplate was placed on the table. It was a black breastplate. There was not a single scratch on it. Joshua stood up. Then his father said that he did not even want to talk about how the youngest had surpassed him in just a month, being a reserve standard bearer. In addition, he had definitely given him a warning like the whole family. The demigod's eye flashed when he asked his son if he would remind him of that warning. Opening his lips, Joshua said that Jonah must not be touched. Chiron stepped forward. He hit his son on the body. The guy fell to his knees in pain. The elf frowned. He did not think that they had gathered here because of the future patriarch Joshua. Looking at the old man's figure, he realized that he had warned him too, saying that no one would remain unharmed next time. Looking at the armor on the table, the man asked his son why this armor given to him by his mother 17 years ago was still in perfect condition. Did he really only fight children? Joshua flinched when his father called him a coward. Frowning, Chiron told his son that the day he calls him to the Black Sea, he will deprive him of the title of standard bearer. So father and son froze for a couple of seconds. Joshua began to rise when his father told him to leave. The guards had to take the headman's son away. Marie stood by the wall. She grinned widely looking at her brother's condition. Her light laughter was heard by the leaving guy. He clenched his teeth in rage. Gilly opened her eyes when the headman called her. Putting on the bracers, the man asked if everything was okay with the younger one. The girl answered saying that everything was fine. Not long ago he left Samel. At the moment he was resting after drinking the elixir obtained there. Chiron clenched his fist. The girl opened her mouth in surprise seeing something. The headman handed her the armor and said to give it to her master and be sure to retell everything that happened today. For this he called her here. The girl bowed, saying that she would report everything to the junior standard bearer. Now the protagonist sat with his arms crossed and was surprised by what had happened. Gilly punched the air, saying that the finishing uppercut of the leaders was especially tasty. Jean silently looked at the armor. He understood that it was Uncle Z's war trophy, which he won from Zipple in the battle for the 5th magic tower. Stroking his chin, he said that it was most likely homework. Straightening up, the guy said that his father wanted him to be different from Joshua. When he finished the path of the reserve standard bearer, he would need to return the armor broken after battles with strong opponents. Introducing his father and Jan, Jean said that this was also a warning to Al. He was told not to use his daughter in negotiations anymore. Gilly covered her mouth, saying that every action and word of the patriarch carried a hidden meaning. Jean looked at the floor, trying to understand why his father went so far. The guy suddenly remembered how his sister told him that everyone has their own secrets. Squinting, the guy assumed that his sister was still hiding something. Gilly, who was sitting opposite the guy, said that she heard that he had decided where to go next. The protagonist replied by saying that he was going to a place full of magic to eliminate the rebels of dark magic. This group, according to rumors, was eradicated 200 years ago, but now it has revived again. Although its members were few, it still existed. Events take us to the southern city of the Beeman region. Enya, under disguise, smiled, saying that this place awakens old memories in her. Turning her head, she said that she already thought that they would never return here. Jean raised his hand. He dragged the girl into an alley. After that, he pressed her against the wall, asking if she really was Zul. Why did they come here? The girl, sweating, said that she remembered everything. Jean smiled, saying that she should refrain from using his real name. Enya blushed. She fell to her knees, saying that she understood everything. The girl's head was steaming. The Dark Magic Association was an organization that reached the peak of its influence 200 years ago. Representatives of this organization preferred dark magic, and during the period of greatest activity, they left a huge mark on the history of the entire continent, establishing an era of terror. The person who punished them was real Zipple. She used the first form of the exterminating Thousand Lights. Fire magic dealt with the leader of the Dark Magic Association. Rio was a past contractor of Sodaret, and in the boy's past life, he wanted him to follow in her footsteps. Jean glanced to the side. Enya, who was walking next to him, said that the remnants of the Dark Magic Association were all villains. According to rumors, they even kidnapped children. Because of these magicians, everyone walked the streets gloomy and sad. Jean surprised the girl, saying that the reason was the nobility. Looking at the city gates, the guy said that since she lived in the capital, she should know that few Nazis can boast of public order at the level of Beemit. They will quickly notice ordinary criminals, but they turn a blind eye to organized groups. Jean looked at the girl and said that criminals, like residents, want to take advantage of what the nobles are famous for. Jean, walking near Enya, said that the reason was most likely to provide the Academy of Magicians with the opportunity to gain experience and prove themselves. Suddenly pointing to herself, she froze, hearing the screams of people. Carriages were entering the city. These were magicians, nobles. Soon the carriage stopped. A student got out of it. Soon the magicians lined up in front of the professors. The protagonist, standing in the crowd, said that the magicians gathered faster than he expected. Looking at the gray-haired old man, he said that everyone in the academy has a disgusting sense of permissiveness. The young nobles began to disperse. Enya turned to the guy in shock when he said that they would all die here. Looking at the girl, he said that victory was impossible for these youths. Enya, looking at the dishes on the table, asked if they could really afford this. The guy answered by saying that for the most part, everyone in their company is rich, including him. Closing his eyes, the guy told her to open a personal account in any bank. He will give her pocket money. Crying, the girl thanked the guy. Jean abruptly opened his eyes when Austin asked him what he meant. Extending his finger, the guy asked what he meant when he said that all the cadets would die. The guy answered by saying that they were all young and weak. Biting into the meat, Austin said that they had first-class training. Each of them should be at the 4-star level. Jean opened his mouth and said that this was exactly why the Dark Mages would be a problem for them, because each of them was a battle-hardened veteran. The protagonist told the guy that according to the investigation, the Dark Mages currently have about 50 members with an average rank of 4 stars. They saw only about 30 cadets. One Dark Mage is enough to deal with 3 cadets. The guy looked behind him sharply. The nobles who entered the restaurant said that the local lord was groveling in front of them so much that they simply lost their appetite. Soon they sat down at the table. Jean turned his head and told Austin that they should leave here. The protagonist stood up and looked at his partner. Austin's eyes were wide. She remembered how she sat there, smeared and beaten. These 3 guys were standing in front of her. They mocked her. Smiles did not leave their faces. Austin flinched when the protagonist shouted, calling him. The guy stood up nervously, saying that they were the ones who mocked her at the academy. Jean frowned, saying that in that case they especially should not attract attention. Suddenly, Chip looked at the protagonist and asked him who he was. Frowning, he asked why he was staring at him. They didn't look like servants. An's body began to tremble. Jean frowned and asked why they needed to know all this. Fatty covered his mouth with his hand and laughed. Chip stood up and said that he, being a plebeian, was too impudent. Pointing his staff at him, he asked what organization he belonged to. The protagonist was silent, looking at the young boy. The owner of the restaurant came up and began to apologize for the inconvenience. Chip suddenly hit him with his staff. Looking at the fallen man, he said that the inhabitants of the southern region do not know how to behave at all when they see aristocrats. Jean grabbed his sword tighter. The protagonist clenched his fist. He dealt a sharp blow to Chip. 2 of his friends jumped up, asking what he was doing. The protagonist turned around. He walked past the angry students. A second later, he closed the door. The boys frowned upon seeing this. The fat guy opened his mouth in shock when Jean introduced himself as a representative of the Beemit Special Affairs Department, a member of the 1st Company of the 3rd Division. An aura enveloped the guy's body. Releasing the aura from his body, he ordered the cadets to pay attention to him. Enya opened her mouth in shock, not understanding what he was talking about. The nobles clenched their fists and said that he was talking complete nonsense. Jean released mana from his fingers. In an instant, he touched the shoulders of the 2 boys. Thin streams of his mana spread throughout their bodies. Both fell to their knees. One of them even grabbed his throat due to the backflow that had begun. Enya, meanwhile, helped the owner of the establishment. The guy's eyes sparkled when he ordered the guy to stand up. When they started to stand up, Jean said that if he continued to chatter, they would have to be taken to a separate interrogation room. Not only did they mock civilians, but they also ruined their work. What would happen if their family found out about everything? Chip turned his head sharply, saying to give him a chance. The main thing is not to tell his family. Jean looked at Chip in front of him and said that there would still be work for them. Enya opened her mouth in amazement listening to the guy say that they were on a secret mission and generally had to keep an eye on dark magicians. All three guys froze with their eyes and mouths open in horror when Jean said that they would be watching their group all the time, acting as their servants. Looking at the guy's appearance, they immediately agreed. Jean passed by Chip, told him to tidy himself up and go to his camp. Enya shuddered when Jean called her by another name. The protagonist approached her asking if he played well. The girl turned her gaze to him. Pointing at the guys behind him, he said that it was her turn now. The girl blushed. Then she nodded. The guys backed away in fear. Austin, clenching his fists, scolded them, saying that they had very little time. Jean sighed, watching everything from the side. After that, the guy went up to the restaurant owner and handed him a bag of money. The events take us to the forest. The professor told the student that from this moment the cleanup plan comes into effect. The cadets looked at each other, saying that the opponents had a 7th level mage like them. The protagonist, following Chip, understood that there were about 50 opponents in the forest, and these guys didn't care. Looking at the 2 mages who entered the forest, he said that they had not found anyone's tracks, and in accordance with protocol, they should send a scout to find out everything. The guy's eyes widened. An orc ran out into the clearing with a club in his hand. The professor raised his hand and shouted, ordering the first platoon to use protection, and the second to use a protective circle. One of the cadets used ice magic. Ice shards hit the orc's body. He fell to the ground. The professor, stroking his chin, said that this orc seemed to have been grown, after which he ordered to make a halt here. Jean opened his mouth in shock again. Approaching Chip, he told him to tell the teacher that this place was too perfect for an ambush. The guy screamed, feeling the protagonist's aura. Orton turned around and listened to the student's owl, saying not to make him laugh, and if he was so worried, then it would be better to let him conjure a shield before resting. The protagonist, looking at the guy who closed his eyes, understood that something was wrong here. Looking at the orc's body, he said that this magician was too careless, since he had not noticed him before his arrival. Chip, looking at Jean, asked him if he suspected the professor. The protagonist replied saying that he should not listen to him. The comrade approached Chip and said that he saw the professor eating meat this morning, even though he was a vegetarian. Jean's eyes sparkled when he heard this. Soon the group found themselves in front of a cave. Orton approached his comrade and said that he and the 2 groups would wait here. The group of cadets entered the cave. Smiling, the student said that it didn't matter who they encountered, because Master Orton would handle everything. Suddenly, the wall exploded. The student opened his mouth in shock. A huge orc pushed the cadet with its appearance. The student ran up to Orton asking him to give an order. The man turned his foot. Smiling, he said that if they behaved well, they would become their test subjects. The students froze in horror. The smile on the old man's face widened. The orc next to him roared. The protagonist stood silently while Enya told him that they should intervene. Suddenly, a bright blue light appeared in the cave. A huge whirlpool of mana appeared above the man's head. He frowned, saying that it was impossible. Throwing the bag, the protagonist said that it would be a little more difficult from now on. Pushing the girl back, he said that she should stay closer to him. The orc's mana raged. A vein bulged on Chip's face. The protagonist stood motionless, holding onto his sword. He raised his sword. A moment later, there was an explosion of mana. The bodies of the opponents fell to the floor. Jean smiled and said that the 2 had survived. 2 8th rank mages were still conscious. Matto was coughing up blood. Ralt looked at his fallen comrade. He clenched his teeth in anger. Looking at the guy in front of him, he asked why he, being Kedart's disciple, had attacked them. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that his ambush was too pathetic, and besides, he had a maximum of 7th circle. Raising the boulders with magic, he shouted, saying that he definitely shouldn't be the one judging him. Jean smiled, saying that Frosty Joe's half-brother had mastered elemental magic. Ralt laughed, saying that this cave was his work. Laughing wildly, he said that there were 9 mages stronger than him in the association. Even if he managed to escape from here, they would pursue him for the rest of his days. Jean was surprised and twitched. Releasing his aura, Rolls said that today he was generous, and would offer him to join their association. Jean snapped his fingers. Countercurrent magic formed above the man. Enya, who was standing next to the guy, said that this mage looked experienced, but apparently stupid. The man could barely stand under the pressure of magic. Raising his head, he saw a dark aura. The protagonist struck with his sword when the man guessed his identity. Looking at the fallen man, he asked if he was really an 8th-rank mage. The guy looked behind him. The orcs, having come to their senses, stood up. The wind blade cut the monster's heads off. The head fell to the floor. Enya, holding the staff in her hand, asked the guy if he was okay. Jean smiled and said that he was unharmed. The protagonist looked at the girl and mentally said that she was doing better than he expected. Grabbing the staff with both hands, the girl asked what they would do next. The guy's ear twitched. The entire cave shook, frightening the couple. The huge stone spikes began to tremble. The leg of a huge wolf stepped into the cave. Goltef stood in front of the guy and said that it was a complete mess. The one-eyed man grinned and said that it was incredible that they had even killed Ralt. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, realizing that this situation would give the girl a new experience. Opening his mouth, Goltef said that he looked strong by the standards of magicians. He could have been wary for the sake of appearances. Jean smiled and said that he would think about it after hearing his name. The wolf put the hammer on the ground. He raised his head and howled, saying that he was very different from the people he killed at the entrance to the cave. Enya trembled. Pointing at the boy, the wolf introduced himself and said that since he had introduced himself, he should fight him. The giant's eye sparkled as he said that before that he would make him an offer, namely to join Kinzello. The protagonist's pupil sparkled when he heard the name of the organization. The wolf stroked his chin when the guy in front of him asked if this was a cave of dark mages. Goltef replied, saying that the Association of Dark Mages was some kind of branch of Kinzello. Jean frowned. He realized that the white wolf he came across as an apprentice was also related to Kinzello. Perhaps the white wolf tribe was somehow related to them. Stroking his chin, the wolf said that since he killed Ralt, he would offer him a leadership position. Jean looked at the mages' bodies and asked if they didn't have enough people. Goltef replied, saying that they were always short of them. Jean chuckled, saying that his offer sounded good. His eyes sparkled as he said that he would not agree to work for someone weaker than him. The wolf bared his teeth and growled. He grabbed the handle of the hammer. A moment later, he struck. Jean blocked the hammer with a smile. Releasing his aura, the wolf said that his generosity had its limits. Goltef continuously struck the shield. Enya gathered flames at the tip of the staff. Goltef fought off the fire with one hand. The girls immediately used wind blades. She held the staff in front of her and began to release wind blades. They broke from the wolf's bite. Enya froze with her mouth open in shock. Goltef's pupil narrowed and he said that her skills were no better than her disguise. He was definitely not interested in her. Straightening up and roaring, the wolf told the guy to lower his shield. Suddenly, blood spurted from his leg. The wolf looked at his leg with disbelief. Jean swung his sword. He smiled again as he swung his sword. Goltef, who was standing in front of him, said that it was not a staff, but a sword. The wolf's eye lit up when he said that a battle with a magical swordsman was much more interesting. The protagonist smiled widely and said that it was better for him not to say much and just attack, because he had not fought with representatives of his tribe for a long time. The wolf and the protagonist continuously attacked and blocked each other's attacks. Sparks flew from the clash of the sword and hammer. Jean raised his sword, forcing the enemy to step back. The wolf opened his mouth in shock. The sheath of the sword flew towards him. Goltef's eye widened. He blocked the protagonist's sword. Goltef's leg slid back. Holding the guy back, the wolf said that he sensed the aura of a 7th-rank warrior in him, but his strength and fighting skills were much better. Looking at the smiling guy's face, he said that he was definitely from Runkandle. The wolf's eyes lit up as he told the boy to state his name, to risk his name to fight him. Goltef raised his head and howled as Jean said his full name. The bright light made the boy frown. Enveloping the hammer in an aura, the wolf struck. He stood in place and shouted, saying that he would risk the honor of his clan to fight him. Stepping forward, he said that they would fight with honor. The hammer was aimed at the protagonist's body. The boy took a stance. Jean raised the sword above himself. The boy's aura lit up in the darkness. The wolf's face was reflected on the blade. Blood spurted from the wound. 2 parts of the hammer fell to the ground. Jean stood in front of the wolf and asked him if he spared his life, would he tell him about Kinzello, who laughed and said that he apparently was not familiar with the laws of the tribe. Opening his mouth, Goltef said that traitors have no honor. Jean calmly asked if he really wanted to say that honor was more important than his life. The wolf got angry and roared, saying that there were no cowards in his tribe, and how dare he humiliate a warrior he had just fought. The protagonist did not move. He decided to remain silent. He grabbed his sword, saying that he understood him. The wolf frowned when the guy said that he would no longer be rude to his tribe members when he fought them in the future. Releasing his dark aura, the guy said that he hoped that he would realize what a courtesy he was showing him. The wolf froze, looking at the guy. A satisfied grin appeared on his face, and he said that he would remember him when he stood next to Javier. Goltef spread his arms to the sides, accepting the warrior's death. The wolf's body was eventually cut into 2. Jean did not move, looking at his body. He turned his head and asked Enya if she was scared. The girl brought the sheath to the guy and said that he was incredible. Jean, remembering how Goltef burst into the battle, mentally said that he was not sure how much the skills differed in the wolf tribe, but he was definitely stronger than the wolf he met as a cadet. Looking at the sword, the guy realized that even so, he could not call this battle difficult. Taking the sheath, he asked Enya if this was the first time he saw so many deaths. Bowing her head, the girl said that it was true. Even her head was spinning, but she realized something about the people she was with now, and what she needed to do so as not to become a burden to them. Jean, lowering his hands, said that if she did not like all this, then she could become a non-combat mage. Chip, waking up, asked the protagonist to save him, in exchange for which he would no longer interfere with civilians. Enya unexpectedly went towards him. The guy could barely hold back his tears. Taking off her disguise, the girl asked Chip if he remembered her. The girl stood in front of the guy and asked if he understood that if she wanted, he would be dead. The guy froze listening to Enya tell him to remember that he was saved by Jean Grey, and the contractor of the god of time, Ola. The girl turned her back to him, saying that from now on he was not going to help scum like him. Jean, who was standing to the side, was surprised. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl said that she would only help her dear comrades. Orton coughed, drops flew in all directions. He shuddered and began to shake his head. The observer slowly sharpened his nails. Orton remembered himself in the cave. He was sure that he had deceived the upstarts from the academy and lured them into the cave. His eyes opened wide. He remembered the back tide. The old man began to stagger, tied up in a chair, and asked the man opposite if he was really a student of Kedart Hall. He said that there was a misunderstanding. After all, they were on the same side. Why did they set up an ambush for them? The man ran his nails over the nail file and asked again. A huge shadow fell on the old man. The light hit the big man's back. He said that these words were spoken by one of the scum that hide in small nations and enjoy killing. The man looked at the old man with disdain. He thought that someone who planned to use the students of the academy as guinea pigs should not talk about it. Matto winced when they called him by his nickname, the Jism Killer. He smiled, not knowing how people figured out who he was, but told them that they were making a big mistake, because if even a hair fell from his head, there would be no association. A huge hand squeezed his face. The overseer raised the nail file and said that the old man talked too much. The file aimed straight at the eye, and stopped, barely touching the mucous membrane. The man with the scar smiled menacingly, and told him to just answer the questions while he felt it. Behind the door, there were screams and words about the pain that those he was slowly killing were experiencing. Everyone looked at the commander in surprise, who said that the hideout of the rebels from the Association of Dark Magicians was in the Oterium. Alika frowned at everyone. The guy asked if this was the capital of Wenkela. The woman explained that it was 500 years ago. Murakan's face twisted. The boss said that while the dragon was sleeping, the capital of the sacred state of Wenkela changed. Quickanta looked ahead and said that it was about the invasion of demons. The dragon's imagination ran wild from the story that they invaded Wenkela to return an ancient relic of the demons, which was kept there since the foundation of the kingdom. At that time, the Zipple and Runkendal families sent knights to support Wenkela. The defense of the sacred kingdom was the only documented case of cooperation between the Zipple and Runkendal families. In the end, Wenkela won and got rid of the demons. But it was impossible to restore the city due to the destroyed mountains, explosions in the sky, and scorched earth. The dragon frowned and summed up that this is why the capital was changed, and now Otherium is an unprotected territory that has become a haven for demons. Jean scratched his lip and thought that the legacy of Rule Zipple, which he needs to find, and the grimoire of 1,000 incinerating flames are also in that city. He did not understand why they decided to hide there. The hero frowned and asked how long they had been hiding there. The girl answered that about 50 years. Akila looked at him and clarified that now these are not just the remnants of the rebels, because it was confirmed that there are 3 9th-rank mages in their ranks. She imagined the faces of Fezron, Susan, and Archmage Chukon. Kashmir looked forward indignantly and said that this was crazy. He didn't think that the enemies had so many 9-level ones. Jean bit his finger and said that if the members of the Dark Magic Association were at that level, then Kinzello, their main problem, and even worse. Now he understood why his family, Zipple, and even Beemit watched the harshness in his past life. Too many obstacles. He can't get involved in this carelessly. The boss put her hands together and said that it was also hard to believe, but it seems that they have Kinzello's transformation magic, and turned Matto into Orton. She introduced a bunch of people and said the name Bure. Kashmir raised a finger and added that when the hero asked to find information about Vishkal, didn't this name come up? He was right. The dragon frowned and asked, was it really a transformation? And not a disguise, and was it really not he who transformed, but someone else? The ex-wife looked at him. This was the first time she heard of humans using transformation. Wasn't this an exclusive ability of dragons? Akila looked away and assumed that Matto himself did not know the details, but after the anesthesia, he passed out, and when he woke up, he was already reincarnated. Jean remembered the persistent pursuers from the Zipple family, who had reincarnated as escort knights. The gentleman stood up, put his hands in his pocket, and said that he needed to meet Bure. He was asked if he was really going alone. The guy thought about it, and said that he needed to contact someone, so he could not worry. Sir Kashmir was 7 colors. He could investigate the relationship between Kinzello and the White Wolf tribe. The warrior nodded seriously. He understood everything. A week later, in the main estate of the Hiran family, not long ago, in order to exterminate the rebels from the Association of Dark Magicians, some measures were taken in the south. Ron listened with a stern expression. He was informed that as a result of these measures, almost 20 cadets of the academy died. Once he bowed and said that 2 6th-rank magicians and 1 7th-rank magician had died. The head of the family looked at him sternly and asked if this meant that the plan had failed. He was told no, because according to the statements of the surviving cadets, 2 unknown people disguised as escorts, Jean and Austin, had won the fight with the Dark Magicians Association. His son's eyes widened. He thought about the battle. She was told that the elder brother, Jean, used magic, and the younger Austin wielded a sword. The spy looked away. He was asked what the purpose of his visit was then. Behind him stood a chest. Its lid opened. The boy was amazed. Inside the chest was a fragment of a weapon used by the White Wolf tribe. If you look closely, you can see that the blow was dealt by a very skilled swordsman, young Master Dante. Nothing comes to mind when he looks at this? The young man suddenly laughed, surprising the spy. The leader looked at him and said that Dante was indeed very talented and skilled, but he couldn't make such a clean cut. He guessed that it was at least an 8th-rank swordsman who did it. The master hit his chest and said that it was true, because he still hadn't reached that level. He guessed that Raz had come all the way here in vain. The red-haired man bowed his head and thanked him for his cooperation. Dante looked at him carefully and thought that Jean had already reached that level. He decided that he had something to discuss with Veridin. The Emperor's right hand slowly walked away, thinking about Austin, a short man with a hoarse voice who skillfully wielded a sword. He knew that his age was between 10 and 20. He thought about someone who could cleanly cut the White Wolf's hammer. The only one who fits that description was Dante Hiran. The man's eyes flashed red. He understood that the boy was hiding his skills. He ordered his men to monitor Dante's external activity. They left the temple. It was October 30th. The teleportation gates were opening soon. Jean was reading a book, brightening up the wait, until a stranger came up to him and asked him to move his bag. The guy took hold of the handle. The girl sat down next to him. The hero thought about Bure's workshop, which should be near the Principality of Kurano. His eyes ran over the pages of the book. He wanted to find the villain earlier, but there was no suitable reason, and the Association of Dark Magicians is an excellent reason. The girl propped her face with her fist. A sly smile flashed under her glasses and hat. After a while, the magician was already making his way through the forest and saw a workshop ahead. He had to linger and visit other workshops so that Bure would not suspect anything. If you believe the owners of other workshops, he is a brilliant sculptor. Isn't he just a transformation magician? In the night light, a gorgeous statue appeared with a caption that art is an explosion. The veins on the hero's face swelled. He wanted to blow up this trash right away. His fist began to pound the door. The guy stood and beat. Indignant Bure jumped up, not understanding who the hell was going on there. Jean looked at him gloomily. The sculptor shuddered, recognizing the gentleman, who noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Saliva flew into the young man's face, preventing him from speaking. The fat man was shaking all over, asking how the hero dared to appear here. The magician noted that spitting was quite rude, because he came as a guest. Bure shouted that he did not need such guests. Jean grinned slyly and asked if he had not saved him then. As he then treated his savior, the sculptor said that if his family had heard his ridiculous nonsense at the banquet, they would have killed him on the spot. He raised his fist to strike after the young man said that thanks to him he got out of the water dry. In response to such impudence, Jean slammed his fist into the floor of the villain. The man fell upside down and fell silent. Bishko came out of his room, irritatedly asking why there was so much noise. He looked at the guest frozen in the doorway in surprise. A shadow fell on his face after he recognized the young gentleman. The hero looked back at him in surprise. The man looked closely at the night stranger and asked what brought him here. Shouldn't he be taking the test for a reserve captain now? Bure grabbed his pant leg and began to beg him to kill him, because the boy humiliated him at the banquet, and now he made a mess here too. The leader of the group looked at him menacingly and cursed to himself, because it was obvious what happened then. He looked away and said that he did not know what happened here, but the young master would not do such a thing without a reason. The fat man shouted that he attacked first, but he deserved it. Jean waved his hand and carelessly apologized. He only came to order a sculpture of his father, but now the master was putting him in an awkward position. Vishko looked at the magician seriously and noticed that the fact that he was apologizing for something like this meant that he was different from the young Master Jean he knew. He asked ingratiatingly if this meant that he came for a different reason. Jean gritted his teeth. He said that, to be honest, he had more selfish motives. He wanted to meet not Bure, but him. The master looked at the guest in surprise and asked him not to tell him that they wanted to fight him as a captain. Jean smiled. He was ashamed to admit it, but that's how it was. He could not meet the Ivliano family without an invitation with his cover, so he came to Bure, because he was next to him. The gentleman looked at him thoughtfully and said that he refused, because he came here to rest. The hero looked at his interlocutor in shock, who noticed that the gentleman was also quite rude. A ray of light flew past his head. Vishko turned away and said that if he could not react to such a sudden attack, then how was he going to fight? He asked to leave. Jean frowned. He realized how dangerous it was, because he almost parried. He agreed and walked away. The sculptor grabbed the doorway and began to reproach the boy. Suddenly, the knight guest abruptly pulled out his sword. The master screamed in fear, turning to Jean. The blade of the sword slightly injured the skin on the impudent man's neck. The magician gloomily lowered his head and admitted that he was rude and arrogant, but humiliating his family was a completely different story. He held the sword at arm's length and asked if the leader could ignore the fact that someone insulted his family right in front of him. A dark shadow fell on the warrior. He said that the young master left him no choice. He angrily shouted at the boy, because he could die. Jean shouted back at him that even if he died, he would protect the honor of his family. Vishko clenched his teeth in irritation. He realized that the kid was not bluffing. He thought that he needed to shut the fat man up right away. His hands were itching to kill him too. But for the sake of business, he needed his abilities. Bure was shaking all over. The hero said that he counted to 3 for him to bow down and start asking for forgiveness. The veins on the master's neck bulged. He looked menacingly at his partner, and in a strange voice told him to kneel down. The sculptor shuddered. He immediately fell on his face and began to beg for forgiveness. His cheeks were shaking. The hero said that if it were not for Mr. Vishko, he would have killed him after such an apology, because he deserved to die for disgracing his family. Jean closed his eyes and noticed that the younger gentleman was not rude for the first time, but if he wanted to take it out on him. The gray-haired man adjusted his hair and said that everything was fine and the young gentleman did the right thing. After that, he asked him to leave. The hero slowly wandered off. Bure clenched his teeth, which caused curses to pour out again. He turned around in fear, seeing the formidable elder. Vishko looked at the fat man with horror and demanded that he keep quiet. The man turned around irritably. He ordered to come in, because he had a lot to tell. The couple sat down in a dark corner of the building. The master said that the amount of remains of the ancient civilization that they received from the Zipple family was halved, and now it will be more difficult to get the remains of dead gods. But according to the terms of the alliance break, they will get back part of the products sold to the Zipple family. The sculptor jumped up and shouted a compass. It is this that needs to be returned, because with its help they will be able to find living gods and use them as material. Vishko looked at him seriously and said that he understood everything and promised to definitely return it. He turned around abruptly and threw the knife into the foliage. Gray looked out the window and looked around the house. His partner looked at him in confusion and asked what was wrong. Red hair flashed outside the window. The man decided that he just imagined it. He suggested ending the conversation there. A swordsman was walking through the night forest. Someone was galloping over his head at high speed. The red-haired girl attacked him, but Jean managed to parry. The spy looked at him in surprise. Her hat flew off her head. The guy said that even if this island was uninhabited, he turned and correctly noted that they should not make a fuss here. He smiled and called the girl John's older sister. The sister played with her hair. The hero asked if the fulfillment of his request was going well. She answered of course and added that it was difficult for her to pretend that they were strangers. Jonah took off her wig and laughed. Under the moon, Al came out to his ward. He handed her a letter. Assassin snatched it happily, because it was from Jean. She turned to the nameless king with burning cheeks and informed him that she would be away for a few days. The man warned her that Mr. Chiron would die of anger if he found out about it. He put a red wig on her head and told her to be careful and not to get caught. Assassin crept up on the hero at the gate. He wrote to her that he planned to meet with the sculptor Bure, and he needed information on him. It did not matter to him who he spoke to, even to himself. The spy pressed herself against the wall by the window. She was told to eavesdrop on what he was saying. The brother and sister spent the night in the hut. The girl added that the alliance between Kinzello and the Zipple family had broken up. The guy knew that she would not let him down. He noticed that in such a short time she managed to get valuable information faster than the Runkendal archives. Jean put his hand on his chest. Now he knew what the enemies were up to and thanked his sister. Yona gloomily looked away. She started talking about the fat man. She frowned and said that they were of the same class. The hero looked at her in surprise and asked, "In what sense?" Yona shook her head and said that she could not say anything now, because the younger one also had his secrets. In response to this, a blue fire lit up in the magician's hand. A red eye flashed in the darkness, which began to say kill. A terrifying aura emanated from the little girl, and this word kept repeating. She stood in the shadows of the room in front of the body. Someone hugged the crying child. Yona screamed. Jean recoiled in horror from the large flow of energy. He felt a powerful killing intent. Was this an assassin's reaction to shadow energy? The girl grabbed her hands and plaintively asked him not to use this power near her, never again. She looked at her brother and asked why he showed it. She thought that he would keep it a secret until he became a captain. Jean made a gloomy face. His sister did not give him any reason to trust, and he could not rely on her. The guy said that he was going to hide it. He imagined Yona joyfully holding green roses. They became the deciding factor. The spy's eyes opened wide. She remembered how she gave them to Jean. He said that they became something for him that he could rely on in difficult times. And they also represent trust, and that was enough for him. Yona looked at her brother in shock. He added that from that moment on, he no longer hides anything from her. She bit her finger, but the mage asked her not to worry. He smiled and promised to become so strong that she physically could not kill him. The girl laughed and noticed that the younger one was fooling around again. She asked if he would finally play with her. Jean laughed sheepishly, remembering the frightening name. In the dark dimension, Chiron stood by the sword. He asked what Yona had been doing for the past 2 days. The guy reported that they were just having fun. The man frowned and asked if the younger one had used her help or asked for something. Han frowned at him and replied that according to the knights accompanying him, nothing like that had happened. Since the master had personally warned him, he did not think that the hero had even thought about it. Chiron grinned and said that Al had received several death threats and even Luna was holding him at arm's length. What an amazing boy. Han took out the letter he had received from Kashmir. The head of the family took the piece of paper in his hands and said that it was written that the junior had defeated Goltef, a warrior of the White Wolf tribe. He had not heard of him for a long time. He remembered how he once fought with the head of the clan of the White Wolf tribe. He was strong enough to remember him. He said that the battle lasted for 5 whole hours. The warriors of their clan are skilled and they are superior to ordinary warriors of the White Wolf tribe. He said that this victory means a lot to the junior. Chiron frowned, because when young Master Jean cut the hammer in half, he shouted out a cut. Kashmir assumed that this was his own style. The man noticed coincidences with the reports. He imagined a sword imbued with shadow energy and magic. 1,000 years had passed since this skill was used last time. He knew that this technique was the first head of their family, Mr. Timar. Was his level as a magic swordsman already higher than his father? He wanted to fight him. The sky above the city of Tychon was cloudy. Kashmir sat thoughtfully in a chair. He was surprised that Zipple was in alliance with Kinzello, but the reason it fell apart was because the Devil's Stone that Andre had broke. The battle and the destruction of the stone popped into his head. Jean calmly looked at Kashmir and said that he created that stone Bure. He uses the remains of dead gods and the ruins of ancient civilizations. Using his special sculpting skill, he creates dangerous artifacts and transforms others. Aquila looked at the guys and said that this is the core of Kinzello. Murakan imagined the cosmos and thought about the gods. Was it really about the tears and blood of Numerous? He frowned at the hero and said that he did not tell him something. He recalled his trip to the Principality of Kurano, where he helped the cadets from his faction. He said that a mobile giant appeared there, looking like 2,000 years ago, and he quietly dealt with it. The hero's eyes widened. The dragon did not understand why he appeared there then, but now he decided that it was the work of the sculptor. Quickanta looked at the mage and assumed that the fat man was related to Well, the god of sculptures. The hero looked at her and clarified that he had never heard of such a deity. Murakan changed his laser. He said that this god disappeared from history. His ex-wife frowned and looked forward and said that Well made a huge contribution to the creation of the origin stone, and after some time the stone was destroyed, and Well lost the rank of a god, fell and became a man. The dragon frowned and added that in order to protect the graves of the fallen gods, Well created golems, grave giants, but the dragons destroyed them all. Kashmir looked at them in fear and asked if they really wanted to say that Bure made a contract with a dead god. Quickanta put her finger to her chin and said that it was impossible, but she had no reasonable explanation for these events except Well. Jean looked at them seriously and said that among the artifacts created there was an item capable of tracking the contractor of the god. Murakan jumped up from his chair and shouted that until the contractor showed power, no one would know that the contract was made. Alika looked at the young mage in shock and asked him not to tell her that they found Julia with his help. The hero explained that they call this item a compass. The master examined everyone and said that the item, fortunately, does not work perfectly, and instead of Julia they kidnapped Latrius, her dragon protector. Quickanta folded her arms across her chest. She was sure that they would continue to search for contractors with the compass to force them to absorb the Devil's Stone. Jean folded his hands together and said that this is why they must steal this artifact in June of next year. The Zipple family is going to return it to Kinzello. The hero frowned and said that this was their chance, because that was when they would kidnap him. Alika was called from the door, asking to bring Julia and Enya and go to the secret palace, causing the boss to open her eyes wide. Frowning, the protagonist said that until Zipple got the compass back, they should try to find as many contractors as possible, and just in case, it would be better to hide in a safe place. Kashmir looked ahead menacingly, saying that it would be dangerous to look for 3 contractors in Tychon, which was not connected to a large country. Quickanta folded her arms, saying that they had better leave before the compass indicated that they were here. Turning away, Jean replied that they would meet in the Beladu Empire in May of next year, after which they would go to the country of pirates, their trading place. Kashmir turned to the Duke, asking where he would be before that, when suddenly Murakan folded his arms, answering that there was a place the younger one needed to go alone. The man was surprised, asking if there was another place as safe as the secret palace, to which the dragon turned with a smile, answering that there was, and it was very safe. Some time ago, Murakan, in the form of a cat, asked the boy to go to the lands of the Ming dynasty, because he was already getting ready, when suddenly Jean was surprised. Jilly looked down at the cat, asking if this was not the legendary race that subjugated all the beast men, to which Mirakan stretched, answering, yes. The nanny knitted her eyebrows, worriedly saying that more than 5,000 years had passed since their destruction. Without taking his eyes off the beast, the protagonist asked if he really had to go to the ruined lands, and if there was anything left there at all. Jumping down to the floor, Mirakan replied that it was located somewhere in the great desert of Mitra, the land of the beast men, and no one except Jean, who had made a contract for 1,000 years, could pass through, and even a god, if he suddenly descended, would not be able to enter. Squinting, the guy asked for an explanation so that he would understand. Grinning, the cat replied that the protagonist should just know that there was one contract between Saderet and the Ming dynasty. Coming closer to the shocked Jean, he said that this place was specially prepared for the swordsmen of the Rankindel family, and in order to become a real swordsman, he would have to go through it. The southern border of the Zane kingdom, this is where the lands of the beast men begin, the place where Jean completed his first mission as a cadet, and to get to the Mitra desert, you need to cross this mountain, but if you try to climb the mountain blind, you can get into an unpleasant situation. Covering his face with a cloak, the protagonist remembered that it was a short meeting, but he would try to get help from the beast men. Walking further, the guy thought about a race with a friendly nature and a reputation for avoiding predators. Looking closely, the guy saw a race of watertails in front of him. One of the beasts raised his hand up, asking if it was him. Coming closer to the guys, they said that they looked bad. Holding out a fried fish forward, the beast asked the man to accept the gift. Raising his hand up, he asked if the guy was hungry. Smiling, Jean replied that this time he came to pay off the debt for that fish. In one hand, he held a large catch tightly. The race of watertails began to quickly approach him. Taking the fish, they turned back. The animals began to happily throw the gift above themselves. Having climbed a tree, the protagonist asked if there was by any chance a path that only the race uses, to which the animal turned its head in surprise, asking if a person really knew what kind of place this was. Turning its head, the guy replied that he had heard and was just going to look. Frowning, the animal said menacingly that if the guy went, he would die, but it was none of his business. Smiling, Jean thanked them for worrying about him, after which he asked if the whole path would be so narrow, to which the animal thoughtfully turned around, answering that a little further on there would be more space. Having descended onto the path, the protagonist asked admiringly if they had really dug this up too, to which the animal replied that it had been dug up by the main people. He approached the watering hole, asking for more water, because once the guy passed the square, the desert would begin. Jean brought the neck of the bottle under the water. They moved further along the path. Lights sparkled brightly above their heads. Looking around, the protagonist asked if this was really the Jumsal tribe, because he was seeing them for the first time. The mouse grabbed her heart, screaming loudly, asking what he was doing. Standing in front of the watertail, he asked how he dared to bring a person, because only they use this road, after which he asked why he made a promise at all, when suddenly Jean smiled, thinking that they looked so cute together. The watertail held out a coin, asking his friend to accept it, because the guy was going to the Myrtle Desert. The mouse's eyes sparkled, when suddenly he shouted that he should have warned about this in advance. Jumping up the stairs, he said that he did not know that this was such a precious person, so he would lead him. Pointing to the door, the beast said that if the boy opened the door, he would come out and there would be a market outside. Starting to wave his hand, the watertail said that he recommended a guide from the Jumsal people, and he was scared. Turning around, he said that he was leaving and wished him a safe journey, when suddenly Jean, looking at his back, asked if he could ask his name before they parted. Turning around, the beast introduced himself as Dark Flame. Smiling, the protagonist wanted to introduce himself. Without giving him a chance to say, Dark Flame said Jin's name, saying that he had seen his robe. The protagonist grinned, asking if he would tell anyone. Shaking his head negatively, the watertail replied that the boy should not worry, because Dark Flame kept secrets. Jean put his fist to his chest, saying that the next time they met, he would respond in kind, as befits a Rankindela. Looking forward, he waved his hand. The mouse happily raised its paws up, saying that the guy would be provided with the best guide to the Mitra desert. Passing by, the protagonist replied that he would get there himself, after which he thanked him with a smile for opening the door. Bowing, the mouse asked to come again, while the protagonist put his hood on his head, thinking that the guides were reliable and trustworthy. At the counter, one of the animals shouted that there was nothing that was not in the Yuki market, after which he asked the tall man to come to him. Jean carefully approached the silhouette, saying that he needed a reliable guide. Looking up, he asked if this was possible. There was rage on the wolf's face. At the entrance to the Mitra desert, two tall silhouettes stood. Shaking hands, the protagonist thanked the wolf for the fact that thanks to him, he got there quickly and without incident. Turning around, the guy thought about the lands of the Ming dynasty. As he carefully moved forward, he thought that this was the place of the legends of the spirit sword, and if he died here, even his body would not be found. The Great Mitra Desert was a huge desert located in the center of the Beastmen lands. The protagonist knew that this place was once popular among adventurers, due to the legend that the land of the Ming dynasty was hidden somewhere here, full of gold and resources. It was said that even the beastmen living here could not find the land of the Ming dynasty, and crossing the Mitra desert was suicide. This was the farthest of the far places. The proof of this was that there was no one who had braved the desert and returned alive. As he moved further, Jean thought that it was said that this place was the place of the legend of the Soul Sword. The conquerors of the Soul Sword of the Ming dynasty were 5,000 years ago. This mythical race had reached its peak and subjugated all the beastmen. The protagonist was very surprised, asking if it was really destroyed in one night, to which the cat nodded, answering that the Ming dynasty was very arrogant. Grinning, he added that they did not believe in the power of the gods and made a mistake by challenging them. Looking at the guy, Murakan asked if he had seen the power of the demon stone, after which Jean looked down, answering that he had. Lost in memories, Murakan said that it was a fake origin stone, thus the power of the origin stone, created by combining the power of the gods, was powerful enough to destroy the Ming dynasty, the kings of all beastmen, in one night. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror. Without looking away, the cat added, but not all the gods turned away from them, because there was a god who took pity on them and helped. Stroking him, Jilly replied that that god was Sodaret. Murakan covered one glance and said that Sodaret had saved the few survivors of the Ming dynasty and signed a contract with them, and although he didn't know the details of the contract, the Soul Sword could not be learned from anyone other than the Ming dynasty, and Timar had learned from them too. Jin's pupils narrowed greatly upon hearing this. He thought about Timar, thinking that although he was the first head of the Rankindel family, there was almost no information about him left because the Zipples had destroyed all records related to the boy. Timar was the founder of the family and the greatest hero, but there was not even a place for him in the mausoleum of the Sword Garden. Moving forward confidently, Jin thought that if he met the Ming dynasty, he might learn something about the boy. At night, the boy sat by the fire, thinking that a day had passed. Moving through the desert, he counted 2. The protagonist sat on the sand, eating the food he had brought with him. He covered his face from the sand, thinking that he could feel the changeability of the desert with his whole body. Frowning, the boy thought that it was easier to risk his life by fighting a strong opponent, because it took courage to walk alone in the desert, since there was only a struggle between nature and Jean. A month later, on December 1st, 1796, the boy looked ahead, thinking that water and food had long since run out. Noticing the bones of people lying along the way, he thought that now the realization comes that death is natural and ubiquitous here. Looking back, the protagonist noticed that not even a trace was left, so there was no way to go back. Climbing the hill, he thought that he had to endure, because there were times when he was more desperate than now, when suddenly he heard a cry from 2 guys behind him. They finally found him. Jin's gaze sharply turned. Turning around, he listened to them say that they missed him, because thanks to the main character, life had become completely different. Jin quickly reached for the sword on his hip. In front of him stood the smiling older brothers, shouting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Descending along the sand, Daytona asked if the younger one would show them his strength. The weapon suddenly stuck into the ground. The main character held the sword in front of him, trying to block the blow. Looking at the weapon, he thought that his brother's sword was heavy. The guy suddenly felt relief, noticing the missing silhouette. Turning his gaze to the side, Jean wondered if Daytona was confused. At that very moment, a strong blow flew into his jaw, and the guy thought that it was all instinctive, because if he did not dodge or block, he would be cut. Smiling widely, Daytona said that they were waiting for the younger brother to lose his vigilance. Frowning, Jean wondered if this was an ordinary mirage, and then asked if this was really how his brothers greeted him after a long separation. Jumping up, he made a dash forward. Releasing their weapons in Jin's direction, the elders shouted that a lot of water had flowed under the bridge. Turning his gaze back, the protagonist thought that they were fast. Putting his sword in front of him, he parried a strong blow. Daytona appeared behind the protagonist with a crazy smile. The guy's pupil shrank significantly. Sharply turning around, he swung at his brother with all his might. Gritting his teeth, Jean thought that they complemented each other perfectly, filling in all the gaps. He stuck the sword in the sand, deciding that that was it. Crimson blood spurted out as it hit Dayton's shoulder. The protagonist ducked, noticing the attack flying towards him. Putting his hand with the weapon behind his back, the guy felt a strong blow. Hayton's weapon quickly spun around the blade. Swinging the sword with all his might, he thought that the brothers did not have powerful attacks. Hayton approached the ground with horror in his eyes. Lost in memories, Jean wondered if they were at such a level of skill back then, and he was irritated by the fact that in his past life he fell before the brothers. Gritting his teeth, Daytona menacingly clenched his hand into a fist. Swinging the sword vertically, the protagonist furiously thought that he wanted to kill from the very beginning. At that very second, an explosion was heard, raising the sand up. Sitting on the ground, the brothers tried to come to their senses. In horror, they raised their heads forward. Firmly gripping the sword, Jean slowly approached them. Frightened, the older brothers began to ask for forgiveness and to give them another chance, while the protagonist hesitated. He remembered how his brothers ran to him excitedly, asking if everything was okay. Coming closer, they asked where the youngest had been for the past 4 months and whether their father had saved him. Looking down, Jean wondered if maybe he had expected a different relationship than in his past life. Enveloping the weapon in mana, the guy thought that he should stop this, because only then he could move forward. He raised the weapon up, starting to completely envelop himself in dark energy. With a change in his face, Daytona screamed in horror that Jean would kill them. Furrowing his brows, Daytona menacingly asked if the guy was really their brother. The protagonist's pupils lit up, after which he abruptly lowered the weapon down. The bright sun was setting. The protagonist looked at the sand and ordered them to disappear. His lips were dry from lack of moisture, and he asked why they did not disappear. Jean looked at his dead brothers. 1 day passed, and his brothers still did not disappear. Without closing his eyes, the protagonist stared at them. When suddenly he put his hand to the sand and said to himself that it was just a mirage. After these words, the guy sharply thrust his sword into the sand. Then the protagonist began to leave, leaving his brother's swords in piles of sand. And as soon as he left, a leg appeared on the sand, shrouded in the power of a shadow. The man, completely absorbed in powerful magic, said that it was the killing of relatives that was the most painful. The stranger brought his hand to the sword and asked how many brothers suffered the same way as he. Immediately after that, the weapon began to dissolve into pieces, and he continued to say that Mr. Soderette had chosen the child well. After these words, the pile of sand, the swords of the protagonist's brothers and the stranger disappeared. Night fell, a bright moon floated across the sky. Jean was sitting under the shadow of a tall stone. Scorpions slowly crawled towards him. One of them suddenly stabbed his leg. The protagonist looked at the sand predator without any emotion, when suddenly it grabbed him sharply. At the same second, the guy bit off a part of the scorpion, saying to himself that if it weren't for the elixir of 10,000 poisons, it would have been dangerous. Then he raised his head to the sky and asked himself if everything was okay with his sister Yona, when suddenly a memory of his brothers popped into his head. At the same second, the protagonist coughed loudly and said to himself that this was a nightmare. The next day, he brought a flask of water to his mouth, but only a small drop poured out. Seeing this, Jean looked down in disappointment. After that, he threw away the flask and began to leave, saying to himself that there really was nothing here at all. On December 11, 1796, the protagonist walked through the desert under the scorching sun, asking himself how much time had already passed, adding that it was impossible to know. With difficulty, he continued to climb the mountains. With the same difficulty he descended from them, saying to himself that there was nothing left to do but walk and walk. The protagonist passed by sandstones and added that it made no difference, because he did not even remember why he came here. When suddenly Jean fell to his knees and asked himself, was it really to kill his brothers? Immediately after this question, he fell face down in the sand. When suddenly a man appeared in front of him. He handed him a bottle of water. At the same second, the protagonist grabbed the stranger by the hand. With a deft movement, he climbed behind him and put a sword to his throat. Holding the stranger tightly, Jean asked who he was. When suddenly the girl smiled slightly and said that at their first meeting he also threatened her with a knife, after which she asked if he had not changed at all. As soon as the guy heard about this, shock appeared in his eyes, because he recognized this voice, but this cannot be. Then the stranger took off her hood and said of course, then he was a terrible incompetent. After saying this, she turned around, and Jean asked if it was Valeria. The girl smiled warmly and closing her eyes, greeted the student. The protagonist remembered his teacher in the past and said to himself that she was the only heir of the Easter family, a 7-star mage and his teacher from his past life, the person who first made him realize that he, the worst of the Rancandilas, was also talented. Jean had powerful magical energy in his hands, and Valeria was the only person who believed in him. She was a strong comrade and savior for him. The guy remembered how she extended her hand to him when they first met, then he was expelled from the Rancandilas and wandered the world as an outcast. How suddenly everything around him changed, and he said to himself with shock in his eyes that all this was in a past life, because in this life they never met. But why then? After asking this, the guy turned his gaze to the side. He saw green grass beneath him, and a tropical forest to the side, and said to himself that everything was clear to him now. With these thoughts, he exhaled heavily. The protagonist looked at his teacher and said to himself that the way she looked now was exactly what he remembered from his past life. She was 2 years younger than him, and that was impossible. Without any emotion on his face, he continued to look at her, saying that he believed she was his second mirage. Valeria, raising her eyebrows, replied that it seemed so. Immediately after that, she handed him a bottle of water and added that he should drink it, to which he, lowering his eyes, replied that he shouldn't do that, because it seemed that if he drank this water, he would have to fight her. Then the girl threw him a flask and said that it was true, after which she asked if he was really going to fight her in such a state, adding that in that case he would die from the first attack. Jean looked at the teacher with burning eyes and asked why her. Was there really no other way? Valeria looked back at the student and answered that he knew it better than anyone. After reincarnation he became stronger, and his mental abilities were better than hers. Having said this, she showed her aura and added that he should drink, after which he would be ready to fight her. The protagonist uncorked the cork and asked who he was to her. Valeria's aura became stronger with each passing second, and she answered, the only student, so he should not disappoint her. Clutching the flask tightly in his hands, Jean continued to ask if it was true that the real her would say the same thing. The girl frowned pitifully and replied that she probably would have loved him more, perhaps kissed him on the forehead. Hearing this, the protagonist began to drink water, saying that these words did not console him at all. Then Valeria narrowed her eyes and with burning eyes ordered him not to ask questions, but to deal with her, to move on, because he could use everything, be it a sword or talent. At that very second, the guy thrust his sword into the ground and said that there would be no sword. When the girl saw this, she smiled and asked if he had really become more daring during the time they had not seen each other, adding that he would regret it. The protagonist, slightly lowering his head, replied that he would regret it even more if he used the sword to win, because she. At that very second, he released the magic of the shadows from himself and finished speaking, was all his magic and would always be hers. Valeria, seeing this, created an insanely powerful lightning above herself and told him to stop, because her student's charm was in his recklessness. Raising her head to the sky, she added that he had better prepare himself. As soon as she said this, her lightning rushed towards the guy. Jean, with eyes full of shock, looked at the sky. Suddenly, lightning struck the place where the protagonist was standing, but at the very last moment, he jumped back. Suddenly, the lightning changed its shape, turning into a sharp blade. They rushed after their victim, and Jean, continuing to run, wondered if this was really a lightning spear. Stretching out his hand, in front of which a magical seal appeared, he realized that she was seriously going to kill him. The lightning spear hit the defense with force, and the protagonist said to himself that he sparred with her hundreds of times, but never won. From the shockwave, he flew back, adding that the teacher never really tried to kill him. While he was thinking about this, a bolt of lightning flashed past him and tore his cape. Valeria immediately created several more copies and said that her student was good at dodging. The protagonist, seeing this, frowned and said to himself that all the copies were 7-star strong, but the teacher's magical power would not be able to support them for long. Seeing such a look, the girl smiled maliciously and said that she could see from his eyes that he had decided to do this now, after which she asked if he was really assessing how much longer she could hold out. She suddenly extended her hand towards the guy and added that this was his last chance, he must take the sword or die. Hearing this, Jean created a powerful cloud of magical energy in his hand and replied that they would find out after the battle was over. Seeing this, Valeria's eyes lit up, and she said that this was reverse flow magic, after which she asked if he had really found himself a new teacher. Lightning began to shoot out of her hand, and she continued to say that he admitted that she was his only teacher, but this one seemed to be better. Jean did not take his eyes off the teacher, answering that he did not even have anything to say. Lowering the corners of his lips, he said to himself that she intentionally said things that would hurt him, and of course, she was always like this. The guy continued to concentrate the power in his hand, adding that if she decided to kill, she would never waste time choosing the means. The magical energy became more and more, and the protagonist said to himself that now the width of the backflow itself would not be able to absorb the magical power, the lightning spears. Looking up at Valeria, he said that she would not be disappointed, at the same time saying to himself that the only way out was to turn the situation around, but he needed time. With these thoughts, he frowned angrily and added that he would fight the way she taught him. Hearing these words, Valeria raised her hand and said that she was already waiting. As soon as she said this, a powerful lightning bolt struck the sand where Jean was standing, but he immediately jumped back, saying to himself that it would take 3 minutes to break. He watched the teacher, who controlled the spears with her finger, and said to himself, of course, the teacher sees possible moves several steps further than him, but he is still her student. The lightning spears rushed past him at high speed. When suddenly Jean turned sharply and, sliding along the sand, said to himself that her next attack will be right now. As soon as he said this, sand flew up into the air from a powerful impulse. Valeria, hitting the sand with her staff, created a fiery magic seal under herself. The guy's lead was entangled in a magic chain in the jump, and he asked himself in shock, did the magic circle really get here? His leg was pressed to the ground in an instant. The chains continued to appear around the protagonist, who wondered how there could be any magic left after creating such a huge circle and keeping 5 copies. As soon as the chains entangled him, he felt an unbearable heat, causing him to scream loudly and say to himself that he now understood that among those copies, only one really had magic. As he said this, copies of lightning flew at him. Suddenly, a powerful shadow energy burst out of him. Valeria watched this with a malicious smile on her face. The powerful shadow bird test destroyed the girl's magic, protecting its owner. Then Valeria created new spears and asked how long he could endure in this state, to which the protagonist, kneeling, answered to himself that with the remaining magic, he would not be able to hold out for long, but just a few moments would be enough for him. As soon as he thought this, the bird released a stream of powerful magical energy from its mouth. It collided with Valeria's barrier. The girl, standing in defense, smiled maliciously. Suddenly Tessa's beak was entangled in chains. Immediately after that, a lightning spear flew into the chest of the powerful bird. The bird, having received a mortal wound, began to dissolve in the air, and the protagonist, clenching his hand into a fist, thanked her. Immediately after that, a powerful funnel appeared above Valeria, and her spears were absorbed by magical energy. The girl spat blood from her mouth and said that he probably knew that the magical backflow was only available to those who did not know how to use magic. Having said this, she stretched out her hand and asked what he was hiding. Then Jean, rising from the sand, answered nothing. He simply could not do anything more. He looked at his rival with his last strength, telling her to think for herself, because even if the consumption of magical energy is now enormous, who else in the world can resist the fracture and use several types of magic at the same time, like her? Probably no one. Valeria's chains held back her own spears, and she, spreading her arms out to the sides, told him not to come closer, because he probably had something hidden. The guy, stepping on the boiling lava with his bare foot, replied that she herself knew that he had never lied to her. Seeing this, Valeria created insanely powerful energy dragons around herself and ordered him to stop, because if he took another step, he would use up all his strength. But Jean extended a shaking hand in her direction and said that he wanted to see her up close for the last time. At that very second, a magical spear pierced his body, and the girl screamed loudly that she had already told him to stop, to which he, gritting his teeth, said to himself that this was his only chance. He suddenly bent down sharply, adding that the fracture sphere was only a tool for determining the real spear. There was a spear in the mouth of each dragon. Suddenly, they rushed towards the guy at high speed. A helmet appeared on the protagonist's head. Without thinking twice, he rushed towards the teacher. One of the spears hit him in the head. Another spear hit him from the other side. Valeria, seeing this, put all her strength into the last remaining lightning spear, which took the form of a snake. Immediately after that, she swung her staff. The snake, at the command of its mistress, rushed to attack. At this time, the blade in the protagonist's hand was enveloped in the energy of the shadows. With a broken helmet on his head, Jean swung. Readying himself, he threw it towards his rival. From what she saw, shock appeared in Valeria's eyes, and she heard the voice of the student, who said that he would not use Bradamanti because he was going to strike now at any cost, deceive the enemy and catch him off guard, as she taught him. His shadow blade pierced Valeria. The girl fell, and blood splashed in all directions. Jean, gritting his teeth, said to himself that this was the tribute he paid to his teacher. Valeria's magical fire seal disappeared from the sand. The girl lay on the ground and, holding her wound, asked if this was really why he hadn't taken out his sword from the very beginning. Lowering his head, the protagonist replied that she knew everything perfectly well. Valeria, lowering her eyes, looked at the student and replied that he had become stronger, and she was proud of him, proud of her only student. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock from what he heard. Immediately after that, magical energy began to swirl around Valeria, and her image began to dissolve. Jean continued to stand on one knee, saying to himself that she knew everything. He recalled the moment when the teacher threw him a flask of water, and said to himself that he definitely felt that at that moment his strength returned to him. It was all just a mirage. The boy continued to remember his teacher from his past life, adding that in the past, she and magic were everything to him. He also remembered the last attack, during which he threw his blade, and added that it was sincere, otherwise he would not have been able to win. From these thoughts, a tear flowed down the protagonist's cheek. Clutching his chest, he added that this hurt even more, because he killed his only teacher. While he was thinking about this, the last of Valeria's energy rose to the sky. When suddenly the space around him began to change quickly. A dim light fell on Jin's face. The boy suddenly rose to his feet in surprise and, seeing swords stuck in the sand around him, he then asked himself if this was also a mirage. When suddenly in the distance he saw a black silhouette against the background of a brightly burning sphere of magical energy. Feeling a powerful aura, he covered his face with his hands. Looking closely at the black silhouette, the protagonist asked himself if this was his father, when suddenly he realized that it was not him. Timar Rankindel held the hilt of his own sword. He raised his hand and created a small sphere of shadow energy. Immediately after that, Timar released it towards the protagonist. Jean immediately felt a terrifying pressure on himself. Horror appeared in his eyes, and he said to himself that it was colossal. Suddenly, the guy felt a strong pain, and his cheeks swelled. Blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth, and he said to himself that this was simply an overwhelming force. He looked at Timar, whose eyes were burning, and said to himself that he felt like an insignificant bug in front of God. Was he really forcing him to kneel? Jean resisted with all his might, thinking that even if so, he did not come here. His feet rested on the sand, and he added that Timar was the same as him. The guy stood up with difficulty and, taking a step forward, said that he would go there. Moving his legs one after the other, he added that he must move on and cut. His eyes were shining brightly. Looking at this, Timar smiled. The girl, seeing this, opened her mouth in shock. She touched the transparent barrier and asked if he had just smiled. Asking if she was mistaken, the girl tried to touch Timar, but her hand passed right through him. Jumping out of the subspace, she passed through the man's shadow body. Timar's image came together again, and the girl said that he was definitely smiling. With her hand raised, she pitifully drew her eyebrows together and added that she had not seen his smile for 1,000 years, and so wanted to see it, after which she asked why he smiled at him. The main character all this time, without stopping, continued to rise towards Timar. Swinging his sword, he repeated one word, cut. His eyes were filled with rage, which he put into each repetition of this word. Seeing him, the girl folded her arms across her chest and said that her heart also trembled at the sight of him, because he had such a will. She suddenly remembered how Jean killed his brothers who were screaming in fear. Then she remembered how the protagonist killed his only teacher and said that it hurt him like no one else, but he did not hesitate. Raising her hand, the girl said that his skill was at a good level, and Timar, hearing this, raised his sword. At the same second, he forcefully thrust it into the sand, saying that the tests were over. As soon as he did this, a powerful shadow wave of energy spread in all directions. Reaching the protagonist, it struck him as well. Seeing this, the girl turned to the man and screamed, asking what was happening. Was he really going to kill him? To which he replied that the test was over. Hearing this, shock appeared in her eyes. Timar smiled. Then the girl looked in the same direction. She saw a foot pass through the shadow barrier. The main character appeared right behind it, and Timar, looking at this, asked that he reminded him of someone. The girl's appearance began to dissolve, and she said that she was very interested in how much he could grow, the child who made him smile. As soon as the girl disappeared, the man began to collect shadow energy in his hand. The sword stuck in the sand began to slowly rise from it. When Timar raised his hand, the weapons turned their blades towards the main character. And when the man waved his hand, all the swords rushed to attack. They cut and pierced Jean. But the main character, despite the pain, spat blood and screamed that he would not stop. He tightly clutched the hilt of the sword in his hand, adding that he would get here to cut him. His aura became stronger with every second, and the guy continued to scream that even if he had to kill his brothers and teacher. Without stopping, he shouted with an angry frown that anyone else would have done the same. It was his will. Immediately after these words, his aura collided with Timar's. Raising his sword, from which powerful shadow energy emanated, he added that he would do the same as from the beginning. Veins stood out on his face, and the protagonist with burning eyes shouted with all his might that he was Rankindel, and even if there was something in his way, he would cut it. Timar looked at the guy with a smile on his face. After shouting these words, Jean made a powerful blow with his sword from above downwards. His blow cut through the sand hundreds of meters ahead. But as soon as the shadow energy faded, the protagonist realized that his opponent had disappeared even before he struck. From this realization, he gritted his teeth. Snow-white teeth, breaking, fell to the ground. Jean couldn't help but raise his head to the sky and shout loudly that he himself said that he came to be cut down, when suddenly a voice answered that it was not so. Hearing this, shock appeared in the guy's eyes, and a voice from nowhere continued to tell him to think carefully about the true reason. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked himself the true reason why he came here, then remembered the words that sent him to the land of the Ming dynasty to find a miracle. Jean looked at the moon burning in the sky and wondered what kind of voice it was, maybe one of the mirage voices. When suddenly he remembered how the black dragon in the form of a cat said that as soon as the third mirage ended, he should release his spiritual energy, and only then would he find the land of the Ming dynasty. Immediately after that, the protagonist remembered that the first mirage was the attack of his two brothers. Then he remembered the second mirage, the attack on him by his teacher from the past. And just a few minutes ago, there was the last third mirage, during which Timar smiled, looking at him. Leaving the memories, Jean lowered his gaze and said to himself, of course, while he was wandering in the desert, he was clearly not in his right mind, and as soon as the third mirage ended, he began to collect shadow energy in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he released it in all directions, saying that he would release spiritual energy, after which he asked himself if he would finally be able to meet the land of the Ming dynasty. The night sky was dotted with bright stars. The wind carried sand particles across the calm desert, and Jean said to himself that no one had seen it for so many years, after which he asked himself if it was just a legend, but Mirakan could not give false information, because this could not be. Looking around, he asked himself if he had heard wrong. His feet carefully stepped on the sand. The protagonist looked at his feet with his mouth open, thinking that he had definitely heard a voice somewhere here. With these thoughts, the blade of his sword was enveloped in shadow energy. Without thinking twice, the guy made a powerful strike from top to bottom. With this strike, he cut the space in front of him, behind which the man was hiding. Shock appeared in the guy's eyes from what he saw. The man with a wide smile on his face raised one eyebrow and said, "Yes, really," and then asked if he was Soderet's contractor. A second later, he gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Yes." Hearing this, Jean frowned, asking what he was talking about. The stranger, smiling even wider, replied that it did not matter what Soderet thought, because in their family, in order to be accepted, it was important to show fortitude until the very end, but he even broke through Soderet's barrier. Closing his eyes, he patted the guy on the head and added that it was incredible. Suddenly, rage appeared in the protagonist's eyes, and he screamed that this was why he was playing with him. At that moment, he made many quick strikes, which the stranger blocked, and said that he really liked it. Holding back the onslaught of the sword, he added that he was not like other people at all, after which he introduced himself, adding that he had been waiting for him here for 1,000 years. Jean continued to press on the blade of the sword. Suddenly, shadow energy swirled around them, and Tantel welcomed the guy to Lepleros. As soon as he said this, the space around them changed. The protagonist, looking at the huge city in the distance, said to himself that this was the land of the Ming dynasty. At this time, the man with a smile on his face handed him a flask and said that among people, this city is called the Black Light, and he did a lot to get here. Jean, taking the flask, began to drink the contents. Suddenly, he spat out everything he drank and screamed that it was alcohol. Seeing this reaction, Tantel laughed and asked how he was, suddenly came to his senses, explaining that this was a diamond processed in their original way. It will help him rest after all the fatigue that has accumulated over the years. When he said this, Jean looked at the magical energy emanating from himself and said to himself that this was indeed so, because he felt his consciousness clearing up. The man pointed his finger at him and said that before seeing the brothers, he should regain his strength. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked the brothers. A few minutes later, they walked along the streets of the city, and the protagonist said to himself that it was hard for him to believe that it was built 500 years ago, because it was a civilized city of a high level, adding that he guessed why so many adventurers were looking for the land of the Ming dynasty. He looked at the tall beautiful houses, saying that they were magnificent and quite unusual, built of pure gold. Jewels were inserted into the doors of each house. Suddenly, Jean turned to Tantel and asked what kind of precious stones were set into each door, adding that they looked like the stone in his chest. Then the man put his hand to the stone in his chest and explained that it was not just a jewel, but their hearts, and if the owner of the house was alive, the stone on the door would sparkle. The protagonist, without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, asked himself, "Heart," adding that if he thought about it, then during the time they were walking, he had not seen any of the inhabitants except Tantel, and there were no stones that would glow on the doors. After these thoughts, he, continuing to walk next to him, asked how many people lived in the land of the Ming dynasty. The man thoughtfully looked away and answered, 77 people, including the deity 2 and the 12 kings of 2. Hearing this, Jean frowned in surprise and asked himself, was it really so few? After which he asked, the deity 2 and the 12 kings of 2. Hearing this reaction, Tantel smiled and replied that these were the brothers who would teach him the art of the Zanpakuto. According to the contract of Soderet, they were all waiting for him to come. When the protagonist heard this, he imagined the Zanpakuto in his mind and said, finally. After some time, they reached a huge temple, and Tantel said that they had arrived, and said that this was the place of Tuzujin. The Zanpakuto was transmitted here, adding that, as the name suggests, this was the hall of the god of battle. The protagonist saw a crazy aura coming from the building and said to himself that he felt incredible energy. His eyes were filled with shock, and he added that he felt the same energy when he stood next to Timar, and if it weren't for the third mirage, he wouldn't have been able to move now. But as soon as Tantel said that he should be careful with his words around the brothers, the guy's expression changed to a more serious one. The man glanced at his interlocutor out of the corner of his eye and explained that they, unlike Soderet, would not spare him. After these words, a bright light swallowed them both. Inside, the protagonist was immediately met by a massive man with a long beard and a guy in glasses, who asked him how old he was, what his favorite food was, how he was doing, and why he decided to come here. Tantel spread his arms out to the sides and asked why his brothers were doing this, since he had told them many times that this was not allowed. But at that very second, he was thrown aside by a powerful blow, and a girl with a tail appeared in front of Jean. Raising her hands, she joyfully shouted that their student had finally come, since 1,000 years had already passed since Timar, a whole 1,000. Having shouted this, she put her hands on the shoulders of the protagonist, who was looking at her with eyes wide with shock. Immediately after that, the girl threw him over her shoulder and shouted that it was impossible to greet the brothers of the deity too dirty, after which, with eyes shining with happiness, she asked who would watch their legendary second disciple. Hearing this, Jean, raising his hand, shouted in displeasure that he himself could. But those present in the building joyfully raised their hands, shouting that they could do it. The girl, smiling broadly, raised her hand and shouted that they would decide this with rock, paper, scissors, and whoever won would get a chance. Clouds floated above Tuzajin, and the cries of the game of rock, paper, scissors were heard throughout the building. At this time, a girl was sitting in the darkness, hugging her knees. She had a hood on her head. Her eyes were closed. Tears were flowing from them. Then suddenly the girl took off her hood. Valeria, leaning against the wall, called the name of the main character. Steam was coming from the water in the steam room. The main character was sitting in the water. He remembered how the girl with the tail raised her hand to her face and joyfully shouted that he should wash himself well and she would check everything. He needed to clean out every grain of sand left in his ear. Exhaling heavily, Jean raised his hand to his face and asked himself what century her idea of people was stuck in. This was his body after all. Lowering his hand, he added that in fact, 1,000 years had passed since Mr. Timar, and the people of that era were probably not so clean. With these thoughts, he folded his arms across his chest and raised his head to the ceiling. The protagonist remembered those who met him and thought that all the representatives of the Ming dynasty were big and strong. He also remembered how the girl with the tail threw him over her shoulder and added that their bodies were blessed. It was not for nothing that they were called a fighting race. After these thoughts, he put on traditional clothes and left the steam room. Tantal put his hand to his chin and said with a smile on his face that these clothes suited him very well, and he burned the one he came in, because it was no longer needed, to which Jean said to himself that he never thought that he would be praised for washing himself. After that, he asked with a calm face if they were now going to meet the two deity and the two kings to hand over the spiritual sword. The man turned around and said yes, they were now going straight to the main hall. The two kings he saw would also be waiting for him there, and weapons were not allowed to be brought in, but the brothers would keep it for him. After these words, the two of them walked down the corridor. The protagonist noticed Tantal's brightly burning heart and said to himself that it was glowing especially brightly. When he was with the other representatives of the Ming dynasty, it did not shine like this, and then asked himself if this was the influence of the two deity located in the main hall. In the center of the door was a large precious stone. The boys stood in front of the massive doors. Vax suddenly Tantal, holding out his index finger, explained that when he entered the hall, he should only answer the questions asked, because one word from the brothers of the deity too, and he would be sent back. So it was better to be careful in everything, from actions to the manner of speech, and this time he spoke seriously, to which the main character, exhaling in displeasure, said that he was at it again. But he understood everything, so he should open the door for him. After these words, a bright light burst out of the opening doors. Inside stood 12 kings, and Jean immediately realized that this was the same energy that he felt outside the temple of the deity too. He frowned from tension. On the right side stood the 7th king Belais, the 8th king Garmund and the 9th king Baba. On the left side stood the 1st king Baltarak, the 2nd king Ramoro, and the 3rd king Palem. On the right side were also the 10th king Kao, the 11th king Nato, and the 12th king Teto. On the left side were also the 4th king Linfa, the 5th king Boris, and the 6th king Dalfer. At the very end of the hall, the deity too sat on the throne, and the protagonist, looking at her, said to himself that although she was smaller than the other representatives of the Ming dynasty, her presence completely eclipsed the 12 kings of Tu. The deity's eyes were glowing, and her strength was terrifying. She stared at the protagonist, whose eyes were glowing, and said to herself that this was already worthy of the heir of the spiritual sword. The guy emitted the aura of a shadow god, when suddenly, the deity said that this was curious. A bright light was shining from her heart in her chest, and the deity said that his face was not at all like Timar, but his aura was very similar. Then the 1st king Baltarak smiled widely and said that indeed, he had an aura similar to Timar, after which the 2nd king Ramoro extended his hand and added that he was not sure if he could become a warrior better than him. Then the 11th king Nato looked at the protagonist and asked if perhaps they should not expect a warrior who would satisfy them as much as Timar. The 7th king Belais knitted her eyebrows and happily added that he had finally come after 1,000 years. Jean looked at the 7th king and said to himself that he had seen her before, after which he wondered if she was really standing up for him. It was certainly nice, but it seemed that most people perceived him as the shadow of Lord Timar. After saying this, he introduced the powerful creator of his family and added that it was understandable, but that did not mean that he was going to put up with being considered his replacement. After thinking this, he asked with an angry frown if they were talking too much about his ancestor, then told him his name, adding that he was not the heir. Hearing this, the 10th king looked at the boy and shouted, "What impudence!" then ordered him to be silent unless the brothers of the deity too asked him. But before he could finish speaking, the deity raised her hand and said enough. At the same time, Kao humbly lowered his head. The deity looked at Jean and said that they were getting too carried away with old stories when talking about the new heir. Her power consumed the room, and she introduced herself, then said that unlike human society, they did not use honorifics, so he could simply call her Ban. But until all the people of the Ming dynasty acknowledged him, he should not use the address brother. Everyone present smiled widely with shining eyes, looking at their guest. The protagonist, hearing this, looked at the kings and said that he understood everything, while saying to himself that judging by their faces, they were definitely not going to recognize him, because those who are openly hostile are not really that scary. But the problem is those two kings with a mysterious expression on their faces. The third king Palem, the fourth king Linfa, the sixth king Daofer, and the ninth king Baba did not even look at him. Deity Ban looked at Jean, but with an emotionless expression. After a short pause, Deity 2, without taking her eyes off the guy, said that the transmission would begin tomorrow. Having said this, she grabbed the hilt of the sword and added that his sword would not be needed here until then. Then she suddenly threw it into the air, saying that he should use this one instead. Jean saw the sword spinning under the ceiling and asked if this was really Deity 2's sword. He caught it perfectly and added that it looked very ordinary for her sword. But before he could finish speaking, shock appeared in his eyes. His shadow energy began to leave his body, and he wondered in surprise if he was absorbing spiritual energy. Ben looked at the guest with burning eyes, explaining that this was a sword that absorbed spirits, adding that the feeling of spiritual energy leaking out must be unusual for him. The protagonist, smiling, replied that it was indeed a very strange feeling, simultaneously saying to himself that the more he tried to resist, the more it sucked out. While he was thinking about this, the deity, emitting a bright light from her chest, continued to say that his ancestor Timar had mastered this sword quite quickly, after which she asked if she could expect the same from him, just as confidently as he had said his name a little earlier. Jean tightly clutched the sword, absorbing his energy in his hands, and replied that they would soon see everything for themselves, simultaneously saying to himself that he would show them more. The entire hall was filled with bright light, when suddenly the deity too said that today was enough, and everyone was free. After some time, the seventh king Belize approached the deity, who, holding out her hand, said that she thought that it was too early for the second heir to be given a sword that absorbs spirits, and the eighth king Garmand, who stood next to her, asked what early meant. Then the girl, holding up her index finger, explained that Timar had only mastered this sword after completing the first form of the spiritual sword, at which time he was already in his 20s. The man, folding his arms over his chest, asked his comrade to stop, because he understood that she was caring for the heir who appeared after 1,000 years, after which he asked if she really thought that the deity too did not know this, and that this was very ugly of her. Hearing this, Belize, frowning in displeasure, turned to Garmand and exclaimed that 1,000 years had passed since Timar's death. She suddenly raised her eyebrows in surprise when Ban said that time had stopped in these lands, but not in the outside world. The kings lowered their heads, and the deity too continued to say that they were the ones who passed the Zanpakudo to the heir. An insanely powerful energy emanated from her, and she added that it was their task to check whether Rankindel had become stronger than he had been 1,000 years ago. The next day, the protagonist entered the training arena, and was asked how he slept. There were bruises under his eyes, and he said to himself that he could not sleep even for a moment, because he had been losing his spiritual energy all night because of the Zanpakudo, adding that he now understood what death was. There was not a drop of spiritual energy left in his body. Not far in front of him, with his arms folded, stood the eighth king Garmand, who said that he had decided to teach him first. Then Jean remembered how he had met him when he had just entered the building, and told him so. The man smiled and replied that it was, then asked if he washed himself, finally adding that it seemed to take a long time, but he was so clean and looked better now. Hearing this, the boy frowned in displeasure. After a short pause, Garmand bowed his head and said that before they began training, they needed to check something, because he still could not accept it. Next to him, a huge sword was stuck into the floor, when suddenly the man exclaimed, ordering the boy to swing the sword 10,000 times, then asked if all 10,000 times would be the same. With glowing eyes, he ordered Jean to prove it, because if he could not do even this, then he had nothing to teach him. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled widely. After some time, he, swinging the sword, made 3,000 swings. After some time, beads of sweat were dripping from his hand, but only 5,000 strikes remained to be made. After some time, the veins on his arms stood out, and the number of swings reached 6,500. When the number of swings reached 7,000, Tantau raised his eyebrows in surprise. When the number of swings reached 7,300, the guards with spears in their hands turned to look at the guy in surprise. By 8,000 swings, almost everyone had gathered to watch this. They stared intently at how the protagonist swung the sword, and asked each other if he would really do it. At this time, Jean made 9,001 swings and said to himself that his current life is a Swordmaster's family after being reborn from a past life where he was a nobody. He sank into memories, where he sat with his eyes closed and listened to a voice that told him to look with his mind's eye. For those who practice swordsmanship, the most important thing is to obtain a third eye. His sister sat opposite him and told him not to open his eyes under any circumstances. His sister Luna began to teach him. After a while, with a sword in his hand, he stood in front of a small metal ball and said to himself that all pure-blooded Rankandilas must go through this. The blade of his sword hit this ball over and over again, Because this was training, aimed at ensuring that each subsequent blow was the same as the first. This is the essence of Rankindella passed down from the first head of the family. Leaving his memories, the protagonist swung with glowing eyes. At the same second, he performed the last 10,000th swing of the sword, screaming in his head that this is a test of endurance. His blow created a powerful stream of wind that fell on the 8th king, and the guy said to himself that if his goal was to stop him, then he was wrong. Garmin, seeing this, opened his mouth in surprise and said to himself that he did not think at all that the boy could handle it, because even among the Rankindells, not everyone can do it perfectly. No one thought that such a thing was possible. At that very second, the spectators, raising their hands, shouted loudly and indignantly that he finished very quickly, as expected from the first winner in 1,000 years. Jean, sweating, looked at the 8th king and asked why he did not say anything. Then Garmin put his hand to his chin and, laughing, said that it was amazing, adding that he could not even imagine that he would swing with such force and finish everything so quickly. Hearing this, the protagonist said that such half-hearted praise was not what he should hear. Lowering his hand, the man asked what he wanted him to say. Then Jean extended his hand and asked him to say that he was ready to be trained by him personally. Hearing this, Garmin glanced out of the corner of his eye at the breathless stands. After a short pause, he folded his arms across his chest and exclaimed that he admitted that he was willing to receive the secret of the Zanpakuto from him, the 8th king too. As soon as he said this, the people in the stands raised their hands and loudly began to chant, 8th king too, causing him to put his hands on his hips, and a blush appeared on his face. Embarrassed, the man waved his hand and ordered everyone to disperse, as it was time for them to begin serious training. After that, he grabbed the hilt of his sword and with a sharp movement pulled it out of the floor. Garmin caught the weapon with his other hand and said that now they would begin the real training. Hearing this, the guy got into a stance and asked if this time it was really a sparring match. Hearing this, the 8th king laughed and replied that he thought highly of himself, but sparring was only possible when both were on the same level. Then Jean knitted his eyebrows and asked how big the gap was between them. Hearing this, the man smiled widely and mockingly asked how big, answering that he couldn't even make his sword move. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist made a sharp lunge. Garmin managed to raise his sword at the very last moment to defend himself. His weapon leaned against his forehead. A second later, he looked out with burning eyes and asked what the hell. The genie, with a smile on his face, answered that he said that he couldn't make him make a single move, so he decided to try, and it seems that it is not so. Then the 8th king pointed his finger at his sword and answered that he didn't mean that. He meant that no matter how hard he hit, he couldn't move his sword. Hearing this, the guy smiled maliciously and said that now he understood what he meant, because it seemed strange to him, at the same time saying to himself that his rival liked to tease him. Suddenly, with a sharp movement of his hand, Garmin thrust his sword to the side and told him to aim for his sword this time and hit with all his might. Raising his weapon, the protagonist said that he understood everything. At that very second, he attacked. His sword struck the sword of the 8th king. Suddenly, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes. His weapon was thrown back, and he said to himself that it felt like he had hit a wall. Frowning tensely, Jean added that it did not seem like it was just a matter of physical strength. Seeing this, the 8th king smiled and said that he had already said this, that he could not move his sword even a millimeter. Then the guy frowned discontentedly, stood in a stance, and said that he would try again. Hearing this, the man smiled wider and replied as much as he liked. The protagonist raised his sword above himself and said to himself that since he did not have spiritual energy, he would use aura. The blade of his sword was enveloped in shadow energy, and he added that this was a skill that could not be used in a real fight, because no opponent would wait for him to concentrate. A few seconds later, the guy delivered a quick and powerful blow. The momentum from such an attack spread throughout the entire arena. The floor under the protagonist's feet was torn to pieces. The veins on the 8th king's arm stood out from the tension. Jean gritted his teeth, continuing the onslaught. Suddenly, he was thrown back by a strong shock wave. Landing, he slid across the floor. Frowning in anger, he wondered if the difference in strength between them was that huge. What kind of incredible race was this? Garmin calmly continued to stand in the same place. Garmin frowned, because he felt like his arm was being torn apart, and wondered if 1,000 years had already passed, adding that the guy's power was at the level of 8 stars, but what he measured was exactly 7. Suddenly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he added that it was all the unique power of Rankindel and the achievements he had gained while crossing the Great Desert. The guy was strong. Even without spiritual energy, he was capable of such things. What would he show next? He continued to tightly grip the hilt of the sword, saying to himself that he, the 8th king of 2, could not just tell him that he was good. With glowing eyes, the man looked at the protagonist, saying that he would give him a week, during which he must strike with enough force to move his sword. Jean, lowering his weapon, wiped the sweat from his face and asked if he could tell him a way to do this. Garmin looked intently at the guy and asked in response, hadn't the 3 mirages already told him, faith that there is nothing in the world that cannot be cut, the key to learning is the sublimation of faith and spiritual energy. The protagonist listened to the man without any emotion on his face. Suddenly, he asked how long it took his ancestor to do it, causing the 8th king to furrow his brows in surprise. A wide smile appeared on his face at the question, and he replied, 2 days. As soon as Jean heard this, his eyes lit up. 3 days later, the protagonist struck Garmin's sword with all his might. A bright flash appeared from such an attack. A piece of the guy's sword spun in the air. Jean deftly caught it with his hand. Clouds of dust and smoke rose into the air. When they cleared, the guy stood in a stance, saying, 7,560. The 8th king, his eyes glowing, stood calmly in the same place. There was a crack of several centimeters on his sword. But his weapon was also driven into the floor of the arena. Jean looked at the piece of the torn sword and said that compared to Timar, it took him an extra day, but if he had been more focused, he would have done it faster. At this time, the man, lowering his head, said to himself that in fact even a week was already fast, and he bet on a month, adding that he did not think at all that the guy would manage in 3 days. Then he drew the image of Timar in his head and added that of course it was longer than him, but if Timar began to train with the Zanpakuto, he would be able to manage like Jean in 3 days. While the guy looked at the piece of the sword and said that he was sorry, the 8th king thought that he did not need to tell him this, but this is a huge achievement. Thinking about this, he remembered the deity too, who with a calm face said that their role is to make Rankandela stronger than they were 1,000 years ago, after which he asked himself if the Rankandelas have become stronger than 1,000 years ago, adding that perhaps he no longer has anything to teach. With these thoughts, Garmin left the memories and, plunging his sword into the floor, shouted that the protagonist finally impressed him. The boy waved his sword and asked if he really recognized him now. The 8th king pointed his finger at his chest and answered yes, adding that he saw that soon his other brothers would open up to him. They would not be able to help but feel the pure, strong soul of the warrior. Hearing this, the protagonist closed his eyes and said with a smile on his face that he was pleased to hear it. Suddenly, the man stroked his beard and said sheepishly that he wanted to ask him for something. Hearing this, Jean raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "Ask?" Looking away, the 8th king asked if he could be the first to try his achievement, to which he, incomprehensibly, asked what it meant to try an achievement. Suddenly, Garmin, smiling broadly, asked him to answer. In his hand, the boy held a shard of a sword and, smiling, answered that he did not know what he was talking about, but let it be as he wanted. Having received permission, the man took the shard of a sword. At the same second, he threw it into his mouth. As soon as he swallowed it, his aura became stronger. Seeing this, Jin's eyes widened in shock and wondered if he had just swallowed a sword fragment. The 8th king put his hands on his hips and laughed, shouting that this was it, that the taste went well with Lepleros, to which the protagonist raised his hand and asked himself what kind of teeth he had. Clouds floated across the warm evening sky, and throughout the training stadium, Garmin's shouts echoed, shouting that the boy had done a great job, and that the next training would be tomorrow. Night had fallen, and the sky was filled with stars. The protagonist looked away and said to himself that he hadn't been able to properly see the night in Lepleros because of his training. He looked at the city at night, and said to himself that it was very beautiful, and then wondered how such a place could even exist. The boy kept his eyes on the city, adding that the land existed only for the Rankandels who had made a contract with Sadaret, and he was the first successor in 1,000 years, but did he deserve it? While he was thinking about this, Tantel approached him from the side and asked what he was thinking about, adding that the first training must have been very difficult, to which he turned around and replied that training was hard, but it was worth it. Coming closer, the man smiled widely and replied that of course it was worth it, after which he asked if he really had 3 days of endless training without sleep, to which the boy, turning completely to him, replied that in fact it was like death, adding that he would probably feel a little better if he had spiritual energy. When suddenly Tantel handed him a treat, and said that this was something that needed to be overcome, and he should eat this. Looking at this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what it was. He raised his hand to his chin, remembering how he drank from the flask that was handed to him, and said that it was not like what he drank last time, and that it was somehow doubtful. Tantel, grinning, replied that it was only alcohol that time, and this was their traditional snack called cacto, after which he threw the treat into his mouth, adding that of course, it was not as good as precious wine, but it was excellent for restoring vitality and removing swelling. Hearing this, Jean brought the snack to his mouth and said, if so, then good. After taking a bite, he added that it was quite edible, it definitely had a calming effect, after which he said that there were many interesting things in Lopraros, so he should take this cacto with him when he returned home. After that, he looked at the interlocutor and asked what kind of ranking the 2 kings had, did the lower the number, the stronger they were, to which Tantel, looking into the distance, replied that this was not so, the number meant the order in which they became 2 kings. Raising his eyebrows, he added that in principle there was no hierarchy among the brothers of the 2 deity, they used honorifics to show respect, but the brothers of the 2 kings had the same rank as them, ordinary warriors. Jean did not take his eyes off the man, answering that this was surprising, and then asked, that is, their system was absolutely equal. Suddenly, someone else's hand fell on his shoulder, and the black silhouette replied, yes, they never pointed a sword at each other, unlike people or other creatures, so there was no need for a complex hierarchy. Horror appeared in the eyes of the protagonist at that very second. In the blink of an eye, he jerked to the side. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, the guy screamed, what is he doing? The fifth king Bure sheathed the protagonist's sword with one finger, and asked him if he was very surprised. Jin's pupils narrowed to a point, and he said to himself that it was very fast. Bure smiled widely, shouting that he had good concentration. After a short pause, he pointed his finger at his chest and introduced himself. Having calmed down, the protagonist remembered how he had already met him and said that he had seen him at the entrance with the eighth king too. Giving a thumbs up, the fifth king exclaimed that this was true, after which he added that he had a good memory. Suddenly, something caught his attention. In that same second, he appeared in front of the protagonist and asked him why he was missing one molar. Jean, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed in his head that he was very fast, because he did everything right in front of him, but he was unable to react at all. Removing the fifth king's hand from his face, he replied that he had broken down, which made the protagonist ask in surprise how this had even happened. The protagonist put his hand to his cheek and said that in the last test to get here, he gave everything he had to destroy the mirage of Timar. But the mirage disappeared before the sword touched it, and he was so angry about this that he clenched his jaw so hard that a tooth broke. Hearing this, Boris, putting his hand on his hip, laughed and shouted that he was a downright fierce man, after which he added that the Rankendel's teeth were probably harder than others, but in any case, he needed a new one. And as soon as Jean asked in surprise what a new one meant, the fifth king pulled a tooth out of his mouth. Holding it out to the guy, he pointed at it, and shouted that these were teeth that their Ming dynasty was proud of. It could chew through stones, steel, and diamonds. The protagonist looked at the gift handed to him in shock, and the guy continued to say that, of course, you need to have enough grip strength to hold it, but he has enough strength. Blood was pouring out of his mouth, and he, walking towards Jean, said that now they will put him in his place. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned tensely and said to himself that he was crazy. But while he was thinking about this, the fifth king suddenly shouted that he would work now and come back, and then disappeared. Left alone, Jean looked at Tantel and said that the teeth of the Ming dynasty are really strong. He saw how the eighth king chewed pieces of a sword, after which he asked if this would really be in his mouth, and if something like this had ever happened in the past, to which he replied in confusion, no, this is the first such case. The next morning, the protagonist returned to the training arena. His gaze was suddenly attracted by something to the side. Jean looked at the floor and said to himself that he did not notice this yesterday, but the floor here looks very strong. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, he said to himself that he wanted to check it. After these words, the guy delivered a powerful blow with the sword to the floor. His attack left only scratches on the floor, and because of this, he realized that this was no ordinary stone. The protagonist, without taking his eyes off the floor, imagined this stone and wondered how it could be as durable as the ancient iron from which Bradamanti and the black royal armor were cast. He saw many sword marks to the side and wondered how intense the training was. But Jin's gaze was drawn to a particular mark. It was a huge sword mark across the entire arena, which went into the ground several tens of centimeters deep. While he was looking at it, the eighth king entered the arena and laughed loudly, shouting, asking if he really noticed the marks on the floor, although this was the same arena as yesterday, adding that it meant that he spent a lot of time training, after which he said that these marks were left by his ancestors. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows, answering, is that so? Garmin put the blade of the sword in his other hand and said that he would be able to do the same when he mastered the first form of the Zanpakuto that he would be learning today, but he didn't know if he could leave such a big mark with the sword. Then Jean narrowed his eyes and asked if he really thought he couldn't do it. The man smiled widely and replied that he did. After receiving such an answer, the protagonist frowned in displeasure and said that they would have to see about it, and then asked what the first form of the Zanpakuto was. The man swung his weapon and shouted that it was time to start right away, and then explained that the first form of the Zanpakuto was called a soul cut. The boy kept his eyes on his teacher, asking, a soul cut? The rays of the sun reflected off the blade of the eighth king's sword, and he replied, yes, a soul cut. This is the technique of the beginning and end of the Zanpakuto. It is better to show than to explain, so he should not worry and just watch, but first. After saying this, a powerful shadow energy enveloped his sword blade and he asked how it felt. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked what he was talking about. With a wide smile on his face, the man pointed his finger at the blade of his sword and replied that he also uses spiritual energy, then asked if he wasn't surprised. It was very dense, wasn't it? With a heavy sigh, Jean raised his hand and asked if he didn't say that he would teach him the first form of the Zanpakuto now. How could the person teaching him the Zanpakuto not be able to use spiritual energy? Of course he thought that he received the power from Sadaret, Well, couldn't he just show him the soul slash? Hearing this, the 8th king lowered his sword and replied that he understood everything, while saying to himself that he was more heartless than Timar. Veins began to diverge on his arm from the tension, and he added that he would show him everything right now. At that very moment, he was enveloped in an insanely powerful magical energy. What he saw caused shock to appear in the protagonist's eyes. With his eyes glowing, Garmin put his hand behind his back. Having prepared himself, he delivered a powerful blow. But the 8th king did not strike the ground with his sword, but seemed to have perfectly touched the water with its blade. Energy waves began to diverge in all directions. Jean felt this energy, and his hair stood on end. A second later, Garmin cut through the darkness in front of him. The blade of his sword split the floor. A crack spread 10 meters forward. The protagonist managed to raise his hand at the last moment, after which he asked himself in shock if this was really a cut of the soul, if this was the same blow as the red moon of Sister Luna. Having said this, the guy remembered how the girl swung. After that, with one swing, she divided the space in front of her into 2 parts. Leaving his memories, Jean, looking at the crack that had formed, said to himself that the power may be less, but it looks much faster and requires much less effort. His eyes were full of shock and surprise. He looked at his teacher, who was still standing in a stance, and thought that if it was possible to constantly use this soul cut, then a warrior below 7 stars would definitely never be able to cope with it. With these thoughts, the protagonist tightly clenched his hand into a fist and exclaimed that he must definitely learn this. After a short pause, the 8th king threw the sword over his shoulder and asked the guy what impressions he had from seeing the first form of the spiritual sword. Coming to his senses, Jean replied that it was amazing, fast, huge and strong. The man looked at the crack created by his power and said that it was exactly like that, adding that what he saw was only half of his entire power, so the sword mark was half the size of those left behind by Timar. Hearing this, the protagonist glanced at the teacher out of the corner of his eye and asked if he hadn't said that the soul cut was the beginning and end of the Zanpakuto. Did that mean that the sword marks on the training ground were still the limit of the Zanpakuto? Garmin raised his head and replied that if he learned to use only the soul cut, then sure, but when he reached the limit of the martial art called the Zanpakuto, the soul cut would not be just a fencing technique, but his power. Hearing this, the guy frowned and asked, "Power?" and then decided to clarify why the first form of the Zanpakuto was called the soul cut. Lowering the sword, the 8th king replied that the soul cut was not something that could be avoided or prevented. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and shouted that this meant that even if the opponent had absolute power, but his will was weaker than his, he could always take his life at any time. As soon as the protagonist heard this, shock appeared in his eyes. Without taking his eyes off Garmin, he spoke quietly, "So this is power," and then asked where he should start in order to master the soul cut. Then the man raised his sword and, creating shadow magic energy around the blade, answered that he must first realize the feeling of connecting spiritual energy and the sword. Then Jean remembered how, having raised the sword, he created shadow energy around it and asked, the feeling of connecting spiritual energy and the sword. With these thoughts, he raised his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that this was something familiar. Hearing this, the man frowned and asked what he was talking about. The guy lowered his gaze and answered that the feeling of connecting spiritual energy and the sword, adding that if he had soul energy, he could probably do something similar. The 8th king, hearing this, chuckled and asked, "Is it true?" and then asked him to try to explain it. Lowering his hand, Jean said that he first experienced this feeling during his battle with Bure and Zipple. He remembered how he was about to open the gates of hell with a possession spell, and then something like a spell grew inside him. That day, his sword took the form of a scythe. Shadow energy enveloped the blade of the weapon, and the guy continued to say that even if he made 10,000 strikes, he would put all his strength and make the first and last strikes the same. The protagonist remembered how he swung with burning eyes. He remembered how horror and shock appeared in Muren's eyes. Jean cut his opponent with one strike of his sword. After that, he remembered that this happened again when he destroyed the hammer of the White Wolf Gultipa Haparep. The protagonist also remembered and said that the same thing happened in the Great Desert of Mitra when the mirage of Lord Timar appeared. Along with the faith in the strike, he also felt the union of spiritual energy that enveloped the blade of the weapon and the sword. With his eyes glowing, he made a powerful strike that day. After hearing this, the 8th king snapped his fingers and joyfully exclaimed that this was the union, then shouted that the Rankandilas often engage in heavy battles, and it seemed that he had accidentally mastered the first form of the Zanpakuto. Then, raising his hand to his chin, he thoughtfully said, "A way to replace the faith in the strike with a spell." After a few seconds, it dawned on him, and Garmin grabbed the weapon, shouting that he would show it again. Closing his eyes, he enveloped the blade of the weapon with magical energy, telling him to cut this, he can cut this. After saying this, his eyes lit up, and his aura became several times stronger. In that same second, he raised the sword high above himself. Without thinking twice, the man made a maddeningly powerful attack. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. This strike caused a powerful surge of shadow energy. The blade of the sword gently touched the floor of the arena. The crack from such an attack reached the stands. It was the largest among all. Seeing this, the eighth king clenched his fist and joyfully shouted that this was much stronger than before. While the man was saying that he now understood everything, the protagonist exhaled heavily and asked if he should not be the one teaching him, adding that it seemed to him that they had switched places. Garmund, hearing this, looked away in confusion and replied that this could not be, it was all because of the mood. Jean frowned and said that he just said that he now understood everything, but anyone would say that it looks like he just found out. Then the eighth king put his fist to his mouth and admitted that he was actually used to the king's sword, so he rarely used the Zanpakuto. But in any case, he thought that the Zanpakuto that consumed soul energy was not very effective for him. Hearing this, the protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and asked if he was really a teacher. Garmund, hearing this, waved his hand and replied that it would be better for him if he became stronger, so he should not be too angry, but should try to move on, because if he did so, he would be able to complete mastering the first form of the Zanpakuto in the shortest time, and then he would immediately begin training with his next brother, the fourth king too. Hearing this, the protagonist knitted his brows in displeasure, and said that he seemed confused, then asked to show him the king's sword that he was used to. The man frowned and replied that he could not, to which the protagonist asked why. Then the eighth king, raising his head, replied that he was not one of them yet, and in general it could only be used if he had an enlarged heart, and for a human it would be useless. Jean did not take his eyes off his teacher, asking who was using it, because he was interested and wanted to see, while saying to himself that there was a certain reason why he wanted to see the king's sword. The night before, Tantel, raising his eyebrows, said that when the protagonist completed his training with the fourth king too, he would spar with ordinary warriors every day, and before that it would be nice to persuade Brother Garmund to show him the king's sword. The guy, turning to his interlocutor, said that he could show it to him too. Then Tantel, waving his hand with a smile on his face, explained that if the brothers found out that he showed him the king's sword, he would be in big trouble, to which Jean asked the question, if he were one of them, there would be no problems, simultaneously saying to himself that he was thinking of asking him later. Well, the opportunity presented itself so suddenly. Leaving the memories, the guy spread his arms out to the sides and said that nothing could be done, and if he did not show him the king's sword, he would tell everyone that it was he who taught him the first form of the Zanpakuto, and not the other way around, as it should be. Hearing this, Garmund clenched his hand into a fist and shouted angrily, how dare he threaten him, the eighth king? Then the guy frowned in displeasure and replied that everything was right, he was threatening him, after which he asked what he would do to him, the master of the Zanpakuto Garmund. Hearing this, the man sadly lowered his head and replied that he would show him only once, to which he replied that this would be quite enough. Then the man pointed at himself and said that he would show him the very basics of the king's sword, first the aura that passed through. But before he could finish speaking, the fifth king appeared in front of the protagonist, shouting loudly that it suited the guy perfectly. Jean raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked himself why now. Boris, with a wide smile on his face, handed him the tooth he had pulled out of his mouth and said that he would definitely like it. As soon as the protagonist asked how he should use it, the fifth king grabbed his face and shouted that he would know when he tried it, and now he would do everything, but that he was saying to himself that he would have to learn from him later with the same fast movement. While Boris was aiming, the guy asked himself how he could accept someone else's tooth, no matter what they did to it. But while he was thinking about it, the fifth king took a step back, exclaiming that everything was ready. There was a new tooth in the protagonist's mouth, and he was saying to himself that he felt somehow uneasy. Suddenly, a powerful pulse of energy hit his head from his tooth, and Jean saw all of the fifth king's comrades in his memories, including himself. The guy's eyes were burning, absorbing all the information, and he wondered if this was magic that transferred memories. Having descended into memories, the protagonist said to himself that he heard about this from a teacher in a past life. The girl was holding a book in her hands and saying that the magic of transferring memories is beyond the power of any of the modern magicians, and perhaps this is generally erasing memory. She looked at her student, adding that in the legends of the Easter family, a device for transferring memories appears. This is just a unique device created by the ancestors of their family. At that moment, Jean raised his eyebrows in shock, saying to himself that all the memories related to the royal sword had just appeared in his head, so he now knew that the royal sword was not just a ball-handling technique, but a general term for all the martial arts that the Ming dynasty knew. After that, he looked at the fifth king and asked what kind of magic he had cast on the tooth he had inserted for him. Upon receiving such a question, Boris smiled and replied that it was a secret, but it was not magic. Hearing this, the guy frowned and asked what it was if not magic. Then the eighth king approached them and explained that it was a power that they, humans, called magic, but they did not have the concept of a magician like other races. Smiling widely, he raised his head and added that instead, anyone who could control magic, like brother fifth king too, became a blacksmith, causing Jean to ask in surprise if Boris was a blacksmith. The fifth king held up 2 fingers, and the eighth king said that he was the best blacksmith in the history of the Ming dynasty, And before, all the brothers stood in line to receive the items made by the fifth king too. The protagonist listened to the brothers without interest, who said that everything was true, that was how it was all before their time stopped, and after time stopped, it became quiet, there was nothing to do. Garmin smiled widely, saying that it was exactly like that, his body was itching, but he did not know what he did with his tooth. But judging by the fact that Jean looked so surprised, it was the first time in a long time that he used his skills. Boris put his hand on his brother's shoulder and shouted that it was exactly like that. Jean looked at the brothers, saying to himself that this was an incredible level of magic, a magical civilization founded 5,000 years ago. Compared to the magic of the current generation, they are significantly superior in level. They could challenge the gods themselves, but because of their inaction. Without finishing, he closed his eyes, nodded and thanked the fifth king for the gift, adding that he would definitely use it. Hearing this, Boris smiled widely and happily said that if something goes, it must come. He gave him a tooth, and he can give him his second achievement. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and replied that he did not know what he could achieve, but good. Hearing this, the fifth king happily clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that this was excellent, after which he suggested that they start training as soon as possible. January 20th, 1797, a month had already passed. Bursts of powerful magical energy rose into the sky. The protagonist began to use his body more effectively from the fifth king Boris. The eighth king continued to watch his training. Jean always gave it his all, trying to beat the results of his ancestor. The fifth king taught the guy how to make the body lighter, how to control his strength, how to use his strength beyond the limit, and so on. Magical energy emanated from the protagonist's body. During training, he covered long distances at high speed. On the same day, he had a training sparring match with Boris. The Ming Dynasty martial arts taught by Boris were wild and mysterious to the protagonist. His fist was enveloped in powerful magical energy during the swing. During the training, he achieved incredible amazing results. He imagined that his body was constantly entering strength and energy. And although this is only half, it formed a heart aura, somewhat similar to an enlarged Ming Dynasty heart. A small gem appeared in the guy's chest. A very bright magical glow emanated from this stone. It resonated with the royal sword in the hands of the protagonist. Jean, with glowing eyes, made a powerful swing from top to bottom. This attack provoked a pulse of magical energy. After the blow, the fifth king clenched his fist and exclaimed in disappointment as he pressed. Then the boy straightened up and replied that it was not easy, to which he replied that of course it was not easy, because everything could not work out the first time. Coming closer, Boris pointed his finger at the crystal in the student's chest and added that he would never have thought that such a thing was possible. It was amazing that with the help of aura he was forming a precious heart similar to theirs in order to use the royal sword. Timar had not thought of such a thing, so he was even happier. The protagonist looked at his teacher out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that it was possible that Timar had not received his memories from the fifth king too, and if it were not for the memories in his tooth, he would not have even thought of such a thing. While he was thinking about this, Boris folded his arms and with a smile on his face said that he should keep what they were doing now a secret, because the other brothers would not be happy if they found out that he was using the royal sword, although he had not yet become one of them. Jean raised his hand to his chest and replied, of course he understood, while saying to himself that even though he had tried it, he himself did not think it was necessary to hide it. The protagonist imagined all the elements, and said to himself that forming strikes of this shape with the help of aura was something that anyone who had reached a certain level could do. Then he imagined the incoming energy into the heart of the fifth king, and said that the question was whether it could have the same role as the heart of the Ming dynasty. Jean imagined a child with a crystal in his chest and added that since the Ming dynasty is born with an enlarged heart made of aura, they freely use the power of aura, and by human standards, all representatives of the Ming dynasty have the power of at least 9 stars, so it can be said that birth itself is already a weapon. After leaving the performance, the protagonist slightly lowered his head and asked himself whether he, born as a human, could use the king's sword. While he was thinking about this, the eighth king approached them and turning to the fifth, asked if their training was going well, to which he, spreading his arms to the side, replied that he was just in time, since his training had come to an end, and the fourth king too would soon be here. Hearing this, Garmin raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if it was really that fast. Then Boris pointed his finger at Jean and replied that he was originally going to call him after they finished with the Zanpakuto, but after looking at his results, he thought that it would be nice if they met earlier. Hearing this, the man smiled widely and asked, "Is that so?" while simultaneously saying to himself that he probably wanted to taste Jin's achievement as soon as possible. At this time, the guy looked at the eighth king and asked what he would learn from the fourth king too, to which he replied that he would learn the first and second forms of the Zanpakuto from him. Hearing this, the protagonist said without any emotion on his face that the second form of the spiritual sword, quite interesting. When suddenly, the blacksmith standing next to him put his hand on his neck and warned that the fourth king does not speak, which made him look surprised and ask what does he mean. does not speak. Then the 8th king, knitting his brows, replied that it seemed Jean did not understand, so he needed to explain everything to him well, after which he said that the 4th king too is not that he cannot speak, he practices his principles, they also do not know why, but this began quite a long time ago, he has been doing this since the time of Leplero stopped. Hearing this, the guy looked at the first teacher and quietly said, practicing his principles, that's how, after which he asked himself how he would then teach him the second form of the spiritual sword. But while he was thinking about this, the 5th king pointed his finger to the side, saying that here he comes. A girl entered the training arena, and the protagonist immediately realized that she was the person who showed no emotion at all in the two temple. Frowning, Jean thought that Garmin was someone who was easy to manipulate, and Boris was friendly with him from the start, so they became friends easily, but it seemed that it would not be easy. Linfa looked at the protagonist without any emotion. Slightly lowering his head, the guy closed his eyes and said that it was nice to meet her, and then introduced himself. But as soon as he said this, a sharp wind blew on his face. On the floor in front of him, there was an inscription that meant the girl's name, Linfa. With surprise in his eyes, Jean looked at the inscription, saying to himself that it was very fast, adding that Boris was like that too, but it was hard to follow with his eyes, and then asked if Linfa was the name. The 8th king looked at the 4th king and asked if this was not the continental language, adding that for some reason she had been locked in the room all this time, but for the sake of the second successor. As he said this, the girl looked coldly at the floor. Suddenly, her hand trembled. At the same second, a powerful explosion was heard behind the protagonist. Feeling a powerful surge of magical energy, Jin's eyes widened in shock. Linfa was holding a sword in her hands, the blade of which was enveloped in powerful shadow energy. He felt the strong aura of the 4th king and wondered why already. Garmund, sitting by the rock, cleared his throat. His hand tightened its grip on the weapon. He rushed to attack, calling for the 4th queen. The weapon creaked and released golden lightning. Linfa joined the attack. The straps on his biceps cracked. The air was cut near his ear. Boris rushed to attack. The weapon landed near his leg. Boris and Linfa fought each other fiercely. The warrior cut the air with blows and released a column of energy. The protagonist thought that this was a battle of the kings of battle. He did not notice the stones falling behind him from the explosion. Someone's foot hit the sand. Boris indignantly shouted at Linfa, asking if she was serious about cutting the 8th king, then asking her to think about the successor and control herself, and finally, calming her down with the phrase that the 8th king always talks nonsense, to which the 4th queen did not answer. Garmin, confused, asked what he had done. Linfa hid the weapon behind her back. Boris shouldered Garmin and concluded that since they were done here, he was leaving Jean in the care of the 4th queen, and added for him that he himself would patch up the 8th king and return to play with him. Jean agreed, and mentally considered it strange that they were no longer warriors, because the battle had been tough. The guy watched them go, wondering if it was really so shameful to learn a few words to communicate with him, and in general, how one could do this to relatives. And an image of John appeared in his head. Jean involuntarily compared them with Linfa, coming to the conclusion that they were similar. He assumed that this meant that one could interact with the 4th queen in the same way as with John's sister. His attention fell on the unruly curl of hair sticking out on the top of her head. John, sleepily rubbing her eyes, called for her youngest. A dark flame responded on the floor. Yona hugged him in delight, and concluded that she had misheard. In the open square, in the bright light of the sun's rays, Jean began training with Linfa, the 4th queen. To be precise, Jean trained on his own and did not ask her about the second form of the Shadow Blade. And since he did not ask, she did not teach him, he concluded, while the 4th queen watched him from afar. He stopped to rest and again compared her to Yona's sister. He thought that the queen was looking at him like a curious toy. The girl did not take her eyes off him. Jean concentrated on the aura, and Linfa showed him the second form and ran away, leaving the warrior confused. At such moments, dark blue magical waves come out of her blade. The hero continued to reason that when he uses soul slicing, the warrior shows with all her appearance how much she does not like it. Sometimes, in sparring, she hits him with her huge sword. Each time after he is left barely standing on his feet from pain, she smiles with satisfaction. Jean reasoned that it was either because of the feeling of pleasure from her blow, or from a sense of pride for the quality of blocking this very blow of Jean. The warrior mentally thanked the mind's eye, because if not for it, this sword could have cut off the warrior's head 5 times already. Linfa left the training ground, and Jean continued the thought that he had never asked her about such behavior. People like Jan, until they themselves give in to their own curiosity and do not approach first. Here the thought was interrupted for a moment when the 4th queen stopped, then he continued with a phrase about how such people should not be given attention. Linfa turned around. 10 days later, during training, the air was cut by sword swings. An inscription appeared on the ground, asking why the hero does not ask about the details of the second form, because the author of the message showed it several times. Jean answered out loud that he was not interested. A new word appeared on the ground, question. Jean read it, and continued to say that the reason why Linfa was silent was more important to him, and asked if she could tell him about it. The girl stood there confused. Jean said that it had been a long time since she took the vow, and the others did not know the reason either. The scarf still hid the lower part of the girl's face. She listened, and the warrior continued to say that for the last few days she had been interacting with him, watching what he was doing, but suddenly he asked if the fourth queen had stopped the dialogue. The girl narrowed her eyes. Cracks appeared on the ground. Jean seemed not to pay attention to them. He said that he saw her desire to keep the vow obvious, that by going into training, Linfa forbade herself to communicate with others. Cracks were already running along the walls. Garmund and Boras were watching the training from the stands, not paying attention to them. Jean said that he considered it important to set a condition. If he is not there, then Linfa simply does not talk, which means there is no training. Boras sighed heavily at these words. Garmund expressed the opinion that Jean had hit the nail on the head. Boras, still chewing popcorn, agreed that he was right. Jean continued to speak, addressing Linfa, that she asked why he did not ask questions about the second form. The girl did not answer. The warrior concluded that he was not interested in training with an empty shell. This is the reason why he did not ask anything. Linfa was struck by these words. Jean said that if she really is the bearer of the Shadow Blade, then she does not need meaningless training that no one knows about. He suggested that the fourth queen put all her efforts into his training, as Garmund and Boras did. And they, in turn, without stopping chewing popcorn, discussed what was happening. Garmund said that he would never have thought that Jean would drive Linfa into a corner, and Boras, stuffing another armful into his mouth, doubted whether the guy would survive after such words. Jean, as if hearing these words, bowed and apologized for his insolence. Then he turned around and, having said that he was leaving to train, was about to leave. Linfa's first word was difficult. She continued the phrase, saying that this was not the case. The girl's scarf no longer covered her face. Somewhere to the side, a package of popcorn fell. Garmund exclaimed in shock that the fourth queen spoke. Boras, being in the same state, said her name. Linfa raised her sword, from which dark blue energy was coming out, and said that she sincerely wanted to show Jean something incredible. Dark blue energy touched the water. Linfa walked on her fingertips, cutting the air with her sword. Pieces of energy, like splashes, fell near her face. She closed her eyes. Then, as if dancing, she began to spin, waving her sword. The energy from dark blue flowed into black and gold, reflecting on the ground. Jean watched and thought that this was a completely different technique, incomparable with the soul section that Garmund showed. Here, each swing of the blade of shadow energy seemed to be reflected in a mirror plane, and a blow that hits both sides at once is available only to masters of dual wielding. From left to right and from top to bottom, the blade of Linfa's huge sword intersected with a blade created from shadow energy. Jean was impressed by the second form of the shadow blade. Linfa's foot stepped on the water. Blue energy emanated from her sword. The energy swirled into a whirlpool. Unexpectedly for Jean, Garmund's enthusiastic voice was heard behind him. He said in delight that this was to be expected. No matter how many times he had seen it, it always looked incredible. Boras, who also suddenly appeared, confirmed that he had not seen the second form of the shadow blade performed by the fourth battle queen for a long time. Linfa turned to Jean, asking how he liked what was happening, and what thoughts came to him after seeing it. Jean answered that it was amazing, beautiful and cool, and what was shown to him before was not fit for a candle. Linfa, slightly embarrassed, agreed. Garmund, with difficulty choosing words, asked if the fourth queen was okay, meaning the end of the vow of silence. Linfa exhaled and confirmed that everything was fine, asking not to worry. Garmund enthusiastically intended to tell everyone about this event, and Boras said that at least she would be able to talk to this receiver before he left for another world, but she did not even say a word to Timar. The two ran away shouting that they would call everyone. Linfa suddenly said the word scissors. Jean asked again. She explained that this was the name of the second form. The interlocutor agreed that the name was appropriate. Jean said that he was amazed. The blades created by the energy of the shadows intersected like the blades of scissors, and that he had never seen such a technique before and did not even imagine it. Linfa was flattered. She asked if he would be able to adopt this technique. Jean avoided a direct answer, saying that it was not so easy to master at first glance, and looked at the fourth queen, expecting confirmation of his words. Without waiting for an answer, he picked up the sword and looked at it, calling it a splinter that sucked out shadow energy, and bitterly admitted that he had made no progress with the first form either. Linfa thought about it, then disagreed, saying that the energy-absorbing blade did not take away shadow energy, but sharpened it. Jean asked again. The fourth queen confirmed her words, doubting that Jean would understand. But she still decided to try to explain that the sword was a sheath. Just as he drew the sword, he returned the energy from the absorbing blade. She then clarified that he had previously used shadow energy without thinking, and in the process of overcoming this sword, he would be able to use it much more effectively. Meanwhile, Jean listened to her attentively. Linfa raised her hand and pointed her finger at him, saying that he was the one who could handle it. He needed to overcome the energy-absorbing blade, Then by picking up his sword, he would be able to freely wield shadow energy. From the outside, they looked like a parent and a naughty child. Jean laughed, saying that unlike Garmin, she had a talent for explaining things. He called Linfa a good teacher. In response, she became slightly embarrassed, to which Jean asked an unexpected question about her vow of silence. The fourth queen confirmed his guesses that it was in the name of training, or rather, a punishment that she imposed on herself. Jean was perplexed and asked again. He pointed out the fact that no one knew the reason, which meant that she herself could not explain it to everyone. The interlocutor did not respond to these words. The warrior assumed that it was not easy for her to live alone for an eternity, and he asked her to tell her story if she was comfortable. Because he was not her relative, Linfa was impressed by the deep understanding of the situation by her interlocutor. The girl stood in bewilderment. The sky was painted crimson by the rays of the setting sun. The splashes and murmur of the fountain jets were heard nearby. They were sitting on a bench, close to the water. Jean summed up what Linfa understood, and was perplexed how it was possible not to listen to the fourth queen when she spoke about refusing to challenge the gods. He thought that she considered the fall of the Myungwan people her responsibility, and blamed herself for not being able to stop the others. Jean mentally tried to determine whether Linfa was naive or arrogant, and concluded that most likely this was the Myungwan way of thinking. The girl summed up that thanks to Jean the punishment was over. It was so easy that it seemed like it was all in vain. Jean asked if she regretted it. The fourth queen stood up resolutely, answered with disagreement, and stated that she felt better now. She turned to the interlocutor and thanked him, saying that Jean had the power to influence people. The warrior also stood up and enthusiastically declared that he took it as a compliment. The crowd of people ran towards them with delight, shouting the name of the fourth queen and her title. They surrounded her and began to enthusiastically discuss the lifting of her vow of silence. Jean turned around and was about to leave, thinking that usually when people do not listen, they blame themselves, and Linfa was a little embarrassed by the sudden attention. Jean decided that now she would be able to communicate freely, and had already taken the first steps away from the crowd. But he was immediately called out. Bure said that for untying Linfa's tongue, Jean would taste the second achievement. He asked again in bewilderment, and then changed the subject, claiming that Boreas understood everything. He was surprised and asked what Jean was talking about. He explained that he meant the reason why the fourth queen took the vow and that he, not the Myungwan people, would help her lift it. Boreas smiled dazzlingly, and he began to perform a dance that embarrassed Jean to the maximum. Boreas said that the second achievement was so unbearably sweet. Jean wondered what he had finally eaten, that he looked like a cat that had eaten valerian. Linfa watched the protagonist train and helped him overcome the obstacle of the absorbing sword and master the forms of the shadow sword. A powerful shock wave rolled across the training ground. Jean cut the air with his sword. It took a little less than 2 weeks to master the techniques. The man in the robe watched from afar. The boy had learned to use the techniques, but he continued training because he was still far from perfect. Ban looked down. It was only a matter of time before he fully mastered the shadow sword technique. February, holding the blade in his hands, Tantal handed it to his friend, who eventually managed to master the absorbing sword. The boy took it back and reminded him that he was not allowed to use his own weapon. Smiling, the man replied that everything had changed and explained that when he finished training with the fourth king of battles, he would have to fight their brothers and sisters. The heir put the scabbard behind his belt and asked if they would start today. The fighter confirmed this and said that right now the first king of battles was choosing his first opponent. The swordsman smiled and said that he wanted to actually fight one of them since the day he arrived here. The warrior looked down and said that in his opinion, it was too early for that. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if he had no chance of winning and explained that he thought that the normal Myungwan warriors were on par with the White Wolf tribe warriors. Smiling widely, Tantal replied that the White Wolves would be stronger than the Red Tiger tribe and suggested that the first battle king did not like him and would choose a difficult opponent. Jean scratched his chin and remembered that the Myungwan tribe members were level 9 in human standards, so any opponent would be difficult. Raising his eyebrows, the man promised to support him and asked if he had listened to his advice. The boy looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The warrior raised his hand and reminded him that he had asked him to examine Myungwan's sword technique. The boy looked away and thought about how he had seen her in the memories he had received from Boreas and that now he had the opportunity to see her in person during a duel. The fighter turned away and asked him to rest in the waiting room until evening. The sun was shining on the palace. A luxurious chandelier hung from the ceiling. The heir was polishing his sword. The man asked if he was ready for the fight. The swordsman looked back and said that he did not have much to prepare for. The protagonist put the sword in his belt and said that he would simply fight the chosen opponent. Scratching his beard, Garmin decided that his guest was so strong that he did not even look like an ordinary person, and asked him not to worry about anything, because he would definitely be fine. The fighter smiled and said that every mistake was like a blow to the soul. Linfa said that a similar effect is experienced by those who have been pursued by success all their lives. Boreas put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and asked him to learn from his mistakes. Brushing him off, Jean asked what came over them and was indignant that they were acting as if he had already lost. The man lowered his head and explained that they were simply worried that the same thing could happen to him as Timar. The boy looked up and asked what they were talking about. The brute frowned and told him that the man had never lost in the outside world, but had suffered a series of defeats in La Preros. The boy asked how strong he was at the time of his first battle. The girl, lowering her gaze, replied that Timar was slightly stronger than him, and added that for some time he could not even defeat a normal member of Manhwa. The warrior explained that after his first duel, the man did not drink or eat for several days. Looking ahead, the heir decided that this was a common misunderstanding, and wondered if losing one fight was so scary. In the memory, the swordsman fought an opponent with weapons and magic. On the training ground, the mage fell to his knees. In his life there were countless defeats. The enemy threw him into the air with one blow. The protagonist opened his eyes. His body was buried under the rubble. Jean smiled and asked his comrades not to worry about anything. The guys shuddered in surprise when the guy said that he would not become like Timar. Many people gathered in the arena, who were happy to see the first duel in 1,000 years. The young man entered the battlefield. The locals immediately began to bet on who would win. His opponent took a step forward, and the spectators greeted him. Shaku waved his hand at them. The man asked if his opponent was ready for the duel. The heir answered that he had nothing to prepare for, and wished for the enemy to attack him with the intent to kill. The warrior frowned menacingly and asked what this meant. The swordsman took out his weapon and asked him not to fight as if it were an ordinary duel. The scabbard fell to the ground. With his mouth wide open, the fighter laughed and agreed. The Myeongwon member narrowed his eyes menacingly and warned that there were people he hated more than those who did not know how to hold a sword in their hands. A fire lit up in the mage's chest. Bright lightning bolts shot out of it. Light energy enveloped the blade of the sword. Shaku's eyes widened in shock and he realized that this was his tribe's technique. The protagonist raised his sword to the side. The man waved his hand and asked who taught him this. Jean swung the blade and asked if it was so important. The guy jumped up and said that this technique was not so bad. His reflection appeared in the opponent's eyes. The young man made a dash towards him. The warrior said that this could not be, since he would not be able to use these techniques even if someone showed them to him. Concentrating the energy in his chest, the heir thought that he had created a shining heart from the aura, because the Myeongwon sword can only be used to its full potential by tribe members. The swordsman delivered a powerful slash and decided that it was still not enough. A fire ignited in Bure's chest. The most important aspect for using this technique was the attribute that created the shining heart. The man handed his comrade the gold tooth that was the missing link. The mage sweated and remembered how he learned this every day after finishing training. The protagonist gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Jean frowned furiously and realized that perseverance was his only option. A powerful explosion was heard in the arena. The tribe members watched the fight attentively. Baltarok raised one eyebrow in surprise. Ben looked at the arena sternly. The fighter blocked the enemy's attack. Shaku opened his mouth wide and called out to the fifth king of battles. Boris winced and asked what he wanted. The man asked if it was the same unique technique. The answer was affirmative. The warrior frowned menacingly. His shining heart lit up. The fighter narrowed his eyes in disdain. The guy widened his eyes in amazement. His opponent leaned forward. The Myeongwon tribesman spread his arms and screamed loudly. A huge amount of energy burst out of his body. Shaku looked forward furiously and declared that his opponent would pay for being frivolous with their technique. The young man frowned sternly. A huge magic circle appeared behind him. The heir raised his eyebrows in surprise. The swordsman looked at the broken circle and realized that he could not summon Tess, because this space was created by Sodaret himself. The man swung his blade and concluded that something had gone wrong. The magician looked away in fear. He managed to dodge the enemy's attack. The protagonist drew his sword back. He delivered a strong cutting blow. The blade of the sword crashed into the protective field. The shockwave threw Jean back. The boy landed on his feet and managed to keep his balance. The opponents rushed towards each other. They moved from side to side, parrying each other's blows. The boy put his sword in front of him to block his opponent's blow. The swordsman gritted his teeth and thought about how he did not see a single gap in his opponent's defense. The warrior smirked and continued to strike. The magician swung his fist. The protagonist decided to exploit the universal weakness that everyone has and hit his opponent in the face. His finger touched his opponent's eye. Jean looked at his broken finger and wondered how this was possible. The Myeongwon tribe member smiled and stated that their eyes were as strong as their hearts. Frowning, the boy realized that they were not called the strongest species for nothing and concluded that there were thousands of them like him before the tribe fell. The energy concentrated in the shining heart, Shaku decided to show his opponent something interesting. The young man raised his sword in front of him, but his hands trembled. The man pulled his blade aside and explained that this was called suppressing the weapon and that they put their will into it so that the enemy could not use it. The heir looked at the fist approaching him in fear. The warrior pressed hard on the blade of his blade. The swordsman fell to the ground and rolled to the side to dodge. The magician immediately got to his feet and thought that he could not use the weapon normally when his opponent was so close. The protagonist dashed to the side and decided to stay away from him. The fighter turned around and smiled slyly. Jean continued to run forward. The tribe member rushed after him. The guy thought about buying some time to use the first form of the shadow sword. The young man put his hands behind his back and realized that he needed to speed up. The swordsman turned around abruptly. He swung his blade and cast a spell. At the same moment, Shaku approached him and cut the air with his sword. Their blades crossed. The man asked if he thought he would be allowed to use the first form of the shadow sword. The warrior knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands. A member of Myeongwon grabbed him by the shirt. A fist appeared in front of the magician's face. A strong blow threw him back. The opponent grabbed his leg and decided to show how to really use the techniques of his tribe. Bright lightning flashed around his leg. Shaka pressed his opponent's shin into the ground. Blood flowed from the protagonist's mouth. The man began to beat him with his fists. He continued to strike one after another. In the end, the warrior pinned his opponent to the ground with his foot. Jin's body flew into the air. The fighter kicked him so hard that it flew back several meters. The guy crashed into the wall of the arena and destroyed it. His eyes turned white from unbearable pain. The blade soared into the sky and spun around. Myeongwon's member grabbed it and wanted to cut off his opponent's limbs. Shaka grabbed the young man by the throat and hoped that he would be more humble for the next duel. The bloody air smiled. The severed leg fell to the ground. Bubbles appeared under the water. Someone allowed the fifth king of battles to use their blood to heal the swordsman. The magician opened his eyes and wondered what they were talking about. Bure scratched the back of his head and said that he had no right to refuse. The man took blood from Ban and offered to begin the transfusion. The blood flowed through the tube directly into the protagonist's vein. Bright energy flowed through his blood vessels. A bright flash was reflected in his eyes. The shining heart in his chest sparkled. The mana of the world raged. The gods were talking, saying that Jean could not hear the voice of Sodaret. If he could not stand the blood and died, then the death of this child would lead to the complete disappearance of the race. The figures of the creatures of mana were distorted in this space. Ben towered over the protagonist, saying that this was not only their fate, but also his. Jean, who was in the raging waters, turned around. His body sank into the sea. The protagonist was drowning with horror on his face. His eyes were wide open and trembling. Yona smiled and told Jean that it was the elixir of 1,000 poisons. If he drank it and developed his mind's eye to the maximum, no killer would be able to cope with him. Even she would have a hard time. It was a pity, of course, that he could no longer surprise him. Jean gritted his teeth, asking who gave them the right to decide his fate. Mana passed through the vessels. This guy still had a lot of things to do, and those who needed to be protected. Like a tree, the energy inside him spread its branches. The guy's chest was glowing. The fabric on his chest was writhing, trying to cover the crystal. On March 16th, Jean opened his eyes. The guy stood up, realizing that a month had already passed. Too much time had been lost. He must definitely return in May. Looking around his room, the guy realized that if it weren't for the elixir of 1,000 poisons, he would have definitely died. Jean squinted, trying to understand what this feeling of overwhelming strength and light was. Then the guy was surprised to see Myeongwon's heart in his chest. The crystal was glowing while Jean was shocked, assuming that transfusing the blood of the god of battles meant receiving this heart. Ben entered the room. The protagonist bowed his head and sighed, saying that he didn't even know what to say. First Boris gave a tooth, and now a heart was formed from her blood, and they didn't even ask his opinion. Ben looked at the guy and asked if he wanted to refuse. Jean raised his head and said that at least they could have warned about the appearance of the heart. She knew that he was conscious right before the transfusion. The deity turned away and asked for forgiveness if it offended him. The protagonist looked away and said that he did not say this to apologize. He was simply surprised by such a serious change as the appearance of the heart. He tried to accept it as a kind of contact with the god, because she was a battle. Opening the windows, the girl said that it was unexpected. She thought he would be indignant. The birds flew to the goddess when the guy asked if he had become one of her brothers, having received the heart, and how those who treated him well would react. But Shaka would definitely be against it. Ben brought the bird to her face and said that it was so. The guy bowed his head and asked if, in her opinion, without such help, he would not have been able to earn everyone's recognition while he was here. Ben squinted and looked at the guy. Jean clenched his fist until it crunched. The girl turned to him and asked if he would destroy his heart if she said yes, and all because it was not obtained by his efforts? Jean raised his head and said that it was exactly so, but he created this heart himself. If it did not meet her criteria, he would not have survived the blood transfusion. Looking away, the goddess asked why he then wanted to destroy it. Jean raised his head and said that if it was something he created himself, he could do it again whenever he wanted. But if this power was obtained only thanks to her kindness, he would not even think about destroying it. Ben's lips parted when she said that even without her blood, he would have earned the recognition of the brothers. The protagonist grinned and said that in that case he would use it wisely and he also definitely should return in May. He had an important matter. The bird on Ban's finger sang when Jean said that when he was done with it, he could return. Could they adjust the pace of their training? When the bird flew away, the girl said that in the morning he would train with the 7th king of battles, Belais, and in the evening with Shaku. The bird flew away, so 49 days passed. The protagonist stood in the arena. The members of Murang showed hostility towards the guy after receiving the heart, but since it was the god of battle's choice, not his desire, the resistance quickly subsided. However, even so, receiving the heart did not solve anything. The sword kept flying out of the guy's hands. He lost 49 battles out of 49 fighting with Shaku. After each defeat he did not despair, but wanted to fight again as soon as possible. After 10 fights with Shaku, the protagonist thought that he was as strong as Sister Luna. This guy was like a giant, fighting with Jean. The protagonist was badly beaten, sweat dripped from his body full of scars. Jean and Shaku began the confrontation. It was the 30th fight of the guys. Then Jean realized that the opponent was not strong as his sister. The guys turned into beams of light and moved across the battlefield. It was the protagonist's 40th fight. At that time, he was sure that he could cut off at least one of Shaku's arms. Jean and Shaku swung their swords, parrying each other's blows. The protagonist smiled. In each fight, his limbs were cut off and he had to turn to Boras for help. When the protagonist entered the arena, many were rooting for him, saying that he would definitely win today. Jean stood in front of Shaku, asking why he looked like he had eaten shit. Was he tired of fighting him? Shaku grinned and said that it wasn't that. It seemed that he had become attached to their daily fights. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to cut him. The protagonist took out his sword and said that if he fought with such hesitation, it would not do him any good. He had already said this many times. He should fight seriously, because he understood his feelings. The god of battles, who was sitting to the side, asked Tantel what had happened. The man raised his head and said that he heard that the successor would be leaving this place soon. The others had started to accept him, and he thought that everyone should be given a chance to fight him. Shaku had been fighting him for too long. The man standing aside said that Tantel was right. Those who like Jean had only been watching all this time. They should give others a chance. Ben bowed her head and said that in that case, they should get everyone's consent. Suddenly, mana spread throughout the arena. The goddess shouted saying that there were about 2 weeks left before the successor left. Now they could call Jean a brother so that he could fight everyone who wanted in the remaining time. Mana dispersed from the goddess asking if there were any objections. Kao frowned. He didn't want to admit it, but Garmin had given him invaluable help with the first form of the shadow sword. Nato frowned saying that this had never happened before. All the kings knew that he had completed Rinfa's silent training. Even after receiving the recognition of the god of battles, this guy did not become proud. Romoro rubbed his chin, mentally saying that every day the guy lost limbs, but his tenacity and determination did not change at all. Despite constant defeats, he never saw him in despair. Baltarok crossed his arms over his chest. He stomped his foot sharply. The man frowned and shouted, saying that he was the first king of battles, recognizing Jean Runcandle as his brother. Then he smiled widely. The 5th king froze after hearing Baltarok's words. He hit the 8th king with his elbow. Smiles appeared on the men's faces. Garmin stomped his foot. Boris stomped his foot a moment later. The bearded man shouted, saying that he was the 8th king, recognizing Jean Runcandle as his brother. Boris also shouted, recognizing the protagonist as his brother. A wide smile appeared on Shaka's face. Tantel chuckled. The guard tensed up and shouted, recognizing the protagonist as his brother. Shaku, frowning with a smile on his face, shouted, recognizing the guy as his brother. Jean froze in shock, listening to the screams of the people. His lips stretched into a smile. Ben stepped forward. Bright light mana filled the arena. The goddess's lips parted when they said that all the brothers agreed. The crystal in her girdle glowed and she said that from this moment on, she declares Jean Runcandle their brother. The girl stretched her hand to the sky. A moment later she clapped her hands. Golden mana raged in the arena. After the protagonist became one of the Murang, progress went very quickly. People who wanted to fight him, they were determined in line using rock paper scissors. As soon as the order was established, the protagonist began to fight in the arena. Tantel struck and inflicted a wound on the protagonist's chest. The guy's eye glowed brightly. His hands tightly clutched the sword. With sword swings the guy sent sickles of darkness. In the evening Teto beat Jean. Jean then fought with another warrior with swords and cut off his hand. The first king made Jean tense up with his kick. One of the warriors Murang instantly appeared behind the protagonist and struck him. In the last fight with Shaku, Jean was only able to scratch him, although he wanted to beat him up well. Shaku fell to the arena floor and screamed about defeat after a light touch. The protagonist gritted his teeth until they gnashed. He was very angry. But there was no point in saving Shaku when all the warriors had already beaten him up. The protagonist smiled and helped the guy get up. He looked at the other warriors behind him, realizing that there were about 9 days left. The duels with the Battle Kings were scheduled for the period after his return, so instead he fought with the others. The events take us to the mansion. Tantal, smiling, told Jean that he had progressed very well, now he should drink. The protagonist frowned and said that this was the same swill that he drank on the first day, so he would probably refuse. Handing over a mug, Tantal said that he should not refuse and try it, because the taste will be different. The guy tiredly looked at the mug in his hand. Then he picked it up and drank it. He opened his eyes in surprise, saying that this swill had a sweet and rich taste. Could it really be something different? Boris, who was sitting next to the guy, said that it was the same drink, it was just that now he had the heart of Murang, so the taste was different. Jean responded by saying that he never thought it was because of him. Shaka hugged the guy and said that it was amazing and he should take his drink. The guy grinned and said that he would take it, and Shaku immediately poured the drink. The guys picked up the jugs and started drinking. The guys slammed the vessels on the floor and laughed. Many started pouring the protagonist from their vessels, telling him to take their drink. The protagonist was forced to pick up a huge bowl of drink. After a while, they threw it up. Many laughed at Linfao when he fainted. Jean closed the door. The protagonist smiled and stood behind the door. Jean saw Belle-Eyes standing to the side. The girl was looking up at the moon. Approaching her, the protagonist asked what she was doing. Smiling widely, the girl said that she was just looking at the sky. Although this was a place recreated by Soderette, it was exactly like the one where they lived. A bright purple mist spread across the sky. Jean stood next to the girl and asked her if she was interested in what was happening in the outside world, since he came from there, but no one even asked. Crossing her arms over her chest, Belle-Eyes said that it was all because, after their time stopped, they realized that they could never return to that world. The protagonist, surprised, asked if that didn't make it even more interesting. Smiling, Belle-Eyes said that there was no point in wishing for something that couldn't be obtained, even if you remember, there were no longer any of those they loved there. The protagonist apologized for his frivolous question. The girl, raising her leg, said that Van said something about it. Continuing to smile, Belle-Eyes said that Van told them that 5,000 years had already passed in the outside world and perhaps they had already developed magic or a device that could free them. Jin's mouth fell open in surprise. Unfortunately, he knew that there was no such way. People did not know how to connect the world of fire, the home of the phoenixes, with the world of people. Most of the magic related to other worlds except for the summoning of phoenixes belonged to dark magic and were strictly forbidden. Only the world of fire was allowed, so the magic of connecting worlds was still a long way off. Jean frowned and asked if they had no way to go outside on their own when Tantal came for him, although he did not go out, but the outside world was visible. Belle-Eyes lowered her hands and said that this was only possible when the successor was in the Great Desert, so she wanted to ask. Extending her hand to the guy, she asked if he, as a brother, could look for a way to go out to the outside world again. Jean nodded, saying that he would definitely find a way for them to get out. The bright sun illuminated the temple. The protagonist, wiping his blade, said that there was little time left before the operation to capture the compass. It was unknown when such an opportunity would arise again. His sister Yona got information from Baba's workshop, being right near Bishkil. The girl smiled while standing outside the window. This is a rare luck that may not happen again. The protagonist, looking at the sword, understood that he must succeed. The goddess, approaching the guy, said that he looks worried. Is there really something bothering him? Jean, looking at the approaching band, said that he was just about to find them. This concerns the important matter he was talking about. Stopping, Ben asked if he really meant that he should return in May. Jean stood up and said that he should return and perform one operation with his comrades, but he doubted whether he had enough strength. Standing in front of the guy, she said that it was funny to hear such thoughts. Did he understand who he was fighting here? The protagonist responded by saying that with a fighting race that had reached the divine level, if he were on equal terms with them, he would not even worry about it, but he was never able to truly defeat anyone. Looking up at the sky, he said that he wasn't afraid of getting hurt, but if something happened to his comrades, that would be a different matter. There were even those among them who were weaker than him. Ben looked at the guy in front of her and said that he still didn't know himself very well, because he was the only person who could save them, so his doubts were the doubts of the entire clan. The guy's eyes widened. Holding out the sword, the goddess said that she had come today to give him this sword. When Jean took the sword, Ben said that it was her Phoenix Thunder sword. Boris had reforged it so that he could use it. Releasing her mana, the goddess said that he would train with her for the rest of the time. Jean froze in surprise. Surprised, he told the goddess in front of him that he hadn't finished training with the Battle Kings yet. Ben responded by saying that he himself said that there was little time left, so she would explain everything to them herself. Without moving, she said that in the time remaining, she would help him strengthen his spirit and ease his burden by guiding him to see his true self. Jean froze with wide eyes, while the goddess said that he only needed to draw his sword when he felt that he would not die in front of her. The protagonist looked at the sword in his hand. At first he did not understand the meaning of these words. Sweat was pouring down the boy's face. Now he understood everything, now that he was facing the god of battles in the arena. The very presence of the goddess radiated incredible power, as if the boy was an ant in front of a giant. The veins on the boy's arm bulged from the tension. Jean knew that if he moved, he would immediately die, his limbs would be severed from his body. Jean frowned. He went through all the possible options trying to find a way to survive. The protagonist sent his projections into battle. But no matter how he attacked, the bodies of the projections were torn apart. The sword struck his hand. A moment later, the hand was separated from his body. Jean received a blow to the body. He waited for the moment to draw his sword. Blood burst from his mouth. The guy's body was almost completely destroyed. Jin's world cracked like glass. He did not understand why there was not a single gap to be seen. A moment later, the world shattered into pieces. Only on the 5th day, Jean was able to grab the handle of the blade. On this day, he drew the blade from its sheath for the first time. The protagonist rushed forward. He died more than 90,000 times in 5 days. Lightning struck the arena. Jean managed to create only one opportunity to attack. Dust filled the arena. Jean froze, holding his sword to the goddess of battle. The girl touched the blade with her finger, and said that the blow was not bad. Then she asked why he was embarrassed if he could do so. Jean smiled and said that he drew his sword only when he felt that he could survive this exchange of blows. He could not advance further. Ben narrowed her eyes and told him not to despair. Even before the time stop, few could exchange even one blow with her. 5 days ago he already had the level to exchange blows with her. The skill was enough, but he did not know his strength. Sweating, Jean stood up and was surprised when the goddess said that he died in vain 90,000 times. Jean smiled. With a smile on his face, looking at the girl, he said that this meant that this duel was needed for him to realize this again. He had already realized this before the illusion of Lord Timar. Ben lowered her hand and said that anxiety was clouding his view of himself. If he had not called himself, and could not see Sigmund, she would have taken the sword back. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that now, no matter how many times he tried, he would be able to exchange blows with her. The remaining 4 days, the protagonist studied the technique available only to the god of battles, the lightning sword technique, which only the owner of the divine sword can know. Jean closed his eyes and said that he could rest and meet his comrades. Ben smiled slightly and said that she was looking forward to their fight the next time they met. The brothers would be waiting for him in front of the temple of the god of battles. Jean opened his eyes and smiled. He wanted to bow and thank her, but Ben suddenly held his head with her hands, telling him to raise his head, because there were no debts between brothers and sisters. The crystal lit up when the girl said that they would remember his achievements here and wait for him. The protagonist froze with wide eyes. He suddenly smiled. After saying goodbye to all the brothers and sisters in front of the temple, Jean left this world promising to return. Tantel, who was seeing the guy off, waved his hand. Surprisingly, everything except the murang themselves could be taken to the outside world. With a new tooth and a mantle sewn by Boris, with pockets full of precious stones and cactus wine, the protagonist crossed the Mitra desert the same way he came. Jean, walking through the desert, said that it was either thanks to Perosa or thanks to his heart, but even under the scorching sun he did not get tired at all. 3 days after leaving, the protagonist reached the entrance where he parted with the guide. On May 25th, Jean found himself in the forest near a stream. A cute animal pointed at the guy and said that this man had returned from the great desert. The protagonist approached them, smiled and asked them how they were doing, what brought him here. Pointing to the cart, the animal said that he had finished the deal in the west, now returning to Yukakayuka. Everyone stared at the protagonist and asked how he did it, whether he had overcome everything, stress and pain. Jean grinned and said that it was an invaluable experience. They were on the way. Would they like to chat on the way? The little animal waved its arms, saying that it was not allowed in the city. One of the little animals approached the guy, saying that red tigers had come a few days ago, and it was dangerous there. The protagonist grinned and said that he had urgent business. Did he have any secret passages? Raising its paw, the little animal said that there was none. When Jean turned around, the representative of the dark tribe said that he could be killed there. The guy responded by telling him not to worry, because he would figure it out himself. The little animal looked after the guy, puzzled. Pieces of grass flew through the air. Jean, looking at the tigers by the fire, told the representative of the dark tribe to go ahead. He would catch up with him. Looking at the little animal, he said that they would see each other later. The little animal nodded and became sad. The tiger stood up and let the member of the dark tribe pass. Suddenly the tiger slapped the little animal, saying that it was very cute. Suddenly the tiger frowned and turned its head. Looking towards the forest, it saw a man. The tigers bared their teeth and said that he needed to give them everything he had so that they could kill him without suffering. Releasing his mana, the guy said that those were his words. The tiger's pupil sparkled. Lightning flowed through the protagonist's body while he told the tigers to return everything they had taken from the beastmen tribes while he was kind. The tiger clenched his teeth angrily and felt the creepy aura that emanated from the enemy. The monster swung its paw and concluded that it had to kill him now. The protagonist flashed his glowing eyes and ordered him to leave. The monster's eyes widened in fear and realized that it could not breathe. Its body fell to the ground. The beast bowed and begged for mercy. Jean stepped on it and said that he would count to 3 and they would have to leave. The boy, enveloped in light energy, began counting. The tiger grabbed his comrade on his shoulder and ran away. Ash rose into the air. The young man picked up the fish they had worked so hard to get. The watertail took it and thanked the man. The monster waved and invited the savior to the party. The heir asked for forgiveness and explained that he needed to go urgently. Smiling, the swordsman asked his comrade to return all the stolen things and money to their rightful owners and wished him a safe journey. The animals put the fish on skewers and offered him to eat with them. The magician raised his eyebrows in surprise. In the end, the protagonist smiled and agreed because he felt hungry. The heroes were sitting by the fire. Jean turned to his friend and asked if there was hair dye at the Yuka market. Dark Flame asked why he needed it. Holding the fried fish in his hands, the boy replied that he needed to disguise himself to go somewhere. The Watertail's eyes widened and advised him to contact the Golden Tongues tribe, where a special art of disguise was practiced. Clouds gathered in the sky, and the heroes decided to set out. Closing her eyes, the mouse was glad that they had returned alive and asked if her friend needed to disguise himself. The rodent showed him a tablet and suggested starting with the hare. Her eyes sparkled, and the beast explained that their dyeing techniques were on a completely different level, because they used natural extracts from different plants and flowers that gave off a wonderful aroma. The monster raised his hands and asked her to stop deceiving them. The monster pointed to a cart full of gold and explained that they had returned everything that the beast men had taken from them. Stroking his head, the merchant said that Dark Flame should have told him this right away, and was indignant that she looked like a business-obsessed beast man in the eyes of the buyer. The Watertail gave up the ghost when the mouse said that she almost became an unworthy merchant who cheated his benefactor. The rodent bowed and thanked her savior for defeating the red tigers. Pointing to the door, the beast promised not to take money from him and explained that their special art of disguising the golden tongues would create the perfect image. On May 31st, crows circled over the southern island of the Beladu Empire. In one of the districts of the city, a corpse of a man was hanging. The disguised protagonist walked along the street, thinking about how this place was full of drug addicts and homeless people who lost everything in the arena tournament. Jean looked up and remembered that in the north of the island, there was a place with a completely opposite atmosphere. The building was shining brightly. It was a place where young rich aristocrats indulged in secret gambling, and the compass exchange was to be held there tomorrow. The boy raised his eyebrows and wondered if his companions had managed to reach the island safely. A laughing old man walked ahead. The young man assumed that this man had also gone crazy after the arena. The heir passed him by and looked back. The man handed him a note. The homeless man grinned and asked him for a coin. The swordsman frowned tensely and recognized Jet in him. The magician threw him some coins. The informant wished him luck. The informant ran off to the locals. The protagonist thought that his image was simply perfect, and remembered that in his past life they were sworn enemies. The note that the man gave him had a password and a place written on it. There was a huge wooden eagle on the roof of the hotel. Jean went to the reception desk and said the password. The owner of the hotel handed him the key and said that he needed room 203. The corresponding number was depicted on the door. There was a box and a letter in the box. The guy opened the envelope and decided to find out how things were going. Holding the letter in his hands, the young man read that the rest of the comrades had already arrived and were safely settled in different inns, so Kinzello and Zipples' men did not suspect anything. Chukon folded his hands behind his back, along with 5 rank 8 mages. The eyes of the white wolves lit up. In addition to them, there were many experienced killers and marksmen on the island. The heir raised his eyebrows when he learned that Zipples' forces had not yet been noticed, because they would most likely not appear until the day of the operation. The note, written in crooked handwriting, said that the enemies had already taken up positions under cover. A red sky hung over the gambling house. The operation was to begin on June 1st at 10 in the evening. In the box was a gold ticket that could be used as a pass. The swordsman put the letter on the table. After completing the operation, he needed to retreat to a predetermined location. On the letter was a ticket. The location of the inns where the comrades were staying was indicated on the back of the letter. Ceres frowned confidently. With the consent of Kashmir and Mirakan, she would join the operation, because her experience in intelligence, assassination and guerrilla warfare would be useful. Jet smirked. The man said that he would return to Tychon and wished his master good luck. Standing in the middle of the room, the mage guessed that Zipple must have been brought in no less force than Kinzello. The protagonist turned his head and thought about how tomorrow night this dirty pirate lair would turn into a battlefield. The stars shone in the night sky. The roulette in the casino spun. The ball landed on the black cell number 17. The girl raised her hand and declared that she had won again. Smirking, the man asked if everything was okay with his opponent, and noted that he had already lost 1,000 gold. Jean shuddered tensely. June 1st, the lights were on in the windows of a large mansion. The women were standing on the balcony when the guy walked inside. One of them raised an eyebrow and said that it was the first time she saw such a handsome man here. The guy walked on and did not pay attention to how the local aristocrats discussed him. The stranger smiled and said that with his appearance this gloomy gambling house seemed to shine. The young man introduced Ceres in her place. the disguised sorceress introduced herself by another name. The cat in her arms opened his eyes. The heir thought that he would not have recognized his friend if not for Murakan. Bowing, the swordsman replied that he was glad to meet him, and decided that it was just an impressive disguise. The cat smiled happily. The girl suggested starting with a simple spin of the roulette, because it was the most popular game in this place. Closing his eyes, the magician said that he would like to look around first, and concluded that the others were already waiting at the roulette tables. The woman narrowed her eyes and decided to show him other games. There were many people at the table ahead. Ceres gave the code, which meant that the disguised forces of Zipple and Kinzello had gathered there. The sorceress looked back and said that she would wait for the guests at the roulette table. The girl smiled and secretly hinted that he needed to hurry so that no one would suspect anything. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he understood everything. People threw dice into the air. According to Jet, the members of Kinzello were disguised and waiting here. Jean looked away and thought that Zipple's people had tried their best. There were chips on the table. The guy was surprised that those who were known for their pride were dressed up as ordinary gambling addicts. The beast men were standing in the corner and discussing something. The eyes of the white wolf lit up. The monster put his glass on the table. The young man stopped when the beast called out to him. The heir looked away. The monster beckoned him with its finger and asked him to come closer. The swordsman wondered if he had managed to sense Myonlan's power. The magician spread his arms and said that he did not expect to meet them in such a place. Touching the animal's body, the protagonist said that he had always dreamed of meeting it and noticed that it had luxurious fur, which meant that the rumors were true. Gritting his teeth, the white wolf asked him to remove his hands and wondered if his instincts had deceived him and he was an ordinary fool. Closing his eyes, Jean apologized for his tactlessness and asked why he had been called. The monster turned away and explained that he had simply made a mistake. The guy wished him a pleasant evening. The young man frowned and thought about the fact that during the operation they would definitely need to kill all of Kinzello's werewolves. Chandeliers were burning under the ceiling. Ceres turned her head when someone called out to her. The girl leaned on the table and asked if the young gentleman had already missed her. The woman put her hand on his cheek and asked his name. The heir looked down. Murakan was chewing on some paper. It said that the transfer would take place at 10 o'clock on the second floor near the card table. The swordsman squeezed the cat's cheeks and called him very cute. The magician kissed the sorceress's hand and introduced himself with a fictitious name. Turning to the table, Ceres asked him to sit down at the table and suggested that they have fun until the night. The protagonist looked up in surprise. In addition to them, 3 more people had gathered at the table. Jean concluded that they had all disguised themselves near the ice palace. Kashmir took the form of an armless pirate. Enya covered her face with a cap and wrote something down in a notebook. Alika disguised herself as a mustachioed man. The girl grabbed a chip and suggested that they play spets. The roulette wheel spun at an incredible speed. The ball landed on the black cell with the number 17. The woman fixed her hair and announced her latest victory. The knight grinned and asked if his comrade, who had just lost 1,000 gold pieces, was okay. The boy trembled in horror. Frowning, the young man said that leaving now would be too humiliating and suggested changing the table. The sorceress narrowed her eyes and asked if he was more confident in another game, and asked him to choose a new game himself. The heir frowned sternly and wanted to play poker, and said that they would not be able to beat him in this game. Ceres grinned and said that the card tables were on the second floor. Enya lowered her head in disappointment when she realized that there was no way to hit the jackpot. The warrior said that they would stay here, meaning that they needed to monitor the situation on the first floor. The girl asked her comrade to prepare the next game. The clock showed that there were just over 5 minutes left until 10 o'clock in the evening. The noblewoman covered her face with a fan. The nobles gathered in a crowd to watch the game. The swordsman held the cards with a trembling hand. Someone concluded that he had lost this round too. The magician threw the card on the table and admitted his defeat. The woman hugged the cat to her chest and said that she was bored. The sorceress approached her comrade and reminded him of caution. She narrowed her eyes and asked him not to be upset, because tomorrow would be easier. The protagonist looked suspiciously to the side. People surrounded another table. The genie presented a pocket watch and realized that the right time would soon come. The stranger adjusted his glasses. The guy thought that there would be no other chance like this, so they should succeed. The player grinned and said something. The scoundrel put his hand in his bag. The young man opened his eyes wide. The golden compass sparkled. A cloud of energy appeared in the heir's hand. The swordsman made a sharp dash forward. He frowned menacingly and thought that the operation to seize the compass had begun. A while ago, Chukan bowed his head and entered the gambling house. A crowd of nobles had gathered ahead. The man passed by the table where the magician was sitting. The man in the white suit adjusted his glasses and thanked his comrade for the journey. Carl put his hand to his chest. The magician folded his hands behind his back and asked why there was so much noise. The ruler of the northern plains frowned in displeasure. Closing his eyes, the Zipple family member replied that this was normal for a gambling house and asked his colleague to ignore it. The Kinzello representative crossed his arms and asked if these people were definitely not thieves. Raising his eyebrows, the scoundrel replied that they were ordinary players to whom they had nothing to do and asked if they would need such complications if they just wanted to keep the item for themselves. Shukan narrowed his eyes and said he didn't need the excuses and suggested that their family was being cautious as well, since they were putting on such a show. Carl looked at him suspiciously, and the man explained that an official return might attract the attention of the Rankindel, and threatened to report it to them if he didn't get his artifact back. The wizard looked at him askance and called his words unpleasant. Frowning, the Archmage reminded them that they had violated the terms of the alliance, and said that he couldn't understand what his father was planning. Closing his eyes, the Zipple member offered to ask him the question in person, but doubted that his ally would have the courage to do so. The Kinzello representative took out his watch and said that it was time to retrieve the item. The protagonist lowered his head and realized that the clock would soon strike 10 o'clock. Carl adjusted his glasses and said something. Shukan grinned and answered him. The wizard stuck his hand into his bag. Jin's eyes widened in surprise. The golden compass shone in the light. The boy summoned a cloud of energy in his hand. The young man suddenly took off from the ground. The air dashed forward and swung a fireball. A bright flash lit up the sorcerer's face. The man's mouth opened in shock. A while ago, the swordsman frowned and explained that he would use ancient light magic as soon as they showed the compass. Frowning in displeasure, Urakan said that it was just a flash and asked what his friend was planning to do with this trick. Kashmir scratched his chin and asked if the young master really wanted to blind them because they were mages. Imagining the faces of the enemies, the protagonist confirmed this and explained that they were all surrounded by magic that even people of the 8th rank could not penetrate. Jean frowned sternly and added that if he attacked them directly and activated their defense, they could be counterattacked even before they took the compass. The boy summoned a cloud of energy in his hand and concluded that this was their only choice, to blind the enemies for 10 seconds and take possession of the compass. The guards opened their mouths in horror and screamed. The young man turned around abruptly. The air rushed forward while everyone was confused. Clutching the compass in his hand, Shukan asked how his comrade dared to deceive him. The swordsman extended his hand forward when he had only 3 seconds left. At that moment, a magic circle appeared in his hand. The warrior frowned tensely. An explosion of energy was heard on the 2nd floor of the gambling house. Ceres looked back and thought about her friend. The girl ran forward. A cloud of smoke appeared in front of her. The woman did not understand what was happening here. Something sparkled ahead. A golden compass lay on the floor. The sorceress opened her eyes wide and realized that they had succeeded. In that same second, she grabbed the compass. Ceres looked back and noticed that her comrades were already waiting on the 1st floor. The girl took out a white disc. The woman threw it forward. The disc fell to the floor and released smoke. As the smoke filled the room, the sorceress handed the compass to Enya. The contractor looked back and nodded. The guard grabbed a sword in order to block the exits and kill all suspicious people. The heroines ran in different directions. Ceres thought that this was not part of their plan, but there would be enough chaos. The girl raised her hands above her head and extolled the Zipple family. Alika hit the player in the face and shouted the same thing. Kashmir cut the air with his sword. White smoke rose into the air. The protagonist crouched down. Jean swung his sword and thought that they almost fell through. Raising his fist to his mouth, Shukan shouted that the compass was missing and ordered his subordinates to find and protect it immediately. The boy sheathed his sword and realized that soon they would be able to see again. He placed his hand on the other sword. The boy squeezed its hilt and decided that it was time to finish. Opening his mouth wide, Carl asked how Zipple dared to do such a thing and shouted that it was not their doing. The man turned around and saw lightning behind him. A white paw struck the ground with force. The wolf opened his mouth wide and asked if his master was all right. The monster's eyes widened. The air put on his fiery helmet. His sword exuded bright lightning. The swordsman pulled the burning weapon from its sheath. His eyes sparkled. Numerous lightning bolts rained down on the mansion. The ceiling immediately collapsed and raised dust into the air. The moonlight illuminated a warrior standing in the middle of a destroyed hall. The werewolf grinned menacingly and ordered his subordinates to pull themselves together, because there was only one opponent in front of them. The monster extended its claws and called for its enemy to name itself, and said that its instincts told it to fight fairly. The protagonist stepped forward. Lightning flashed beneath his foot. The beast's eyes widened in fear. Jean gave it a menacing look and asked if its instincts weren't telling it to run away from here. The white wolf stared at it in amazement. The monster trembled and realized that it was the first time it felt such power, but that this fear was definitely imprinted in their blood. The boy thrust his blade forward. The werewolf's eyes shone, a feeling his clan should never have. The young man swung his sword and used the 3rd form of the Myeongkwan technique. The swordsman cut the air in front of him with his blade. Waves of light energy were directed towards the enemies. The monster gritted its teeth and realized that such power could not be stopped with an ordinary hammer. The beast opened its mouth wide and ordered its comrades to dodge. The white wolf turned around. Its pupils suddenly narrowed. A powerful energy wiped Durak and Melto into dust. The monster lowered its head and thought that this could not be. Suddenly, the werewolf's eyes widened. He raised his head and remembered Chukan. The man stood in a cloud of black smoke. The monster bared its teeth and decided that it must fulfill its duty. The beast rushed after the enemy. The warrior flinched and looked to the side. A hammer flashed in the air. The protagonist dodged the blow and rushed past the hammer. Bright lightning threw the white wolf back. The monster landed on its feet. Cracks appeared on it. The werewolf looked to the side and wondered how this was possible. The man frowned and realized that he had finally regained his ability to see. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. Jean put his hand on the ground and swung his sword. The monster opened its mouth wide and shouted that it was too dangerous. The guy jumped up. He made a dash and thrust his weapon forward. The archmage summoned a protective magic circle in front of him. The beast swung his hammer furiously. A powerful wave of energy flew past him. Another explosion was heard in the building. The stream of energy crashed into the white wolf, who warned his comrade of the danger. The protective circle stopped the flames. Frowning menacingly, the villain noticed a gap in his defense, and wondered if his opponent was really a 9th rank. A magic circle appeared around his eye. The villain spread his arms and drove away all the light energy. Squinting, Chukan realized that he did not know who exactly owned this terrifying power. Lightning swirled around the air. The man thought that there were no families that would possess such power. The archmage imagined the silhouette of a woman and remembered that the only ones who possessed the power of lightning were the Hister family, but they had long since lost this ability. The villain gritted his teeth and wondered if this was the perfect form of the demon that the people of Bimet were experimenting on. The swordsman lowered his weapon. The villain asked why he had done all this and called on him to identify himself and his supporters. The warrior narrowed his eyes and asked if this really interested him that much. Frowning, Chukan said that he had not been provoked like this for a long time and asked if his opponent was that magic swordsman. The protagonist, wrapped in lightning, replied that it did not matter because they would die today anyway. Summoning a cloud of energy in his hand, the man called him overconfident and ordered him to return what was stolen. Someone clapped their hands. Carl lowered his head and admired the courage of his enemy, because not everyone can defeat an elite warrior of the White Wolf clan. The archmage looked at him and asked what was going on. The head of the 4th magic tower put his hand to his chest and introduced himself. The wizard adjusted his glasses and promised to give his enemy anything if he joined the Zipple family. Jean gave him a menacing look. The veins on the villain's face bulged. The villain opened his mouth wide and called his ally a traitor. Adjusting his hair, Carl asked him to calm down and reminded him that the compass was currently in the hands of their enemy. Spreading his arms, the man asked his comrade to look around and suggested that they clear up the misunderstanding and make him an ally, because they would hardly be able to cope with him. Chukan frowned furiously and asked what the hell he was talking about. The wizard smiled and suggested that he try to convince his enemy to join the Canzello family. The boy lowered his weapon and called it ridiculous, since the proud Zipple family did not use their powers, but offered an alliance. The young man introduced Kozek and assumed that there was no White Knight airship nearby. The head of the magic tower widened his eyes in shock and asked how he knew about this. Carl frowned in fear and remembered this manner of speech. An image of Murin burning to the ground appeared in his mind. A fire started on the flying ship. The heir's helmet glowed with black flames. The man realized that this was the man the White Knights and Mitter, who had visited Colin, had spoken of. The man grabbed his staff and realized that it was all his fault. His staff was covered in ice. The wizard asked why his enemy had gone to Colin back then. The villain summoned a magic circle above his head and asked how much more he knew. Ice arrows appeared in the air. Their glow illuminated the ruined gambling house. The swordsman raised his weapon in front of him and declared that he had no need to answer these questions. Chukan frowned sternly. The warrior reported that the compass was no longer there, and all his comrades, including the White Wolves, were dead, and suggested that this was a rather unpleasant situation. The head of the magic tower widened his eyes in horror. Carl waved his staff and shouted that he would kill his opponent. The protagonist raised his sword. Jean swung it and used lightning strike. Waves of light energy destroyed all the ice arrows. The boy dashed forward. He found himself behind the enemy and called him too weak for the head of the tower. The magic staff cracked. Blood gushed from the wound on the man's hand. The staff fell to the floor and broke. The wizard looked around in fear. Lowering the sword, the young man asked him not to be upset and explained that they would have problems if he activated the runes. The heir looked back and asked if his opponent agreed with him. Squinting, Chukan realized that the enemy was saving him unnecessary trouble and thought that if the runes were activated, the tower, Rankendel and Bimet would send reinforcements. The man folded his hands behind his back and realized that the magic staff was only a last resort, and that his ally would not be able to cast magic without it. The villain grabbed his shoulder and said that his opponent would pay for his arrogance. The villain's eyes widened in madness and said that he would writhe in unquenchable flames until he burned to ashes. Blue energy enveloped the swordsman's body. The head of the magic tower stared at him in fear. The Archmage's eyes widened in shock. Tess appeared behind the warrior. The representative of Cancelo trembled and wondered who their enemy really was. Carl opened his mouth wide and called on his ally not to just stand there. A wave of energy immediately pierced his shoulder. The man fell to the ground and screamed. The wizard looked back and asked why his comrade had done this to him. With a flash of burning eyes, the villain reminded him that the compass had disappeared, which meant their alliance too, and said that he himself had recently tried to stab him in the back. The head of the magic tower frowned tensely. The protagonist kicked him and said that he did not expect such cooperation. Carl froze and remained silent. Jean decided that nothing else could be expected from the ruler of the Ants plane. The villain turned the wizard's body over and explained that he was simply pursuing his own interests. Lowering his sword, the boy concluded that the years had taught him a lot, and suggested that their commander would be more pleased if they brought the head of the tower to him, rather than the compass. Frowning, Chukan realized that his enemy was not so simple, and decided that this was actually his only way out, because the compass was lost and his comrades were killed. Imagining the wooden chest, the man remembered that the ship in the port was full of Bure's other works, and realized that no one could have predicted such a turn of events. With Carl's body on his shoulders, the Archmage decided that the commander would handle the rest himself, and assumed that he would probably try to recruit the man. The scoundrel disappeared behind a cloud of smoke and declared that they would definitely meet again. Murakan jumped out from behind the corner, and shouted that he had seen everything. The man rushed to his comrade with hugs and declared that he had become much stronger. Smiling widely, the black dragon said that he was very proud of him and assumed that Gilly would definitely burst into tears. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the heir thanked him for his help and asked what happened to the compass. The guard grabbed him by the shoulders and informed him that his fan had safely taken the artifact off the island. Raising his eyebrows, the swordsman concluded that 6 months of work had not been in vain and asked what had happened to his comrades who were supposed to join after the operation was completed. The warrior scratched his head and explained that the situation had become a bit more complicated. The wizard frowned and asked if anyone had been hurt. Looking down, Murakan denied this and said that they were currently distracting other forces. The protagonist asked who they were talking about. The man pointed to the window and invited his comrade to look at it. Jin's eyes widened in shock. A special squad from Bimet had arrived on the island by ship. A warship from the Beladu Duchy was sailing on the sea. The guy narrowed his eyes in displeasure and asked what all this meant. Crows were flying over the arena. Someone was running forward, trying to shout to the captain. Cosmos was sleeping in his chair. Hearing the screams, the man raised his head and asked what had happened. The sailor opened his mouth wide and said that an entire Beladu flotilla was approaching them. The pirate crossed his arms over his chest and asked what this meant. He smiled widely and declared that it was time to act. The ship stopped at the pier. Someone ordered not to let anyone off the island. Raising his sword, the knight reported that information about a meeting of foreign groups had been received, and ordered to protect the person behind it. There was a half-destroyed house on the street. Judging by the speed of the enemies, the information had leaked out long ago, and they had been waiting somewhere nearby all this time. Looking out the window, the young man was glad that Enya had managed to hide with the compass, because this way the enemy would not know the contents of the deal, and stated that their main task was to get out of here unnoticed. The fighter raised his axe in order to protect the ships at all costs. His comrade shouted that it was better to die than to be caught by Rankendel's soldiers. A fight began on the street. The heir asked if they really thought they could defeat the Rankendel warriors. Ceres entered the room and was glad that her friend was okay. The swordsman smiled and noted that everyone had made it in time. The wizard raised his hand and explained that the escape route was cut off. Kashmir replied that all was not lost because they could move to the opposite harbor before the warships surrounded the island. Frowning, the protagonist replied that it was not a bad idea and suggested heading there immediately. Several explosions were heard on the ship. The wood shattered into splinters. High waves washed over the pier. The explosions threw people in different directions. Murakan opened his mouth in amazement, and asked if they were really destroying all the ships. Jean concluded that the enemies wanted to smash all the ships so that no one could escape from the island. Looking down, Alika realized that they would not be able to reach the other harbor because it would take at least half an hour, and explained that by that time the port, and all the ships would be destroyed. Frowning, the man concluded that they would have to fly away on it, and reminded them that they had agreed to use this as a last resort. The boy narrowed his eyes and replied that if the enemies revealed his true nature, they would hunt him. The black dragon spread its wings and said that they had no other choice. The guard looked away with displeasure when his comrade tried to stop him. The warrior asked what they were talking about. Kashmir looked at the sky and asked him to do the same. The ships deployed a great communication barrier over the entire island. Murakan frowned in confusion and asked what it was. The man explained that it was barrier magic that the mages of Bimet's personal guard had developed to fight flying monsters. Frowning, Alika confirmed this and added that the barrier released thousands of red rays as soon as it detected a flying object. Ceres said that they would not be able to survive this. The young man gritted his teeth in displeasure. the knight concluded that they would have to abandon the air route. The heir looked away suspiciously. The pirates were whispering about something. The swordsman looked into the alley and wondered why they were here and not on the ship. The wizard frowned sternly and asked his comrades to follow him. A bright light illuminated the windows of the house. The heroes entered the alley, but there was no one there. The guys looked into the well. Kashmir assumed that they went down there. The protagonist suggested following their example. Jean jumped into the sewer. There was a long tunnel ahead. The man was surprised that there was something like that here. Looking back, the guy decided that the pirates had prepared something and wanted to follow them. A lot of people had gathered in the sewer. They looked back when they heard someone's voice. The young man came out of the tunnel and explained that they should not say that they were not pirates, because everyone got here the same way. The sailor opened his mouth wide and shouted that strangers had come to them. His comrade asked if they should kill the uninvited guests. Cosmos stepped forward and declared that he knew the voice. The heir grinned and asked if this was their captain. The man opened his mouth angrily and shouted that he was very glad to see them. The swordsman closed his eyes and playfully asked if they knew each other. Clenching his fist, the pirate asked how anyone could forget that voice and said that he was still paying off his debts because of it. The sailor's eyes widened in fear and remembered that this was the previous winner of the tournament. The fighter spread his arms and reminded him of how Veridin had bet 100,000 gold on the final fight, and had been coming to demand money ever since. Closing his eyes, the wizard replied that this was very much like him and decided that in that case he could not hide. The old man's eyes turned bloodshot. The protagonist asked if he knew what was happening outside. Squinting, Jean told him that Bellato's fleet had surrounded the island and was destroying all the ships, and asked how they were going to escape. Opening his mouth wide, Cosmos asked if he really thought he would help him and called his comrades to attack. The man smirked as a fist appeared in front of his face. One blow sent the captain falling to the ground. His subordinate's eyes widened in shock. Grabbing his jacket, the boy asked why his comrade was being so aggressive and said that he would pay him well. The young man promised to pay off all his debts and even add a little extra. Frowning, the pirate said that he would never believe him and suggested that after escaping, they would simply get rid of him. The heir smiled and swore on the honor of his family, as the Rankindel always kept their word. The fighter frowned tensely and asked who his opponent was. Raising his eyebrows, the swordsman answered that it was Dante and explained that their meeting at the tournament was not a coincidence. In the memory, Veridin gave the boy the medicine. The old man realized that everything fell into place, and decided that if it was really Rankindel, then his words could be trusted. The sailor helped him to his feet. Cosmos accepted the offer and called it an excellent deal. In the grotto stood a giant ship. The man explained that it was their secret vessel. The captain furiously opened his mouth and said that they would escape on it. The wizard asked how exactly they would do it. The protagonist scratched his chin and noticed that this thing could hardly move. Suddenly, a wave washed over Jean. The ship went ashore. The guy's eyes widened in fear and asked if it was safe. The pirate asked him to just trust them. Kashmir closed his eyes in horror. Alika tensely knitted her eyebrows and screamed. Ceres looked ahead in shock. Murakan grinned angrily and cursed the old man. Some time ago, when the heroes were standing on the shore, Cosmos asked his friend to just get on the ship, and then everything would become clear to him. The sailors loaded barrels and boxes on board. The knight closed his eyes and asked if they could trust them. The ship was in shallow water. The warrior explained that he did not understand at all how it was possible to sail so deep underground. Raising his eyebrows, the young man suggested that they probably had a way that they did not know about, since they also needed to survive, and asked his comrade to prepare for boarding with the others. Standing at the wheel, the man gave his comrade a thumbs up when everything was ready. The heir asked if his ally was sure of his decision. The captain looked back and asked him not to worry about anything. The pirate opened his mouth wide and ordered his subordinate to make an explosion. The sailor lit the fuse that stretched from the mast. Its end was somewhere under the stones. At that very moment, there was a powerful explosion. The boys opened their mouths in fear. A giant wave rose. The swordsman looked around in amazement. A huge amount of water was approaching from the depths of the mine. The old man grabbed his hat and advised his comrade to hold on tight. The wizard's eyes widened in shock. A strong wave carried the ship along with it. The water beat against the walls of the cave. The ship quickly floated forward. The protagonist looked in horror at the incoming waves. The ship headed for the exit of the grotto. Jean opened his mouth in fury and doubted that it was safe. Kashmir opened his mouth wide and screamed in fear. Alika looked down in fear. Ceres frowned tensely. Murakan bared his fangs. At that very moment, the ship swam forward, and the crew members shouted joyfully. The waves carried the ship along the slope of the cave. A light appeared ahead. Space smiled and said that they built order for moments like these. The ship flew out of the cave and soared into the air. The people of Bimet looked at it. The sailors widened their eyes in amazement. The man closed his eyes and blossomed like a beautiful flower. The ship flew over the enemy flotilla. It approached the barrier. The captain said that Bimet's magic would not detect them, because technically it was not a flight. The ship passed through the protective barrier. The pirate asked the passengers to hold on tight, because they were about to fall. The ship found itself in the sea. The enemy admiral opened his mouth wide and ordered his subordinates to turn around immediately. The old man clenched his fist and said that even the Imperial fleet would not be able to catch them at sea. Streams of wind hit the open sails. The ship sailed beyond the barrier. Space, in the form of fireworks, gave the enemies a thumbs up. June 18th, clouds were floating over Tychon. Jilly ran out of the building when she saw her master. The girl covered her mouth with her hands and was glad that he was okay. Smiling, the protagonist thanked her friend for her excellent work and asked what happened to the compass. His smile alone made Enya's nose bleed. The girl gave him a thumbs up and said that the artifact was delivered safe and sound. Curtains were covering the windows. The girl explained that she had managed to figure out how this relic worked while they were waiting for the master to return. The contractor extended her hand and explained that the compass was activated by the introduction of magical energy. Mana streams appeared around the artifact. Light energy swirled around it. A hologram with an image of the planet appeared in the air. Kashmir's eyes widened in surprise and asked if all those red dots were contractors. Jean confirmed this with a frown and noted that most of them were concentrated in the Zipple and Bemet area. Murakan crossed his arms and asked why there were no red dots in Tychon if there were 3 contractors gathered there. Adjusting her glasses, Enya replied that for some unknown reason, the contractors' locations in Tychon were hidden and explained that Jin's location had not been determined even before arriving in the city. The girl blushed deeply and stated that this was to be expected from their god, since even the compass could not detect him. Quicantle frowned and suggested that it was Tychon itself, since the other contractors here were also not being tracked. The boy looked up and asked if this was all because of the source of the magic. The dragon asked if it was the mirror. The woman remembered that it had the properties of Clam and Sodaret. The girl clasped her hands together and was glad that thanks to the young master's mercy, all of Tychon was safe. Kashmir smiled and realized that they had nothing to worry about and explained that they would definitely not be followed now. Entering the office, Jet asked if they had seen the news today and said that they had become real celebrities. The contractor happily opened the newspaper in front of her. It described how a mysterious master in a black magic helmet defeated the pirates. In the memory, the heir entered the gambling house. According to eyewitnesses, he was a man with luxurious blonde hair and a pretty face. The swordsman was enveloped in lightning. People assumed that he was a new contractor of the storm god, which had not been for almost 300 years. The guard frowned and said that this was all some kind of nonsense. The man explained that the fact that the press was on the wrong track was even good. Enya cut out a piece of the newspaper. The protagonist looked up. Looking at the planet, Jean asked if there was really a contractor in Hyupster 2. A red dot appeared on the continent, but the exact location was unknown. Clouds were gathering over the palace. There was an article in the newspaper about what had happened on the island. Joshua clasped his hands and asked what they thought about it. Kyujin looked away and assumed that it was the contractor Sodaret they were looking for. The boy looked down, and Varys assumed that he was an imposter if the news was true. Lightning flashed around the child. He closed his eyes. The assassin looked at his ally with displeasure. The girl smiled slyly. Suddenly, the assassin's eyes widened in fear. The man frowned sternly and asked if his comrade could kill 3 commanders of the White Wolf squad at once. Julian lowered his head and answered negatively. The standard bearer grinned and decided that it was time to increase his power. The boy's pupils narrowed in horror. The corpse of a monster lay on the ground. Standing next to it, Shiren reported what was written in the news. Sheathing his sword, Han explained that a mysterious master was rumored to have killed 3 of the White Wolf squad leaders on Beladu Island, adding that rumors suggested it might be a contractor for the storm god. The man smiled and thought that everyone would be shocked to learn it was his youngest son. The soldier's eyes widened in surprise and he asked what that meant. The soldier lowered his head when the head of the family asked him to remain silent and to make sure the other captains did not show too much interest. Holding the newspaper in his hands, the knight remembered that Kashmir had not written down the reason for his arrival on that island, indicating that he was loyal to his master. The warrior frowned menacingly. Chiron's mouth opened wide and he laughed, and Han noticed that his comrade looked very pleased. The man handed him the newspaper and said that it was impossible not to laugh. The soldier clutched the paper in his hands when he read that during the celebration, Jean had claimed that he could match his father in one blow. The warrior furiously knitted his brows and decided that the boy had already gone completely crazy to say something like that. The head of the family looked at him confidently and asked if his friend knew anything about the Myeongwan race. Han raised his eyebrows and asked if they were talking about that unknown race that was called the losers of the world 5,000 years ago. Ban's shining heart lit up. The knight told him that his son met them and passed some tests given to him by Sodaret, and among them was a god of battles who was equal to him in strength. The warrior imagined how the boy struck him and concluded that this could happen to him too. Smiling, the soldier decided that the young man simply did not understand martial arts to say such a thing, and asked if it was worth bringing him to the Black Sea. Scratching his chin, Chiron replied that he himself was curious if his son could answer for his words, and asked his comrade to send a letter to the anti-mountains. Clouds floated across the sky. On the 21st of July, the ship docked at the pier in the city of Tychon. There was a white building nearby. Jet entered the room and said that a stranger had come to them who wanted to support the 7 flowers, so his comrade should take a look at her. Kashmir stood up from the table when he heard that she had arrived on a huge ship full of gold, and asked his ally to take him to her. Quickanta looked around and asked what was this unpleasant aura, similar to the one in the anti-mountains. The protagonist asked what she was talking about. The girl frowned and replied that it was about 40 years ago, when a massacre of dragons took place there. The stranger pursed her lips. The woman pulled on her gloves. Since then dragons have never come close to the anti-mountains. Murakan opened his mouth wide and asked what happened there. Quickanta narrowed her eyes and said the name of the person who was known as the terror of the anti-mountains. The guest disembarked. Vanessa smiled and smelled the dragons. Kashmir bowed, greeted her and introduced himself. The man pointed to his wife and introduced her too. Smiling slyly, the woman apologized for the unexpected visit and called Alec very beautiful. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and thanked her. Quickanta looked down and said that this was definitely the same aura. The knight looked up. The dragon was surprised that the horror of the anti-mountains was still alive. The guard smirked and assumed that she had come for them and decided to use the gold before dying. His friend said that if that was the case, the dragon's slayer would have attacked them long ago. Clenching his fist, the warrior said that he wanted to fight her and was surprised that there were other people who could kill a dragon besides Timar. Looking back, the girl asked him to stop dwelling on his past glory and said that even in his best days, he could not compete with this man. Murakan replied that he wanted to try it himself and find out. Jean raised his hand and asked him to listen to their ally. The man shouted that he would get his powers back and prove them wrong. The boy looked away and assumed that his father had sent her to test his abilities. The young man frowned and wondered if Kashmir had relayed his words to Chiron from the pirate ship. The heir looked back when Jet announced that the guest wanted to meet him in the garden. Fallen leaves flew into the sky. The heroes were sitting in the gazebo. The warrior told him that it was a tart decorated with figs, green grapes and walnuts. There was a cake on the plate. The man added that now people were lining up to try it and hoped that the guest would like it. Vanessa closed her eyes and said that thanks to the generous sponsorship they could afford such delicacies. The knight smiled and thanked her for her support. The woman said that she was only too happy to help the 7 flowers. The wizard looked up when the horror of the mountains auntie asked Kashmir to leave them alone. The warrior bowed and wished them a calm conversation. The heroes were left alone in the gazebo. The dragon slayer explained that it was Chiron who asked her to meet him. The protagonist was convinced that his guess was correct and noticed that the guest radiated an unusual aura. Jean asked why he had never heard of such an outstanding warrior. Vanessa smiled and replied that this world is huge and that there are many strong people like him. The guy raised his eyebrows and concluded that her father trusted her very much, since he even told her such information. Holding a mug in her hands, the woman said that the head of the Rankendel family can rely on her. The young man suggested that it was not for nothing that she was nicknamed the terror of the anti-mountains. The knight turned her head and admitted that she began to remember those times more often. Then she was dressed in black armor. In her hands was a sharp blade. Her red eyes lit up. Vanessa said that compared to the Black Knight, the terror of the anti-mountains is a childish nickname. Black Knight. Becoming a Black Knight of Rankendel means renouncing yourself and dedicating your life to serving your family. This is a great honor. After death, your name will be carved on the Rankendel family memorial. In the history of Rankendel, the previous Black Knights were the strongest, especially those who fought with their father in the Black Sea. Their names are always mentioned among the strongest in the world. A man in black armor held his hands on the hilt of his sword, and Lady Vanessa is one of them. Suddenly the main character knelt down and bowing his head said that he was the reserve captain of Rankendel, greeting the great sword that served their family. The woman looked at him and said that he was a very well-mannered guy, and now he should take up arms. She smiled maliciously, explaining that along the way she had found a suitable island, and there they would carry out his punishment. Evening had come, the sun was setting, and seagulls were flying over the island. A small boat stopped on the shore. Jean went ashore and asked if the punishment was really a duel with her. Vanessa was standing not far from him, who answered that one could say so, after which she asked if he understood what his sin was. With his hands on the weapon, the guy answered that he did not understand, to which she said that she liked his honesty, although it was for this that he would be punished. After a short pause, she, drawing her eyebrows together, asked if he really thought he could strike Lord Chiron. Hearing this, the protagonist closed his eyes and said to himself, so Kashmir told his father about this. The woman began to take the sword out of its sheath and said that proving innocence was easy. With a sharp movement, she threw the sheath behind her back, ordering him to show strength and answer for his arrogant words. Jean, frowning, said to himself that this was indeed a test of strength. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, he said that he hoped that he did not need to defeat her. Hearing this, Vanessa laughed and asked if such a thing was possible, adding that he needed to at least once, by any means, touch her or at least her clothes with the sword. But before she could finish speaking, the protagonist appeared in front of her face. He made a quick lunge with a sword shrouded in magical energy. Then she will admit, the woman finished with a calm face, looking at the sword flying towards her. With a sharp movement of her hand, she parried the attack. Jean landed perfectly not far from her. Without thinking twice, he took off again. The guy, finding himself behind his opponent, attacked, to which she, looking at him out of the corner of her eye, asked if he could really attract a sword to himself, if it was really the Manhwa's sword. Sharply turning around, she reflected the attack, adding that she was interested and curious to look at his dark energy and magic, to which he shouted that apparently her father told her a lot, since she knew about the sword. She began to furiously attack the guy, asking if she didn't say that she could be trusted, to which Jean, defending himself, said to himself that he knew it would not be easy, but she so easily reflected the Manhwa's sword. Both opponents attacked and reflected each other's blows. The woman smiled, saying to herself that he had the Manhwa's sword and control over lightning. This is a monstrous power inherent in pure-blooded Rankandilas. When suddenly, with burning eyes, she looked away. She saw that she was being attacked from the side by illusionary magic. At this time, the protagonist stretched out his hand, in which shadow magic appeared. Vanessa frowned contentedly at what she saw and said to herself that he knew how to fight. After these thoughts, the guy's shadow attack flew behind her. She repelled another one with her fist and asked herself what he would show next. With these thoughts, the woman jumped back. At the same moment, the protagonist rushed after her. During this, a bright cloud of energy appeared in his hand. A bright flash illuminated Vanessa's face, and she asked herself if this was light magic, adding that she was seeing it for the first time. She suddenly found herself in pitch darkness and said that it was curious. At this time, Jean made a sharp lunge. Vanessa continued to smile, thinking that even 9th rank knights would have trouble with this. While she was thinking about this, the protagonist carried out a powerful attack. But his opponent dodged with her eyes closed, and said to herself that now everything was clear to her. At the same second, she hit the guy hard in the side. From such a blow, the main character flew back 10 meters, and Vanessa finished speaking. That's why Chiron was so interested in him. Jean, having plunged the sword into the sand, slid along it. Having stopped, he spat blood from his mouth. Vanessa came out of the raised dust and asked if she remembered correctly that he was 17, adding that he had incredible skills for such an age. She would even compare him to Luna at the same age. The main character wiped the blood from his mouth and asked if his sister could have hit their father at 17, to which she answered, no, she could only do it at 18. Hearing this, the guy frowned angrily and said to himself, so this test is also a comparison of him with his sister, and if today he does not show strength worthy of recognition of Lady Vanessa, he must be prepared to lose an arm. But it is not the first time for him to lose limbs. The main thing is to receive recognition of Lady Vanessa. With these thoughts, a precious stone appeared in his chest, releasing powerful energy from itself. Seeing this, the woman smiled contentedly. Golden blades began to appear in the air, and Vanessa, looking at this, said that if this is his trump card. She looked at the appearing weapon and added that he should use it wisely. Jean tightly clutched the sword in his hands and with a smile on his face told her to enjoy the spectacle, after which he used the technique of the god of battles for swords. At the same second, he let go of the handle of his weapon. The blade of the sword pierced the sand, after which the guy used destruction. All the magic swords he created began to fall into the sand, creating a powerful impulse around themselves. The main character, raising his hand, smiled wider and added that he still had a lot in store. All his magic swords were connected to each other. As suddenly, an insanely strong impulse spread for tens of meters around their owner. Vanessa, holding one hand in her pocket, looked at the ground and said that he had filled the earth with lightning. With her eyebrows drawn together tensely, she added that it was more like magic than fencing, adding that she expected more from the technique of those who ruled the world 5,000 years ago, because only magicians could do such tricks, and if this was all, then she was extremely disappointed. But before she could finish speaking, the blade of a magic sword flashed in the ground in front of her. At the same second, something rushed from the sky towards Vanessa with thunder. A powerful lightning bolt struck half a meter from the woman. Vanessa smiled at what she saw and said to herself that the guy was up to something interesting. At that time, Jean, enveloped in the energy of the shadows, rushed to attack. The magic seal of Sodaret appeared in the sky, and the guy said to himself that although the power was insignificant compared to what the god of battle showed. Suddenly Tess burst out of the magic seal, and the protagonist, who was in front, added that he needed to show. He ran at high speed towards his opponent. The blades of the magic swords sticking out of the ground began to emit lightning. They quickly surrounded Vanessa. At this time, Jean jumped high, saying to himself that even the Black Knight would have to open up, dodging these attacks. Bright lightning attacked from the sky. From the side, the powerful bird Tess flew at Vanessa. Suddenly the woman smiled and asked if the guy really thought she would dodge. From what he heard, shock appeared in the eyes of the protagonist. Then his rival grabbed the hilt of the sword with burning eyes and said that it was getting more and more fun. Jin's pupils narrowed to a point, and he screamed, wondering if she was really going to reflect all the attacks. With quick swings of the sword, Vanessa blocked the lightning flying from the sky. Tess released a stream of shadow energy from her mouth at the same moment. But Vanessa cut through the power of the powerful bird with one swing of her sword and counterattacked. Her slashing magic attack cut through Tess's breath. All this time, the protagonist had been accumulating powerful energy. When suddenly Vanessa saw that her opponent raised his sword, shrouded in powerful magical energy, behind his back. She raised her eyebrows in shock and exclaimed that he was smart, and if she had known in advance, she would have taken a better sword. The protagonist with glowing eyes used the shadow sword, the first form, the soul cut. At the same moment, he made a quick swing. His opponent with glowing eyes also swung her sword. She created a barrier around herself, which Jin's power collided with. When suddenly Vanessa's sword cracked. At the same second, it shattered into small pieces. The woman stood with her hand raised to the sky, and the protagonist's power dissipated. Jin fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Vanessa looked at him with a smile on her face and said that it was excellent, adding that his father had talked about punishment. Suddenly, blood appeared on her cheek, and she added that after this, he would have to be rewarded. Hearing this, the guy raised his head with a smile on his face. That same night, they were sitting by the fire and drinking alcohol from huge mugs. The woman lowered the mug and said that the guy was doing well with this strong drink. They say he drank the elixir of 1,000 poisons. The main character wiped the drops from his chin and replied that he was still far from her. Looking at his interlocutor, he asked if he would allow him to ask her a question, to which she answered, of course. But as soon as Jin asked how she met the head of the family, the woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. Then she put the massive mug on the ground and replied that it was a long time ago. Lowering her head, Vanessa added that this story is long, but she will tell. She was an orphan, lived only with her younger sister. One day a fire dragon came to the village. He killed all the inhabitants and her sister, having previously mocked them. People with tears in their eyes burned alive in their own homes. Thirsty for revenge, Vanessa searched all the anti-mountains. Where this dragon was said to live, she killed all the dragons she met, but she could not find the one who killed her sister. She stayed there and killed every dragon that appeared, and if people came, she killed them too. Without raising her head, the woman looked at her hand, adding that she was going crazy. She was already insane. She killed more than 100 dragons, but that fire one never appeared. More than 15 years passed, and then the protagonist's father, Lord Chiron, came to the mountains. A bright shine emanated from his sword. His crushing power destroyed Vanessa, and he became the first in 15 years who was able to defeat her. After Jin's father defeated her, he showed the place where the fire dragon was, and as it turned out, it was one of the dragon's protectors of the Zipple family, a descendant of Kaduna. Kaduna was also there, protecting his offspring. Lord Chiron held Kaduna back so that Vanessa could fight the fire dragon. In that battle, Kaduna was seriously injured by Lord Chiron's sword and escaped. Thanks to this, she was able to defeat the fire dragon. After that, she became Lord Chiron's knight, putting on black armor. After listening to this story, the protagonist, without taking his eyes off the interlocutor, replied, "So that's how it is," to which she replied that it's all in the past. When suddenly Vanessa took out a map and said that she promised him a reward, and she herself is telling the story, so he should take it, adding that Lord Chiron entrusted it to her and told her to give it to whichever of his children she deems worthy. The protagonist took the map and thanked the woman for it with a smile on his face. Looking at the map, he asked what was on it, to which she replied that it was a map of the Black Sea. Hearing this, Jin raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "The Black Sea? But monsters constantly appear from there. No country even tried to make a map, and he also heard that even the Zipple family did not dare to do this." Then Vanessa smiled and answered that the Rankindel family did. This was their secret mission with Lord Chiron, so he should look at the map and go to a new test. Hearing this, the guy looked down at the map and said, "New tests then," after which he asked if there was really something in this place marked in red, to which his interlocutor answered, "Yes, he needs to defeat the monsters that live there. They say they were raised by the witch Halurim." In the tropical forest there was a creature with glowing eyes. After some time, Vanessa returned to her house, around which lay the skeleton of a dragon. Suddenly, she frowned tensely. The door to her house was slightly open. Without a drop of fear, the woman walked inside. Seeing the guest, she smiled and said that he was becoming more and more talented in surprising people. Not only did he suddenly send a letter, but now he also showed up in person without warning. Chiron was sitting at the table and asking how things were going with his youngest. Vanessa pulled out a chair opposite him and replied that the man had indeed aged, judging by his impatience, after which she replied that he was more than just worthy. Hearing this, the protagonist's father smiled and said that he could see it on her face. Sitting on the chair, the woman poured water into a cup and said that this was exactly why she gave him the card. Hearing this, Chiron frowned and admitted that he did not expect her to even give it to him, But that she asked, did not he foresee all this? Jin's father, placing his hand on the table, thoughtfully said that since she had given the card to the youngest, it seemed that she had given up hope for Luna. The man introduced his daughter, who had always emerged victorious, and said that all the Black Knights, including him and of course her, had once placed great hopes on Luna. If they had paid even a little more attention to her, she might not have given up her right to become the head of the family. As he said this, he imagined Luna passing by her brothers. The girl always had a wide smile on her face, and sweat was pouring down her cheeks. But when Vanessa said that then they could entrust the affairs of the Rankindel family to Luna, and they themselves would focus on their tasks, Chiron frowned. The woman looked intently into the eyes of her interlocutor, adding that so that Jean would not repeat the fate of his sister, she wanted to keep an eye on him. She also drew an image of Joshua in her head and added that it seemed like he was watching him closely and preparing something. Hearing this, Jin's father did not take his eyes off the woman, saying that if he needed guardianship, Joshua would not be interested, and if he could not handle the family's affairs himself, then there was no point in dreaming of fighting enemies. Hearing this, Vanessa lowered the corners of her lips and asked what if Jean acted like Luna. Suddenly, Chiron's eyes lit up, and he, smiling, asked if that was why she gave the map. After some time, the protagonist, holding the map in his hands, flew through the sky and said that it meant there. The black dragon Mirakan rushed forward under him, answering yes. On August 15, 1797, the black dragon reached the Black Sea. A few minutes later, the protagonist saw a column under them, which was marked on the map, to which Mirakan explained that it was not a column. Flying closer, he explained that this was the nest of the flying monsters Kalkia. Seeing the prey, the monsters rushed to attack. Then the black dragon proudly raised his head and asked how they dared. At the same moment, he released an insanely powerful stream of shadow energy from his mouth. The monsters that rushed towards them were ground into dust. Stones and pieces of meat flew in all directions. Seeing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if Mirakan had also recovered a lot of strength. Then the black dragon frowned and replied that compared to his height, he had not recovered that much, but that he replied that for someone who had a broken heart, he was recovering well. Then Mirakan began to land slowly, saying that his strength was returning too slowly anyway, so they needed to find a way to speed up this process. After these words, his paws slowly touched the ground. When he said that he could not fly any further, Jean jumped off his head. Then the black dragon looked into the distance, and explained that this poisonous cloud was caustic enough to dissolve even dragon scales, to which the guy asked if those creatures weren't afraid of it. Mirakan took the form of a man and replied that they had poison flowing instead of blood, so he could assume that everything alive here was poisonous. A bright flower grew on the rock. The guys walked through the cave, and the black dragon said that the protagonist's father was amazing, because he came here to make a map. Even dragons avoid these places. Jean stared at the map, answering that this was indeed true, but he wondered what he was doing in such a dangerous place. Then Mirakan put his hands behind his head and replied that in any case, they had just killed the creatures that Haluram had tamed, so getting involved with this woman was a bad omen. Hearing this, the guy glanced at his interlocutor out of the corner of his eye and asked if he really knew Haluram. Hearing this question, the black dragon frowned and answered, of course, because even 1,000 years ago, she was notorious for attracting all sorts of gods and demons of curses. Hearing this, Jean asked with surprise in his eyes, is it really true in the books that all the historical disasters were caused by Haluram? Then Mirakan drew an image of a powerful witch in his head and said that it was so. She only looks like a human, but in fact she is a half-demon with a lifespan like that of the demons themselves. Her very existence is a curse. When she is awake, even the gods try not to look for followers. Dropping his hands, he continued to say that the demon king Orgel endured the full brunt of her curse for the sake of a relationship. He thought it was amazing, even if they were immune to curses. But it was better to be careful with her, because she could take revenge. While he was talking about this, wild animals came out. They were watching the strangers from the side, and the main character was saying that it was the first time he had heard of his comrade talking about fear of someone's revenge, to which he, clenching his hands into fists, shouted that he did not say that he was afraid. He was simply saying that if they were unlucky with Haluram, then bad luck would haunt them for the rest of their lives, so they had to be careful. The wolves with horns on their foreheads growled, looking at them, while Jean said that he was more worried about something else. He put his hand in his pocket, and with a smile on his face asked why his father and the Black Knights, knowing the location of these monsters, did not kill them, but only marked them on the map, to which the black dragon, leaning towards him, screamed in fear that he did not know this. As soon as he shouted this, the monsters took off. At that very second, the blade of the main character's sword flashed. The wolves with a loud roar and burning eyes attacked the guy. But unexpectedly for them, Jean cut them all down in less than a second. Purple blood splashed in all directions, hitting the stones. At the same moment, it began to split the surface it hit. Seeing this, the black dragon pointed his finger at it, and said that he had already said that they had poison instead of blood, to which he replied that he did not think it was that serious. The dense vines were covered in thorns. Jean took out a map and, looking ahead, said that it seemed that the place marked on the map was ahead, so Murakan should wait for him here, because this test was intended for him, to which he smiled and answered well, after which he asked if he was sure that it was possible to enter there, because there were solid thorns there. The protagonist fearlessly moved forward, answering that everything would be fine and he would return soon. Walking forward, he tried not to run into the thorns. Suddenly, a butterfly flew next to him. It was glowing, emitting pollen. Jean found himself in a place with many flowers and butterflies, and then said to himself that the atmosphere inside was completely different. Suddenly, the massive vines moved. Seeing the ball rolling towards him, the guy asked himself why they were so huge. But before he could finish speaking, he saw a white ball of fur on the vines. Suddenly, ears appeared. At that very second, an animal with glowing eyes appeared. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. In front of him, a huge cat was standing near a ball of vines. The animal looked at the guest with big eyes. Seeing the cat, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if this was the very monster he had to defeat, adding that it looked more like a mythical creature than a monster. The animal did not take its interested gaze off the guy. Jean, having looked closely, smiled and said to himself that he was quite cute, and then greeted him. Suddenly, the cat's pupils dilated. At that very moment, he rushed to run away, jumping on the vines. Seeing this, the guy put his hand on the tangle of vines and asked himself if such a huge thing was afraid of him, if it was really a monster, adding that he needed to keep an eye on it. With these thoughts, he rushed in the same direction where the cat had jumped. Moving further and further, he looked around, asking himself where the animal had gone. Suddenly, shock from what he saw appeared in his eyes. 3 massive tangles of vines were flying in his direction at once. Jean stopped from seeing this. At that very second, several quick swipes whistled through the air. The main character, frowning with displeasure, cut the vines. When suddenly something spinning very quickly rushed towards him. The guy, with wide eyes, looked at this. Gritting his teeth, he took the blow. The huge cat pushed the tangle of vines with his body. After that, he landed neatly on the ground. Then he ran away, leaving the guest alone. Jean sat on the sharp vines, saying to himself that it wasn't very nice to begin with, adding that the cat didn't run away, but simply used the terrain wisely. Raising his head, he added that he couldn't refuse his father and Lady Vanessa's test, adding that he was worried about how he would catch such a cute creature, but it seemed he had worried in vain. A bright flame appeared in his hand, and the guy finished saying that he would make him crawl out himself. With these thoughts, he used a firestorm and waved his hand, directing the flame forward. The fire immediately enveloped everything around. The huge cat frowned with displeasure, looking at this. The massive vines quickly burned. Cracking, they fell to the ground. The protagonist, with fire in his hand, looked around and shouted, ordering the huge cat to come out now, before he burned the entire forest. After these words, a large paw stepped on the burned vine. The cat came out to the guest. Jean immediately took out a burning sword and said that now it was time to fight for real. But unexpectedly for him, the big animal, lowering its ears, looked at him with shining eyes, but the protagonist emotionlessly ordered him not to pretend to be unhappy. At the same second, the expression on the big cat's face changed. Immediately after that, he rose on his hind legs, and the guy, seeing this, asked if he was really serious now. But suddenly the big cat's eyes changed. Jean, looking into them, fell under their influence. He froze in place, seeing hallucinations with his brothers who mocked him. At this time, the huge cat raised its paw. At the same second, it attacked. When suddenly the protagonist, coming to his senses, cut off the enemy's paw. Smiling, he explained that he hated illusions, adding that such primitive mental spells did not work on him. But the severed paw of the huge cat was immediately restored. Seeing this, Jean narrowed his eyes and said to himself that he had amazing regeneration, adding that he had heard that among the higher monsters there are species with the ability to regenerate. Then he raised his sword high and added that he would not give him such an opportunity, so he would finish him off with one blow. Immediately after these words, the fur of the huge cat stood on end. Raising his head, he saw powerful lightning bolts flying at him from the sky. Then the beast raised his paw, on which claws appeared. Meowing loudly, he furiously repelled the attack. But one of the lightning bolts struck him in the back. A powerful electric shock spread throughout the entire body of the huge beast. At this time, the protagonist stood in a stance, and the blade of his sword was enveloped in shadow energy. With a powerful swing, he cut through space, using the shadow sword, the first form, soul slashing. After that, Jean, frowning with displeasure, told him to sleep peacefully. But suddenly the huge cat, cut into 2 parts, began to recover. The guy's eyes were shocked by what he saw, and he said to himself that this couldn't be, adding that no matter how strong the regeneration was, a cut body cannot grow back together. And when the main character saw that his opponent had fully recovered, he asked himself why his father had entrusted him with the murder of something unkillable. The huge cat with glowing eyes looked at Jean with displeasure. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the main character said to himself that as far as he knew, even the king of the Black Sea was not capable of such regeneration. Then he drew an image of a dragon in his head and said that even the dragons of Ulta, such as Quicantle, had a limit to their ability to regenerate through time reversal, but perhaps this was not a power or ability at all. Purple smoke rose to the ceiling. Suddenly the boy put his sword back in its sheath and said that it was not regeneration. Imagining thorny vines, he added that it was a curse. As soon as the huge cat heard this, he began to shake and raised his hand to his muzzle, and Jean continued to say that his mistress, the witch Halurim, had cast a curse of immortality on him. The boy frowned angrily and asked if that was really why he could not die. The huge beast tucked his paws and lay down on the ground. Seeing this, the main character calmed down and said to himself that it seemed like he had been abandoned here for a long time, and he no longer even had a military battle. Looking around, he said that this forest had completely burned out, after which he asked where he would go now. With tears in his eyes, the huge cat sadly lowered his ears. Seeing this reaction, Jean pitifully knitted his brows and apologized to him, explaining that he had come here to pass the test set by his father, and the children of Rankindel could not refuse the orders of the head of the family. But unexpectedly, as soon as the cat heard these words, his ears suddenly perked up. The beast itself rose behind them and meowed. It seemed to be smiling, continuing to talk to the protagonist. Hearing this, Jean smiled confusedly and apologized for not understanding cat language. Then the huge cat turned around and seemed to ask the guest to follow him, and Jean understood this. After some time, they came to a small gorge, and the guy asked in surprise if this was really his house, which made the cat's fur stand on end, and he meowed loudly. Seeing a bottle of alcohol in the distance, the protagonist lowered the corners of his lips. The bottle gave off a warm glow, because it was a royal liquor, which meant that it was the reward that his father had prepared for this test. Without thinking twice, the boy uncorked the bottle. Next to him lay a cat with an interest in its eyes, and Jean, seeing this, asked if he really cared what it was, explaining that it was a liquor created by the descendants of fairies, and they say that if you drink it, the story that the owner wants to tell you spreads in your head like a song. After these words, he poured some liquor into his mouth, saying to himself that there must be a message for him inside. At that very moment, he saw a huge lion. There he also saw a girl with long white hair, who said that her fate was already predetermined, and now she was just waiting for Luna Rankindel, the daughter of Shiren Rankindel, to come. Having said this, she put her hands to the cat's large nose. Clear water flowed from the jug, and the girl continued to say that they would meet then, after which the protagonist said to himself that now he understood, it was originally for Luna's sister. He sat with his eyes closed, adding that this cat was left with the duty of guarding the liquor. While he was thinking about this, a huge cat looked at him and meowed questioningly. Hearing this, the guy opened his eyes and, holding out a bottle of liquor, asked if he wanted to try it too. The beast licked the neck of the bottle. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled, and everything around him changed. He was sitting in a meadow strewn with flowers, looking at the bright sky, hearing the voice of the mistress, who said that he should follow the member of Rankindel who found him. Some time passed, particles of glowing dust rose into the air. Murakin in the form of a cat was sleeping on a branch. When suddenly he was called, which caused him to wake up. The black dragon saw the main dragon, next to whom a huge cat was walking, and said that now he understood why they were taking so long. Jumping to the ground, he asked if this monster was Shuri. Hearing this, Jean smiled and asked how he knew Shuri. Then Murakin answered that everyone knew she was famous in her time, when suddenly Shuri extended her paw towards him. Grabbing it, she pressed the black dragon to herself, while he said that this was not a monster, but a mythical creature, a red jade cat. The demon king Orgo gave it to Halurim, who could not ride horses. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "A red jade cat?" When Murakin heard this, he frowned in displeasure and asked if he had not seen this jade yet, adding that he thought that since she was so calmly following him, she recognized her as the new owner. "Jade?" the guy asked in surprise, looking at the cat. Then Shuri looked up at the ceiling in confusion. Then she let go of the black dragon. A few seconds later, the cat spat out a small red sphere. Picking it up, the protagonist asked if it was red jade, to which Murakin replied yes, and if he puts mana into it, he will become its new master. Without thinking twice, the protagonist put his power into the resulting stone. Immediately after that, Shuri was enveloped in powerful magical energy. A second later, she was sucked into the red jade. After that, the black dragon approached the master and explained that now that he had the jade, he would be able to summon Shuri at any time, after which he asked him to pour in mana again. Jean did as his comrade asked, and a huge cat appeared in front of him. But seeing her, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that it seemed to him, where she became a little smaller. The beast decreased in size by about half. Looking at her, the black dragon explained that the red jade cat changes size depending on the owner, and it is the size of a house only without an owner, and after the contract is concluded, it usually decreases, and now he is its owner. Hearing this, the guy hugged the cat and said that she, small, became even cuter, and now she will go with them, after which he added that she is now Shuri Rankindel. Hearing this, the cat stood on her hind legs and meowed happily. At this time, yellow clouds were floating in the sky. Powerful lightning bolts burst out of them. All this was happening on the Blue Bird Archipelago, the 32nd island. On the ground, an obelisk rose several meters high. His hands were chained to chains. Black smoke emanated from Julian, who was unconscious. He hung in the air, chained to 2 obelisks. Suddenly, a bright lightning bolt struck him from the sky, from which the guy screamed with all his might. Joshua, holding his hands in his pockets, smiled, looking at this. Morning came, clouds floated across the bright sky, and the protagonist was asked what he found in the Black Sea. Jean put his hand in his inner pocket, and answered that he wanted to show everyone something. From there he took out a red jade, into which he immediately put mana. The girls recoiled in shock at what they saw, and the black dragon smiled contentedly. Quickcantle, seeing this, raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if this was Shuri, the cat of red jade, the pet of Hilurum. The big cat appeared in front of the guys. The girls, knitting their eyebrows in affection, shouted that she was very cute. While they were hugging her, the protagonist turned to Quickcantle and said that at first he thought it was a monster, but Murakan said that it was a mythical creature. The girl folded her arms across her chest and looked at the boy and said that about 2,000 years ago it was a famous mythical creature. Even then they were rare, but they could be found if you had connections with demons, and Murakan also had a red jade cat. Hearing this, Jean turned to the black dragon and asked if he really had a red jade cat, adding that now he understood why he knew so much about contracts, after which he asked why he hadn't told him before, to which he, frowning in displeasure, replied, why talk about someone who had already lived his life and left on the Rainbow Bridge. When he said this, Quickcantle chuckled and said that it must have been hard to say, because he loved him so much, and even now, when Murakan turns into a cat, he takes the form of his pet. Hearing this, the boy said in surprise that he didn't even know that Murakan was quite sentimental, and the dragon raised his head and wiped away his tears. Suddenly, the silver dragon narrowed her eyes and said that in any case, she thought that the red jade cats had died out after the decline of the demons, but Shuri was cursed with immortality. She watched as the big cat was petted by the girls and added that even if she wanted to die, she couldn't, which is why she survived. Raising her hand to her chin, Quickcantle continued to say that it was the witch who cast such a cruel curse, and perhaps one of the great disasters caused by Hilurum was needed in order to cast the curse of immortality on Shuri. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at his interlocutor and asked what she meant. Then the girl looked back at him with hatred in her eyes and answered that for the curse of immortality, at least 1 million people must be used as a catalyst. Shock and horror appeared in Jin's eyes after hearing this. The black dragon looked at the master at this time and added that, besides, since the curse was still in effect, it meant that Hilurum was alive somewhere. The girls continued to hug Shuri, while the protagonist asked why the witch, if she was alive, left Shuri in the Black Sea and even broke the contract. Hearing this, the huge cat lowered her ears in sadness. Jean stroked Shuri and said that in her hideout there was royal liquor left by her father, and he did not know why. But when her father found the abandoned Shuri, it seemed he prepared it for his sister Luna. Then Murakan smiled widely and said that in the end he passed the test and brought Shuri, and then asked if this did not mean that he recognized him as the heir. The guy continued to scratch the big cat, answering that he was not sure about this, because his father loved his sister Luna so much that he completely lost interest in her when she refused the throne. He looked at the ground with burning eyes, adding that this could happen to him at any moment. Having said this, the protagonist descended into a memory in which the doors were slammed in front of him, saying that from this moment on he was expelled from the family. But they were sure that he would not die, since he worked so hard. Jean, with his mouth open, looked at the doors closed in front of him. His hands, clenched into fists, were shaking with excitement. Then suddenly he was called out, from which the protagonist, with his eyes wide open, came to his senses. Jilly approached the big cat and petted it, saying that perhaps she was being too bold in trying to understand the head of the family's intentions, but it seemed that he did not dislike Mrs. Luna's gentle nature. Hearing this, Jean looked at the girl in surprise. Jilly put her hand on the cat's soft fur and added that it meant that she was cursed with immortality. Smiling warmly, the girl continued to say that according to the test plan, Mrs. Luna was supposed to pass, and she would do anything to fulfill it. Shuri smiled happily, and Jilly said that perhaps the head of the family believed that the next head should be someone who could warmly care for this immortal creature like the young master does. When the protagonist heard this, he remembered hugging Shuri. He also remembered the vision in his head and quietly replied yes. Leaving the memories, Jean put his hand on the big cat and added that she might be right. After saying this, they both continued to pet Shuri. After some time, Kashmir said that the compass had been showing strange activity lately, so he brought it to show it, to which the protagonist, sitting opposite, asked what was wrong. The man then pointed to the red dot with his finger, and explained that a contractor had recently been spotted regularly visiting the Blue Bird archipelago in the Huifester allied forces, adding that the Seven Colors squad had therefore thoroughly surveyed the archipelago, and had determined the exact location of this contractor. When Jean asked where exactly this place was, Kashmir pointed to the map and said that it was here, on the 32nd island. According to their information, this island belonged to the family of one of the Guardian Knights of Rankindel. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised, but did not give a sign. Kashmir frowned and looked at his interlocutor and said that presumably this Guardian Knight was Joshua. In fact, the island could be considered Joshua's property. Having received this information, the protagonist looked up at the compass and asked if Joshua was hiding a contractor on an uninhabited island. He stared at the red dot, adding that they needed to check this place. The waves were raging furiously. The wind was twisting into a tornado. The ship was sailing through the raging waves, trying to avoid being struck by lightning. On board, the Black Dragon was shouting, asking where such terrible weather came from, and Kashmir, standing nearby, answered that it was always like this in the waters of the Bluebird archipelago, adding that here constant storms make the sea dangerous, lightning often causes fires, so this is not the most suitable place to live. The protagonist looked at the splashes of water flying in all directions and said that Joshua must have a good reason to hide the contractor here. Exhaling heavily, he put his hand on the back of the Black Dragon and asked if he was okay, and how could a dragon get seasick in the first place. Wiping his mouth, Murakan angrily asked how he knew. It could be a side effect of his power returning, and then decided to find out what the guy would do when he met the contractor. Jean looked at his interlocutor out of the corner of his eye, answering that it all depended on how they behaved. While they were talking, Kashmir pointed to an island in the distance and said that they had arrived. It was the 32nd island of the Blue Bird archipelago, adding that the sea was too rough and dark, so they couldn't get any closer. Hearing this, the Black Dragon, drenched in cold sweat, with the last of his strength told the protagonist to get the fluffy one, because she would be able to get there. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if Shuri could really swim. Then Murakan wiped his chin and answered yes, such waves were no problem for her. Without thinking twice, Jean summoned a big cat and asked if she could take them to that island. Shuri leaned over and meowed happily, and the Black Dragon had already climbed onto her back. Having received such an answer, the protagonist grabbed the big cat's fur. Immediately after that, Shuri jumped into the water. There was a big splash. The big cat, smiling widely, began to paddle quickly with its paws. Jean, trying to hold on, said that she had incredible speed even in the sea, and Murakan, being behind, said that he had already told him about it, after which he shouted for him to hold on tighter. Immediately after these words, Shuri accelerated. Drops of water splashed in all directions. A few minutes later, Shuri got out on the shore, and the protagonist got off her and said that it meant that the contractor was on this island. After these words, he put mana into the red jade and said that it was time for Shuri to return so as not to get into a fight. When the big cat disappeared, the Black Dragon noticed that one of the guy's balls was shaking. Then Jean grabbed the hilt of the sword and asked why. Having taken out the weapon, he saw that runes appeared on the brightly hot blade of the sword. Seeing this, Murakan raised his hand to his chin in surprise and said that he seemed to have seen them somewhere before, adding that Sigmund was resonating with something and moving on his own. The blade of the sword turned into the depths of the island. But suddenly, an insanely bright lightning struck the mountain in the distance. Seeing this, the protagonist frowned with displeasure and said that there was definitely something there. The guys moved towards the mountain. Jean, pushing aside the leaves on the way, raised his eyebrows in surprise at what he saw. The Black Dragon stopped and, tensely knitting his eyebrows, asked what the hell. This is the grave of a god. And when the protagonist asked, the grave of a god, he said that this is the grave of the thunder god Gram. Not far in front of them was a temple, next to which obelisks rose into the sky. Jean looked at this emotionlessly and said to himself that Gram, the god of thunder. When suddenly the sword surfaced in his memories and how he asked Ban why Sigmund was called the Thunder Sword, to which she said that the thing is that it contains the energy of the thunder god Gram, but Sigmund did not receive it from him. Deity too looked at the interlocutor out of the corner of her eye and explained that it was this sword that killed Gram and sealed his powers inside itself. Leaving the memories, Jean, holding the sword in his hand, said to himself that he did not think that he would see the greatness of Myungwan here, and the Black Dragon, holding his hand to his forehead, said that he knew that he died, but the fact that his grave was here is surprising. The protagonist suddenly frowned and asked himself why Joshua was hiding a contractor here. But while the guys were standing in place, someone pulled a bow of lightning. A bright glow appeared behind them. Suddenly, a lightning bolt flew towards them. On the other side, unknown people attacked them with wind magic. Murakan looked away with glowing eyes. Jin's eyes also lit up, and the boy looked away. At the same second, the protagonist repelled the lightning bolt with a blow of his sword, and the Black Dragon repelled the wind attack with a blow of his hand. After that, they saw two black silhouettes walking towards them, and Jean said to himself that they were attacked by a lightning bolt, and a sword covered in poison and wind magic. A man with a sword in his hand emerged from the rising dust and asked who would have thought that they would meet here, because he couldn't even imagine how long they hadn't waited for this moment. The protagonist glanced at the attackers out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that this was generally expected. These were Timon Marius's chained dogs. Varys and Kyujin, with eyes full of madness, burned with a look at the protagonist, who realized that Joshua took them to himself after her death. The guy's foot landed on the ground, from which lightning was immediately released, after which Jean realized that this was the same contractor, since he uses lightning, then so it is, the brother of the thunder god, the contractor of the storm god Fetal. Julian held a bow made of lightning in his hand, when suddenly Varys waved her hand and shouted loudly, ordering the guy to first attack the man, and then the dragon protector. At the same second, Julian jumped up. Pulling the bowstring, he aimed at the black dragon, which made the girl scream in displeasure. Asking where he was aiming, she told him to first take on the Solderet contractor. Murakin's eyes suddenly lit up and he bared his teeth and said that everyone was only deciding to attack him because he wasn't at his best. At the same moment, he slammed his fists together and shouted for the protagonist to take care of those two, and for him to teach that bastard a lesson. As soon as he said this, Julian released a lightning arrow. Leaving behind the energy of the shadow, the black dragon easily dodged the arrow and screamed, asking how the contractor dared to attack the dragon protector. Swinging, he added that he would teach him manners. Grabbing the guy by the head, Murakin slammed him into the ground. The lightning disappeared at the same moment, and Julian was left lying on the ground with his mouth open. Getting up, the black dragon said that he tried to attack him, although he was nothing special. But suddenly, lightning began to shoot out of the guy's body again. At this time, Kyujin, swinging his arm, rushed to attack the protagonist. Jean easily blocked the blow, saying that Joshua must have told them to kill Timon, and they, guys, took his word for it. Hearing this, the guy with eyes filled with rage shouted at him to shut up. The protagonist frowned in displeasure and said that this was complete nonsense. The people who did this were assassins posing as Rankindel executioner knights, and his poison was on their blades. After saying this, he threw the enemy away from himself, saying that Joshua was his older brother. Hearing this, Kyujin's eyes showed shock and he said that this could not be, then asked if he was Jean. When the protagonist answered that he was, Varys appeared above his head. She launched a powerful attack, ordering the guy to shut up, but he dodged, saying that Joshua deceived them. The girl swung her sword furiously, shouting that this was all nonsense, adding that Kyujin should not listen to him, because it was all a lie. He was making it up as he went along only because he did not want to die. Then the protagonist hit her hard in the chest and said that Joshua had ordered Timon to cast a curse on him, and, afraid that they would find out, killed her so that she would not blab. The blow caused Varys to drool, and Jean continued to say that he also knew that he was a magical swordsman and a contractor of Solderet, and if he had nothing to hide, he would have told them about him. Varys flew back and slid along the ground. Veins appeared on Kyujin's face in rage and he screamed that this could not be true, to which he calmly replied that if they still did not believe his words, he would not bother explaining anything else. While the girl held her wound, the guy continued to say that they just wanted to believe that he killed her, since they could not protect their own mother, and then asked if it was because they were not confident in their ability to defeat Joshua, the real culprit. As soon as Varys heard this, she clenched her teeth in rage. She suddenly jumped to her feet and, showing her strength, screamed at him to shut up. Her entire body was enveloped in a strong aura. Suddenly, a strong lightning struck the girl. Seeing this, Kyujin screamed his sister's name in horror. At this time, the protagonist turned around and asked if this was Fetal's lightning, weren't they on the same side? The black dragon standing nearby smiled widely and said that they had problems here, because after he beat the guy up a bit, he turned into the incarnation of Fetal. Julian, enveloped in powerful magical energy, flew above the ground. At the same second, he rose into the sky, and Jean stood up, asked what he meant, to which Murakin replied that he had seen something like this before. Then he reminded the boy about the god who descended into the body of the saint and destroyed Kozek, and Fetal pulled the same trick. Hearing this, the protagonist's eyebrows were drawn together tensely. From the sky, swallowed by clouds, a bright column of light was shooting at Julian. Suddenly, the protagonist's hair stood on end, and he heard the voice of the thunder god Graham, who was asking his brother, whom he wanted to kill, how dare he descend from the sky at his grave. At that moment, Jean noticed how the sword in his hand was shaking, and said to himself that he did not know what happened between these two gods, but his sword was angry, and at this rate, everyone here would be in great danger. At that moment, the boy turned around and shouted loudly for Kyujin to choose whether he wanted to die here in vain or want to escape, because if he really wanted revenge, he must first survive. Kyujin was holding his sister in his arms at this time. Under his mask, he was grinding his teeth in anger. After a short pause, he rushed to run with his sister. As soon as he disappeared, the protagonist's sword was enveloped in an insanely strong magical energy. Suddenly, a bright lightning was released from the blade of the sword, And the black dragon, seeing this, screamed, asking what he was doing. Did he really decide to go crazy too? Jean looked at his sword angrily, answering that this was not so. It was Graham's hatred for Fetal, after which he asked if there was any way to stop him, because he would do everything that Mirakan said. Then the black dragon looked at the guy flying in the sky and said that they could do something, because this was not a complete descent from heaven, but he would need to accumulate shadow energy, after which he asked if Jean could fight him until that moment. Without thinking twice, the protagonist got into a fighting stance and replied that he would try. The black dragon spread its arms and legs and began to gather shadow energy, shouting at the boy to get ready, because the gate between dimensions would soon open. A huge lightning bolt from the sky struck Julian's body. The boy completely changed his appearance, losing his humanity. A bow of lightning appeared in the god's hand, and he said that he could feel its worthless energy. Then he pointed his finger forward and said that it was him. With glowing eyes, the deity looked towards the protagonist. Jean pursed his lips and said to himself that even if it was incomplete, it was still the descent of a god from heaven, and just one look takes your breath away. But compared to his father or the god of battles, it was nothing. As he said this, the boy imagined Chiron and Ban, who emitted an insanely strong aura. The stones lying on the ground began to shake, and the protagonist said to himself that he would definitely deal with him. At this time, Fetal pulled the bowstring and asked how dare he. At that very moment, he released a powerful arrow. It created a powerful explosion during the collision. Jean managed to jump back at the last moment. The deity was aiming at him, creating many magical seals. When he released the arrow, one arrow each flew out of them. They rained down on the protagonist. Jean, not letting go of the sword, dodged. But suddenly, he saw one arrow right in front of his face. It pierced his shoulder, causing the guy to cry out in pain. Immediately after that, an insanely powerful energy explosion was heard. Fetal, looking at this, narrowed his eyes and said that he was just an insignificant insect, adding that he did not know how he got this sword, but pretended that he became one of the Myeongwon. As he said this, pieces of earth flew in all directions, and the deity finished speaking, only because he gained the power of this worthless guy. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the protagonist standing in the dust. Shock appeared in his eyes and he screamed, asking if it was Myeongwon. Jean had a brightly glowing stone in his chest. The boy then pulled out his sword towards his opponent, and said that he received this sword from the one who killed his brother with his own hands, and then asked if her name would be familiar to him, the god of battle Won. As soon as Fetal heard this name, he remembered a powerful being, and horror appeared in his eyes, and he screamed that this could not be. At this time, the protagonist jumped up. Tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, he said that he should know this power too. Having risen to the level of a deity, the boy screamed, saying that it was time to stop hanging in the air. He made a powerful swing, adding that it was time for him to descend from the sky. Fetal took all of Jin's power on herself. A huge yellow lightning struck the island, and the ship sailed away. On it was Kyujin, who was looking at the island with horror in his eyes, saying to himself that he was a monster, and then wondering if this was the man they met in Delki. Then he suddenly remembered how the protagonist, holding his sword, said that Joshua was his older brother, and he ordered Taemun to put a curse on him, and afraid that this would be found out, he killed her so that she would not blab. Leaving the memories, the guy continued to look at the yellow lightning, saying to himself that if these words were true, then what should he and Varys do? At this time, the protagonist continued to attack his opponent, screaming for him to die. There was shock in his eyes, and he said to himself that the power was exploding, it could not be contained, adding that maybe he could win without Mirakan's help. But suddenly, Fetal created a tornado, protecting him. With horror in his eyes, the deity screamed in pain. His aura became several times stronger, and he shouted, asking how a bastard like him dared to look down on him. Was he really so excited because a couple of attacks worked? Immediately after these words, a powerful energy explosion was heard. Fetal immediately pulled back the bowstring and shouted that the guy was just an insect, and he would make him pay for his arrogance. But before he could release the arrow, shock appeared in his eyes. Not far away, the powerful bird Tess appeared in front of him. Upon seeing her, the deity asked her in shock what she was doing there, to which she, flapping her wings, said that he was an ordinary timid god who had to disappear. After these words, Tess released an insanely strong stream of energy from her mouth. It immediately absorbed Fetal. Screaming in pain, the deity began to disappear. While Fetal was burning in Tess's flames, the protagonist landed not far behind him. Cracks appeared on the deity's face. Jean, without turning around, said to herself that Tess's real body, which was in the world of flames, could expel the god from this world with a light flap of her wings. The powerful bird flapped its wings, and the protagonist added that even a god has no choice but to tremble in fear. After that, he turned around and added that it was all over, because he had descended in the form of his incarnation, and his vessel was a simple human body. Suddenly, he heard Fetal's voice, who said that he recognized him, which caused shock to appear in Jin's eyes. The deity, continuing to burn in Tess's flame, added that the guy was an extremely impressive insect, but he was a god. As soon as he said this, the flames that consumed him disappeared. His wounds began to regenerate, and Fido continued to say that even if his entire body was torn to pieces, he would not die. But a mere mortal like Jean, of course, did not know about this. Seeing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth and said to himself that he did not expect this, because no one could have thought that someone else like Shuri would appear. Then the deity waved his hand and, creating a huge magic seal above himself, asked the boy what was wrong with him. Was he disappointed? Adding that he should continue to attack the god of immortality. After these words, a huge arrow appeared in the sky. The clouds parted, and Jean saw a huge bow of lightning. Suddenly, the darkness parted in all directions, and the black dragon told him to stop talking about immortality. The darkness devoured everything in its path. Fido found himself in a shadow cage, and Mirakan asked if he was really talking about immortality right in front of his brother's grave, where he was killed and buried. After these words, a huge shadow appeared above the deity. Mirakan turned into the form of a black dragon and said loudly that now he would play with him. He raised a huge paw with burning eyes and added that he was just a pathetic incarnation of Fido. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock and he said to himself that this is what Mirakan's release of shadow energy looks like. Having said this, Jean remembered how when he was 8 years old, he held magical energy in his hand, and the black dragon said that now he would show him what the release of shadow energy was. A shadow began to spread from Mirakan across the floor, and he said that shadow energy originated from its own shadow. The shadow that was cast from everything that was began to stretch towards him. The dragon continued to say that all the shadows in this world were the creation of Saderet. The shadows stretched towards Mirakan, even from the outermost parts of the hall. There was also a shadow coming from the legs of the table. They all belonged to him, and at the same time, Jean was his only contractor. The protagonist looked in shock at the shadows that slowly flowed towards the black dragon, when suddenly they abruptly rushed towards her. The shadow from the chandelier also moved towards Mirakan. The shadows quickly descended from the walls. Merging together, they created a huge puddle, and the man continued to say that in other words, he will be able to control all the shadows. His eyes lit up from the energy he received. And when everything calmed down, he said with a smile on his face that this was the release of shadow energy. Leaving the memories, the protagonist said to himself that he never imagined that this was only half of his original strength, and how strong Mirakan was at his peak, and the black dragon at that time loomed over the deity, saying that he would play with him. He raised his huge paw with glowing eyes and added that he was just a pathetic incarnation of Fido. Hearing this, the deity extended his hand towards him and screamed, asking how dare he, adding that he was just a lower creation of Saderet. But nothing followed these words, and Fido continued to stand with his hand outstretched. Surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he asked himself what was going on. He tried to attack the black dragon, asking himself why it did not work, because this should not happen. While he was shouting this, Mirakan slashed with a huge paw right in front of him. Smiling madly, he said that gods should not worry when they cannot use their own powers, because it would only disgrace themselves. Raising his paw, the black dragon asked if it was true that he said that he would not die even if his body was cut into pieces, adding that it seemed that he had not encountered shadows before, and in this case, he would show him what it was like to be attacked by shadows. Hearing this, horror appeared in the god's eyes, and he screamed for the black dragon to go away from him and not come closer. But before he could finish speaking, 2 quick blows passed through him. Fido's arms and legs were cut off from his main body. But suddenly they began to grow together again, and the god said that he could simply regenerate. As soon as the god said this, he immediately saw another cutting blow. His body was cut into 2 parts. At the same second, the black dragon cut off his leg. A hand followed, causing Fido to scream in horror for him to stop. Mirakan did not listen to the deity, continuing to cut him. His hands immediately grew back together. His legs quickly recovered. Fido continued to scream, begging the black dragon to stop. The shadows attacked him from all sides. They cut him and destroyed his body over and over again. After some time, Mirakan said that he really was like a cockroach. He really did not die. The deity's hand rested on the ground, which was completely covered in scars, and the black dragon continued to ask how he felt from the shadows, adding that he was scared, because he could not understand what was attacking him. Fido tried to crawl away from his opponent, begging him not to do this, adding that even if he descended from the heavens and turned into an incarnation, he was still a god, to which he replied, yes, he understands that he is a god, and it turns out that he is immortal for them. Then the deity clenched his fist tightly and shouted that he swears by the storm that if he lets him retreat. Before he could finish speaking, the black dragon loomed over him and mockingly asked where his former zeal had gone. Had it really gone to begging for mercy from another god's inferior creation, since he had already told him to stop disgracing himself? After these words, horror appeared in Fido's eyes, and he screamed, no. After that, a series of fast and terrifying shadow strikes followed. A cloud of energy burned in the distance, and the protagonist asked if he had killed him, to which he replied that he would not die. The deity was cut into small pieces that were not even visible, and the black dragon continued to say that, however, the descent would stop after the eternal cycle of pain ended. Fidel's hands slowly recovered. After a few seconds, the body came together again, and the deity screamed loudly in pain. The restored body slowly began to take on human features, and Mirakan said that Fidel's consciousness would leave the body, and he would become an ordinary contractor again. After these words, a bright divine light left Julian's body. Immediately after that, the clouds began to disperse. The energy of the shadows also began to disappear. Less than a minute later, it completely disappeared, and the sky cleared. Julian was sitting on the ground. Mirakan returned to human form and said that he had not used his powers like this for a long time. After warming up, he added that Julian was no longer an incarnation, and he would remain like this for another week. The protagonist brought his hand to the guy's face and said that he was still breathing. While he was saying that, all that was left was to see what happened to Kyujin and Varys. The black dragon lost its balance and fell. Hearing the dull sound of a fall, Jean turned around abruptly and called out to his comrade. Then Mirakan gave a thumbs up and said that everything was fine, he just used a little more energy than his body could withstand. Hearing this, the protagonist put his hand on his hip and grinned, saying just a little more, adding that based on how he looked, he didn't look okay. Hearing this, the black dragon frowned angrily and shouted that he was okay, he just needed to rest here for a while, and then asked to wake up the furball. When Jean called Shuri, she grabbed Mirakan and started licking him, to which he shouted to take her back, because he wouldn't be able to rest like that. The protagonist said that he would return after he found Kyujin and Varys, and at that time the huge cat climbed onto the black dragon, licking him, and he in turn stretched his hand towards his comrade, begging him to take her with him. The rays of the sun were hidden by the bushes. Jean walked through the tall grass. Reaching the edge of the island, he wondered if it was true that they left the island. Suddenly, something to the side caught his attention. It was a boat that the protagonist looked at and said to himself that it was too small for two. But suddenly he heard Shuri's furious hiss, which made him turn around abruptly. At that moment, a huge cat was hissing at the stranger. Joshua raised his hand to his chin and said that behind her was Julian and the dragon, the protector of his younger brother, and then asked if the brat was here too. Looking down at the enraged Shuri, he added that he was not used to killing lower familiars, and then asked where her master was. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared in front of the huge cat. He frowned angrily, looking at his brother, and asked what had brought him so far. Joshua looked at the guy emotionlessly, answering that he wanted to ask him how he ended up here, being a reserve captain. Julian was sitting on the ground with his head down. Jean kept his eyes on his brother, and wondered if he had really come here on that boat, adding that judging by its size, it looked like he had come alone. Joshua kept one hand in his pocket and said with a wicked smile on his face that it was nice to meet him again anyway, as he had a lot to discuss with him. When the protagonist said that there was no point in pretending, as they knew each other well, he raised his head slightly and asked what he was talking about. Then Jean, with hatred and contempt in his eyes, said that he knew his secret, and he knew everything he had done. Hearing this, Joshua smiled wider and said that he was quite angry, adding that it wasn't that he didn't understand it, but he thought it was inappropriate, as he had received the message he had left in the hall of the Keyed Art Research Complex. Hearing this, the protagonist remembered how he had left a note on the wall telling him not to expect an easy death. Joshua closed his eyes and said that this message impressed him, because this incident thundered all over the news, but no one realized that Jean Grey was him. Suddenly, the main character grabbed the hilt of his sword and said that he should have killed him that day, the day he cursed him. Powerful shadow energy spread in all directions. The guy pulled the sword towards his brother and said that if he had killed him, he would not have to go through this now. After hearing this, Joshua showed his powerful aura with glowing eyes. So this is what shadow energy is, after which Joshua smiled, saying that this power was originally supposed to be his. Frowning with anger, the main character asked him not to talk nonsense. Gritting his teeth, he told his brother to try to take it away from him. The energy suddenly burst out in a strong stream. Jean rushed forward and shouted, asking why the boy didn't bring his knights like when he fought Sister Luna. He raised his sword and shouted loudly that it wasn't his brother's style to fight alone. Joshua grabbed the sword tightly, saying that the protagonist was wrong to think he could fight him. Raising the weapon up, the boy added, asking only because he was under Soderet's protection. Jin's pupils shrank when he thought that this wasn't his brother's favorite sword, not the one he wore every day. A loud whistle was heard in the air. Joshua rushed forward with a wild look. A loud thud was heard next to the protagonist. After the dust cleared, he saw his brother in front of him. Jean blocked the strike, while Joshua smiled, saying that the younger brother clearly thought the enemy was weak. His eyes widened, adding because he used tricks or there were people around him. Raising his sword high above his head, the older brother said, or because he can't become an exceptional fighter like their older sister. Jumping up, the boy said that it was all nonsense, because if he wanted, he could become as strong as her at any time. Jean gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that the captain was so strong. Joshua raised his sword up, asking if the younger one knew what was hiding in the world. Lowering the weapon with all his might, he added, asking which he had yet to see. Blood spurted out of the protagonist's mouth. The older brother jumped up, asking the younger one why the Rankendel family couldn't surpass Zipple. Slapping Jean across the face with all his might, he asked, despite the fact that his father was still alive. Approaching the protagonist, Joshua asked why his father didn't get rid of him, despite the fact that he was disappointed in him. Turning his gaze to the side, he added, because even though his father didn't like him. Jean knitted his brows and thought that he couldn't dodge it, so he would have to take the hit. A strong stream of energy gathered behind Joshua, and he suddenly said, "Father knows that the person who knows the most about the enemies in the Sword Garden is him." The protagonist stretched his hand back, releasing a stream of mana. Both brothers stretched their swords forward, colliding their energies. A strong whirlwind suddenly began to rise in the air. After a while, the dust from the sand began to settle. Looking ahead from under his brows, Jean thought that he didn't look down on Joshua, because he only thought that he was weak for the position of the leader. Watching his brother smiling, the protagonist thought that if it weren't for Sister Luna, he wouldn't be able to brag like that now. Grinning, Joshua asked if this was really the ability of the Shadow Sword. A large animal was lying to the side of the protagonist. The guy stroked Shuri and asked him to protect Murakana. Joshua closed his eyes and sarcastically said that he was going to cry. Putting his hand in his pocket, the boy asked if Jean really thought that he would use an unarmed black dragon as a hostage while he fought the protagonist. Turning to his older brother, the boy replied that knowing him, it was quite possible. Joshua chuckled and said that now I understand the reason why he was so confident. Without turning away, he said that the protagonist was confident that his brother could not kill him, because if he did, he would not be able to steal the contract. Lowering his head, Jean thought, as expected, the older brother knew how to pass on contracts, just like the Zipple family or the Kinzello. Joshua proudly raised his head up, praising the boy for thinking ahead. However, it did not change anything. Jean would not be able to hold a sword from today on, because it was a punishment worse than death in the Rankendel family. Looking down, the protagonist said that he was sure that his brother would not be able to kill him. The protagonist raised his sword up, thinking that this did not mean that he would let him live. Dark energy completely enveloped the weapon. A dark ball appeared from above, and the guy thought because the enemy's allies were already on their way. Joshua frowned slightly. He raised his sword high, shouting, "No way." The guy released a strong energy forward. It quickly headed towards Jin's mana. The dark energy began to quickly absorb the mana flying towards it. The older brother's eyes widened, thinking with horror that the aura had been absorbed. Confidently holding the weapon, the protagonist activated a special form of shadow sword, after which the summoning of black light was used. Golden seals appeared in the air, shining brightly. A bright beam began to quickly burst out. A large dark silhouette appeared in the vortex. Joshua's pupil greatly decreased, thinking that the shadow sword could really summon. The silhouette continued to stand in the middle of the aura. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he couldn't know in advance who he was summoning, because he would have been in big trouble if it wasn't the King of Battles, but he was afraid in vain. The sword suddenly stuck into the ground, when suddenly a voice was heard from behind that he and Jean hadn't seen each other for a long time. Turning his head back, the protagonist apologized for summoning him so suddenly. Garmin smiled, answering that there was no need to apologize to his brother. Putting his hand on his hip, the king asked with a smile what he could help him with. Frowning, the guy ordered to kill the opponent, the man standing in front of him. Joshua clenched his hand into a fist. Garmin's face showed a sly smile. Throwing his weapon over his shoulder, he said that he came here at the request of his brother, and his job is to kill the opponent. Releasing a strong aura, he said that if the opponent wants to say something, then now is the time. Shrouded in powerful mana, Joshua said that the spirit of the flame that fell 5,000 years ago was a cheap trick, but asked to raise his sword, because he would kill the enemy and punish his brother. Smiling widely, Garmin said that the one who is not a warrior decided to pretend to be one. Swinging, Joshua shouted that the king decided to pretend to be a brother to the little one, although he is not related to him by blood. The pupils of the older brother narrowed greatly. Swinging, Garmin said that he will consider that the opponent does not have the last word. Approaching, he asked the guy to fall into despair, while Joshua clenched his teeth in anger. Pronounced veins appeared on the king's head. Swinging, everything around was enveloped in a strong aura. A strong blow of mana burst upward. Putting all his efforts, Joshua tried to block the blow, bleeding. Garmin laughed and said that he was already thinking about what to do if the enemy died after the first blow, and Rankendel really were special, so he could play a little longer. Gritting his teeth, Joshua began to tremble. Throwing his opponent away, the boy ordered him to be quiet. He leaned heavily on the ground and shouted that the insignificant spirit did not dare to humiliate him, so he would make him regret his arrival. The dust quickly rose up. Accelerating, the boy quickly ran past his opponent. Without turning around, Garmin said that looking at his brother Jean, he had already thought that the Rankindel family was good. Fury appeared in the eyes of the older brother. Frowning, the king added that he was wrong, because the blood son of their family did not deserve the right to taste his sword. Strong surprise appeared in the eyes of the boy. He suddenly saw something wrong in front of him. The shock wave immediately pushed him away, dropping him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Joshua thought that an unkillable spirit was in front of him. Strong rage appeared in his eyes. He watched the approaching fiber. From the dispersing dust, Garmin suddenly appeared flying. There was a sly smile on his face. The king confidently raised his sword up. At that very moment, scarlet blood burst out of Joshua's mouth. The king's entire body was completely covered in veins. With an effort, the guy made a strong jerk upward. Raising his hand up, Garmin activated the Myungwang sword technique. The sword trembled in Joshua's hand. He activated oppression, then jerked to the side. The guy's broken sword immediately collided with the enemy's sword. The older brother quickly spun in the air. Garmin swung, knocking the guy to the ground. The king quickly approached Joshua. A strong punch immediately flew into the guy's face. The guy flew far to the side from the blow. The sword sparkled brightly. Garmin's weapon, pointed upward, was completely enveloped in aura. Frowning, the protagonist thought that this was the end. Something on the ground began to glow too brightly. Enraged Joshua opened his mouth wide. He immediately released strong energy upward. Jean covered his face with his hands, trying to defend himself. Looking carefully ahead, he thought that his brother had finally decided to use his signature move, but he was too late. Squinting, the king said, "Such an incredible aura," and wasted it on him. Looking at the laughing Joshua, he said that he was not bad for a human, but nothing more. A light aura continued to come out of the guy's body. Jean's pupils shrank greatly from horror. He carefully watched the vortex rising up. Turning to Garmin, the protagonist shouted that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible, because this was the only self-destructive attack of the Rankindel family, and not a stone would remain on this island, as well as the surrounding islands. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the guy shouted that they could escape on the red jade cat, when suddenly the king laughed, answering that he was the heir of Timar and even he had a hard time resisting his aura, and if he was not stopped, everyone around would be in danger. Frowning, he added that he was summoned without a form and barely had time to gain a form. Surrounding his soul was shadow energy, and the memories of his presence here would be erased anyway, and the next time they met, he would explain everything to the protagonist, and then he would live peacefully in La Preros. Gritting his teeth, Jean replied that he understood. The protagonist jumped on the cat, when suddenly Garmin asked him to step and run only behind his back. Joshua's body was completely enveloped in red mana, while he thought about his younger brother. The pupil completely changed. Starting to move it from side to side, the guy thought that the protagonist should try to survive this. Releasing a fiery aura upward, he thought of the 7th special technique of the Rankindel family. Bright sun rays burst out from his body. The fireball began to completely fill the space. The protagonist frowned, looking to the side. The gate began to burn brightly with fire. A wide smile was visible on the king's face. A deafening explosion was heard at that very moment. Garmin thrust his weapon into the ground with all his might. The fiery whirlwind quickly advanced. The two strong energies began to move towards each other. Garmin grinned and said that he would wait for his brother in La Perosa. A radiating explosion suddenly sounded in front of the protagonist. Jean stroked the cat, looking closely at the quiet horizon. He thought about Garmin with sadness. Watching the tsunami, the guy thought that Joshua had died, and did not think that he could die in vain, so he still can't believe it. The protagonist put his hand on the sheet about the meeting ceremony of the main knights of the Shuchuran kingdom. Looking closely, the guy saw a photo of Joshua. Gritting his teeth, he furiously wondered if his older brother was really alive. It was raining heavily outside. Sitting on the throne, the guy let out quiet groans. His fingers rubbed the stone armrests until they bled, saying that the person who would become the next head of the Rankindel family. His legs began to be enveloped in dark energy. The aura rushed forward. Looking at the mana gathered in the ball, the unknown person added, shaking alone in this basement. The silhouette whispered menacingly, "How pathetic." Frowning, the guy asked if she really came to laugh at him. Heluraine smiled slyly. Gritting her teeth, she said that the guy destroyed the clone she worked so hard on, and because of the after effects of the ability, he is sitting here shaking. Of course she came to laugh at him. Gripping the throne tightly, Joshua replied that he had no other choice, because he had to kill the Myungwan that his younger brother summoned. The girl slowly approached him. Looking at the enraged boy, she said, "This is stupid, because the Myungwan are a race of people who were locked in the world of the dead, and he was not originally from this world." Moving closer to his ear, Heluraine whispered that he simply broke the clone she created for nothing. Turning away, she said that she did not understand why the prophecy pointed to someone like him. The girl's eye lit up, and then she added that everything would have been much easier if the choice fell on Joshua's younger sister or younger brother. The boy gritted his teeth in anger. Introducing his father, Hellurain said that if his father, the original target of the prophecy, had not reached the nascent stage and changed his fate, but met her, then everything would have been much more interesting. The boy menacingly clenched his hand into a fist, and the girl added that in that case, she would not have to help such a scumbag like him. Without turning away, Hellurain added that Joshua had done a great job with one task, since they now knew that his younger brother was capable of summoning people of the Manhwa race. Watching the sweat running down the boy's face, she said that they now knew where Shuri was, and she was sad that his brother had taken her. Stroking the boy's cheek, the girl said with a smile that everything would return to him in the end. Closing her eyes, she said that she would create a new clone. Frowning deeply, Joshua asked how long it would take. Stretching out her hand, Hellurain replied with a smile that with the materials he had already provided, they would not have to wait long. The protagonist menacingly clutched the sheet in his hand. Looking down, he said that he was sure that Joshua had died 4 days ago, so maybe the article was wrong, to which Kashmir extended his hand, saying that the ceremony had definitely taken place in the Shuchuran kingdom 4 days ago, and he was absolutely sure that the newspaper that was distributed throughout the country would not use fake images. Turning her head to the side, Jilly asked if Bure could have transformed someone. Looking at her, Jean replied that the special technique he used was real, and the power was capable of wiping out the islands of the Blue Bird Archipelago, so only Rankindel could use it. Quickanta looked ahead with a scowl, asking what the probability was that Joshua, who was at the ceremony, was a fake. Thinking about it, Jean replied that they should get information from the contractor Fetal, since he was sure that they would get answers to their questions once that child woke up. Getting angry, Murakan shouted that he missed everything because he was unconscious. Folding her arms over her chest, Quickanta said that he had failed his task as a guardian dragon, then asked what would have happened if Jean had not summoned Myeomon, and he could have been the strongest dragon a millennium ago, but now he is just a sick old man, so she asked him to stop building illusions about this. Without turning away, she added that he will soon die if he continues to remember the past, to which Murakan waved his hand, answering that he understood everything. Browsing, the girl said that from his words he understood, but does not want to contact Misha, but she may know how to return his powers. Murakan embarrassedly scratched his neck. Surprised, Jean asked who Misha was, to which Quickanta pointed her finger at the dragon, answering, his older sister. Turning away, the dragon shouted at her to shut up, because Misha was not his sister. The door suddenly slammed loudly. Continuing to look away, the protagonist said that they did not seem to be very close. Quickanta turned to him, answering that when Murakan was young, Misha bullied him a lot, and after he became stronger, the first thing he wanted to do was take revenge on his sister, to which Jean turned his gaze, wondering if she would help him after that. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl answered that Misha was a black dragon, after which she asked if she would kill a dragon guardian, who for the first time in a millennium had found a contractor, and she would go along with the company and talk to her so that the dragon would not be so angry, because she and Misha were close. Walking around the building, the guy asked if Murakan had disappeared. Covering her face with her hand, Quickanta answered that it seemed that the idiot went alone. Jilly came up from behind, saying that Murakan had left a letter in her room. The nanny carefully handed the protagonist an envelope. Opening the letter, the boy read that Murakan wanted to talk to Jilly in person, but he had to make this decision on his own. Lost in his memories, the protagonist remembered the day they met because of the letter, and when he returned, he would offer Jilly to go on the trip she had promised him. Starting to tear up the letter, Jean asked if they had really decided to go on a trip together, to which the girl put her hand to her face, answering that she had nothing in mind. Quickanta thoughtfully folded her arms over her chest. A bright moon was visible in the sky. A silhouette quickly walked along the dark street. He slowly approached the house. The man in the cloak leaned against the door. Opening it wide, he looked inside. Turning his gaze to the side, the man asked where the item was. Without raising his head, the boy replied that the money first. Throwing a bag of coins on the table, the man asked if the effect was guaranteed. Stretching his hand with the flask forward, the boy replied that it was a powerful poison that could not be traced. After examining the contents, the man asked where he had dug it up. Looking up with a wild look, the guy replied that the deal was done, so he needed to leave. Fear was visible in the man's eyes. The guy in the cloak carefully opened the door to the room. Varys was lying on the bed, in great pain. Falling to his knees in front of the bed, Kyujin asked her to hold on a little longer. Starting to cry, the guy said that the girl was all the family he had left. The door to the room opened, and the protagonist was informed that Kyujin Marius' location had been discovered. He was in the Delka Kingdom. Hearing this, the guy looking out the window turned around. Kashmir handed him a small paper and said that after the appointment ceremony of Shuchuran, he received a report that the mercenaries of the Delka Kingdom suddenly put extreme blood poisons into circulation, and one of the team members received a sample, and it turned out to be a deadly poison that does not have academic registration. As soon as the protagonist heard, he knitted his brows and said that it was him. Kashmir frowned in anger, answering yes, adding that he was sure that since the Delki kingdom was the homeland of the Marius family, he should go there immediately. Clouds were floating above the ruined village. The protagonist and his companions were standing at the door, and Kashmir said that this was the place where mercenaries bought poisons. Jean pushed the door with his hand, and it swung open. Kyujin was sitting at the table inside. The boy looked at the protagonist with half-closed eyes and said his name. Hearing this, Jean raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he knew that he would come, adding that who would have thought that he would so carelessly reveal his location. Did he really expect him to find him before Joshua? Kyujin lowered his gaze, answered yes, and then asked for help. Blood spurted out from his sister's mouth. She was lying on the bed, shaking in pain, and the protagonist was standing next to her, saying that now it was clear, he couldn't find a way to help Varys, so he decided to reveal his location. Blue stripes were spreading across the girl's body, and Jean continued to say that the symptoms indicated the final stage of mana backflow. Her body was already too badly decomposed, so he could not guarantee that she would be able to survive. When suddenly Kyujin fell to his knees and asked him to save her. Bowing his head to Jean, he screamed, begging for help, because Varys was all the family he had left. Kyujin banged his forehead on the floor, adding that he would do anything, he would pay for the mistakes he made for the rest of his life. Jean, with his head held high, looked at the guy and asked him to get up, because he would take them both with him after he proved his worth, and his pleas would not help in any way. Red smoke began to come out of the girl's mouth, and the protagonist looked at her and said that only the Saint of Wenkela could save her, and until that moment, she needed urgent treatment from a healer, adding that the number of healers who could cope with the symptoms of mana backflow in the allied forces of Huffaster could be counted on the fingers of one hand. And he could not guarantee that they would be able to meet with one of them without Joshua's knowledge. Hearing this, horror appeared in Kyujin's eyes, and he quietly said that this could not be. Suddenly, Kashmir raised his eyebrows and said that the only option would be to first take her to Tiran, invite a healer there for emergency treatment, and then meet with the Saint of Wenkela. After these words, his wife unbuttoned her button and said that they should hurry, so she suggested that they move right away. With a sharp movement of her hand, she tore off her cloak and said that she would stabilize the girl's body. Leaning towards her, Alika added that she did not know how much longer she could last, since time was against them. Together with Varys, she went to the exit, and the protagonist followed her, saying that he knew this, so it was time to move now. Before leaving, he turned to Kyujin and said that he would try to give her a ride first, but if they met Joshua's henchmen, they might have to leave Varys behind, and then asked the guy if he understood this. Kyujin lowered his head from what he heard and, with tears in his eyes, shouted yes. The next minute, the guys ran at full speed through the streets of the village. Frowning, the protagonist looked at Varys and said to himself that her condition left much to be desired, she could die from organ failure if they hesitated. Alika's cloak was already soaked with the girl's blood. Kashmir stopped in an alley and turned to his wife and friend, saying that he saw a teleportation gate, but there were a lot of people further on. Would everything be okay? Jean stepped forward and said that he knew it wouldn't be easy, there was already someone following them, and one was right behind. After saying this, he turned his gaze. The protagonist looked at the guy with the newspaper sitting on the fountain and said 2. Then he turned his gaze to the man who was buying groceries and added 3. Frowning, Jean looked at Kyujin and said that it was time to test his abilities, after which he asked if he could eliminate them. The guy nodded and firmly answered yes. Turning away, the protagonist said that he couldn't attract attention, to which the guy, leaving, said that he could rely on him. As he left, Kashmir looked at Jean and asked if it was even possible to eliminate them all in broad daylight without getting caught, since only high-class nameless assassins could do that, to which he replied that he needed to do it, since it was the only way for him to stay alive. At that time, a man in a cloak was running down another street, looking into every alley. The man, gritting his teeth, looked around, saying to himself that he seemed to have overlooked one guy, so he needed to retreat first. Suddenly, his consciousness became clouded, and shock appeared in his eyes. At the same second, he fell to the ground and began to shake, and Kyujin came out of the shadows, saying that it was not a neurotoxin from the desert spider of the western region, adding that his body would go numb, and his heart would stop almost instantly, and the cause of death would be cardiac arrest. The guy, twirling the flask of poison in his hands, said to himself that this poison does not work on anyone above the 6th rank, and he is very glad that they are just small fry, and not knights of Rankindel. At this time, the protagonist and the others were climbing the stairs. Behind them, a man was slowly walking, who was doing shopping, and pigeons were walking around him, wanting to eat his bread. Suddenly, something moved in the shadows. Something hit one of the pigeons in the head. At the same moment, all the birds took off, causing a commotion. Hearing the screams, the protagonist smiled, said to himself, which means it has already begun. The man with a bag of groceries waved the bottle, driving away the pigeons. At the same second, Kyujin launched the poison with his fingers. The poison got into the crust of the bread. After that, the guy grabbed the loaf. With a deft movement, he shoved it into the man's mouth and said to himself that the poison, touching the mucous membrane of the mouth, would block the airways after a while. The poison on the crust of bread would immediately begin to act, and the cause of death would be the blockage of the airways due to food. Then Kyujin uncorked the bottle and said that he was the last one left. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the man on the fountain. He splashed the contents of the bottle into his face. The man fell into the fountain in surprise, and Kyujin said to himself that he would start to feel very dizzy. The fake man began to drown. He stretched out his arms, asking for help. Suddenly, a bottle fell on him from above. Kyujin looked at him with contempt in his eyes, saying to himself that the cause of death was an accident caused by alcohol abuse. While he was saying this, the man drowned. In the confusion, Kyujin calmly left, saying to himself that there was no evidence, and the people screamed in horror upon discovering the corpse.